Chapter 1, The System Sent a Rich Woman. Where did you come from, beggar? Hurry up and leave, or you'll be thrown out with the garbage. Several security guards pointed at Lin Chen, who was dressed in poor clothes and covered in sweat, with disdain, and told him to leave the gate of this high-end residential area as soon as possible. Lin Chen had no choice but to call the customer. "Hello, miss, I'm the delivery man from Apian Home Furnishing. Your customized private wardrobe has arrived, but the security guard won't let me in. Please come out and pick it up. Are you thinking about eating? Do you want me to go out and carry the wardrobe home myself? Figure it out yourself. What are you doing eating and drinking, day after day?" Beep, beep. The other party hung up the phone without mercy. Lin Chen was helpless but could do nothing. "Security boss, just let me in." The security guards crossed their legs and ignored Lin Chen's request. The security guard, who was used to being scolded by the wealthy owners of the community, always wanted to vent when he saw a low-class person like Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless and depressed. What should he do if he can't deliver this product? Ding, the system is matching hosts. Congratulations on signing in to get the chance to get a rich woman. Would you like to sign in? Lin Chen undoubtedly thought of the scene in the novel. Could it be that such a good thing really happened to me? Lin Chen chose to sign in without thinking. After all, the protagonists in the novels were all worth hundreds of millions, could call the wind and rain, and had a smooth life. He also wanted to live a carefree life like that. The system is taking effect. Please check the system rewards. Before Lin Chen could react to what was happening, a familiar figure flashed past him. Lin Chen? I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Chen's college classmate Zhang Dishing looked him up and down, his eyes focused on the four eye-catching words "Apian Home" on Lin Chen's work clothes, and the shabby Wuling Hongguang behind him. Zhang Dishing? Isn't it a coincidence? How come you were stopped by our community security guard? That's normal. Not just anyone can come into our community. A delivery man is a delivery man after all. Zhang Dishing sneered. A girl he pursued madly in college was secretly in love with Lin Chen, which made Zhang Dishing always hate him. Now he finally found a good opportunity for revenge. After all, although Lin Chen's total net worth does not exceed 1,000 yuan, what attracts the most attention is his appearance. He has fair skin, regular facial features, and his handsomeness cannot be hidden. Even though Lin Chen dresses ordinary and has no money or power on weekdays, there are still many girls on the university campus who pursue and have a crush on him. Lin Chen is clearly the love rival in the eyes of all men. Lin Chen naturally knew what the other party was thinking, but Zhang Dishing was now very wealthy, and the Audi A8 not far away was his, worth at least hundreds of thousands. Lin Chen could only consider himself unlucky to meet him here. How about this? My toilet is clogged. If you are willing to come to my house to fix it, I will take you in. If you miss this great opportunity, you'll just have to wait outside forever. I just don't know if your boss will deduct your salary if your employees fail to deliver goods on time. Zhang Dishing looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Lin Chen didn't intend to continue chatting with this pretentious guy, so he turned around and was about to leave. Whoosh! Just then, a red Ferrari 488 sports car worth millions sped past and hit the rear bumper of Zhang Dishing's Audi A8. Zhang Dishing was of course unhappy to see his beloved car being scratched, so he walked forward with confidence to argue with the car owner. The moment the door of the Ferrari sports car opened, a pair of long white legs first emerged from the water, followed by a woman with a slender figure, fair skin, and a perfect body without a trace of excess fat. Her temperament was simply indescribable. She had a cool and aloof feeling like a queen and full of aura, just like the queen in the novel. The female car owner was arguing with a business rival on the phone and the accident happened before she knew it. Zhao Euro? Zhang Dishing and Lin Chen were naturally familiar with the woman in front of them who had a stunning figure and could score 95 points. There is no doubt that this is Zhao Euro, the beloved daughter of Zhao Donlai, the president of Jiangcheng Zhao Group. The famous Triumph Hotel in Jiangcheng is owned by Zhao Euro. Zhao Euro also gave a public speech as a representative of Jiangcheng's business elite at the university where Lin Chen and Zhang Dishing were studying, and her aura and temperament amazed everyone. However, neither of them knew that the Century Garden community in front of them was also under Zhao Euro's name. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. Zhang Dishing was quite sensible. When he saw Zhao Euro, he behaved as obediently as a pug. Zhao Euro remained calm and elegantly picked up her phone and called her female assistant, Xiao Chen. I scratched an Audi with a license plate number. Please help me deal with it later. Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll do it right away. The assistant on the other end of the phone agreed. Lin Chen had long been fascinated by the extremely stunning eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Although he was extremely beautiful and many pretty girls pursued him, he still wanted to conquer and control this kind of cool and domineering type girl. Honey, why are you here? I have already picked up the engagement ring that we customized 2 days ago. Please put it on first. After saying that, Zhao Yuro walked towards Lin Chen with elegant steps. The faint scent of perfume and her curvy figure had already made the security guards in Zhang Dishing present dumbfounded. What? What the hell? What does that mean? Husband, Miss Zhao, is this delivery man calling you husband? Zhang Dishing's throat also tightened and his pupils contracted. Not to mention others, even Lin Chen widened his eyes and looked at the beauty walking towards him. Only then did he realize that Zhao Yuro was the rich woman rewarded to him by the system. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that he got engaged to a wealthy lady right from the start. It was so cool. Lin Chen was grateful in his heart that this system was so reliable. Zhao Yuro stretched out her slender fingers, lifted Lin Chen's ring finger and put it on. Yuro whispered in Lin Chen's ear affectionately, "Does it look good?" "Good looks good." Lin Chen obviously hasn't gotten used to the feeling of having a rich lady as his fiancée. "Chen, do you want to go in? Are these 2 security guards not going to let you in?" Lin Chen just nodded in agreement and couldn't even say a word. This is Zhao Yuro's aura. Zhao Yuro frowned on her delicate face when she saw Lin Chen's smiling face greeting her. She turned around to look at the 2 ignorant security guards and then called the assistant secretary. "Xiao Chen, please notify Century Garden Property Management and ask these 2 security guards not to come tomorrow." "How much salary do they have yet to receive?" "Boss Xiao, let me check. These 2 people still have 4,000 yuan in wages that have not been paid." Zhao Yuro took out 50 red 100 yuan bills from her wallet and threw them into the air. The 2 security guards knelt down and scrambled to pick them up like pugs. Zhang Dishing next to him was so scared that his legs went limp. Only now did he realize that the high-end residential area where he lived was also owned by the Zhao family. He looked at Lin Chen cautiously, fearing that Lin Chen would tell others that he had asked him to fix the toilet. Zhang Dishing's family are all in business. If they offend the business tycoon Zhao family, they will definitely suffer the consequences in the future. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Dishing in front of him and told him to get out. Yuro looked at the handsome Lin Chen in front of her, her girlish heart overflowing, but when she saw the knife mark on Lin Chen's arm, she felt distressed again. Lin Chen was very unfamiliar with the knife marks on his body. It turned out that last month Lin Chen helped Yuro's father Zhao Donlai to take a knife from a gangster. Zhao Donlai was very satisfied with Lin Chen, who had a good temperament and good looks, so he took the initiative to match him with his baby daughter Zhao Yuro. Zhao Yuro's heart started beating fast when she saw the handsome and brave man in front of her. Zhao Yuro, who has no shortage of money, just wants to find a man she falls in love with at first sight, and Lin Chen is the perfect choice. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh that the system was so awesome that it could actually implant this kind of plot into his own life trajectory. Lin Chen then remembered that he had not yet done the work of delivering the goods, and pointed at the 2 security guards crawling on the ground and said, "Send this custom wardrobe to the resident of Unit 1902. Be quick." When the 2 security guards saw that Zhao Yuro was backing Lin Chen, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. They moved the wardrobe and entered the community. Chapter 2, The Rich Woman Gave Me a Star-Rated Hotel. "Chen, get in the car, it's too hot outside." Yuro pulled Lin Chen into the Ferrari 488. Lin Chen, who was riding in a sports car for the first time in his life, of course didn't understand what he was doing. He didn't even know how to open the door. The embarrassed Lin Chen finally got in with great difficulty. The comfortable seats and air conditioning are incomparable to those of my own Wuling Hongguang. Yuro looked at Lin Chen affectionately. "Chen, I am a girl and I can't take care of so many companies. From now on, the Triumph Hotel will be transferred to you." In fact, Zhao Yuro's action was also influenced by her father's intention. Their Zhao family wanted to repay their benefactor. Then Lin Chen took the various hotel contracts and seals from Yuro in a daze, and for a moment he couldn't believe this fact. Is this the joy of eating soft rice? Lin Chen was secretly delighted. Not only did he get a beautiful fiancée, but he also got a 7-star hotel for free. You should know that Triumph Hotel is a Sino-foreign joint venture modern high-end restaurant. It is well known throughout Jiangqing City and has a market value of tens of billions of yuan. Even if you work as a waiter in the Triumph Hotel, the starting monthly salary is 50,000, let alone inheriting the entire hotel. At this time, inside the Triumph Hotel, General Manager Wang Hao had already received news of the internal personnel changes in the company. After learning that the new boss was Lin Chen, he quickly sent an internal email to the entire company to notify the company of the news. Lin Chen sent you row home and returned to the furniture store. Beep, beep. The phone from ex-girlfriend Yang Zixin rang. Hey, Lin Chen, do you remember who I am? Well, my new boyfriend wants to treat you to a meal at the Triumph Hotel. Come over now. Of course, Lin Chen could tell that this was the voice of his ex-girlfriend Yang Zixin. Yang Zixin's appearance could be rated over 90 points, and she was considered the most beautiful girl in the class at that time. However, he did not expect that she would become a gold digger after the peaceful breakup. Originally, Lin Chen had no intention of going to this dinner party, but when he heard about the Triumph Hotel, Lin Chen became very interested in hurting his ex-girlfriend. Lin Chen drove his Wuling car to the hotel entrance. The security guard at the hotel entrance did not look at Lin Chen differently because of his sloppy clothes. Instead, he came forward to greet him warmly. Because General Manager Wang Hao did a very good job, Lin Chen's photo had been conveyed to every employee in the company. Even the security guard at the door knew that the person in front of him was the new boss and he must not neglect him. Rich people nowadays are very low-key. The newly appointed driver drives a Wuling Hongguang, which is pretty cool. Today's wealthy are really low-key. The two security guards were whispering to each other. They had not forgotten the task that Mr. Wang had given them, which was to hand over the company's important document package to Lin Chen as soon as they saw him. Although Lin Chen's clothes are ordinary, his temperament and appearance are impeccable, and his overall aura is also quite strong. In addition, he is currently the boss of this hotel, so he naturally has the confidence to show disdain. Lin Chen came to the box number 207 where he had agreed to meet his ex-girlfriend Yang Zixin. Unexpectedly, Yang Zixin was now taking the promiscuous route. Her low-cut dress was almost falling off her body, and her makeup was extremely glamorous. She looked unrecognizable as the same pure beauty in class who was with him back then. Yang Zixin's black underwear was almost visible under her super short shorts. Lin Chen was speechless and could only say that things have changed and people have changed. Next to Yang Zixin was naturally her new boyfriend, and the flash of the Rolex on his wrist made Lin Chen stand out. This is my boyfriend Gaohu, he is a VIP of Kaishan Hotel. How could I have gotten together with you when I was blind? You only have a face left. Today I want to give you a good provocation. After that, Yang Zixin took out a black card from Gaohu's pocket. This was the VIP card of Triumph Hotel. Only customers who spent 5 million could have this card. The subtext is that nature is. Lin Chen, are you worthy? Gaohu also looked quite contemptuous, and snorted coldly, boy, look at the abalone and European prawns on the table, you must have never eaten them before, right? Today I'll let you see the world with the help of your ex-girlfriend. This table of food would cost hundreds of thousands. I really don't understand the world of rich people. Although Lin Chen himself had never tasted these delicacies, he was disdainful of eating them. He felt a little disgusted by the pretentious couple in front of him, and he was ready to humiliate them. Lin Chen lowered his head slowly. Gaohu took out the folder given by the security guard and took out a diamond card inlaid with diamonds from it. He suddenly felt unwell. It was stolen, it was definitely you who stole it. How could a stinky delivery man have a diamond card? A diamond card is only available after spending more than 10 million yuan. You can't even afford 1,000 yuan. Admit it quickly. Whose diamond card did you steal? Lin Chen was still sitting there, expressionless, just thinking about Gaohu's embarrassing scene in a while. The waiters around the hotel saw the quarrel and wanted to step forward to prove Lin Chen's true identity. The waiters all understood what Lin Chen meant with just one look. They all knew that the new boss was going to show off. In order to convince Gaohu, Lin Chen called a beautiful waitress forward. Since Mr. Gao doesn't believe it, then go check who the real owner of this card is. The beautiful waitress did as she was told and then inserted the diamond card into the computer. On it were clearly written diamond card owner, Lin Chen. Gaohu would never believe that Lin Chen could actually own a diamond card. How could he have a diamond card? No, Yang Zixin's man must not lose. You have to apply for a supreme card. You must beat him today. Yang Zixin was very unconvinced. After all, Yang Zixin's main purpose today was to humiliate Lin Chen, and she couldn't be outmaneuvered. Gao, who was really excited, and shouted loudly, "I, Mr. Gao, will pay for all the expenses tonight. Although the guests in this hotel are all rich people, they will not refuse anyone who pays the bill." Other guests cheered, "Mr. Gao is so awesome." Gao, who looked at Lin Chen proudly, as if he really liked the feeling of being superior. After Gao, who spent all the 20 million in his bank card, he felt heart bleeding. 20 million was all his liquid cash, which also meant that Gao, who could no longer live a life of luxury and had to eat dirt. Lin Chen snorted coldly and continued to slowly take out the honor card from the folder. It was also a super card that required a minimum spending of 50 million to obtain. The onlookers in the audience were all stunned, and they were all curious about the background of this ordinary dressed boy in his 20s. Yang Zixin was completely confused. After all, Lin Chen was her boyfriend for more than a year, so how could he be a hidden rich man? If she had known that Lin Chen was handsome and rich, she would never break up with him. Only the waiters in the hotel were secretly delighted, because they all knew that every big boss of a company would obtain all the internal VIP membership cards, including Triumph Card, Glory Card, Supreme Card, Diamond Card, and Black Card, so it was not surprising no matter what card Lin Chen took out. Gao, whose face flushed at this moment. It seemed that the word disabled did not exist in his dictionary. He called the company assistant. "Sell all the properties under my name, and I want to see 80 million in cash in my account immediately." The angry Gao, who has set his sights on the highest level Triumph card of the Triumph Hotel. A Triumph card is worth 80 million. Gao, who has gone completely crazy. Yang Zixin also knew that if Gao Wu sold his property for this Triumph card, Gao Wu would be a penniless poor boy from now on. What's the point of living in poverty? As a veteran gold digger, Yang Zixin has long rekindled her admiration for the secret of Lin Chen. Chapter 3 The counterattack begins. Ding dong. 8000000 has been received in your Alipay account, please check it. Gao, who raised the corner of his mouth, raised the chin of the beautiful waitress jokingly and said, "Bring me a Triumph card." The Triumph card has a very high status in the entire Triumph Hotel. It is said that only 5 cards were made when it first opened. Currently, there is one for Zhao Donglai, the president of the Zhao Group, one for Zhao Euro, one for Lin Chen, one for a major foreign client Robertson, and there is another free card at the hotel bar. The waiter had never seen such a grand scene before, and he carefully handed the only Triumph card number 005 to Gao Wu. Lin Chen remained calm, his maturity far surpassing that of a man in his 20s. "Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm the new owner of this hotel. What can you compare with me?" Lin Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. He turned Gao Wu, a famous rich second generation in Jiangcheng City, into a pauper without any effort. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You are just dreaming. I think you are just deceiving yourself. The huge Triumph Hotel belongs to Zhao Euro, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. It has nothing to do with you." The other guests in the hotel naturally supported Gao Wu. After all, Gao Wu paid for them. "Stop bragging, Master Gao is so awesome, Master Kaikswanka. Mr. Gao is so handsome, I want to give birth to a baby for you." Several young girls in the hotel have fallen in love with the self-willed Gao Wu and want to compete with Yang Zixin for his love. Only Lin Chen and the hotel staff knew that Gao Wu would be the one who would be embarrassed in the end. At this moment, the banner that General Manager Wang Hao had instructed his employees to make had just been completed, and several male waiters were posting it. As the banner slowly unfolds, several eye-catching large characters come into view. "Warmly welcome the new boss Lin Chen to come for inspection." Lin Chen? It's not true, is it? Yang Zixin has completely fallen in love with Lin Chen again. This man is so amazing. How could he become the new boss of Kaixin? Gao Wu still didn't believe it, and held up his Triumph card to question the employee who put up the banner. "Lin Chen? Which Lin Chen? There are too many people with the same name in this world. No matter who Lin Chen is, he can't be the beggar in front of me." At this time, Wang Hao came out as the general manager. After all, there was a dispute between hotel customers, and as the general manager he could not just turn a blind eye. Wang Hao ignored the Triumph membership card holder in front of him, walked directly to Lin Chen with a friendly face, stretched out his hands and held Lin Chen's hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin has arrived. As the general manager, I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. I apologize here." Wang Hao has been a leader in the business world for many years, so naturally the way he speaks and does things is very pleasing. "This hotel is nice. The environment, layout and food are all good. However, the quality of the people who eat here is not very high. Wang Hao knew that Lin Chen was referring to Gao Hu, so he announced in public, triumphal card number 005 is invalid and has no effect in this store. Why? I spent 80 million to buy the Triumph card. Why do you say it's useless? Gao Hu pointed at Wang Hao's nose and cursed. It says on the back of the Triumph card, the final right of interpretation of this card belongs to the Triumph Hotel. Since Wang Hao said it is useless, then it is naturally useless. Gao Hu's net worth is now 0, and the pile of membership cards in his hand have become useless cards. He can only hug Yang Zi and cry bitterly. Yang Zixin, who had become a gold digger, tried to refuse with disgust, fearing that Gao Hu's snot and tears would get on her low-cut dress, which would affect her subsequent attempts to hook up with Lin Chen. Faced with his girlfriend's disgust, Gao Hu was completely desperate. He was so angry that he fainted on the spot and was sent to the hospital as the 120 alarm sounded. Well done. With talents like you managing the hotel, our hotel will surely make a lot of money. Lin Chen patted Wang Hao's shoulder encouragingly. Wang Hao was naturally delighted, but he was curious why the new CEO was so simple and down to earth. He was in stark contrast to the previous Zhao Yuro. One seemed superior, while Lin Chen gave people an approachable feeling. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I have been working in Jiangxing for more than 10 years. I have connections in various industries. I will do my best to help you if I can. Wang Hao's remarks made Lin Chen very happy. Lin Chen used to be a loser with only good looks but no power or influence, and he had no background or connections. Now, he will definitely use Wang Hao's network of connections in the future. Okay, I'll leave first. Then Lin Chen turned and left, only to see a graceful figure following him. Her long legs were particularly eye-catching under the light. Chen, it's me, Chen, it's Xinxin. Yang Zixin started the dog-licking mode, sticking out her tongue from time to time, as if hinting at something. Hee, what do you want to do? What can a weak woman like me do? I just want you to take me in for the night. Take you in for the night? You should spend the night in a bar, that's where you're more suitable. It can be seen that Lin Chen now has no feelings for the beauty Yang Zixin. No, Yang Zi was relentless and pressed her whole body against Lin Chen. Even Lin Chen couldn't help blushing, and a touch of spring light flickered in front of his eyes. If you do this again, I'll call the police and sue you for indecency. Lin Chen pushed Yang Zixin away and left alone in his Wuling Hongguang. Disappointed, Yang Zixin covered her chest, looked at her long legs, and wondered why any man would not be interested in her. Lin Chen had just sat in the Wuling magic car when the system prompted him again. He then realized that the wardrobe he had entrusted the 2 security guards to deliver had only just been signed for. Ding, connecting with the host. The host has completed a delivery mission and has obtained a sign-in opportunity. The reward is a Lamborghini Hermes. Lamborghini Hermes? As a car fan, Lin Chen is naturally very interested in these luxury cars. Although he has never seen a Lamborghini, he has seen a lot of pictures on the internet. Besides, the value of Hermes is as high as 1.5 billion yuan. The price of Lamborghini Hermes is second only to the 2.8 billion yuan golden car built by an Arab tycoon and the antique Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. It is undoubtedly the most expensive modern sports car in the world today. Isn't this sports car the only one in the world, stored in the Lamborghini Museum? Lin Chen couldn't believe it and thought the system must be playing tricks on him, but he glanced at his phone and found that the trending search on Weibo was a Chinese spent 1.5 billion yuan to buy Lamborghini's non-sale Lamborghini Hermes. Chapter 4 Getting a luxury car. Really? Is it possible? Just when Lin Chen felt incredible, there was already a very mechanical car key in his trouser pocket, and in front of him, shining brightly, was the Lamborghini Hermes gifted by the system. The driver's cab and the co-pilot's cab are separated? What kind of magical design is this? Isn't this sports car so cool? Awesome! Lin Chen was already unable to describe it with words, and ran to the front of the car with big strides, but how to open the door? The system naturally would not embarrass Lin Chen, and promptly transmitted all the parameters, driving methods, buttons and functions of this luxury car to his brain. Before Lin Chen was ready to open the car door, a large group of people had already gathered around, talking about the car. What kind of car is this? Take a picture and search it. This guy is so cool, he's handsome and drives such a cool sports car, I want to have a baby with him. A bunch of girls have already been full of love for Lin Chen. Lamborghini Hermes. Is this the Lamborghini Hermes? The news said it was bought by a Chinese man. Could it be this handsome boy? Everyone was talking at once, which made Lin Chen feel embarrassed. I am usually only praised for being handsome, but today was the first time someone praised me as rich, and I couldn't adapt to it for a while. Lin Chen inserted the key into the car and pulled the electronic handbrake. Boom boom. The luxury car roared like a shooter, and the people around it subconsciously dispersed to make way for it. Amid exclamations, Lin Chen left. Lin Chen came to the home of his fiancée Zhao Yuro, who was assigned to him by the system. After all, the two were about to hold an engagement ceremony, and he didn't know much about his fiancée's personality and other aspects, so he had to spend more time getting to know her. If Zhao Yuro is the kind of unreasonable and overbearing female CEO who always wants to dominate herself, then even if she disobeys the system and refuses the engagement, it won't be a pity for Lin Chen. Zhao Yuro lived in the Century Garden high-end residential complex that he had visited during the day. He drove a Lamborghini Hermes into the residential complex and found that the two security guards during the day had been dismissed, and he was greeted by two new faces. This guy is so handsome, and he's also rich. What kind of car is this? It's so classy. What a winner in life, living in such a high-end neighborhood. The two security guards couldn't help but envy Lin Chen. Lin Chen parked the car and came to the door of the apartment, wondering if it would be a bad idea to go in with nothing in your hands. Should I buy some fruit or something? Lin Chen looked at the only 1,000 yuan left in his Alipay account, spent 100 to buy some fruits, and came to Zhao Yuro's luxurious apartment. Lin Chen was stunned as soon as he entered the door. This apartment is 800 square meters. The living room is so big that it even has an echo. It has a chess and card room, swimming pool, party room, billiard room, and gym. There is nothing you can imagine that this apartment doesn't have. Hurry up and take a seat. Why are you being so polite when you're in my own home? Although Zhao Yuro usually acts like a cold and domineering sister, she is very enthusiastic towards Lin Chen, because Lin Chen saved her father's life and is the benefactor of the whole family. He is also so handsome and makes people salivate over him. At this time, Zhao Yuro was leaning on the railing on the balcony. Under the bright moonlight, her long legs made Lin Chen unable to calm down. Only then did Lin Chen realize that Zhao Yuro's figure was so beautiful. Even the most beautiful star in China could not compare to her. Although Zhao Yuro is usually very independent, she still shows her feminine side in the dead of night. She also wants to be protected and loved. Growing up in a business family, her parents didn't love her very much. Hey, look at this white sports car downstairs, it's so cool. Even though Zhao Yuro is worth a lot of money, she has never heard of such a rare sports car. Want to feel it? Before Zhao Yuro could react, Lin Chen had already put his arm around her slender waist and walked downstairs. Get in the car. I'll take you for a ride. Is this car yours? Zhao Yuro was incredible. He thought Lin Chen was just a delivery man, but he didn't expect he was a hidden rich man. Yuro stepped her long legs into the seat and felt comfortable the moment her hips touched the seat. Even her Ferrari 488 could not compare to this car. Lin Chen turned the key, started the car, drove the luxury car, and took the beauty with him. Life is indeed perfect. Lin Chen glanced towards the passenger seat under the moonlight, but he couldn't see Yuro's big white legs at all, because the design of this car separated the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Not to mention getting in, he couldn't see the whole thing even if he peeked. What a crappy car! Lin Chen muttered. What? Yuro raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the handsome man next to her. Nothing, sit tight, I'll show you around. Lin Chen, who was familiar with the parameters of Lamborghini Hermes, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and sped along Jiangcheng Avenue. Zhao Yuro had no immunity to the man beside her. He had a straight nose, high eyebrows, and perfect facial features. He was different from the Chinese star Liu Shaohan, who was too young and fresh, and different from Peng Xiaoyan, who was too muscular. He was more like Hu Xiaoge. No, Lin Chen is more handsome than the big star Hu Xiaoge. In less than an hour, Lin Chen and his companion had already visited almost half of Jiangcheng. It was obvious that the performance of Lamborghini Hermes was well deserved. The two returned to Yuro's home tiredly. Yuro lazily took off her dress and changed into a looser pair of pajamas, revealing her pretty figure. Lin Chen closed her eyes tightly, because she really couldn't stand such a beauty in front of her, and she tried her best to restrain herself. Zhao Yuro was so smart that she had seen through Lin Chen a long time ago, but she deliberately kept Lin Chen's appetite suspenseful. After all, if a man gets something too easily, he will be less likely to cherish it. I'll sleep in this room, and you can sleep in that room. Yuro gently pointed her finger and the strap of her pajamas slowly slid down. Then she gently closed the door, leaving only her faint body fragrance. Humph, so cold? Yuro completely aroused Lin Chen's desire for possession. There is a long time to go, let's take it slow. Lin Chen also fell into a sound sleep. Early the next morning, when Lin Chen woke up, Yuro had already gone to work, and there was only breakfast on the table. What a family woman! Lin Chen quickly finished his favorite breakfast and saw that it was already 9 o'clock. He had to hurry back to a P&N Home Furnishing to deliver the goods. The sign-in system can only be activated by delivering goods. Lin Chen doesn't know what exciting things the system will reward him with next, and he can't hold back any longer. Lin Chen still chose to drive his own Wuling Hongwang. On the one hand, it was more convenient to deliver goods in a Wuling. On the other hand, he was afraid of attracting too much attention from pedestrians on the street and disrupting traffic order. Chapter 5 Getting to know the female anchor. Back at the furniture store, the first thing Lin Chen needed to do was to deliver a set of custom-made mattresses. He followed the navigation and quickly arrived at a very high-end residential area. Lin Chen has become quite skilled at driving Wuling, and he also used his previous savings to make major changes to the engine and air intake of this Wuling Hongwang. Except for the appearance, other aspects have been optimized. Lin Chen knocked on the door, and a woman in her 20s ran out with wet hair. She had obviously just taken a shower and had a strong fragrance on her body. You are a hooligan. This beauty is called Lu Tingting. She is a famous female anchor in Jiangcheng. She is called Dai Daimai in a certain fish live broadcast, and is also affectionately called Old Woman by some fans. Of course, Lin Chen had been to her live broadcast room. The already beautiful Lu Tingting looked even more like a fairy under the beauty camera. He couldn't help but swipe the plane. At the same time, Lu Tingting is also a college student at the same school as Lin Chen. Now she has graduated and is working as a full-time anchor at home. She earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a month and is a small rich woman. There is a long line of people chasing her in the school. Lu Tingting's appearance is not inferior to Zhao Yuro's, but she is completely different from Yuro's cold and arrogant style. Lu Tingting is more sweet and lovely. The only flaw on her body is her flat chest. I'm sorry to A. It turned out that Lin Chen had been staring at Lu Tingting's breasts since he opened the door. Indeed, if her breasts were a little bigger, they would be perfect. It is precisely because of this flaw that Lin Chen could only give her a score of 92 in his mind, which is still some gap from his fiancée Yuro. Lu Tingting clenched her fists and looked up at Lin Chen fiercely. In an instant, her whole body went limp. Lin Chen's handsome face and perfect facial features made it difficult for her to breathe. Lu Tingting stays at home all day live streaming, and she doesn't see many men, let alone a handsome man like Lin Chen who is one in a million. Shy Lu Tingting deliberately pulled down the pajamas she had just put on after taking a shower, revealing a large area of white skin. What are you talking about? It's still an airport no matter how much you talk. Lin Chen had long seen through Lu Tingting's little thoughts. You. Lu Tingting was so angry that she punched, but Lin Chen had already walked into the bedroom holding the mattress. How can you be so uncultured? Don't you know that you can't just barge into a girl's bedroom? Your boudoir? Hasn't your boudoir been seen by hundreds of thousands of people? Who in the live broadcast room doesn't know what your boudoir looks like? Lu Tingting's brain circuit was a little slow, and she just took her time to react. Lu Tingting wanted to say something but couldn't defeat Lin Chen, so she pouted her cherry lips. Lin Chen quickly made the mattress, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and waved his hand casually, which actually waved above Lu Tingting's airport. You rascal, are you a specialist? I just washed my fragrant body, and you, a stinky man. Although Lu Tingting appeared to dislike Lin Chen on the surface, she was already very happy in her heart and she wanted to pounce on Lin Chen. She had never spoken to such a handsome man at close range. Then, what should we do then? Lin Chen was extremely annoyed by the helpless anchor with small breasts in front of him. Then you help me wash. After Lu Tingting said this, her whole face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect this girl to be so proactive. Lu Tingting, who was wearing pajamas, was punching Lin Chen in a coquettish manner and mumbling something about how intimate the scene was. Just as Lin Chen was about to break free, someone came in at the door. She is a girl with the same good looks and figure. The difference between her and Lu Tingting is that this girl has a 36D figure, which is in sharp contrast to her. Shui? Why are you back? Didn't you go shopping? Seeing her roommate coming back early and herself taking the initiative to seduce Lin Chen, Lu Tingting's shy little face seemed to be buried in the ground. "You little rascal, you actually did something shameful behind my back, ha ha ha." Shi teased Lu Tingting, who was usually introverted and passive. After Lin Chen finished delivering the goods, he pushed Lu Tingting away and walked out. "Go chase him, what are you standing there for? You have good taste, and he's so handsome." Shi smiled mischievously, hinting Lu Tingting to make a bold proposal. Lu Tingting quickly took off her pajamas and changed into a youthful and beautiful waist-bearing short t-shirt and denim shorts. She ran out without even having time to tie her hair. "Why did you follow me out?" Lin Chen looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help but be moved. "My roommate has recognized you, so you can't run away. I'm going to follow you anyway." As she said this, Lu Tingting fastened the seatbelt of Wuling Hongguang and muttered, "If you follow me, you don't need to prepare any gifts, dowries or RVs, I have them all." Anyone would be tempted by such conditions, but Lin Chen already has Zhao Yuro, the beloved daughter of the Zhao group, so there is no hope for other girls. In a moment, a red Maserati passed by Lin Chen's Wuling Hongguang. What a fast speed! Whoosh! Lin Chen looked at it nonchalantly. What's so great about a Maserati worth only $1 million? Even my Lamborghini and Hermes are not that ostentatious. What Lamborghini? Lu Tingting looked at Lin Chen with curiosity, thinking that the man next to her was daydreaming. "Ha? No. No, no. What's wrong?" Lu Tingting was very curious. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Look at these two Maseratis in front. There is a hand asking for help." Lin Chen was sure that his intuition was correct. After all, in such a crowded lane, even a sports car wouldn't have to drive so fast. Something is fishy. Call the police immediately. Lin Chen's cold eyes flashed, he stepped on the accelerator, and shifted the gear of the Wuling magic car to 5th gear by moving the clutch. What's so great about a sports car? Is there anything that Wuling magic car can't do? Lin Chen smiled wickedly, and the two modified Wuling Hongguangs roared forward like wild horses. Chapter 6, Saving the Big Star Lu Yifei. Inside the Maserati sports car. "Help! Help!" Lu Yifei, Zhongqing's top star, danced and begged for help. A group of robbers kidnapped this wealthy celebrity for the purpose of extorting money. "Shut up! If you scream again, I'll cut your face with a knife." A fat man touched Lu Yifei's tender face jokingly, full of disdain. The other robber would occasionally slap Lu Yifei's slender and seductive thighs, and it was obvious that he was taking the opportunity to take advantage of her. Lu Yifei seems to see no hope. "Boss, someone is chasing us." "It's a Wuling Hongguang." The guy driving the car shouted at the fat man. "Wuling Hongguang? Get rid of him." "Boss, I understand. I just stepped on the accelerator to the bottom." After all, it was a sports car, so the acceleration was unstoppable. Lin Chen's Wuling and the robbers Masha staged a chase scene from the movie Fast and Furious. Lu Tingting loves this man with such a sense of justice even more. Martha knocked over all the street stalls, small shops and tricycles, causing great damage and resistance to the body of the vehicle. Lin Chen's Wuling was intact, and the modified engine and air intake system were even more visible. "Boss, there's a slope." The Maserati's chassis naturally couldn't withstand the climbing and was rubbed against the ground, producing sparks. "Fuck it, it's my car. It hurts." The fat and big-eared boss watched his Masha being damaged bit by bit, and was filled with anger towards Wuling behind him. He blamed everything on Lin Chen. Lu Yifei raised her beautiful eyes, she was very curious about which man dared to save her from the robbers. This pure beauty with a 95-point appearance is regarded as a saint as the goddess of Zhongcheng. She became popular after starring in The Condor Heroes. Lin Chen was quick in his research and seized the opportunity to overtake. He drifted around a big bend, and the rear end of the car quickly swung backwards and stopped directly in front of the Maserati. Maserati was forced to stop. "Fuck you, you're looking for death." The eldest brother got out of the car with a fierce look on his face, and the other two younger brothers also walked towards Lin Chen's Wuling. What should we do? The delicate Lu Tingting was a little scared. She was worried about herself, and even more worried about Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also panicked. After all, he only had a car and money now, but how could he be a match for the opponent in terms of fighting ability? "Brother, you guys misunderstood. I just wanted to drive fast." Before Lin Chen could explain, the boss punched him, and Lin Chen was dizzy. Thanks to 2 system check-ins, Lin Chen's physical fitness has improved slightly, and his ability to withstand beatings has also risen to a higher level. Otherwise, if the big man had punched him, Lin Chen would have fallen to the ground long ago. Dare you ruin my good deeds? The big man was furious and was about to swing his machete when the alarm sounded. Lu Tingting's call to the police was indeed helpful. The police arrived in time. The 3 big men quickly abandoned their car and left without even having time to drive their Maserati. Lu Yifei's beautiful figure ran over, and in her white dress she looked like a fairy. Are you okay? Thank you so much. I didn't expect that the pure and innocent aunt on the big screen still makes people want to protect her in real life. Lin Chen couldn't help but reach out and touch Lu Yifei's frightened cheek, wanting to comfort her. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Tingting was obviously jealous. As a big anchor, he felt a little dim in front of the big star. It seemed that Lin Chen's soul was taken away by his aunt. Is everyone okay? Let's go back to the police station and leave a record of the crime. When the police came running over, the robbers had already fled. The video of the Wuling Hongguang and Masha racing on the street had already been filmed by an eyewitness and posted online, ranking first on Jiangcheng Weibo's hot search list. Wuling and Masha staged a fast and passionate show. The popularity of this hot search remains high. When you click on it, the handsome face in the Wuling car is easily recognized as Lin Chen. The 4 words Apian Home on Wuling parking spaces were also noticed by the citizens, and Apian Home became popular because of this. The orders in the Apian store increased dramatically, and the owner was very grateful to Lin Chen for advertising his store. In fact, the surge in orders is also beneficial to teammate Lin Chen. He can complete more check-ins and get more surprises. Let's exchange WeChat accounts. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Lu Yifei wanted to repay Lin Chen, her benefactor, but she couldn't think of any good way at the moment, so she could only exchange WeChat accounts. Lin Chen held up the QR code, and the clever Lu Tingting quickly picked up her phone and scanned it. Lin Chen was a little bit unbelieving when 2 beautiful girls in Jiangcheng added him on WeChat at the same time. Lin Chen picked up his phone and saw that the automatically popped up hot search messages were filled with his heroic deeds. My fiancée is so brave, Zhao Yuro praised her man in the office building. After leaving the police station, Lu Tingting still followed Lin Chen desperately. Ding, there is new information in the system. Lin Chen realized that after completing the mattress order for Lu Tingting, the system should appear. Ding, connecting with the host. Since the host has completed the delivery, you have been given a chance to sign in. After signing in, you will receive a galaxy-based single-family villa. Sign in. Lin Chen signed in without hesitation. Xingyuan is the most luxurious residential area in the entire Jiangcheng. Even the Century Garden residential area where Yuro lives cannot compare to it. The residents of this community are all bigwigs from all over the country and even the world. It is said that a house is worth billions. I'll take you to see a house. Lin Chen started the Wuling Hongguang. He was a little hesitant whether he should change to a Lamborghini Hermes before going to such a high-end community. I always feel like it doesn't match up when driving a Wuling Hongguang. Lin Chen still did not change the car and drove the Wuling to Xingyuan in the suburbs. The security guards at Xingyuan are well informed and did not dislike the Wuling Hongguang. They know that the big guys living in this community are all very simple. After Lin Chen got out of the car, he was wearing very low-end clothes, and the 2 security guards hesitated. Is this really the owner of the community? It doesn't seem like it. The security guard muttered quietly. Until a pair of long legs walked out of Wuling, Lu Tingting's graceful figure was fully displayed under the ultra-short denim hot pants. With such a capable girl in the car, he must be a rich man. The security guard was certain that Lin Chen was a wealthy man. Lin Chen calmly took out the access card and room key that were automatically delivered to his pocket by the system and walked in. The greenery and environment of the community are like a paradise. Lu Tingting was completely shocked. She had originally wanted to support Lin Chen, but Lin Chen actually had such a luxurious villa. Wouldn't that make her a gold digger? After inserting the key and turning the door, Lin Chen's face was automatically entered, and Lu Tingting's face was also defaulted as the hostess of this villa. Chapter 7 Net Depression Cloud System. Welcome host Lin Chen and hostess Lu Tingting. The voice in the room played automatically. The facial scanning based on big data was really powerful. It could even call out the owner's name. Hearing that she was the hostess, Lu Tingting shyly jumped into Lin Chen's arms like a kitten. The slender arm rubbed against Lin Chen's chest. She was already falling more and more in love with the mysterious man in front of her. To prevent piracy of Xiaohu files, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable and you won't fall into traps. Lin Chen had already gotten used to Lu Tingting's initiative and clinginess, so the two of them went around to visit the two-story villa, which was nearly 1,000 square meters. The most exaggerated thing is the big bed in the master bedroom, which is 4 meters in size. Even if you dance on it, it won't feel small. When this smart villa matched the master and mistress to come to the bedroom at the same time, it automatically drew the curtains, turned on the dim lights, and an old-fashioned music disc played a very affectionate and soft music. Lu Tingting, who was already hanging on Lin Chen, became even more shy. She buried her little face in Lin Chen's arms and poked her head around like a kitten. Lin Chen was speechless about the intelligent system of this villa. Could it be that this system was forcing him to take down this long-legged girl next to him? The worst thing is that the machine bedside table also opened automatically, revealing a small Dudu brand umbrella. This. Shy Lu Tingting pulled Lin Chen's hand to her shoulder, and Lin Chen was a little at a loss. No, I'm a married man, I can't do this. Lin Chen reminded himself that he couldn't just harm a young girl. Lin Chen pushed Lu Tingting away and manually opened the curtains. Lu Tingting was obviously a little disappointed. Is it because I'm not attractive enough? No way, no boy can resist my temptation. Lu Tingting remembered how she had won the hearts of countless boys with this trick in the live broadcast room, but Lin Chen was unmoved. There is a long way to go. I don't believe I can't handle you. Lu Tingting was still very confident and pouted her little mouth proudly. I have to continue delivering goods. The number of orders has increased sharply today. The boss called me. Lin Chen returned to the topic and dragged Lu Tingting away from Xinghuan. Lin Chen sent the troublesome Lu Tingting back home, and he finally had some free time by himself. The next order was for a range hood. Lin Chen came to the store and quickly delivered the goods to Wuling. This order was also for an extremely high-end residential area, and the customer who opened the door was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Although some signs of age can be seen from the crow's feet and wrinkles, her skin is generally well maintained, especially her 36E figure, which is a stunner among women. 300,000, follow me. The rich woman looked at the handsome Lin Chen installing the range hood and fell in love with him. Lin Chen was completely confused. Could it be that being handsome is also a problem? I'm sorry, I have a good stomach and don't need to eat soft rice. Lin Chen glanced at the rich woman's 36E, but remained unmoved. Then 600,000 yuan, I will ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing, as long as you serve me well. Lin Chen still shook his head. 1 million. The rich woman puffed up her chest confidently, wanting to show Lin Chen that she was no worse than a girl in her 20s. The installation is complete. I have to leave now. Please sign your name. Lin Chen seemed to have no idea what was going on. If it were someone else, he would definitely have obeyed the rich woman. But now Lin Chen has a villa, a luxury car, and a domineering CEO fiancé. Except for the fact that he has no liquid cash on hand, he is already a winner in life and does not need to be supported by a rich woman. The rich woman snorted coldly, signed hastily, and kicked Lin Chen out. What's so great about being handsome? There are a lot of guys like you in the club, I don't even want one. The arrogant rich woman slammed the security door shut. Bang. Lin Chen is very depressed. Being handsome is also a mistake. Bite. The system is connecting with the host. Since the host's depression is detected, the net depression music function is specially matched. The host who signs in this time will get the net depression music library and singing voice. Although the system will only provide material rewards in the initial stage, it will also automatically match appropriate rewards based on the host's emotions and situations. Lin Chen was a little curious, what is NetEase cloud music? Could it be? In order to test it out, Lin Chen sang a song by Sister Nyo that was recently very popular in the corridor, light yellow long skirt, fluffy hair. Lin Chen was originally a music fanatic with poor pronunciation and rhythm, but now he has a throat like a singer. Is the system now able to automatically match rewards based on one's emotions? Lin Chen was overjoyed. After acquiring this skill, Lin Chen walked out humming a little tune. At this time, an announcement popped up in the mobile class WeChat group. Graduates of 2020, please come to school to attend the graduation ceremony on July 1st tomorrow. Due to the impact of the epidemic, Jiangcheng University of Technology, which could only hastily graduate online, also planned this graduation ceremony now. Lin Chen, who received the news and was about to get in the car, saw his university class monitor Chao Dake and the Cultural and Arts Committee member Zhao Zhezhe walking towards him arm in arm. He didn't expect that these two people would be fooling around together after graduation. Chao Dake was a well-known rich second generation in the school. It was said that he bought his position as class monitor with money. Zhao Zhezhe was even more famous for being a playboy. He changed as many as 40 partners in 4 years of college. Lin Chen vaguely remembered that Zhao Zhezhe secretly seduced him in the classroom on a rainy evening. Fortunately, he had strong self-control and did not fall for it. Oh, isn't this our class idol Lin Chen? How did he become like this now? Chao Dake mocked unscrupulously. At that time, many girls in the class had a crush on the handsome Lin Chen, and every boy was jealous. Hee, Zhao Zhezhe also laughed, thinking that it was a good thing that she didn't walk with Lin Chen in the first place. Hey, Wuling magic car? Seeing is believing. I heard that Wuling's magical car is invincible? Chao Dake deliberately turned his body towards the G-class in the parking lot not far away, implying that Lin Chen saw the gap in status between him and himself. Of course Lin Chen was disdainful. By the way, did you receive the class message? Remember to attend the graduation ceremony tomorrow. I'm also planning to have a class party after the ceremony. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Chao Dake hugged the charming Zhao Zhezhe and entered this high-end residential area. Lin Chen could tell from the back of his head that Chao Dake in his class was definitely trying to show off at the class party, but he just snorted coldly and drove away. Chapter 8 Graduation Ceremony. Graduation Ceremony of Jiangcheng University of Technology. The graduation ceremony was quite grand. The school even invited Jiangcheng's biggest star Louis Fei to attend the ceremony, and she sat in the first row next to the principal. Big stars are really different, they have extraordinary temperaments. It would be a blessing in this life to be able to perform on the same stage with Louis Fei. The losers in the audience were talking to each other. The first program at the graduation ceremony was the song Silence sung by Zhao Zhezhe, the Cultural and Arts Committee member. Zhao Zhezhe's singing voice is well known throughout the school. Coupled with her sexy and charming figure and body movements, she can focus the audience's attention on her graceful figure. No way, no way? No way, there are really people here to listen to music? The students in the audience had already stared with their eyes wide open, following the curvy Zhao Zhezhe left and right, forgetting that she was singing. Chao Dake was very satisfied with his girlfriend's performance on stage. My woman is so charming. After Zhao Zhezhe finished her performance, the whole school cheered one after another. The wanton Zhao Zhezhe walked off the stage with a straight step and twisted her hips, walked to Chao Dake, and sat down in his arms. At this moment, all the boys in the school were jealous of Chao Dake for having such a perfect girlfriend. Chao Dake turned around and did not forget to mock Lin Chen. How is it? Are you jealous of me? Lin Chen was indifferent. Looking at Zhao Zhezhe being so cheap, he even wanted to laugh. But there is no doubt that Chao Dake angered Lin Chen. The second program is from Lu Tingting, a well-known anchor who also graduated from Jiangcheng University of Technology. As an anchor for so many years, her singing voice has been polished to perfection. Lu Tingting is a beautiful anchor known to everyone in Jiangcheng, and her popularity and fame are even higher than Zhao Zhezhe. Zhao Zhezhe is only coquettish and dissolute, while Lu Tingting is more sweet and lovely. Hearing that Lu Tingting was more popular, Zhao Zhezhe in Chao Dake's arms was obviously unhappy. Lu Tingting walked onto the stage in a low-cut long dress. Her collarbone was so prominent and beautiful, and her delicate makeup was attached to her already smooth face. Lu Tingting walked onto the stage and saw the handsome Lin Chen in the crowd. She looked at him affectionately and played Karen mocks love. Of course Lin Chen knew Lu Tingting's intention, and he felt a little excited inside. Haha, the anchor is singing a love song to me. The narcissistic Chao De thought that Lu Tingting was looking at him, but in fact he was staring at Lin Chen behind him. I'm so envious. Could it be that the monitor and the beautiful anchor are having an affair? I don't know, the monitor is so awesome. Shenrui and Zhang Wei in the class looked envious. Because I never loved you. I'm afraid to face myself. The beautiful singing voice pierced the sky. After the first half of the performance, the beautiful Lu Tingting actually walked off the stage. The goddess wants to interact with us. Lu Tingting shook hands with her school friends one by one, and the faint scent of perfume made people linger. Lu Tingting walked straight towards Lin Chen and stretched out her slender jade hand when she stood in front of Lin Chen. Can I invite you to sing with me? Lu Tingting's charming and sweet voice is mouth-watering. Certainly. Chao Dake stood up and conceitedly smoothed his slicked back hair back. Zhao Jiajia stood up from Chao Dake's arms. She was obviously very annoyed that her man was going to run away with another beautiful girl. Shen Rui and Zhang Wei envied the squad leader Chao Dake more and more. He had a beautiful woman in his arms and a beautiful woman on the stage who invited him to sing with her. Lu Tingting simply ignored Chao Dake, who was pretending to be a drunkard, and took Lin Shen's hand in the crowd. Lin Shen felt a little moved when he was shown love like this in the middle of a graduation ceremony with thousands of people. Before Lin Shen could react, Lu Tingting took Lin Shen's arm and walked onto the stage. Lin Shen's handsomeness and Lu Tingting's beauty made them look like a newlywed couple walking on the red carpet. This couple is so well matched, aren't they? It's a perfect match, isn't it? In the whole audience, Lin Shen and Lu Tingting became the focus of attention. Only Chao Dake looked embarrassed, as if he had eaten shit, and clenched his fists to make Lin Shen pay back today's debt. The two walked onto the stage slowly, and Lin Shen activated the internet depression cloud trait that enriched himself. He amazed everyone as soon as he opened his mouth, and even Lu Tingting, who specialized in singing, was amazed by him. Lin Shen's delicate, moving and powerful singing voice quickly captured the hearts of all the girls. Even the big star Louis Fei in the audience was mesmerized by Lin Shen's singing. The duet between the two on stage was natural, like a perfect match, and it also pushed the graduation ceremony to a climax, with the whole audience cheering enthusiastically. Lin Shen, I want to give birth to a litter of monkeys for you. The little girls completely lost their immunity when they saw such a handsome boy with a good singing voice. Even Zhao Jiajia, who was beside Chao Dake, felt her heart beating fast and was completely fascinated by Lin Shen. The more crowded the scene, the more lively Chao Dake became. Lin Shen and Lu Tingting finished their performance amid cheers, and even the principal couldn't help but cheer for them. The principal specially invited the two to sit next to him, which meant they sat together with the superstar Louis Fei. The last highlight of the graduation ceremony was of course Louis Fei's dance. The graceful fairy walked onto the stage in a white long dress, and her glance back made people intoxicated. Louis Fei. Louis Fei. The scene is already on fire. Louis Fei bowed slightly and even made an invitation gesture to Lin Shen. It was obvious that she wanted Lin Shen to sing with her in the dance. Lin Shen was a little confused, but the naughty principal pushed Lin Shen onto the stage. Louis Fei invited Lin Shen to dance with her, on the one hand, to thank him for saving her life, and on the other hand, she felt that only Lin Shen's voice could match her dance. Can you sing Time to Say Goodbye? Louis Fei leaned close to Lin Shen's ear and asked softly. This intimate scene made all the boys present jealous. Meeting. After being possessed by the NetEase Cloud music system, Lin Shen could sing all the songs that he could find in the NetEase Cloud music app, even songs that did not have copyright. Accompanied by soft piano music, Lin Shen opened his throat, his voice was ethereal and beautiful. Louis Fei took soft dance steps, and the two complemented each other, just like Xiao Longnu and Gui Er in the movie The Condor Heroes. Louis Fei was also attracted by this boy who was slightly younger than her, but handsome, brave, and versatile. She could dance around Lin Shen with her light body. As the slender waist and the back of her hands wrapped around Lin Shen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who can resist such a beautiful woman? Lu Tingting was actually a little jealous in the audience. It was clearly the case that the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. As the music stopped, Lin Shen and Louis Fei bowed, and the performance was over. Good, very good. The principal stood up and presented the Outstanding Graduate Award to Lin Shen for his outstanding performance at the graduation ceremony. Logically speaking, this award should have been given to Chao Dake, who contributed money and effort to the graduation ceremony, but because of his explosive stage performance, it fell into Lin Shen's hands. Lin Shen naturally accepted the medal. Chao Dake in the audience was extremely angry and on the verge of exploding. Kid, just wait for me. After that, Chao Dake hugged Zhao Jiajia and left the graduation ceremony first. After the ceremony, Louis Fei thanked her benefactor Lin Shen again, and Lu Tingting left with Lin Shen. Chapter 9, Class Party. I also want to go to your class party tonight. Lu Tingting said in a coquettish voice. You are not in our class, what are you going to do? Lin Shen was helpless with this clingy little goblin. I'm not from your class. But I'm your girlfriend. Lu Tingting hesitated, but in her heart she was already certain that this man was her favorite. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't escape from Lu Tingting's clutches today, so he had no choice but to take her to the class reunion. At this time, there was new news in the class group. Chowdake, tonight at 7 o'clock, I will treat you at the Kaishin Hotel, everyone come at all members. Lin Chen smiled contemptuously when he saw the message, and then prepared to drive there with Lu Tingting. Lin Chen knew the purpose of Chowdake's visit. First, he wanted to show off, and second, he wanted to target him because he had snatched the honor of being an outstanding graduate. Lin Chen is no pushover either, he went there well prepared. Ever been in a sports car? Lin Chen asked the clingy and silly girl next to him. Sports car? I've seen it on TV, haha. Lu Tingting answered naively. Although Lu Tingting is a popular anchor with a monthly income of hundreds of thousands, she usually stays at home playing games and has no chance to drive a sports car. Generally, anchors in the outdoor section have more opportunities to come into contact with sports cars. Want to try it? Of course I do. Every woman wants to sit in the passenger seat of a luxury car. Don't you? Lu Tingting has already seen Lin Chen's multi-billion-dollar mansion, so it is reasonable for her to take out a sports car. Lin Chen drove the Wuling Hongguang and stopped next to a white supercar. This was a sports car that was more rare and expensive than Koenigsegg, Bugatti Veyron, and Ferrari Raphael Lamborghini Hermes. Lu Tingting jumped around like a kitten, touching this luxury car with beautiful lines. Lin Chen pressed the remote control, and the car door opened automatically. Sit in and feel it. Then Lin Chen pulled the electronic handbrake, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. His target was the gathering place, Kaishin Hotel. Today in the Triumph Hotel, Zhao Yuro, as the former boss, is discussing some final matters with the general manager Wang Hao. After all, the management of such a 7-star hotel cannot be neglected. Zhao Yuro left the Triumph Hotel and was also responsible for managing other businesses of the Zhao Group in Jiangcheng, such as Jiangcheng's #1 shopping mall North America New World, Jiangcheng's tallest office building Binjiang Building, and so on. At this time, Chowdake, who was the banker, had already put his arm around Zhao Zhejia's slender waist and sat at the table. Almost everyone else in the class had arrived. And Chowdake is still waiting for someone, that is Lin Chen. Chowdake made a vow in his heart that if he didn't let Lin Chen walk out of the Triumph Hotel on his belly today, he would not be a human being. Outside the gate of Triumph Hotel, Lin Chen drove the Lamborghini Hermes to a stop, and pedestrians around him were talking about it. This car was really eye-catching. There was even a traffic accident caused by a car owner on the road just to get a closer look at the supercar. When Lin Chen waited for the tall Lu Tingting to get out of the car, the two security guards recognized Mr. Lin at a glance. Hello, Mr. Lin. Boss Lin's sports car is so impressive. The two security guards greeted Lin Chen attentively. The boss is really different. The first time he came here, he was low-key in his Wuling Hongguang, but this time he casually drove such a luxurious supercar. The key is that there is such a pretty girl around. In the security guard's mind, Lin Chen is the typical representative of the local tyrant. In the Triumph Hotel, although the status of these guests is very distinguished, they still can't calm down when they see the Lamborghini Hermes at the door. I didn't expect that someone in Jiangcheng could afford such a luxury car. Even in Kyoto and Modu, no one can afford it. Who is the owner of this sports car? The high-end guests in the hotel were talking about it, and then they saw the handsome Lin Chen and the pretty girl Lu Tingting slowly walked in. Rented. Chowdake was absolutely certain. He had seen Lin Chen's Wuling Hongguang with his own eyes. How could this supercar be his? No, it was stolen. Chowdake corrected his mistake and prepared to question Lin Chen, who was walking towards him. Shen Rui and Zhang Wei also agreed that this sports car was stolen by Lin Chen. Lin Chen was about to sit down with Lu Tingting, but he was stopped by Zhang Wei unexpectedly. Wait. We are having a class party, we can't have a party with thieves. Confess quickly, where did you steal the sports car? Shen Rui also echoed. Chowdake sneered at the side. He wanted to see how embarrassed Lin Chen was. It's just a broken sports car, just for transportation, do you need to steal it? Lin Chen's remarks made everyone laugh. Only Lu Tingting believed that the man in front of her was definitely not lying. Boy, are you still being stubborn? Chowdake directly called 110, and the Jiangcheng City Police rushed over immediately after receiving the car theft report. Zhang Wei and Shen Rui were both waiting to see Lin Chen get embarrassed. After a while, several police cars were parked at the entrance of Triumph. The leading police officer was Officer Chang Jigua, who had previously received Lin Chen to take a statement. Officer Chang rushed in with such style. Chang, Officer Chang, Chowdake ran up to greet him happily. Unexpectedly, Officer Cheng ignored Chao Dake, walked towards Lin Chen with big strides, and held Lin Chen with both hands, very enthusiastically. This is what is going on. Chao Dake was stunned. What a coincidence, great hero, you are here too. I received a report and came here to perform official duties. Officer Cheng took the initiative to greet Lin Chen. Lin Chen's previous performance of rescuing Louis Fei in Fast and Furious made him very awed by Lin Chen. Has the robber been caught? We already have clues. We can bring him to justice within 3 days. I believe that our Jiangcheng police will be able to succeed immediately. Officer Cheng took the opportunity to raise Lin Chen's hand and introduce to all the bigwigs present the brave young man who had become a hot topic in Jiangcheng today. This guy is good, handsome and brave, various industry elites praised him. Okay. Chao Dake quickly stopped him, you are here to investigate the case, not to nag. This guy stole the sports car. The one at the door is his dirty one. Chao Dake pointed at Lin Chen's nose angrily, wanting to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself immediately. Zhao Zhejia clings to Chao Dake like a fox, it's really a husband and wife relationship. Oh? Is this true? Let me investigate. Officer Cheng sneered, walked to the door, took a look at the license plate, and called the police station. Help me check a license plate. Zhang ALC 666, look who the owner of this car is. Officer Cheng had just hung up the phone when the police station had already figured out the matter. Their efficiency is indeed good. Sir, the owner of the car is Lin Chen, 23 years old, a native of Jiangcheng. His ID number is 13018199701235014, and the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website shows that he just graduated from Jiangcheng University of Technology. Sir, do you have any questions? No more, that's it. Officer Cheng firmly believes that the 5 good youth who are brave enough to do what is right will not steal cars. He glanced at Chao Dake with contempt. Officer Cheng was very dissatisfied with such people who slandered others. How is this possible? How could this poor boy own a sports car worth billions? Chao Dake's pupils were infinitely dilated, and his back felt cold. Officer Cheng, you have worked hard. I won't send you off. Lin Chen saw him off with a smile, and Officer Cheng liked the young man in front of him very much. Officer Cheng left in the police car, leaving Chao Dake alone with a frown and confusion. Please sit down, the party has just begun. Lin Chen shouted. Chapter 10, Crazy Face Slapping Scene. Chao Dake never missed any opportunity to criticize Lin Chen, pointing at the abalone and Australian lobster on the table. I'm afraid you've never tasted these delicacies in your life? Today I will let you, a country bumpkin, open your eyes. Chao Daxin swore solemnly. Our class monitor Chao is treating us to a meal, and he's only serving these few inferior dishes? This is really lowering the standard of our class. Lin Chen picked up a piece of abalone with chopsticks and threw it back into the plate with disgust. What? You know you can't even afford this abalone even if you sell it. Shen Rue shouted while dancing and gesticulating. Waiter, do we have some of the most expensive dishes here? Lin Chen waved to the beautiful waitress next to him. The beautiful waitress bent her waist and came to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin. The clever waiter knew that it was Mr. Lin in front of him, but he didn't want to ruin his good opportunity to fill the cup. Mr. Lin, our shop's signboard is $3,300 seafood treasure curry. White truffle gold pizza for $2,510. Golden Phoenix cupcakes for $18,713. Diamond strawberry platter sold for $1,400,000. The waiter moved her cherry lips and served the dishes one by one. Lin Chen waved his hand to stop the waiter. Come one dish at a time, throw all the dishes on the table out and feed them to the dogs. Lin Chen's words were surprising. These dishes are considered the most expensive in the world. If you order one, it will cost at least 10 million yuan. The meal that Chao Dake ordered before must have cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Was he really just going to throw it away to feed the dogs? Several waiters quickly followed suit and packed up all the existing dishes on the table and threw them away. You kid, it's fun to order food, but don't run away when it's time to pay. Chao Dake looked at Lin Chen, who was pretending to be a drunkard, with disdain. Lin Chen naturally remained calm, even though he didn't have 10 million in cash, but the hotel was his own, so what was there to be afraid of? I have to praise the serving speed of Triumph Hotel. Nearly 10 world-class dishes were served in a short while. Chao Dake's eyes widened as he looked at the glittering golden dishes in front of him. Zhao Zhejia was also shocked by Lin Chen's arrogance and began to distance herself from Chao Dake. Under the dinner table, Zhao Zhejia's delicate feet rubbed Lin Chen's thighs intentionally or unintentionally, as if hinting at something. Lin Chen ignored her and kicked Zhao Zhejia's feet back. After eating only a few bites, Chao Dake couldn't wait to ask the waiter for the bill. "Waiter, our boss Lin, who drives a luxury car, is going to pay the bill. How much is this meal?" Chao Dake is anxious to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself. The hotel waiters were very sensible. They ignored Chao Dake's instructions, which made Chao Dake embarrassed. Lin Chen was secretly happy in his heart. He thought these waiters were very considerate. He would definitely give them a raise later. It was not until Lin Chen personally said check out that the waiter came over with the bill. "The total consumption this time is 12 million yuan, the waiter said sweetly. Lin Chen simply took out a shining Triumph card number 004 from his pocket, and the waiter nodded slightly and left. "What do you mean? Pay up the 12 million. What kind of crappy card is that? Why aren't you paying?" The ignorant Chao Dake still doesn't know about the existence of the Triumph card, which allows him to spend any amount of 80 million in the store. And even if Lin Chen doesn't use this Triumph card, he doesn't have to spend money because of his status as the boss. The other bigwigs in the hotel naturally knew the legendary Triumph card and were curious about Lin Chen's identity. "Call out your boss. Who is the legal representative of your hotel?" Chao Dake blushed. The waiter in front was speechless about this overestimating little Luo, and looked at Lin Chen helplessly. Lin Chen also smiled secretly. At this time, hearing some noise in the lobby, General Manager Wang Hao and Zhao Yuro came out. Yuro's gentle and royal temperament calmed down Chao Dake, who was dancing with joy. So beautiful. Shen Rue couldn't breathe when he saw the beautiful woman. Even Lu Tingting sighed that there was such a woman in this world, whose beauty was at least above 95 points. Little did she know that she was Lin Chen's fiancée. "Who are you? Are you the boss?" Chao Dake came to his senses and asked, pointing at the two men's noses. "I am the general manager of Triumph Hotel, and the person next to me is the former boss," Wang Hao explained impatiently. "What about your current boss? Call your current boss over here. I want to ask him if he cares about people eating and dashing." At this moment, Chao Dake was like an angry madman. Chao Dake's family background is just average. His parents are ordinary civil servants, and the family assets are less than 10 million. Because the graduation ceremony and this class reunion have already made him spend all his savings, and now he is not afraid of wearing shoes even if he is barefoot. "Sir, this is our current boss, Mr. Lin Chen." Zhao Yuro introduced Lin Chen to everyone in a sweet and gentle voice. The whole class was stunned. Normally, Lin Chen was just a good-looking loser who couldn't even afford a pair of real sneakers. How could he be the owner of a 7-star hotel? Chao Dawei and the people in front of him teamed up to deceive him until Wang Hao brought the photo of the legal person on the business license at the lobby entrance. With such a handsome face, there is no one else in Jiangcheng except Lin Chen. Chao Dake didn't dare to admit it, and threw the meal worth 10 million yuan in front of him to the ground, like a cornered mad dog. What he didn't know was that it wasn't just the dishes that were expensive, the broken blue and white porcelain plates were even more priceless, totaling nearly 30 million yuan. "Hello, is this Officer Chang? Someone is disrupting public affairs here, please come over and take a look." Lin Chen dialed Chang Jigua's number slowly. He did not stop Chao Dake from smashing things. After all, the more he smashed things, the longer he would stay in the cell. Oh, by the way, this person also deliberately slandered. Lin Chen did not miss any opportunity to counterattack Chao Dake. As the alarm sounded, the police took Chao Dake under control. The whole class was shocked when they saw this scene. "You fishermen, do you know who my father is?" "My father is Chao Guowei, deputy director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau." "Are you guys, a bunch of idiots, qualified to arrest me?" Chao Dake immediately called his father. Chao Dake, crying bitterly, quickly told Chao Guowei that he had been arrested by the police at the Kaishian Hotel and asked him to come over quickly. "Son, wait for me. Tell Chang Jigua not to mess around. If he dares to mess around, I will make him lose his job." As Chang Jigua's direct superior, Chao Guoshang had to obey orders and could only wait for Deputy Director Chao to arrive. Although Chang Jigua has been working in the police force for many years, he still has to be afraid of Mr. Chao's style of doing things. If Chao Guowei gets angry, even if Director Jiang Chengzheng comes, it will be useless. "Ha, wait and see how my dad will deal with you little brats when he comes, especially you, Lin Chen." Chao Dake looked at Lin Chen fiercely, as if he hated him to the core. Chapter 11 Overbearing CEO Zhao Yuro. Lin Chen was not panicked at all, and even wanted to laugh, because Zhao Yuro's uncle Zhao Dongsheng, the younger brother of his future father-in-law, was the director of the Public Security Department of Jiangbei Province. Comparing a deputy director of a district city with the director of the Provincial Public Security Department is like comparing an ant to an elephant. Zhao Yuro walked gently to Lin Chen's ear and said, "It's just a phone call from me." Lin Chen was confident and waited leisurely for Chao Dake's father to make a fool of himself. When Lu Tingting saw that the famous Jiangcheng strongwoman Zhao Yuro knew Lin Chen, she suddenly panicked. Where does this man come from? Am I not worthy of him? Lu Tingting doubted herself for a moment, but she became even more obsessed with the man in front of her. After a while, a burly man rushed in aggressively. This 1.6-meter tall middle-aged greasy man was Chao Dake's biological father, Chao Guowei, the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. "Let go of my son, Chang Jigua, you are so brave, I will fire you when I get back." Chao Guowei pointed at Chang Jigua's nose and cursed. Chao Dake climbed up like a dog, relying on the power of others, pointing at Lin Chen and asking for justice from his father. "Dad, there's this kid too. Catch him too." When Shen Rui and Zhang Wei, the two followers, saw the plot twist, they immediately stood on Chao Dake's side again. Zhao Jiajiao also hid in Chao Dake's arms like a fox. Lu Tingting supported Lin Chen unwaveringly. In fact, Zhao Yuro had already seen that Lu Tingting and Lin Chen were too close, but she also knew that she and Lin Chen didn't spend much time together, and feelings were cultivated slowly. Being unfaithful is every man's nature. Although Yuro was a little reluctant, she was not angry. "Chao Director Chao, your son has damaged public property. I am only acting in accordance with the law." Cheng Jigua told the truth, but Mr. Chao, who was angry, didn't listen at all. "Well, you're following the law, so I'm going to punish you for disobeying your superiors. I only have one precious son, and I won't let you touch a hair on him." Chao Guowei's tone is very firm. "Then what do you want to do?" Cheng Jigua asked cautiously. After all, he didn't want to lose this job. "Then arrest this brat. How dare you touch my son? I will interrogate him personally." Chao Guowei pointed at Lin Chen, wanting to vent his anger for his son. Lin Chen remained unmoved. No one else in the hall dared to say a word. "Want to touch him? You should also look at where you are. The Triumph Hotel is the territory of our Zhao family. We won't tolerate a small person like you running wild." Zhao Yuro turns on the overbearing CEO mode. Even Lin Chen can't learn this kind of overwhelming aura. Chao Guowei naturally knew that the noble lady standing in front of him was Zhao Yuro, and as a member of the police circle, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the business circle. But for the sake of his son, Chao Guowei did not give in. "Ms. Zhao, I know you are also a well-known figure, but I will definitely bring this person with me today." "You're shameless, aren't you?" Zhao Yuro's delicate eyebrows were filled with domineering aura, and even Wang Hao and Lu Tingting were frightened by this aura. Zhao Yuro called her uncle. "Hey, uncle, do you know Chao Guowei? Isn't this the deputy director of your Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau? What's wrong? He said he doesn't want to do this anymore, so you should help him get fired." "Ha ha ha, how did this brat mess with my precious niece?" "Uncle will do it right away, just one word. I'll explain it to you later. I'm hanging up now." Zhao Yuro put her hands in her pockets, waiting for Chao Guowei's dismissal letter to be officially issued. "Zhao. Director Zhao?" Chao Guowei had recognized Zhao Dongxing's voice on the phone. They both had the surname Zhao, but Chao Guowei never expected that Director Zhao and Zhao Yuro were related. How terrible is the Zhao family's network of relationships? Lin Chen didn't know much about the Zhao family either, and now he felt more and more that the Zhao family had a monopoly in Jiangbei province. Soon, newspapers all over Jiangcheng reported that the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Chao Guowei, had been dismissed. Chao Dake looked at Lin Chen in front of him, and he knew that he had lost miserably. Shen Rui and Zhang Wei, the two lapdogs, and the vixen Zhao Jiejia can also keep their distance from Chao Dake, fearing that they will be implicated. "Miss Xiao, I kneel down in front of you. Please don't do this." Chao Guowei knelt down in front of Zhao Yuro, but Zhao Yuro didn't even look at him. This kind of strong woman's swift and decisive actions are frightening. "Crawl over here and kowtow to that brother to apologize." Chao Guowei ordered his son to apologize to Lin Chen. Although Chao Dake was extremely reluctant, seeing that his father's official hat was in danger, he fell to the ground in front of Lin Chen, hugged Lin Chen's thigh and begged for forgiveness. Lin Chen kicked away Chao Dake's dirty hands and said calmly, "Get out of here. You don't need to go to jail anymore. From now on, you and your son from the Chao family will be treated as a pair of lower-class citizens." Lin Chen was still soft-hearted and did not let Cheng Jigua arrest Chao Dake for damaging public property. Lin Chen had already spoken, so of course Zhao Yuro would do as her fiancé wished. Seeing the Chao family father and son in such a state, Shen Rui and Zhao Wei felt a chill down their spines. Only then did they realize their mistakes and sincerely admired the man in front of them. Lin Chen. Since we are classmates, please take us in. We are willing to follow you." Lin Chen knew that these two people were not bad people, but they had lost their way by following Chao Dake. "Wang Hao, are there any vacancies in our hotel? See if we can arrange some for them." "Boss Lin, we are short of 2 administrative managers." "Okay, our university major is business administration, they should be able to take on this position." Lin Chen casually mentioned it, and Shen Rui and Zhang Wei got administrative management jobs with a monthly salary and bonus of 100,000 yuan, which is roughly the annual salary of an ordinary working-class person. "Lin Chen, thank you. Thank you so much, we will definitely do our best." Shen Rui and Zhang Wei increasingly regretted their previous attitude towards Lin Chen, and their eyes were filled with gratitude. On the other side, Zhao Jejia was also huddled in a corner in regret. She knew that there was no way she could make Lin Chen improve his opinion of her. Lin Chen glanced at the lifeless Zhao Jejia and said coldly, "Are you willing to be a waiter at the Triumph Hotel?" Zhao Jejia sat up suddenly. It was such an honor to be able to work as a waiter in such an environment. Besides, a monthly salary of 50,000 was already a high salary in Jiangcheng. In fact, Lin Chen also had his own selfish motives. With Zhao Jejia's beauty and figure, coupled with her charming aura, he would definitely be able to attract many big customers to the store. Having such a beautiful waitress could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro left the Triumph Hotel together. Yuro really helped Lin Chen a lot today. Chapter 12, Entering the Entertainment Industry. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to deal with Chao Guowei. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Yuro, who was as white as jade, affectionately beside him. "You owe me this, you have to pay it back later." Zhao Yuro pouted proudly, looking completely different from her previous overbearing CEO self. Lin Chen hooked Yuro's straight and tender nose, and then his hand moved up to hers involuntarily. Zhao Yuro also understood what he meant, and turned a blind eye as her fiancé, whom she had known for only a month, took advantage of her. The two were about to drive away. At the door, a sophisticated man with trendy clothes, sunglasses, pierced ears and makeup attracted their attention. This person took the initiative to walk towards Lin Chen and Yuro. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin? I am Su Shaogua, a talent scout from Orange Interactive Entertainment. On behalf of Orange Media, I sincerely invite you to join us." Although Su Shaogua looks rather flamboyant, his tone is very sincere, and he doesn't sound like a charlatan. "Me? When did I get spotted by a talent scout? Is it because I'm too handsome?" Lin Chen couldn't help but show off. Indeed. On the one hand, Mr. Lin has outstanding looks, and on the other hand, his singing voice is ethereal. It is really unforgivable for a perfect person like you not to be popular. Lin Chen then realized that it was because he became famous after singing at the graduation ceremony and was noticed by a talent scout. "Oh? You can sing too?" Yuro was full of curiosity about the mysterious man in front of her. Lin Chen shrugged and said, "Then I'll go with you to see how your media company is doing." With the mentality of giving it a try, Lin Chen brought Yuro and Su Shaogui to the entrance of an office building in the core CBD of Jiangcheng. The big words Orange Media were very eye-catching. It seems that this scout is not a liar. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This was simply a nest of celebrities. Almost all the big singers in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangbei province could be seen here. Isn't that my idol Kai Yilan? And that one? That's Angela Zhang. Although Lin Chen did not sing well in the past, he is a young artistic man. He likes to listen to music with headphones when he has nothing to do. He is very familiar with these famous singers. These singers are not only famous, but also look stunning up close, with long legs that are not inferior to Yuro next to them. Zhao Yuro was more or less worried when she saw the beauties coming and going. Deep down, she was reluctant for her fiancé to sign a contract with this record company. If you sign a contract with us, this office building will be your working environment. Aren't these big singers and beauties pleasing to the eyes? Su Xiaoguo really understood what Lin Chen was thinking, and continued to move forward with Lin Chen. The group came to the director's office. Director Shen, this is Lin Chen, the graduate who made a splash at the Jiangcheng Institute of Technology graduation ceremony. Su Xiaoguo introduced him to the director. Director Shen, also known as Shen Fang, is a senior music critic and has strong management skills. She has discovered and trained many big-name singers. Shen Fang nodded with satisfaction. She didn't expect that Lin Chen was not only a good singer, but also a handsome guy. Shen Fang, who was nearly 30 years old and had reached the age where her parents were forcing her to get married, couldn't help but be moved by the handsome man in front of her. Who is this? Shen Fang expressed curiosity about the beautiful woman next to Lin Chen who had a more powerful aura than herself. Oh, this is my fiancée. Lin Chen hurriedly introduced them, which gave Yu Rou some peace of mind. Since I have told everyone that I am a married man, I will not do anything wrong in this place where there are so many beautiful women. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen increasingly aroused Shen Fang's possessiveness, and this strong woman insisted on making Lin Chen her own. Okay, then please ask this lady to leave first. I want to interview Mr. Lin alone. Shen Fang did not hide her feelings. When she saw a woman who was more beautiful than herself, she showed her rejection without any concealment. Zhao Yuro, who had been in the business world for a long time, naturally understood what Director Shen meant. She could also see that Lin Chen had the idea of becoming a singer, so she left with an elegant step. Su Xiaoguo was also very tactful and gently closed the door of the director's office. Please sit down, we will start now. Shen Fang looks very stylish with her legs crossed. Pick a piece of background music and sing along. Let me hear your qualifications. No need for music, I can just sing a cappella. Lin Chen is very confident about the NetEase cloud music system. He can sing these Chinese and English songs with ease, and even German and Russian songs are no problem at all. I am who I am, a different firework. Lin Chen chose to sing a cappella the song I by Brother. This song can not only express emotions, but also show the pitch and level between high and low notes. Shen Fang had already been immersed in Lin Chen's heavenly and moving singing, and he wished he could arrange for Lin Chen to make his debut right now. Shen Fang was still not calm until long after Lin Chen had finished singing. Good. Very good. You are truly the best voice in China. The Chinese music scene will depend on you in the future. Believe me, under my guidance, you will definitely be able to carve out your own niche in the Chinese music scene. Shen Fang looks very confident. Lin Chen did not expect that professional music critics would give him such high praise. After signing the contract, Lin Chen became the singer officially promoted by Orange Media. One has to admire the professionalism of Orange Media. Within a short while, all the posters in the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng were pictures of Lin Chen. That handsome appearance is fully revealed in the poster. Even Jiangcheng Fashion magazine devoted a whole page to reporting on Lin Chen. Since Lin Chen had no experience, Shen Fang was still worried and invited Hu Yanbing to give him some guidance. Hu Yanbing, who can only be seen on TV, has an ugly face, but his voice is indeed nice. When Hu Yanbing heard Lin Chen singing, he was full of admiration. I thought I was a musical genius, but I never expected there really are gods in this world. Hu Yanbing stroked Lin Chen's Adam's apple and chest. Lin Chen's pronunciation technique was something that only well-known European and American masters could use. Even Hu Yanbing had only seen this kind of resonant pronunciation in music magazines. He can debut directly without any training, because no teacher can compare to him. Hu Yanbing said to director Shen Fang in shame. Shen Fang originally had a good impression of Lin Chen, and with the affirmation of Hu Yanbing, a more professional person, she decided to let Lin Chen perform on stage directly. There will be a concert at Jiangcheng Sports Center tomorrow. The celebrities who will be there include Mao Xiaoyi, Shui Xiaoqian, Lin Xiajie, etc. I will arrange for you to sing on the same stage with them, which will also increase your exposure. When you become a household name, you can release an album. At that time, our company will only take 40% of the album revenue, and you can take 60%. Lin Chen felt it was a bit sudden. Chapter 13, Uniqlo Fitting Room. Are you going to be on stage tomorrow? What if I mess up? That would be so embarrassing. Don't worry, you'll be guided by other music moguls, so you won't make any mistakes. Shen Fang entered Lin Chen's personal information and contract into the company system and gave Lin Chen a China Music Pass. What does this pass do? With this certificate, you can enter all large and small concerts, and music festivals in China for free, and no one will stop you. This is a privilege we have signed with the China Music Association. Musicians from other media companies don't have this benefit. Lin Chen put the card away and prepared to rush to deliver a few more orders. He couldn't wait to experience the new system rewards. Wait, what are you doing? Xin Fang called out to Lin Chen. What do you mean by I? Look at what you are wearing. Come shopping with me. I'll pick out some clothes for you. When Lin Chen first came in, Xin Fang disliked his clothes. Although Lin Chen looked outstanding, he was poorly dressed. Today's fans are very picky. They want idols to not only be handsome and talented, but also have good taste in clothes. Lin Chen's fashion sense is really bad, even the security guard couldn't stand it again and again. I think we don't want it, right? Before Lin Chen could fully agree, Xin Fang dragged him to North America New World, the largest shopping district in Jiangcheng. New World in North America is also Zhao's industry, which houses the world's top luxury brands, including Chanel, Dior, Gucci, and so on. Are you going to wear a suit or casual clothes? Seeing that Lin Chen had no experience in dressing, Xin Fang dragged him to Uniqlo. Although the clothes there were cheap, they were all the latest styles and in line with Lin Chen's youthful style. As a single woman who is almost 30 years old, Xin Fang really likes to see boys wearing this kind of youthful and energetic men's clothing. She quickly matched 3 or 4 sets of clothes for Lin Chen, including a white short t-shirt, jeans, overalls, a light-colored shirt, etc. Lin Chen came to the fitting room and was about to take off his pants, but he didn't expect director Xin Fang to follow him in. What are you doing here? Why can't I come in? Do you know which of these clothes goes with which? Lin Chen quickly thought of a shameful incident that happened in a Uniqlo fitting room in Beijing a few years ago. A couple did that kind of thing in the fitting room and filmed a video that was circulated online. At that time, this incident was turned into a nursery rhyme. Uniqlo, we are really cool this way. Today we are at Uniqlo, tomorrow we will be at the main road. Lin Chen naturally felt a little excited when he saw the mature woman in front of him with 36D breasts about to burst out. Xin Fang was seen getting closer and closer to Lin Chen and was about to touch his face. Xin Fang already had ideas about this boy. At her age, she is as wild and aggressive as a wolf. Xin Fang tentatively placed her arms around Lin Chen's neck and slowly raised her well-proportioned thighs. Her pure and lustful expression made Lin Chen unbearable. Do you want me to help you take it off myself? Xin Fang got close to Lin Chen's ear and launched the most fierce attack. That's not necessary, I can do it myself. Then Lin Chen pushed Xin Fang away. This was the first time Xin Fang failed. You are the first man to say no to me. Lin Chen's refusal made Xin Fang even more interested. She had to conquer the man in front of her. Lin Chen had been seduced by Lu Tingting in the bathroom, hinted at by Yang Zixin, and stayed in the same room with Zhao Yuro late at night without wavering, let alone being in the fitting room with Xin Fang, which would have crossed his bottom line. If I wanted it so badly, I would buy an item on TB. Lin Chen gave Xin Fang some heartfelt and good advice. You bastard. Xin Fang walked out of the fitting room shyly, her face flushed as she felt a mixture of love and hate for Lin Chen. When Lin Chen changed his clothes and walked out, he looked unprecedentedly youthful and sunny, with a celebrity-like appearance. Even the Uniqlo waiter couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. This handsome guy is too handsome, isn't he? What a divine appearance. I want to give birth to a bunch of babies for him. Several waiters were talking about Lin Chen. Xin Fang's eyes were determined, even the popular Wang Xiaobo and Xiao Yizhan in China were not as handsome as Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also very satisfied with his outfit and was ready to pay, but his entire outfit cost less than 800 yuan, and the total cost of these 3 outfits was 1,500 yuan. Embarrassed Lin Chen turned around and looked at Xin Fang. I don't have enough money. Although Lin Chen is worth billions, his liquid cash is basically zero, which also troubles him. Xin Fang rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and made the payment successfully by swiping her bank card. We will simulate the process at Jiangcheng Sports Center tomorrow morning and officially start in the evening without any mistakes. Remember not to be late. After instructing Lin Chen, Xin Fang left quickly. As an important figure in Orange media, her work was indeed very heavy. Choosing clothes with Lin Chen personally was already a great favor to him. Lin Chen also had to rush back to the furniture store to deliver the goods, as today's delivery task had not been completed yet. The next order was to deliver a massage chair. He was very familiar with this order. The customer was his childhood friend Guo Qinxue. The massage chair at Guo Qinxue's home was broken. In order for Lin Chen to earn some commission, he could buy one at a Pian home. Guo Qinxue is the kind of cheerful and funny girl. There is always joy wherever she is. She is also a full-fledged JK. She likes to wear JK uniforms on the street and to school, and her rate of returning heads is super high. With her tall and slender figure, JK always has a lot of boys pursuing her, but Guo Qinxue has always been very good friends with Lin Chen. If Zhao Yuro's appearance can be rated 95, then Guo Qinxue can definitely be on par with Yuro. The only difference is that one has a cool temperament, and the other has a funny temperament. Lin Chen wanted to drive his own Lamborghini to let Guo Qinxue see that Brother Chen is now completely different from before, but he couldn't give her a massage chair sports car, so he could only drive a Wuling Hongguang. Guo Qinxue's home is in an old residential building. Although this building is old and dilapidated, it is the most expensive school district house in Jiangcheng. Next to this old house are the best kindergartens, elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools in the city. Guo Qinxue's family is also a family of scholars. It is precisely because Guo Qinxue grew up in such an environment that she has been on the rise since high school. Her grades have always been the best in the school. In the first half of the year, she was admitted to Zhangbei University as a graduate student. She will start her first year of graduate school in September. Zhangbei University is the best university in Jiangbei Province, second only to Kyoto University and Shanghai University in the country. Pushing open the door of Guo Qinxue's home, the familiar and beautiful face came into view, and Guo Qinxue jumped towards Lin Chen. The relationship between the two is so good that it cannot be described in words. Guo Qinxue has a very good impression of Lin Chen in her heart. She likes the handsome Lin Chen. Lin Chen was naturally also interested in Guo Qinxue, but he already had a fiancée and could not delay this sensible girl any longer. It's been so long since we last met, you're still so handsome? When Guo Qinxue saw Lin Chen, her heart started beating fast. You are still so beautiful. The two praised each other and hugged each other affectionately. Now you are a pop star, your photo is on every headline. Guo Qinxue looked at Lin Chen with satisfaction. She had always believed that Lin Chen would be able to make a name for himself. Then you will have celebrity friends in the future. I will be performing on stage at the sports center tomorrow. Please come with me. Lin Chen specially invited Guo Qinxue. Guo Qinxue had gone through a whole year of painful postgraduate entrance examinations and of course wanted to relax, so she agreed without hesitation. Chapter 14, Justice. As Guo Qinxue signed for the order, the system arrived as promised. Ding, the system and host are connected. The host will receive 5 billion yuan in cash for this sign-in. Please confirm your sign-in. Sign in. What Lin Chen lacks most now is cash. If the 5 billion had come earlier, he wouldn't have been unable to even pay for his clothes just now. Your construction bank card with the last number 6247 has received 5 billion yuan, please check it. Lin Chen couldn't believe it when he received this text message. Lin Chen now has a car and a house, plus 5 billion in assets. There is no doubt that he is already a strong competitor for the top tier of Jiangcheng rich people. In addition, if he marries Zhao Yuro, the Zhao family's assets will also be more or less used by Lin Chen. Then we'll see you tomorrow. Lin Chen left Guo Qinxue's home. Then he drove Wuling Hongguang back to his Galaxy Bay villa to spend the night. He had never really experienced his own villa. As soon as the security guard at the door saw the Wuling Hongguang, he knew that Lin Chen had arrived. There were hundreds of sports cars in the entire community, but these one or two Wulings were the focus and very conspicuous. Lin Chen just got off the car, and there was a crowd of people outside the gate of the community. Logically speaking, Xingyuan has good public security, so how could they allow a crowd to cause trouble? Curious Lin Chen looked over and saw a mother and son who were scavenging and crying. A burly owner next to them was cursing at the mother and son who were using their hands to push their abdominal muscles. Do you know who you are? Do you know what neighborhood this is? Is this the place where you beg? My shoes are dirty, what do you say I should do? This burly man was wearing a gold necklace, holding a cigar, and carrying a briefcase made of some kind of leather. The Bentley car key on his hip was very eye-catching. It turned out that the mother and son who were scavenging were sleeping at the gate of Xingyuan community, but the big man didn't see them and mentioned them by mistake. The big man insisted that his shoes were dirty, so he cursed. Although the property manager of Galaxy Bay also stepped forward to coordinate, he had no choice but to not offend the owner, and could not do anything to punish the vulnerable scavenging mother and son. "Brother, we really can't afford to pay for your shoes. Please forgive us. Can't we just leave? Uncle, let us go." The mother and son cried bitterly and begged the unreasonable man in front of them. Because it rained heavily during the day, the only place to shelter from the rain within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was outside the gate of Xingawan community. They also knew that this was an upscale community, but there was really no way for them to come here to take shelter from the rain. The owners coming and going in Xingawan all stopped to watch. Most of the wealthy people were kind-hearted and they consciously stood on the side of the scavenging mother and son. However, the owners of this community all had extraordinary backgrounds and no one dared to stand up to seek justice. "Shut up." The two powerful words were particularly noticeable amid the scolding. Everyone turned around and looked at Lin Chen, who was in his early 20s but looked extraordinary. What's the point of bullying a weak mother and her son? Lin Chen walked into the crowd and personally helped the lying scavenger lady to sit up. "Young man, don't worry about me. I am the one who is sorry for this big brother." The scavenger lady didn't want to implicate Lin Chen and wanted him to leave. Lin Chen was moved by the scene before him, and he decided to take care of the matter. "This boy is so brave. We are not as good as a boy." The big bosses and owners who were watching praised Lin Chen highly, but they were also worried about what Lin Chen would face next. "What the hell? What the hell do you want here? Get out of here." The big man put out his cigar and seemed about to get angry. If Lin Chen left now, it would still be in time. "I thought that the people in Xingawan were all upper-class people from Jiangbei, and they were also highly qualified people. I didn't expect that there would always be a few rotten maggots." Lin Chen's words were very harsh, and the big man naturally couldn't stand listening. "Boy, ask around 10 miles to find out who I am before you speak. How dare you?" "Oh? May I ask who you are?" "I am Duan Long, the general manager of the largest shopping mall in Zhangcheng, North America, New World. Everyone calls me Brother Long. If you call me Lord Long today, I will forgive you for what happened. But if you insist, I will let you have a taste of my power." Lin Chen laughed again. "New World of North America, isn't this the property of the Zhao Group? What's there for you, a worker for them, to be proud of?" Duan Long's sore spot was touched and his face turned red. Indeed, with Duan Long's identity, he could not have his own villa in Xingawan. In fact, he was kept by a rich woman 20 years older than him, so he could live in this villa. The one who supported Duan Long was Li Lixia, a well-known female businessman in Zhangcheng. She was the owner of the Wohushan mine, the largest mine in Zhangcheng. Although her net worth was not as high as Zhao Donglai's, she was still right behind him. With Li Xixia's support, Duan Long is qualified to challenge anyone in Zhangcheng. "Why are you so arrogant? Do you have money?" Lin Chen wanted to defeat this man in the area that he was most proud of. "I am rich, so what? The money in my bank card can kill you if converted into cash." Duan Long's tone was indeed harsh, but Lin Chen had just received 5 billion in system rewards today, and he could crush the greasy man in front of him in minutes. "I'm just afraid you're just pretending. Who can tell whether you're really rich or not?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes at the man in front of him. "Well, let's play big today. No matter how much assets and real estate we have, let's see who has the most cash on them. Each of us transfer 10 million to this property manager. Whoever runs out of money first will admit defeat. As for the loser, this money has nothing to do with you." Duan Long was very confident. He dared to assert that no one in the entire Jiangcheng would have more liquid assets in the bank than he did. Because Li Cixia was worried that her account would be stolen, she always liked to transfer her assets to Duan Long's name. "Don't you dare make a sound." "Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Let everyone be a witness." Lin Chen vowed to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. The scavenging mother and daughter around were shocked by the quarrels between the rich people. "Are all the money transferred in tens of millions?" To be on the safe side, Lin Chen called Kaishian manager Wang Hao. "Help me find out where this Duan Long came from." Lin Chen never fights an unprepared battle. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Soon, Lin Chen received a message from Wang Hao through his Bluetooth. "This Duan Long is the general manager of New World North America. He is considered Zhao Yuro's subordinate, but this Duan Long should not be underestimated. He is the male lover of Jiangcheng's wealthy woman Li Cixia. Give him a rough estimate of how much cash he has available." Lin Chen turned his head in the crowd and asked Wang Hao in a low voice. I guess it's 2 billion at most. Li Caishia's available funds are all in the mine. If they make money, they will build a factory to expand production. They usually don't save the money. Wang Hao's words gave Lin Chen a shot in the arm. Chapter 15, Who has more money? Let's get started. What are you still wasting time on? Lin Chen first scanned the code and transferred 10 million yuan to the property manager's account. Good boy, don't be complacent. Duan Long also transferred 10 million. After several rounds of transactions, the two people have each transferred out 1 billion yuan. Now the property manager has a total of 2 billion yuan from two people. These two people are too scary. How could they have so much money on them? Although the audience around are all big bosses, they may also have a net worth of 1 billion yuan, but they can only take out a few hundred million at most. It is not an ordinary person who can casually take out 1 billion. Come again. Lin Chen has 5 billion on him, and a mere 1 billion is less than 1/5 of it. Come again. Duan Long was not afraid either, he still had more than $1 billion, and he had only used less than half of it. As the property manager's account balance gradually soared to 4 billion, Duan Long was completely panicked. This kid. How come this kid still has money? This shouldn't be possible. Duan Long looked at the balance in his phone and saw that there was only 200 million yuan left. Moreover, this money was the startup capital for the new business that Li Caixia had deposited into his account. If he lost it all, wouldn't it be? Oh? You're out of money? If you're out of money, just admit defeat. I'll gladly accept your 2 billion. Lin Chen looked at the dithering man impatiently. Oh, no money? How can I? Duan Long didn't believe in evil, he believed that Lin Chen would lose in just a few rounds. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen transferred money in units of 10 million without blinking an eye, and the money flowed out like tap water. It was not until Duan Long transferred out the last 10 million yuan he had that he was completely stunned. Duan Long looked at Lin Chen in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief, and he looked like his soul had left his body. I understand. You've admitted defeat. Then all 4.4 billion will be mine. Lin Chen was about to transfer all the money in the property manager's account to himself when Duan Long roared. Joke. After that, Duan Long called Li Caixia, and a woman who was nearly 60 years old but well-spoken answered the phone. Caixia, something happened here. Duan Long told Li Caixia everything that happened at the scene truthfully. Li Caixia was very smart. If she lost, more than 2 billion in cash would be wasted. I still have 800 million here, I'll give it all to you, you must not lose. Li Caixia was of course anxious, because the money on Duan Long was basically hers. If it was gone, her position in Jiangqing's business community would be shaken. Duan Long, who received a payment of 800 million yuan, became furious again. The audience around was already stunned. Let's not transfer 10 million at a time, let's just transfer 100 million directly, it will be faster this way. Duan Long's proposal just suits Lin Chen's appetite. In fact, it is not impossible for Lin Chen to transfer the money in units of 500 million. After a few rounds, Duan Long ran out of ammunition and food again. If you lose, you must admit it. I let you bully the weak again. Now you get your retribution, right? Good job, little brother. The people around testified one after another, stopping Duan Long from cheating and not paying. Aye. Brother, I was wrong, I didn't recognize the real man. Please give me my money back. Lin Chen was certainly not stupid enough to send back the 3 billion he had obtained, so he immediately transferred all the 6 billion on the middleman property manager's mobile phone to his own account. Adding the remaining 2 billion yuan from Lin Chen now has a total of 8 billion yuan in liquid funds. Ha, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? This is also a lesson for you. Lin Chen had no intention of returning the money. By the way, you should think about how to explain this to your rich wife. Lin Chen revealed the secret that Duan Long was being kept by someone in public. With his reputation ruined, he ran away from the scene as fast as he could. So she was kept as a pet. No wonder she's so rich. How can a grown man like you be kept by someone? It's so embarrassing. Everyone was talking about it. Lin Chen came to the scavenging mother and son and transferred 200,000 yuan to them. Nowadays, scavenging also requires QR codes to receive payments, so mobile phone transfers are not uncommon. The scavenging mother and son were moved to tears, their eyes filled with emotion. The owners and property management staff of Galaxy Bay are all curious about the origins of a man in his early 20s like Lin Chen. Even if he is a second-generation rich man, he can't be so rich. Everyone watched Lin Chen's graceful back as he left, and they all gasped. In the senior office of Wohushan Mine, Li Caixia was furious and threw antiques worth millions of yuan on her desk to the ground. After learning the truth, he couldn't calm down for a long time and he was determined to avenge himself. Lin Chen? Zhao Donlai's son-in-law? Just wait. Li Caixia gnashed her teeth, thinking about how to carry out the revenge action. Lin Chen returned to the villa, looking a little tired, and lay down directly on the 4-meter-long bed. Lin Chen heard that the mattresses in Galaxy Bay Villa cost 70,000 yuan, and they were really comfortable to lie on. Master, why didn't the mistress come back with you? Xiaohu documents are protected from piracy. If you are looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable without pitfalls. The intelligent voice system in the room took the initiative to chat with Lin Chen. Apparently, Lu Tingting was defaulted as the hostess by the room system last time. That's not the hostess, that's just a friend of mine. Lin Chen explained helplessly to the room's intelligence system. A liar must swallow 1,000 needles. The intelligence system didn't believe that these two were just ordinary friends. I don't want to talk to you. I'm so thirsty. Lin Chen stretched and felt very tired. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's words "I'm so thirsty" triggered the villa's intelligence service system. The refrigerator in the kitchen next door automatically took out a can of ice cola and delivered it to Lin Chen through the transmission system in the room. Fuck, this is too high-end, isn't it? What kind of fairy villa is this? Lin Chen drank it in big gulps with great enjoyment. After being praised, the intelligence system took the initiative to provide massage services to Lin Chen. The huge robotic arm stretched out in front of Lin Chen and started massaging. During the comfortable service, Lin Chen quickly fell asleep. Master, get up, master, get up. Before 7 o'clock the next day, the intelligence system woke up Lin Chen. Are you crazy? Why did you wake me up so early? Lin Chen, who was in a bad mood when he woke up, complained about the villa's intelligence system in dissatisfaction. Since you didn't adjust the alarm time, the system defaults to 7 o'clock. Lin Chen was speechless about the system, but he had to start training at the sports center at 8 o'clock, so Lin Chen walked out with sleepy eyes. In the warehouse, Lin Chen drove his Lamborghini Hermes. After all the people present today are well-known Chinese stars, and I can't let them down. Lin Chen arrived at the sports center before 8 o'clock. The sweet and lovely Guo Qinxue had been waiting for him at the door for a long time. Today, Guo Qinxue's style is the same as usual, a smart white waist-bearing shirt and a light green JK skirt, paired with a pair of Converse cloth shoes. She looks youthful and cute, making people reluctant to take their eyes off her. Hey, is this your car? Guo Qinxue was surprised to see Lin Chen getting out of a luxury car. Chapter 16, Targeted by a Villain. Where did you rent this car? Guo Qinxue still couldn't believe it. In her impression, although Lin Chen is handsome, his family background is relatively ordinary and he has no money to afford such a luxury car. After 3 days of absence, you are now looking at me with new eyes, right? There will be many more surprises for you in the future. Lin Chen touched Guo Qinxue's head, and the two came to the entrance of the sports center. Since the morning is the time for equipment debugging and musicians auditioning, the flow of people is not very large. Please show your pass. The security guard at the door stopped Lin Chen. Lin Chen was just about to show the Chinese musician pass that Chen Fang gave him yesterday when he heard a familiar voice behind him. He doesn't have a pass. How can he get into a concert of this level? The person speaking behind him was Lin Chen's former neighbor, Sun Zhang. Sun Zhang grew up in the same compound as Lin Chen, but Sun Zhang looked down on the poor Lin Chen since he was a child. Since Sun Zhang's musical talent was discovered very early, he later successfully became the director of music scene operations. In other words, Sun Zhang arranged all the equipment debugging, rehearsals, and stage design for all the live concerts and music festivals in Jiangqing City, big and small. Sun Zhang knew that Lin Chen was tone deaf and had no money to buy thousands of yuan worth of music festival tickets, so how could he get in? Hello, Director Sun. The security guard greeted Sun Zhang immediately when he saw him. Hey! Isn't this our great artist? Lin Chen greeted him perfunctorily. Now you have the courage to come to such an elegant place? Back then you were the most unsophisticated one. Sun Zhang taunted Lin Chen. We are rehearsing. Even if you bought a ticket to watch, you should come back at night. Please leave here quickly and don't disturb our work. Sun Jiang had a look of disgust on his face, and seemed to feel unlucky when he saw Lin Chen. Guo Qinxue couldn't stand Sun Jiang in front of her who was bossing others around, so she stuck close to Lin Chen. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm not an audience member, I'm a guest performer. Lin Chen took out his Chinese musician pass. With this certificate, no one could stop him. Sun Jiang was very shocked. How could a music fanatic back then have a musician's pass? Sun Jiang flipped through the list of special guests in his hand with half belief and half doubt, and sure enough, Lin Chen's name was on the list. Lin Chen will not only perform on stage, but also sing with big names like Lin Xijie and Shui Xiaoqian. The security guard immediately let Lin Chen in when he saw his pass. As soon as he entered the venue, Lin Chen saw Hu Yanbing, who knew him yesterday. When Hu Yanbing saw Lin Chen, he took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Only he knew that the most amazing singing voice today must have come from the talented musician Lin Chen. Sun Jiang, who followed closely behind, was dumbfounded when he saw that a big shot like Hu Yanbing took the initiative to talk to Lin Chen. Good boy, you wanna hit me in the face? Let me show you how I can embarrass you. Sun Jiang had already had evil ideas in mind. He planned to tamper with the music and instruments during the official performance in the evening so that Lin Chen would be embarrassed in front of millions of Jiangqing citizens. The morning audition ended quickly and went quite smoothly. Sun Jiang was shocked that Lin Chen had such a heavenly voice. Guo Qinxue was also very curious. They were childhood friends, but she didn't expect Lin Chennan to change so much after growing up. At the lunch, the famous star Hu Yanbing invited Lin Chen and Sun Jiang to the restaurant in the sports center for lunch, and there was no doubt that Guo Qinxue was also there. At the dinner table, Sun Jiang sat next to Guo Qinxue, his eyes repeatedly glancing at Guo Qinxue's proud figure and her pair of glowing white legs. Good legs. Sun Jiang's mouth was almost drooling. Sun Jiang has seen hundreds of beautiful female stars, but he has never seen such a youthful type. Pa. Sun Jiang deliberately used his elbow to rub the milk on the table to the edge of the table, and it spilled right onto Guo Qinxue's chest. Ah. Guo Qinxue couldn't help but scream when she saw a lot of white liquid on her body. More importantly, the pink suspenders inside were faintly visible, and the cunning Sun Jiang was secretly happy. Lin Chen quickly put his coat on Qinxue, picked up Guo Qinxue with both hands, and walked out. You two eat first. Lin Chen said as he walked out. Guo Qinxue was as well behaved as a kitten in Lin Chen's arms. It was inevitable that her heart was beating fast when she looked at Lin Chen from such a close distance. You're hugging the girl I like? Just wait for me. Sun Jiang bared his teeth, wishing he could destroy Lin Chen. Lin Chen carried Guo Qinxue to the nearest Michelin hotel, which is a 6-star hotel in Jiangqing second only to the Triumph Hotel. Guo Qinxue, who was wet all over, needed to take a shower and change clothes. Let's not go in. It's too expensive. Even if we rent a room by the hour, it will cost tens of thousands of yuan. Guo Qinxue persuaded Lin Chen. In Lin Chen's eyes, tens of thousands of yuan are just like a few yuan. He wouldn't even blink an eye when renting an hourly room here. After checking into the room, Lin Chen carefully put Guo Qinxue on the bed and went into the bathroom to adjust the temperature of the bath water. Guo Qinxue is full of affection for Lin Chen, who is gentle and considerate in every way. Hello, is this New World North America? Please pack 10 sets of JK uniforms for me and bring them to room 306 of the My Kairouai Hotel. Lin Chen was generous enough to buy Guo Qinxue 10 sets of JK for her to choose from. Guo Qinxue was moved and her face was full of admiration. After Guo Qinxue changed her clothes, the two of them took a short rest and it was already afternoon. The official performance is about to begin. The Jiangqing Sports Center was already packed with people, and all the people of Jiangqing were looking forward to today's star-studded concert. Lin Chen and the exquisite Guo Qinxue walked out of the hotel and came to the backstage of the venue, where the performance had officially begun. The first to perform were the TF group. Although the three little ones are relatively young, they have already become global idols with extremely high traffic and attention, and the scene is already boiling with excitement. Follow me, left hand, slow motion, right hand, left hand, slow motion replay. The familiar melody echoed over the stadium, and the audience below sang along in unison. Yi Yang Baishi, I love you, I want to marry you. Wang Junkai, I love you. The cheering fans in the audience can only be described as crazy, and Lin Chen also hopes that one day he can receive such strong support. The second program was the song Bubble sung by the popular young actress Deng Ziqi. Deng Ziqi, who became famous through the talent show, is now a household name and a talented female singer. Lin Chen was already eager to try, because the next show was his. Sun Jiang was secretly happy on the stage. "You kid, just wait for bad luck today." He was already prepared to frame Lin Chen. As Deng Ziqi bowed and finished singing, Lin Chen slowly walked onto the stage. The audience is of course both familiar and unfamiliar with Lin Chen. They are familiar with him because he has been on the hot search list of Jiangcheng, once for bravely saving Louis Fei, and also because of the posters of Orange Media. Chapter 17, You Dare to Bully Guo Qinxue? The reason for their unfamiliarity was that they had no idea how good Lin Chen's singing skills were. The audience was completely silent at this moment, forming a contrast with the madness that had preceded it. Lin Chen will bring you the English song Scarborough Fair by Sarah Brightman today, which is hailed as one of the most beautiful songs in the world. As the prelude sounded, Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in his own world. The internet depression cloud system in Lin Chen's body also began to work, continuously transmitting to every cell in Lin Chen's body. Scarborough Fair? Singing such a difficult song right at the start? Can he handle it? I'm afraid you're overestimating your own abilities. The audience expressed doubts about Lin Chen's ability. Only Guo Qinxue prayed for Lin Chen with her hands folded. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Lin Chen used the European and American chest pronunciation and invested enough emotion, combined with his deep and heavenly voice, conquered the audience at the beginning. Wow! Wow! What a treasure boy, a musical genius! Hu Yanbing in the backstage was not surprised by Lin Chen's performance. He would not be surprised no matter how perfect Lin Chen's performance was. He also knew that Lin Chen's limit was not limited to this. Damn it, I'll let you shine? Sun Jiang glanced coldly, aimed his gaze at a huge red button and pressed it, and the background music on the scene was immediately turned off. Buzz buzz buzz. The tearing and roaring sound emitted by the on-site equipment is simply noise. The audience covered their ears as the noise from the equipment caused them ear pain. In addition, Sun Jiang did not give up and even played Happy Birthday on the spot. What the hell is this? What's going on? The situation was in chaos and I couldn't even concentrate on listening to the concert. The biggest victim is of course Lin Chen. He naturally knows that it was all Sun Jiang's doing. Net Depression Cloud System, start the live 3D surround system. At this moment, Lin Chen's throat became a high decibel live subwoofer, suppressing the noise on the scene. Tell her to find me an acre of land. The whole song reached its climax. All the audience ignored the chaos of the equipment and sang along with Lin Chen. The atmosphere was very beautiful. Amid cheers and applause, Lin Chen bowed and left the stage. This boy sings so beautifully, I become his fan. You sound so good, and you're so handsome. I'll be your biggest fan from now on. After singing one song, Lin Chen has gained countless fans. Sun Jiang was so angry that his teeth itched. Not only did he not embarrass Lin Chen, but he also achieved the opposite effect by highlighting his singing skills. Jiangcheng City showed Lin Chen's singing performance to all citizens through live broadcasts on the internet and TV, and he became the topic of conversation among people after meals. In Lu Tingting's live broadcast room barrage. Go to Jiangcheng TV and watch Lin Chen. He sings so well. He's handsome and sings well. Everyone was talking in the barrage, and in a short while, the popularity of Lu Tingting's live broadcast room dropped by more than 100,000. Lin Chen? Lu Tingting muttered and turned on the live broadcast of the concert. The next program was a song sung by Lin Chen, Shui Xiaoqian, and Lin Xiajie. Brother Chen? That's great, right? Lu Tingting's heart was beating fast as she cried with joy seeing her beloved boy becoming the center of attention. But Lu Tingting is still a little worried. Now that Lin Chen is already a popular lover, will her chances be even smaller? Concert scene. It was already dark and the party was reaching its climax. As Lin Chen, Lin Xiaojie, and Shui Xiaoqian stepped onto the stage at the same time, screams could be heard from above the open-air stadium. The three sang Lin Xiaojie, she said. This love song has different feelings in the three people's voices. But Lin Chen's singing is the most flavorful. Sun Jiang clenched his fists backstage. He originally wanted to continue making trouble, but there were two other big names on the field, so he was a little worried. I'll let you go today, but don't let me catch you again next time. Sun Jiang left the backstage control room in a rage. Bang! Snap! With hundreds of fireworks unfolding brilliantly in the sky, the evening party ended successfully. Shenfang was very pleased in the audience, because there was no doubt that Lin Chen would become very famous after tonight, and Orange Media would also make a lot of money from it. This was a win-win deal. Guo Qinxue clenched her fists and jumped around excitedly in the audience. Looking at Lin Chen's perfect performance, she wanted to hug him and kiss him in the morning. Just as Guo Qinxue was looking at Lin Chen on the stage wholeheartedly, a big evil hand was reaching out to her. She felt a heat at the base of her thigh, and when she looked down, she saw it was the back of a man's hand. Guo Qinxue looked back in panic and found that it was Sun Zheng. You let me go." Sun Zheng completely ignored the weak Guo Qinxue's resistance and dragged her away in the crowd. Bang! Sun Zheng closed the door of the operating room and threw Guo Qinxue onto a piece of equipment. What do you want to do?" "I want to go find my brother Chen." A few tears flowed down Guo Qinxue's gentle face. "Brother Chen? You don't want a brother named Zheng in front of you, so why do you want a brother named Chen? Your brother Chen is now a famous person in Jiangcheng. He is probably surrounded by a group of women and has forgotten you a long time ago." Sun Zheng looked at Guo Qinxue's white waist and long legs with evil eyes, and he only wanted to occupy her. "Impossible. Don't come over here." Guo Qinxue retreated cautiously, but unexpectedly hit her head against a pillar and passed out in a daze. "That's great." Seeing the charmed Guo Qinxue, Sun Zheng rubbed his hands excitedly. Outside the stage, after Lin Chen finished singing, a group of girls surrounded him. "Lin Chen, give me an autograph." "Appa, you are so handsome, what type of girls do you like?" A group of adolescent girls have no immunity to Lin Chen and they keep rushing to get closer to him. Lin Chen signed autographs for everyone symbolically, but in his heart he was anxious because he couldn't see Chen Shui. Lin Chen felt a chill on his back and always felt that something was wrong. "I'll sign autographs for you next time. I have something to do and have to leave first." "Don't go, Chen Chen." Lin Chen pushed through the crowded crowd and looked around for Guo Qinxue. Bang, 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 "Director Sun, are you in there?" A small boss in charge of equipment looked everywhere for Sun Zheng to sign, but couldn't find him. Lin Chen frowned. "You shouldn't lock the door even if no one is inside. Something is fishy." Lin Chen kicked open the door of the control room and found that Sun Zheng was stroking Chen Shui's waist and was about to unbutton her clothes. "Sun Zheng, I think you want to die." Lin Chen rushed over, kicked Sun Zheng away, and hugged Guo Qinxue in his arms. Chapter 18, It's useless even if you have a backer. The small boss saw Director Sun doing something improper to a woman and hurried out to call for help. Soon, the outside of the operating room was surrounded by spectators. "You dare to touch me? You are not qualified." Sun Zheng was still arrogant, relying on the support of Orange Media, and was not afraid at all. Lin Chen tidied up Guo Qinxue's clothes and then called police officer Cheng Zhegua. "Officer Chang, someone at Jiangcheng Sports Center is trying to threaten a girl, please come over here quickly." When Cheng Zhegua heard that it was Lin Chen, he stood up immediately without saying a word. "If Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro hadn't protected me last time, I would probably have been fired by Chao Guowei by now. My cousin is the president of Orange Media. If you dare to do anything to me, I will ask him to fire you right now." Sun Zheng pointed at Lin Chen's nose and yelled. At this time, Shenfang strode in. "I am your direct supervisor. I can tell you responsibly that you have been fired. What awaits you next is legal punishment." Shenfang stood on Lin Chen's side without hesitation. Although she knew that Sun Zheng was indeed the president's relative, she had to stand up in this situation. A bunch of clamorous little devils. "I'm going to call my cousin right now and ask him to fire you, Lin Chen, first, and then fire you, an old woman. As for suing me for indecency? Is there anything that can't be done with money?" Sun Zheng was very confident and called Sun Yi, the president of Orange Media. "Cousin, I'm in trouble. This woman surnamed Shen wants to fire me. What do you think I should do?" "You've caused me trouble again?" Shenfang has played an indispensable role in the success of Orange Media. "I can't fire her." Sunny was caught in a dilemma. Sunny had been an orphan since childhood. Thanks to Sun Zheng's parents for raising Sunny became like his own brother. Shenfang is too much of a bully. He teamed up with a new employee, Lin Chen, to bully me. Now they want me to leave Orange. I feel so miserable. Sun Zheng changed his expression very quickly, and used a self-torture tactic to force Sun Yi to question Shen Fong. Give him the phone. Shen Fong took the phone reluctantly. Mr. Sun. Shen Fong, you know he is my cousin. If he makes any mistakes, please bear with them and give me some face. Sun Yi is quite grateful for Shen Fong's contributions to the company over the years. We caught your beloved brother trying to threaten a girl in the backstage control room of a concert. How can I give an explanation to the society if I don't fire him? Now remember that I'm standing outside, what should I do? Shen Fong explained the truth to Sun Yi. In his heart, he still respected this boss. Sun Yi fell into deep thought. You should stand up and take the blame for my cousin. Just say that you, as his superior, failed to teach him well, and you should accept the punishment. You bastard. Shen Fong was cursing angrily. Lin Chen, who was standing nearby, heard their conversation clearly and naturally became even more angry. At this time, Guo Qinxue, who was lying in Lin Chen's arms, had gradually woken up, and her sweet big eyes were particularly charming. Brother Chen, my head is so dizzy. Silly girl, what a fool. Lin Chen hooked Guo Qinxue's nose and comforted her affectionately. Although Guo Qinxue was very scared before, she was full of courage as long as Lin Chen was by her side. Look, Brother Chen is helping you get revenge. Today, Sun Zhang must get the punishment he deserves. When Lin Chen saw the pitiful Guo Qinxue in front of him, he clenched his fists. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What can you do to me? Just let me go. The arrogant Sun Zhang looked down on everyone, and even the audience at the door couldn't stand it anymore. If anything happens to my cousin, don't blame me for turning my back on him. Sun Yi shouted sternly and hung up the phone. As a strong woman with a long career, Shen Fong was more or less afraid. After all, she was a high-level employee. If she was fired, she would not even be able to support the medical expenses for her sick parents. Lin Chen was a little more disdainful and called Wang Hao. Help me find out the market value of Orange Interactive Entertainment Media Company, Limited. Hold on. Boss Lin, Orange Media's market value is about 900 million yuan, at most 1 billion. What's wrong? Can you help me check how many shares Sun Yi holds? Boss Lin, Orange CEO Sun Yi owns 38% of the company's shares. Okay, you contact all other shareholders of Orange Media in my name, and I will buy their shares at double the price. I want to own Orange with an absolute majority of shares. No one can shake the determination in Lin Chen's eyes. But Mr. Lin, this will cost at least 1 billion yuan in cash. Where can we get so much money? Wang Hao also wanted to help, but he was also a working-class person and his total savings were less than 20 million. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, Lin Chen transferred 1 billion to Wang Hao's account. Boss Lin, leave it to me. While Wang Hao hurriedly contacted the shareholders of Orange Media, he was shocked that Lin Chen could easily come up with 1 billion in liquid funds. In the president's office of Orange Media. Boss Sun, there are major changes in our company, and a number of major shareholders are selling their shares. I don't know which big boss bought our company's stock at double the price. Sun Zhang was not in a hurry. Even if another mysterious big man bought stocks, his 38% position would not be shaken, unless that mysterious person held more than 50% of the shares. Sun Zhang still overestimated himself and underestimated Lin Chen's determination. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun. Sun Zhang's secretary ran in breathlessly, almost 60% of our company's shares have been acquired. You are no longer the largest shareholder. Sun Yi naturally knew that if he lost his position as the largest shareholder, the company's words would no longer count. Who is it? Who is it? Tell me who it is. Sun Yi threw all the documents on his desk to the ground like a madman. My last name is Lin, and my name is Lin Chen. Sun Yi frowned, this name sounded so familiar. Lin Chen? The Lin Chen that Sun Zhang mentioned on the phone just now? Before Sun Yi could fully figure out what was going on, Wang Hao walked in from outside the door. You are the president of Orange Media, right? Oh no, you are the former president of Orange Media? Wang Hao was not polite at all and sat down on the president's desk. Who are you? Are you Lin Chen? Sun Yi asked breathlessly. Of course I'm not Lin Chen, but if you mess with our CEO Lin, you won't end up well. Wang Hao signaled Sun Yi to leave the president's office immediately because the owner of this office was no longer surnamed Sun, but Lin. Unable to believe all this, Sun Yi immediately called Sun Zhang to verify. Chapter 19, Release of Title Song, Sun Zhang, what's going on? Our company was taken away by Lin Chen. What? What? Sun Zhang never imagined that Lin Chen, the poor neighbor who grew up with him, had the money to acquire such a large company as Orange Media. Now, let me see who can still protect you, brother. Lin Chen walked up to Sun Zhang and slapped him hard, which also helped Guo Qinshu vent her anger. Shenfang never expected that Lin Chen, who couldn't even afford clothes from Yu Yiku, could become the new president of Orange Media. Sun Zhang, with fear in his eyes, couldn't believe it, and time didn't give him time to think, as Officer Cheng had already brought his brothers from the police station to arrest Sun Zhang. Why isn't this bastard arrogant anymore? He deserves it. Isn't Lin Chen so handsome? He can sing and he's rich. Fans' admiration for Lin Chen has gone a step further. In less than a day, Lin Chen had become extremely popular, especially among girls in their early 20s. The illegitimate fans even dug out Lin Chen's Galaxy Bay residential area. A group of girls in their 10s and 20s blocked the entrance to the community, clamoring to see Lin Chen. Yu Ro, being a celebrity is so scary. These fans are just like zombies. Lin Chen came to Yu Ro's home to take refuge, thinking that after a while, when he was no longer popular, his fans would not be so arrogant anymore. Zhao Yuro was naturally happy to see that her fiancé was a star, and prepared to cook for Lin Chen herself. You haven't tasted my cooking yet? I'm a professional. After saying that, Yu Ro changed into a very homely set of short t-shirt and shorts, put on an apron, and rolled up her sleeves. Of course Lin Chen was looking forward to Yu Ro's meal. He looked around Yu Ro's house by himself and got to know some of his fiancé's past. The Zhao family portrait attracted Lin Chen's attention. There were Zhao Donlai and his wife Yan Kaifeng, as well as the three beautiful daughters of the Zhao family. Zhao Yuro was the second oldest, the eldest sister was Zhao Yuqing, and the third sister was Zhao Yuyan. The three young ladies of the Zhao family were equally beautiful and charming. Lin Chen was very lucky. He signed with such a rich woman at the very beginning. He is truly a winner in life. Moreover, among the three daughters, Zhao Yuro is the one most trusted by Zhao Donlai, and many industries are handed over to Zhao Yuro to manage. Looking back, Lin Chen was shocked by Zhao Yuro's wealth again. There were more than a dozen car keys in a box. In addition to the Ferrari 488 he had seen before, there were also G-Class, Lincoln, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, RVs and other luxury cars worth millions. Beep, beep. Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Shenfang calling. Director Shen, what do you want to talk to me about? You've already become a bit famous. Your next focus should be to release a hit song of your own. Singing other people's songs is not a long-term solution. Lin Chen was secretly happy, thinking that he must devote his whole heart to the creation of his hit album. I understand, Mr. Shen. By the way, I am now the president of Orange Media. I am not as good as you at managing a media company. From today on, you will be the executive vice president in charge of all matters of the company. Lin Chen wanted to hand over this stall to someone else, and Shenfang was the only candidate. Can I do it? Shenfang was stunned. The vice president's monthly income would be as high as hundreds of thousands, which was an astronomical figure for her. Of course you can do it, as long as you don't make the company lose money, you can do whatever you want. Lin Chen thanked Shenfang and then hung up the phone. At this time, the only thing he was thinking about was how to fill in the lyrics of this hit song. Lin Chen looked at the slender and elegant Zhao Yuro not far away. This woman had become more and more important in his life. He decided to write about Yuro in his song. Let's call it That Girl Said to Me. I believe love songs are the type that many girls like. Lin Chen took out a pen and paper and started writing the gentle Yuro into the lyrics. The wind is light, the clouds are pale, the rain is soft. Lin Chen wrote stroke by stroke, and just as he finished the lyrics, Yuro's meal was ready. Although they are just simple home-cooked dishes such as shredded pork with fish flavor and kung pao chicken, the aroma is irresistible. This smells so good, doesn't it? I really want to eat the meals you cook every day in the future. Yu Ro couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks. Zhao Yuro saw the lyrics he wrote. Although the words Euro were rather obscure, she spotted them at a glance. I appear in your lyrics? That's a must. We're going to have our engagement ceremony soon, and this song is my engagement gift to you. Yu Ro was deeply moved by Lin Chen's casual words. What is lacking now is a talented arranger to put the lyrics into a unique melody. There is no doubt that Hu Yanbing is the most suitable candidate in the entire Jiangcheng. Lao Hu, please help me compose a song, and I'll put your name on the composer column. Of course, Hu Yanbing enjoyed it very much. Lin Chen was a very popular person and everyone wanted to take advantage of Lin Chen's popularity. It was such an honor to have his name appear in Lin Chen's song. In the mixing room of Orange Media Company, Hu Yanbing worked hard to compose music. In less than half a day, a song that would become popular all over Jiangcheng was already produced. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Chen had to sleep at Zhao Yuro's place tonight as he had to deliver the goods early the next morning. Although Lin Chen is now worth a lot of money and has become a big star, he feels most at ease only when delivering goods. The key is to be able to sign in for the reward given by the delivery system. He is very curious about what the next 2 rewards will be. Lin Chen looked at the sexy beauty lying on the sofa watching TV in front of him. Although his blood was boiling, he couldn't bear to touch her. In his heart, Zhao Yuro was such a perfect, cold and pure woman, she must not be tormented by him before marriage. Zhao Yuro would not deliberately hide herself in front of Lin Chen, and just wore a very loose suspender pajamas. She believed that Lin Chen would not do anything wrong to her. The two of them had some tacit understanding. Early the next morning, Lin Chen drove a Wuling Hongguang to the furniture store. The first task of the day was to deliver a water dispenser. Lin Chen had just skillfully lifted the water dispenser onto the table when a figure appeared in front of him. The woman in front of him was about 60 years old, but because she took good care of herself, she looked only in her 40s or 50s. The key was her aura that made Lin Chen frown. Lin Chen had a bad feeling. "You are Lin Chen, right? Do you know that my 3 billion is in your hands now?" The other party spoke with the vigorous and capable air of a strong woman. "Oh? Your 3 billion? I just know that since it's in my possession, it's mine." Lin Chen sneered. He already knew that this was Li Caixia, the president of Wohashan mining area who was supporting Duan Long. Chapter 20 Sign in to the gold mine. 3 billion is not a small amount of money. Have you figured out how to spend it? Li Caixia showed hypocritical concern. Change it to cash, tear up some of it for fun, and then throw some of it at the beach. It's none of your business anyway. Lin Chen said this lightly, which made Li Caixia very angry. That's great, but it's not nice to talk to your boss in that tone, right? Li Caixia looked at Lin Chen viciously. Lin Chen then noticed that the signboard of Opai Home Furnishing had been changed to Baoga Home Furnishing. So your purpose in buying this store is? You don't think I really make a living by delivering goods, do you? This is just a small way for me to experience life. There is no need to be like this. Although Lin Chen appeared calm on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. He was very worried that Li Caixia would not allow him to continue delivering goods at the furniture store, and it would be a big loss if he could not start the sign-in mechanism of the system. Don't worry, I won't fire you. I just want you to work under my shadow every day, so that you know you owe me every day. I owe you? I don't owe anyone anything. I'm willing to accept the loss. Since Duan Long dared to bet with me, he must be responsible for his actions. Lin Chen pointed out directly that he disdained to manage the crazy woman in front of him. Of course, Lin Chen could also choose to spend a large sum of money to buy out the furniture store again, but there was no need to do so. If Lin Chen wanted to buy it, Li Caixia would definitely double the price. It was not a good idea to spend so much money to buy a furniture store. It would be better to take it one step at a time. I'm going to deliver the goods, you can have fun by yourself. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at Li Caixia and drove away in his Wuling Hongguang. Just wait for me. Obviously Li Caixia's revenge has just begun. Lin Chen came to an old apartment building, which didn't even have an elevator, which made him very worried. There's no elevator on the 12th floor? Carrying the water dispenser, I finally climbed up to the 12th floor, one step at a time. As a man worth hundreds of billions, Lin Chen was also very upset that he had to do such hard labor. Lin Chen quickly installed the water dispenser for the old man who opened the door, and the system sent him a sign-in reward. Connecting to the host. The host has obtained a top-secret gold mine map of Jiangcheng, please check it out. Gold mine map? Lin Chen's eyes sparkle when he thinks of gold. Doesn't this mean he's going to be rich again? Lin Chen quickly felt his trouser pocket, and sure enough, the reliable system had already sent the map into his pocket. Lin Chen quickly opened it and looked through the map. Wohashan Mine West Number 18 Mine Area. Crouching Tiger Mountain Mine? Li Caixia's territory. Lin Chen was very excited at first, but when he saw the 3 words Wohua Mountain, he couldn't be happy at all. Li Zixia now hated herself to the core, and no matter what she said, she would not let him get his hands on her precious mining area. Since it is in the mining area managed by Li Zixia, it means that Li Zixia may discover this gold mine at any time. He must obtain the mining rights of this mine before Li Zixia. Lin Chen felt that the situation was very urgent, so he did not continue to deliver the goods, but drove the Wuling back to the furniture store. After rushing back, Li Zixia was gone. In the Wohushan mining area. Mr. Li, the machines and big data show that there is a huge gold mine worth a fortune inside our Wohushan mining area. If it is excavated, it may be the largest mine in the history of Jiangbei province. Li Zixia's assistant excitedly told Mr. Li the news. Okay, get positioned and dig. Li Zixia was also very excited. Her own worth was shaken after Lin Chen defrauded her of 3 billion yuan. This gold mine was extremely important to her. If the gold mine is really discovered, she will probably be able to secure her position as the richest person in Jiangcheng, and even Zhao Donglai will be far behind. But what? But the location of this mining area is difficult to determine. It is 20 meters underground and difficult to detect with machines. We need to rely on manual labor and try one by one from the areas where they are most likely to be excavated. Li Zixia was angry. You good-for-nothings are useless. Since we need manpower, then have all the workers stop working and go survey the situation and dig it out for me in the shortest possible time. Li Zixia warned her assistant in a domineering manner. At the command, all the workers at Wohushan coal mine and iron mine put down their work and followed the mining team to explore for the gold mine. In order to gain time, Lin Chen drove his Lamborghini Hermes and stepped on the accelerator, arriving at the Wohushan main mining area in Jiangcheng Development Zone in the shortest time. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the mining area, Lin Chen was shocked. A small mining area here is the size of several football fields, not to mention that there are dozens or even hundreds of mining areas here in total. Show me your pass, please. The mining security guard stopped Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen was driving a supercar and had a noble status, he must have a pass to enter the mining area, otherwise something could easily go wrong. It was your CEO Li who asked me to come here. If you don't believe me, go ask her. The security guard turned around and called Li Zixia to ask about it. He came to me on his own? Let him in. Li Zixia hung up the phone and kissed herself to greet him, wanting to see what bad intentions Lin Chen had. Come in. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and drifted to a parking space inside the mining area. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to my house. Li Zixia looked up and down at the ungrateful Lin Chen. And standing behind Li Zixia was the fat-headed and big-eared Duan Long. Unexpectedly, even though Duan Long had squandered all of Li Zixia's 3 billion, Li Zixia could still forgive him. You kid came here to seek death, tie him up for me. Duan Long hated Lin Chen to the core and signaled the security guards to attack Lin Chen. Wait, this is a society ruled by law, it's not good for you to mess around like this. Lin Chen's smooth talk made Li Zixia uneasy. Tell me why you're here. I'm here to cooperate with you today. I know that the Wohushan mine is one of the largest mines in China, but it has been short of funds recently. I'm willing to invest. Before Lin Chen came, he and Wang Hao had already known everything about Wohushan mine clearly. Oh? How much do you plan to invest? With this 3 billion yuan, you should be able to own 30% of the shares, right? Then you will still be the largest shareholder. How about we share the good and the bad together? Lin Chen knew that what Li Zixia lacked most now was money. You really know how to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Isn't this 3 billion originally mine? Li Zixia appeared calm, but in her heart she wanted to skin Lin Chen alive. There's nothing I can do about it. It's your fault that you, a useless male favorite, lost to me. Lin Chen's words made Duan Long go berserk, and he picked up the iron rod and prepared to pounce. Stop! Li Zixia roared sternly, and Duan Long stood aside obediently. Of course, Li Zixia was very eager for the 3 billion, but she did not want to give 30% of the company's shares to Lin Chen. Chapter 21, Crouching Tiger Mountain Mine West Area 8. Lin Chen knew exactly what Li Zixia, the old fox, was thinking. Since you are not willing, I don't want the shares. No shares? I have had a dream since I was a child, that is to be a mine manager. As long as you give me 2 small mines and let me fulfill my desire to be a mine manager, I will return the 3 billion to you. Lin Chen himself admires his ability to make up stories. Is there such a good thing? Is there any trick? Li Caixia didn't think Lin Chen was a good person, let alone a fool, but why would Lin Chen do such a losing business? I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and leave. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I do. Li Caixia couldn't wait to pull Lin Chen into the luxurious office. Duan Long wanted to follow him in but was stopped. What are you planning, you little brat? Duan Long, who was blocked at the door, was indignant. Since you want 2 small mining areas, which 2 do you want? Li Caixia asked. Lin Chen was not stupid. He knew that if he mentioned the West No. 8 mining area with a strong purpose, it would definitely arouse Li Caixia's suspicion. She might even conduct a special survey and then mine gold privately. Just give me the mine with the lowest production capacity and the one you least want. I don't mind anything. It would be better if it was on the west side, the west gate is closer to my home. Lin Chen said it was casual, but he was hinting at it step by step. Li Caixia initially suspected that Lin Chen knew that there was a gold mine in her mining area, but Lin Chen wanted to produce the lowest production capacity, so she let down her guard. The most important thing is that the production capacity in the West Mining District has been low in the past few years. There is no profit at all, and it consumes manpower and material resources. Li Caixia has wanted to sell it for a long time, but no one is willing to buy it. Well, consider me, Li Caixia, generous. All the mining areas 110 in the west area are yours. Of course Lin Chen was happy about it. He could earn nearly 10 billion yuan by getting a small mining area number 8 in the West District. Unexpectedly, Li Caixia gave him a few extra mines, which was just right for expanding reproduction. If I'm lucky, maybe I can defeat Li Caixia and become the mining giant in Zhangcheng. Okay. That's better. Small Bluff BOT document anti-piracy printing, find, book, machine person select Small Bluff, stable reliable, don't step into traps. Then let's sign the contract without delay. This is a bank card with 3 billion yuan. Mr. Li, keep it well. Lin Chen raced against time, fearing that any accidents would occur. As Lin Chen signed the contract, his hands fell to the ground. At this time, Li Caixia's miners in the West District did not know that the farm had transferred the geese out, and they were busy surveying the gold mines. Boss, something's happening. A surveyor came breathlessly and called the junior supervisor. There was no doubt that they had discovered the latest situation, which was in the West 8 mining area. Oh my god, there really is news. Our Wohushan mine is going to be prosperous, and our wages will also increase. Many miners cheered, as they finally struck gold after days of hard work. Tell Mr. Li quickly. The young supervisor and his group came to Li Caixia's office excitedly to report the news, and happened to run into Lin Chen, who was walking out with a contract in his hand. Why are you in such a hurry? Haven't I always told you to be down to earth? Li Caixia has always been steady, and what he hates most is employees who act rashly. Mr. Li, we have discovered a gold mine. The amount of the mine is huge. We estimate that it is worth nearly 10 billion yuan. Yes, we have been mining for a lifetime, but this is the first time we have seen a mine like this. It is so spectacular. The workers were talking to each other. That's great, my Wohushan mining area is going to be famous all over the world. Li Caixia is ambitious, and he is determined to use the gold mine to get the title of the richest man in Zhangcheng this year. Which mine? West Mining District, West District 8. When Li Caixia heard this, she felt dizzy and sat on the ground leaning against the wall in a daze. Say it again, say it again? Li Caixia couldn't believe it. Mr. Li, it's West District 8. Normally, the production capacity there is extremely low. We all thought it was an abandoned mine, but we didn't expect to find a treasure now. The young supervisor reported the matter truthfully, but he didn't know why Mr. Li had such an abnormal attitude. Duan Long, give me back the contract. Li Caixia ordered with her last bit of strength. Duan Long knew something was wrong and ran after Lin Chen. Lin Chen saw the clues and felt that he could not escape from their clutches for a while, so he called Cheng Jigua. Officer Chang, there's a gang fight going on in the Wohushan mining area, come over here quickly. Call more people. Lin Chen felt more at ease after calling for reinforcements. The most important thing at the moment was to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. Lin Chen got in the car and arrived at the gate. As expected, he could not leave the mining area at will and he needed a pass. Where are you running, kid? Duan Long pointed at Lin Chen, who was sitting here, and shouted. Lin Chen naturally didn't take Duan Long seriously. He stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the west mining area. Duan Long also drove his Porsche to catch up quickly. In the muddy mining area, the sports car could not be used at all. Lin Chen saw the giant excavator WK-55 in front of him and climbed up on an idea. This giant is about 38 meters long, weighs 1,560 tons, has a 55 cubic meter bucket, and costs as much as 100 million yuan. It's really the best frame in Jiangcheng. This heavy machinery is so cool. Although Lin Chen has never driven a WK-55, he has driven an excavator when he was a child, so the operation should be similar. Lin Chen operated the lever and the giant roared. Duan Long, who was driving a Porsche, was like an ant in Lin Chen's eyes. In a short while, Li Caixia had gathered hundreds of workers to surround him. "You kid, you really are trying to trick me. Hand over the contract quickly and I'll let you go." Li Caixia was so angry that she even held a baton in her hand. "Don't worry, we signed a contract. I am protected by law. You can't mess around." Lin Chen relied on himself to be fearless in this giant excavator and thought it would not be a problem to hold on until the police arrived. "I wonder what you are up to. You are spending 3 billion to buy these mining areas with no production capacity, and you are saying that you want to fulfill your dream of becoming a mine manager? You're such a liar." Li Caixia, who was so smart, was deceived and was furious. "Who could have known that you two cheating lovers were so stupid? You were deceived by me one after another. I couldn't do anything about it. But you did get 3 billion, so I can't say I completely cheated you. I can only say I cheated you half of it." Lin Chen relied on the fact that he was on top of the giant excavator and was fearlessly infuriating Li Caixia. You little bastard, I will teach you a lesson today on behalf of your mother. Someone, come and grab him for me." Li Caixia was so angry that she collapsed in Duan Long's arms, with a hideous look on her face. Duan Long took the lead and rushed forward with a stick. Chapter 22, Visiting the Live Broadcast Room. Lin Chen thought that it would take some time for his reinforcement Cheng Jigua to arrive, so he had to use the delaying tactic to the fullest extent. "Wait, fellow miners, I am willing to hire you again with 3 times the salary. If you are willing to come, no matter how many of you come, I will welcome you all." "Ah? Triple salary? 10,000 yuan a month? With a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, my wife and children won't have to worry about anything if this is the case." The miners began to discuss and were shaken by the conditions offered by Lin Chen. "Could it be that your current salary is only 3,000 yuan? This woman is really crazy. She can actually let the workers only earn 3,000 yuan a month. Workers, as long as you come to work for me, Lin Chen, I will not only let you earn 30,000 yuan a month, but also arrange housing for you at a 50% discount. How do you think?" The conditions offered by Lin Chen had made the workers completely forget that they were still employees of Li Caixia, and they stopped their attempts to catch Lin Chen. "Don't lie to us." The workers were still a little confused. Lin Chen's conditions were too good to be true. Don't be fooled by him, there is not a single word of truth from his mouth. Li Caixia shouted her last cry at the top of her lungs. "Of course I won't lie to you. If I were to lie, I would only lie to the heinous capitalists who oppress workers, such as Li Caixia." Lin Chen pointed at Li Caixia and used her as a negative example. "Do you see the West 8 mining area behind me? This is a rare gold mine in the whole of China. As long as you are willing to work for me, I will give you 10% of the shares of these gold mines. As long as you work hard, you will all be multi-millionaires." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, most of the miners defected to Lin Chen's camp. The personnel on both sides are currently evenly matched, and Lin Chen's side even has a slight advantage in terms of numbers. "Lin Chen, you not only stole my mine, but also cheated my people, you." After saying that, Li Caixia fainted on the ground. Duan Long quickly dialed the 120 emergency number. After a while, Cheng Jigua's police team and 120 arrived at the same time. Li Caixia was carried onto the ambulance. Duan Long, who attempted to fight to the death with Lin Chen, was detained by Cheng Jigua and taken to the police station for interrogation. Lin Chen has become a complete legend at the scene. Lin Chen is the hope of all miners. From now on, we will pay you first and then do the work. I won't let you feel insecure. Everyone line up and come to me to collect your wages." Lin Chen transferred 10,000 yuan to each of the more than 100 miners. The miners picked up their hoes again and worked harder, heading towards the West 8 gold mine. Lin Chen also thought of a nice name for his mine, Yuchen Mine. Yuchen is of course the abbreviation of Linchen and Zhao Euro. After harvesting this huge gold mine, Lin Chen's net worth continued to soar, and he was listed on the Jiangcheng Rich List. Although there is still some gap between him and the richest man, he can reach the top soon. I drove my supercar back to Galaxy Bay. In the huge room, only the smart voice butler was chatting with me. It was a bit boring, so I opened a certain live streaming platform. The homepage of the live broadcast platform recommends Jiangcheng's popular beauty anchor Lu Tingting, who is currently live streaming a game of eating PUBG. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of sneak attacks and bursts of gunfire from behind, Lu Tingting not only failed to kill the enemy, but was instead shot in the head by the enemy, who turned around and shot her accurately. Ah! Lu Tingting defended herself, her face turning red. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't stand it anymore. This bad woman is too weak. With your skills, you should just use some cheats, it's really unbearable to watch. It has always been forbidden for anchors to cheat, but in Lu Tingting's live broadcast room, she actually asked her anchor to cheat. This is really rare. You are so annoying, you all bully me. Lu Tingting pouted and acted coquettishly with her fans, looking sweet and cute. Lin Chen saw that there were not many big shots on Lu Tingting's gift list this week. The anchor makes money by receiving gifts, and it is impossible to play without big shots giving gifts. Without saying much, Lin Chen directly recharged on a certain fish platform and gave Lu Tingting 1,000 rockets. One rocket is worth 100 renminbi, and 100 rockets are worth a total of 100,000 renminbi. Even if the live broadcast platform takes a portion of it, there is still a lot left. Thank you, handsome Lin Chen, for sending me 1,000 rockets. Thank you, thank you. Lu Tingting was shocked. It was the first time she had received such a big gift in all her years of live streaming. But when she saw that the rich man was Lin Chen, it made sense. Host, please dance for my gift. Lin Chen typed these words on the barrage in the live broadcast room. After the boss gave her a gift and wanted to watch her dance, Lu Tingting naturally had no reason to refuse. She took off her white lace shawl, and her beautiful back was exposed in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. Lu Tingting moved the chair aside and took 3 or 4 steps back, revealing her flawless long white legs. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed that she was sexy. Lu Tingting put her hands together, and her light dance steps were particularly dynamic to the melodious song. Her slender waist swayed from side to side, and the audience could not resist it at all. The dance is beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful. Lin Chen saw Lu Tingting performing a passionate dance for him, and then swiped 5 super rockets and treasure maps, and the guests in the live broadcast room were stunned. Mr. Lin is very generous. Thanks to Lin Chen's series of recharges, his position in the overall ranking of Lu Tingting's live broadcast room has soared to the top 5, almost the same as the top 3. Although Lu Tingting is a female anchor, there are still many female fans in the live broadcast room. Most of them are beautiful girls in their 20s. Since they don't have such friends in real life, they can only stay in the online world. When they saw how generous Lin Chen was, the sensible girls started sending him private messages, and some even made plans to get pregnant. The private messaging function on Lin Chen's Youku platform is about to explode. Brother, are you in a relationship? The kind that you want to get married with? Little brother, I am a woman and I like men, would you mind considering it? Lin Chen was shocked by the prevalence of gold diggers today when he saw so many private messages. But judging from the avatars, these girls are indeed of high quality. Lin Chen, who had no shortage of women, was just about to close the WeChat function when he was attracted by a familiar avatar in a private message. Isn't this Shen Feng? She actually. Lin Chen never expected that the female business elite in his mind would actually send a private message to the handsome man in the live broadcast room. Fortunately, Lin Chen's profile picture on a certain fish platform was just a dream. If Shen Feng knew that the person he took the initiative to extend the olive branch to was herself, she would be so embarrassed that she would find a hole to hide in. In order to tease Shen Feng, Lin Chen replied with a slanted smile. Why? You want to be with a rich guy too? There are so many things girls can do nowadays, why do you have to think about getting something for nothing? Lin Chen tested Shen Feng. Chapter 23, Being a Matchmaker. Shen Feng was naturally unhappy being regarded as a gold digger by a stranger, and she responded in an atmosphere of rage. You're talking nonsense. I just want to find a partner and get married quickly. I have my own money, so I don't need to worship money at all. Now Shen Feng has become the vice president of Orange Media. She is worth a lot of money and certainly does not need to rely on a rich man. Lin Chen understood Shen Fang's true thoughts and was determined to find a suitable partner for her. His first reaction was Wang Hao from Triumph Hotel. Lin Chen always needed Wang Hao to help him at critical moments, and he always owed him a favor. Lin Chen wanted to bring the two together, as they were a perfect match. Do you think it's reliable to find a date on the internet? I should hurry up and publish my songs instead. When Shen Fang saw the online name and the words in front of her, she realized that the rich man who could spend so lavishly must be Lin Chen. Embarrassed, Shen Fang quickly closed the live broadcast platform, her little face flushed with shame. Lin Chen called Wang Hao late at night, and Wang Hao was so scared that he thought Mr. Lin had some difficulties so late at night. Mr. Wang, what's the matter? Yes. I have an important matter today, and that is your lifelong event. It's not right for you to be 30 years old and not have a girlfriend. I found one for you, and I'm sure you'll like her. Lin Chen's words were full of confidence. Girlfriend? Mr. Lin, are you kidding? I'm used to being single and don't want to be restricted too much. Wang Hao refused subconsciously, but in his heart he actually longed for the other half. Wang Hao is a rare business elite in Zhangcheng. He has excellent conditions, including a car, a house, and savings. However, the women around him are either green tea girls or scheming women, neither of which suits his taste. Ridiculous, come with me to Orange Media tomorrow and I'll introduce you to a beautiful lady. Lin Chen immediately hung up the phone without giving Wang Hao a chance to refuse. Early the next morning, Wang Hao and Lin Chen came to the office of the vice president of Orange Media. Shen Fang was still capable today, but her pair of pink high heels also revealed a bit of loneliness. Wang Hao fell in love with Shen Fang at first sight. He saw the shadow of Zhao Yuro in Shen Fang's eyes. Wang Hao had been secretly in love with Yuro for many years, but knew he was not worthy of her and had never revealed his feelings. Shen Fang was the second person he fell in love with at first sight in all these years. Shen Fang also had different thoughts when she saw Wang Hao. Although the man in front of her had a short flat head and could not compare with a handsome guy like Lin Chen, he had a scent of male hormones. Lin Chen noticed the two people looking at each other and smiled in his heart. I think you two are a good match. How about you try being together? Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? How annoying. Shen Fang became shy. Your song, That Girl Said to Me, has been released to the market. If the number of plays exceeds 5 million, we will make a fortune. Shen Fang quickly changed the subject. But what Lin Chen, Shen Fang, and the entire Orange Media did not expect was that Lin Chen's album, which had only been on the market for 3 hours, had nearly 3 million views. Brother Lin Chen released a new song? It's so good. Give me a shout out to Brother Lin Chen, he will definitely be the future king of singers. The girls in Jiangcheng City have gone crazy and are playing the song That Girl Told Me on repeat. It has even spread from Jiangcheng to the entire Jiangbei province, and the song is spreading very quickly. 100,000. 200,000. 1 million. 3 million. The revenue from Lin Chen's album continues to rise, and is comparable to the growth curve of revenue from new songs by China's top singer Zhou Xiaoluan. Lin Chen is quite satisfied with his NetEase cloud music system, and the system has made an indispensable contribution to achieving such results. Thinking of the system, Lin Chen remembered that he had not delivered any goods for a long time, which resulted in his system rewards not being updated. You two can chat first. I have to go deliver the goods. Delivering goods is my main job. Everything else is just a side job. In Shen Fang's office, Lin Chen was the first to leave with a swagger. He knew that sparks of love would definitely arise between these two single men and women. Boss Lin is really amazing. He is so rich but still experiences the hardship of the low-level delivery staff. How could it be Mr. Lin? How could he be the CEO of our Triumph Hotel? What? He's still the CEO of Triumph? Shen Fang was shocked. He thought Lin Chen was just a nouveau riche who took over Orange Media overnight. He didn't expect that he was actually the president of a 7-star hotel. Triumph's market value is much higher than Orange Media's. There are many more things we can't imagine. His true strength is far more than this. Wang Hao just smiled and passed it off. Although the two were chatting animatedly, the topic always revolved around their boss Lin Chen. As they had little experience in dealing with the opposite sex, they simply left each other their contact information. Next time we have a chance to eat together, I'll treat you. Wang Hao mustered up the courage to say this. Okay. Xin Feng sent Lin Chen away and took care of the company's affairs herself. When he returned to the furniture store, Lin Chen already saw Duan Long and Li Caixia sitting inside, seemingly waiting for Lin Chen to take revenge. Hey, our billionaire is here to deliver goods again? It's really not easy. Li Caixia, who acquired a P in home furnishing, greeted Lin Chen with malice. The last time, after being knocked unconscious by Lin Chen in the Wohashan mine, Li Caixia didn't wake up until 12 hours later. After Duan Long was arrested by Officer Chang, he spent tens of thousands of dollars to get him released on bail. The two of them hated Lin Chen to the core. He. Lin Chen ignored the two of them, picked up the next order of interior glass that needed to be delivered, loaded it onto the Wuling Hongguang and left. Ha, I let you have money to earn but no money to spend. If nothing goes wrong, this piece of glass will explode when it is installed. I hope Lin Chen's eyes will be cut and blinded. Duan Long and Li Caixia laughed unscrupulously. They had already swapped the luggage delivered by Lin Chen. Li Caixia's ultimate goal in acquiring a P in home furnishing is to punish Lin Chen, so she doesn't care about user feedback at all. Even if their own glass hits and injures customers, they should just consider themselves unlucky, and Li Caixia doesn't panic at all. Lin Chen drove to a new real estate project. The customer was a newlywed young woman whose belly was already a little bulging. Are you pregnant? Then don't interfere. I'll install it myself. Lin Chen said politely when he saw the newlywed girl in front of him with a rosy and glowing face. It's okay, I'll help you hold it. The girl was very well educated and polite, and she did not deliberately distance herself from Lin Chen just because he was a delivery man. I see that you are well educated and should have a high level of education, right? Lin Chen asked the young woman curiously. I'm a postdoc, and my husband is also a PhD. We saved up for a long time to buy this house together. Lin Chen himself couldn't continue his undergraduate studies, but the girl in front of him actually got to do a postdoctoral degree. Chapter 24, Plotted Against by Li Caixia. Lin Chen slowly unpacked the glass and slowly placed it in the reserved window hole. So dirty. Lin Chen picked up the rag and simply wiped off the dust. At this moment. Hiss. Several consecutive rapid and crisp sounds reached Lin Chen's ears. But Lin Chen had no idea where this news came from, he just felt that it was a little strange. No. Go away. Lin Chen's uneasy premonition became stronger and stronger, and he always felt that the glass in front of him was about to collapse. At this time, the pregnant woman was still helping him hold the glass. What? What happened? The pregnant woman in front of him reacted a little slowly, so Lin Chen pushed her aside. Although Lin Chen knew that this push might lead to some accidents if he did not retreat and was hit by the glass fragments, the consequences would be even more serious. Ah! The young woman who was pushed away by Lin Chen was frightened and screamed. Swoosh! At this moment, the glass exploded like rain, and glass fragments fell vertically. Careful! Lin Chen quickly threw himself on the young woman and covered her tightly to prevent any accidents from happening to her pregnant belly. Okay, it's okay, get up. Lin Chen gentlemanly pulled up the young woman in front of him. It was obvious that she was still a little frightened. That's scary, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Lin Chen brushed the dust off himself and turned back to clean up the scene. There were already bloodstains on his clothes on his back. Are you injured? Go to the hospital immediately. The young woman screamed in shock, but the wound caused by the glass was bleeding profusely and needed immediate treatment. If she called 120, it would take too much time. Do you believe me? I'm the chief surgical expert at the first affiliated hospital of Jiangcheng Medical University. My name is Niu Jing. I previously received further training at the Migua Empire Hospital, and was later specially hired back to Jiangcheng. Do you believe I can heal you? Niu Jing introduced herself in a clear voice, fearing that Lin Chen would not believe her. Lin Chen, who was hit on the back by a large piece of glass, began to feel pain. He frowned and had no choice but to trust this female doctor. Niu Jing took out a large medical bag from home, took out alcohol and sprinkled it on Lin Chen's back, then took out a scalpel and tweezers and began to operate carefully. You have to bear it. I don't have any anesthetic here. I have to inconvenience you for a while. Niu Jing was very professional. He was worried that Lin Chen would have a greater psychological burden, so he cut the Gordian knot by simply cutting open the flesh with a knife, and then used tweezers to quickly remove the glass. Niu Jing then used alcohol to clean Lin Chen again, and then sewed it up stitch by stitch. Ah! Lin Chen screamed at the top of his lungs and said he had no strength left. He was numb from the pain and finally fainted in Niu Jing's house. After careful treatment, Niu Jing called an ambulance and sent him to the hospital for follow-up maintenance. The ambulance doctor arrived at the scene as soon as possible and was amazed to see that Niu Jing's treatment of Lin Chen was very appropriate, even more skillful than that of the professional attending doctors in the hospital. You are amazing. You were able to minimize the physical harm to the victim in this situation. The nurse praised Niu Jing while transporting Lin Chen to the ambulance. After Lin Chen was sent to the first affiliated hospital of Jiangnan University, Zhao Yuro and Wang Hao rushed there as soon as possible. Thanks to proper treatment, Lin Chen woke up quickly. Li Caixia, I want to make her lose everything. Lin Chen clenched his fists, hating Duan Long and Li Caixia to the core. Li Caixia? Zhao Yuro certainly knew this powerful woman who was a big shot in Jiangqing's business world, but she was curious about why Li Caixia would plot against Lin Chen. Wang Hao naturally knew that seeing General Lin being killed so tragically, he had already been brewing a revenge plan in his mind. Where's Dr. Niu? Thank her for me. Is that the woman who sent you here? She's gone. Lin Chen clearly hated her, he had already memorized the name Niu Jing in his heart. Miss Niu asked us to miss you and say thank you before she left. A nurse added. The anger on Lin Chen's face was obvious. If Niu Jing had been hit by the glass at that time, the baby in her belly would most likely have died. The unscrupulous Li Caixia actually touched the goods, which is an unforgivable crime. As a result, Lin Chen failed to complete the order successfully, and the system did not automatically activate the new reward. Lin Chen called Manager Xing of his Yuchen mine. Manager Xing, what stage has the gold mine been mined to? Boss Lin, our mining area has been greatly hindered by the shortage of mobile gold panning equipment, vibrating gold panning machinery, excavators, cutting machines, etc. I don't know what's going on, but Jiangyang, the largest heavy machinery supplier in Jiangcheng, has gradually restricted our purchases. Although we have a large number of workers now, most of them are idle. Without machinery, no matter how many people we have, we can't dig up gold. Manager Xing reported everything to Lin Chen, who frowned. Wang Hao, help me check the manufacturer of Jiangyang heavy machinery. Okay, Mr. Lin. Wang Hao in the ward took out his laptop and accelerated the search. This Jiangyang heavy machinery is the largest manufacturer in Jiangcheng, monopolizing all kinds of large and small machinery manufacturing products in various industries. Just look at what relationship Li Caixia has with them. Lin Chen suspected that Li Caixia was secretly restricting Jiangyang heavy machinery's purchase of machinery for Yuchen mine. Li Caixia's Wohushan mine has been purchasing equipment from Jiangyang heavy machinery for more than 10 years. Wohushan mine is Jiangyang's largest customer, and the relationship between the two parties is very strong. So with just one word from Li Caixia, the supply of machinery to the Yuchen mining area could be cut off. Fuck it, search for me who is the supplier behind Jiangyang heavy machinery. Lin Chen clenched his fists, determined to completely eliminate Li Caixia in Jiangcheng City. It's the Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Group in Jiangbei Province. Dongfeng Heavy Machinery is one of the best factories in the country. It is solely responsible for the supply of machinery in Jiangbei, and the production plant of this machinery group is located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Since the Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Factory was also in Jiangcheng, things would be much easier. Come with me. Ignoring the several centimeters scar on his back, Lin Chen stood up and went to the Dongfeng factory with Wang Hao to find out what was going on. Zhao Yuro knew that her fiancé never dragged his feet when doing things, and it would be useless to persuade him, so she followed him. After driving for dozens of minutes, the three arrived at the huge Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Group factory. In this deserted place, the factory was like a settlement. Countless people worked overtime here to produce machinery, which was sold throughout Jiangbei Province and even the whole country. The person in charge of the factory is Qian Xiaodong, vice president of Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Group, who is only responsible for machinery production and supply chain. Chapter 25 Sign-in at Elizabeth Private Hospital. Having lived in Jiangcheng for a long time, Qian Xiaodong naturally recognized Zhao Yuro among the three people at a glance. As the jewel in the crown of the Zhao group, Zhao Yuro is well known to everyone. Miss Zhao is here to visit us. Welcome. Qian Xiaodong naturally did not dare to slack off when he met Zhao Yuro. His achievements today were inseparable from Zhao Donglai's support and help. Uncle Qian, we meet again. Zhao Yuro never thought that Uncle Qian would be able to rise to prominence and become the vice president. More than 20 years ago, Xian Xiaodong was just an orphan who came to Jiangcheng alone. After being helped by Xiaodong Lai, he became a driver. After that, Xian Xiaodong's management skills were gradually reflected. He was promoted from driver to assistant, supervisor, director, manager, and later was poached by Dongfeng Heavy Machinery for a large sum of money and became vice president. Xian Xiaodong always felt that he was unworthy of the care that the Zhao family had given him, and wanted to find an opportunity to make up for it. "Our Miss Yu Rou is still so beautiful," Xian Xiaodong praised. "We came here today to ask Uncle Chen for help. Can you provide a special channel to supply goods to the Yuchen mine?" "Yuchen mine? Is it the mine that was just established recently?" "Yes." Zhao Yuro nodded. Xian Xiaodong was stunned. Because he knew that the Yuchen mine was a company blacklisted by the president himself, although he himself didn't know what was going on. Xian Xiaodong hesitated. "It doesn't matter if there are difficulties. We will find a solution." Zhao Yuro was no longer surprised by this kind of scene and deliberately stood up and wanted to leave. Xian Xiaodong quickly stopped him. "Forget it, at worst I'll just risk it." Xian Xiaodong muttered to himself as he took out his vice president's seal and issued a special pass. With this pass, the machinery produced by Dongfeng Heavy Machinery's Jiangcheng plant does not need to be approved by the higher authorities and can be transported directly to the Yuchen mining area. Xian Xiaodong also had a great psychological struggle in this action. He knew what it would mean if he was discovered. In addition, Xian Xiaodong is a strong candidate for the next executive president and CEO due to his outstanding performance. Lin Chen could see what Xian Xiaodong was worried about. "Don't worry, Yuchen mine will dig out the gold in the shortest possible time, and we will have enough chips to help you by then." Lin Chen is full of confidence. "Are you the president of Yuchen mine? You are really young and promising." Xian Xiaodong thought that being the vice president in his 30s was a business miracle, but Lin Chen being the president in his early 20s made him ashamed. After Lin Chen and his team obtained the pass, they left the factory, and a large number of heavy gold mining machinery immediately rushed to the Yuchen factory. "Boy, I don't think you can dig gold with just people without machines." Li Caixia, who was sitting in the office, was originally full of confidence and wanted to bring down Lin Chen. She controlled Jiang Yang's heavy machinery, which was equivalent to controlling Lin Chen's lifeblood. The earth-shaking roar of the machines made Li Caixia lean over to the window and look out. What's going on? How can they get a gold mining machine of this tonnage?" Li Caixia quickly called Captain Jiang Yangzhong to verify. "Mr. Li, these machines are definitely not provided by our factory, so you can rest assured." Li Xiaoxia frowned. What on earth was going on? After acquiring a large number of machines, the Yuchen mine quickly plunged into gold mining. Due to the extremely high benefits and wages provided by Lin Chen, the workers worked very hard. Seeing the Yuchen mine start to operate, Li Caixia was itching to do something. However, her own gold mine had low production capacity, while the coal mine had been almost fully developed. The difference in profits was simply huge. Lin Chen came to the furniture store again, hoping to unlock the next system reward as soon as possible. Although Lin Chen is worth a lot of money now, if he wants to shake Li Caixia's position, he must become more powerful, and the system is the most convenient way. Lin Chen came to the furniture store. Li Caixia was not there this time. He carefully checked the coffee table in front of him, fearing that Li Caixia was up to something again. Lin Chen drove to an immigration building and found that the corridor still had an uneven cement floor. After pushing open the door, an old man with gray hair tremblingly invited Lin Chen to come in. Lin Chen carried the coffee table and slowly placed it in the living room. The old man politely invited Lin Chen to drink water, and then signed for the goods on the order. "Thanks." While Lin Chen was drinking big gulps of water, he noticed that the old man had a struggle in his brow, as if he was suffering from illness. This is the system also successfully activated. Ding, the system is starting up. Congratulations to the host for the opportunity to become the second largest shareholder of Elizabeth Private Hospital. Queen Elizabeth Private Hospital? This is a modern private hospital with a Sino-foreign joint venture. Unlike public hospitals, although this private hospital is expensive, its cure rate is second to none in China. The most important thing is that Elizabeth Hospital is currently recognized as the hospital with the highest medical resources in Jiangcheng City, ranking first in the overall ranking. Even the affiliated hospital of Jiangcheng Medical University can only look up to it. Although the valuation of Elizabeth Hospital is only over 2 billion yuan, Lin Chen will only get 1 billion yuan after becoming the second largest shareholder, but the most important thing is that he can obtain priority medical treatment rights in this hospital. The people of Jiangcheng are scrambling to see a doctor, especially those with serious illnesses who have to go to the more powerful Elizabeth Hospital for treatment. To see a doctor at this hospital, one needs to make an appointment 1 month in advance, and if you want to see a doctor on short notice, you need to have strong connections. Now that Lin Chen has become a shareholder, it means that he can enjoy the most convenient medical services anytime and anywhere. After delivering the goods and leaving the apartment, Lin Chen couldn't wait to go to Elizabeth Hospital for an inspection. Inside Elizabeth's office. Mr. Zhou, there have been major personnel changes in the company. Lin Chen has now become the second largest shareholder through a share merger. Lin Chen? Elizabeth's boss Zhou Zhan was somewhat unfamiliar with the name Lin Chen, and he was very curious about what kind of person Lin Chen was. Lin Chen had just walked into the magnificent gate of the Elizabeth Hospital when a doctor in a white coat rushed out with big strides and bumped into Lin Chen right on target. "Sir, sorry, I'm so anxious. My father is critically ill, I have to go back to see him." This is a doctor of mixed Chinese and foreign descent. He apologized to Lin Chen in fluent Chinese. Lin Chen didn't know that the person in front of him was Elizabeth's chief leukemia expert, Jackson, a rare talent in China who specialized in treating difficult and complicated diseases such as leukemia and cancer. When Jackson returned from studying abroad, all the major hospitals in Jiangcheng competed for him, but in the end he chose Elizabeth Hospital, which was closest to his home. Jackson was rushing home because his elderly father was getting worse. Chapter 26 Lin Chen reorganizes the hospital. Dr. Jackson was very honest and never accepted gifts from patients in the hospital, so he was very short of money. Although he was a doctor, he could not afford to treat his father's illness and had to put off treating him again and again. "Get on my handlebars." Lin Chen drove Jackson along the road he indicated. That's the building. Lin Chen was very familiar with this place. This was where he had just delivered the goods. Could it be that the old man was the doctor's father? Sure enough, Lin Chen followed Jackson to his father's house, and the old man had already fallen to the ground. Cerebral infarction is an old problem. It costs a lot of money to completely cure cerebral infarction. I really don't have the money to help my father recover completely. Jackson hugged his father's head and cried. "Hurry up and get in the car. Let's go to the hospital." Lin Chen and Jackson carried the old man into the car. "Let's go to the affiliated hospital of Jiangcheng Medical University. It's cheap and convenient to see a doctor there. I heard that Elizabeth Hospital has stronger medical skills. You are a doctor there, so you should know better." "Of course I know, but Elizabeth is a hospital for the rich. Not only is it expensive, but you have to make an appointment a month in advance. Even if I'm an insider of the hospital, there is no backdoor for my family to see a doctor. If we go to Queen Elizabeth Hospital now, it will be a wasted trip. My father's life may be in danger." Jackson was a little depressed. He regretted that he couldn't treat his father at Elizabeth Hospital even though he worked in Elizabeth. "We'll go to Elizabeth, trust me." Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove to the hospital entrance. When the hospital nurse saw the unconscious old man, she did not carry him into the emergency room on a stretcher, but asked if he had an appointment. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove to the hospital entrance. The hospital nurse saw the unconscious old man and immediately carried him to the emergency room. Elizabeth's doctor was very humanitarian. Seeing that the old man's condition was serious and there was no time to transfer him to another hospital, he could only arrange a doctor's diagnosis temporarily. Dr. Jackson and Lin Chen were waiting in the corridor. Alas, money is not everything, but without money, nothing can be done. Jackson said to himself earnestly, "I'm about to leave Elizabeth Hospital. A newly opened private hospital in Jiangcheng, Coyote, has offered me a large sum of money to work there. I was hesitant before whether to go or not, but now it seems like I have to go." Jackson knew that without a large amount of cash, his father would not fully recover. Relying solely on medication to maintain the condition is not as direct as craniotomy. Why does Elizabeth, the largest hospital in Jiangcheng, pay less than a new hospital? As the second largest shareholder of Elizabeth, Lin Chen was naturally curious about the reason behind this. You may not know that corruption is rampant among the top executives at Elizabeth. These people are basically vampires. Even though I'm a top-grade doctor, my monthly salary is less than 20,000 yuan. Jackson sighed as he shook his head. Do you know who are the specific people who embezzled? Of course I know that the one with the most lack of moral integrity is Vice President Feng Zitsong. He was the one who instigated other leaders to commit corruption. Lin Chen frowned. He had to discipline these senior executives who only knew how to embezzle. You stay here now, I'm going to take care of something. Lin Chen went straight upstairs and came to Vice President Feng Zitsong's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a woman's intermittent and sometimes rapid moans coming from inside. There is no doubt that Vice President Feng is engaging in an office affair. Lin Chen pushed the door open slightly. Feng Zitsong was sitting there in the crack. Lin Chen silently picked up his phone and took pictures for 10 minutes. Very comfortable. Feng Zitsong pulled up his trousers and looked refreshed and proud. The one lying on the desk with a red face is none other than the department director Chang Yan, a female college student who just graduated in her 20s. She became the boss at Elizabeth Hospital in less than her third year, thanks to the help of Feng Zitsong behind the scenes. It can be said that the two of them were willing to do this and each got what they needed. It's annoying. I have to go to work again. Hurry up and give me a promotion. Department director is the busiest job. Chang Yan complained to Feng Zitsong. Feng Zitsong hugged Chang Yan from behind and said, "Be good, don't worry, I'll do it for my Yin Yan right away." Hateful, smooth talker. The two were flirting in the office, and it was all recorded by Lin Chen on his mobile phone. Snap, snap, snap. Lin Chen clapped his hands as he opened the door and walked in. Chang Yan and Feng Zitsong were surprised. Who would dare to enter the vice president's office without knocking? Who are you? Do you know where this is? Feng Zitsong pointed coldly at Lin Chen's forehead. Then do you know who you are and where this is? Lin Chen asked Feng Zitsong in a descriptive way. You are the vice president of Elizabeth Corporation. This is the vice president's office, not a place for romance. Lin Chen placed the video on his desk and started playing it. The more than 10-minute video recorded all the intimate scenes between the two people in the office. You? What do you mean? Delete it now. Feng Zitsong jumped forward and tried to snatch the phone from Lin Chen's hand. If you move again, I will post it directly to the company's intranet and let all the employees in the hospital see your face. Lin Chen frightened Feng Zitsong so much that he dared not move. Although he is the fifth largest shareholder of the company and has a strong say and status in the company, he is under pressure from the three major shareholders above him and cannot do anything too outrageous. Don't do that. Don't do that. Chang Yan begged Lin Chen. As a girl, if everyone knew that she had an affair with the vice president, she would definitely be on the losing end. Since you won't let me post it, let me ask you how much money you have embezzled from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Lin Chen went straight to the point. He had to seek justice for Dr. Jackson. I am Mr. Feng of the company. The hospital's performance is my performance. Would I commit corruption and harm the hospital's performance? Feng Zitsong was very stubborn and showed no intention of admitting anything. Then I'm sorry. Lin Chen gently tapped the send button with his finger. You still have a chance now. If I loosen my hand, it will get out. Then the whole hospital and even Jiangchang will know about your mess. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp, without any hint of joking. Feng Zitsong realized the seriousness of the problem and his voice began to tremble. 3 million. Little brother, let's talk about this. I can give you 500,000 yuan, but you must not send the video out. Feng Zitsong was notoriously stingy, and I didn't expect him to offer 500,000 yuan as a bribe to Lin Chen. Lin Chen is a wealthy man in Jiangchang with a net worth of tens of billions. In his eyes, 500,000 is not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Chapter 27, Cleaning Up the House. Just one vice president embezzled 3 million. How much money could all the leaders, big and small, embezzle from the hospital? Lin Chen was so angry that he let go of his hand. Ding dong. At this time, the company's internal website, communication software, and WeChat group were all filled with videos of Feng Zitsong and Chang Yan having sex. This is too much. The vice president actually did this with a female employee in the office. This woman is too shameless. She used hidden rules to get to the top? No wonder she became the department director in her 20s. It turns out that she relied on her good looks. All public opinion in the company was directed at Feng Zitsong. I think you want to die. Feng Zitsong picked up the fruit knife on the table. Wait, this is the recording of you admitting to embezzling 3 million from the company. If you dare to touch me, I will continue to send it out. Feng Zitsong was a little panicked, his eyes full of disbelief. At this time, in the office of President Elizabeth Zhou Zhang. Ridiculous. This Feng Zitsong is going too far. Isn't this destroying the reputation of our hospital? Call him over here. Zhou Zhang became furious and shouted at his assistant. Sitting next to Zhou Zhang were Elizabeth's third largest shareholder and fourth largest shareholder. The second largest shareholder is naturally Lin Chen, but they have never even met Lin Chen. Hurry and hold a shareholders' meeting to deal with the Feng Zitsong incident. Zhou Zhang released this message to all shareholders. Feng Zitsong and Lin Chen, as shareholders of the hospital, both received the news. Brother, I'm going to a meeting and will be back soon. The price is negotiable. My offer will definitely satisfy you. Feng Zitsong turned and left. In fact, deep down in his heart, he didn't agree. Even if Lin Chen sent the recording out, his uncle would definitely not let anything unexpected happen to him. Lin Chen followed him and came to the shareholders' meeting venue and sat in a corner. Feng Zitsong, you decide what to do. You have brought shame to the hospital. Zhou Zhang questioned Feng Zitsong. At this time, Feng Zitsong was winking at the second largest shareholder Shani and Zhu Zhe. Shani and Shen Zhe are both Feng Zitsong's uncles, and the Shen family is also a prominent family in Jiangcheng. No matter what decision the company makes, Shani, Shen Zhe and Feng Zitsong are all in the same boat. Although Zhou Zhang holds 30% of the shares, the combined shares of the three of them are higher than Zhou Zhang's. Therefore, any decision that undermines the decisions of these three people will not be passed. Zhou Zhang has been very angry about this, but there is nothing he can do. It's no big deal. It's normal for a man like me to make this kind of mistake. I won't make it again in the future. Feng Zitsong defended himself. That's right, my nephew is still not very sensible, he will remember this lesson after learning it. Shani was also speaking for Feng Zitsong. How unreasonable. Is there any law and order in this company? Zhou Zhang slammed the table hard, and everyone was shocked. Only Shani, Shen Zhe, and Feng Zitsong remained calm. They believed that as long as the three of them joined forces, they would have the final say in this hospital. Mr. Zhou, please don't go too far. Who are you talking to in such a tone? Shani didn't buy it at all, and Zhou Zhang's authority at the shareholders' meeting was greatly reduced. If office affairs are nothing, then corruption is another matter. In the last row of the shareholders' meeting room, Lin Chen played the recording on his mobile phone, and everyone heard Feng Zitsong personally admit to the fact of corruption. Finance, is this really the case? Did he really embezzle money? Tell me now. Zhou Zhang turned around and looked at the female finance officer. Mr. Zhou. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll fire you. Boss Zhou, I'm telling you that Boss Feng did embezzle some money, but it was all from the salaries of the attending physicians. He didn't embezzle money from other channels. What? Embezzling doctors' salaries? Our hospital is ranked first in Jiangcheng because of these doctors. How can you have the nerve to deduct their wages? Zhou Zhang stood up and walked up to Feng Zitsong to ask for an explanation. Unexpectedly, Feng Zitsong remained calm and was not afraid of the president's questioning at all. He also stood up and retorted. Say less, I, Feng Zitsong, have embezzled money today, what can you do to me? I'm giving you some face because you're the president. If I ignore you, who are you? Feng Zitsong was very proud, and Shani and Shen Zhe beside him also sneered. The combined shares of the three of us are high. As long as the three of us agree, we will be the ones to call the shots in this hospital. Ha ha ha. Shani laughed loudly towards the sky. The fox tail that had been hidden for so long was finally revealed. You bastards. Zhou Zhang felt a pain in his chest, but he could do nothing as he looked at the three men. Ridiculous, the three of you will soon be a thing of the past at Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Lin Chen walked up with full aura. When Zhou Zhang saw this man with extraordinary temperament, although he didn't know that he was the second largest shareholder Lin Chen, he believed that this young man was extraordinary. I think you don't take me, the second largest shareholder, seriously. The combined shareholding of Mr. Zhou and I is probably much higher than the combined shareholding of the three of you. Lin Chen introduced himself in a casual manner. Zhou Zhang's eyes lit up. It turned out that the man in front of him was Lin Chen, who had recently spent a huge amount of money to buy shares in the hospital and became the second largest shareholder. What? You are the second largest shareholder? Feng Zitsong was panicked, and only then did he realize why someone who didn't want to do the job was asking about the hospital's internal affairs. It turned out that he was the new shareholder. From now on, Feng Zitsong will be relieved of his position as vice president. As for Shini and Shinzei, as long as you perform well, I will forgive you for your past mistakes. With Lin Chen's support, Zhou Zhang became more confident. No. Give me a chance. I was really wrong. Feng Zitsong realized the seriousness of the problem, but it was too late. Drag him out first, don't let him defile the office. Zhou Jingyi asked the security guard to push him out. Shinyi and Shinzei were also very dissatisfied with Lin Chen's interference and prepared to find an opportunity to avenge their nephew. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, the hospital would have been destroyed by them sooner or later. Zhou Zhang held Lin Chen tightly with both hands, full of gratitude. It's a small matter. I'm also a shareholder. This is what I should do. After saying that, Lin Chen came to the emergency room again. Dr. Jackson was still waiting for news from his father in the corridor. The doctor came out at that moment and said, "Your father is fine for now, but he needs surgery right away to fully recover. The surgery will cost 700,000. When Jackson heard the number 700,000, he hesitated. He really didn't have that much money. While Jackson was still hesitating, Lin Chen had already agreed on his behalf. Okay, prepare for the surgery right away, I'll go with you to pay. 700,000 is a considerable sum of money, but it is just a drop in the ocean for Lin Chen. Chapter 28, Encounter with He Yong. Jackson looked at Lin Chen with great gratitude and couldn't help shedding 2 lines of tears. He thought to himself that one day he would definitely repay Lin Chen. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen looked at the calendar on his phone. Today was already the 23rd, and the engagement ceremony was tomorrow. Lin Chen still has a heavy psychological burden. After all, the Zhao family is a prominent family in Zhangcheng. If he wants to become the son-in-law of the Zhao family, he must be good enough. Maybe Yuro's aunts and uncles would disagree with this marriage, which would be too embarrassing. Beep, beep. Tomorrow is our engagement ceremony, you can't forget it. I've asked Wang how to prepare the venue for the ceremony, and it's at the Triumph Hotel. Yuro called to remind Lin Chen, her gentle voice was fascinating. By the way, come with me to the mall, let's buy some formal clothes. Zhao Yuro knew that Lin Chen's usual clothes were too casual, and the engagement scene was very formal, so he needed to wear formal clothes. Lin Chen didn't have time to change cars, so he drove a Wuling Hongguang to the North American New World Plaza. Today, Yuro's aloofness was mixed with a little woman's feeling. She was about to get engaged to Lin Chen, so she was still a little shy. The pair of Valentino high heels on her feet are very seductive. Oh my god, Valentino really understands men better. Lin Chen muttered softly. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro are the couple that attract the most attention when walking in the mall. They are both good-looking and have good temperaments, and they are really a perfect match. Zhao Yuro took Lin Chen into the Givenchy luxury store. Although Lin Chen is now worth hundreds of billions, he has never been to such a high-end store. Wow, this couple is so eye-catching, their looks can only be seen in TV dramas. The key is that they are not only good-looking but also rich enough to buy clothes in such luxury stores. The waiters nearby were talking about it and looking at him with admiration. Although Lin Chen looked a bit shabby in Yu Yika's clothes, apart from the clothes, he looked very compatible with Yuro. Zhao Yuro has always been decisive and not picky when buying clothes. She directly bought the most eye-catching men's and women's suits on the wall. Try it. Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen both walked into the fitting room and came out at the same time a few minutes later. It feels like walking down the red carpet at a wedding, which is really enviable. Zhao Yuro's long legs look even slimmer under the white skirt, and her cool and majestic image is enhanced again. Lin Chen has also transformed from a little puppy into a little wolf dog, and when he wears a suit, he is no less than any male star. These are just these two. How much are they? Zhao Yuro walked to the checkout counter. Miss, the total is 90,000 yuan. Our store is having a promotion right now, so the discount is 80,000 yuan. Zhao Yuro took out a bank card and swiped it towards the boss's machine, as if spending the 80,000 yuan was just like spending 8 yuan, without even blinking an eye. Oh, such a beautiful lady, it's a pity that she found a gigolo. A bloated man next to him sneered at Lin Chen, because in such high-end stores, men usually pay and very few women would take the initiative to pay. This man is He Yong, the son of He Guisheng, the president of Zhengyang Heavy Machinery Manufacturer. He Yang is a well-known playboy. His record of changing partners 12 times in a month has not been broken so far. He Yang has tried all types of girls, punk style, loli style, JK style, motorcycle style, low style, but he has never been able to handle Euro's cool and elegant style. When Zhao Euro just appeared in He Yang's sight, He Yang couldn't even walk, and walked towards Euro with drooling mouth. Even if he saw Lin Chen next to Euro, he didn't mind. He often broke up other people because of women's materialistic nature. I don't have a good appetite, so I can only eat soft food. I'm sorry. Of course, Lin Chen didn't care about these few words. As he was already worth tens of billions, he just ignored such jokes. Zhao Euro didn't even look at He Yang, but just held Lin Chen's arm and continued walking forward. Feeling insulted, He Yang was furious. No woman had ever dared to treat him like this. He Yang stood in front of the two people again, turning the keys of his Aston Martin luxury car in his hand, hinting that Euro had changed her mind. What's so good about this pretty boy? If you follow me, you can buy luxury goods like this at will. The short-sighted He Yang didn't know that with Zhao Euro's identity, buying these luxury goods was as easy as drinking water. Seeing this man pretending to be cool, Lin Chen began to feel dissatisfied and deliberately took out his Lamborghini Hermes car keys from his belt. There is also a starry sky key specially made by Galaxy Bay that is shining brightly. Lamborghini? Galaxy Bay Villa? He Yang was shocked. The value of this car and this house together was several billion yuan, while the valuation of their entire Jianyang machinery factory was less than several billion yuan. Boss, I am blind. I am He Yang, the son of Jianyang Heavy Machinery. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. He Yang's attitude took a 180-degree turn, from an arrogant and domineering young man to a fawning lapdog. Jianyang Heavy Machinery? Isn't it the company that Li Caixia took control of and refused to supply her mine? Lin Chen frowned, thinking. In just a few seconds, He Yang had found new prey. A curvy blonde girl walking not far away caught He Yang's attention. Little sister, aren't you lonely shopping alone? He Yang's skill in flirting with girls is indeed amazing. Relying on his wealth and power, he is never humble towards beautiful girls. Want to flirt with me? I'll be your girlfriend if you can give me everything on this Givenchy shelf. This beautiful sister is also a person of sentimental nature. She worships money openly and honestly. Unlike some girls who pretend that they are with He Yang because of love, but in fact they are just doing it for money. Okay, it's a deal. He Yang licked his saliva, looked up and down at the girl's sexy figure, and walked to the waiter. How much would it cost if I bought everything in your store? Hello, the total is 6 million yuan. The waiter was shocked. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't book the entire store. He Yang confidently took out his bank card, but all his savings added up to only about 4 million. Sorry sir, your bank card balance is insufficient. The blonde smiled at that. You dare to pick up girls without money? He Yang was very embarrassed when he heard the girl he liked questioning him. His face turned red, but he was helpless. He Yang wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He hated making a fool of himself in front of a woman the most. Here is 2 million, use it. Lin Chen took out his bank card and gave it to He Yang. Euro certainly knew that Lin Chen had ulterior motives in doing this. Chapter 29, Merger of Wohushan Mine. After buying all the goods in Givenchy store, the blonde girl took the initiative to hug He Yang's plump waist. He Yang enjoyed the feeling of conquering a woman with money. Brother, thank you so much. I'll have my dad call you back for the 2 million. No need, I'll consider this 2 million as my friendship with you as my good brother. Since we are good brothers, I have a small favor to ask if you are willing to help me. Lin Chen deliberately tested. Just speak up, brother. Can you, Jianyang Heavy Machinery, stop supplying to the Wohushan mine, cut off their technical support, and then withdraw your investment? Lin Chen's words were so straightforward that He Yang's face changed. Crouching Tiger Mountain? This is our company's largest partner. This is impossible. Don't rush to answer. We at Yuchen Mine will offer twice the price. You will definitely make a profit. Lin Chen offered double the price to attract Jianyang Heavy Machinery, not for the purpose of making money, but mainly for the purpose of bringing down Li Caixia and monopolizing the mining market in Jiangchang. I just happen to be dissatisfied with this old woman, Li Caixia, so let's make a deal. I'll go and convince my dad. Although He Yang is a playboy, he is also a sensible man. He will not let go of such a huge benefit. Moreover, Lin Chen helped him so much today. He Yang then called his father to explain the whole story. He Guisheng was so smart that he knew that Yuchen Mine would defeat Wohushan sooner or later. Supporting Yuchen Mine now would only bring benefits and no harm. At present, gold mines are the top priority. Coal mines have long become a thing of the past, and new energy has largely replaced the coal mine market. The world belongs to those who own the gold mine. There is no doubt that Lin Chen's opportunities and power for future development are incomparable to the Wohushan mine. In the Jiangcheng Wohushan mining area. Bossly, this is bad. Jiangyang Heavy Machinery Factory has gone back on its word and refused to supply us. Moreover, it has blocked our technical support and withdrawn a large number of shares. Moreover, Jiangyang Heavy Machinery also instigated other shareholders to withdraw. Our workers were panicked when they heard the news. Many backbones and technical personnel have submitted their resignation letters. More employees will resign in the future. They are all preparing to go to the Yuchen mine across the street to work. Li Caixia felt heartbroken when she heard every word the assistant said, but there was nothing she could do. We need to use the money to avoid disaster and win back these major shareholders and big customers. We cannot do without the help of these companies. Li Caixia was completely panicked. He didn't expect that his opponent Lin Chen was so powerful. Not only could he build a factory, but he also attacked him in such a short time. Bossly, these methods are useless. Lin Chen's double price is double the price. We have no advantage in competing with him. The assistant was also very desperate. He already had a resignation letter in his hand, waiting for Li Caishia's approval. All these variables can be said to make the situation worse for the Wohushan mine. On the other hand, at the Yuchen mine, all kinds of modern advanced machinery are continuously transported into the mine, and various technologies, funds and talents are in greater supply than demand. Li Caixia called He Guisheng in panic, but no one answered. The newest machinery at Yuchen mine was engraved with the word Dongfeng. Li Caixia knew that it was definitely provided by the Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Factory in Jiangbei Province. She was very curious about how Lin Chen, who had no power or influence, could have such connections at the provincial level that Dongfeng mine could provide large machinery in person. Li Caixia suffered a crushing defeat. She has realized that she will plummet from the list of Jiangqing's richest people, and her assets are currently being depleted bit by bit. Get out of here, I don't want to see you again. If you hadn't provoked Lin Chen, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Li Caixia pointed at Duan Long's nose and cursed. Now she can only apply for bankruptcy protection, otherwise she will be heavily in debt. Quietly, Jiangqing's famous Wohushan mine is on the verge of bankruptcy, and Lin Chen has made an indelible contribution. After Lin Chen learned the news, he immediately asked for a large sum of money to buy the Wohushan mine that had filed for bankruptcy. Although Li Caixia hated Lin Chen to the core, selling the factory to Lin Chen was her only option. After Lin Chen merged the huge mining area of Wowo Mountain, his strength was once again raised to a higher level, ranking among the top among the many mines in Jiangbei Province. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. After Zhao Yuro learned about the acquisition, she teased Lin Chen, whose net worth had increased dramatically. Don't laugh at me. I may look wealthy on the surface, but in fact I have invested a lot of money, and my liquid funds are almost all used up. As a business elite, Yuro knew that these were the processes that Lin Chen had to go through, and that one day these costs would show several times the benefits and returns. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by Zhao Yuro. Today is the engagement ceremony, my parents, sisters, aunts and uncles are all coming, don't sleep in. Zhao Yuro pushed Lin Chen's lazy body with disdain. She had already gotten up and put on makeup. Lin Chen sat up suddenly. After all, it was the first time he officially met Yuro's whole family, so he naturally couldn't slack off. A big family like this must have a lot of requirements for the son-in-law. Although the system allowed him to save Yuro's father Zhao Donglai, Lin Chen had no memory of this happening and didn't even know what Zhao Donglai looked like. Lin Chen put on yesterday's suit and sprayed some hair wax on his head, looking a little more handsome than usual. When Zhao Yuro saw such a handsome Lin Chen, her heart started beating fast. The two walked out hand in hand. There was only a Wuling Hongguang parked downstairs. His Lamborghini Hermes was somewhere else, so he could only take Yuro's Ferrari to the venue. Zhao Yuro was wearing sunglasses and driving at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the Triumph Hotel. The Triumph before us had been completely decorated. Under the magnificent exterior there were countless red bouquets, banners, balloons, and arches, creating a grand scene. Soon after, 5 extremely luxurious Lincoln extended cars lined up and stopped in front of the Triumph Hotel, looking quite impressive. If you look closely, you can see that even the license plate numbers are connected. Here they come. Zhao Yuro muttered softly, then leaned over to adjust the hem of her skirt. Lin Chen thought his family would be nervous when meeting Zhao Yuro's family, but he was not nervous at all and went forward to greet them naturally. The first person to get off the car was Zhao Donglai, the head of the Zhao family. This well-known business tycoon in Jiangcheng and even Jiangbei province indeed had a strong aura. But Zhao Donglai was very kind to Lin Chen and took the initiative to pat Lin Chen's chest. This shows the status of Lin Chen in Zhao Donglai's heart. Young man, long time no see. Let me see if the wound on your arm has healed. What Zhao Donglai was most concerned about was the knife wound that Lin Chen took to save him. It was obvious that the scar was still there, and even after it healed, there would be some traces left. Chapter 30 Engagement Ceremony. Seeing this, Zhao Donglai felt a little guilty. Young man, if you have any difficulties in the future, just let me know. As long as I, Zhao Donglai, am here, no problem will be a problem. Zhao Donglai never said such things to others easily, because in the business world there are only eternal interests, no eternal friends. The next person to get out of the car was Zhao Yurua's mother Yin Kaifeng, who was dignified and elegant in her manners, and looked very charming in her cheongsam. She is indeed the young lady of a wealthy family. Although Yin Kaifeng had always resented Zhao Donglai for marrying his precious daughter to the poor boy Lin Chen in order to repay his kindness, he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction obviously in such a public occasion. He could only put on a show and greet Lin Chen with a smile. Auntie is so elegant. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise Yin Kaifeng, and she was naturally delighted to hear that. If Yin Kaifeng didn't feel aggrieved about her daughter marrying Lin Chen, she would like this clever and sunny boy very much. Then 2 sisters walked out of the car. There was no doubt that they were Zhao Yuro's elder sister Zhao Yuqing and younger sister Zhao Yuyan. Their looks all reached 95 points, with slender and tall figures and straight facial features, and they can be noticed at a glance in the crowd. My elder sister Zhao Yuqing is the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. After graduating from a normal college, she went to work at the Education Bureau. With her competence and talent, she rose step by step to the position of director. My younger sister Zhao Yuyan doesn't like to do business at all. She has just graduated from Jiangbei University of Aeronautics and Astronautics and is about to become a real flight attendant. With Zhao Yuyan's appearance and figure, she stands out even among flight attendants, let alone among ordinary people. The 3 sisters are all about 1.7 meters tall, and standing together they look like fairies on Earth. Hello, hearing about it is worse than meeting it in person. Everyone says my brother-in-law is handsome, and today I met him and he is indeed handsome. Zhao Yuqing took the initiative to greet Lin Chen, but in her heart she disliked Lin Chen. What's the use of being handsome? It's useless if you don't have money to play with. Yu Yan is completely different. She is in her teenage years and is not interested in Chen Hao. She is just jealous that her sister has such a handsome boyfriend like Lin Chen. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome, let's take a photo together. Snap. Zhao Yuyan smiled very sweetly, and she recognized Lin Chen in her heart. The people who got out of the other Lincoln cars were Yuro's aunts and uncles. They were all very elegant, but they despised Lin Chen's background. You found our Yuro. You are really blessed in your previous life. Remember to go to Mount Wutai to fulfill your wish this year. Yuro's second aunt Zhao Ling was sneering and sarcastic, and Lin Chen could certainly hear the subtext. By the way, don't you have a car? Why did I see you coming here in Yuro's car just now? Zhao Ling continued to ask questions, and before Lin Chen could explain, she turned around and left coldly. She looked down on Lin Chen from the bottom of her heart. Come on in, what are you standing here for? Zhao Donglai had seen too much of the ways of the world, so in order to ease the awkwardness he quickly gestured for everyone to go into the hotel and take their seats. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Zhao Yuro put her mouth close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, "Be patient." Yuro was very considerate of Lin Chen's feelings. She knew that her family's hierarchy was too serious. The banquet officially began, with entertaining performances on the stage one after another, and the delicacies from land and sea, fish and meat on the table were priceless. I guess this is the first time you've seen these delicacies, right? Zhao Ling couldn't stand Lin Chen anymore and continued her offensive. Yes, I have never eaten these delicacies from the mountains and the sea. I prefer home-cooked meals. Potatoes, radishes, cabbages, these are my favorites. Lin Chen didn't care about the Zhao family's opinions at all, as long as he felt comfortable. Oh? Then the diet of the people in your village is really green and healthy. Zhao Ling smiled disdainfully. Of course you are healthy. From your face, I can tell that you have high blood sugar, high blood lipids, and high blood pressure. It would be good to exercise more when you have time. Lin Chen said this leisurely. Zhao Ling never thought that a man who married into the family would dare to talk back to her, but Lin Chen was right. She was indeed diagnosed with 3 highs in the hospital last week. You. Zhao Ling was so angry that her teeth were itching, but was interrupted by Zhao Donglai. Okay, let's eat. Zhao Donglai interrupted Zhao Ling. After dinner we have something important to do. Your aunt was diagnosed with advanced cancer last week. We have to take her to the hospital right away. The existing atmosphere suddenly became strange, as everyone had just learned the news. Yu Ro's aunt is Yin Kaiying, a kind-hearted person who repays evil with kindness. When Zhao Donglai was still a poor boy, the aunt gave a lot of help and favors to the Zhao family. Now that Zhao Donglai's career is at its peak, he wants to repay Yin Kaiying by letting her enjoy the good life with him, but he didn't expect that she was diagnosed with cancer. Cancer is a serious disease that is difficult to cure and is almost incurable. Moreover, Yin Kaiying is in the late stage of cancer and can only use medication to delay treatment. What? Cancer? The best Elizabeth Hospital in Jiangcheng requires an appointment 1 month in advance. Even if we pay a large sum of money, we still have to wait a week before we can get treatment. Zhao Ling yelled loudly and then burst into pain. She also didn't believe the news that Yin Kaiying was in the late stage of cancer. Yes, the best hospital in Jiangcheng is Elizabeth Hospital. If you want to treat my aunt, you can only go here, but she can't be admitted to the hospital for a while. Zhao Yuqing was also very worried. She always remembered how good Yin Kaiying had been to her when they were young. Then hurry up and take Aunt Elizabeth to you. There's no time to lose. I have some connections there. Lin Chen was also very anxious. Matters involving human lives could not be delayed. Do you know that Elizabeth Hospital is a Sino-foreign joint venture private hospital, where only shareholders are eligible to break the hospital rules and see patients at will? How can you know shareholders? Zhao Ling laughed at Lin Chen unscrupulously, full of contempt. She hated people who boasted the most in her life. I happen to know a shareholder friend who was the second largest shareholder of Elizabeth Hospital. It should be no problem. Lin Chen's tone was firm. That's great. Today's engagement ceremony ends here. Let's send Aunt to the hospital. Zhao Donglai believed that Lin Chen would not lie. Zhao Yuqing was also skeptical. How could a poor boy know Elizabeth's shareholders? Even if there is, will Elizabeth's shareholders buy into Lin Chen's idea? Business is all about mutual benefit. Lin Chen has no value to that shareholder, so why should he help? Don't make a wasted trip. Let's go to another hospital. Can you trust what this guy says? In the end, it will only make Aunt run around and make her physically exhausted. Yan Kaifeng also came out and stood against Lin Chen. Chapter 31, Lin Chen shows off his muscles. Yes, Elizabeth's shareholders will not give Lin Chen this face. I heard that the CEO of this hospital is Zhou Zhang. He is a ruthless person. He usually doesn't allow his relatives to break the hospital rules and come in and out to see the doctor at will. They must queue up for an appointment. All the aunts and uncles were talking to each other, leaving Lin Chen speechless. Go directly to the first hospital of Jiangnan University. The medical qualifications there are also very strong. Yan Kaifeng said, making Zhao Donglai a little embarrassed. Dad, trust Lin Chen. Since he promised us that he can let Aunt Elizabeth see a doctor, he won't make a mistake. Zhao Yuro was also very determined. Zhao Donglai loved his daughter and son-in-law very much, and finally decided to go to Elizabeth Hospital first. Everyone got in the car and headed for Elizabeth. It's destined to be a wasted trip. This guy is too unreliable. Why did you marry this poor boy? If he messes up this time, I will definitely humiliate her. Zhao Ling and the relatives around her were whispering to each other. Zhou Zhang, quickly send someone to wait for me at the hospital entrance. I have a patient with advanced cancer who needs treatment. Lin Chen's tone was very urgent. Zhou Zhang did not dare to slack off and handled the matter personally. Zhou Zhang knew that Lin Chen was the key to helping the hospital turn the crisis into safety. If Lin Chen had not appeared to destroy the cooperation between Shen Yi, Shen Zhe, and Feng Zitsong, the hospital would have been finished sooner or later. Since corruption in the hospital was eradicated, doctors are more motivated and the hospital's performance is booming. The Zhao family and their entourage arrived at the gate of Elizabeth. As soon as they got off the car, dozens of medical staff and stretchers were ready. Zhou Zhang was waiting for Lin Chen to appear. What kind of ceremony is this? Whose patient would require so many people to see a doctor? Could he be a relative of the boss? Zhao Ling was shocked by the scene before her. She thought the scene belonged to someone else, and never expected that it was prepared by Lin Chen for her aunt. Other people's houses are so grand, but we might not even be allowed to enter the gate when we come to see a doctor. Yan Kaifeng saw the gap and glanced at Lin Chen. Boss Lin, I have all the medical staff ready, just waiting for the patient. Zhou Zhang hurriedly came to Lin Chen and asked questions. The word Mr. Lin caught the Zhao family members by surprise. Even Yu Rou didn't know whether her fiancé could have a relationship with President Elizabeth. You did a great job, hurry up and take him to the emergency room and get the best doctor to treat him. Lin Chen entrusted his aunt to Zhou Zhang, who of course acted cautiously and did not dare to make any mistakes. President Elizabeth. Zhou Zhang is so servile to Lin Chen? Zhao Ling couldn't believe it. How could someone who couldn't even afford delicacies let the boss personally receive her? Mr. Lin? Yan Kaifeng thought there was something wrong with her ears and she must have heard it wrong. Zhao Donglai nodded with satisfaction. He always thought that Lin Chen, who saved him, was courageous and responsible, and he felt safe letting his daughter be with such a man. He didn't expect that Lin Chen had some connections. Zhao Donglai never expected that the future son-in-law in front of him would be his strongest contender for the title of the richest man in Jiangcheng. The Zhao family received the highest courtesy and was invited by Zhou Zhang to enter the family lounge. I heard that Elizabeth's family lounge costs 10,000 yuan per person to enter. It's really classy today. Yu Rou's third aunt praised the environment here highly. This is not a lounge at all, it's the configuration of a 5-star hotel. After Zhou Zhang settled everyone down, he immediately went to raise the most advanced and professional doctors in the hospital to treat Yan Kaiying. Mr. Zhou, these professional doctors are very busy right now. We can't ask them to leave the patients they are currently diagnosing aside and come here to treat this patient, right? A director asked Zhou Zhang a question, and he was also in a dilemma. If medical resources were tilted towards Yan Kaiying, other patients would not be able to receive medical treatment in time. What a stupid question. Yan Kaiying is Lin Chen's relative. You have to do it for me without any reason. Zhou Zhan was furious. In his opinion, the help that Lin Chen asked him to help with could not have any mistakes. Mr. Zhou, I understand. I'll do it right away. The director quickly gathered doctors to develop the most advanced treatment plan for Yan Kaiying. Yan Kaifeng happened to go to the bathroom and heard what Zhou Zhang said. Lin Chen. Why does Lin Chen have such a strong deterrent power? Yan Kaifeng frowned. He didn't know that Lin Chen was now one of the richest people in Jiangcheng and would catch up with Zhao Donglai in no time. In the lounge, dozens of medical staff served tea and water to the Zhao family like waiters. This was the highest level of courtesy given by Elizabeth. The last time the hospital used this level of welcoming staff was when the governor came to inspect. With a hospital of Elizabeth's caliber to treat her, your aunt will definitely be fine. Zhao Donglai was very satisfied with what Lin Chen had done, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Lin Chen, who was the target of public criticism just now, has now become the center of attention. Zhao Ling was a little unconvinced. She felt that something must have gone wrong. Lin Chen was just a poor boy. In her heart, Zhao Yuyan admired her brother-in-law more and more. Not only was he handsome, but he was also capable of doing things. Zhao Yuqing's impression of Lin Chen also improved. Dozens of minutes later, several highly qualified doctors in their 50s and 60s came to the lounge anxiously. You are the patient's family, right? The patient's condition is very serious and surgery must be performed immediately. The doctor's anxious mood infected everyone. Then perform the operation immediately. What are you standing there for? Go! Lin Chen widened his eyes. I didn't expect that my aunt's cancer had reached this stage. But. The old doctor hesitated and seemed to be hiding something. But the patient's condition is beyond our control, and there is nothing we can do. What did you say? Lin Chen slammed the table angrily, and his aura made all the Zhao family members present shudder. Even Zhao Donlai, who had been in the business world for decades, was shocked by Lin Chen's aura. Zhao Donlai knew that this boy was not an ordinary person. He absolutely is the best among men. Don't worry, there is someone who can treat the patient. Who? Dr. Jackson, the surgery fanatic of our Elizabeth Hospital. He is the absolute authority of our hospital. If he comes, there is a high probability that he can save the patient from this disaster. Jackson? Dr. Jackson? There is no doubt that Jackson is the mixed-race doctor who helped Lin Chen's father before. Unexpectedly, he has such a high status in Elizabeth Hospital. Chapter 32, Lin Chen's face. Then call him over. Dr. Jackson is on vacation to accompany his father, who is recovering from a serious illness and has refused any work arrangements, so he will definitely not come to perform the surgery. As Jackson's colleague, the doctor knew Jackson's working style very well. As long as he didn't want to work, no one could stop him. The hospital couldn't do anything about him because Jackson was a world-class surgical expert, proficient in any type of surgery. If the hospital fired Jackson, it would be a huge loss. Dozens of major hospitals have hired Jackson at double his salary. If Jackson hadn't developed a bond with the hospital, he would have changed jobs long ago. We pay, isn't it okay? Yan Kaifeng shouted among the crowd. If Jackson was indeed short of money some time ago, he had to raise funds for his old father's cerebral infarction surgery. Now that his father's surgery has been successfully completed, money is no longer a thing to him. Money is not worth mentioning in Jackson's eyes now. The old doctor's words plunged the Zhao family into despair once again. Lin Chen was not in a hurry and slowly dialed Jackson's number. Absolutely not, it's Dr. Jackson's lunch break now. If you disturb him and make him angry, he will never come to do this surgery in his life. The best way now is to visit him with all sincerity and ask him to perform the surgery. The doctor had good intentions and advised Lin Chen not to act radically. Or just hang up the phone, don't be reckless. Zhao Yuqing was also a little anxious and advised Lin Chen to take a long-term view and not act on impulse. The other party didn't answer the phone, so Lin Chen called again. Why don't you listen to me, kid? I told you that Dr. Jackson is taking a nap. If you make him angry, your aunt's illness won't get better. Zhao Ling pointed at Lin Chen's nose and shouted loudly. The other party still didn't answer, so Lin Chen called again. Finally, after 3 minutes of phone bombardment, Dr. Jackson picked up the phone impatiently and was about to get angry. I'm Lin Chen, and I need you to perform surgery now, it's urgent. Lin Chen's tone was calm, a rare calmness that only maturity could sustain. Lin Chen? I'll be there in 10 minutes. Dr. Jackson didn't ask anything else. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone and went to Elizabeth Hospital. Everyone in the lounge was shocked. What methods did Lin Chen use to make the most difficult surgical master in the entire Jiangqing city come to perform the surgery so easily? Zhao Donlai liked his future son-in-law more and more. In Lin Chen, he saw himself 20 years ago. Zhao Yuro felt no wavering in her heart. She had long known that he was a magical man and there was nothing he could not do. 5 minutes later, Jackson appeared at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, panting. It was obvious that he had run there. Zhao Ling couldn't believe her eyes and the facts in front of her. Where is the patient? Operating room, waiting for you. Good. Dr. Jackson turned around and ran to the operating room, and the LED indicator light above the operating room changed to surgery in progress. The operation has already begun and we can only pray. No one spoke a word during the waiting process, even Zhao Ling, who had been fidgeting because she didn't like Lin Chen, shut up. Yuro leaned tightly against Lin Chen's neck, worried that something might happen to her aunt. Lin Chen gently caressed Yuro's body. Zhao Yuqing saw that Lin Chen was really good to her sister, and all her previous dislike for him disappeared. Yan Kaifeng had no reason to be dissatisfied with Lin Chen, who had saved Shajia's life twice. An hour later, the operating room indicator light turned green and the operation was over. The tired Dr. Jackson came out first, made an okay gesture to Lin Chen, and prepared to leave. At this time, a man of noble status recognized Jackson at a glance and invited him to treat the patient, but Jackson didn't even look at him. When Zhou Zhang learned that the patient's condition had improved significantly, he was the first to congratulate Lin Chen. Patients with advanced cancer can be treated. It is a blessing for our Elizabeth Hospital to have a doctor like Jackson. Of course. The Zhao family naturally heard the conversation between Lin Chen and Zhou Zhang. Our Queen Elizabeth Hospital? Could this hospital also belong to Lin Chen? Zhao Ling's pupils were wretched. She never thought that this man who only ate yam, eggs and radishes every day could own the top private hospital in Jiangchang. Zhao Donglai was obviously calm. He had no reason to doubt that this hospital had nothing to do with Lin Chen. In fact, the second largest shareholder mentioned by Lin Chen was actually himself. Zhao Donglai was very smart, and he had guessed it to be almost correct. By the way, Auntie, would you like to check your 3 highs? It's free. Lin Chen suddenly turned around and talked to her, which made Zhao Ling feel a little uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, even though Zhao Ling had made things difficult for Lin Chen in every way before, Lin Chen could still calmly let her see a doctor for free. Okay, well, let's take a look at it. Zhao Ling, who likes to take advantage, would certainly not miss the opportunity to see a doctor in a high-end hospital. As expected, just as Lin Chen said before, Zhao Ling has been eating a lot of meat and fish for many years, and her 3 highs are already very serious, and she must be treated with medication and exercise. Zhao Ling certainly felt guilty towards Lin Chen and regretted what she had done before. After Yan Kaiying was sent to the hospital ward, the Zhao family was ready to leave. It was already evening. Before leaving, Zhao Donglai came to Yu Rou and Lin Chen. The engagement ceremony went smoothly. I look forward to attending your wedding ceremony soon. When the time comes, we will host a banquet for these few people. All the important people from Jiangcheng, Jiangbei province, and even the whole of China will come. Give you a mental preparation. It shouldn't be such a big scene, right? Lin Chen didn't understand why marriage for a rich family was so complicated. Young man, you don't understand this. These people at the wedding ceremony will be your future resources. As long as you make good use of these resources, you will be able to climb higher step by step. Zhao Donglai didn't know how powerful Lin Chen was, but he believed that Lin Chen would take his words to heart. Afterwards, Zhao Donglai turned around and left, and Yu Qing and Yu Yan also went back. Lin Chen was going back to the furniture store to stock up. Now that Li Caixia had fallen, he could take over the furniture store. After all, this was his first job after graduation, and he also gained the favor of the system because of the delivery accident. Lin Chen had deep feelings for it. So Lin Chen secretly vowed to himself that he must develop this furniture store. As soon as he arrived at the door of the furniture store, Lin Chen found a beautiful figure standing in front of him. Her figure was so slender and graceful, and her long skirt danced in the wind. Chapter 33, The cafe was ambushed. The pair of long legs matched with a pair of high heels added a bit of temperament. This outfit made Lin Chen very excited. Lu Tingting? Why are you here? Lin Chen thought he had a new love luck, but he didn't expect it was Lu Tingting. I missed you, so I came here. Next to me is my roommate, Shui. You've met her. Let's go shopping together today. Lin Chen turned his gaze to Shui. Shui is also a big anchor on a certain fish platform. Although she has the temperament of a spirited young girl and her voice is not very sweet, her straightforward personality and cute looks have earned her a lot of popularity. This kind of girl is not cunning and makes people feel very comfortable to get along with. But I was just about to deliver the goods. Just as Lin Chen was about to refuse, he was dragged away by Lu Tingting. Shui thought you were very handsome when she saw you last time, and she insisted that I find an opportunity to have dinner together. Don't refuse. Yes, brother Lin Chen. Shui and Lu Tingting sang the same tune, and Lin Chen was helpless with these two beauties and had to agree. Walking on the street, the handsome Lin Chen, accompanied by 2 capable and beautiful girls, attracted a lot of attention. In addition, Lin Chen has gained a lot of popularity as a Jiangxing singer, and there are paparazzi from several media companies taking pictures not far away. The 3 people came to one of the most upscale coffee shops in Jiangcheng. Those who drank tea here were all the upper-class elites of the city. Many big deals worth millions of dollars were negotiated here. After the 3 of them found a seat by the window and sat down, the waiter came over quickly and provided attentive service. A table of guests not far from Lin Chen was carefully watching Lin Chen's every move. Brother Dao, it was this kid who caused us to be detained for so many days and spent so much money on bail. We absolutely cannot let him go. A younger brother glared at Lin Chen and whispered to his older brother. These people were the ones who had kidnapped Lui Fei before. If Lin Chen hadn't driven a Wuling Hongguang to stop them, the consequences would have been disastrous. After these people came out of confinement, the first thing they thought of was to take revenge on Lin Chen, who was meddling in their affairs. This cafe was founded by these 3 people with their ill-gotten gains. Of course. I, Louis Dao, have never failed in kidnapping people. This kid is the first one to make me fail. I will definitely not let him off easily. Louis Dao's mouth curled up, as if he had already thought of a revenge plan. Xiaowan, come here. Louis Dao pointed at a beautiful waitress who had been recently recruited and motioned her to come over to him. This beauty is the face of the coffee shop. Her looks are even comparable to a model, and her figure is curvy. All the customers who come in here look Xiaowan up and down. There are even many customers who come here just to see Xiaowan's extraordinary beauty. Xiaowan has worked in a bar atmosphere group, a hotel receptionist, and a greeter. She has a very open personality. Although she is tired of these stinky men in her heart, she has to compromise in order to survive. When that guy goes to the bathroom, seduce him to touch you, and then we brothers will go over and beat him up. Do you understand? This kind of fishing behavior is not the first time that Louis Dao has asked Xiaowan to do it. Oh, brother Dao, I don't want to do this kind of thing. While subconsciously refusing, Xiaoxue followed the direction of Louis Dao's finger and found that the target was actually a top-notch little puppy with fair skin and delicate and upright facial features. Such a Lin Chen made her fall in love with him at the first sight. I've been working in a coffee shop for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a handsome guy. In addition, there were two equally beautiful girls sitting next to Lin Chen, which aroused Xiaowan's desire to conquer him. She wanted to prove her charm. Okay, leave it to me, I'll do it right away. Xiaowan knew that all men were bad, especially the handsome ones like this, who were even more scum. When she saw Lin Chen dating two girls at the same time, she was furious. I will rid our female compatriots of this kind of scum. Xiaowan has slowly come to Lin Chen's desk, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. It was late at night, and Lin Chen was having a pleasant conversation with the two beauties. People on the internet say Shuyi is unlucky. Seeing Shuyi's beautiful day ended, I don't know if it's true or not. Lin Chen used this joke to tease Shuyi, but a cheerful girl like Shuyi certainly didn't care and instead started to make fun of herself. I am the modern version of a jinx. These fans say they don't want me, but who doesn't want me? I don't care about them. Shuyi's proud little expression was revealed. Oh, our eldest lady is really not modest at all. Lu Tingting was a little helpless about this roommate. You guys chat first, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Chen couldn't help but go to the bathroom at this time, so he stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. Xiaowan had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Lin Chen walking towards the bathroom, she picked up the mirror, tidied her hair, put on makeup, and hurriedly followed him. A pair of black stockings matched with black sky-high heels, ultra-short shorts matched with a waist-revealing short t-shirt, no one can resist such a beauty. Most of the men in the coffee shop were stealing glances at Xiaowan. After Lin Chen went to the toilet, he went to the sink to wash his hands. Through the mirror, an enchanting figure is behind him. Xiaowan supported herself against the wall with her slender arm, and her other hand on her waist. Her charming eyes under heavy makeup looked at Lin Chen's back. Fuck, this girl is so capable. Although Lin Chen already has a beauty like Yuro by his side, men are fickle by nature. It is inevitable that he feels a little excited when seeing such a charming woman looking at him like this. Of course Lin Chen had to pretend to be calm and act as if no one was around. He washed his hands and prepared to leave quickly. Xiaowan sneered and quickly launched an attack. She walked directly behind Lin Chen and held him in her arms. Lin Chen wanted to break free but couldn't. Xiaowan is 1.72 meters tall. After wearing high heels, her height is almost the same as Lin Chen's, so she can easily block Lin Chen's escape route. Miss? What do you mean? Lin Chen never expected that the woman he had just admired in his heart would take the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. Damn man, isn't this what you want? A bad guy who pretends not to understand. Xiaowan's charming voice whispered in Lin Chen's ear, causing Lin Chen to feel hot all over. Lin Chen is also a young man in his 20s. No one of his age can remain calm in the face of such a scene. Let's go into the bathroom and do what you like. Xiaowan went straight to the point. Luring Lin Chen into the trap was the task given to her by Brother Dao, and she had to complete it, otherwise her salary would be deducted again. Chapter 34, A Man's Determination. Lin Chen frowned. She felt that Xiaowan's purpose was too strong and it was definitely not just an ordinary pickup. No miss, please respect yourself. If you do this again in public, I will call for help. Lin Chen could push Xiaowan's body away. Bang. Ah. Unexpectedly, Xiaowan collapsed into Lin Chen's arms and put Lin Chen's hand on her waist. It's indecent, it's indecent. Someone come quickly, someone is molesting me. Before Xiaowan could finish her call, Louis Dao rushed over with his two younger brothers. When the customers in the coffee shop learned that Xiaowan, the beautiful girl in the coffee shop, was molested, they all prepared to question Lin Chen. How dare you, boy, defile a woman in my territory? I will make sure you come in alive but leave dead today. Louis Dao walked over with a swagger and shouted at Lin Chen in a fierce tone. The two younger brothers also laughed fearlessly. You guys? I have to thank you. If you hadn't kidnapped the famous star Louis Fei, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet her. By the way, is prison food delicious? Lin Chen was naturally not afraid. He pushed the woman away, brushed off the dust on his body, and spoke calmly. You bastard! I'll make you pay for it today. Louis Dao was upset when he thought about the fact that he had lost a large sum of kidnapping money because of Lin Chen and had been detained for such a long time. Now Lin Chen took the initiative to bring it up. Repay? Do you want to spend the rest of your life in jail? Lin Chen's eyes were suddenly filled with fire. You threatened this girl and frightened her to the point that she screamed for help. This is a fait accompli. You don't need to deny it. Admit it now. Louis Dao's younger brothers also started shouting. How could I touch such a dirty woman? I really hate her. Lin Chen looked at Xiaowan with disdain and full of disdain. Xiaowan tasted failure for the first time when Lin Chen treated her like this. She never expected that there would be a man in this world who could remain calm in the face of her temptation. There are only two possibilities. On the one hand, Lin Chen is incompetent in that aspect, and on the other hand, she is already surrounded by countless beauties. But Xiaowan saw that Lin Chen was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked childish, and didn't look like a rich second generation. This further confirmed Xiaowan's view that Lin Chen was a big liar, who was deceiving the feelings of two beautiful women around him at the same time. You bastard, you say you dislike me, so why did you touch me? The elementary school acting is flawless, switching to crying mode in milliseconds. When everyone in the coffee shop saw the girl they had been secretly in love with for a long time sobbing, they all pointed their anger at Lin Chen. Some people even recognized this guy as the recently popular singer, Lin Chen. As a public figure, you don't abide by the law, so just wait to be banned. The crowd was also very unfriendly to Lin Chen. Lu Tingting and Shuyi couldn't bear to watch outside the crowd anymore, so they rushed in and stood in front of Lin Chen. Don't slander our brother, he is definitely not what you say he is. Seeing Lu Tingting, who was prettier than the girl in elementary school, standing up for Lin Chen, Louis Dao couldn't stand it anymore and signaled his two younger brothers to beat him up. Wait, there's a surveillance camera here, let's take a look. If I did touch this lady, I'm willing to be beaten, but if this woman slanders me, then I'll take care of her. Lin Chen smiled secretly. Okay, that's fine. Then let's watch the surveillance video. Facts speak louder than words. Before Louis Dao could answer, the audience outside agreed to Lin Chen's proposal one by one. Louis Dao certainly didn't dare to make the surveillance video public and prepared to find an excuse to get away with it. There is a problem with the wires connecting our coffee shop to the surveillance cameras, so we can't watch the surveillance for the time being. Louis Dao blushed and hurried to explain, but Lin Chen had already seen through his dishonesty. Call the people in charge of surveillance here. Lin Chen hugged Lu Tingting and Shuyi beside him and spoke slowly. Louis Dao was worried that if he forcibly attacked Lin Chen, he would not be able to convince the old customers of the store, so he had to make a long-term plan and called out the surveillance administrator Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, tell me what you just saw on the surveillance camera. Did this guy do something to Xiaowan? Louis Dao, with a crooked mouth and eyes, tried desperately to wink at Xiao Zhang. Yes, this time he forcefully attacked Miss Xiaowan. I saw that Xiaowan was unable to escape his clutches despite her efforts to break free, so she could only shout for help. Xiao Zhang hesitated and finally managed to make up a lie. Louis Dao laughed wildly without any concealment. It was really a pleasure to be able to be ruthless to this kid. Lin Chen calmly took out a cash check for 100,000 yuan and placed it in front of Xiao Zhang. As long as you produce the surveillance video of the scene truthfully, the 100,000 yuan will be yours. I know your boss is threatening you, don't worry, I just want the truth. Louis Dao was notorious for withholding his employees' wages. These waiters earned less than 4,000 yuan a month, and 100,000 yuan was almost 2 years' salary for Xiao Zhang. He was somewhat shaken. Louis Dao was worried that the matter would be exposed, so he punched Xiao Zhang without thinking twice. What surveillance? We don't have any surveillance here. Louis Dao was worried that the matter would be exposed, so he wanted to use violence to subdue Xiao Zhang's possibility of betraying him. Xiao Zhang had long been fed up with Brother Dao. He gritted his teeth and took Lin Chen's money. He then played the most realistic surveillance video on the LED screen in the coffee shop lobby. What? This woman actually took the initiative to hug Brother Chen from behind? How shameless. Our brother Lin Chen was still trying to break free, but this woman actually jumped right into his arms. How shameless. After seeing the truth, Shudi and Lu Tingting dissed Xiaowan crazily. The people watching on the scene couldn't believe it. This sexy girl actually teamed up with Louis Dao to frame others? We will never come to this kind of store again, it's so dishonest. Yeah, let's go. Customers left without even placing an order. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Louis Dao prepared to fight violence with violence and subdue Lin Chen with his fists. Louis Dao showed his desperado nature, and when he raised his fist and punched out, Chang Jigua and his auxiliary police had already arrived at the coffee shop. It turned out that when Lin Chen was washing up and saw Xiaowan preparing to do something bad to him in the mirror, he had already sent a WeChat message to Officer Chang. Chang Jigua successfully became the deputy director of Jiangcheng Police Station because Lin Chen overthrew Deputy Director Chao. His greatest benefactor is Lin Chen. Whenever Lin Chen is in trouble, he will be there first. Stop, Louis Dao. Chang Jigua raised his baton and hit Louis Dao on the back, causing him to lose any chance of fighting back. You are such a good fellow, Louis Dao. You just got out of prison not long ago for your failed kidnapping attempt, and you broke the law again. I will make you spend the rest of your life in jail in Jiangcheng today. Chang Jigua signaled his men to torture Louis Dao and his two younger brothers. Chapter 35, Maiden-in-law Nanny. Are you okay? How could anything happen to me? Officer Chang came to my rescue in time, so of course I will be fine. Lin Chen laughed and set his sights on Xiaowan, the sexy girl in the cafe who cooperated with Louis Dao to slander him. You just said that if the surveillance proves that you framed me, you'd let me do whatever I want. You're not going to deny it now, are you? Lin Chen lifted Xiaowan's chin with his fingers. This woman was indeed stunning. Although she almost ruined him, Lin Chen felt a mixture of love and hate towards such a beautiful woman. Big brother. What do you want from me? Xiaowan was still a little scared. Seeing Lin Chen easily take out a tip of 100,000 yuan for Xiao Zhang and even invited the deputy director, she knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Come with me. In a place like a cafe, which man wouldn't peek at your beauty? Do you think you're safe? Lin Chen's words hurt Xiaowan's heart. She had known for a long time that working in a cafe was not a long-term solution, but Brother Dao often threatened her, making it impossible for her to get away. Today, Lin Chen put Brother Dao into police custody again, and he himself was free. Where should I go with you? Xiaowan asked cautiously, her eyes full of the charm of a little woman and a bit of pity. It is completely different from the charming Xiaowan before. Shut down this cafe. Chang Jigua gave orders but was stopped by Lin Chen. I'll buy this cafe. The environment and location are pretty good. Money is not a problem. Well, that's great. Then, the group left. Lin Chen sent Lu Tingting and Shudi away, leaving only him and Xiaowan. Lin Chen dragged Xiaowan back to his villa in Xingyuan. You will be my housekeeper from now on. I'm not at home most of the time and there's no one to clean the house. The work here is very easy. I will offer you a salary of 50,000 yuan a month. Is that acceptable? Of course, Lin Chen hopes that such a beautiful woman will stay with him for a long time, and being a housekeeper here is the best way. Xiaowan looked around and was already shocked. She had only heard about the most luxurious house in Jiangcheng, Galaxy Bay Villa, in the newspapers. When she saw it today, she was truly shocked. I accept, I am willing. Xiaowan nodded quickly. It was really a pleasure to work in such an environment, and there was also a salary of 50,000 yuan per month. Then go to the closet and change your clothes. This outfit doesn't seem to be suitable for you, does it? Lin Chen looked at Xiaowan. She was wearing sky-high heels and a waist-revealing short t-shirt. This was definitely not how a housekeeper should dress. Xiaowan shyly came to the closet. The closet was nearly 100 square meters, with all kinds of clothes presented in front of her, comparable to a luxury store. After a while, Xiaowan walked cautiously to Lin Chen. What? Lin Chen was frightened by Xiaowan's outfit. Maid costume? Lin Chen never expected that she would change into a black and white maid outfit in elementary school. The white stockings matched with the little Lolita skirt. Who could resist this? I have to say Xiaowan really understands men. She has begun to fall in love with the handsome and rich Lin Chen. Why? Doesn't it look good? Good looks good. Lin Chen was obviously a little embarrassed, but this outfit really suited his taste. Xiaowan was swaying around the room in this outfit, and the two little peaches in front of her were swaying along with her. Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore. The woman also understood the man's thoughts. Although she was holding a broom in her hand, she deliberately posed in some coquettish postures. She had just failed to seduce Lin Chen in the coffee shop. She didn't believe that a single man and a single woman could be in the same room together, but Lin Chen remained unmoved. Hey, can you be a little more normal? People who know you will think you are sweeping the floor, and people who don't will think you are dancing with a broom. If you behave abnormally like this again, I will deduct 1,000 yuan. Lin Chen gave orders in the tone of a boss, and Xiaowan had no choice but to sweep the floor obediently. Her previous charm was also restrained a lot. Master, which room should I sleep in tonight? I guess I won't sleep in the same room with you? Xiaowan dragged the broom with her two little hands like a kitten, testing Lin Chen. What the hell, master? Why does it sound so weird? Lin Chen was completely speechless about this housekeeper, who was always doing something fancy. Master sounds so nice. Xiaowan likes to call you master. Master, 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 master. Xiaowan called Lin Chen master more than a dozen times, making Lin Chen feel numb all over. Xiaowan and Euro are completely two different types of women. One is a cool and aloof queen, and the other is a clingy kitten. Lu Tingting and Guo Qinxue were right between the two people. Okay, you can call me that if you want. You can sleep in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. There are only 2 of us here anyway, so there's no need to sleep in the 2nd bedroom. I understand, master. Master is so kind to Xiaowan. She just threw a coquettish glance at Lin Chen and then went back to her room. Lin Chen thought it would be exciting to find an attractive girl as a nanny, but he didn't expect that this girl was too difficult to deal with and gave him a headache. After Lin Chen returned to the bedroom and just lay down, he was awakened by the intelligent supervisor of the room. This lady is not the hostess. Did you bring wildflowers and weeds home again? The intelligent robot has determined that Xiaowan is not Lu Tingting. What's it to you? I'm the master, I can bring back whoever I want. You're such a fuss. Tired Lin Chen fell asleep immediately. It's getting dark. Lin Chen was awakened by several loud noises coming from the living room. Lin Chen ran out quickly. It was Xiaowan. The ground was a mess, and white liquid was all over Xiaowan's body. Her fair skin under her pajamas was even more conspicuous under the moonlight. What are you doing? I was thirsty in the middle of the night and wanted to drink milk, but I accidentally spilled it, boo-hoo. When Xiaowan saw her master blaming her, she pursed her lips and began to sob. Okay, stop crying. Lin Chen picked up a rag and prepared to help Xiaowan wipe it, but he didn't know where to start. Xiaowan was wearing too few clothes, and anyone who touched her would be mistaken for taking advantage of her. You bad master, I spilled milk all over myself and you just watched without helping me wipe it off. The arrogant Xiaowan signaled Lin Chen to take the initiative. Lin Chen took a deep breath and wiped the milk off Xiaowan's skin bit by bit. Xiaowan smiled faintly, as if she was enjoying it. Lin Chen has seen countless women, including beauties like Yu, Lu Tingting, Lu Yifei, and Shen Feng, but he had no resistance at all when facing the little goblin in front of him. Get out of the way, I'll clean it up. Suddenly, all the lights in the room lit up, and a huge mechanical arm began to move slowly. The smart housekeeper of the room cleaned up all the garbage in no time. Chapter 36, Delivering Goods with Xiaowan. Such a beautiful artistic conception was destroyed by robots. Well, you should go back and rest. Lin Chen finally came to his senses. Fortunately, it was the robot, otherwise he would have lost control. Xiaowan was a little disappointed and dragged her small body up the stairs step by step. Xiaowan has only been here for 1 day and all this has happened. Is she really going to fall for him? Lin Chen doubted his own determination. Early the next morning, Lin Chen finally remembered that he had to deliver the goods to the furniture store quickly, otherwise the system would not be able to summon it. Lin Chen woke up early in the morning and found that Xiaowan had prepared breakfast for him. Although the milk and bread were simple, they were also very warm. Master, I can only make the simplest breakfast now, but I will learn it. The director will definitely eat the luxurious breakfast Xiaowan makes for you in the future. Xiaowan looked at Lin Chen expectantly. The innocence in her eyes was completely different from the charming girl she was in the coffee shop yesterday. Women are such a fickle species. That's pretty good. I have to make some deliveries today. You're home alone. Lin Chen gulped down the milk, grabbed a large piece of bread in his hand and prepared to leave. Xiaowan also wanted to go with the master, but it's so cruel to leave Xiaowan alone at home, sob. The arrogant Xiaowan looked so pitiful, and Lin Chen really had no choice. He couldn't stand women acting coquettishly with him. Well, then quickly change your clothes and get going. Lin Chen was really helpless. This woman was so clingy. Xiaowan came out of the cloakroom a few minutes later and stood in front of Lin Chen. She was wearing a black dress, black stockings, and marten boots that made her legs look longer, and her curvy figure was further highlighted by the long dress. Of course, Lin Chen's heart was filled with emotion when he saw such a charming Xiaowan. It's quite exciting to deliver goods with such a beautiful woman. Arriving at the garage, Lin Chen originally wanted to drive Wuling Hongguang to deliver the goods, but it was not decent for a girl dressed so gorgeously to ride in such a car, so he drove out his own Lamborghini Hermes. Wow, the master's car is so beautiful, Xiaowan likes it so much. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the furniture store in a blink of an eye. Since Li Caixia was overthrown, Lin Chen has contracted this furniture store, so he pays great attention to product quality and customer experience. He hopes to rebuild a P&N Home Furnishing into the largest home furnishing wholesale center in Jiangcheng. After Xiaowan saw Lin Chen's luxury car, villa and furniture company, she finally understood why two beautiful women were willing to date the master at the same time yesterday. The master is really rich. She stared at her master with admiration, and it was obvious that she had fallen in love with Lin Chen. Lin Chen received today's order, which was a range hood to be delivered to the Bin International Community in the center of Jiangcheng City. The people who live here are either rich or noble. Room 2601, Unit 1, Bin International Community? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Isn't this the home of his second uncle Zhu Jianxiang? Lin Chen hated his second uncle since he was a child, because his second uncle's family looked down on his parents and himself from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Chen would only meet with them during the holidays, and they had no contact at all on other days. Now Lin Chen didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the furniture could be delivered to his second uncle's house. What's wrong, master? Xiaowan observed her master's expression and saw that his emotions were a little complicated. Lin Chen was too lazy to meet his second uncle's family, so he decided to ask Xiaowan to deliver the goods to his door. Please help the owner. I don't want to see the owner. I will drive to the downstairs of the community later. Please help me deliver the range hood to the customer. Of course, I will do whatever the master tells me to do. Xiaowan was very well behaved today. She felt very guilty for having tricked Lin Chen in the coffee shop yesterday, and was ready to use her actions to make her master eliminate his negative view of her. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the Bin International Community. Although it was not as magnificent as Rose Century Garden Community, it was located in the prime location in the city center where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It was an apartment that many people dreamed of. Wow, this girl is so capable, black stockings, long legs, my goodness. What a pretty girl, I want her. Some wealthy and frivolous people in the community were pointing fingers at Xiaowan, and Lin Chen subconsciously stood behind Xiaowan to prevent these people from pointing fingers. Xiaowan has worked in bars, KTVs, and cafes. She has seen all kinds of people, so she is used to these instructions. Instead, she was very moved when she saw Lin Chen trying his best to protect herself. Master, you are so kind to Xiaowan. I want the director to protect Xiaowan forever. Xiaowan suddenly turned around, tiptoed gently to Lin Chen's ear and said something, leaving Lin Chen at a loss as to what to say in response. Mooah. Just when Lin Chen was thinking about what to say, Xiaowan put her little mouth close to Lin Chen's neck and kissed him, leaving a faint lipstick mark on it. This. Before Lin Chen could react, Xiaowan had already picked up the range hood and prepared to go upstairs to deliver it. She dropped out of school at a young age to work and has worked various part-time jobs, so the weight of a range hood is no problem for her. Xiaowan carried the range hood and took the elevator to the 26th floor, and rang the doorbell of number 1's house. The person who opened the door was a young man with a slicked back hair, a greasy face, and a frivolous look. This person is really Zhu Jie, the only son of Lin Chen's second uncle Zhu Jianxiang. Zhu Jie is a typical second-generation rich man. Although he is uneducated, he is surrounded by beautiful women because of his huge wealth. He has been spoiled since childhood and will never allow others to take away something he likes. When Zhu Jia opened the door and saw the stunning Xiaowan, he was immediately attracted and his little mouth couldn't help but smile. "Mr. Zhu, this is the range hood you ordered, please check it." The man Xiaowan had seen was able to take a picture of Mount Everest. When she saw Zhu Jia for the first time, she knew he was not an honest man, so she prepared to sign for the package and leave quickly. Oh my, today's home furnishing companies are so inhumane. How can they let such a pretty lady deliver the goods? It's really abominable. Come in and sit down first, I'll pour you a glass of water. Zhu Jia prepared to use his most common method of flirting with girls on Xiaowan. "Sir, I don't think I'll go in. Just sign for this furniture here." Xiaowan rejected Zhu Jia's request again. "That won't work, beauty. I have to install it and try it out to know if this range hood can be used. If this range hood is broken, won't I be at a big loss?" Xiaowan thought what Zhu Jia said made sense, so she sat on a chair at the door and waited quietly. She left the security door open for safety reasons, as she always felt that this man was too indecent and would touch her. Chapter 37, Sign in at Lingda Middle School. Zhu Jia opened the packaging of the range hood and began to study how to assemble it. His eyes subconsciously glanced at Xiaowan's slender long legs. "What the hell is this? Just a bunch of screws and a bunch of holes. How about you help me install the range hood, beauty? This should be what you delivery men should do, right?" Zhu Jia looked into Xiaowan's beautiful eyes evilly. "This? Xiaowan has never installed a range hood before, and she doesn't know how to install it." "What? You don't want to? Then I'll give you a bad review." No, I'm fine. Xiaowan didn't want to mess up the task given to her by her master, so she had to bite the bullet and try to install it by reading the instructions. She slowly squatted in front of the range hood and picked up the instruction manual. At this time, Zhu Jia crossed his legs and began to look at Xiaowan unscrupulously. "You're my type, I'm going to take you down today," Zhu Jia muttered softly. Xiaowan could also feel that Zhu Jia was taking advantage of her, so she stood up and carried the range hood to the kitchen to avoid being stared at by Zhu Jia. Xiaowan gradually lifted up the range hood, and then screwed in several key positions. The range hood was almost fixed. The next step was to screw in the remaining screws and the job was done. This lady is really a genius. Xiaowan talked to herself, admiring her own cleverness, but at this moment she felt a heat behind her and a pair of evil big hands reaching out towards her. Ah! Zhu Jia couldn't bear it any longer and hugged Xiaowan from behind, causing Xiaowan to scream in fright. Because the door was not closed, Zhu Jia did not dare to do anything to Xiaowan forcibly. He could only control Xiaowan's excitement first. No, don't shout yet, I really like you, if you just follow me, I promise that you will have no worries about food and clothing, and you will eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future." At this time, Zhu Jia still did not loosen his hands that were tightly holding Xiaowan's waist. "You're dreaming. Do you think a playboy like you deserves to have me?" Xiaowan took a screwdriver and stabbed Zhu Jia's hand hard. Zhu Jia quickly let Xiaowan go and screamed in pain. "You bitch, you don't want to accept my toast, but I, Zhu Jia, have never failed to get what I like." Zhu Jia ignored the pain and prepared to use force against Xiaowan. Xiaowan ran out subconsciously and fell into Lin Chen's arms. "Master, save me, he wants to molest me." Xiaowan looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. "Don't worry." Lin Chen stroked Xiaowan's head and comforted her. "It's you? Lin Chen?" Zhu Jia rushed out and saw his cousin Lin Chen, and his tone changed instantly. The world has changed. Beautiful women don't like rich men anymore. They're hanging out with a poor guy like you. Zhu Jia looked up and down at the still poor Lin Chen and couldn't help laughing. "You are just as useless as your father, useless trash." Zhu Jia continued to pester. Lin Chen was indifferent to these words, because his second uncle's family had been saying these things for a lifetime. Since he was a child, Lin Chen secretly swore that he must make his second uncle's family pay back this debt. "Isn't this my oldest cousin? What a coincidence. It's not nice to touch someone in broad daylight." Lin Chen responded to Zhu Jia calmly. "Girl, think carefully, do you want to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks with me, or deliver goods with this poor guy?" Zhu Jia believed that with his status as a rich second generation, girls would come to him on their own initiative. "Get out of here, you beast in human clothing. Of course I want to stay with my master." Xiaowan had long seen through the true colors of rich young men, but although Lin Chen was also rich, he was completely different from other men, which made Xiaowan very moved. My dear cousin, if you are not charming enough, don't force others to do it. Sign it quickly, we have a date later. Lin Chen looked at Zhu Jie with a sneer. Zhu Jie's face was full of dissatisfaction. While signing, he was preparing to find an opportunity to humiliate Lin Chen. Just wait for me, my boy. The woman I want will definitely come to me obediently. After Lin Chen and Xiaowan left, Zhu Jie slammed the iron gate hard. That bastard didn't do anything to you, did he? Lin Chen examined Xiaowan's body from front to back. I'm scared, sob. Xiaowan snuggled into Lin Chen's arms like a cat. How could Lin Chen tolerate a woman like this? It's okay. I won't let you act alone anymore. You're so beautiful, any man would have improper thoughts about you. Lin Chen comforted Xiaowan in time. He didn't expect that the girl who was so social before would be so petite and nestly in his arms. Yes, Master has always protected Xiaowan. Although she is 1.72 meters tall, she looks like a child in front of Lin Momo. Lin Chen felt a little guilty facing Xiaowan, and vowed in his heart that he must protect her. Ding, the system is connecting with the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ownership of Lingda Middle School and becoming the principal of Lingda Middle School. Lingda Middle School? This is the middle school with the highest admission rate in Jiangcheng, without a doubt. It has junior high school and high school departments. Junior high school graduates can directly enter Lingda High School, and high school graduates can at least be admitted to a first-class university. Every day, countless students can be admitted to Kyoto University and Shanghai University. However, as a private school, the tuition is very expensive, and the annual tuition is estimated to be more than 100,000 yuan. Most celebrities send their children to this boarding school. Children from ordinary families, even if they get first place in the city's entrance examination from primary school to junior high school, still cannot enter Lingda Junior High School if they have no money to pay tuition. Now that Lin Chen has acquired the ownership of Lingda, it will no longer be a dream for his children to get into a good university. What is Lingda Middle School? Xiaowan heard Lin Chen mumbling to himself and asked curiously. To be honest, I just took over a middle school, it's Lingda. What? Master? You took over Lingda? That's the school that all the rich people dream of sending their children to. Xiaowan was very surprised. She didn't expect her master to be so wealthy. She felt really blessed in her previous life to be able to have a close relationship with her master. By the way, you don't have a proper job, so being a full-time housekeeper in my house is a bit unfair to you. Why don't you go to Lingda and be a teacher? Lin Chen felt that since the Galaxy Bay Villa had a smart housekeeper to clean it, Xiaowan would definitely be bored staying at home all day, so it would be better for her to go out to work and go home to rest at night. But I don't know anything. Isn't this misleading the students? Xiaowan, who had been a poor student since childhood and dropped out of school, felt a little inferior. She knew very well that Lingda was the best middle school in Jiangcheng, and she didn't want to bring shame to Lingda because of herself. Chapter 38, Visiting Lingda. Why don't you become a dance teacher? You're pretty, have a great figure, and can dance, so you'll definitely be popular with students. Lin Chen suddenly had an idea and came up with this good idea. Really? Xiaowan, can you really do it? That's great, thank you, master. Xiaowan jumped up and down happily, hooked her arms around Lin Chen, stood on tiptoes to kiss Lin Chen, and then spun around in circles. Lin Chen was a little confused, but the faint scent of perfume kept lingering around him. Xiaowan has never had a decent job since she started working, either working in bars or KTVs. She is called a bad girl by her family and relatives. Now that she can become a teacher, she can't wait to call her parents to tell them the good news. Don't be silly, let's go and take a look at Lingda. Lin Chen drove Xiaowan to Lingda Middle School, which is next to the Haijiang city government. This is a prime location in the city, so it can attract many students to study here. The gate is magnificent enough. The private school is indeed different. The huge pillars on both sides are just like the ancient imperial palace. In Principal Lingda's office, Vice Principal Zhang Tianhe is busy cleaning the principal's office with the principal's assistant. Finally, a new principal has taken office. This position has been vacant for more than half a year, said Zhang Tianhe and his beautiful assistant Zhang Man. During the period when there was no principal, Zhang Tianhe had always been in charge of the school's more important affairs. Yes, the previous principal was arrested for suspected corruption and accepting bribes from parents. I wonder if the new principal will do the same. Jiang Man was complaining to the vice principal, but in fact she was more worried that the new principal would not be another pervert. Jiang Man was tall and slender, and most importantly, she was very feminine. Her every move, every frown, and every smile were very charming, which made the previous principal often touch her in the office. In order to keep her job, Jiang Man could only turn a blind eye. If she offended the principal, she would have to pack her bags and go home. Sometimes Jiang Man wished she was ugly, so that men wouldn't have any bad ideas when they saw her. Lin Chen also brought Xiao Wan to the office area for female teachers. The teachers' offices at Lingda Middle School are all single-person, just like a miniature luxury apartment with everything you need. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to use his power as the principal to directly hire Xiao Wan, but he had just arrived at the school after all, and doing so would inevitably cause some negative comments, so it would be better to take it step by step. Next to the principal's office is the office of the Dean of Studies, Lu Quan. Xiao Wan knocked on the door lightly and walked in. "Hello, I'm here to apply for the position of dance teacher." Xiao Wan's manners and words were extremely elegant. Lu Quan looked Xiao Wan up and down and was very satisfied with her image. "Very good, our Lingda Middle School is in need of a high-quality dance teacher. Please dance for me first." Lu Quan likes to interview art teachers the most, because he can watch them openly. Xiao Wan put her hands together, stretched out her smooth white legs, twisted her waist and danced to the Indian dance music very well. Lin Chen also watched intently. He didn't expect Xiao Wan's dancing to be so beautiful. Her dancing was even more powerful than that of Lu Tingting, the professional female anchor. Lu Quan was already drooling and wanted to hire him as a teacher immediately, but at the same time he did not forget to make some money first. "Very good, you danced well, but you also know the rules of our Lingda, that is, you can't move without money. As long as you give me 50,000 yuan first, I will arrange for you to be a dance teacher in the high school department where the salary is higher." Lu Quan's remarks made Lin Chen very dissatisfied. He did not expect that Lingda Middle School, which seemed bright and beautiful on the surface, was actually so dark inside. 50,000 yuan? Where do I get 50,000 yuan? Xiao Wan, who lives paycheck to paycheck, has not had any extra savings for all these years, which is why she was threatened by Louis Dao for a long time. "Why? Don't you have 50,000 yuan? You can be a teacher without 50,000 yuan, unless..." As Lu Quan spoke, he walked proudly to Xiao Wan and held her slender hand. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Wan subconsciously took several steps back and hid in Lin Chen's arms. "Ha, you can't let go without money, and you still have the nerve to come to Lingda for a teacher interview? Get out of here right now." Seeing that his conspiracy would not succeed, Lu Quan simply gave up and didn't show any good face at all. What a great Dean Lu is. He really brings shame to our Lingda Middle School. Lin Chen openly mocked Lu Quan. "Our Lingda? Lingda has nothing to do with people like you. I am the Dean of Lingda. Except for the principal and the vice principal, everyone else has to listen to me." Lu Quan did not realize the seriousness of the problem. He had no idea that the person standing in front of him was the new principal. "It seems that from today on, you don't need to come to work here. You are not worthy of being a teacher with such a face." Lin Chen walked up to Lu Quan and patted him on the shoulder. "Who do you think you are? What's the point of what you say? Unless you ask the principal to come and expel me. Oh, by the way, we don't have a principal in Lingda yet, so no one can do anything to me." Lu Quan looked at Lin Chen with disdain, who was overestimating himself, but Lin Chen wanted to laugh. Zhang Tianhe and Jiang Man next door heard the noise and rushed over immediately. "What's wrong, Lu Quan? Why are you arguing with the parents again? I've told you so many times to be nice to the parents." Zhang Tianhe was also very dissatisfied with Lu Quan, but there was nothing he could do as he was used to Lu Quan's behavior. "Are you the vice principal?" Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the vice president, who seemed to be a good leader who was willing to get things done. "Exactly. Okay, then you should pay the dean this month's salary right now, and then call the police immediately to find out how much money he has taken in bribes." Lin Chen's words naturally confused Zhang Tianhe. How could an ordinary parent ask him to do these things? What a joke. You're just dreaming. Who do you think you are? When Lu Quan heard that Lin Chen intended to harm him, he subconsciously cursed. This. Zhang Tianhe hesitated. He was only a vice principal and could not dismiss the dean without the principal's consent. Lin Chen took out his appointment documents, his ID card and other supporting materials from his pocket and placed them in front of Zhang Tianhe. Are you the new principal, Lin? Hello, Principal Lin, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Zhang Tianhe apologized hurriedly. This is your future assistant, Ms. Jiangman Zhang. Zhang Tianhe introduced to Lin Chen. Just call me Xiaoman. The moment Xiaoman found out that Lin Chen was the principal, she was overjoyed. She didn't expect that the new principal was a handsome man in his early 20s. Even if a handsome man like this flirted with her in the office, she would not complain at all. Chapter 39, School Bully? Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Please help me extract all the files of the Dean of Studies and throw them away. We will no longer have this person in Lingda Middle School. Lin Chen's attitude was very firm, and Lu Quan began to feel desperate. This can't be true, it can't be true. Lu Quan pounced on Lin Chen and pushed him. The police arrived in time and took him to the inquiry room for questioning. Lu Quan is already a 50-year-old man. His family depends on him and he is the family's only source of income. Unable to accept the fact, Lu Quan went crazy in the interrogation room and even bit the policeman with his mouth. This Lu Quan really deserves his punishment. He is the only one who is always dishonest in the whole office. Jiang Man and Lin Chen quietly complained about the old man, and felt a little happy when they saw Lu Quan gradually going crazy. Lin Chen couldn't bear it. Although Lu Quan deserved his punishment, he still had a large family waiting for his salary. Wouldn't it be too cruel to beat him to death with a stick? Lin Chen walked up to Officer Chang. Let him go this time. I can deal with this man myself. I will make him return all the money he embezzled. Officer Cheng of course had to give Lin Chen face, and at his command all the police officers withdrew. Lu Quan lay down beside Lin Chen and pulled Lin Chen's trouser legs. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones. Thank you very much. Give me all the money you embezzled, and I can keep you as a security guard at Lingda Middle School. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to kick you out. Lin Chen said solemnly to Lu Quan. It's all here. Lu Quan took out a bank card with 2 million yuan in it from his pocket. All the stolen money he had embezzled over the years was in the card. He didn't dare spend a penny for fear of being reported. Very good, report to the security department immediately. Although being a security guard is hard work, the salary is no less than being a teacher. Thank you very much, I'll go right away. Lu Quan crawled away, and Lin Chen was like his savior. After handing over all the stolen money, Lu Quan finally resolved the knot in his heart that had been bothering him for so many years. The feeling of having money but not being able to spend it and feeling guilty like a thief made him suffer. Now I am truly liberated. Master really repays evil with kindness. Xiaowan looks at Master with new eyes. Xiaowan pecked Lin Chen's arm with her little hands like a kitten, full of worship for Lin Chen. Owner? Master? He actually called me Master? I'm dizzy, is this another pervert? When Jiang Man heard this woman call Lin Chen Master, those disgusting scenes immediately emerged in her mind. Jiang Man had only seen these images in small advertisements that popped up on web pages. I, Jiang Man, have a miserable life. I just sent away an old pervert, and now here comes another little pervert. Jiang Man was a little unhappy. After all, she would be living with Lin Chen for a long time in the future, and she didn't like calling others master. Master, bah, disgusting. What? Jiang Man was still immersed in her own world, talking to herself, and didn't notice that Lin Chen was already in front of her. Take me to the office. Okay, I'll take you there right away. Jiang Man's face turned red. It would be embarrassing if Principal Lin heard what she just said. At this time, Xiaowan also followed Vice President Zhang Tianhe to go through the entry procedures. Lin Chen and Jiang Man came to the office. The huge room was fully equipped with air conditioners, refrigerators, and other facilities neatly arranged. There was also a small bed in the corner for temporary rest. Lin Chen looked through the desk and found a pointer. I don't teach, what's the point of giving me a pointer? Lin Chen, muttering to himself, took out the handcuffs that Officer Chang had just forgotten to take away from his pocket. This. Principal Lin, you. What are you going to do? I don't. Jiang Man's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly stepped back in her high heels. Jiang Man saw the handcuffs and teaching stick in Lin Chen's hand, and thought of Xiaowan calling Lin Chen the master. Could it be that Lin Chen was going to? When she thought of this, Jiang Man cried out unconsciously. What are you shouting about? Get rid of these things quickly, they're in the way. Lin Chen motioned to Jiang Man to come over and take away the blackboard pointer in handcuffs. Only then did Jiang Man realize that she had misunderstood Lin Chen. After a false alarm, Jiang Man took Lin Chen for a walk around Lingda Middle School and introduced the campus to Lin Chen. It will be convenient for Lin Chen to handle school work in the future. That's the cafeteria. That's the teaching building. That's the laboratory. Oh, by the way, this is the legendary Lingda dormitory. The people living in Lingda dormitory are all children of famous nobles in Jiangcheng and even Jiangbei province. These second-generation rich people never keep quiet here. This dormitory is also the one with the most fights. You may come here often to handle affairs in the future. These kids are too arrogant. In some cases, our school leaders are powerless to do anything. Their backgrounds are too powerful. We cannot afford to offend them at all. Jiang Man pointed to a dormitory building in front of her that had an extremely luxurious and unique appearance and showed it to Lin Chen. Just as the two were about to move forward to continue learning about the campus, something happened in area dormitory. Call me daddy, or I'll hit you. Xinhao, the little bully in this dormitory, was pointing at another boy's head and forcing him to call him dad. The other boy seemed a little unconvinced and never shouted. Xinhao, who could no longer bear it, was about to punch and kick him. Let's go and take a look. Lin Chen turned around and walked towards the area dormitory building. Why not just forget it? This boy is the son of Qin Dahai, the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. We can't touch him. Let these kids handle it themselves. Jiang Man was a little scared because if she didn't handle it well, the deputy director of the Education Bureau might question the school leaders. The previous principal suffered a lot of injustice because he offended this deputy director. Don't even mention the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Even if he is the son of the deputy governor, I, Lin Chen, will punish him if he makes a mistake. Lin Chen walked over without hesitation. Jiang Man, who couldn't persuade Lin Chen, had no choice but to follow him to see what was going on. Stop! Lin Chen shouted at Xinhao coldly, but Xinhao glanced at Lin Chen and didn't care at all. He signaled the younger brother next to him and punched the guy in front of him. Call me daddy, why don't you? No. Hard-mouthed, huh? Xinhao took 2 steps back, gathered his strength, and then punched the boy opposite him. Lin Chen was quick-witted and kicked Xinhao into the corner. Otherwise, the child would have been seriously injured. Although Xinhao is a little bully, he is just a little kid in the 3rd year of high school. In the face of absolute strength, he still dare not do anything to Lin Chen. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Xinhao rubbed his back in pain, with disdain on his face. Chapter 40, Deputy Director of the District Education Bureau. Me? I'm your dear principal, why don't you greet him? Bah, what kind of principal are you? Our school doesn't have a principal. Xinhao simply disdained to pay attention to Lin Chen. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. You don't have to take the college entrance examination this year. You can take it next year. Lin Chen turned around and told Jiang Man to take Xinhao's file out of the senior 3 students and put it together with the sophomores. You want me to repeat a grade? What right do you have? My father has already contacted Harvard University in the United States. I will go abroad directly after the college entrance examination regardless of my score. Why do you want me to repeat a grade? Xinhao was furious. The thorn in his eyes was no longer the boy in front of him, but Lin Chen. Why should I do that? Because you gathered a group to fight, because you bullied the minority, and because you violated school rules and regulations several times. Lin Chen couldn't stand this kind of uneducated and uncultured kid the most, so he called the academic affairs office himself. I'm the new principal. I'm taking away Xinhao's file from class 1, grade 3. He can't take the college entrance exam this year. Okay, I'll do it right away. Xinhao heard what Lin Chen said on the phone. He could no longer control his emotions and rushed towards Lin Chen, ready to attack him. Pa! Lin Chen slapped the overconfident boy to the ground with one slap. Principal Lin, how about we? Jiang Man has already become a coward. He is now only worried that Xinhao will call his father to come over, and then everything will be over. Sure enough, Xinhao, who was locked in the corner, picked up the latest version of iPhone 11 Pro, called his father Qin Dahai, and told him everything about the situation on the scene. When Qin Dahai learned that someone had touched his precious son, he rushed out of the Education Bureau meeting and went straight to Lingda Middle School. Oh, the kids from rich families are different. Their phones are still 11 Pro, while I'm still using an old Huawei from 2 years ago. When Lin Chen learned that Qin Dahai was on his way to school, he was not panicked at all and even made a joke. Jiang Man's legs were already weak. The last time the former principal offended his child, Qin Dahai made the former principal apologize for a full half hour without moving. Just wait, no matter you are the real principal or the fake principal, there will be no good results waiting for you. Qin Hao threatened Lin Chen. After a while, Qin Dahai arrived at the scene. A middle-aged man with an official look, wearing a leather jacket, with a slicked back hair, and carrying a briefcase, walked over. Qin Hao ran over directly, still shouting, "Dad! Who bullied my precious son? Who dared to make my son repeat a grade? It's him!" Qin Hao pointed at Lin Chen. Qin Dahai found Lin Chen familiar. He was very popular in Jiangqing for a while because of his album. There were pictures of Lin Chen on posters of all sizes on the streets. "Oh? Is it this young boy?" Qin Dahai came to Lin Chen angrily, demanding an explanation for his son. "Your son was in a hurry and a group of people threatened other classmates. Your child is a repeat offender and should have been expelled directly. For your sake, I let him repeat the grade. Is this not too much?" Lin Chen knew that saying all this to Qin Dahai was nonsense, but he still had to say it again. "Ridiculous. How could my son Qin Dahai be wrong? My son Qin Dahai is always right." The domineering Qin Dahai came close to Lin Chen, trying to prove his aura. "Then I'm sorry, your son is wrong. If you hinder my work, I will file a complaint against you directly." Lin Chen was not afraid of Qin Dahai at all. For the first time, Qin Dahai felt the contempt of others, which made him very unhappy. The atmosphere at the scene was stagnant for a moment. "Brother Qin, this young principal has just arrived and does not know your identity. I hope you will not bear grudges and do not take it seriously." Jiang Man was worried about Lin Chen and took the risk to help Lin Chen smooth things over. "Okay, for your sake, as a beautiful lady, I will forgive him for what he did as long as he apologizes to my son for half an hour." Qin Dahai had long been interested in this beautiful assistant Jiang Man. When Jiang Man pleaded with Lin Chen, he still gave her some face. What a joke! What a joke! Lin Chen didn't even look at Qin Dahai, and Qin Dahai felt unprecedented humiliation. Not only the entire Lingda Middle School, but all the elementary, middle and high schools in Jiangcheng were respectful to Qin Dahai, because they would be replaced if they were not careful. Lin Chen is the first person in Jiangcheng's education circle who is not afraid of him, which makes Qin Dahai very annoyed. In such a big city like Jiangcheng, only Zhao Yuqing dares to speak to me like this. I will never allow another person to appear. Qin Dahai was filled with deathly anger and casually dialed the number to the Education Bureau office. The person who answered the phone was the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau, Zhao Yurua's sister Zhao Yuqing. "Remove the principal of Lingda Middle School immediately, do it now." Qin Dahai's tone was urgent. Although Zhao Yuqing usually disliked this deputy director, she couldn't get angry at him. After all, they were colleagues in the same unit, and she would still meet any requests that were not excessive. "Principal of Lingda Middle School? How did they offend you? Why do they remove you without any reason?" Zhao Yuqing was curious. He knew that although Qin Dahai was somewhat extreme in his actions, he would not be so extreme. Helpless Zhao Yuqing had to check who the principal of Lingda Middle School was, and how could he offend Qin Dahai, who should not be offended. Zhao Yuqing pressed the search key on the keyboard, and the two words Lin Chen came to mind clearly. Lin Chen. Zhao Yuqing was dumbfounded. Could it be her brother-in-law Lin Chen? Wasn't he a poor boy? How could he become the principal? And he was the sole shareholder who owned the school. Zhao Yuqing couldn't believe it and asked Qin Dahai in confusion. "This Lin Chen, is he the handsome, nearly 1.80 meters tall, and in his early 20s? "Yes, that's right, it's this bitch." "How do you know her?" Qin Dahai thought that this kid had also offended Director Zhao, so things would be much easier to handle. It was a foregone conclusion that Lin Chen would be completely kicked out of Lingda today. Jiang Man was so frightened that her legs went weak. She had witnessed the previous principal being dismissed before, and now she had to witness the newly appointed principal being dismissed again? Is it my destiny that Jiang Man is unlucky with the principal? Frightened Jiang Man carefully tugged at the corner of Lin Chen's clothes, as if to say that it would be enough to admit her mistake to Deputy Director Qin and there was no need to make a big fuss. Of course Lin Chen didn't care. In his eyes, Qin Dahai was just an unknown person. At this time, Zhao Yuqing couldn't calm down in the office for a long time. Although she couldn't accept Lin Chen marrying her outstanding sister Zhao Yuro, Lin Chen saved her aunt's life after all. And the key point is that Lin Chen's background is very mysterious. It was strange that he met the owner of Elizabeth Hospital that day, and today he became a wholly owned shareholder of Lingda, which made Zhao Yuqing very curious. Chapter 41, Abstinence from Porn. It is not reasonable for Zhao Yuqing to replace Lin Chen, even if she is the director of the Education Bureau. At the entrance of area dormitory building, Lin Chen looked at the greasy Qin Dahai frivolously. I'm going to make a bet with you, whether I will be replaced today. Well, you dare to bet with me on something that is set in stone? Tell me, how do you bet? Qin Dahai was arrogant and of course he would not refuse. If I am dismissed today, I will give you 1 million. If I am not dismissed today, you will voluntarily resign from the position of Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. How about that? Okay, it's a deal, and I'll write this as proof. If you don't pay me the million, I'll have the police take you to jail. Qin Dahai was determined to win, because a small figure like Lin Chen had no chance of winning in front of his absolute authority. Jiang Man was even more worried about Lin Chen. She felt that this new principal was brainless and only had good looks but no IQ. Qin Dahai answered Zhao Yuqing's call with full confidence, ready to hear the good news that Lin Chen was replaced. Qin Dahai, Lin Chen is my brother-in-law. I can't do anything for you. I advise you not to mess with Lin Chen. His background is unfathomable. Be careful or you will end up dead without a burial place. Zhao Yuqing immediately hung up the phone, leaving Qin Dahai alone standing there in a daze. How is it possible? Qin Dahai called Yuqing again, but the other party's phone was turned off. It was also the first time that Qin Hao saw his father fail to accomplish what he wanted to do. The students who had been bullied by the Qin father and son for a long time all applauded and wanted to see Qin Dahai resign from his position as deputy director. Now, you won't regret it, will you? Go to the Education Bureau and resign immediately. Don't embarrass yourself in front of so many children. A true man is one who keeps his word. Lin Chen stepped forward and helped up the boy who had been pushed down by Qin Hao, and looked at the Qin father and son viciously. Little brother, this. Brother, I was just in a hurry just now, so I apologize to you here. The smooth-talking Qin Dahai was indeed flexible, and when he knew that Lin Chen was not an ordinary person, he immediately changed his expression to be pleasing. Shut up. I want to hear your resignation at the Education Bureau by tomorrow. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Your crimes of corruption are not just 1 or 2. After saying that, Lin Chen pulled Jiang Man and continued to move forward. The Qin father and son cried helplessly, but no one showed sympathy. Jiang Man was full of admiration for Lin Chen, a handsome boy 2 years younger than her, who could actually make the usually domineering Qin Dahai obey her. Principal Lin, will Qin really resign? Jiang Man didn't quite understand, so she asked Lin Chen for help. This group of officials is the most timid. Does he dare not resign? Lin Chen sneered and continued to tour the campus. Sure enough. As soon as Lin Chen left, Qin Dahai wrote his resignation application. He knew that if he did not resign voluntarily and Lin Chen reported him for corruption, his real estate and car assets would be confiscated and he would inevitably end up in jail. It would be better to stop now and enjoy your life in peace. Zhao Yuqing was also the first to learn about the news that Qin Dahai was preparing to resign, and she was even more curious about Lin Chen. How could a newly graduated college student with an ordinary family background have such a powerful backing that he could make the deputy director of the Education Bureau resign willingly? In a few years, Qin Dahai will be able to enjoy his pension. It is conceivable how much sacrifice he has made by resigning now. Qin Dahai left Lingda to go through the resignation procedures. Qin Hao knew that his father was no longer the same as before, and was less domineering than before. You've bullied us for so long, what are you going to do about this? The boy who was pushed by Qin Hao before stood up and pressed Qin Hao into the corner. This is all misunderstanding. Qin Hao was as smooth as his father, but it was of no use. Those who have been wronged should be punished, and those who have been vengeful should be avenged. Join me in beating up this son of a bitch. Everyone rushed forward, even Qin Hao's former younger brothers were full of energy, punching and kicking Qin Hao, leaving him with bruises all over his body and even minor fractures. Qin Hao, who had been disqualified from taking the college entrance examination, was sent to the hospital and began a life of despair. At this time, Xiaowan and Vice Principal Zhang have already completed all the entry procedures, and all that is left is to come to Lingda to work early the next morning. After Lin Chen picked up Xiaowan, he came to the coffee shop that he had taken over from Luidao yesterday. He plans to rearrange the coffee shop to make it warm and comfortable. Instead of relying on beautiful women to attract customers' attention as before. Xiaowan has worked in this coffee shop for a long time, and of course she has developed feelings for this place, especially the dance floor in the center of the stage, which is where she used to work and dance. This store will depend on you from now on. I am the boss here, and you are the general manager. You have to manage this place well for me, or I will hold you accountable. Lin Chen hooked Xiaowan straight in tender nose, and Xiaowan covered her face shyly. Master is so good to me, I will definitely repay him. Xiaowan was so moved that her eyes turned red, and her slender body shrank into Lin Chen's arms. The woman's scent penetrated the air and reached Lin Chen's nose, which was truly intoxicating. Let's give this place a nicer name. How about Wan Yue Coffee Shop? Lin Chen came up with this idea on a whim. This name not only sounds like Xiaowan's name, but is also particularly fresh and literary, and will definitely attract young people to consume here. It sounds good, it sounds good. Xiaowan jumped with excitement. Before she met Lin Chen, she was a dancer who did not work properly. Now she has a formal job as a teacher, and has become the general manager and lives in a big villa. It all seemed like a dream. After the two returned home, Xiaowan changed into a maid outfit again, but today's outfit was a little more revealing. Those touches of spring are more obvious. Lin Chen seemed to have gotten used to it and could only shrug helplessly. Xiaowan sat intimately beside Lin Chen. In her mind, Lin Chen was like her man, taking care of her in every possible way. She deliberately dropped a few drops of perfume, and Lin Chen couldn't help feeling restless. The smart butler was also very sensible. It automatically played a soft and soothing foreign song, which seemed to imply something. Snap! Lin Chen slapped himself hard, thinking that he was not a man at all. I am already a married man. I can't continue to indulge myself like this. This is unfair to you, Ro. Lin Chen pushed the thin and weak Xiaowan away, drank a whole bottle of ice water, and prepared to calm down. Xiaowan was pushed down into a corner of the sofa. She did not blame her master, nor did she have any reason to blame her master. Chapter 42, Family Gathering. In this world of feasting and drinking, there are really not many men like the master who are rich and know how to be restrained. Lin Chen's move deepened Xiaowan's admiration for him. Although I don't know which beautiful sister Ro the master is talking about, I think she must be very happy to be loved by such an excellent person like the master. Xiaowan is not that kind of bad woman. From now on, Xiaowan will treat the master as her best brother, the kind that is closer to her than her own brother. Lin Chen never expected Xiaowan to be so considerate, and felt guilty for pushing her away. Xiaowan went upstairs and changed into a tight long-sleeved shirt and long pants, completely covering up her sexy figure. Lin Chen was very pleased. Thank you for understanding me. I'm already engaged and will be getting married soon. From now on, you're my good sister. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Only at this moment did Lin Chen forgive himself. It is every man's nature to be fickle-minded. But she thought that even her fiancé Euro didn't enjoy her love and care like Xiaowan, whom she had just met for a day. How unfair was this to Euro? Moreover, she is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and there are countless famous families pursuing her. Since she has completed the engagement with Ro, she must treat her well unconditionally. Lin Chen felt emotional for a long time and called Ro guiltily. On the other side, Ro was watching a movie alone at home. She felt aggrieved in her heart that her fiancé Lin Chen could not be by her side in the dead of night. Ro, come move in with me. We're already engaged, it's time to live together. Ro, who usually portrays a strong woman, burst into tears instantly. She had been waiting for these words for a long time. Good. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow. You just need to pack up your things. I have everything you need for your household needs here. Aha! Ro hung up the phone happily. It had been a long time since she had seen such a pure smile on her face. Normally during the day, she could only put on a forced smile when dealing with her business partners, but only Lin Chen could make her feel the excitement in her heart. Sometimes Ro didn't know why Lin Chen, whom she didn't spend much time with, was so irresistible to her. Maybe this is fate. Lin Chen had just hung up the phone when Lin Chen's mother Zhu Ping called. You little brat, why didn't you call me after all this time? What are you doing? Lin Chen smiled bitterly, still hearing the familiar nagging from his mother. What do you mean by I? I see you don't miss me and your dad at all. I'll show you how I'll deal with you next time I see you. Xu Ping is still nagging as usual, but Lin Chen has long been accustomed to it. If Xu Ping stops nagging one day, it would probably be the end of the world. I know. I will go home to see you two next week. I am just worried that you will have to cook for me when I go back, which will affect your store's business. You little bastard, my son came back and still talked about the canteen business. Your mother, will close the canteen and treat you to good food and wine. Xu Ping loves his son very much, and he knows that Lin Chen has suffered a lot because of his family background. Other people's sons graduate from college in their 20s and have cars and houses, but my son can only work in a furniture store after graduation and can't even find a wife. When she thought of this, Xu Ping couldn't help choking up. Little did they know that Lin Chen now not only has a car and a house, but also a luxury car and a villa. Mom, you're here again. I'm doing very well now, don't worry. Lin Chen had already made up his mind at this time. When he had time, he would renovate and build a 2-story Western-style house for his parents in his hometown. They refused to come to the urban area of Jiangcheng and only wanted to stay in Licheng, a small county town under the jurisdiction of Jiangcheng, so they were allowed to live a more comfortable life in their hometown. Plus, there is a small shop to make a living, so it's not bad to enjoy your retirement. Oh, son, the main reason I came to see you today is because your second uncle has arranged a dinner party for our whole family. Your second uncle even asked me to invite you along. He might even arrange a respectable job for you. What Xu Ping is most worried about now is her beloved son. She would be very pleased if her son had a decent job. Of course Lin Chen knew what his second uncle was up to. It must be his son Zhu Jie who was complaining, intending to have his father humiliate him. Otherwise, why would we gather together if we don't celebrate the New Year or any other festival? Son, you must come. It's tomorrow at noon, at the Dynasty International Hotel in Jiangcheng. Lin Chen was speechless. He hated this kind of family drinking party the most, but for the sake of his mother's happiness, he couldn't refuse. Okay then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, son. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen fell asleep on the sofa, too lazy to think about these messy things. The considerate Xiaowan put a blanket on her master. She also felt a little disappointed because she knew that if Yuro moved in, she would have to leave her master sooner or later. It's impossible for 3 people to live under the same roof. The hostess will definitely not agree. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Lin Chen just opened his eyes and saw Xiaowan was already wearing a neat suit and had put on delicate and elegant makeup. Today is her first day as a teacher. She got up early in the morning and got ready, determined not to be late. The suit especially highlights Xiaowan's temperament, as she already has perfectly proportioned body. Xiaowan left breakfast on the table and hurried out. Let me drive you there. No, I can just take the bus. Master, please get some more sleep. After saying that, Xiaowan disappeared. I didn't expect that this skinny girl could run so fast. Lin Chen also had to get up and wash up, as he had to go to the Dynasty Hotel to attend the party at noon. If he was late, Xu Ping would dislike him again. Lin Chen, who was ready to set off, came to the garage. He was a little confused as to whether he should look at the Wuling Hongguang worth a few thousand yuan or the Lamborghini Hermes worth more than 10 billion yuan. These two cars were really too extreme. One is the world's top luxury car, and the other is a common car on the street. If you drive a Wuling Hongguang to a party, your relatives will definitely look down on you. If you drive a luxury car, it will be too ostentatious. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen decided to take the bus, which is the most convenient means of transportation. When Lin Chen arrived at the station and just got off the bus, the magnificent building in front of him, like a palace, was the Dynasty International Hotel. This is the second largest hotel in Jiangcheng after the Kaishian Hotel. The top 2 shareholders are Zhu Jianyuan and Zhu Jie, the father and son of my second uncle's Zhu family. In recent years, this hotel has been growing rapidly and its valuation has been rising again and again. It is because of this that the Zhu family father and son have the confidence to be so arrogant. Hey, isn't this Mr. Lin? Why are you squeezing into the bus? Didn't that sexy pretty girl come with you today? As soon as Zhu Jie got out of his Porsche, he saw Lin Chen walking towards him from the bus stop. Chapter 43, Taunting. It is obvious that Zhu Jie is still thinking about Xiaowan. Nowadays, we live in a low-carbon society. Taking public transportation is more environmentally friendly. Do you understand? As for the beautiful sister, of course I'm the only one who can see her, so don't dream about it. Lin Shen didn't want to deal with the ugly-looking Zhu Jie at all, and walked straight towards the Dynasty Hotel. Stop him, no outsiders are allowed to enter. As the company's vice president, Zhu Jie ordered the security guards to block Lin Shen at the door. Can you just walk into such a high-end place like this? Just stay outside. We don't need you to be present at our family gathering. After saying that, Zhu Jie walked in with a swagger. Zhu Jie specifically asked his fourth aunt Zhu Ping to tell Lin Shen that he must attend the party today, but now he is using such means to insult Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't care at all because he knew his second uncle's family too well and they were all looking down on others. It just so happens that I don't want to attend this crappy party. It's so uncultured. Just as Lin Shen turned around and was about to leave, Zhu Ping's phone rang. Son, why haven't you arrived yet? Everyone is here, and you're the only one left. Don't let your first, second, and third uncles wait for you alone. Zhu Ping really wanted Lin Shen to be there. She hoped to speak well of him to her second brother Zhu Jianyuan and find a good job for him. Okay, I'll go up right away. Lin Shen was really helpless. Whenever he wanted to go in, the security guard blocking him seemed to be transparent. Lin Shen took out 1,000 yuan in cash and stood in front of the two security guards and scattered it into the air. The two security guards scrambled to pick it up on the ground, and Lin Shen walked in naturally. In the presidential box in front, sat the entire family from my mother's side. Our Lin Shen has grown up so much and is still so handsome. Uncle Zhu Jianxiang has liked the clever Lin Shen since he was a child. Lin Shen saw that his uncle was also very friendly. His uncle's son Zhu Xiaoxu was also sitting next to him. He was 3 years younger than him, but he got along very well with him. Yes, Lin Shen has changed a lot. He was short and dark when he was a child, but now he is tall and handsome. Third uncle Zhu Jianbin also agreed, but second uncle Zhu Jianweiqiang ignored Lin Shen. Hey, isn't Zhu Yali here? She loves this kind of gathering the most, how can she be missing? Lin Shen was very curious when he saw that his cousin, Zhu Yali, the daughter of his third uncle, was not there. She's interviewing at a company today, so she doesn't have time to come. I'll definitely ask her to come over at the next party. Interviews are important, interviews are more important, I understand. Lin Shen raised his glass to toast his third uncle. Zhu Jianxiang got even angrier when he saw this. He was the one with the most status and the most say in the room. Why should Lin Shen pay respect to his third brother first? Come on, let's eat and chat while we eat. Zhu Ping took the initiative to signal everyone to pick up their chopsticks. Zhu Jia couldn't eat at all. He was thinking about how to embarrass Lin Shen in front of the whole family at the dinner. Zhu Ping picked up a piece of tender beef from an exquisitely decorated classic car-style dish and put it in Lin Shen's bowl. Eat more, son. Aha! Zhu Jia had an idea and the opportunity finally came. All these dishes can be found in the car, but there are always some people who are already in their 20s and still have to rely on public transportation to go out. It's really sad. Everyone heard Zhu Jia's hint. Lin Shen knew that Zhu Jia would start his performance sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so early. Who says it's not true? Maybe this is the difference between people. Zhu Jianxiang and his son sang the same tune. Zhu Ping was embarrassed for her son, but she could do nothing about it. He came here today to ask for help in finding a job, and she couldn't break up with him. This piece of beef is sitting in a classic car, while this abalone is on an ordinary plate. Who knows that there are always inferior things that are deliberately put in a cup for the sake of face? The truly powerful characters are all hidden very deeply. Lin Shen's words shocked everyone and had profound implications. Zhu Jianxiang was completely furious. Zhu Jia didn't expect that when he wanted to mock Lin Shen for being shabby, he would be accused of being pretentious by the other party. Having suffered, Zhu Jia became more cautious and could only wait for an opportunity to act. Halfway through the meal, my uncle Zhu Jianyuan finally told me the most important purpose of this trip. My second brother, my son Zhu Xiaoxu, is about to go to high school. His grades are among the best, but because his household registration is not in Jiangxing City, no school is willing to accept him. Can you see if you can help? Zhu Jianyuan's attitude was very humble. He didn't dare to let his son miss out on school because of his own wrong words. Zhu Jianxiang's mysterious thoughts. Well, it's a bit difficult. I know a lot of big guys in the business world, but I don't know many people in the education bureau. To get into high school nowadays, it's not enough to just give money, you have to have connections, and it's not easy to do that. Xu Jianxiang deliberately refused to help. Even if he had connections, he was too lazy to use them. He would not use his network for his elder brother's affairs, otherwise he would have to repay the favor afterwards. Xu Jianxiang would not do such a business that would lose money. Zhu Jianyuan felt a little lost. He looked back at his son who was also depressed and felt very sad. Such an excellent son can't even go to school because of his father's incompetence. Zhu Jianyuan felt very guilty. Uncle, how is Lingda Middle School? Lingda Middle School is the best school in Jiangcheng. My son Xiaoshu doesn't even dare to think about going there. He will be thankful if he can go to an ordinary high school like Jiangcheng No. 1 High School or No. 2 High School. Zhu Jianyuan spoke in a low voice, as if he saw no hope. Hey, these second-rate high schools like No. 1 and No. 2 are a waste of Xiaoshu's time. I would just let him go to Lingda. Lin Chen gave suggestions to his uncle. Do you think Lingda Middle School is yours and you can go there whenever you want? Why don't you look in the mirror? Zhu Jie looked at Lin Chen coldly. Even with the status of the Zhu family, they could not send their nephew to such a private school. Alas, going to Lingda is harder than climbing to the sky. I dare not even think about it. Zhu Jianyuan shook his head. It's just Lingda. Leave it to me. If you're worried, you can ask Xiaoshu to go to the school with me tomorrow to sign an enrollment agreement. You can go directly to Lingda when school starts in September. Lin Chen's words made Zhu Jianxiang burst into laughter. Zhu Ping was also half believing and half doubting. He knew his son best and knew that he could not possibly have the ability to accomplish such a thing. Lin Chen, I am grateful that you have this kind of heart. I will think of a way to get you into school. It was obvious that Zhu Jianyuan didn't believe it either and thought Lin Chen was bragging. Oh, this. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless and could only call Zhang Tianhe, the vice president of Lingda University. Vice President Zhang, are you free now? Come to the presidential box of Dynasty Hotel. Remember the admission agreement? Okay. I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Jie actually clapped jokingly. Chapter 44, Lin Chen is a super rich man? What a great acting. They even hired an actor. It made me laugh. If you can't do it, there's no need to act like a big shot. Everyone knows that you're just as good as him. Vice Principal Lingda is busy with official duties. Would he play house with you here? Yes, Lin Chen has changed over the years. He has become dishonest. If it's not okay, it's not okay. Don't pretend. Zhu Jianyuan seized the opportunity to insult Lin Chen. Although Zhu Ping was also confused, her own son would not come up with rumors out of thin air. A few minutes later, Zhang Tianhe appeared in the box, with his beautiful assistant Jiang Man next to him. When Zhu Jie saw the two people arriving, he was immediately attracted by the graceful figure of Jiang Man, and his eyes kept glancing at that touch of spring light. Wow, hot! Jiang Man, wearing a suit and work clothes, really showed off her perfect figure to the fullest, and Zhu Jie was already drooling over it. The girl in front of him was no less beautiful than Xiao Wan from yesterday. Zhu Jie suddenly changed his target and prepared to attack Jiang Man. Principal Lin, this is the admission agreement you requested. We also brought the official seal. Jiang Man's call of Principal Lin shocked everyone present. Zhu Jie was also awakened from his immersion in the beauty's mood. Principal Lin, Principal Lin? Zhu Jianxiang couldn't believe it. How could a young boy become the principal of Lingda Middle School? Xu Ping couldn't believe that her son had become so successful. Uncle, let your son sign it, and we'll stamp it with our official seal, and then we'll let him go to school after the school starts. Xiaoshu will definitely be able to adapt to Lingda's teaching method. Lin Chen gestured for Xiaoshu to sign. Okay. Zhu Jianyuan still felt like he was in a dream and couldn't believe that this was true. When Zhu Xiaoshu signed personally and Zhang Tianhe stamped the Lingda official seal, Zhu Jianyuan held Lin Chen's hand tightly. My nephew is so awesome. You are our benefactor and the glory of the Zhu family. Zhu Jianyuan was very excited. He couldn't calm down for a long time when he saw that his son not only had a place to go to school, but also went to the best school in the city. Vice President Zhang and Jiang Man left the box with the agreement. What? The pride of the Zhu family? When will it be Lin Chen's turn to be the pride of the Zhu family? Xu Jie was very angry and thought to himself, What's so great about a lousy principal? Nowadays, we live in a society where money is king. Having money is king. Only running a business can bring you a future. Being a school principal is useless. Zhu Jie's inherent sense of superiority is obvious. Oh? So you mean you are very rich? Without my father Lin Yi, would you be where you are today? Lin Chen recalled his childhood memories. His father was also a well-known business tycoon, but he was deceived by his second uncle. Now his family's business is thriving, and Lin Yi can only work in a small shop in his hometown. These facts will never be forgotten in Lin Chen's mind. Your father? Your father is just as useless as you. In my eyes, Zhu Jie, you are nothing. Zhu Jie finally tore off his hypocritical appearance, and Zhu Ping and Zhu Jianyuan were shocked. They didn't expect that Zhu Jianxiang and his son were no longer the same as before and had turned completely evil. Did you see that? Our Dynasty Hotel can easily sign a project worth millions. Is that something that an ordinary person like you can understand? Zhu Jie took out a hotel supply order and showed it off without any concealment. Son, don't bother with them. These millions are enough for them to earn for several lifetimes. Zhu Jianxiang and his son acted in unison. At the end of the order, Lin Chen saw the seal of his Triumph Hotel and the signature of General Manager Wang Hao. This is a supply order. Due to the large demand of Triumph Hotel, other large hotels are needed to provide food, bedding, and hotel facilities. Dynasty Hotel won this $1 million order from Triumph Hotel after fierce competition and bidding. Huh, are you qualified to do business with Triumph Hotel? Lin Chen sneered disdainfully and then dialed Wang Hao's number. Who told you to cooperate with Dynasty Hotel? Listen, from now on, all business with Dynasty Hotel will be terminated. Do you understand? Lin Chen's attitude was very tough, so Wang Hao naturally had no choice but to agree at the first opportunity. Although interrupting cooperation with the dynasty would result in some economic losses, the dynasty's losses would undoubtedly be greater. Zhu Jianxiang thought that Lin Chen was pretending to be an elephant by sticking a green onion in his pig's nose again, but he didn't expect that he actually received a call from his assistant. Boss Zhu, Triumph Hotel went back on its word. They terminated the contract with our Dynasty Hotel and gave the order to Platinum Dragon Hotel. What? Zhu Jianyuan collapsed suddenly on the table. He thought that with this order he could secure the second place in the catering industry in Jiangxing City, but he did not expect that Kaishian transferred the order to the Platinum Dragon Hotel. This will allow Platinum Dragon Hotel to surpass Dynasty Hotel. What tricks did you use to make Triumph Hotel listen to you? Zhu Jie saw that his father was angry and questioned Lin Chen. You'd better not talk to me in that tone. Canceling the order is the least of my worries. Don't force me to make Dynasty Hotel disappear from Jiangcheng forever. Lin Chen's tone was frightening, and he didn't even look at the Zhu father and son. You wait for me, Zhu Jianyuan. No matter who you are, I will make you regret it. Zhu Jianyuan was furious and his evil face was revealed. That's all for today. Boring opportunity, boring father and son. Let's go. Lin Chen took Zhu Ping and his eldest uncle and third uncle away from the Dynasty Hotel, leaving only the Zhu father and son in the box. His uncle couldn't believe it. Go check for me, find out who Lin Chen is, and how he can make Lingda Middle School and Kaishian Hotel listen to him. Zhu Jianyuan grabbed the supervisor behind him and pushed him hard into the corner to vent his anger. Yes, I'll check it out right now. After a while, the supervisor staggered in. Mr. Zhu. I just used the connections of Jiangcheng Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Education Bureau, Real Estate Developers and other channels to finally find out all the details of Lin Chen. Hurry up and speak. Stop wasting time. Zhu Jianyuan couldn't wait to know what the identity of this poor boy was. Lin Chen is the owner of the Triumph Hotel, the president of the Yuchen Mine, the owner of the Wanyue Coffee Shop, the second largest shareholder of the Elizabeth Hospital, the president of Orange Media, and the wholly owned shareholder of Lingda Middle School. The supervisor reported to Zhu Jianyuan all the information he had obtained. Is this true? Zhu Jie widened his eyes. It turned out that Lin Chen was the real rich man. He was smaller than an ant in front of Lin Chen. Not only that, Lin Chen also has a Galaxy Bay villa worth billions, and a rare Lamborghini Hermes sports car worth more than 1 billion. Every extra word the supervisor said was like a knife stabbing the hearts of the father and son. Chapter 45, out of print Big G. Are you finished? Zhu Jianyuan's eyes were filled with fear. And most importantly, Yuchen Mine is currently surveying the largest gold mine in Jiangbei province. When it is fully excavated, the richest man in Jiangcheng will probably be his. The supervisor also couldn't believe that a guy in his early 20s who just walked out had such a great background. There was dead silence in the box, except for the heavy breathing of the Zhu father and son. They knew that what awaited the Dynasty Hotel would be an unprecedented disaster, and there was even the possibility that the two of them would end up living on the streets. Outside the Dynasty Hotel, Zhu Ping patted her son. "You little brat, you are doing pretty well now, knowing so many big guys? It's not in vain that your mother loves you so much, you are really awesome. We no longer have to curry favor with your second uncle. If it weren't for the sake of our brotherly love, I would have turned my back on him." Xu Ping was a straightforward person. She had already shown great tolerance by not getting angry with the Zhu father and son. "Ha, of course I'm not bad as your son." It was the first time that Lin Chen was praised by his mother, and he can only smile bitterly in embarrassment. At this time, Zhu Jianban's daughter Zhu Yali arrived at the entrance of Dynasty Hotel in a depressed mood. Zhu Yali is now a graceful and beautiful lady. It is true that girls change a lot when they grow up. "Yali, didn't you pass the interview?" Zhu Jianban asked his daughter. "Well, I failed. These interviewers are so mean. They asked me what I think about the unspoken rules. Of course I couldn't stand it, and then I was kicked out." Zhu Yali's eyebrows were drooped, but it couldn't hide the tenderness of her beauty. "Don't worry, I have the form. I will find a suitable job for you. Don't worry." Lin Chen went forward to comfort Zhu Yali, and Zhu Yali instantly became happy when she saw Lin Chen. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now they meet again, their feelings are still very deep. "Brother Lin Chen, thank you so much. It's so hard to find a job now, especially for us girls. I will definitely find you a respectable and friendly job." After Lin Chen said goodbye to his father and relatives, he needed to go pick up his fiancée Zhao Yuro quickly, because if he didn't go now, night would soon fall. "Mom, I'll go home to visit you two some other day. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "You little brat, why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Chen and Zhu Ping always dislike each other, but it does not affect their relationship as mother and son. Lin Chen was walking halfway, confused about how to pick up Yuro. "Wuling Hongguang is too lame, Lamborghini and Hermes can't deliver goods, what can we do?" Lin Chen happened to see that there was a 4S store diagonally opposite where he was, and was about to go in to buy a more practical and more stylish car. As soon as he reached the door, Lin Chen was stopped by two shop assistants. "My dear, this is the only luxury car 4S store in Jiangcheng. There are no cars here that cost less than 5 million yuan. You should go to another ordinary 4S store. We only accept tycoons and big names who make reservations in advance." Lin Chen was very dissatisfied. What era was this? There were still a bunch of waiters who judged people by their appearance. Lin Chen ignored the two of them and walked straight in. Han Han, the general manager of this luxury car 4S store, is also a handsome young man in his 30s. He saw the imposing Lin Chen walking in from a distance, and immediately put down the half-finished Game of Honor of Kings in his hand and went to greet him. "Little brother, what kind of car are you going to see?" Han Han's attitude was very humble. He knew that Lin Chen must be from an extraordinary background. A little more spacious, a little more stylish, a little more expensive. Lin Chen's three conditions immediately made Han Han think of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which is known as the dream off-road vehicle in the hearts of all men. It has a large and comfortable space, a sharp appearance, and is worth millions. Han Han found Ying, the most beautiful salesgirl in the store, to help Lin Chen introduce the vehicle. Ying is a typical gold digger. She likes to guide shopping for wealthy men in their 40s or 50s. For men like Lin Chen, who are in their early 20s, it is obvious that he has little money in his pocket. "Come with me. After seeing this G-Class, can you afford it? What's the point of seeing it?" Ying's attitude was obviously bad, and she couldn't hide the disgust in the corner of her eyes. "This is it, a high-end Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV, priced at 5 million yuan. What do you think?" Ying does this job, and it was the manager who asked her to be a shopping guide for Lin Chen, so even if she was reluctant, she had to pretend to do it. "It looks good, but the price is..." Lin Chen looked at Big G and shook his head silently, still thinking about something. "Of course the price is expensive. We have made it clear that this is a high-end 4S store. You still have to come in and ask. Aren't you just pretending to be rich? I mean, the price is just too cheap. I can't drive a car that's less than 10 million. Every word Lin Chen said shocked Ying Ying. She didn't expect that Lin Chen didn't think the price was too high, but too low. After hearing what Lin Chen said, Han Han was certain that Lin Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. He pushed away Ying Ying, who had a bad attitude, and personally recommended a vehicle to Lin Chen. Then this one. The Mercedes-Benz G650 Landaulet is known as the Land Tank. Han Han lifted up a black wide door, and a unique and luxurious G-Class appeared in front of everyone. This is a Maybach-made Imperial G-Class. There are less than 100 of them in the world, and less than 3 in China. It is equipped with the most advanced engine with a maximum power of 639 horsepower. The interior and exterior have been completely optimized and processed to a subversive level. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This car was indeed handsome and met his expectations. It's just that the price is a bit high. The current market price is 1100 W. Han Han knew that a price of tens of millions was not something that ordinary people could afford. We can give you a discount. Before Han Han finished speaking, Lin Chen held out a bank card. Brush. What, just pay? Don't you want to pay in installments when buying a luxury car worth 10 million? Han Han was completely shocked. Even if Jiangcheng's most prestigious tycoons came here to buy luxury cars, they would more or less choose installment payments. Now Lin Chen not only did not want temptation, but also did not want installment payments. Ying Ying was frightened by Lin Chen and felt guilty for her attitude just now. She regretted that she should never have looked down on Lin Chen before. Now it was definitely too late to curry favor with Lin Chen. Han Han put the bank card on the POS machine and swiped it. The 11 million yuan was paid successfully. Lin Chen picked up the key and drove away without saying a word. Han Han admired Lin Chen's sharpness. As soon as I drove out of the 4S store, pedestrians on the street were amazed at this unique G-Class. I've heard that this 4S store has a treasured Mercedes-Benz G650. Could it be that it has been taken away by someone who was destined to take it? This G-Class is really cool, but I'm afraid I won't be able to drive one in my next lifetime. Passers-by on the street were talking to each other, full of admiration. Chapter 46, Triumphant Joint Attack on the Hotel. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and arrived at Century Garden Community. At this time, Yuro had almost packed her things. Women do have a lot of clothes. Lin Chen looked helplessly at Yuro's large and small bags of clothes on the ground inside. Is that too much? I've already thrown away several bags. Zhao Yuro smiled slightly, and this knowing smile made Lin Chen feel warm. Lin Chen understood that no matter how many wildflowers there were in the outside world, they were not even 1/10 as beautiful as his fiancée. He only had a warm feeling when he saw Yuro. Lin Chen shrugged and helped Yuro carry the things to the car one by one. Did you change cars? Zhao Yuro also liked this new G-Class with its sharp edges. It's a rental car. We need a more spacious car to pick you up. Lin Chen didn't want to show off his wealth, and there was no need for him to show off in front of his fiancée. The two returned to the Galaxy Bay Villa. It was already around 7 o'clock in the evening and the sky had darkened. When I opened the door, Xiaowan had already returned home from get-off work at Lingda Middle School and was cleaning the room. Lin Chen walked in with Yuro, and Zhao Yuro also saw the beautiful girl opposite. The first time Xiaowan saw Zhao Yuro, the only feeling she had was inferiority. She thought her looks and figure were enough to crush any girl, until she saw Zhao Yuro in front of her, and then she realized that there were such elegant women with such aura in the world. Xiaowan felt that she was as small as an ant in front of Yuro. Hello, I'm Zhao Yuro. The graceful Yuro took the initiative to greet Xiaowan. Xiaowan never expected that Lin Chen's fiancée's first reaction when she saw her was not to get angry, but to come forward and greet her. Hello? Hello, my name is Xiaowan, and I'm the housekeeper here. You can call me Xiaowan. Xiaowan introduced herself hesitantly, and she, who was always confident, began to feel inferior. Xiaowan knew very well that it was time for her to leave the apartment and she should not be a third wheel for these two people. Yuro took a tour around the Galaxy Bay Villa under the guidance of Xiaowan, the beautiful housekeeper. She found this rich woman a little incredible. There are countless small rooms in the huge villa, and each room is decorated very luxuriously. She is a little curious about who her fiancé is. Lin Chen specially decorated a forest-style bedroom for Yuro, which is very consistent with her cool style. Everyone was very tired today and went to bed early. Early the next morning, when Lin Chen woke up, Xiaowan had already gone to work. There was still a sumptuous breakfast on the table, including fried dough sticks, milk, soy milk, grilled sausages, etc. At the same time, there was a letter on the corner of the table, with a few simple words written on it. Master, you and Sister Euro need to be happy. My leaving is the best choice. However, Master will always be my master. You can always ask me, a part-time worker, to clean the room. Xiaowan is very sensible. On the one hand, she is worried that Euro will be jealous, and on the other hand, she is worried that it will destroy their relationship. Now Xiaowan has a stable job and renting an apartment is not a problem, so Lin Chen is not worried about Xiaowan. Euro also got up early, and she was dressed very smartly today. I'm going to Binjiang building today to accompany my father to attend a business meeting. Shui's Real Estate, the leader of Jiangbei province, wants to discuss cooperation with us. If successful, the market value of Zhao's real estate will double. Zhao Euro was full of confidence. She and Zhao Donglai had been waiting for this day for a long time. After this deal was concluded, the Zhao family's position as the boss of Jiangchang would be more stable. As we all know, the Zhao group relies most on real estate development. Whether it is various office buildings, shopping malls, or residential houses, they are all directly built or indirectly invested by the Zhao family. Therefore, the Zhao family's influence and industries are spread throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangchang, and they are indeed powerful. Lin Chen sincerely hopes that Yu Rou can make this deal. She and her future father-in-law are both very conscientious businessmen and deserve a bigger fortune. Come on! Lin Chen cheered for Yu Rou. Yu Rou grabbed a fried dough stick and ate it while leaving. Lin Chen originally wanted to lie down for a while before going to deliver the goods, but Wang Hao's call broke the silence. Boss Lin, this is not good. Many hotels in Jiangcheng have stopped cooperating with us. Even Jiangbei International Hotel, Red Phoenix Hotel, and Bakalai Hotel in Jiangbei province have stopped supplying us. The most important thing is that they have shown signs of uniting to curb us. They have used 20% discounts to snatch away our major customers and suppliers. Wang Hao's tone was very urgent. Lin Chen had never seen this manager who had been in the business world for decades and had experienced many ups and downs so panicked. It can be seen that the situation is indeed not optimistic. Lin Chen had a bad feeling that this matter was definitely related to his second uncle Zhu Jianxiang. Is it the Dynasty Hotel? Lin Chen asked Wang Hao directly in a decisive tone whether he had any connection with the Dynasty Hotel owned by Zhu Jianxiang. That's right. It was Zhu Jianxiang who gave up his company's shares to these catering giants. That's why these big companies united to deal with us. Is this the rhythm of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of our own? Oh my goodness. Lin Chen didn't care about these at all. In his opinion, Zhu Jianxiang, a short-sighted person, would not be able to cause any big waves. From today on, Triumph Hotel will offer a 30% discount to old customers and suppliers. We can't let these people be snatched away by them. Lin Chen said firmly that only low prices can attract people. Boss Lin, should we reduce the price by 70% or 100%? Reduce to 70% off. This, we will lose a lot of money, really. Wang Hao was a little hesitant, because even if it was the Triumph Hotel, the money in the account would be depleted within 10 days or half a month. The 70% discount was unprecedented and will never be repeated. Don't worry, if the company doesn't have money in its account, I'll use the money in my pocket to make up for it. In this price war, whoever outlasts it will be the real winner. Just do it. With Lin Chen's words, Wang Hao felt more confident in fighting these treacherous and unscrupulous companies. Inside the Dynasty Hotel's top floor office. Ahahaha, let's see what Lin Chen will do this time. I'm afraid he's crying without tears now. I look forward to the day when we take over the Triumph Hotel. Although we have lost half of our shares now, I want to make sure that Lin Chen is completely finished. Zhu Jianxiang and his son sang the same tune, unaware that what was waiting for them was the abyss. The usually steady assistant to the president rushed in again, stuttering so hard that he couldn't speak. What happened again? Didn't I tell you to calm down next time? Be careful or I'll fire you. Zhu Jianxiang was somewhat angry as he watched his assistant hesitate. He looked similar to how he did yesterday at the Dynasty Hotel. What happened? Triumph. Triumph Hotel is offering a 70% discount to attract old customers and suppliers. What should we do? The assistant finally uttered the words after stuttering. Chapter 47, Price War? What? 70% off? Is Triumph Hotel planning to go bankrupt? Where did they get so much money? If the discount is 70%, it won't be long before the Triumph Hotel collapses. Zhu Jia laughed crazily. He thought that Lin Chen was just looking for ideas on his own. It was impossible for Triumph to defeat a group of hotels that had united together with its own strength. Xu Jinxiang also felt that it was a bit strange. Doing so was tantamount to seeking death. Even if this loser Lin Chen didn't understand, didn't the other management of Triumph understand? It shouldn't be like that. Zhu Jia interrupted his father, who was deep in thought. Dad, don't think too much. I think Lin Chen is just scared and raised his hands in surrender. Ha ha ha. No, notify the Hotel Alliance. We will also upgrade the discount to 50%. Let's see who can beat who. Xu Jinxiang sneered. He looked forward to swallowing up Kaishian as soon as possible. The front page headlines of Jiangqing City have exploded, with news everywhere that the Triumph Hotel is offering a 70% discount on all meals, and many people have flocked in to dine. The Triumph Hotel is now losing money on every dish, every minute and every second, because the 70% discount cannot even make back the investment. We must hold on and attract these old customers, and then we can get back to normal after a while. Wang Hao sat in his office and prayed. If Kaishian could really survive, other hotels in Jiangchang would have close to zero customers during this period of time. This means that other hotels will be hit hard because they have no source of income. The Hotel Alliance will then collapse, and some companies with weak financial resources will go bankrupt. Now Wang Hao's only worry is how much money Lin Chen can come up with to help Kaishian overcome the difficulties. All the hotels in the city are waiting to see Kaishuan's joke. Previously, Kaishian took away their cake because of its high-quality service and influence, and they are ready to take back what they lost this time. At this time, in the largest CBD Binjiang building in Jiangcheng, Jiangqing ushered in an epic-making moment. That is, the Zhao Group officially signed a contract with Jiangbei's leading Shui real estate, and the two parties reached an agreement to carry out large-scale real estate development in Liqing County, Jiangqing City. After several years of construction, Liqing will become a multifunctional modern high-tech zone integrating entertainment, residence, and business. Moreover, Liqing will soon transform from a small county into a metropolis, and Liqing County will be renamed Liqing New District. And Liqing is Lin Chen's hometown. The moment Zhao Donglai and Shui Yaoting, president of Shui Group, officially shook hands, Zhao's market value in Jiangqing soared. As the vice president of the Zhao Group, Zhao Yuro's net worth has skyrocketed, and her net worth is currently no less than Lin Chen's. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Shui Yaoting stepped forward and shook hands with Zhao Donglai, and applause broke out in the conference room. The Zhao delegation saw the Shui delegation off, and all the employees of Binjiang building lined up to see them off. Shui Xinxin, the only son of the Shui Group, came to Zhao Yuro to say goodbye before leaving. Shui Xinxin has liked Zhao Yuro since childhood. The two big families often get together, so they naturally have many opportunities to interact. Yuro, do you really not consider me? I am willing to give everything for you, including my life. Shui Xinxin looked at Yuro with pleading eyes. She didn't know when Shui Xinxin started pursuing Yuro madly. Zhao Yuro actually didn't dislike Shui Xinxin. He was a kind-hearted boy, but she always felt that they were not destined to be together. She thought that they were only suitable to be friends. I'm already engaged and will be getting married soon. Just give up on this idea. With your conditions, you can pick any pretty girl in Jiangbei at will, right? Zhao Yuro had no idea what exactly made such a rich young man keep pestering her. The girls chasing me lined up at the Eiffel Tower, but I only like you. If you don't marry me, I will never marry again. Shui Xinxin was very determined. He liked Zhao Yuro's every smile and frown, and liked her temperament and aura. Don't do that. You are the only son of the Shui family. The Shui family still needs you to get married and give birth to a son to carry on the family line. If that happens, your father will blame me again. Zhao Yuro was also helpless. She didn't expect Shui Xinxin to be so infatuated. Logically speaking, rich boys should be scumbags who spend their days in debauchery. I don't care. I will try my best to ask my father to arrange for me to work in Jiangcheng. I want to be in the same city with you and stay by your side. After saying that, Shui Xinxin followed Shui Yaoting into the car and left. Yu Rou smiled faintly. She sincerely felt that Shui Xinxin was a good boy and hoped that he could find his own happiness. After the Shui delegation had all left, Zhao Donglai lay down on his desk. He had been exhausted from working on this contract for the past few days. Dad, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm old and can't work so hard anymore. Dad is not old at all. Zhao Yuro stepped forward to give Zhao Donglai a back massage and also massaged his shoulders. This is the truth. From now on, the Zhao group will mainly rely on you to run it. If necessary, you can join forces with your fiancé Lin Chen. He is not an ordinary person. The first time Zhao Donglai saw Lin Chen, he felt that he had an indescribable aura and that he would definitely become successful one day. Zhao Yuro nodded silently. At this time, Zhao Donglai's president's assistant came in and reported Zhao Donglai's schedule for the coming week, which was still full. By the way, Mr. Zhao, the Triumph Hotel has been attacked by the entire Jiangbei Province Hotel Alliance. I'm afraid the Triumph Hotel will not survive this difficulty. The assistant told the Zhao father and daughter the news. As they had just been in a meeting, they were quite shocked. What? Who dares to touch the Triumph Hotel? Zhao Yuro was a little anxious. She was very worried about Lin Chen. It was Dynasty Hotel. They sold their shares to instigate Jiangbei Catering to unite and attack Triumph Hotel. Zhu Jianxiang? I've seen for a long time that he's not a good person. Now he dares to turn his back on me. I gave him so many benefits back then. Zhao Yuro was very angry. She didn't want to see the triumph that she had built up be destroyed in this way. Zhao Yuro turned around and prepared to leave, and personally help Lin Chen meet these people. Wait. Zhao Donglai called out his excited daughter. My son-in-law should be able to handle this little thing by himself. If he can't handle this little thing, how can he become a dragon among men in the future? Zhao Donglai's words made sense, but Lin Chen was a fresh graduate after all, and didn't quite understand the hidden rules of the business world. How could he survive? The only way to deal with the constraints of hotel alliances is to use low prices to stabilize old customers and ensure customer flow. But this will also cause a sharp drop in hotel accounts. It would even require hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars to be spent. How could Lin Chen have so much money? Zhao Yuro was struggling internally. She wanted to secretly help Lin Chen, but her father clearly forbade her to do so. In the office of Kaishian Hotel, Lin Chen had already appeared here to meet Wang Hao in person. He personally urged employees in various positions to work hard and work together to overcome the difficulties. The Kaishian Hotel is so generous. Such high-end dishes are discounted by 70%. Yes, Triumph Hotel has always been the face of Jiangcheng. Even if the discount period ends, I will bring my family here to spend money. Customers are communicating with each other. There are even many students who have shown up at the Triumph Hotel. Normally, they cannot afford the high prices of food here, but now they come here to eat. In addition to the catering department, the guest room department of the Triumph Hotel was also overcrowded, and even the presidential suite was booked. In sharp contrast to the crowded and bustling Triumph Hotel, the Dynasty Hotel had no customers at all because it had no price advantage. Standing at the entrance of the miserable Dynasty Hotel lobby, Zhu Jianxiang was so angry that his teeth were itching. Let you show off for a while. When your funds can no longer sustain, the real show will begin. Zhu Jianxiang believed that Lin Chen's downfall was a matter of time. Chapter 48, Digging Up the Gold Mine. At this time, good news came from the Yuchen mine. The excavation of the number 8 gold mine had made substantial progress. Through gold panning tools and miners digging day and night, a large area of excellent gold mine was excavated. As the president, Lin Chen of course had to rush to the scene as soon as possible. The excitement brought by this good news had completely overwhelmed the negative news about the Triumph Hotel. Lin Chen's net worth also increased by tens of billions of yuan due to the discovery of this gold mine. When Lin Chen arrived at the gate of the mining area in his Lamborghini Hermes, he was already blocked by media reporters from Jiangxing City and Jiangbei Province. Look, it's General Manager Lin here. General Manager Lin is really a successful young man. May I ask Mr. Lin, how does it feel to be working on a gold mine worth a fortune at such a young age? When the reporters saw Lin Chen coming, they rushed forward to interview him and almost caused a stampede. Lin Chen didn't like being interviewed by so many people, and he always felt a little awkward, so he wore a baseball cap, a mask and sunglasses when he got off the car. I don't feel anything. It's expected that gold will be found. Lin Chen was just telling the truth, but he didn't expect it to be magnified infinitely by the media. Excuse me, do you have a girlfriend? What are Mr. Lin's criteria for choosing a partner? A young reporter was only concerned about this question and rushed to the front of the crowd to interview Lin Chen. I'm sorry, I'm already engaged. My fiancée is very beautiful and outstanding. Thank you. Lin Chen answered various questions politely. When Zhao Yuro heard Lin Chen's answer on the live broadcast of Jiangcheng TV news channel, she felt extremely safe. Boss Lin, I have another question. Boss Lin, please don't leave. Lin Chen was just about to push through the crowd to comfort and reward the absentee workers when the mine security personnel escorted him back to the mine and a figure appeared in front of him. This person was none other than the former president of Wohushan Mine and the former Jiangcheng female billionaire Li Caixia. If Lin Chen had not found a reason to occupy the number 8 mine and then annex the Wohushan mine, Li Caixia would be the focus of interviews surrounded by reporters. You liar, you will get your comeuppance sooner or later, return the mine to me. Li Caixia roared like a mad woman and gestured towards Lin Chen with bared teeth and claws. When journalist friends discovered that this former richest woman had fallen into this state, they came forward to interview her. Mr. Li, what exactly caused the mine to fall into the hands of others? Of course it was Lin Chen who used despicable means to deceive, cheat and frame me again and again. You media must help me to seek justice. Li Caixia knelt on the ground and wailed, as if the reporter in front of her was her only hope. Zhao Yuro even felt a little pity for Li Caixia when she saw this scene on TV through live broadcast, but there must be something hateful about pitiful people, and the problem was that Li Caixia was too arrogant. Oh, Mr. Li, can you be more specific? It's him. He colluded with Dongfeng Heavy Industry Airport to supply them, and then instigated Jianyang Heavy Industry Airport to cut off our supply. He used despicable means to block the technology and forced other companies to withdraw their investment. In addition to this, he also coerced all of our company's employees, including my personal assistant, to resign and go to his Yuchen mine. Li Caixia pointed at Lin Chen's back and cursed, leaving Lin Chen speechless. I say, you crazy woman, please stop spitting blood at me, okay? Did I force your employees? It's obviously your mismanagement. Lin Chen shrugged. She was too embarrassed to argue with this woman in front of so many media. After all, she was not that thick-skinned. Okay, even if you didn't coerce the employees, how do you explain the affairs of Dongfeng Heavy Machinery and Jianyang Heavy Machinery? Li Caixia was aggressive. This was obviously a normal business practice, but she refused to admit it. Lin Chen snorted coldly, thinking that there was no point in arguing with this woman, and turned and left. Also broadcast on TV, Yang Wanli, president of Dongfeng Heavy Industry Airport, was furious. He slammed the table and demanded a thorough investigation of the matter. Because Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Factory is a large-scale factory at the provincial level, the machinery it produces is first supplied to the factory at the municipal level, and then from the factory at the municipal level to the local mines. Now Dongfeng Mine is actually providing equipment to Yuchen Mine without my knowledge? How can this be possible? Boss Yang, please be patient. I will contact Xian Xiaodong, the general manager of the Jiangcheng mining area. When assistant Yang Wanli dialed the phone, Xian Xiaodong had a bad feeling. Xian Xiaodong knew that his secret help to Yuchen Mine had been discovered. Xian Xiaodong, you were so bold that you actually did such a thing behind my back? If it hadn't been exposed by the news and the media, I would have really been kept in the dark. Yang Wanli questioned Xian Xiaodong angrily. He has always disliked Xian Xiaodong because Xian Xiaodong's ability, knowledge and even prestige are higher than his own. He thinks that one day he will be suppressed by Xian Xiaodong, so he needs to remove this trouble from the company as soon as possible. Isn't it for the benefit of the company that I'm doing this? We can directly contact the various mines, which will be more conducive to our sales and making money, but you just ordered to ban this. With policies like yours, the company will be ruined in your hands. Xian Xiaodong was also very angry about Yang Wanli's inaction. If it weren't for the Yang family's powerful status, the shareholders' meeting would not have supported him to be the president. How dare you, Xian Xiaodong, question me? Look at the status of Dongfeng Mine today. Wasn't it created by me? Yang Wanli was already furious, and he wanted to force him out of the company personally this time. Okay, I will explain this matter to the board of directors in person, and you can kill me or chop me up if you want. With a CEO like you, it would be strange if the company didn't go bankrupt. Xian Xiaodong gave up and hung up the phone. At this time, Zhao Yuro also called. Uncle Qian, has your help to us been exposed by the media? Did your president do anything to you? Yuro, you are so worried about your uncle. I have decided to leave this company and find a better job somewhere else. With my ability, I should be able to find a good manager position. Xian Xiaodong was very open-minded because he knew that if he offended Yang Wanli, there would be no room for maneuver. The Yang family was also a well-known and prominent family in Jiangbei province, and their means and strength were unquestionable. No, I won't let you get kicked out for helping me. Don't worry, I will definitely help you with all my strength. After Yuro hung up the phone, she thought hard. The only person she knew in Jiangbei province and with whom she had a good relationship was Xue Xinxin. Zhao Yuro struggled for a long time over whether or not to call this fanatical pursuer of hers. Chapter 49, Saving the Triumph Hotel. If he doesn't fight, Uncle Chen will definitely be kicked out. If I fight, I will be entangled with Xue Xinxin for a while. After thinking it over carefully, Yuro made the call without hesitation. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. What? This guy actually dared not to answer my call? How dare he? Yuro made 3 calls, but no one answered the calls. Xue Xinxin, who was dancing in a bar in Jiangbei, saw 3 missed calls while in the bathroom and called back Yuro immediately. 857. The deafening music from the bar reached Yuro's ears from the other end of the phone. Master Xue, you said you would only be with me for the rest of your life, right? Why are you hanging out in the bar? Zhao Yuro joked. In her eyes, Xue Xinxin was like her little brother. Although he pursued her, she only regarded Xue Xinxin as a child. Yuro? Oh my god, is it really you? Oh my god. You actually called me on your own initiative? Holy shit. Xue Xinxin couldn't believe this was true, and took a special look at the caller ID on her phone, and it was indeed her. Today is a coincidence. Those friends insisted on asking me to go clubbing. Actually, I didn't want to come. In order to prevent Yuro from mistaking him for a casual man, Xue Xinxin explained deliberately. Ha, a man's mouth. Zhao Yuro was speechless. It turned out that Xue Xinxin, who seemed shy on the surface, was actually so repressed and coquettish behind the scenes. Even 857 is included. Xue Xinxin ran out of the bar immediately and came to a quiet place. What do you want from me? I can't believe it. Xue Xinxin smiled secretly. Do you know Yang Wanli? Yang Wanli? Of course I know him. He is the CEO of Dongfeng Heavy Airport and the son of the Yang family. Their Yang family is also very powerful in Jiangbei, although it is still far behind our Xue family. Don't flatter yourself. Zhao Yuro was sweating profusely. Xue Xinxin could actually brag about himself at this time. Why are you asking him? Have you offended him? Xue Xinxin's tone became anxious and concerned. That's about right. Can you convince the board of directors of Dongfeng Heavy Airport not to fire a vice president? That vice president is my benefactor. He offended Yang Wanli because of me. Zhao Yuro was a little depressed. In Xue Xinxin's memory, Zhao Yuro had always been a woman with a strong aura and was confident at all times. This was the first time she showed another side of her. Of course Xue Xinxin couldn't stand Yuro's depression. No problem, leave it to me. The Yang family is planning to enter the real estate market recently, and they can't do without the help of our Xue family, so let's take advantage of each other. That's great. I'll treat you to a meal after this is done. The stone in Zhao Yuro's heart finally fell. Xue Xinxin was excited for a long time after hanging up the phone. In the Yuchen mining area, the crowded crowd gradually left. After the crazy woman Li Caixia had been talking nonsense for a long time, she also left alone. Lin Chan went deep into the grassroots level of the mining area and visited the workers one by one. Boss Lin, the mine is too dirty, you don't need to come in. That's right, Mr. Lin doesn't need to visit us in person, we will work hard. The workers are paid tens of thousands of yuan in salary and are very enthusiastic about their work. Manager Xing, who had worked in the mine for decades, had never seen workers so motivated. Only Lin Chen can motivate them. Lin Chen was also very pleased. The gold mining machine was running step by step, and his own worth was increasing little by little. After Lin Chen finished inspecting the mine, he returned to the Triumph Hotel as soon as possible. Now the survival of the hotel is at stake. He came to the accounting office and met the hotel's CFO, Xiao Lu, in person. Xiao Lu felt disappointed when he saw Lin Chen for the first time, because the money in the company's account was losing money every minute and every second. It would not take long next month before the capital would be used up. Lin Chen took out a bank card and handed it to Xiao Lu. There is 1 billion yuan in it. If the company does not have working capital, it can be directly used as a cushion. As long as we can hold on, our Triumph Hotel will be the legitimate leader in the catering industry. Xiao Lu took the bank card in surprise. He had been a senior executive in many Fortune 500 companies in China, but he had never seen a boss who could directly take out 1 billion in cash. Lin Chen was the first. Don't worry, boss. I will do my best. Xiao Lu was full of fighting spirit again. In addition, Lin Chen also contacted Chen Fong, the vice president of Orange Media, and asked him to achieve interoperability with the Triumph Hotel. Artists, celebrities, and big names working for Orange Media can enjoy discounts when dining at Triumph Hotel. If these dazzling stars appear in the Triumph Hotel, ordinary people and some star-chasing girls will definitely spend money in the hotel regardless of the cost, which can greatly increase the hotel's passenger flow. Sure enough, Hu Yanbing, Shui Xiaoqian, Lin Xiaojie and other Chinese celebrities came to the Triumph Hotel for dinner one after another, and the hotel entrance was packed with people. Wow, a big star is coming. I want to have dinner with him in a hotel. Lin Xiaojie, look at me, I want to be your wife. With wave after wave of star-chasing girls, the Triumph Hotel had to deploy twice as many security personnel as usual to maintain order. Although the 70% discount on Triumph resulted in a loss in costs, the huge passenger flow minimized the loss. At this time, the Dynasty Hotel had not had a single guest for several days. Xu Jinxiang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He thought his actions were flawless, but he did not expect that Kaishan would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The lobby of Dynasty Hotel was already crowded with delegations from many catering companies in Jiangqing City and even Jianbei Province. What about your CEO Zhu? Isn't he going to give us 5% of the shares of each company? Yeah, he's not going to go back on his word, is he? Are you going to force us to call the police? The delegations from various major hotels were talking to each other, and Zhu Jianxiang had no choice but to go downstairs to meet them. My dear bosses, I, Zhu Jianxiang, am not the kind of person who doesn't keep my word. It's just that the Triumph Hotel has no signs of collapse at all. On the contrary, its business is getting more and more prosperous. When I agreed to give up my shares to each of your companies, wasn't it based on the collapse of the Triumph Hotel? Zhu Jianxiang kept explaining, but no one in the delegation present wanted to listen to him chattering. Stop talking nonsense. Whether the Triumph Hotel collapses or not is none of our business. We only know that you have our shares here. If you continue to use sweet words, don't blame us for being rude. Xu Jinxiang was unable to resist at all and had no choice but to call in the gangster boss to come and calm the situation. Chapter 50, Hotel Alliance President. As a notoriously stingy person, how could he let his ordinary shares be given away for nothing? The gangster boss brought more than a dozen younger brothers with him, each holding a baton in his hand, as if he was hinting to the bosses of these delegations that if they continued to make trouble, they shouldn't blame the sticks for being ruthless. You are so good, Zhu Jianxiang, you still want to attack us? Great, great. Since you've done such a ruthless thing, don't blame us for being rude. Delegations from major companies were forced to leave the Dynasty Hotel. They had already agreed to suspend the restrictions on the Triumph Hotel and target the Dynasty Hotel for going back on its word. Xu Jinxiang didn't know that he was already a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. In the Kaishan office, Wang Hao was the first to learn that the Hotel Alliance had terminated the restrictions and quickly reported it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen also ended the 70% discount promotion as soon as possible. He thought the drop in customer flow would be noticeable, but in fact it was not that obvious. Customers who come here to consume will be attracted by the warm service and delicious food and become repeat customers. Bang, bang, bang. After a gentle and firm knock on the door, an elegant and graceful gentleman walked in. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Wearing a well-tailored suit, he looks like a business elite. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen? It's me, who are you? Lin Chen was also full of curiosity when facing this unfamiliar face. Then a mother and son walked in. Lin Chen looked at them and felt that they looked very familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember where he had seen them before. Good man, do you still remember us, mother and son? The mother spoke, and Lin Chen was very familiar with this voice. Could it be? Could it be that you are? Lin Chen wanted to speak, but still couldn't believe it. That's right. We are the scavenger mother and son who were bullied in Galaxy Bay Villa. Thank you for supporting us and giving us the money to save our lives. The mother's tone was full of gratitude. Thank you, brother. Thank you for helping us. The younger son at the side also hurriedly thanked Lin Chen. You're welcome, it's just a piece of cake, just a piece of cake. Lin Chen always felt embarrassed when encountering such scenes, but he never expected that the mother and son who used to pick up rubbish were unrecognizable now that they were dressed decently. This aunt, who is about 50 years old, is still full of feminine charm when she puts on a cheongsam. Thank you, little brother. Helping them is like helping me, Jean Henghui. After you helped them, the mother and son came to work as waitresses at my Jiangbei International Hotel. We fell in love over time, and I am about to marry this aunt. Now I am here to thank you, my benefactor. Jean Henghui is the president of the famous Jiangbei International Hotel and is well known in the catering industry. Although Lin Chen has never met him in person, he is no stranger to this famous name. He was used to seeing those materialistic women who were greedy for fame and fortune, but this mother and son made him feel the warmth and kindness of human nature. Jean Henghui never found another partner after his divorce. After seeing the mother and son, he fell in love with them and wanted to protect them. No need to thank me specially, it's really just a piece of cake. What Boss Jean did is worthy of praise. Lin Chen was also generous with his praise. Not every boss could resist the temptation of beauty and choose such a simple aunt as his wife. By the way, I just learned that you are the CEO of Triumph Hotel. Otherwise, I would never agree to the vice president's sanctions against your company. I have already ordered them to lift the ban on Triumph Hotel. Jean Henghui regretted this very much. He actually allowed his own company to attack his benefactor's company without knowing it. It's not a big problem. We have already gotten through it. Next, I just want to deal with my Dynasty Hotel. Lin Chen showed a cold expression. Our Jiangbei International Hotel is the largest catering group in Jiangbei and is also the president of the Hotel Alliance. Now I will hand over the Alliance's president armband to you and let you sit in the top position. Jean Henghui knew very well that this was the only way to repay Lin Chen. Lin Chen needed to mobilize other hotels in his capacity as president to fight back against the Dynasty Hotel. He also knew that Triumph Hotel had been the most profitable hotel in Jiangbei province in recent years, with rapid growth momentum. The reason why Jiangbei International Hotel could become the leader was simply because of its large scale. Of the same scale, it is definitely not as good as the Triumph Hotel. He was also relieved when he handed the general's armband to Lin Chen. Boss Jean, this isn't a good idea, is it? You are highly respected. No, this is very suitable. You are the best choice. The catering industry in Jiangbei should be developed by young people. We are already old and can't keep up with the times. Just as Lin Chen was about to refuse, he was interrupted by President Jean. Okay, no need to think about it anymore, this matter is settled, I will gradually retire and live a normal life from now on, little brother, if you need me in the future, just let me know. After saying that, Jean Henghui and the mother and son left together. Lin Chen, who got the armband of the president of the Hotel Alliance, had only one thought at this moment, which was to make the Dynasty Hotel disappear completely in Jiangqing City as soon as possible. At the same time, the news that Lin Chen became the president of the Jiangbei Catering Industry and Hotel Alliance had spread. Lin Chen issued orders via email as the president of the alliance, requiring all major hotels to unite and curb Dynasty Hotel until it declares bankruptcy. Hotels big and small all hold a grudge against Zhu Jianxiang for not fulfilling his promise to give them shares. Even if Lin Chen did not give such an order, they would consciously join forces to sanction him. In this way, all the major hotels can be said to have a legitimate reason to deal a heavy blow to Zhu Jianxiang. At this time, the Zhu family father and son were already packing up the valuables in the company and preparing to surrender. If they don't follow the trend, they will lose more. Father, I won't accept this. Why did Lin Chen Zhujie still refuses to admit that he was indeed stepped on by Lin Chen? There's nothing we can do. I don't know what tricks Lin Chen used to become the president of the Hotel Alliance. We are powerless to save the situation. Zhu Jianxiang slapped himself hard. If he had known that Lin Chen was someone who could not be provoked, he should not have held that family gathering a while ago. As a result, Zhu Jianxiang could no longer hold his head up in the Zhu family. Oh no. Mr. Zhu. The media is now criticizing our Dynasty Hotel and calling us business scammers. The assistant rushed in. Zhu Jianxiang was much calmer this time. He just shook his head silently and indicated that he should file for bankruptcy quickly. Such a huge Dynasty Hotel is going to close down just like that? It's gone just like that. Chapter 51 The Fall of Dynasty Hotel. It's incredible. It said that he offended the owner of the Triumph Hotel. It seems that the owner is a small singing star. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and sigh as they watched the plaque of Dynasty Hotel being removed. Zhu Jianxiang staggered out of the gate, supported by Zhu Jie. At the door, Lin Chen had already led the bosses of various companies in the hotel alliance, waiting for Zhu Jianxiang to step down, and then took the bank to seal off the hotel. You bunch of beasts. When Zhu Jianxiang saw Lin Chen, he became so angry that he spat out blood. If you do too much evil, you will eventually perish. You have walked the path you are on your own, so don't blame me. When Lin Chen saw this scene, he thought of Li Caixia. Since you are my second uncle, I have left you a small apartment of 70 square meters. From now on, you can live in it peacefully for the rest of your life. Lin Chen has done his best by leaving an apartment for the man who was ready to kill him. Hurry up and go, don't get in the way here. The bosses of other companies pushed and chased the Zhu father and son out of the door. When Lin Chen arrived at the gate, he saw the two security guards who stopped him at the last family dinner. The two of them lowered their heads and trembled, worried that Lin Chen would recognize them. Ha, you are just as cowardly as your dog master. I will spare you this time. If you look down on others again in the future, be careful or I will punish you. Lin Chen's coldness made the two of them shudder. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The two of them couldn't even speak clearly. As the bank staff put the seal on the hotel, Dynasty International, one of the top 3 hotels in Zhengcheng, officially collapsed. Zhu's father and son moved into a small apartment of 70 square meters. They were used to living in big houses, and they were not used to this small place. What kind of shabby place is this? I, Zhu Jie, would never live in a shabby house like this. Zhu Jie rushed out of the door angrily and drove his supercar out to relax. Although the Zhu family South real estate was confiscated, the car under their name is still there. So Zhu Jie's only display now is the Lamborghini in his hand. Since the Zhu family has a relatively high status in Zhengcheng, Zhu Jie is also the vice president of the Jiangcheng Whitehorse Supercar Club. The Beima Supercar Club is one of the best clubs in Jiangcheng, with dozens of registered supercars, including LaFerrari, McLaren, Aston Martin, etc. This club has also won good results in provincial supercar rallies and is the dream place for all Jiangcheng supercar enthusiasts. This place can be described as a paradise for rich young men. Anyone who can join this club is a playboy, surrounded by beautiful women and living a very carefree life. As soon as he arrived at the club, Zhu Jie could clearly feel that the girls who used to be very proactive had deliberately distanced themselves from him, obviously knowing that the Dynasty Hotel had been closed down. But fortunately, he still had a big bull in his hands. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, so the club members still had some respect for him. Zhu Jie's only hope is to win the rally and get the bonus to help the Zhu family make a comeback. The hatred between Zhu Jie and Lin Chen also reached its peak. After Lin Chen finished a bunch of things, he finally remembered that he had to find time to deliver another order. He was curious about what the system would sign him in for next. When he arrived at the furniture store, Lin Chen carried a TV onto the Wuling Hongguang. Then we drove to a small self-built bungalow in the suburbs. A simple family had to spend money to replace their TV because it was broken. In order to buy this TV, my wife spent half of her savings. The two old people were watching the TV, and the warmth and admiration on their faces made Lin Chen envious. Look at you have to spend so much money on such a high-end color TV, what a shame. Whether the old woman said a few words to the old man knew that the old woman still liked him in her heart. Uncle and Madam, our furniture store is having a promotion recently. Congratulations, your order just won the first prize. You will get this TV for free. What? There is such a good thing? Does it mean that we can get this TV without spending any money? The old woman asked Lin Chen excitedly. Yes, it's free. This amount of money is not enough for Lin Chen to fill his stomach, but it is indeed the old man's life savings. Once you two sign the order, the TV will be yours. The two old men signed the order with trembling hands and smiled with satisfaction. As soon as Lin Chen walked out the door, the system was woken up. Ding, the system is connecting with the host. The host has the opportunity to sign in for an out-of-print top-end car model. Would you like to sign for it immediately? Sign. Out of print, or top of the line? Wonderful. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. His fiancée Zhao Yuro was chosen by the system. Her beauty and figure were beyond reproach. Now that he had signed a car model, wouldn't she be even better? Lin Chen's mind flashed with countless images of what a car model should look like, and his face was filled with joy. Pong! Lin Chen, who was walking happily with his head down, felt that he had bumped into a pile of cotton, but the cotton had some warmth and even a slight fragrance. At this moment, Lin Chen only had this beautiful car model in his mind and he didn't even bother to look at the road. He changed direction and continued walking forward, but was stopped by a clear and sweet voice. Hey, you are so rude. You bumped into someone, but instead of apologizing, you tried to run away? There is no such person as you in the world. Lin Chen raised his head, and instantly his whole body was stunned. A girl about 1.7 meters tall, with a 36E figure and a peach but stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. Her black suspenders and ultra-short shorts fully displayed her perfect figure in front of Lin Chen. This kind of girl is exactly the Kardashian type that NBA player Deng likes. Lin Chen couldn't handle this kind of figure at all. The thin Lin Chen looked like a childish child in front of her S-shaped curves. Could it be? Could it be that what I just hit was not cotton, but... Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed, and his eyes unconsciously shifted to other places, because staring at the girl in front of him made him feel hot and breathless. Hey, I'm talking to you, don't pretend you can't hear me. The girl grabbed the corner of Lin Chen's clothes, worried that he would flee for fear of crime. I didn't mean to do that. I was just thinking about something and didn't look at the road. Ha, you stinky men are all the same. Today alone I've encountered 3 people who pretended not to look at the road and bumped into me. Men, even their lies are exactly the same. The one who looked at Lin Chen with disdain and contempt was none other than Ai Weiwei, China's hottest car model, whose appearance fee at any car show was as high as tens of millions. The exaggeration is that you can't invite Ivy Wei to the event just because you have money. You need to contact her agent 6 months in advance and adjust the schedule. It would be a great occasion if Ivy could be invited to any auto show or event. Chapter 52 Sign in with China's #1 car model. I'm not lying. Besides, you're not my type. I don't like your type. You look like a cow. Lin Chen was also somewhat helpless towards Ai Weiwei, and felt that she did it on purpose. Ivy was so angry that she stomped her feet. She had always been a goddess in the eyes of men, but when it came to Lin Chen, he felt that she was like a cow. You. Do you know who I am? I am China's top car model Ai Weiwei. I won't bother with you for taking advantage of me today. If I run into you again next time, I will call the police and report you for harassing me. Ivy Wei snorted coldly and prepared to leave. China's #1 car model? Could it be that she is the car model that the system signed for me? Lin Chen couldn't believe it. Although this type of girl was not his cup of tea, it was undeniable that her figure was indeed hot, even as hot as the American goddess Kardashian. Hey, where are you going in such a hurry? Lin Chen shouted quickly. What do you care about me? Ha, you stinky man with bad intentions. Ivy Wei was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Chen. In her mind, Lin Chen was the representative of loser men. Okay, then don't regret it. Don't come back to see me later, or I won't see you. This lady would love to have you meet her. Ivy Wei, feeling angry, walked away in big strides in her high heels, and the big cotton ball in front of her vibrated. Psycho, why are there so many perverted men in Jiangcheng? While complaining, Ai Weiwei called her agent Qingqing. Qingqing, who is the boss you're talking about? I've already walked along Taoyuan Avenue, but I still haven't seen the person you're talking about. Ivy was getting a little impatient. It was such a hot day and there was no one around for the whole journey. He's a boy in his early 20s, handsome, fair-skinned, and 1.8 meters tall. Qingqing repeated the boss's characteristics again. 20 years old, handsome, fair-skinned, 1.8 meters tall. Ai Weiwei suddenly realized, could it be that the man she just called a pervert is her boss? She was startled and quickly turned around to look for Lin Chen. Lin Chen is the boss who spent hundreds of millions of yuan to sign a 4-year contract with her, which means that Ivy has to unconditionally obey Lin Chen's arrangements within 4 years. If Ai Weiwei does not follow Lin Chen's arrangements, Lin Chen can sue her through the contract. Ivy Wei found it inconvenient to run in high heels, so she took off her shoes and ran back holding them in her hands. Lin Chen didn't want to play a trick on the girl who misunderstood him, so he just sat there waiting for her to come over. That, Lin, boss Lin. Ivy was panting and couldn't even finish her sentences. What boss Lin? I don't deserve it. I'm just a perverted man. How did I become the boss all of a sudden? This is all a misunderstanding. I was blind just now. I hope the boss can forgive me. Ivy explained awkwardly, her expression as ugly as bitter melon. Little girl? Didn't you just pay me back? Lin Chen thought to himself, women with big breasts are really fickle. Well, you're a grown man, why are you nagging me about this little mistake? I'll assume that you've forgiven me. The carefree Ivy Wei took the initiative. Lin Chen had seen many petite and cute girls, but this was the first time he had met such a bold girl. You're not polite to me at all. Well, let's make 3 rules first. Although you are my boss now, you can't ask me to do something that violates ethics and morality, you can't ask me to do something that goes against my subjective will, and you can't ask me to do anything that violates the law. Oh? Against ethics? For example? Lin Chen grinned evilly, and Ivy Wei was a little uncomfortable with the seriousness. Of course it's the kind of thing all men want to do to me. Ai Weiwei was not shy at all when saying these words. Having seen all kinds of situations, he was already immune to the feeling of shyness. Be careful, even if you seduce me one day, I won't take the bait. Lin Chen glanced at Ivy with disdain and walked straight forward. Hey, walk slower, what's my latest job? Lin Chen thought about it briefly and said, you can go to Wanyue Cafe to do odd jobs first and help the boss Xiaowan share some of the work, otherwise she can't handle it alone. What? I'm the #1 car model in China, and you want me to work as a handyman in a coffee shop? You're amazing. Ivy Wei didn't care what she believed, but she couldn't disobey the task assigned to her by her boss. A cafe is a cafe. I don't have to face those men's lecherous eyes at the auto show. After that, Lin Chen took her to the Wanyue coffee shop. After get off work, Xiaowan is busy in the store. After the renovation, the cafe is no longer as messy as before. Instead, it is mostly visited by college students and young couples on dates. This is a model. Give her a place to rest and let her stay here for a while. Lin Chen introduced Ai Weiwei to Xiaowan. Ai Weiwei looked unhappy. I am China's #1 car model, not just any model, please introduce me in full. Xiaowan looked at Ivy's explosive figure and felt a little ashamed in front of her. Seeing such a famous model in the cafe, everyone looked over at the same time. Take her to get familiar with the environment here. I'm going home first. I'm too tired today. Afterwards, Lin Chen returned home and Yu Ro was already preparing dinner. As soon as I entered the door, the aroma of food hit my nose. Yu Ro, wearing an apron, formed a sharp contrast with her appearance as a female elite during the day. Lin Chen quietly hugged Zhao Yuro from behind. Although there were many beautiful women out there, only Yuro really moved him. It's so itchy, you bad boy. Zhao Yuro felt a little itchy when Lin Chen rubbed her waist. I never thought that my fairy fiancé could cook. I am so lucky. Lin Chen leaned his body gently against Yu Ro's back and rested his head on her shoulder. There are so many things you can't imagine. Yu Ro also became arrogant, her beautiful eyes flickering left and right, as if she was not quite used to being hugged by Lin Chen. We're already engaged and are getting married soon, so shouldn't we change our tune? Lin Chen tentatively inquired about Yu Ro. Why change your words? Zhao Yuro knew what Lin Chen meant, but she felt embarrassed and her face turned red. Call me husband, I want to hear it. Lin Chen went straight to the point. At this time, Zhao Yuro was curled up in Lin Chen's arms like a little rabbit, feeling embarrassed. Old husband. After mumbling for half a minute, Yuro finally uttered the 2 words completely. Wife. Wife. Lin Chen called Yuro wife more than 10 times in one breath and hugged her even tighter, unwilling to let go. Chapter 53, Auto Show. We got engaged, but we didn't give you any gold or silver jewelry. We really treated you badly. Lin Chen's tone was a little low. He couldn't hide his guilt towards the CEO's daughter who was determined to marry him. I don't care about those things, as long as you are sincere to me. Zhao Yuro has never lacked gold and silver jewelry, she just wants a pure relationship. Although this marriage was arranged by Zhao Donglai, Zhao Yuro fell in love with Lin Chen at first sight, and the two hit it off and got engaged successfully. It's so kind of you. In this way, Lin Chen kept holding Yu Ro until she finished cooking and brought the meal to the table. Lin Chen was still holding her slender waist. Hey, I didn't expect my husband to be so clingy. Do you want to stick to me? Yu Ro scratched her head. The usually aloof Lin Chen actually had this side of him. I didn't expect that my wife is so gentle. She is usually a business elite with a strong aura, but she is so warm when she comes home. I am only like this in front of you, so you must cherish me. Zhao Yu's soft and smooth little face was flushed a little. Lin Chen picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and slowly put it into Yu Rou's mouth. Yu Rou also fed Lin Chen with chopsticks. Lin Chen was so passionate that he moved his mouth closer to Yu Rou's and blended his lips with hers. Yu Rou was a little panicked after being kissed secretly, but she soon calmed down and slowly closed her eyes. Enjoy this short-lived beauty. After the passionate kiss, Lin Chen slept on the sofa with Yu Rou in his arms all night. He has no bad thoughts towards Yu Rou yet. He is quite traditional and will wait until his wedding night to do anything shameful. The next morning, Yu Rou got up early and put on makeup as she was busy with company matters. After signing the agreement with Shui Group, the new project will be implemented in Liqing soon, and she must work overtime to ensure that everything goes smoothly. This concerns the future of the Zhao Group. Wearing a suit and neat high heels, Zhao Yura walked out slowly and prepared breakfast for Lin Chen on the table. Lin Chen had just picked up a piece of bread and was about to take a bite to satisfy his hunger when an unfamiliar number rang. Hello, is this Brother Lin? I'm Han Han, the general manager of the 4S store. You bought your G-Class from me, remember? Remember, what's the matter? I found your phone number on the after-sales card and wanted to ask you to join our newly formed SCC Supercar Club. I thought of all the possible people, and only you can take our club to the next level. Han Han was also very smart. When he saw Lin Chen buy a rare G-Class worth more than 10 million yuan without blinking an eye that day, it was obvious that Lin Chen was an absolute rich man and must have other impressive super sports cars at home. If Lin Chen can join the SCC club, he will definitely be able to make his club famous in the supercar circle. As the boss of a 4S store, Han Han often comes into contact with young masters. He has long intended to set up such a club, until Lin Chen appeared, which made him determined to implement it immediately. Why are you looking for me? I have no interest in supercars, they are just a means of transportation. Lin Chen spoke frankly. Although he enjoyed the feeling of driving a supercar, he had no intention of playing with cars. He just wanted to run his companies well, marry Yu Rou, and live a happy second half of his life. Brother Lin, just do me a favor. The White Horse Club in Jiangcheng is too strong right now. Without you joining us, I'm afraid we won't be able to beat them. White Horse Club? What kind of name is that? I've only heard of the White Horse Club. The White Horse Club is the oldest, largest, most popular supercar club in Jiangcheng. The president is Wu Zun, the eldest son of the Wu family in Jiangbei province, and the vice president is Zhu Jia, a wealthy young man from Jiangcheng. Lin Chen was shocked when he heard the name Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia? Zhu Jia from Dynasty Hotel? Exactly. Lin Chen was furious when he heard about the Zhu family. Not only did they want to kill him, they also framed and ruined his father's business decades ago. Lin Chen wanted the Zhu family to lose everything, including Zhu Jia's club. Okay, I promise you, I will join the SCC Supercar Club. Lin Chen's only thought was how to embarrass Zhu Jia. That's great. With Brother Lin's help, our supercar club will definitely be able to reach the peak as soon as it debuts. By the way, there will be a supercar exhibition this Saturday at the Jiangcheng Open Air Exhibition Hall. There will be about 10 supercar clubs gathering there. Han Han is full of energy. He wants to make a name for his club in this debut. Okay, I'll go over there on Saturday. Lin Chen immediately hung up the phone. In addition to the sports cars, the car models are also very important in supercar exhibitions. Han Han believes that his shopping guide Ying Ying is the most beautiful girl among all the girls. Having her be a car model would be a perfect match between a beautiful woman and a luxury car, which would surely amaze everyone. In addition, he also specially pre-ordered dozens of beautiful car models and invited them to support him at the auto show on Saturday. On the other hand, the White Horse Club was also preparing for the exhibition. In addition to the many luxury cars, the White Horse Club also has the famous twin car models Aging and Aya. The two of them are 1.74 meters tall, with legs so long that men can't even walk when they see them. Zhu Jia is very satisfied with the two sisters. Having them at the auto show will definitely be well received. In addition, President Wu Zun also used his connections in the province and spent a large sum of money to hire Selina at the largest model center in Jiangbei. Selina is of Chinese and Thai descent. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, light green pupils, and a hot body. She is known as the #1 car model in Jiangbei. Many business tycoons have extended olive branches to her, but Selina has rejected them all. She has never lacked money, but she enjoys the feeling of showing off in front of everyone. Ning doesn't like being supported by those greasy rich men. In addition to Selena, Wu Zun also spared no expense to invite dozens of other top girls from Jiangbei Model Center to participate in the auto show on Saturday. Zhu Jie vowed that with a group of beautiful women to cheer them on, the White Horse Supercar Club would definitely be the most eye-catching on Saturday. With popularity and traffic, the club can have a higher status. After Lin Chen lay dead at home for a day, Saturday arrived quickly. Lin Chen, who has trouble getting up, woke up and saw that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The auto show will officially start at 4 o'clock. Lin Chen specially drove his Lamborghini Hermes to help Han Han. The exhibition hall was already packed with people, with all kinds of luxury cars and beautiful women, especially in the exhibition hall area of the White Horse Club, which was extremely crowded. Oh my god, the White Horse Supercar Club is really well off. 10 supercars are lined up in a row. It's so spectacular. There are also 3 McLaren P1s there. Such luxury cars can only be seen on TV. It is a real feast for the eyes today. A bunch of car enthusiasts were talking about it. Chapter 54, White Horse Supercar Club becomes the focus. Who would want to see cars? Isn't it the right thing to see beauties at a car show? A young man stared at the sisters aging in Aya. I like Jing on the left. I like Aya on the right. The two people argued endlessly about which of the two beautiful sisters was prettier. Only elementary school students do multiple choice questions. I want them all. A wretched man rushed forward and tried to hug the sisters, but was kicked out by the security guard. Han Han saw that there were crowds of people in front of the White Horse Supercar Club exhibition hall, but there were few people in front of his own SCC exhibition hall. The 10 Ferrari 488s lined up in my showroom are indeed incomparable to the Big Bull. Cars like Porsche, BMW, and Aston are also a bit inferior to McLaren. Ying dressed up and posed as a car model in front of a Ferrari. She was a little angry when she saw that few people appreciated her beauty. What kind of vision do these men have? Am I so unattractive? Ying talked to herself. No, you are attractive, it's our car that is not attractive. Han Han still had to take Ying's feelings into consideration, but she had already walked over from the car. No one is watching anyway, so I might as well sit down and rest. Looking at the current situation, Han Han felt that his SCC Supercar Club debut was doomed to be miserable and could not compare at all with the White Horse. There were also very few people in front of the exhibition halls of other clubs. All of them were in front of the White Horse Club. When will we surpass White Horse in popularity and become a truly popular club? That's probably impossible, my eyes too strong. Several club presidents gathered together to discuss. They saw no hope and decided to just disband the clubs right away. It's almost 4 o'clock and the auto show is about to officially begin. The main purpose of today's auto show is to welcome the Mercedes-Benz Zhongcheng branch to its new location. The club with the highest popularity in the venue will receive tens of millions of dollars in financial support from Mercedes-Benz head office and become the agent club for Mercedes-Benz sales in Zhongcheng. The club can make a lot of money from this. Zhu Jie wanted to use this opportunity to raise a large amount of funds to help the Zhu family make a comeback. As the host appeared, the roar of the audience reached a climax. The open-air exhibition hall was bustling with people. Welcome everyone to the Mercedes-Benz welcome ceremony in Zhongcheng. Next, let us invite Ms. Marilyn, Senior Vice President of Mercedes-Benz head office, and Mr. Smith to the stage. After the host opened the show, a man and woman with excellent temperament came on stage to speak. Hello everyone, now the two of us will enjoy the luxury cars with the audience, and the club with the highest popularity will receive funding from our Mercedes. Woohoo, woohoo. After the foreigner finished speaking in poor Chinese, the whole audience was boiling again. Smith and Ms. Marilyn started from the easternmost side of the exhibition hall along with the general audience. The easternmost side is the White Horse Club S venue. Quick, get Serena out and show these two foreigners how great our Chinese car models are. Zhu Jie said a word, and Selena, with a graceful cat-like figure, came to the front of the McLaren P1 with her cat-like steps and placed her hands on the roof of the car in a sexy way. Is this the legendary Selena, China's #1 car model? Seeing is believing. Who can resist this? It's too sexy. The extreme curves made the audience at the scene say that they couldn't stand it. Selena is also very good at capturing men's hearts. She changes positions frequently and reveals pure and lustful expressions from time to time. The tip of her tongue gently touched her lips, and her blurred eyes made people dare not look directly at her. Her high heels swayed up and down on her legs, and her body swayed left and right. In front of Selena, the focus is no longer on McLaren. This auto show started to change and seemed to have become a car model show. The old man Smith saw that Selena couldn't walk and stared at her. He had already made up his mind, that is, to give the final funding quota to the White Horse Club, so that he could feel the hotness of this girl close up. In addition to Selena, the other car models of the White Horse Club are more stunning than each other, and the hotness under their flaming red lips is overwhelming. There were also a lot of onlookers in front of Aging and Aya. When Old Man Smith saw the pair of sisters, he actually wanted to have them both. After standing there for more than 10 minutes, if Marilyn hadn't reminded Smith, he would have forgotten that he had to keep going forward to check out other clubs. Starlight, Far Away 2020 July 29, 11:41 and 11 seconds. Smith turned his gaze away from the sisters and Selena in disappointment and walked forward with big strides. As for other clubs, Smith simply glanced at them, which was not enough to attract his attention. What is this? It's too far from the White Horse Club. There are no luxury cars and no beauties. Bad review. Smith's broken English is actually quite funny. It's stable, let's see who can compete with our Bema supercar for this 10 million yuan fund. Zhu Jia was very confident. He hugged the tender and smooth car model next to him and kept stroking her up and down, his eyes full of arrogance. Don't be careless, there might be a dark horse. Don't relax until the official announcement is made. Chairman Wu Zun instructed Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia really doesn't like Wu Zun's cautious look. He is like a sissy, timid and not a real man at all. The supercar club in Jiangcheng is managed by someone from Jiangbei. Zhu Jia has long wanted to kick him out and start his own business. But the Wu family is too powerful, and is known as one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng along with the Shui family, the Kong family, and the Wei family. Seeing that Smith and the other man were about to reach the entrance of the SCC club, Han Han became a little nervous and quickly signaled all the car models to straighten their clothes and present themselves in the best possible manner to leave a good impression on the foreigners. Smith was still thinking about Serena and the sisters. He wanted to finish the event quickly so that he could have a good chat with these beauties in private, talk about life and ideals. The dishonest old Smith strode forward and gave no chance to other clubs. It was not until he reached the entrance of the SCC club and saw the still charming Ying Ying that he stopped for a few seconds. But Smith looked her up and down and found that although she had breasts and a butt, they were nothing compared to Selena, and there was no comparison at all. After taking a few glances, Smith continued to move forward. Han Han was disheartened, which meant that his club debut was a complete failure. Ying Ying felt insulted. Why did an old man look at her with such frivolous eyes? She wanted to rush up and slap him in the face. She looked down at her body with inferiority complex, and realized that she was indeed no match for the supermodels at the White Horse Club. Ying Ying pouted and complained, putting all the blame on Han Han. Chapter 55, a 1.5 billion supercar? I'm just a shopping guide, why do you have to treat me as a car model? Humph. Han Han was also helpless. He didn't expect that Ying Ying, who usually had a turning back rate of over 90%, would be ignored at the auto show. Just before Smith and Marilyn were about to enter the next club exhibition hall, the special roar of a heavy metal sports car engine, coupled with the sound of custom rubber tires rubbing against the ground, attracted Smith. Although Smith is a frivolous old man, he has been in the sports car circle for decades, and he can tell from the sound that this is not an ordinary luxury car. Until Smith turned around completely, a white sports car with extreme lines, extremely low chassis, excellent streamline and handsome appearance flashed by and slowly drove into the exhibition hall of the SCC Supercar Club. Could this be? No way. Smith hesitated, and Marilyn noticed that something was wrong with Smith. What's wrong? Could this car be, the only one in the world, worth 1.5 billion? Lamborghini Hermes? Smith's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to take a good look at this legendary car. When ordinary passers-by first saw this car, they thought it was just an ordinary luxury car, but Smith actually said it was worth 1.5 billion? Han Han was also attracted by the car, but why was the luxury car parked in his own showroom? Was it parked in the wrong place? He was about to step forward to remind the car owner to move the car, and the person who came down was the handsome Lin Chen. Brother Lin? Is it really you? I didn't expect you to have such a luxurious car. Han Han quickly stepped forward and put his hands on the roof of the car, then helped Lin Chen get out of the car. Then he looked around the luxury car. He had worked at a 4S dealership for many years and had never seen a supercar of this level. Even the legendary Bugatti Veyron was not as good as this Hermes. It's just a means of transportation. The two words Lin Chen made passers-by around him full of worship. A big boss is a big boss. He actually calls a car worth more than 1 billion yuan a means of transportation. That's amazing. It would be great if I could be like the boss. When Lin Chen heard the envy of the audience, he just sneered. He saw himself in the crowd a few years ago. They are full of admiration for the rich. Ying Ying looked at Lin Chen with shame. She deeply regretted having mocked him for not being able to afford a car in the 4S shop. She didn't expect that Lin Chen was so rich. Is this really a sports car worth 1.5 billion? In everyone's impression, NIO and McLaren are already the ceiling of sports cars. Occasionally, I can look at pictures of Bugatti worth about 100 million yuan on the internet. Are there really sports cars worth 1.5 billion yuan in this world? Smith has completely forgotten about Serena in his mind. Being lustful is his side job, and luxury cars are what he appreciates most. Brother, is this sports car really a Lamborghini Hermes? Smith was skeptical and walked up to Lin Chen to ask. Guaranteed authenticity. Limited to one piece worldwide, you really know what you are talking about. Lin Chen had just arrived at the venue and had no idea that the person in front of him was the vice president of Mercedes-Benz head office. Smith touched the bumper, the engine, the tires, the headlights. Can I drive around for a bit? Smith knew that Lin Chen would most likely refuse this request. Owners of such luxury cars love their cars like their lives and would not easily hand over the keys to others. However, Lin Chen didn't care at all. It was just a means of transportation. Anyone who was interested could try it. Lin Chen threw the key directly to Smith, and Smith excitedly took the key and entered the cockpit. The central control in the cab is quite powerful, and the steering wheel and instrument panel are very intelligent. Sitting in this sports car is as cool as driving a spaceship. Smith carefully pulled the electronic handbrake, then stepped on the accelerator, and an explosion-like roar swept through the entire venue. This sound is so exciting, it beats all other luxury cars in seconds. So cool, I didn't expect the SCC Club to be even more powerful than the Whitehorse Supercar Club, hiding such a killer weapon. The audience pushed each other and came to the SCC Supercar Club exhibition hall, wanting to see what kind of luxury car could open the eyes of Smith, a sports car expert. In the exhibition hall of the White Horse Club, Zhu Jia, Wu Zun and others saw that the audience were all gathered in the same place, and out of curiosity they followed over to see what was going on. Lin Chen, him again? Zhu Jia's pupils widened in disbelief. He was curious why Lin Chen was always there wherever he went. When Zhu Jia thought that Dynasty Hotel had to declare bankruptcy because of Lin Chen, he clenched his fists, thinking that he must vent his anger. Smith drove the Hermes around the showroom twice and returned the keys to Lin Chen, praising the car highly. It is indeed the most expensive luxury car in the world today. It is so exciting. I feel it is worth it to experience it today. Smith was very satisfied and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Zhu Jia was stunned when he saw this scene. Could it be that this top-of-the-line supercar belonged to Lin Chen? Not long ago at a family gathering, Zhu Jia saw Lin Chen riding a bus. How come there was a supercar out of nowhere? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Jia shouted loudly in the crowd of thousands of people, pointing at Lin Chen and cursing. Lin Chen saw Zhu Jia and shook his head in disdain. Because this tactless cousin is coming to embarrass us again. What's impossible? This car doesn't belong to this guy. He can only take the bus when he goes out. How can he have such a luxurious sports car? Zhu Jia was very confident and asked Lin Chen to give everyone an explanation. It's just a means of transportation. What's the difference between a bus and a sports car? Lin Chen spoke calmly while kicking the car door shut. Oh my god, the rich man actually opened the door of a sports car with his foot? That's amazing. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. A young talent in his 20s can become a billionaire. Lin Chen's every move proves that he is the real boss, there is no doubt about it. Smith was a little shaken. He originally thought that the final popular club of this auto show must be Bema, but now a peerless supercar has appeared in the SCC Club halfway. Auto shows not only focus on sports cars, but also the quality of car models. The quality of car models at SCC Supercar Club is more than one level lower than that of Bema. Then who will get the huge amount of money and endorsement quota from Mercedes-Benz? Some onlookers were also very curious about what Mr. Smith would choose. Although he really liked Lin Chen's supercar, Serena's little peach made him linger and feel unsatisfied. Of course, it must be our Bema. The car models of the SCC Club are probably waiters, they are all so unsophisticated. Zhu Jie was very confident. In his eyes, the White Horse Club could not lose, even if Lin Chen got a sports car from somewhere and he didn't know whether it was real or fake. Chapter 56 Supercar Model Stuns the Audience. When Ying Ying heard someone diss her, she felt wronged and wanted to cry. Han Han was really helpless, but they really didn't have any better car models. After listening to Zhu Jie's words, Smith felt that there was some truth in them and nodded. It is true that the White Horse Club is superior overall. Just as Smith was about to announce the final winner of the grand prize, Lin Chen interrupted him. Wait a minute, you're a car model, right? Wait for me for 3 minutes, I promise to give you a surprise. Lin Chen looked mysterious and picked up the phone to call Ivy. Ivy Wei was helping out at the Wanyue Cafe at this time. It was the peak time for afternoon tea and there were many customers. Hey, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm very busy now and can't chat with you. Ivy Wei's outspokenness made Lin Chen sweat. As your boss, I order you to get to the Jiangcheng International Exhibition Hall within 3 minutes, right now, right across the street from you. Hey, what do you want me to do in the exhibition hall? There's a car show going on here, and I need you, urgently. Ivy was of course happy to hear that the boss wanted her to do her old job. It was more comfortable than working as a handyman in a cafe, but 3 minutes was not enough time. 3 minutes? Boss, are you kidding me? Don't I need to change clothes in 3 minutes? Ivy was speechless. She was now wearing her work clothes from the cafe. She couldn't possibly go to the auto show in this outfit. What are you wearing under your work clothes? In a hurry, Lin Chen thought of the only solution at the moment. A tight tube top and short shorts, what's wrong? You want me to take off my coat? Ivy stamped her feet in anger. She had never worn so little to a car show before. I'll give you extra salary. Come here in 3 minutes. Lin Chen hung up the phone without giving Ivy Wei any room to maneuver. What does this have to do with anything? Although Ivy was extremely reluctant, she still listened to Lin Chen, took off her work jacket, and rushed to the venue as soon as possible. 3 minutes passed exactly, and a 36E woman with a curvy figure appeared at the SCC Supercar Club, performing various professional moves on this expensive Hermes. Ivy's every move and every body language fascinated Smith. In front of Ivy, let alone Selena, even if there were 100 Selenas put together, they wouldn't be even 1/10,000th as good as her. I'm losing. My eyes are blinded by the light. This is too fake. This is obviously a dribbling past the opponent. Wow, we actually have car models of this level in Zhongcheng? The audience was already excited. From the moment Ivy appeared, the flashes of light kept coming and the cheers and screams were incessant. Lin Chen didn't expect that this type of woman he didn't like would be so popular. It seems that the reputation of China's #1 car model is well deserved. Han Han saw the response from Ai Weiwei in the public, and knew that the final winner of this auto show had been booked in advance, and that was his own SCC Club. He was very grateful to Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen's appearance, the entire club would probably not have attracted the attention of Smith and everyone else. When Ying Ying saw Ai Weiwei, she finally understood the difference between women. They were both girls, but why were they so different? The usually confident Ying Ying suddenly fell to the bottom. There is no doubt that the group of people from the White Horse Club are lifeless. After seeing Ai Weiwei, Zhu Jie wanted to vote for his opponent, because this kind of car model is so awesome and her appearance alone can light up the whole place. As a big name in the sports car industry, Wu Zun naturally knew that the woman in front of him was China's #1 car model, Ai Weiwei. What he couldn't imagine was why the SCC Club could afford to hire top car models with such sky-high appearance fees. Even if you can afford the appearance fee, how can you get a schedule? Wu Zun couldn't believe it. He thought his Baima was all-powerful in Jiangcheng, but the SCC Club, especially Lin Chen, taught him a good lesson. Smith was so excited that he couldn't speak. The continuous secretion of adrenaline made the old man's face flushed. Ivy Wei also understood very well, and from time to time she would flirt with Smith and make some provocative moves. I hereby announce that the supercar club that will be sponsored and authorized by Mercedes-Benz for this auto show is SCC. Smith announced as he walked over to Ivy, wanting to feel the surge up close. Even in Smith's country, such an extreme figure is rare. Ivy was used to this kind of bad men. She pushed her finger towards his forehead and walked behind Lin Chen. Smith didn't seem to give up and started playing hide and seek with Ivy through Lin Chen. Ivy hid to Lin Chen's left, and the old man also looked to the left. Ivy hid to the right, and he also looked to the right. "Little girl, don't hide from me, let me take a good look at you," Smith said with a lecherous look. "No, I have to get my boss's permission if you want to watch it." Ivy looked at Lin Chen. When everyone found out that the boss of such an amazing car model was actually Lin Chen, they became excited again. Wu Zun frowned. If he wanted to become Ivy Wei's personal boss, his annual salary would be over 100 million yuan. Who was Lin Chen? Zhu Jie had already been suffocated by the repression, and Lin Chen was refreshing his cognition step by step. Lin Chen leaned close to Smith's ear and said, "I have many more women like this. I will introduce them to you in person some other day." Smith nodded with satisfaction and handed the endorsement authorization letter and funding award to Han Han, the head of the SCC Supercar Club. Han Han looked at the golden authorization letter and bonus and thought he was dreaming. Lin Chen had no interest in the money at all. Han Han was very sensible. He personally walked up to Lin Chen and gave Lin Chen the 100 million yuan in funding. "This money is earned by you for our club, so it's up to you to keep it." Lin Chen had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Seeing Lin Chen holding a huge amount of cash, other supercar clubs were all jealous, so the SCC club became a thorn in the eyes of all clubs. Especially Zhu Jie, who wished he could cut Lin Chen into pieces. Lin Chen couldn't stand the noisy scene, so he took Ivy Wei away in a sports car. This guy has a luxury car and a beautiful woman by his side. He is a winner in life. I wish I could be this cool in my next life. Lin Chen's departure became the topic of conversation among the crowd. "How about it, now you know how powerful Ivy, am? Did you see the look in those stinky men's eyes? They stared at me motionlessly. This is my damn charm that has nowhere to go." Arrogant Ivy Wei was showing off to her boss, implying that hiring her for a large sum of money was a win-win deal. "I didn't see it, I was just playing landlord." Lin Chen never gave Ivy Wei any chance to be conceited. You. Ivy Wei, who is the center of attention wherever she goes, cannot get recognition from Lin Chen. Chapter 57 Chen Xiaodong becomes the rotating president. Ivy seemed to be used to Lin Chen's coldness towards her, but it also aroused Ivy's desire to conquer Lin Chen. "One day, sooner or later, I will make you worship me." The arrogant Ivy Wei adjusted her little suspenders and deliberately straightened her two big balls of cotton, hoping to change Lin Chen's opinion of her. "Stop shaking, you're going to overturn the car." Lin Chen's teasing made Ivy Wei even more annoyed, and she clenched her fists. Okay, anyway, you just don't like me, what's the big deal? I can't even count the number of men who like me, you are not the only one." Ivy Wei, with her cheeks red from anger, continued to work in the cafe. When she was just wearing work clothes, customers could notice her amazing figure. Now, she is wearing a suspended tube top and super short shorts, which makes people unable to extricate themselves. Even Xiao Wan would feel ashamed in front of Ivy Wei. When people heard that there was a beautiful lady in Wanyue Cafe, they all flocked in to catch a glimpse of her. The cafe's business was so booming that it broke records. Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Jiangcheng branch. Qian Xiaodong was recalled from Jiangcheng to Jiangbei headquarters by the shareholders' meeting, with the biggest intention of putting him on trial. Because it had previously violated Yang Wanli's wishes and provided assistance to the mine without permission, it violated the regulations. "You are so brave. How dare you do this? You turned a deaf ear to what Yan Wanli, said?" Yan Wanli threw the order receipt signed secretly by Qian Xiaodong in his face. No one said a word at the shareholders' meeting. As the eldest son of the Yang family, Yang Wanli had a lot of say and status. No one dared to interrupt when the young master was angry. Even his uncle and second uncle were listening in. "Then let me ask you, has our company's revenue increased or decreased? Don't you reflect on whether your own thoughts and ideas are outdated? It's because of you that the company's performance has stagnated in the past few years. You have to take full responsibility." Qian Xiaodong, who had given up hope, didn't care at all and directly confronted Yang Wanli in front of everyone. As Zhao Donglai's personal driver, Qian Xiaodong learned a lot about the business world from him. In addition, he was naturally intelligent and rarely made judgments in this area. But Yang Wanli insisted on his own way and regarded him as a thorn in his side. You shut up. As the president of Dongfeng Heavy Machinery, I will now initiate a vote against you. If more than half of the shareholders vote, you can pack up and leave. We in the Yang family don't need a scum like you. Yang Wanli was very confident. He thought Qian Xiaodong's exit was a foregone conclusion. The elders at the shareholders' meeting would definitely give him face as the CEO. From now on, no one can threaten his position as president. Qian Xiaodong doesn't care about life and death. With his talent, he will never go hungry wherever he goes. Now, let's vote by raising our hands. The proud Yang Wanli was the first to raise his hand, even above his head, for fear that others would not see it. Time seemed to have stopped. For 10 seconds, no one moved or made a sound. Yang Wanli thought that no one else heard what he said. It's time to raise your hands and vote. Unexpectedly, still no one moved. What do you mean? Are you going to rebel? Yang Wanli couldn't believe that as the top boss of the company, his authority had fallen to this point. Don't act out your own agenda. Xiaodong's approach is correct, and we all see it. But you really should revise your decision. Yang Baogua, the most authoritative uncle of Yang Wanli at the shareholders' meeting, spoke, causing Yang Wanli to gasp. Uncle, why are you speaking for an outsider? Yang Wanli was very puzzled. He felt very embarrassed now. I'm not speaking for outsiders, I'm speaking for the interests of the company. Yang Baogua leaned close to Yang Wanli's ear and whispered, we can't investigate this matter any further. The Xue family's son personally pleaded for Qian Xiaodong, and we can't ignore him. Yang Baogua also has difficulties. The Yang family is currently entering the real estate industry. If the real estate tycoon Xue family blocks them, they will not be able to succeed. Therefore, one must be respectful to a big family like the Xue family. Xue Xinxin? Why did that guy ask Qian Xiaodong for mercy? What kind of relationship do they have? Confused, Yang Wanli looked at Qian Xiaodong viciously, with anger in his heart that he had no place to vent. After unanimous discussion at our shareholders' meeting, Qian Xiaodong will serve as the rotating president starting tomorrow. I hope Xiaodong can lead Dongfeng Heavy Industry Airport to go further. Yang Baogua suddenly turned around and announced the news to everyone. In fact, before the conference, this personnel appointment was already known to everyone, except the two parties involved, Yang Wanli and Qian Xiaodong, who were kept in the dark. I'm the rotating president? Qian Xiaodong thought his ears were not working and he couldn't believe it. He had come to this meeting prepared to be fired, but unexpectedly he became the president. Yang Wanli was even more desperate. As the eldest son of the Yang family, he not only did not receive any favor, but was kicked out by his own people. What do you mean? Uncle, what do you mean? Is this everyone's opinion? Do they all dislike me? Yang Wanli, who was almost insane, did not dare to admit this fact. He threw all the cups and documents on the conference table to the ground and ran out. Yang Baogua didn't want to treat his nephew like this, but he had no choice. In order to protect the interests of the Yang group, the Xue family cannot be offended at all. The Xue family is one of the 4 major families in Jiangbei. If you offend them, you will cut off your own way of survival in Jiangbei. Qian Xiaodong certainly has the confidence to manage this company well. His ambitions and talents were not fully demonstrated during his time as vice president. The first thing Qian Xiaodong did after taking over the leadership was to repay Zhao Yuro. If it weren't for Zhao Yuro, no one would be able to help her contact the Xue family, a strong family. From now on, we will focus on Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng will develop rapidly in the future and needs more investment. And the Zhao Group in Jiangcheng is undoubtedly the object of our cooperation. Qian Xiaodong's move kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only help the Yang family rise, but also make the Zhao Group a fortune. In the graceful coffee shop, Lin Chen crossed his legs and hummed a little tune, enjoying the comfortable feeling, lying with his eyes closed in an empty corner. At the entrance of the cafe, a nobleman with great style, surrounded by 4 or 5 bodyguards, walked in leisurely. Someone, come and greet our Master Wu. A bodyguard was very dissatisfied with the service at Wanyue Cafe. Whenever their young master went to any other store, he would be received by the boss himself, but here, there was not even any waiter. This kind of scene often occurs due to the shortage of staff in the store. Chapter 58 Challenge, City Rally. Who are you? Why do you need to receive me? Don't you have legs? Can't you walk by yourself? Ivy was so angry that she wanted to diss this rich boy in her heart, but she still greeted him with a smile. As soon as Mr. Wu saw Ai Weiwei, he was stunned. Isn't this Ai Weiwei, the top Chinese car model who just appeared at the auto show? Why is she doing odd jobs here? Wu Zun was puzzled, so he took off his sunglasses and looked at her closely. Wu Zun had just come from the auto show. He was very upset that the grand prize he had won was taken away by the SCC club. He was looking for a place to relax and came to this cafe. I didn't expect to run into her by chance. The younger brothers around were also very excited. They would not even dare to dream of such a sexy body. Ai Weiwei shrugged helplessly. Men are like this. It is difficult to change one's nature. None of them are serious. A famous Chinese female car model, isn't it aggrieved to do such a low-level job in this place? Wu Zun asked tentatively. It's nice to experience the various aspects of life. My boss asked me to do this, and I have no choice. Ivy was really reluctant to do this and wanted to go back to her own booth. Oh? So what do you think of me as your boss? If you follow me, you can have a good life and don't have to do dirty work like this. Wu Zun's evil smirk disgusted Ivy Wei. Ha, that's not necessary. I'm not short of money. If you want to support a woman, you should find someone else. Ai Weiwei spoke in a very aggressive tone, which made the younger brothers around her very dissatisfied. How do you talk to our boss? Our young master Wu is the young master of the Jiangbei Wu family. Being our boss's woman can call the shots. No, Ai Weiwei, don't want to be kept by someone. After saying that, he turned and left. Wu Zun felt that he was ignored and was very angry. Girl, it's not good to be too strong. Wu Zun, have never tried your style. Wu Zun, who had evil intentions, couldn't help but stretch out his big hand and was about to have skin contact with Ivy. Ivy also felt a heat approaching her back. Ah! The one who was shouting at the top of her lungs was not Ivy Wei, but Wu Zun. When Lin Chen saw that Wu Zun was up to something bad, he rushed over, bent Wu Zun's wrist, and had no intention of letting go. You let me go, it hurts. Wu Zun shouted, but Lin Chen ignored him. Let our boss go, or don't blame us for being rude. Wu Zun's younger brother picked up the baton and was eager to try. Oh? This is my territory, Lin Chen. Just try to touch a hair of mine. Lin Chen did not give the Wu family any face. Are you wrong? If you admit your mistake, I will let you go. I was wrong. Wu Zun quickly admitted his mistake and wanted to kneel down in front of Lin Chen, begging him to let go of his wrist. Phew! Lin Chen slammed his arm aside fiercely. Ivy saw this scene and she actually felt a little more admiration for this man. She had always thought that the two of them were just a simple employer-employee relationship, and that they would leave as long as they fulfilled the terms stipulated in the contract. However, she had never expected that the boss would actually fight for her and a young master of a good status. Ivy felt completely safe and looked at Lin Chen with admiration. I didn't expect that you were the one who ruined my White Horse Supercar Club's business at the auto show just now, and now you don't let me pick up girls. I'm afraid you don't want to stay in Jiangbei province anymore. Do you know who I am? I am Wu Zun, the current head of the Wu family in Jiangbei. Our Wu group has invested in every entertainment venue in Jiangcheng. This shabby coffee shop of yours also has shares in me. Wu Zun's mouth was full of coldness. This kind of rich man's aura was enough to scare everyone around him. Lin Chen had long heard that there were 4 major families in Jiangbei, and no family could afford to offend them. If the 4 major families united, they would monopolize nearly 70% of the industries in the entire Jiangbei province. Among them, the Shui family specializes in real estate, and the Wu family specializes in the entertainment industry. KTVs, cinemas, commercial streets, massage parlors, game halls, internet cafes, etc. in Jiangbei province have all received funds from the Wu family. Although Lin Chen took over this Wanyue coffee shop from Luidao, the Wu family also holds about 30% of the shares in it. Is this Mr. Wu from Jiangbei? Hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person. He is so heroic and majestic. Offending Master Wu? I'm afraid the store owner will be in trouble. I'm afraid there will be no place for him to stay in the future. The spectators all praised Wu Zun and were worried that Lin Chen, who had attacked Wu Zun, would be killed. Ivy also frowned anxiously, fearing that her boss would be embarrassed by the other party because of her. The frightened Ivy grabbed a corner of Lin Chen and hid behind him tremblingly. Although she is a famous model in China, she has no backing. She earned her fame and honor through her own hard work. If someone wants to attack her, she is just a weak woman who needs protection. The Wu family? Even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't touch a girl, right? Lin Shen certainly knew that he couldn't do anything to persuade the arrogant young man, so he could only appeal to his emotions and reason with him. His net worth and assets are not enough to challenge the big families in Jianbei province. It's an honor for the women I like to meet. You're intervening and thinking you're a hero, but you're actually ruining the beauty's good fortune. Why don't you ask this girl if she is willing to come into Wu Zun's arms? Wu Zun is very confident that there is no woman he cannot get if he sets his eyes on her, even if she is now the #1 car model in China. Oh? So confident? Would you like to? Lin Chen turned around and asked the somewhat flustered Ivy. No. I don't want to. Ivy shook her head and was a little scared. Lin Chen actually felt a little distressed to see the carefree girl become like this before. Okay, anyway, today you, Lin Chen, have offended me, Wu Zun. What do you think we should do? Wu Zun sat on the coffee table, holding his younger brother with one arm and smoking a cigar, waiting for Lin Chen to give him an explanation. That's really unhelpful. I, Lin Chen, am upright and honest. What do you want to do? Oh. You are very interesting. I actually like you a little bit. Then let's make a bet. The day after tomorrow, there will be a Jiangqing City rally. Didn't you steal the show at the auto show today? If you can beat me the day after tomorrow, I will forgive you for what happened today, and then I will hand over my White Horse Supercar Club to you. If you lose to me, don't blame me for beating you to death. I will take away your SCC club, your sports car, and this car model lady. Wu Zun's ability to give Lin Chen such a choice is already his biggest setback. Chapter 59, the system is not reliable either. Lin Chen knew that he had no room for maneuver and could only accept it. But he also knew that he had never done any racing training and had no foundation. His only in-depth understanding of sports cars was the supercar driving skills transmitted to him by the system. He has not tried to drive fast on a professional track. If I fail, then Ivy will suffer with me. After a brief thought, Lin Chen had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise you, don't play dirty when the time comes. Lin Chen looked determined. This kid is too stupid. Wu Zun is a top 10 driver in the National Racing League. In Jiangcheng, if he dares to say he is second, no one dares to say he is first. How dare you race with Master Wu? You are overestimating yourself. The audience was talking one after another, and Ivy Wei also began to back off. Wu Zun was snickering. In fact, he was not interested in the bunch of broken sports cars in the SCC club. He was only interested in Lin Chen's rare Lamborghini Hermes and the beautiful Ivy. Let's retreat, gather our strength, and beat him the day after tomorrow. Wu Zun waved his hand and gave an order, and 4 or 5 of his men gathered in a cavalry, looking very impressive. After Wu Zun left, it was already late and the cafe was about to close. Only then did Shaowan run over hurriedly. I gave the kids 2 extra hours of dance lessons at school today, so I'm late. Shaowan was panting and felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Why, what happened to you two? The Wu family in Jianbei has set their sights on us. Ivy said dejectedly. The Wu family? The one that can call the shots in the province? Why are we fighting them? Shaowan had seen Wu Zun in entertainment venues before and had dealt with him. His background and strength were far beyond the reach of any family in Jiangcheng, let alone the weak Lin Chen. What should we do then? The boss and him are stuck in traffic. If we win the rally the day after tomorrow, it'll be fine. But if we lose... Ivy started crying as she spoke. She didn't dare to think about Wu Zun coming to cause trouble after she lost. Don't worry, since I, Lin Chen, dare to race with him, I can't lose. After saying that, he turned and left. When she returned home, Zhao Yuro was still busy working in front of the computer, looking very nervous. Honey, what's wrong? You don't know that the Wu family from Jiangbei has intervened in the Liqing Development Zone project. I'm contacting the Wu family now. It's the Wu family again. Damn it. Sooner or later, I, Lin Chen, will get rid of them. Lin Chen made a vow in his heart that he must get rid of this anger. However, his current strength is still too weak. His total net worth and influence are far less than that of the Zhao group in Jiangcheng, and even less than that of the Wu family. He originally thought that he was already a winner in life with his luxury cars, villas, and beautiful fiancée, but he didn't expect that it was far from enough. I want to be stronger. I want to build a business empire that belongs to me, Lin Chen. The tenacity and sharpness in his eyes are unprecedented. Lin Chen returned to the bedroom, thinking only of the rally the day after tomorrow. At this moment, the only thing that can help me is the system in my body. Hello, Master System, are you there? I have something to ask you. Hello, hello, hello? Are you there? Are you there? System Master? Lin Chen called several times, but the system did not respond. He found it incredible. The male protagonists in the novels who were possessed by the system could summon the system at any time. What was wrong with his own system? Could it be that the system fell asleep at night? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Chen was a little anxious. Seeing the time passing by, the rally made him restless. Bang! Lin Chen slapped his forehead hard, trying to come up with a winning strategy. Ding! The system is connected to the host. Host, is there anything wrong with the summoning system? So the summoning system is to attack yourself? This system is too naughty. Is there any tutorial on how to participate in a race with the supercar you signed for me? The day after tomorrow I want to use it to participate in a rally where I can only win and not lose. Of course there is a tutorial. If a sports car can't race, what kind of sports car is it? But the track tutorial for this sports car is quite complicated. It takes 3 days and 3 nights of hard training to fully master it. 1 day is only enough to get started. How can I just get started? I want to win. Lin Chen had already seen hope, but now he began to despair again. Then there is nothing we can do. The tutorial has been uploaded to your phone. You have to figure it out yourself. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 beeps, the system exited the link. Lin Chen opened the supercar track tutorial on his phone, which was so complicated that he couldn't even understand it. Lin Chen had no choice but to go to sleep first and think of a solution when he woke up. Early the next morning, Lin Chen woke up earlier than Yu Rou, which was rare. He got up and went straight to the garage. Lin Chen held the tutorial, ready to follow it and learn quickly based on his own talent. But after 2 hours, Lin Chen could only use 40% of the full power of this sports car. I clearly pressed this button at the same time as I stepped on the accelerator, so why is the acceleration increasing so slowly? When turning, a sports car with such a long body slows down too obviously. How can it beat Wu Zun? Lin Chen gave up. Although he had a world-class sports car, he could not bring out its full potential. At this time, Lin Chen caught a glimpse of the Wuling Hongguang parked next to him. I might as well use my Wuling to compete. My proficiency with Wuling Hongguang is unmatched not only in Jiangcheng, but even in China. This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. But the basic performance of Wuling Hongguang is too poor. Even though I have modified its engine, intake, exhaust, vertical suspension, engine, etc. before, it is like a turtle compared to sports cars worth tens of millions. What if I move the parts of the sports car to the Wuling Hongguang? Lin Chen suddenly had an idea and drove his Wuling to Han Han's 4S store. Han Han was stunned when he saw Lin Chen driving in a Wuling. Brother Lin, you have a supercar worth billions but you don't drive it. Instead, you drive this Wuling Hongguang. Isn't that too low-key? Han Han, laughing, immediately greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen was his benefactor. I need your help with something important. Tomorrow I will compete with Wu Zun in the city rally, and I want to win. I came to you to ask you to help me transform this Wuling into a professional racing car that is no less than a sports car. Han Han was stunned. Wu Zun was a famous car expert in Jiangcheng. Currently, no one in the city could beat him in the competition. And even if he wanted to compete with him, a Wuling Hongguang would be nothing. How do I change this? Han Han was also confused. He had only seen sedans converted into racing cars, but had never seen a Wuling converted into a racing car. Chapter 60 Explosive Modification of Wuling Hongguang. Have you seen Initial D? The AE86 in it can be modified, why can't my Wuling be modified? Just do it. Money is not a problem. Take down all the most advanced sports car parts you have and install them here. Lin Chen's attitude was very firm. In this case, Han Han had no worries and called together all members of the SCC club and employees of his own 4S point. Dozens of people worked together to complete the modification task within 1 day. Lin Chen participated in the rally and also represented the SCC Supercar Club. Han Han felt that even if he lost, he must not lose too badly, and he must build a special Wuling car. A modification team of dozens of people has gathered, and the first task is to dismantle this old Wuling. Lin Chen felt a little sad when he saw the car that had been with him for several years being dismantled. Lin Chen had modified this car before, but all the modified parts were old ones. Compared with this major modification, they are nothing. I happen to have a racing engine imported from Europe at home. I have always treated it as an antique collection. Now I'm going to take it out for you to use first. I also have a precious suspension system that was given to me by the king of Sakura country. I will install it on Wuling first. Our SCC club must have a good reputation. And my air intake system. You can try to install this chassis on it. Every member of the club tried their best to help Lin Chen, striving for perfection from large parts to every screw. If the installation is careless, it is very likely that the car will be destroyed and people will die on the track. Han Han also took out a set of genuine deerskin car mats from his office. Only this level of sky-high priced car mats can match this completely modified Wuling Hongguang. Lin Chen is of course very grateful to these friends. This battle is not only for myself, but also for my fellow Supercar Club members. The morning was almost over, and the next two people came to the finishing work. Everyone worked together to lift the body of the Wuling, put it on the chassis, and then installed the seats and other interior decorations. Han Han took a look at the roughly finished Wuling and felt that it was still a bit tacky. What went wrong? Steering wheel? How could Wuling, with such luxurious configuration, not make some upgrades in such an obvious place as the steering wheel? Han Han unscrewed the steering wheel from a scrap Ferrari LaFerrari, and then after precise debugging and matching, he integrated it with the Wuling. The gearshift of Wuling was also rather worn out, so he simply moved the gearshift of Mercedes-Benz onto this car. Why don't we install a starry sky ceiling? This will make it look more majestic. This is a good suggestion. Starry sky roofs are very popular recently. Rolls-Royce has it, so we should have it in Wuling too. After that, everyone started to embellish the starry sky on a piece of custom-made cloth, and decorated it gorgeously on the roof. It's done! Looking at the Wuling that was refurbished from the inside out, everyone felt a sense of accomplishment. This appearance? Although Wuling Hongguang is indeed square and has no streamline or beauty, it always feels too rustic. And the silver-white body is too common, it is everywhere on the street. Lin Chen decisively poured a bucket of paint on the car body, and after simply spreading it evenly, a pink Wuling racing car appeared. Perfect! Lin Chen couldn't wait to start operating. Although this car is very different from before after the modification, it still feels very comfortable, much more convenient than driving a Lamborghini Hermes. Puff! The tires rubbed against the ground violently, there was a rapid drift, and a pungent smell of rubber appeared. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator, ready to become one with the car. Crack, bang! After the loud noise, the tire burst. Oh my god, after all this time, I actually overlooked the most critical part, the tire. How can this be possible? Han Han wanted to slap himself in the face, and quickly pushed out 4 special racing tires that could adapt to the F1 track from the warehouse, and instantly assembled them on the Wuling using a jack. I'm going to go for a spin to get used to it. Pressing the accelerator to the bottom, Wuling disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The roar of the engine gave passers-by on the street an illusion. Why are there so many supercars on the streets recently? Let me see who this rich guy is. Passers-by turned around to find the source of the roar, but saw a brightly colored but inconspicuous Wuling Hongguang. Wuling? Oh my goodness, when did this loser car have such a high horsepower? Passers-by were stunned as Lin Chen sped past, several times faster than an ordinary supercar. A Porsche on the road saw a Wuling speeding forward and became extremely angry. It's fine for Daniel and Lafayette to show off in front of me, but when will it be the turn of a Wuling to go wild? The Porsche owner frowned and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, trying to catch up with Lin Chen. Interesting. Lin Chen certainly understood the thoughts of the 2 Porsches behind him and switched the center control paddle to track mode. I can only feel that the horsepower of this Wuling is even stronger, and it feels like it is about to burst out. Because Wuling's car is lighter, it consumes less fuel, has a longer range, has faster acceleration, and its shorter body makes it more flexible. Although it does not have the streamlined shape of a supercar, Lin Chen made hollowing out treatments in key places, which helps the body of the car disperse the resistance caused by the air in front. The Porsche owner was concentrating, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands, but he felt Lin Chen getting farther and farther away. There's a curve ahead. You may not even be able to see my car now. Lin Chen was so angry that he pressed the clutch, shifted into first gear, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Now! He found the right moment, turned the steering wheel all the way, and after the rear of the car swung out, he turned the steering wheel all the way in the opposite direction and continued to press the pedal. The tires rubbed against the ground and a lot of smoke filled the air. After turning, Lin Chen slowly straightened the steering wheel, and he never saw the Porsche in the rearview mirror again. That's the feeling. Although my Wuling light cannon has no advantage in a straight line and may even lag behind, cornering is definitely my strong point. Lin Chen is full of confidence. Even if Wu Zun is a great driver, he will not be abused. He did not relax but went to an abandoned track in the suburbs of Jiangqing to warm up. Only by integrating with the car as quickly as possible could he have hope of winning. At noon, the weather was dry and the temperature was extremely high. In this venue, besides Lin Chen, there was actually a 50-year-old middle-aged man, who was also driving a plain-looking Mitsubishi Lancer sedan to drift here. This man is Ma Qinghua, the first Chinese to enter the F1 Formula. He has competed with German Formula 1 champion Michael Schumacher many times. Chapter 61, Encountering Guidance from an Expert. Although he is far from being Schumacher's opponent, he is also the highest level in China. His drift into the corner is so delicate that it is accurate to the millimeter, and he can also exit the corner without dragging. Hey brother, aren't you afraid of heat stroke in this hot weather? Lin Chen asked confusedly. This is the 5001st noon that I have been playing with cars here. With a car, why should I be afraid of the heat? Ma Qinghua smiled faintly. This is the real car enthusiast. My name is Lin Chen, may I ask your name? Just call me Uncle Ma. Can your car drift? It looks a bit broken. Lin Chen was full of unknowns. Your Wuling Hongguang can float, so why can't my Lancer float? Do you want to compete? Sure. The two came to the same starting line. The moment Ma Qinghua threw a bottle of mineral water to the ground, the two machines released their handbrakes at the same time and rushed out like wild horses. Lin Chen's car is equipped with a supercar engine, and it can even crush this Lancer in a straight line. That's it? Lin Chen relaxed a little when he saw the distance between himself and the car behind was getting farther and farther. After the bend ahead, you won't have a chance to overtake me. Lin Chen kept his attention, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, stepped on the clutch, and engaged the handbrake to prepare to drift into the bend. Now! After the rear end of the car was swung out, Lin Chen was just about to turn the steering wheel in the opposite direction when a car shadow swung out from the inside of the narrow curve and sped away. What's going on? How can he make such a clean turn? Drifting corners have a speed limit just like normal cornering, and the speed limit for drifting corners can only be slightly higher than that for normal cornering. Now both cars choose to drift, why is the difference so obvious? This is totally unreasonable. Lin Chen looked at Lancer, who was getting farther and farther away, and gave up struggling, because even if he caught up a little bit in a straight line, he would be left behind again after another bend. Lin Chen, who was somewhat puzzled, waited for Ma Qinghua at the meeting point, ready to ask for advice. Uncle Ma, teach me, I have a game tomorrow and I don't want to lose. Ma Qinghua likes Lin Chen very much because he has a strong desire to win, and is ready to tell him everything. Drifting is nothing more than the rear wheels losing grip and using the grip of the front wheels to make corners. But you have committed two major taboos. If you want to drift to the extreme, you must slightly ease off the accelerator when entering the corner, and then downshift and accelerate after the car slides. If you don't release the accelerator when entering a turn, and don't downshift when gliding, you can only drift around small turns, and you can't do it to the extreme like me. Lin Chen suddenly realized that there is so much knowledge about drifting. Lin Chen couldn't wait and wanted to get in the car to try out the new method Uncle Ma taught him. This is far from enough. Drifting is all about the timing of entering the corner, which can only be achieved through talent and intuition. Some people become super F1 stars because they have extraordinary sensitivity and perception, and know when to start turning. As he was talking about this, Ma Qinghua frowned and thought of his lifelong enemy Schumacher, who was a superstar-level genius driver, totally different from himself. I see. No wonder some drivers can ignore the performance of the car and win on any track. They even need perception. Lin Chen felt that he still had a lot of shortcomings and just wanted to focus on training. Come on, I'll practice 2 more laps with you. I rarely see guys as passionate about racing as you are. Ma Qinghua was very satisfied with Lin Chen. In addition to cornering skills, he even taught Lin Chen some professional methods of overtaking, changing lanes, and maneuvering on a straight line. 50-year-old Ma Qinghua is no longer able to play in the game, and he hopes Lin Chen will inherit his mantle. I'll kiss myself and watch you in tomorrow's game. Do well. By the way, your Wuling is really good. It can help you achieve the results you want. The two trained until the evening before leaving the abandoned runway. Lin Chen was exhausted and sweaty when he got home. Zhao Yuro gently took off Lin Chen's clothes and put them into the washing machine. Wife, you are so nice. In addition to the love and care Lin Chen had experienced from his mother, Zhao Yuro was the second woman who gave him this feeling. Isn't this as it should be? The gentle Yuro smiled knowingly, making Lin Chen very happy. Lin Chen also wanted to share some of the housework with Yuro. His fiancée had to work during the day and do laundry and cooking when she came home at night. Wife, let me help you cook, although my cooking skills are a bit. Lin Chen came to the kitchen feeling a little confused. Let's not do that, or the food will get burnt. Zhao Yuro didn't dislike Lin Chen, but she felt awkward seeing the way he held the spoon. No, I want to share some of the burden with my wife. Even though he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. He stir-fried green peppers and beans together randomly, and the smoke filled the whole room. Even the smart housekeeper was forced to activate the smoke alarm and fire system, thinking that the villa was on fire. It's almost done, it will be ready soon. Lin Chen lifted the spoon, a burst of flames came out, and the food had already been burnt. This. Zhao Yuro leaned her little head forward and couldn't help wanting to laugh. You, I told you not to fry it. If it tastes bad, you'll have to eat it all yourself. This must be delicious, how can it be bad? The stubborn Lin Chen picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and frowned. It's still edible, so I'll just make do with it. I'm going to learn how to cook starting tomorrow. The two of us took turns to eat with our chopsticks and finally finished the dish. Fall asleep after retiring day. At dawn the next day, Lin Chen got up early and came to Wanyue Cafe. He wanted to find Ivy to cheer him up in the rally. Ivy now lives in the cafe's staff dormitory. Xiaowan is also living here temporarily. Jiangcheng hotels are too expensive. Even if Xiaowan has a formal job, it is difficult for her to afford it. Lin Chen knocked on the door. Ivy Wei opened the door with sleepy eyes and found that it was Lin Chen. At the moment, she was only wearing a suspender pajama top, and almost all the parts of her body that should be exposed were exposed. The parts that should not be exposed could be seen clearly thanks to Lin Chen's high angle of view. Aiwaiwela quickly covered her two huge balls of cotton with her hands, and her face turned red when she saw that she was exposed. Why are you here so early? Today is the rally, pack up and follow me. If I lose today, I can't stop young Master Wu from taking you away. Of course Ai Weiwei was not happy to be taken away, so she quickly washed and put on makeup. Then she picked out a tight bikini of a car model, showing off her seductive charm. Woohoo, what man can handle you? Lin Chen immediately shifted his gaze, fearing that if he looked any longer his nose would bleed. I think you're holding up pretty well. I am upright. The two of them came to the Wuling Hongguan, which had been greatly modified while joking. You're going to race this car? Are you kidding me? Ivy was dumbfounded, her expression full of confusion. It felt like Lin Chen had already lost, and it was a foregone conclusion that Wu Zun would have someone carry him away. What? Is Wuling's magic car really that weak in your eyes? I'll show you how to operate it in a high-end way later. Lin Chen smiled, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and in a blink of an eye he arrived at the entrance of Jiangcheng's most professional rally track. The audience had almost all arrived, and Wu Zun and his White Horse Supercar Club had been waiting for a long time. He was leaning against a McLaren P1, imagining the scene after Lin Chen lost to him. Zhu Jia on the side was naturally eager to try. Seeing Lin Chen lose was definitely a very gratifying thing. Don't worry, boss. These two top-of-the-line McLarens of yours are unrivaled not only in Jiangcheng, but even in Jiangbei province. You have already secured the championship today. Yes, boss, you are not called the best driver in Jiangcheng for nothing. Boss, you are awesome. Several younger brothers were fawning on him, and Selina in Wu Zun's arms had a look of disdain in her eyes. At the auto show, Ivy Wei, who Lin Chen brought with him, stole her limelight. Today, Lin Chen must be made to look good. At the gate of the track, security guards gathered together and were checking a very brightly colored vehicle, which was Lin Chen's Wuling. Hey, this is a supercar track. What do you mean by driving a Wuling Hongguang here? The security guard pointed at Lin Chen and scolded him. What? Wuling can still beat these sports cars. Any objection? Lin Chen simply disdained to pay attention to these inexperienced security guards. Even yesterday's great uncle Ma could drift just by looking at a Mitsubishi Lancer, so naturally I can do the same with my Wuling Hongguang. But the security guards still gathered together and were in a stalemate with Lin Chen. Wu Zun, who was far away, saw this scene and laughed out loud. Ha ha, this guy wants to come in by driving a Wuling? What a fantasy. It looks like I'm going to win today's competition. That girl in the passenger seat and that Lamborghini Hermes are all mine. Wu Zun raised his charming mouth, and he didn't even care about this sure-win duel. Boss, can you let us play a little bit when the time comes? Several younger brothers also rubbed their hands excitedly. What the hell are you guys doing? You can barely sit in that Lamborghini Hermes, but don't even think about that car model girl. She belongs to me alone. Wu Zun was already intoxicated with himself, and scenes of him and Ivy Wei having fun appeared in his mind. Ivy Wei, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the Wuling, was also very anxious. Not to mention the competition, she couldn't even get into the venue. At this moment, a middle-aged man came out early and slapped the security guards in the face. Get out of here, you useless bastard. Who told you to treat fellow riders like this? After a powerful lesson, several security guards ran away tumbling. Uncle Ma? Is it really you? Lin Chen looked closely and realized that this was Ma Qinghua who taught him how to drive yesterday. However, Lin Chen didn't know Ma Qinghua's true identity and thought he was just an old man who liked to play with cars. Are you? Yes, I'm the owner of this venue. I've been racing for decades. Is it okay for me to rent out a professional venue? Uncle Ma spoke up and was very optimistic about Lin Chen. Not too much, of course not too much. Come on in, I'll be cheering you on from the stands. After saying that, Lin Chen drove Ivy into the venue. Chapter 62 Wuling Hongguang caught up. Among the many sports cars, there appeared a Wuling Hongguang, and everyone wanted to take a closer look. Even Wu Zun's P1 pales in comparison to the more eye-catching Wuling. There are 20 participants participating in the competition today, and there is a car model girl next to each sports car. When Ai Weiwei walked out of Wuling, the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene shouted at the top of their lungs, and some big names recognized that the female model was the Chinese superstar Ai Weiwei. Ma Qinghua had never expected that the ordinary Lin Chen could actually let Ai Weiwei be his car model. Ivy was also very excited after hearing the cheers. She lay directly on the roof of the Wuling and swayed her body wildly, igniting the atmosphere at the scene. No matter how Wu Zun's car model Selena twisted her body, no one paid any attention to her. Useless stuff. Wu Zun kicked Selena to the ground. I spent a lot of money to hire you, but you are so useless. Then Wu Zun sat in the driver's seat, and he couldn't wait to crush Lin Chen in the competition. The host also announced amid cheers that the race was about to begin, and all racers went to the starting point to prepare. Lin Chen's Wuling Hongguang has already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and now he has to use the handbrake to park. The engines of 20 sports cars at the scene roared together, creating an overwhelming momentum. Boss, you can do it, you must win the championship. Ai Weiwei's eyes lit up as she sat in the passenger seat looking at Lin Chen. Fasten your seatbelts, or you'll scream. Lin Chen concentrated all his attention, staring fiercely at Wu Zun's yellow McLaren diagonally opposite him. Wu Zun also subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Lin Chen, and made a contemptuous gesture. After today, the girl in your passenger seat will be mine. Wu Zun spoke to Lin Chen contemptuously. I'm sorry, after today, your White Horse Supercar Club will become a thing of the past. Lin Chen was not afraid either. Countless cameras and media were focused here. Not only in Jiangchang, but even in the entire Jiangbei, there were tens of thousands of viewers watching the game through various channels. Wu Zun was already waiting in the stands to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself. He had never seen Lin Chen lose, and today he finally saw it. Now I declare that the Jiangcheng Circuit Rally will begin now. Following the host's roar, 20 racing cars rushed out. Lin Chen released the handbrake and was ejected. Wu Zun's McLaren with excellent performance took the lead and took the initiative in the straight line after the start. The big bull behind him had to lag behind him by half a parking space, not to mention Lin Chen's Wuling. Lin Chen was 3 car lengths behind McLaren at the start, and no matter how hard he stepped on the gas, he couldn't make up for the car's own performance deficiencies. What should we do? We are now at the bottom of the list. Ivy pouts worriedly, but Lin Chen remains calm. He knew that it was not the time to exert his strength yet. Wu Xiaolu is firmly in first place. This McLaren is so cool, and that Wuling at the end is so funny. Is he here to make people laugh? The audience was discussing the situation on the field. Ma Qinghua was also very calm, because Wuling's advantage is turning, and the timing is not right yet. Seeing sports cars overtaking him one after another, Lin Chen licked the corners of his dry lips and stared at the continuous S-shaped bends in front of him. Seeing the continuous sharp bend warning, all the supercars in front of them slowed down drastically, because it was impossible for the sports cars to pass at the speed in a straight line. Wu Zun also pressed the brakes halfway. His advantage now is huge, with 3 or 4 parking spaces ahead of the second place. Even if he presses the brakes all the way down now, he can't lose. Girl, wait for me. Wu Zun's mind was filled with Ivy Wei, and he even imagined that she was sitting in the passenger seat right now, so that he could drive while his other hand caressing those textured legs unscrupulously. The time has come, go. Ma Qinghua stood up, wanting to see with his own eyes how Lin Chen, under his guidance, would recover all that he had lost through this series of sharp turns. Hold on tight. Lin Chen showed no sign of slowing down. If he continued driving at this speed, the car would run off the track and hit the fence. Is this Wuling crazy? Doesn't he see there are a series of sharp turns ahead? Is he trying to save his life? If we run off the track, the car will be destroyed and everyone will die. Don't do that. The audience's attention was no longer on the McLaren in first place, but on the last Wuling Hongguan with wireless acceleration. Boss, what are you doing? I'm still young, I don't have a boyfriend, I'm not married yet, and I don't want to die. Ai Weiwei on the side shouted, closing her eyes tightly, not daring to look at the scene in front of her. Even her breathing quickened. Lin Chen overtook the sports cars in front of him one after another, and entered the top 5 by accelerating before the bend. The pink Wuling is particularly eye-catching. Right now. Lin Chen chose the best time to enter the corner based on his driving sense and intuition. He lightly pressed the brake, then stepped on the clutch, turned the steering wheel to the left, and pulled up the handbrake. After the shortest route turned, it helped Lin Chen to get to the third place. Genius, what a genius, this cornering timing is just perfect. As a bystander, Ma Qinghua witnessed Lin Chen entering the turn at the most appropriate time. A second earlier or later would affect the final result. The sound of the huge tires rubbing against the track and the heat released created a great visual experience for the audience. This Wuling drifts? How did this large drift happen? After a burst of exclamations, Lin Chen had already stepped on the accelerator and continued to downshift. After the car body was thrown out, he continued to turn the steering wheel in the opposite direction. When exiting the corner, he accelerated at full speed and Lin Chen had already appeared in Wu Zun's field of vision, only 6 car spaces away from him. What? How did this guy do that? How can this broken car bite me so tightly? Wu Zun was puzzled, but there was a large curve ahead and he had to continue slowing down. Lin Chen continued to accelerate, and was only 2 parking spaces away from the target. Well done, keep up the rhythm of this curve. Ma Qinghua applauded. In Lin Chen, I saw myself playing with cars back then, full of youthfulness. Wow, boss, you were so cool, we are already in second place, ahead of us is that bad guy Wu Zun, let's overtake him. With the impact of the previous bend, Ivy was much calmer at the next bend. She opened her eyes wide and wanted to witness with her own eyes how the boss would make up for all the disadvantages bit by bit. Wu Zun finally felt the sense of urgency that Lin Chen brought to him. He should have slowed down significantly before the curve, but he only stepped on the brake pedal slightly, wanting to compete with Lin Chen. Chapter 63, Champion announced. Unexpectedly, the final collision was between McLaren and Wuling Hongguan. This kind of visual experience brought the audience to a climax. I didn't expect this Wuling to be so powerful. It's almost catching up with the supercar McLaren. I support this Wuling. If Wuling can win the championship, it will definitely be the front page headline of Jiangcheng and even Jiangbei. The crowd cheered and the enthusiasm of the fans spread throughout the venue. Wu Zun tried his best to enter the turn along the edge, trying to block any chance of Lin Chen taking a shortcut. Kid, after this bend it's a straight line. Let's see how you can beat me. Wu Zun, relying on his inner advantage, feels that he is only one step away from Ai Weiwei's white legs. Lin Chen found the right moment again and turned the steering wheel to the right to enter the turn. He pressed the clutch and brake at the same time, and his eyes moved back and forth between the rightmost rearview mirror. He made a series of continuous operations like a tiger. Not letting me overtake? That's unbelievable. Lin Chen leaned forward, and as the Wuling slid on the extremely narrow hardened strip on the side of the road, Lin Chen downshifted and locked the steering wheel in reverse. The time has come. Lin Chen found the right moment, turned out of the corner quickly, then engaged the clutch and shifted gears, dashing out. Wuling. Wuling is now on par with the McLaren P1. Who would have thought of that? It's so scary. This kid has pushed Wuling to its limit. It's so scary. The audience couldn't believe that Wuling, which was not favored at the beginning, actually overtook the last place and caught up to the first place. Ouch. Lin Chen greeted Wu Zun through the car window. Wu Zun's mind was completely blank at the moment. He had never expected that Lin Chen would overtake on the hardened strip outside the road. If he did not do this properly, someone might die. This is the advantage of Wuling's high chassis. Sports cars can never do this kind of operation. Although there is a long straight line ahead, Wu Zun can use the performance advantage of the sports car to catch up with the lead, but there is one last bend before the end of the track, and Lin Chen will overtake in that bend anyway. After witnessing Lin Chen's drifting skills, Wu Zun couldn't help but admire his cornering ability. He now believes that if the game continues normally, he will have no chance of winning. Lin Chen saw the bend before the finish line, which meant victory was waiting at him. Don't be too proud too soon. Will I, Wu Zun, let you win? What a joke. After making a treacherous face, Wu Zun swung the car body, trying to stop the Wuling and make it deviate from the runway. Because the McLaren has a low chassis, Wuling has no advantage in the event of a collision. This bastard, he cheated when he couldn't win. Ma Qinghua stomped his feet in the stands, wishing he could go on stage right now to disqualify Wu Zun from participating in the competition. Isn't this too unreasonable? Playing bumper cars in broad daylight? Even though you are the eldest son of the Wu family, you can't play like this. It's easy to have an accident. The audience around couldn't stand it anymore. Even if Wu Zun was powerful, he couldn't treat Lin Chen like this. Boss, this bastard is so bad, our car can't beat him. Ivy was anxious. Her little hands tightly grasped the handle on the top of the starry sky, and the two huge balls of cotton in front of her chest swayed left and right. Ha, you really don't even feel sorry for your sports car, so don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he looked for the best opportunity. Quick, security guards, go up and stop the McLaren. As the owner of the racing track, Ma Qinghua explicitly banned such unsafe racing methods. The security team was dispatched, but at this moment the Wuling Hongguang had already been damaged by the McLaren's performance and could be thrown off the runway at any time. Wuling Hongguang does not have emergency avoidance and safety airbags. If they are popped out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Call 120 quickly, an accident is about to happen, let's get the rescue team in place first. Ma Qinghua saw that something was not right and quickly signaled others to call for help. Go ahead and overtake me if you can. Wu Zun placed the car body completely at an angle in front of Wuling, which was equivalent to Lin Chen's engine carrying the supercar forward. The next turn is a left turn. McLaren suppressed its left side tightly and could not find any opportunity to enter the turn. If it continued to be led by the nose like this, it would only wait to lose. Lin Chen thought about the previous modification. In order to make the car more flexible, the suspension system level was very low, which led to the current embarrassing situation of not being collision resistant. But being light also has its advantages, that is, it can take off. Lin Chen came up with an idea, and in a flash, he lightly dragged the brake with his toes, creating a certain distance between himself and the McLaren in front of him. Oh? Are you giving up and ready to surrender? Wu Zun saw Lin Chen slowing down behind him and thought he had given in and was ready to drive to the finish line in a swagger. Everything is over. Wu Zun's McLaren was just about to pass when he felt a violent impact on the parking space. What happened? What does Wuling Hongguang want to do? Is it impossible to overtake from the side? It has to overtake from the roof? Oh my god, this is crazy. The audience opened their eyes wide and stood up to watch the scene in front of them. This was a move that no top racing driver in the world of racing would dare to make. Even if Schumacher returned to the track, he would not dare to make such a risky move. I, Ma, admire this kid. He is much better than I was back then. Ma Qinghua gave Lin Chen a thumbs up in his heart. He also thought that Lin Chen slowed down to admit defeat, but he didn't expect that he was actually preparing for a big move. Lin Chen's Wuling flew into the air along the extremely low rear end of the McLaren, and the tires rubbed against the roof of the supercar and rushed forward. Ah ah ah. Ivy screamed. The feeling of weightlessness made her extremely terrified. It was more exciting than a roller coaster. Wu Zun silently raised his head and saw the huge monster above his head, and he instantly felt scared. Don't, calm down. Wu Zun saw that the Wuling Hongguang in the sky was about to land, and he now had only two options. One is to slow down quickly to avoid being hit by the Wuling on the ground, but this means failure in the race. The second is to continue accelerating. Even if the huge weight of the Wuling Hongguang falls to the ground and hits him on the head, he can still win the race. Just when Wu Zun was struggling with how to make a choice, Lin Chen's Wuling's tire had already pressed firmly against the McLaren's front windshield, and then he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the finish line, winning the final championship. Wuling Hongguang won. It was not easy. Who would have thought that he would go from last to first? Awesome. Is he the new generation of Jiangqing's car king? Everyone focused their eyes on Lin Chen. He was the most dazzling star on the runway. Wu Zun, who was behind, had his McLaren completely deformed, with the windshield shattered and almost cutting his eyes. Fortunately, the airbag deployed and saved his facial organs. Chapter 64, Alarming Wuling Headquarters. Security personnel entered the room at this time and carried Wu Zun out staggeringly. His arm was not spared and was cracked by the glass. Wu Zun, bleeding, was carried off the field. The medical staff who were prepared for Lin Chen just arrived to rescue him. However, the target of rescue was not Lin Chen, but Wu Zun. Zhu Jie in the stands gasped, his mouth twitching as he muttered to himself, he won again? Zhu Jie couldn't believe that a broken Wuling not only beat the McLaren, but also destroyed this sports car worth tens of millions of dollars. Lin Chen and Ai Weiwei got off the Wuling unharmed, receiving cheers and admiration from the audience. Boss, you are so handsome. After a false alarm, Ivy Wei threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and hugged her boss tightly. Lin Chen only felt that there were two huge objects that continued to emit heat between them. So big. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, making Ai Weiwei blush. You're annoying. I thought the boss was a decent man, but I didn't expect him to be so dishonest. Ivy Wei admired Lin Chen a little, and there was a little ambiguity in her eyes. She was impressed by the omnipotent Lin Chen. Ma Qinghua came on stage as the track manager and handed the 500,000 yuan grand prize to Lin Chen. Congratulations on winning the championship of this Jiangqing City Rally. Please accept the grand prize given to you by the organizer. Lin Chen took the award and leaned close to Ma Qinghua's ear. How am I driving? Have I learned your true teachings? No, I am not as good as you. Now you are my teacher. You taught me a good lesson today. You taught me what it means to survive in a desperate situation. You taught me a racing driver's desire and persistence for victory. Ma Qinghua's eyes were actually full of envy for this young man. He recalled that 20 years ago, he competed with Schumacher in the European F1 arena. Under the same circumstances, he gave up a very dangerous move for safety, but once done, he could win the championship. This regret made him regret for half his life. It was Lin Chen who told Ma Qinghua that he was not determined enough in racing and was not eager enough for the championship. How dare I, thank you for your compliment. Lin Chen was naturally very modest, and he could not stand Uncle Ma praising him like this. Through television and media live broadcasts, the news that Lin Chen defeated McLaren in the Wuling Hongguang spread across the country, not only in Jiangqing City and Jiangbei Province, but also throughout China. The top trending topic on Weibo is, a man driving a Wuling beats a McLaren on the track. Wuling Hongguang became a legend because of this. Wuling is really a magical car. Let's buy one tomorrow and try it out. I was struggling with what car to buy, but now I don't have to struggle anymore. I'll just go with Wuling Hongguang, which is cheap and has a high cost effectiveness. Men, women, young and old from Jiangbei and even across China all want to go into a car shop and buy a Wuling Hongguang to see if it can really compete with a supercar. In just one day, Wuling Hongguang sales soared 1,000% year-on-year, and Wuling's market value also rose by 500 percentage points, the highest record in the company's history, and this percentage point is still rising. In the office building of Wuling Hongguang headquarters in Shanghai. It's still rising, it's amazing, just because of one race, our car has become a legend now. Yes, the whole nation is embracing the Wuling trend, especially in Jiangbei Province. Almost every family has plans to buy one, all thanks to Jiangchun Lin Chen. Wuling's shareholders' meeting was held specifically in response to the recent escalating rise in the company's stock price and market value. Lin Chen is indeed the savior of our company. Wuling was originally unable to compete with the old car companies in the current market, and its market position was precarious, but now it has been fully revived. Wuling President Hao Yaoshuang sat upright, watching Lin Chan's amazing match on the big screen in the conference room while sighing. We need to give this young man some reward. His help to our company is irreplaceable. The vice president made a suggestion, and naturally no shareholder in the room objected. Okay, then I will give this young man a globally limited edition Wuling Hongguang, and then hire him as the spokesperson for Wuling Hongguang in China with a large salary. Hao Yaoshuang saw that Lin Chen was handsome and his image was much better than some celebrities, so he thought that being a spokesperson would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. That's a good idea, President. This way, not only can this young man get our financial help, but it can also boost Wuling's sales. The shareholders' meeting unanimously agreed to Hao Yaoshuang's decision. Also, we will immediately form a delegation to go to Jiangbei Jiangqing City to personally visit the boys' parents and give them some compensation. I will personally serve as the leader of the delegation. In Hao Yaoshuang's view, Lin Chen is undoubtedly the company's savior and must be treated with the highest courtesy. Together with Hao Yaoshuang, the two vice presidents and several beautiful assistants set out from the Magic City and immediately rushed to the Licheng Gaoxing Development Zone in Jiangqing City, which is Lin Chen's hometown. Hey, son, you should come home soon. The Wuling CEOs have come all the way from Shanghai to visit us. You should come and greet them. Xu Ping was extremely excited on the other end of the phone. She didn't expect that her son had really made it and that the boss of a Fortune 500 company in China would come to visit her in person. Mom, I understand. I'll be back soon. Lin Chen was still sleeping in bed at that time. After receiving the call, he immediately got up, washed and rushed to Licheng. After the major changes, Wuling not only looks cool on professional tracks, but also attracts attention on the city's ring road. Wuling fans almost caused a traffic accident. At lightning speed, Lin Chen drove the Wuling to his hometown in Licheng. When Lin Chen saw the words Lao Lin's grocery store on the sign at the door, he felt very familiar with it. It had indeed been a long time since he had been home to see his parents. I didn't expect that I hurried home this time because the president of Wuling came, not to visit my parents. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a little guilty. He thought that he must bring his fiancée Yu Ro to meet his parents someday. His parents have not seen their beautiful future daughter-in-law yet. Lin Chen hesitated at the door for a while, and immediately walked from the convenience store on the first floor to the second floor, which was his home. The small room was full of people. In addition to his parents, there were 6 people from the Wuling delegation. Among them, 3 beautiful young ladies caught Lin Chen's attention. Young man, you are the young talent who defeated McLaren with Wuling in the city rally, right? I, Hao Yaoshuang, would like to thank you on behalf of all Wuling employees. It is because of you that Wuling's sales have continued to rise. The Wuling delegation bowed deeply to Lin Chen and his parents. Chapter 65 Wuling CEO personally expresses gratitude. No, how can the boss bow to us? Lin Chen was also very polite. After being in the business world for so long, he still knew these basic courtesies. That's right, the boss must have worked hard to come all the way here. Please sit down quickly, I'll make you a pot of tea. Xu Ping couldn't hide her happiness. Sit down and talk. Lin Yi also quickly asked the delegation to take a seat. They could not even bear such a great gift as a bow. Little brother, my family has brought you a gift today. It's right outside the door. It's a customized version of Wuling Hongguang that's unique to you. The body is inlaid with crushed diamonds and platinum, the wheels are made of the most hardcore carbon fiber technology available today, and the engine and other internal facilities are all installed according to sports car standards. A conservative estimate is that the price of this car is about 20 million. Hao Yaoshuang pointed to the golden Wuling car parked at the door, which was specially made by Wuling Company for Lin Chen. Most importantly, when making this custom car, senior workers deliberately lowered the chassis and the body appropriately, and the streamline was greatly improved. It can be said that this is a quasi-sports car that is completely suitable for the track, and its performance crushes the Wuling that Lin Chen modified himself. There are big characters sprayed on both sides of the car, which is really cool. Lin Chen is very satisfied with this car. It turns out that the Wuling modified by a professional car factory is really cool. Wow, 20 million? 20 million for a car? Lin Yi was also eye-opening. Although he had opened a company when he was young, he had been running this small shop since middle age and had not seen big money for a long time. The sudden words of 20 million made him a little excited. Xu Ping also ran out with a pot of tea. When she heard the number 20 million, she couldn't help herself. 20 million? This car is worth 20 million? Wouldn't that make our family rich? Xu Ping thought that she would have to live a dull life following Lin Yi, but she didn't expect her son to bring a 20 million custom-made car to the family. That's not all. Hao Yaoshuang signaled his beautiful assistant to take out a bank card from her briefcase and handed it to Lin Chen's parents. There is also 20 million in cash in here. It is my gift to you two elders. It is also a reward. After all, Lin Chen has brought huge profits to our company. Hao Yaoshuang's words were full of gratitude. Isn't this a bad idea? 20 million is a huge sum of money. Lin Yi hesitated. He always felt embarrassed to accept a favor for no reason. Oh, you stupid fool, what's wrong with this? It's great, great. Money-obsessed Xu Ping stuffed the bank card into her pocket, even hiding it in her underwear, and never leaving it. Also, this is an endorsement contract worth 30 million. I wonder if Brother Lin is willing to become the image spokesperson for our wooling company. If you are willing, you will get the 30 million immediately. Hao Yaoshuang sincerely hopes that Lin Chen can choose to be the spokesperson, so that the company's revenue will continue to increase steadily over a long period of time. Son, please agree to it, please agree to it. In this way, a 20 million car, 20 million in cash, and 30 million in endorsement fees. We can make a net profit of 70 million. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Xu Ping was so happy that she kept counting with her fingers. Lin Chen is wealthy, so he doesn't really value the 30 million, but to make his mother happy, he still chooses to agree. Okay, I'm willing to endorse it. That's great. This is my personal assistant, Ms. Kong Yenkong. She will stay here and work with you on the details of the endorsement. Hao Yaoshuang introduced the most beautiful girl nearby to Lin Chen. Just call me Xiaoyan. Kong Yan is very dignified, has a very sweet voice, and a very outstanding figure. Her legs are even longer than Lin Chen's. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Chen took the initiative to shake hands with Xiaoyan. Her smooth and delicate skin made Lin Chen feel itchy. Then we will withdraw first. Call me if you have any questions. Hao Yaoshuang and his group returned to the Magic City from Liqing, and only Xiaoyan stayed with Lin Chen. After the delegation left, Xu Ping still couldn't believe it all and even pinched her own face. Mom, what are you doing stupid again? Am I dreaming? Hit me now, do we really have 70 million? Xu Ping was so excited that she wanted to play music and dance square dance on the spot to liven up the atmosphere. This is not a dream, it's real. Lin Chen was speechless about his careless mother. Lin Yi was relatively calm. He was thinking about how to deal with such a large sum of money. Mom, I'll take the 20 million car away, and you two can keep the other 50 million in cash. I'm grown up and can earn my own money. I don't need this money anymore. Lin Chen took the initiative to hand over the 30 million yuan from his contract to Xu Ping. How can this be possible? All this money was given to us because of you, the boss of Wuling. How can we take the money you earned? Lin Yi quickly rejected Lin Chen. Then you can help me save this money as a gift to marry a wife, how about that? After Lin Chen said this, Lin's father and mother finally agreed. How dare you mention your wife? We haven't even met your fiancé yet. What do you want? Speaking of this, Xu Ping became a little angry. Don't worry, I'll bring Euro here for you to see after a while. Speaking of this topic, Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. Then I'll leave first and come back to see you guys later. After saying that, Lin Chen and Xiaoyan left Liqing. Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes were a little confused. She didn't expect that Lin Chen already had a fiancé at such a young age. Just like that, she followed Lin Chen to Jiangcheng with the task given by her boss. When Lin Chen returned to Jiangcheng, the first person he thought of was Wu Zun. This bastard, since he lost, he has to fulfill his promise. Lin Chen took Xiaoyan to the White Horse Supercar Club's headquarters, located in a luxurious wealthy area in the northeast corner of Jiangcheng. Lin Chen had just arrived at the gate of Beima in his Wuling when he saw Zhu Jie chatting and laughing with a group of girls at the gate. Oh, your dad is so poor at home that he can't even afford to eat, and you still have time to pick up girls here? Lin Chen took the initiative to diss Zhu Jie. He knew that if he ignored this dog, he would turn around and bite him. Lin Chen, you. Don't go too far. Zhu Jie was so angry that his teeth were itching, and the girl in his arms was no longer attractive. Too much bullying? You're wrong again. It's too much bullying the dog. Lin Chen simply ignored Zhu Jie. There was no need to talk to such a person. He was just a small fry. Chapter 66, Wuling Hongguang spokesperson. Zhu Jie saw Xiaoyan, the girl next to Lin Chen, changed every day, and each of them was as beautiful as a flower, and he felt a little excited. In the Beima Lounge, Wu Zun, who was injured during the competition, has been moved here from the hospital to recuperate. When Wu Zun saw Lin Chen, he certainly knew why he was in the front row. You kid, you actually dared to come to my door? Do you believe that I will destroy you? Although Wu Zun looked pale, he was still as fierce as ever. Ha, you deliberately hurt me. I didn't report you, which was a leniency. You won't repay me with evil, right? Lin Chen couldn't help laughing when he thought about how Wu Zun deliberately cut off other cars on the track and he got injured. I won't waste my time with you. Hurry up and let the White Horse Supercar Club's manager go. If you go back on your word, my recorder will show up at the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Lin Chen didn't seem to be joking with Wu Zun at all. Although the Wu family has considerable assets, their connections with the police are very weak. If he were really locked up, spending money might not necessarily solve the problem. You. Boss, don't listen to this kid. We can't just give away dozens of our supercars to him for nothing. Yes, boss, these dozens of supercars are worth hundreds of millions of yuan. The younger brothers around him were unwilling to accept the situation, but they were powerless to change the situation. Zhu Jie wanted to beat Lin Chen up right here. Don't waste time, transfer the contract here to me quickly, and then you can get out. Wu Zun had no choice but to sign the club transfer agreement. If Lin Chen chooses to call the police, he will be sentenced to several years in prison for intentional injury. Let's retreat. I won't let this kid be so proud for too long. I want my dad to take care of him. Wu Zun thought of his father, Wu Qingfeng, one of the 4 richest men in Jianbei province. Hey, leave the girls here. These car models were hired by the White Horse Club at a fee. The White Horse has nothing to do with you now, so these pretty girls naturally have nothing to do with you either. Lin Chen looked at Aging, Aya and Selina, who all had great figures, and naturally couldn't let Wu Zun take them away. Fuck you, these stinky women are just the ones I left over from playing with, so what's the harm in leaving them to you? Wu Zun's eyes were filled with murderous intent for revenge. Lin Chen called Han Han over as well. This White Horse Supercar Club is indeed a big and powerful company. Han Han was stunned by the top-notch supercars in the parking shed. His SCC club was far from being as impressive as this one. We can move both clubs here in the future. This will be our sports car headquarters. Lin Chen pointed to the huge venue and spoke to Han Han. Of course you can. If it's your opinion, we should just merge the 2 supercar clubs. You will be our leader and we will all listen to you. Ah? How can this be possible? You worked so hard to build the SCC club. Lin Chen politely declined. Don't say anything, it's decided. We all believe in you as the boss. Han Han believes that under the leadership of Lin Chen, the new club will go further. Okay, then I'll obey your orders. We'll call the new club SCC Supercar Club. Our business can be expanded to sports car rentals, sports car sales, and second-hand sports car sales, which will allow us to get more funds. Brother Lin, you are smart. Why didn't I think of that? Han Han suddenly realized that a supercar club could also be profitable. You will be the deputy manager here from now on. When I'm not around, you will still have to take care of all the big and small matters. Lin Chen trusts Han Han very much. By the way, Mr. Lin, you are now the spokesperson for Wuling Group. We can use this place as the Wuling sales base in Jiangcheng. I believe there will be many customers. Xiaoyan hit the nail on the head. This will make the Club's functions more extensive. Of course, with the authorization from Mercedes-Benz, they can still sell Mercedes-Benz here legitimately. Let's shoot a promotional clip for Wuling Hongguang and upload it to the internet through the media. That way the effect will be better. Although Lin Chen was a little embarrassed, since he had accepted 30 million yuan from the president of Wuling Group, he had to do something. Hey, Shinfeng, call some people from Orange Media to come over and shoot an endorsement ad for me. Sure, you're the spokesperson again after not contacting me for a few days? President Lin. Shen Fong was still teasing as usual. 10 minutes later, the special cars of Orange Media's large and small working groups drove to the SCC Club headquarters in the northeast corner of Jiangchang. With the most professional filming, an inspiring short film was freshly produced and released on the internet in Jiangcheng, Jiangbei, and even the whole of China. Is this handsome guy the car king who beat McLaren in a Wuling Hongguang? So handsome, his driving skills are great, and he is handsome too. I want to buy a Wuling for him. Lin Chen's endorsement video caused a sensation, and Wuling Hongguang's orders doubled again within 5 hours. Even on the screen in Zhao Yuro's office, a video of her fiancé's promotional video appeared. This Lin Chen is really versatile. Is there anything you can't do? Zhao Yuro wondered what luck she had in her previous life to have met a treasure boy like Lin Chen. On the avenues of Jiangchang, the appearance rate of Wuling Hongguang has now exceeded 35%. That is to say, 1 out of every 3 cars must be a Wuling. In the past, some families had been saving money to buy a Honda worth 200,000 renminbi or a Volkswagen worth more than 100,000 renminbi. Nowadays, Wuling cars priced at tens of thousands of yuan have become mainstream, so naturally, all the money is spent on buying the car. The trend of low-priced cars is spreading throughout society. Why are you still driving a BMW? Wuling Hongguang is popular now. You are out of date. I feel bad too. After I bought the BMW, Wuling became a god car that everyone admires. I plan to sell my BMW tomorrow and buy a Wuling. On the street, the only thing people discussing was whether they had bought a Wuling. Even college students followed suit and asked their families to buy them a Wuling car for transportation. Mom, please buy me a Wuling. It's not expensive at tens of thousands of yuan. All my classmates have Wuling, but I don't. Just buy one. Wuling's popularity has made BMW, Audi, Cadillac, Volvo, and other car companies jealous, and they quickly formed a counter-alliance to fight against Wuling. At the shareholders' meeting at Wuling headquarters, President Hao Yaoshuang was very satisfied with the effect of Lin Chen's endorsement of Wuling. The company's market value continued to rise, with no sign of slowing down. God is really helping me. Lin Chen is the treasure of our group. From now on, Lin Chen will be promoted to the Deputy General Manager of Wuling Hongguang Group and the General Manager of North China. Do you have any opinions? We support the President's decision. Just like that, Wuling Hongguang conveyed this decision to the parties involved. Lin Chen couldn't believe that he was now the vice president of the hottest car company in the country. Chapter 67 Sign in to become the 7th shareholder of LV. Although Lin Chen does not have any shares in the company yet and is only a management staff, he will come sooner or later. Congratulations, brother Lin. You are now the general manager of Wuling Group's North China region. Han sent his congratulations immediately. However, the car company alliance led by BMW is taking action to curb Wuling's momentum. Jiangbei is the core market for major car companies to compete in China, and Lin Chen is facing unprecedented tests. In recent years, most of the market and revenue of these large foreign automakers have come from China. Lin Chen's disruption has made the senior executives of major European automakers somewhat uneasy. The news that Lin Chen defeated McLaren with Wuling even reached the ears of Feng Jinggao, the racing champion of Jiangbei province. Feng Jinggao was the runner-up in the last China Car King Championship, losing to the champion by just 0.02s. His strength is unquestionable. He also has a hobby, which is to challenge all the great players in the country. When he learned that Lin Chen, who had emerged out of nowhere, had won the championship with Wuling, of course he contacted Lin Chen first. This Feng Jinggao is not simple at all. Besides being good at cars, his father is the famous Chinese businessman Feng Delong, who went to Europe with nothing and opened up the domestic and foreign luxury goods markets. The Feng family now also holds shares in several large luxury companies. Only the young men from wealthy families can afford racing cars. Ordinary people probably don't even have the chance to get in touch with them. An unfamiliar number with no incoming call display called Lin Chen. Hey, young man, I heard that you are the car king of Jiangcheng, so I came here today to challenge you. Oh? I don't have time to participate in any competition, and I have no interest in competing with you. Lin Chen was about to hang up the phone. Wait, listen to me tell you about our bet first. I believe you will be tempted after hearing it. Feng Jinggao is very confident. Then tell me what you think. If you beat me, I will transfer my position as the 5th largest shareholder of Kylie's luxury goods company to you, which is worth 2.5 billion renminbi. When Lin Chen heard the 2.5 billion, his eyes lit up. He knew that Carlos was the largest luxury goods group in Jiangbei province. He wanted to expand his power because he had offended the son of the Wu family. Wu Zun would take revenge on him sooner or later. What if I lose? If you lose, you just need to make a public statement that you are my defeated opponent. My goal is to sweep all the racers in China. Feng Jinggao was very confident. In his opinion, losing was impossible. Except for the car championship where he finished second due to a car failure, there would be no accidents in other competitions. Of course Lin Chen would not miss this business which can only make money. Okay, then I promise you, what time and place? Next Friday, I'll be waiting for you at Jiangchen Kumingshan Raceway. Feng Jinggao hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Being passionate about racing, he would practice for 4 hours every day to maintain his driving feel. He has run on this track tens of thousands of times, and no one is more familiar with it than him. Lose the game? In Feng Jinggao's opinion, it is impossible. Lin Chen was busy all morning and had no time to deliver the goods. He had to find time to deliver one next time. Xiaoyan, just stay here and help Han Han. Wuling headquarters will not transfer you back to the Magic City headquarters for the time being. Just treat Jiangcheng as your home. Well, thank you Mr. Lin for your concern. Xiaoyan certainly wants to stay in Jiangcheng, away from the company's control, where she can be said to be quite free. When he arrived at the furniture store, Lin Chen carried an elm desk onto Wuling. Driving the car that was customized for me by the head office and is the only one of its kind in the world, it really feels different. The power and comfort are hundreds of times better than the previous one. The recipient of today's delivery is an orphanage. In order to provide the children with a place to study, the owner specially purchased such an elm desk. There are about 200 to 300 children in the welfare home, each with big watery eyes, full of unknowns and desires for everything. The director of the welfare home is a young lady in her early 30s, but time has left deep marks on her face. Is this one desk big enough for so many children? Lin Chen asked confusedly. It's not enough, but I don't have any extra money. They are all orphans, and my goal is to raise them to adulthood. Lin Chen was very touched by the girl with shining eyes. How about this? I will donate 100 desks to your welfare home in my personal name. You can't treat these children unfairly. Thank you very much, sir. We don't need so many desks for the time being. There is only one volunteer teacher in such a large welfare home, and she can't take care of so many children studying at the same time. How can children not receive education? They are the future of the country. Nowadays, no one is willing to teach children for free. Everyone is very realistic. When she said this, the young lady choked up. Lin Chen didn't expect that in the seemingly prosperous Jiangcheng, there would be such a corner. How does the Education Bureau do things? The first person Lin Chen thought of was the director of the Education Bureau, Zhao Yuqing. Lin Chen decisively called Zhao Yuqing's office. Hello, I'm Lin Chen, your brother-in-law. Do you remember me? Of course I remember. What's the matter? What's going on with Jiangcheng Chengnan Welfare Home? There are 100 or 200 children but not even one teacher. Can you solve this problem? Lin Chen's tone was urgent. What? I clearly assigned a teacher to go there. Someone below must have played tricks on me. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuqing personally reprimanded his subordinates who made the decision on their own and sent elite teachers to teach. Thank you so much, you are a benefactor to our welfare home. You're welcome. It's not easy for you either. Sign the order first, and I'll send someone to deliver the 100 desks to you later. After leaving, Lin Chen was still in awe that a 30-year-old girl could have such courage. Ding, system linking. Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to sign in as the 7th largest shareholder of Louis Vuitton Group. Louis Vuitton? LV? The world's largest luxury brand company? This company is worth $1 trillion, right? My dear fourth uncle. Even if he is the 7th largest shareholder, he must have about 60 billion in funds. Lin Chen felt like he was dreaming. If he became the 7th largest shareholder of LV, wouldn't he be able to easily defeat the wealthy people in Jiangcheng and Jiangbei? Not to mention the Zhao Group, even the Jiangbei Wu family probably does not have as much assets as the 7th largest shareholder of the Louis Vuitton Group. Since the host has done good things for the public, this is a super reward for the host. Please sign in time. Sign in. Lin Chen was overjoyed, and the contract signed between him and LV Group appeared in his pocket. Chapter 68, Driving Practice at Xiaoming Mountain. LV is the company with the largest scale in the luxury goods market, and even its sub-luxury brands are more famous than the others. I really made a profit this time. Then if I do more charity work in the future, won't I be able to secure my position as the richest man in Jianbei province? Great! Lin Chen planned to become the richest man. Now, even if Wu Zun asked the Wu family to pick a fight with him, he would have the confidence to fight back. The most important thing for Lin Chen now is to improve his driving skills so that he can win the game with Feng Jinggao. The Xiaoming mountain track where the competition was scheduled was the most complicated and dangerous track in Jianbei province. It had several consecutive sharp turns, and if one failed to control the track properly, there was a danger of falling off the cliff. He must go to Xiaoming mountain to warm up in advance, otherwise he will have no chance of winning. After Lin Chen returned home, Yu Rou was exercising on the treadmill. Every bead of sweat on her clean and smooth back was full of charm. Zhao Yuro under the tights made Lin Chen even more unable to bear it. Wife, why did you come home so early today? I've finished all the company stuff recently, so I'm going to take a good vacation. I have nothing to do but to kill time with fitness. Come with me to the province, to Jianbei. Going to the provincial capital? What are you going to do in the provincial capital? I have a race scheduled at Xiaoming Mountain next week, so I have to go there to familiarize myself with the track in advance. I happen to have time, I'll go with you. My wife is so nice. Lin Chen came to Yu Rou lovingly and caressed her sweat-soaked hair affectionately. Early the next morning, Lin Chen drove the Wuling Hongguan customized for him by Wuling Company and took Yu Rou from Jiancheng. Today's Yu Rou is wearing a pair of loose workwear-style pants, a tight white short t-shirt with a bare waist, and a J, full of girlishness, just like a college student. Lin Chen likes Zhao Yuro's outfit today the most. He doesn't like those glamorous girls who show their skin, he just likes this kind of cool work clothes girl. The 2-hour drive was not long. The two chatted and laughed in the car, and time passed quickly. Lin Chen drove to a homestay at the foot of Xiaoming Mountain. Although it was not luxurious, it was very warm. The owner of the BB is a very gentle old grandfather who runs a tofu shop. His tofu is very famous in the area within 300 miles around Xiaoming Mountain. It is not only tender and juicy, but also very tender. Many people buy tofu here every day. In addition to picking up the goods in person, some customers also choose to have them delivered at an additional cost. Young man, you should stay in this apartment. It has the best lighting and its own swimming pool. Thank you, sir. What should we call you? Just call me Uncle Lu. Are you here to travel to Xiaoming Mountain's scenic area? No, I'm here to participate in the competition and get familiar with the environment. Lin Chen told the old man the truth. Every year, Uncle Lu meets many energetic young men who risk their lives to race cars in Xiaoming Mountain. Young man, I advise you to give up. Ordinary people would be scared to death even if they just drove a lap, let alone racing. You can never imagine how complicated the road conditions are. Uncle Lu also means well, and he would say the same thing to any young person he meets who comes here to compete. Master, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll just have to go through with it. The old man's words not only did not make Lin Chen back down, but instead aroused his desire to conquer. Or should we just forget it? I'm worried about you. Yu Rou looked at Lin Chen nervously. She really didn't want her fiancé to have any accident. Honey, trust me, nothing will happen. Lin Chen held Zhao Yuro tightly in his arms, giving her the greatest possible sense of security. Since you have made up your mind, I will assign you a job. You help me deliver tofu around Xiaoming Mountain, and I will pay you 15 yuan per trip. How about that? This way you can get familiar with the track and earn a little extra money. Uncle Lu's store happened to be in need of a temporary tofu delivery driver, and Lin Chen was a suitable candidate. Of course, I do. Lin Chen quickly agreed. When ordinary people heard that the pay was only 15 yuan per trip, they were all too lazy to accept the task. Only Lin Chen agreed without hesitation, because he didn't care about the money at all, he just wanted to improve his driving skills. Here are 200 pieces of tofu. If they can't be delivered on time, or if they are damaged when delivered, you will be responsible for it yourself. Old Master Lu brought 2 large boxes of tofu to the trunk of Lin Chen's Wuling Hongguang. Be prepared to lose money, young man. It's your first time up the mountain, and it'll be a blessing if you don't break anything. Grandpa Lu left after saying this. How is it possible? Who am I, Lin Chen? Lin Chen glanced confidently at the tall Qiuming mountain and felt that conquering it would not be difficult. Lin Chen drove Yu, started the car, and drove towards the mountain. Just as we were about to climb the mountain, we saw a huge sign standing next to us that read "Dangerous Road, please drive carefully." There were also a lot of scrap metal from cars in the ravine. Could it be? Could it be that these are all accident vehicles? Zhao Yuro couldn't help but tremble a little, and was filled with fear about the road ahead. Fool, don't scare yourself. Your husband and you are the racing king of Jiangcheng. This track won't be a problem for me. Just hold my arm. Lin Chen comforted Yu. Yu was like a kitten and wished she could rely on Lin Chen with her whole body. Come on, let me feel the charm of Qiuming Mountain. Lin Chen switched the central control paddle to sport mode and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The huge movement made all the birds on the mountain soar into the sky at the same time. Young man, you are still too young and need setbacks and blows. Uncle Lu heard Lin Chen's accelerator roaring up the mountain and shook his head and laughed. Lin Chen was concentrating, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The eye-catching Z-shaped sharp turn sign in front attracted Lin Chen's attention. Are you here? Lin Chen snorted coldly, found the right time to enter the curve, and lightly pressed the brakes. The vehicle formed a perfect arc along the ditch on the side of the mountain road. When the rear of the car was thrown out, Lin Chen turned sharply again with his backhand, and at the same time prepared for the next continuous large curve. Zhao Yuro was confused. She had seen all kinds of things in the business world, but she was actually afraid of this mountain road. Continue. Lin Chen frowned. The same smooth operation helped him pass the first continuous S-turn smoothly. Looking down at the mountain, it was already as high as a 7-story building. That's all. It made me a little panicked. While Lin Chen was still immersed in his drifting operation, the 270-degree sharp turn sign in front of him made him a little overwhelmed. Lin Chen stared at the terrain ahead carefully, still wondering when to turn, but the car had already driven to the edge of the cliff. Chapter 69, Driving Practice Hits a Wall. What kind of road is this? Why is the curve so narrow? What the hell? The track did not give Lin Chen more time to think. He instantly put the car into drift mode. He did not even dare to slow down on the way because he had to climb a hill while making a sharp turn. If the throttle was not strong enough, he would fall backwards. Ah, be careful! Zhao Yuro screamed. A huge rock was blocking the middle of the bend. What the hell is this? How do I drive on this road? Lin Chen had no choice but to leave the asphalt road and come to the rugged dirt road next to the edge of the road next to the ditch. Beyond the ditch, there is an abyss. Lin Chen felt a chill on his back and took a deep breath. He continued to turn the steering wheel and prepared himself mentally for the next sharp turn. When he twisted the car body to match the curvature of the track, there was a cliff in front of him. Is this a false curve? It was originally a straight track, but it looked like a big curve, so Lin Chen could only turn the steering wheel in time. Oh my god, turn quickly! Zhao Yuro pointed at the bottomless cliff in front of her hurriedly. Lin Chen's eyes flashed coldly and he quickly changed direction. Due to frequent operations and continuous tire slippage, the rubber of the front tires has been greatly worn, and the tofu in the trunk of the car has been squeezed against each other and is broken into pieces. With a loud bang, the tire burst. This is a customized tire, arguably the best quality tire in China. It actually had a flat tire on a road like this, which shows how terrifying Qiuming Mountain is. After stopping halfway up the mountain, Zhao Yuro, still in shock, snuggled into Lin Chen's arms. The tender little face showed fear that could not be hidden. The usually aloof and cool lady has become a little kitty who needs care. Lin Chen couldn't believe it. Qiuming Mountain was indeed worthy of its reputation. What Uncle Lu said just now was right. He was too confident. Not to mention racing on such a track, he couldn't even walk a lap. Hey, Uncle Lu, my tire is flat, come up and help me. Lin Chen had no choice but to contact the BB owner for help. Young man, what did I say? Young people should not act arrogantly. I will go up with the tire immediately. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Lu drove a van and soon arrived in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen finally managed to install the spare tire on the car halfway up the mountain. Open the trunk and take a look. The tofu should be almost rotten, said Grandpa Lu with a smile. Ah. That shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Chen was half believing and half doubting. Although the car had a flat tire, the speed was still controlled steadily. When he opened the tofu lid, there were no more than 20 pieces left intact out of the 200 pieces of tofu, and the others had been crushed into soy milk. This. Uncle Lu, I will compensate you. Lin Chan was a little embarrassed. He had promised the old man to help him deliver tofu, but now not only did he fail to deliver the tofu, but he also crushed it all. Let's go back first, we can talk about this later. Lin Chen scratched his head and carried Yu Rou down the mountain. After returning to the BB, it was already very late, and the chirping of cicadas was very beautiful in such a night. Zhao Yuro is busy with official duties every day, and it has been a long time since she had the chance to calm down and feel the beauty of nature. It's so beautiful, look, the stars are so bright. The playful Yu Rou looked around, completely different from the female elite in the workplace. She looked at the scenery and he looked at her. Lin Chen looked at the beauty in front of him and slowly put his arms around her waist. Yu Rou felt her body getting hot and her face suddenly turned red with shame. In the evening breeze, Lin Chen slowly moved his mouth closer. Zhao Yuro also closed her eyes and enjoyed the beauty. The soft music in the BB is also very appropriate. The kissing scene was seen by another male guest in the BB, who couldn't help but feel jealous. What a beautiful girl. There is actually such a beauty in Jiangbei? Yoshi. An ugly man was commenting behind her back, his mind full of Yu Rou's stunning beauty. He is Scar Brother, a famous gangster in Jiangbei province. He has been uneducated and has been hanging around in large and small places in Jiangbei province since he was a child. By helping rich young men, he has also made friends with many big guys. When he was helping a wealthy businessman in Jiangbei, he was ambushed and suppressed by the businessman. From then on, he and his brothers were forced to stay in the vicinity of Qiuming Mountain, living in peace in a corner. From then on, he saw through human nature and embarked on a path of no return as a bully. Although Scar Brother's influence is not as great as it used to be, he is still a ruthless character who has the final say in the area around Qiuming Mountain. The dozen or so men under his command are all well-known desperados, and they are not afraid of death at all. Boss, this girl is so beautiful, I am drooling just looking at her. Scar Brother's most capable subordinate, Ali said while swallowing his saliva. You're the only one who can shed tears. I like this girl, Scar Brother. If Scar Brother likes it, how about I help Scar Brother carry it to your room? Ali knew Scar Brother's preferences very well, and watched Zhao Yuro's every move from a dark place. The environment of Qiuming Mountain is good, but the lighting is dim, and Lin Chen always has a bad feeling. Honey, I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be back soon. Zhao Yuro walked out of the room. Although it was dark outside, it was only 20 to 30 meters away, so she was not too scared. Lin Chen was already helping Yu Rou prepare water for washing her feet. His fiancée had been worried about him as she drifted on the mountain with him, so he should reward her well. Zhao Yuro held up the flashlight on her cell phone and looked carefully at the road. She was wearing a pair of slippers and could easily fall if she wasn't careful. In an alley, Ali was already eager to try with his two younger brothers. After observing Zhao Yuro coming out of the room alone, they quickly followed. You two, I'll go ask for directions later, you cover her mouth from behind and carry her to Scar Brother's room. Got it, brotherly. Then, Ali pretended to be a passerby and walked out from the front. Although there was a figure walking towards her, Yu Rou was a broad-minded person and was not on guard at all. Miss, which way is the west wing? Ali's acting skills were very good and Zhao Yuro didn't see through his conspiracy at all. There. Yu Rou pointed in a direction based on her impression, although she was not quite sure. At this moment, two figures suddenly approached. Under the moonlight, although the two sneaky men walked softly and made no sound, their shadows reflected on the ground betrayed them, and Zhao Yuro sensed danger. Zhao Yuro did not panic or scream, because she knew that doing so would only make the other party more cruel. Chapter 70, Yu Rou was robbed. Yu Rou called Lin Chen's phone number out of the corner of her eye. Lin Chen, who was still preparing water for washing his feet, heard the phone ringing and went to check it out immediately. Yu Rou? Didn't she just go to the bathroom? After the call was connected, the other party didn't say a word, and Lin Chen's brows tightened. Something is fishy. Lin Chen had just rushed out of the room when a short, rough shout came from the other end of the phone. It seemed that Yu Rou had been controlled by the other party and quickly covered her mouth. Fortunately, Yu Rou's call was not interrupted. Let's go, take him to Scar's room. Ali signaled his two younger brothers to move faster. Scar Brother? Lin Chen heard these two words clearly. When Lin Chen ran out onto the road, there was no one there. The only person who knew which room Scar brother lived in was the owner of the BB, Mr. Liu. Lin Chen knocked on Uncle Lu's door hurriedly, and the old man came out slowly to open the door humming a little tune. Uncle, Scar brother, which room is Scar brother in? Take me there quickly. Lin Chen's anxious tone made Uncle Lu nervous as well. Brother Scar? Why did you pick on that unreasonable thug? Everyone else avoided him, so why did you take the initiative to provoke him? Uncle Lu also had good intentions. After all, people near Qiuming Mountain would stay as far away from people like Scar brother as possible. I didn't provoke him, but he kidnapped my fiancée. What? Follow me now. Grandpa Lu turned on all the emergency lights in the BB, and the originally dim BB suddenly became bright. Follow me. The old man walked briskly, climbing up a small path, and in a high-end room, there was Scar brother. Lin Chen rushed in without thinking twice before he was ready. Hey, do you want to live? Don't be reckless, the other party is a desperado. Uncle Lu shouted to Lin Chen, but to no avail. He could only pray for Lin Chen. Young man, you can't act on impulse, don't let anything happen. Uncle Lu quickly called for help, otherwise something bad could happen. Lin Chen decisively pushed the door open and went in. Zhao Yuro's hands and feet had been tied up, her mouth was blocked with a rag, and she was thrown into a corner of the room. There were dozens of big guys with tattoos crowded around. Even if Lin Chen fought any one of them one-on-one, he would not have any chance of winning, let alone fighting against so many of them at the same time. In the middle, the one sitting there with his legs crossed and looking nonchalant, is the famous Scar brother, the boss of Qiuming Mountain. Young man, you are so brave that you dare to break into our boss's room. Do you know who our boss is? Our boss is the guardian of Qiuming Mountain. Since he is responsible for protecting the area, he should be rewarded, right? This girl is my boss's reward. The two younger brothers sang the same tune, and Lin Chen's eyes were full of death. Zhao Yuro was so moved when she saw Lin Chen rushing in to save her without hesitation that she burst into tears. Listen to me, just pretend to come to Qiuming Mountain alone. This girl has nothing to do with you anymore. But if you don't understand the situation and act recklessly, you can think about the consequences. Ali had said this to many men who went to Qiuming Mountain, and their women were all carried into this room in the same way. The men before would just walk away in fear after hearing such threats. But Lin Chen is not afraid at all. Ridiculous, you better not make me angry. Even Yuro was surprised by the aura revealed from Lin Chen's mouth. Oh. Interesting. I want to see what you want to do. Ali looked at Lin Chen with disdain. What's the benefit of working for him? He has girls to play with and money to spend. Are you willing to be his slaves? Lin Chen deliberately provoked Ali, and Ali was actually a little dazed. I am willing to work for my elder brother. Is it your business? Oh. How about you recognize me as your big brother? I'll pay you 200,000 a month and give you a new young model every week. How about that? Lin Chen knew very well that these gangsters loved women and money the most, and they would be hooked if they were tricked. Even though they are desperate criminals, brotherhood is nothing compared to money and women. Don't lie to me, am I a 3-year-old child? Ali naturally wouldn't believe it easily. Without saying anything, Lin Chen took out a check for 10 million from his pocket and threw it on the ground. This is 10 million. Each of you brothers present will get 200,000. Go down and divide it equally. Don't be polite to me. For Zhao Yuro, Lin Chen would be willing to spend 10 billion, not to mention 10 million. For Lin Chen, who is worth tens of billions, 10 million is not worth mentioning at all. The younger brothers looked at the real check, and they looked at each other, feeling a little shaken. You bunch of little bastards, don't be instigated by him. I am your Scar brother, you all have to listen to me, damn it. Scar brother was very angry. Seeing that his brother, who had been through life and death with him, was confused by Lin Chen's 2 words, he became furious. Scar brother's scolding made the brothers even more disgusted. I don't care. I'll take the money. Following Scar brother is thankless work. I don't want to endure this anymore. I want these 200,000 too. My wife and kids are still waiting for money. All our money was taken away by Scar brother. Scar brother never considers our feelings. A group of brothers defected one after another, and Ali quietly took the check. Scar's selfish behavior has been seen by his brothers, and now it's time to cut ties with him. Very good, now that you follow me, Lin Chen, a life of luxury is no longer a dream. Hurry up and help untie your sister-in-law. She's been strangled and it hurts. Lin Chen's provocation was quite effective. Ali took the lead in untying Zhao Yuro. Stop it. You dare to let him go. Scar Brother was furious and took out a machete several meters long from behind him. Scar Brother's huge abdominal muscles were displayed in front of everyone, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. No one is not afraid of a man like Scar Brother. The younger brothers are all worried that this desperado will be ruthless to his own people. Ali hesitated and stepped back subconsciously. It seems that the brothers are not satisfied with the 200,000 yuan. I, Lin Chen, will double it to 400,000 yuan per person, and then give each of the brothers a house. The brothers who have not married can use it as a wedding house. Lin Chen's words inspired the fighting spirit of his younger brothers, and they all picked up their machetes to confront Scar Brother. Scar Brother, since you used to be our big brother, don't force us. Ali's mouth twitched, ready to confront Scar Brother head on. You money-hungry bastards, you just wait for me. Scar Brother, who was outnumbered, was smart enough to leave the room. Lin Chen quickly untied Yuro from the crowd. How is it? Did they hurt you? Lin Chen wanted to slap himself. How could he let Yuro leave the room alone? Chapter 71 Xiaoming Mountain is worthy of its reputation. Yuro threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Although she was indeed scared before, she felt safe as long as Lin Chen was in front of her. Brother, from now on you are our big brother. Although we are uneducated and rough, we will repay your kindness. Brother Scar is using us. You have really benefited the brothers, and the brothers will treat you wholeheartedly. Ali looked at Lin Chen sincerely. Okay, your mission is to stay by the BB at all times and ensure my wife's safety. No one is allowed to get close to my wife. Don't worry, boss. We'll take care of it. The brothers said in unison that being a bodyguard was a simple matter. When Uncle Lu and several security guards from the BB arrived here, everything was over. Scar. Where is Scar Brother? How is your fiancé? Uncle Lu was still confused by the harmonious scene before him. After returning to the room, Lin Chen personally soaked Yuro's feet. Early the next morning, Lin Chen continued to come to Uncle Lu, preparing to make another trip to Xiaoming Mountain. Have you really thought it through? I broke 200 pieces of tofu yesterday, and I guess I'll have to break them again today. I'll settle accounts with you then. Uncle Lu didn't expect that Lin Chen was so persistent. Don't worry, sir. I'll pay you double the price. Money is nothing. After that, Lin Chen packed another 200 blocks of tofu into the trunk and continued to deliver the goods up the mountain. After yesterday's thrilling experience, Zhao Yuro was obviously much calmer today. After Lin Chen started, he didn't step on the accelerator as hard as he did yesterday, because he knew that Xiaoming Mountain was not a straight track to test vehicle performance, but a track with curves that required skill. More importantly, there is a box of tofu in the back of the car, which ensures that at least 100 pieces of tofu are intact today. It would be so embarrassing if tofu was still on the verge of being wiped out like yesterday. After the first Z-shaped bend, there are continuous sharp turns. Lin Chen learned from experience and tried his best to ensure the grip of the front wheels when drifting, so that the speed and amplitude of the drift were as smooth as possible. I won't make mistakes again. Lin Chen concentrated his attention and passed the false curve with bated breath, then slowly accelerated to pass this dangerous section. Great! We failed here yesterday, but we made it through today. Zhao Yuro next to him was also very cautious, fearing that her breathing would affect Lin Chen's operation. What Lin Chen never expected was that during the climb, there was a dive section. This section of the road was not even hardened at all, it was a muddy dirt road. What the hell is this? How do we get there? Lin Chen felt a little confused as he looked at the downhill section in front of him with a drop of more than 5 meters. Or let's turn back, it's too dangerous. Yuro was already worried. This section of road suffered a landslide due to heavy rain that lasted for a month. Huge rocks crushed the road surface and formed a huge pit. Lin Chen had to press the accelerator hard and use inertia to rush forward, otherwise the centrifugal force of the inclined road would cause the car to fall off the cliff. Hold on tight, let's do something exciting. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the Wuling Hongguang went down at high speed on the swooping road, avoiding most of the sand on the ground through inertia, then made a sharp turn and drifted back to the road. It is indeed Qiuming Mountain. Those who can conquer this mountain are not ordinary people. Lin Chen even felt a little scared. 11 Fingers section? Lin Chen had heard before that the essence and soul of Qiuming Mountain lies in the 11 Finger section, and whoever wins the 11 Finger section will win the championship. 11 Fingers, as the name suggests, consists of 11 consecutive bends. Many racers who are far ahead have run into obstacles here, and many racers who are lagging behind have overtaken others through the 11 Fingers section. Lin Chen entered the 11 Finger section with a mentality of being familiar with the track. The lower speed allowed Lin Chen to carefully avoid any possible danger. The first bend gave Lin Chen a headache. A 180-degree turn? After Lin Chen entered the car, he subconsciously rolled the steering wheel in the opposite direction, ready to exit the turn at any time. He did not expect that the turn was 180 degrees. Lin Chen continued drifting in a hurry, and the tires seemed to have reached their limit and were severely worn. It's too scary, Qiuming Mountain is too scary. Lin Chen learned his lesson and drifted significantly in the remaining 10-finger bends behind. 3 hours later, Lin Chen finally climbed up Qiuming Mountain and came to the home of the customer designated by Uncle Lu to deliver tofu. After Lin Chen stopped the car, he prayed that there would be 100 whole pieces of tofu in his trunk, so that he could be satisfied with his mission. He took a deep breath and prepared to witness a miracle. After opening the box, it was found that only 60 pieces of tofu were damaged out of the 200 pieces, and most of these 60 pieces were damaged because of the excessive drift on the 11-finger section, which caused them to be squeezed and damaged. After delivering the goods door to door, Lin Chen quickly went down the mountain. What? Young man, you only crushed 60 pieces of tofu? Uncle Lu was shocked after hearing Lin Chen's description. In Grandpa Lu's impression, there are thousands of drivers who come to Qiuming Mountain, and most of them have delivered tofu to him. The one with the best performance is Feng Jinggao, who only crushed 80 pieces of tofu during his second official delivery. I didn't expect Lin Chen to be such a talented boy. With 5 days left before the weekend competition, Lin Chen is not dwelling on his own achievements. Although the amount of crushed tofu was less, it still took him 3 hours, which was no better than others. Lin Chen planned to have a simple lunch and then continue to practice on the mountain. He believed that he would make great progress after running on Qiuming Mountain for the third time. Just as Lin Chen was taking Yuro to the BB restaurant, a wealthy young man with an aggressive look walked in from outside the door. The person who came was Feng Jinggao, the young master of the Feng family who had made an appointment to fight with Lin Chen. Lin Chen naturally had never seen Feng Jinggao before, but he felt that this person had an unusual aura. Feng Jinggao has watched Lin Chen's photos and competition videos no less than 1,000 times, and has studied and explored Lin Chen's skills, tactics and driving habits thoroughly. Strive to completely defeat Lin Chen in Qiuming Mountain. What a coincidence, I met the king of cars in Jiangcheng here. It is my honor to meet the king of cars in Jiangcheng. As the runner-up of the Chinese Car King Championship, his rank and honors were much higher than the Jiangcheng Car King, but he deliberately spoke in this tone, which was obviously a mockery and provocation. Lin Chen learned that the person walking towards him was Feng Jinggao, so he naturally would not let him take the initiative in speaking easily. Oh? With Feng the King's strength, do you still need to come here to practice driving in advance? You can just wait until the official competition starts and then you can beat me up. I'm ready to record a video announcing my defeat. Lin Chen now has only one goal, which is to make Feng Jinggao careless. Chapter 72 Feng Jinggao appears. If I hadn't been studying your racing skills at home for the past 2 days, I would have come to practice driving a long time ago, and I wouldn't have waited until today. Feng Jinggao was so confident that in his eyes, there was no need to feel any pressure when competing against a driver from a prefecture-level city. Lin Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was being studied, and he hadn't watched any of Feng Jinggao's game videos. Oh? This is your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. Feng Jinggao, who has seen countless women, saw a goddess as stunningly beautiful as Yuro for the first time. He wanted to deprive Lin Chen of everything he had now. The big-breasted girls behind you are pretty good too. I'm worried about whether you can hold up well. Don't worry, even if there are 2 more girls accompanying me, I can still win. Feng Jinggao has never had any feelings for money. His first love is cars, and his second love is beautiful women. Then we'll meet on the field. I hope King Feng will show some mercy then. That's impossible. I'm going to crush you, and then announce to the entire Jiangbei in China that you are a loser. Feng Jinggao, with sharp eyes, hugged the girls behind him and left. After a simple meal, Lin Chen brought Yu Rou back to the room. He immediately opened his phone to search for Feng Jinggao's game video. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy is the key to success in every battle. It is impossible for me to be in the open while Feng Jinggao is in the dark. Sorry, the content you are searching for is not available at the moment. The big words on the screen left Lin Chen speechless. This guy actually deleted all his videos? Just to gain the initiative? The meticulous Feng Jinggao made all kinds of calculations in order to win the competition. In Feng Jinggao's room, a figure appeared in a trance. Mr. Feng, thank you for taking me in. If you have any requests, just let me know. I will do my best to help you. Scar brother clenched his fists, wanting to take revenge on Lin Chen, who had instigated his brothers to betray him. Go and get Lin Chen out of the way. I've fallen for the beauty next to him. Feng Jinggao couldn't help himself when he saw Zhao Yuro for the first time. The other girls in his arms were no match for her. Mr. Feng has good vision. I'll do it right away. Scar brother jumped out of the window, came to the door of Lin Chen's room, threw a fist-sized stone into it, and then whistled at Lin Chen provocatively. Brother Scar? You dare to come back? This is no longer your territory. Before Lin Chen could finish his words, Scar brother had already run away. What bad thing does this beast want to do now? Lin Chen chased after him immediately. Feng Jinggao had already sneaked up on Zhao Yuro, who was alone in the room. Zhao Yuro was taking a shower at this time. The sound of dripping water and the long legs that were vaguely visible under the curtain through the crack in the door made his heart surge. She's so nice. If I can get this girl, what regrets do I have in my life? Feng Jinggao was so anxious that he didn't even check if there was anyone around. He just wanted to break into the room and have some fun. If I had been slower, Lin Chen might have come back. When Feng Jinggao's evil hand fiercely pounced towards the gate, dozens of big men showed their heads in an instant. My dear, how dare you have any improper thoughts about our sister-in-law? I'm afraid you're going to end up on a narrow path. Ali threw a boomerang, which hit Feng Jinggao's wrist right on target. He hugged his wrists in agony and was about to scream in pain when the other two brothers somersaulted over him, stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth, and then quickly controlled him with a rope. After coming back, Lin Chen saw Feng Jinggao tied up, and he knew what had just happened without asking. A peerless beauty like Zhao Yuro is the focus of men wherever she appears. Zhao Yuro herself has no choice. The reason why Lin Chen let Feng Jinggao go was because now the whole world knew that the two of them were about to fight. If Feng Jinggao got into trouble at this time, everyone would suspect him. He could only record this debt first and let him pay it back slowly in the future. Just wait, I'm going to embarrass you. Feng Jinggao, who was furious, had already regarded Lin Chen as his irreconcilable opponent. After taking a shower, Yu Rou came out wearing a loose bathrobe, like a fairy descending to earth. Lin Chen could hardly bear it. She was humming a little tune and wiping her wet hair with a towel from time to time, completely unaware of what had just happened. Wife, you are so beautiful, aren't you? I am so lucky. Other men who can't have you will definitely be jealous of me. It's good that you know it. You are so lucky. Yu Rou walked with gentle steps, held Lin Chen's head tightly with both hands, and actively moved her face closer. How could Lin Chen remain calm? He was already extremely agitated. I have to say, Zhao Yuro is usually a domineering sister, but she can actually make such seductive moves. Lin Chen rewarded Yu Rou with a kiss, and only then did this little fairy who belonged to him give up. Lin Chen worked hard, and after a short rest, he put 200 pieces of tofu from Grandpa Lu into the trunk. He had an ultimate goal, which was to crush 20 pieces of tofu into less than 10 pieces on the day before the official competition, and then run the time under 30 minutes. When he was about to set off in his Wuling Hongguang, Feng Jinggao had already gone up the mountain. The AE-86 looked very cool. Feng Jinggao knows this track so well that it is no exaggeration to say that he can finish it with his eyes closed. This time, Lin Chen completely abandoned his previous conservative approach and treated this training as a formal competition. The cornering performance of Feng Jinggao's highly modified AE-86 is also very smooth, and it can drift through various bends smoothly. Lin Chen followed closely behind, trying to catch up with Feng Jinggao through wireless acceleration. Wuling? Lin Chen? Feng Jinggao always felt that there was a car following him closely from behind. He looked through the rearview mirror and found that it was Lin Chen who was driving a Wuling. Boy, let me give you a taste of the fear of being dominated. Feng Jinggao gave it his all, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and shuttled back and forth on the track. When he came to the fake curve, Feng Jinggao actually drifted wildly along the curb. Is he crazy? Doesn't he know that this is a false curve? There is clearly a cliff ahead. Lin Chen watched from behind as Feng Jinggao was about to drive the AE-86 off the cliff. Chapter 73, Feng Jinggao shows off his skills. Although Lin Chen hated Feng Jinggao for trying to touch his wife, he couldn't just watch a life fall from the bottom of the mountain. Lin Chen honked the horn fiercely, trying to warn the AE-86 in front. Feng Jinggao ignored Lin Chen completely. Feng Jinggao performed the action to the extreme, even perfect. Boy, feel the fear of me, Feng. You are too young to compete with me in driving a car. Feng Jinggao took a shortcut and skipped 2 bends, driving directly up the mountain. At this time, Lin Chen had already missed the best opportunity to take a shortcut. If he managed to rush out of the cliff of the false curve, the speed would definitely not be able to keep up. Helpless Lin Chen could only take a long detour to catch up with Feng Jinggao, but Feng Jinggao had already disappeared in the mountain road. He is indeed the famous car king in China. He is not even on the same level as Wu Zun. Feng Jinggao made Lin Chen feel a little guilty. If this continued in the afternoon, he would not pose any threat at all in 5 days. Lin Chen frowned, stepped on the accelerator, and prepared to catch up with Feng Jinggao in front. When Lin Chen just entered the first 11-finger bend, Feng Jinggao had already reached the 5th finger. When Lin Chen drove to the 10th turn, Feng Jinggao had already crossed the finish line. Boy, you're not good enough. How can you fight me with such little ability? Feng Jinggao looked at Lin Chen with disdain as he got out of the car. Don't be too complacent, you never know what will happen. Don't brag. Your driving skills are about the same as mine 5 years ago. How can you compare with me? Feng Jinggao confidently opened the trunk and showed Lin Chen his results. Of the 200 pieces of tofu, Feng Jinggao only damaged more than 40 pieces. What about you? Are all the $200 gone? Feng Jinggao laughed. Lin Chen went to the trunk and opened the box of tofu. There were only 30 pieces crushed inside, which was better than Feng Jinggao's. No, I can't let him see it, or he'll be on guard. Lin Chen deliberately used the tofu cover to quickly crush the rest of the tofu, causing more than 150 pieces of tofu to be damaged. When Feng Jinggao leaned over, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. With your condition, you might as well go home and carry bricks. I don't know how you beat McLaren with Wuling. Did you take stimulants? He walked away arrogantly while laughing. In Feng Jinggao's opinion, even if he didn't touch the car within 5 days, Lin Chen would not be able to catch up with him. After Lin Chen delivered the tofu down the mountain, it was already late. Zhao Yuro was alone in the room waiting for Lin Chen to come back from driving practice. The delicious meal is ready. After Lin Chen finished eating, he lay on the bed tossing and turning, thinking about how he could defeat Feng Jinggao. Zhao Yuro saw Lin Chen's anxiety. Don't worry too much. We won't lose anything even if we lose. And although the shares of the Kelly's luxury group will be very tempting after winning, we won't be unable to survive without these shares. Zhao Yuro's words made Lin Chen feel a little relieved. Honey, I get it. I'll do my best and leave the rest to God. Although Lin Chen said so on the surface, his inner desire to win was extremely strong. When he was determined to defeat Feng Jinggao, no one could stop him. On the other hand, Feng Jinggao spent a lot of money to find some of the most famous prostitutes near Qiuming Mountain. Without the company of women, he felt a little depressed. He had long forgotten about the training. He felt that there was no need to prepare anything when fighting with a low-level person like Lin Chen. In the next few days, Lin Chen packed 200 blocks of tofu and sent them to Qiuming Mountain every day. Slowly, he began to get confused. Why is the road in Qiuming Mountain becoming flatter and flatter? Why are the trees around it moving slower and slower? In fact, it was Lin Chen, getting faster and faster. There are also 200 pieces of tofu in the trunk, and I can basically crush only 10 pieces. The weekend is coming soon, and the day of the race is coming as scheduled. Not only racing enthusiasts from Jiangbei province, but also many big names from the whole of China have come. The foot of Qiuming Mountain was full of cars and people. The rooms in the BB were already full. Many enthusiasts set up tents at the foot of the mountain just to catch a glimpse of today's competition. This is the most thrilling and exciting track in Jiangbei province, and it is also the track that best demonstrates driving skills. Being able to win the championship on Xiaoming Mountain is obviously valuable. I heard that the runner-up of last year's Huaxia Car King contest, Feng Jinggao, is in today's competition? And the Wuling car owner from Zhangchang? Which one is better, AE86 or Wuling Hongguang? The spectators were very excited and had already taken their seats in advance, eager to try out the event in the viewing stands on both sides of the track. Hubby, you have to work hard, I'll cheer you up. Zhao Yuro gently stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Don't worry, honey. Today I'll let you see the cool side of your husband. Lin Chen touched Yuro's hair, then got in the car and came to the starting point of the track. In addition to Lin Chen and Feng Jinggao, there are other well-known racers from Jiangbei province in today's race, a total of 6 people. Boy, don't cry later, I won't let you. During the preparation stage, Feng Jinggao did not forget to mock Lin Chen. Get your contract of the Carless Luxury Group ready. After I defeat you, you must see it first. Otherwise, dozens of my men will make you lie in the ground of Xiaoming Mountain for the rest of your life. Lin Chen's teasing actually made Feng Jinggao gasp. Feng Jinggao frowned and trembled when he saw Lin Chen's fierce eyes. Feng Jinggao quickly closed the window. Lin Chen's aura frightened him. With the audience cheering and the car models swaying wildly, the competition is about to begin. Now I declare that the Jiangbei Qimingshan rally has entered the final preparation stage. All contestants should prepare as soon as possible. The host's enthusiasm made the audience excited. Chapter 74, the rally officially begins. In the audience, Lin Chen's relatives and friends also arrived as scheduled, including Han Han, Ai Weiwei, and Xiaoyan. They knew that today was the day of Lin Chen's competition, so they rushed over from Jiangcheng early in the morning. Ai Weiwei specially prepared a cool banner for her boss, with the words Wuling Car King, Xiaoming King, Track King. Not only that, as a professional car model, she twisted her proud figure in the front row of the stands to cheer for Lin Chen. This girl is so awesome, her figure is really amazing, the official car models at the scene are just decorations in front of her. Is this big-breasted beauty the family and friends of Wuling car owner Lin Chen? I want to support Lin Chen with this girl too. Come on Lin Chen. Ivy Wei did play a significant role. She attracted the attention of the entire audience, and all the male compatriots' eyes were on her. Some even looked her up and down through binoculars. Oh my god, this woman has such an immature banner, so embarrassing. At the starting point, Lin Chen looked out the window and saw Ivy Wei twisting her body while holding a banner, and she wanted to crawl into the ground out of embarrassment. Ma Qinghua also arrived at the edge of the stands. He wanted to witness with his own eyes the classic winning moment of Lin Chen, the talented racing boy. If everyone doubted Lin Chen's ability, then he would definitely not doubt it. As the number 1 driver in China 20 years ago, Lin Chen was the only young driver he admired. Lin Chen has a kind of temperament that no one else can imitate. Now I declare that the competition officially begins. With a roar from the host, the car model girl waved the colorful flag and the competition officially began. The 6 racing cars stepped on their accelerators with a deafening roar and rushed out with a whoosh. Hubby, be careful, nothing must happen. Zhao Yuro didn't care about the ranking at all, she just hoped that Lin Chen could come back intact. Dear audience, I am the special commentator of this competition. The competition has officially begun. AE86 is leading the way and has certain advantages over other racing cars. The last one is Wuling Hongguang. Why is Wuling so slow? Is there something wrong with his vehicle? The commentary is broadcast through thousands of loudspeakers throughout Xiaoming Mountain. Lin Chen has run on this track for no less than 20 times. He knows very well that if he wants to win, he must not rush. The first few turns are extremely narrow and can only accommodate 3 cars running side by side. Some bends are only wide enough for 1 car to pass through. If you have to rush in, it is easy to have a collision and an accident, and then it will be impossible to win the championship. Why doesn't Wuling accelerate at full speed? Is it because it's scared? That's not right. As a racing driver, shouldn't you try your best and just walk around at the back? The audience was also confused. Fans who supported Lin Chen all changed sides and started supporting AE86, who was at the front. Smart, your decision is wise. If you want to win, you have to play it safe. Ma Qinghua understood Lin Chen's inner thoughts. Only a driver who has victory in his heart can endure the torment of being left behind in the first half of the track. Feng Jinggao was very confident and fearless. He firmly believed that as long as he could gain a parking space ahead, those collisions would not happen to him. The second and third place Civic and Mustang had a fierce collision from the starting line, and they were still moving side by side before the first bend. Neither of them had the intention of giving in first. Don't underestimate these two Civics and Mustangs. Their owners are all former car kings in Jiangbei. These cars have also been highly modified, and the modification cost is no less than several million. Since sports cars are too low to enter the mountainous area, these models have become the best choice for Qumingtian enthusiasts. The first Z-shaped curve is here. Feng Jinggao's AE86 takes the lead and drifts sideways into the curve, followed by the Civic and the Mustang. Then the Fit and a Golfer come in 4th and 5th place, and finally the Wuling Hongguang, which still hasn't accelerated at full speed. The commentator was very passionate, tearing his voice apart, wanting everyone to feel his enthusiasm. A bunch of losers, no competitiveness. Feng Jinggao saw from the rearview mirror that all the vehicles behind were fighting each other, and he snorted subconsciously. Give you some heartbeats. Feng Jinggao, who was about to turn, deliberately stepped on the brakes, and the speed of the car dropped by half instantly. The Civic and Mustang, which were driving side by side behind him, were about to hit the AE86, and they braked at the same time. However, the two cars that were drifting sideways were unable to react more quickly at such a height and with their rear wheels locked, and their tires were already leaking air after all this tossing and turning. The front of the Civic and the Mustang were about to collide when exiting the corner. No. In order to avoid a car accident, the Civic could tilt the steering wheel slightly to the outside, but unexpectedly the car lost control in an instant and rushed off the cliff. The Mustang owner was left with a sigh of relief, a glance at the Civic, and a chill on his back. AE86 is too bad. It deliberately cuts off other cars. Isn't that too unprofessional? The car in first place is so domineering, how could he do this? The audience pointed the finger at Feng Jinggao, the bad guy. However, the car owners who participated in the Akina Mountain Rally signed a life and death agreement before the competition, which means that no matter what happens on the track, they must be responsible for it themselves, and the organizer will not bear any responsibility. It was because of this document that Feng Jinggao dared to do this. Seeing the Civic behind rolling down the hillside, I felt a sense of accomplishment. You want to tease me? You are all too young. His AE86 was not obstructed by any other vehicles and was leading the race at the front. Feng Jinggao was driving faster and faster, feeling very comfortable with the car. The Golf and Fit in the back row were also parked closely front to rear. They learned from the lesson of the car in front and maintained a certain safe distance. After walking out of the Z-shaped curve, Lin Chen was still in the last place, but he was not in a hurry at all, he was waiting for the opportunity. Next is the fake curve. Car owners who are familiar with Qiuming Mountain know that there is a shortcut to this curve, but it requires extremely high driving skills and courage to pass through it. Feng Jinggao, who ranked first, was full of confidence. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, followed the false curve and drove along the cliff. The car left a perfect arc in the empty space. Oh my god, is this an acrobatic move? The AE86 wants to fly directly between two mountains? Is this QQ speed? Or bubble cart? Is there such a thing? It must be fake. The audience couldn't believe their eyes. Feng Jinggao received everyone's knees, then he landed safely and continued to move forward. The second-placed Mustang saw the AE86 flying past from the shortcut, and also stepped on the accelerator and flew towards the cliff. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as the other one. When he landed, his car tilted and only one tire touched the ground. Due to the high pressure, his tire began to shake and could burst at any time. The subsequent Fit and Golf are also made different choices. Chapter 75, Interrupting the Game to Save People. The owner of the Fit is also ready to challenge a shortcut. If he doesn't take the shortcut, the chances of winning will be very small. Unfortunately, he didn't accelerate enough when he rushed down the cliff, and his front bumper directly hit the opposite side of the mountain, and the whole car fell down with a loud bang. Oh my god, the Fit has also had an accident. There are only 4 cars left on the field. What will the Golf and Wuling behind do? Will they take the shortcut or take the long way? The commentator raised the question and the audience's eyes widened. The golfer saw the car in front of it falling off a cliff and was trembling with fear. It couldn't afford to lose its life in the race, right? It suddenly changed direction and drove towards the main road. Next, everyone's attention was focused on Wuling. Don't be so stubborn, don't take shortcuts, safety first. Zhao Yuro was extremely anxious in the audience. If something happened to Lin Chen, she would be very desperate. Take your time, at your own pace. Ma Qinghua was also very nervous, because it was not easy to fly over such a cliff, and it required extremely rich driving experience to keep the vehicle completely balanced. Ai Weiwei, Xiaoyan and Han Han were also very worried about their boss. Lin Chen was very calm and composed at this moment. He held the steering wheel with one hand and controlled the gear with the other hand. He drew a perfect arc in the air, landed easily, and then moved forward steadily. He has been practicing driving every day these days, so this shortcut is not difficult for him. At this time, Lin Chen had surpassed Golf, which took a longer route, and came to the third place. In front is the AE86 and a Ford Mustang with damaged tires. The Wuling Hongguang has caught up and is now in third place, but the gap between the first place AE86 and the two cars behind is getting wider and wider. Could it be that the final winner has already been booked by the AE86? The commentator shouted, adding suspense to the progress of the game. Lin Chen stared ahead. He was very familiar with every blade of grass and tree here, and even knew every mud, swamp, and puddle. His sensitivity to the environment and his ability to observe things were beyond ordinary people. As he was about to enter the most exciting 11-finger section of the Qiuming mountain track, Lin Chen did not dare to relax. At this moment, the left tire of the Ford Mustang suddenly burst, and the huge air pressure caused the vehicle to overturn in the ditch. The owner of the Mustang was not seriously injured because he was wearing a helmet. It was just that the Mustang's fuel tank exploded, and a little bit of gasoline was flowing out, and the car began to smoke. There's an oil leak and a fire. If the flames and gasoline come into contact, the consequences will be disastrous. Oh my goodness, run! The car is going to explode. Run! The audience screamed wildly, alerting the Mustang owner. The owner of the Mustang also realized the seriousness of the situation and tried to push the car door from the bottom, but the door was tightly stuck from the outside by the tree trunk and could not be opened at all. Due to the modification, the front windshield has also been tempered and must be cut with professional equipment. It is impossible to break the window manually. What happened? Rescue team, come in quickly and help. Looking at the Mustang owner waving for help in the car, everyone prayed silently. Unlike the car owners who fell off the cliff earlier, their chances of survival were almost zero, but this Mustang owner who was trapped in the car could survive with a little help from someone. The desperate Mustang owner looked out the window. This feeling of suffocation is something that most people cannot understand. Lin Chen just galloped past the wild horse at this time, and there was no doubt that he noticed the situation in front. Lin Chen frowned, released the handbrake and stepped on the brakes continuously, and the speed of the car dropped sharply within 2 seconds. What is Wuling going to do? Is he going to get out of the car to save people? Doesn't he know that he is in a race? If he gets out of the car to save people, then he will give up the championship. It's so positive. I support Wuling Hongguang. No matter what the final result is, I will support Wuling. The audience was excited, and they were shocked by Lin Chen's decision to slow down. Lin Chen drifted sideways in a straight line, returning the car speed of over 250 to 0 in the shortest possible time. The moment Lin Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and walked out of the car to the Ford Mustang, the whole audience stood up and applauded Lin Chen. This is the spirit of sports. Although the championship is important, this is the most touching thing about sports events. Lin Chen, so handsome, he did what others wanted to do but didn't dare to do. The audience was buzzing. Zhao Yuro was also infected by her fiancé's every move. It turned out that her Lin Chen was not only handsome, but also kind-hearted. Lin Chen strode forward, and at this moment, sparks had begun to spread to the gasoline. Swish! After a sharp sound, Ford's fuel tank instantly caught fire and could explode at any time. Save me quickly. The Mustang owner knew the situation was not good and that he could be reduced to ashes at any time in the explosion. Oh no, the situation is not good. The commentator also roared, and his heartbeat accelerated. Lin Chen accelerated to the Mustang in an instant and tried to open the door, but it still wouldn't open. The branch was stuck tightly near the handlebars. If this thick branch could not be cut off, the door would still not be able to be opened. No matter how hard Lin Chen tried, he couldn't break the tree trunk. No way. Is God going to kill me? Am I going to be buried on Qiuming Mountain? Seeing the fire getting bigger and bigger, the Mustang owner gradually became desperate and his face began to turn pale. If it doesn't work, forget it. If we continue like this, it's very likely that something will happen at the same time. Han Han cried out heartbreakingly in the stands, hoping that Lin Chen would not act rashly and not save the person if he couldn't be saved. Good man, please don't worry about me, let me fend for myself, don't get yourself involved. The Mustang owner, who was dying from the smoke in the car, advised Lin Chen to give up on himself. No, wait for me, I have pliers in my car. Lin Chen returned to the trunk, took out a pair of pliers, gritted his teeth, and finally broke the branch. The door was finally pushed open, but the owner of the Mustang was so exhausted that he couldn't even jump out of the overturned door. Oh no, the fuel tank is about to explode, let's get out of here quickly. The commentator was anxious for the two people. Just go away and leave me alone. I can't let you get involved. Don't worry, hold on to me, I can keep you alive. Lin Chen was very determined and grabbed the Mustang owner's arm tightly and dragged him towards himself. If I can survive, I will definitely repay you. I am Hua Chenfeng, the son of the president of North China International Airlines. From now on, whenever I, Hua Chenfeng, eat, I will definitely not be left without you, my good brother. Hua Chenfeng was filled with gratitude, and his eyes were tearful as he looked at Lin Chen who was carrying him. As a rich young man, he was always surrounded by flattering brothers, but no one was willing to risk his life for him like Lin Chen. Chapter 76, Taking a Shortcut. Say less, can you still speak? Save your energy to go to the hospital. I'm fine. Help me to your passenger seat. I want to watch you win the championship with my own eyes and celebrate for you. Hua Chenfeng left the confined space and his condition improved significantly. How the hell am I going to win? The AE-86 is probably almost done with the 11-finger section. Lin Chen strode quickly and carried Hua Chenfeng to the co-pilot seat. He stepped on the accelerator and was less than 5 meters away from the scene when the huge explosion made them scared. Boom! In a burst of fireworks, the Ford Mustang was blown to ashes, not even a piece of iron was left. It's great that they escaped alive. So touching. The Wuling car owner is such a good man. I hope he can live a peaceful life. The audience spontaneously prayed for the duo, and applause could be heard throughout the track. Zhao Yuro was so excited that she shed 2 lines of tears, as if she was a tearful person. Ma Qinghua had to admire Lin Chen's sportsmanship. Racing is a sport that is not just about competing for rankings. When Lin Chen was driving the Wuling steadily forward, the Golf R, which took a long detour from behind, caught up with him. A bunch of losers, nowhere to be seen? Then I'll have to wait for you at the checkpoint. The fearless Feng Jingdao drove the AE-86 to the 8th finger among the 11 fingers, which is the 8th big bend, and was about to reach the 9th bend. I'm so sorry. Because of me, you couldn't win the championship. I'm so sorry. I will make it up to you. Hua Chenfeng, the co-pilot, felt very guilty. He believed that if Lin Chen had not saved him, he would not have had no chance of competing for the championship at all. Now it is at least 5 minutes drive away from AE-86. Even if a god comes, it is impossible to overtake it. That's not necessarily true. I'm also very familiar with Qiuming Mountain. Lin Chen's tone was a little strange, which made Hua Chenfeng a little confused. What would be the use of being familiar with the track? Isn't it true that you have to actually run along the track and cross the finish line to win? Lin Chen sneered and fixed his eyes on a steep hillside next to the 11-finger raceway sign. Lin Chen placed the Wuling Hongguan car towards the small hillside, and it seemed that the whole car was about to fall down. What's going on? Is the Wuling owner unconscious because he just saved someone? There is no road over there, the road is next to it. What did he want to do? Even if he can't win the championship, he doesn't have to commit suicide. You saved a racer, and at least you will get a bravery award from the organizer. The audience didn't understand what Lin Chen was thinking in his fragile heart. How could he joke about his life in such a small competition? Zhao Yuro's long eyelashes were already full of tears. She looked at Lin Chen's every move in confusion, and her anxiety could be seen in her expression. Could it be that he wants to risk his life in order to survive? Ma Qinghua stood in the stands and stared at Lin Chen closely. Is there a natural shortcut along this cliff? Wuling Hongguan rushed down the cliff, but his vehicle was not out of control. He was galloping among the sand and rocks. What was he still struggling for? The commentator also didn't understand. The Wuling Hongguan rushed down the cliff and kept shaking the vehicle. No matter how much it shook, it couldn't possibly reach the key line. What do you want to do? I just managed to escape danger. Are you going to let me fall into the fire pit again? Hua Chunfeng's trembling body seemed like he had taken off a mask of pain, with an extremely ugly expression. He was almost vomiting from the shaking in the pile of rocks without a road. Wheel tracks? How could there be wheel tracks on this pile of rocks? Could it be that these wheel tracks are? In the interval of pain, Hua Chunfeng opened his eyes and saw sparse but faintly visible tire tracks in front of him. And this tire mark coincides with the tire mark of Lin Chen's Wuling Hongguang. As a professional racing driver, Hua Chunfeng seemed to know something. That's right. Although I only stayed in Xiuming Mountain for a week, through my careful observation, I can save 5 minutes of driving time by going down this slope. Wait and see the head-on confrontation between me and AE86, hold on tight. Hua Chunfeng couldn't believe the calmness and composure between Lin Chen's brows. They were all in their early 20s, of average age, but Lin Chen's words and actions did not seem like he was in his 20s at all. Okay, I'll watch your performance. Hua Chunfeng held the inner handlebars of the Wuling tightly with both hands, his legs pressed forward tightly, his whole body in a tense state. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly and sprinted along the narrow slope between a bunch of tree branches. Wuling Hongguang is going up a slope. The top of this slope is the 9th finger of the 11-finger section. This is too unbelievable. The commentator watched Wuling Hongguang take shortcuts and climb onto the main track step by step. Too scary. He can even find this shortcut. Is he so familiar with Xiuming Mountain? Ma Qinghua looked at Lin Chen and was confused. Logically speaking, Lin Chen had only been in Xiuming Mountain for about a week, and it was impossible to achieve such meticulous results in a week. As the Wuling's front wheels touched the asphalt road, Hua Chunfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Lin Chen had finally returned to the main track and had entered the 9th finger. He would be able to win if he reached the 11th finger. What? Where did this garbage come from? This is unscientific. At this time, Feng Jinggao's AE86 came rushing from behind and drove side by side with Wuling. You kid are playing dirty. I'm going to report you to the organizer for taking a shortcut. Feng Jinggao's mouth twitched. He was already eager to try and embrace the championship, but Lin Chen showed up halfway. My friend, you are just dreaming. The principle of the game in Xiuming Mountain is to play freely. Isn't it normal to take shortcuts? But you were the first to take shortcuts just now. Don't forget it. Lin Chen's cold voice left Feng Jinggao speechless. Well, in that case, you can't win. Feng Jinggao, will show you what a champion-level racer is like. He drove the AE86 engine to its maximum speed, and used his performance advantage to create a slight gap between himself and Lin Chen. Do you think you will push me away like you did a few days ago? Lin Chen frowned, then gave it his all. At the 10th turn, Feng Jinggao found an opportunity. Let us end it here. Taking advantage of its slight lead, the AE86 deliberately slowed down when drifting into the corner, hoping to repeat the same trick and make Lin Chen's Wuling overturn due to sudden braking to avoid a collision. Chapter 77, Zhongbei Car King? This AE86 is so mean, he's using this trick again? Does he want to kill 3 people in one game? Defeat AE86, justice will prevail. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be the champion. If Wuling wins, I will support him with all my strength. Almost all the audience supported Lin Chen and had no good feelings towards Feng Jinggao, who played tricks. Be careful. Zhao Yuro was worried about Lin Chen. Be careful ahead. Hua Chunfeng was in the passenger seat, about to collide with the AE86 in front. If the car crashes on a curve, the consequences may be more serious. Be careful. Watch out ahead. Everyone is concerned about and watching Wuling's every move. If it is not handled properly, something serious may happen. Was I, Lin Chen, brought up in fear? He did not choose to brake to avoid the car like the Mustang and Civic in front of him, but instead he just kept pushing forward. Are you going to die? How dare you do this? Feng Jinggao was a little scared when he saw the resolute Lin Chen. He never expected that Lin Chen would be such a desperate person. We'll just hit the front half of his car. He's just entering a corner. If we hit the front half, he'll probably skid. We're definitely less dangerous than him. Lin Chen informed the co-pilot Hua Chunfeng in advance and asked him to be mentally prepared. The passenger side where he was about to be hit. Come on, let the collision be more violent. Hua Chunfeng closed his eyes and waited for the judgment. No, 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 brother, I was wrong. Feng Jinggao was about to slow down and give up his parking space to Lin Chen, but it was too late. Lin Chen's car was already aimed at his body. Regret it? I, Lin Chen, don't have any regret medicine for you to take. Wuling used all its strength to hit the AE-86 at the bend. The front wheel of the AE-86 lost control and slid on the spot. The tires rubbed back and forth rapidly, and the vehicle's balance system also failed. The whole audience cheered at the same time, for Wuling finally taking the lead. That's great. After feeling wronged for the entire game, we finally turned the tables at the last crucial moment. This AE-86 deserves it. It hurt people in the first half of the race. Let him have a taste of the bitterness of life. The audience cheered and shouted, shouting two words together, Wuling. Ma Qinghua pumped his fist excitedly. Ivy was in a good mood and started pole dancing while holding the electric pole in front of her to entertain everyone and to make Lin Chen happy. Two balls of cotton rubbed against the telephone pole, even diverting the audience's attention from the track to her. Hey, that's enough. You're distracting everyone. Han Han was speechless when he saw Ivy like this and reminded her awkwardly. After Lin Chen succeeded, he began to slow down and slowly rushed to the finish line. He no longer posed any threat and victory was waving at him. Dear audience, let us congratulate Wuling Hongguan for reaching the finish line and winning the championship of this Jiangbei Kumingshan rally. Let us applaud and welcome the owner Lin Chen to come to our rostrum and say a few words. The host raised his arm and shouted, the whole audience was instantly excited, and the word Lin Chen rang out throughout Xiaoming Mountain. Lin Chen arrived at the podium, sweating profusely, and bowed to everyone humbly. Thank you for your encouragement. I am honored to win the championship of this rally. The person I want to thank most is my fiancée Zhao Yuro, who has given me great support. Zhao Yuro herself didn't expect that Lin Chen would cue her in his acceptance speech. Everyone turned their eyes to the place Lin Chen pointed. A graceful woman, with a slender and elegant figure, dignified and cool, whose beauty overwhelmed everyone present, stood there with her eyes wide open, very surprised. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhao Yuro was undoubtedly at a loss. Normally, when discussing business, I would only be facing a dozen or 20 big guys at most. Now, tens of thousands of people are looking at me at once, so I must be a little confused. Wow, she's really a fairy, much more beautiful than the one who was just two balls of cotton dancing on the pole. The owner of the Wuling car is so amazing. Not only is he a good driver, but he also has such a beautiful fiancée. He is a winner in life. The audience talked to each other, and both men and women were impressed by Yu Ro's beauty. What a perfect match. Let's invite the champion's fiancé to the stage and give a few words to everyone. The host cordially invited Zhao Yuro, who felt a little embarrassed. This, we don't need this. Zhao Yuro was still struggling when she was forced onto the podium by the audience behind her. Well, I don't know what I should say in front of so many people. Then my husband is the most handsome. After saying that, Zhao Yuro stood on tiptoe and put her red lips towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen also closed his eyes and put his arms around Yu Ro's waist in front of so many people. The two people embraced and kissed each other. That's not necessary, we're just here to watch a game, don't abuse the dogs. It's so sour, what are we single guys supposed to do? Seeing this warm scene, everyone cheered. Ai Weiwei had a good impression of her boss. When she saw Zhao Yuro, who was so gentle and generous, she knew that she no longer had any chance. The scene of Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro kissing each other was spread to the streets through the media. Even Zhao Donglai saw this scene in the office. Good job. I believe my daughter will be happy with you. Zhao Yuro's mother also gradually accepted this prospective son-in-law. Lin Chen drove the Wuling Hongguang to win another more prestigious championship, which caused Wuling's popularity to soar again and its sales continued to double. At Wuling Hongguang's headquarters in Shanghai, the CFO is already extremely busy because the sharp increase in transaction volume has caused his workload to be hundreds of times higher than usual. President Hao Yaoshuang has already discussed with other executives at the shareholders meeting what higher rewards should be given to Lin Chen. I propose that we give back 20% of the company's shares to Lin Chen, so that he will work harder to serve our group. A vice president made this suggestion. What? 20% of the shares? Isn't this too unrealistic? Giving him 20% of the shares would make him the fourth largest shareholder in our company. This cannot be allowed. Just give him cash, giving him shares is too cheap for him. Another leader raised an objection, arguing that although Lin Chen had indeed made great contributions to the company, he did not deserve so many shares. At the shareholders' meeting, everyone was talking about it, and everyone held their own opinion. I will decide on this matter. I will give Lin Chen 32% of Wuling Group's shares. From now on, he will be the second largest shareholder of Wuling after me, Hao Yaoshuang. No one can object. After saying that, Hao Yaoshuang left the office. Some of the remaining people were shocked, but they could only accept this fact. Lin Chen, who was receiving the award on the podium at Mingshan, didn't know that his net worth had increased by another 25 billion yuan. Chapter 78, Kelly's Luxury Goods Company. Lin Chen, who became the car king of Jiangbei, was besieged by the media, who scrambled for interviews. In the crowded crowd, he finally managed to take Yu Rou away from the scene. At this time, Feng Jinggao had long disappeared. Let's hurry back to the BB and don't let that bastard get away. The shares of the Carless Luxury Group he promised me have not been fulfilled yet. Lin Chen took Yu Rou back to the BB as soon as possible, and Chang Reng immediately summoned Ali and his younger brothers. Stay in Feng Jinggao's room and control him as soon as he shows up. I understand, I'll take care of it. Ali and dozens of his younger brothers stayed in the room, not making any noise to avoid alerting the enemy. Feng Jinggao was also very cunning. He wanted to slip away first, but he was reluctant to leave the girls who had just been brought to his room with money. Xiao Hong, I can't leave you behind. Feng Jinggao still planned to carefully inquire around his room. Not finding anything the same, Feng Jinggao excitedly broke into the room. Baby, I can't let you go. I came here specially to take you away. Thinking that he would soon see the beauty and touch her delicate skin and tender flesh, Feng Jinggao pushed the door open excitedly. However, he turned pale with fright at the scene before him. You guys, stop messing around, let's talk this over. Feng Jinggao couldn't help but tremble when he saw dozens of strong men in the room, each holding a weapon and facing him. His little beauty was also gagged and tied up in a corner. While he was trying to calm the big men down, his other foot was already moving backwards, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Bang! Lin Chen and Yu Rou blocked Feng Jinggao's escape attempt. Want to run away? You haven't done what you promised me yet. Lin Chen looked at Feng Jinggao viciously, who was ungrateful. Ah! Little brother, I really don't know what else I haven't done. Feng Jinggao deliberately pretended to be confused. Lin Chen quickly snatched a knife from Ali's hand and held it next to Ali's second brother. Now, do you remember? I remember. The issue of the shares of the Kelly's group can be discussed. I will contact the shareholders within the company now and raise shares for you. Seeing that he could not get away with it, Feng Jinggao had no choice but to transfer his shares to Lin Chen. After a phone call, Feng Jinggao had already contacted the company's insiders and listed Lin Chen as the fifth largest shareholder of Jiangbei's #1 luxury goods company. Brother Lin, I have completed everything you asked me to do. Feng Jinggao is as timid as a turtle. Get out of here now, don't let me bump into you again. Lin Chen watched him crawl out of Qiuming Mountain. After winning the championship, Lin Chen can finally have a good rest. After that, he can also go around Jiangbei province with Yu Rou. As the provincial capital, Jiangbei is several levels more prosperous than Zhangcheng. It is an international modern city second only to Kyoto in the entire North China region. Lin Chen was sleeping soundly on the bed. When he woke up, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Honey, let's go shopping. I haven't had a moment of time alone with you yet. Of course. I'll go buy some jewelry with you. I didn't give you a decent dowry when you married me. Let's make it up to you today. Zhao Yuro shyly hugged Lin Chen's arm and set off. Lin Chen's Wuling Hongguang suffered a severe collision during the race and now needs to be sent to a repair shop for restoration. He has entrusted this task to Han Han. He also took the opportunity to ask for the 2 big bulls that Han Han had brought from the SCC club. When I go shopping with my wife, I always have to have a decent sports car. I have my own Lamborghini Hermes in the garage, and it's also nice to drive a Neo. The two came to the core business district of Jiangbei province, where the Kelly's luxury store was located nearby. On the one hand, Lin Chen went there for inspection, and on the other hand, he wanted to buy some jewelry for Yu Rou. As soon as you walk to Kelly's door, the golden splendor is enough to shock you. The 3 characters of the trademark Kelly's are so bright and shiny that it is said that they are made of gold. Lin Chen tried to touch it with his hand to see if it was real. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you steal our gold in broad daylight? Kelly's security guards pointed fingers at Lin Chen aggressively. Someone, arrest him and bring him to see our supervisor. The security guard didn't seem to want to give up and wanted to take Lin Chen to see an unknown leader. Zhao Yuro was also helpless. It turned out that there were such little luos who took over the show everywhere. Let's meet, anyway. I also want to go inside the luxurious Kelly's and see what's going on. Let me see how cool Jiangbei's #1 food tasting company is. Lin Chen cooperated very well and walked into the hall with the security guards. Zhao Yuro followed behind. She wanted to see what these little bastards could do to the 5th largest shareholder. After a while, a teenage delinquent with tattoos all over his arms came out with a cigarette in his mouth. Boss, this guy wants to steal the gold on our sign. What should we do with him? Several security guards were so respectful in front of this miner whose hair had barely grown out. Oh. Let me see who is so bold as to plot against our Carly's property. This miner, with his hands behind his back, looks quite stylish. Hey, little brother, have you been weaned? Lin Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Seeing an underage man who could only do security work, this scene was actually quite funny. How dare you insult our master Fan? He is General Manager Fan's son and our supervisor. Several security guards vied to speak for Manager Fan, all wanting to leave a good impression in front of Mr. Fan. As long as the employees can make Mr. Fan happy, they will get promotion opportunities and salary increases, regardless of their business level. Oh? Master Fan? Then I, Lin Chen, am really offended. How can an unknown little person show off here? Lin Chen couldn't help it. How could this group of stupid servants and masters stay in Kelly's? Isn't this a disgrace to Kelly's? You are too arrogant. We will call the police and arrest you right now. You stole money and still dare to be stubborn. Young Master Fan pointed at Lin Chen in a childish manner. Little kid, even your father has to be respectful when he sees me, let alone a little bastard like you. Lin Chen kicked away the 2 security guards who were pulling his arms. The noise was so loud that it alarmed the general manager of the lobby. A sissy-looking man was walking towards them. He was Manager Fan's father. Who dares to act wildly in our territory of Kylie's and even dares to be disrespectful in front of me, Fan Chao? Fan Chao raised his index finger and spoke in a very arrogant tone. I can guarantee that within 5 minutes, both you and your son will bow 90 degrees to apologize to me. Do you believe it? Lin Chen was very confident. He turned around and looked at Zhao Yuro. They both couldn't help but smile at each other. Chapter 79, Heart of the Ocean? Ridiculous. When has I, Fan Chao, ever apologized to anyone? He was so angry that he made a phone call, ready to contact the nearby police station to come and arrest Lin Chen. At this time, 2 Kelly's shop assistants took an internal company briefing and read it carefully. What? There was a personnel change in our company's top management? A 20-year-old young talent became the 5th largest shareholder of Kylie's? It is said that he is a handsome man in his 20s, with a small mole on his neck. The 2 shop assistants were curious about what the senior executive looked like and wanted to meet him by chance in the company. Fan Chao had already made a call at this time, and the police officer on the other end of the phone had already started questioning. This is the Beidaji police station in Jiangzhou district, Jiangbei district. What can I do for you? Here we are. Fan Chao was just about to describe how Lin Chen was caught red-handed trying to put gold crumbs on the sign at the entrance of Carlos, but when he saw Lin Chen, he found out that he was a handsome man in his early 20s, and he also had a mole on his neck. Fan Chao was stunned. Could it be possible? Hello? Is anyone there? What kind of bad habit is it to randomly call 110? The police officer asked 5 times on the phone but got no response, so he hung up. Lin Chen had already pricked up his ears, ready to watch the father and son apologize to him in front of everyone. Fan Chao's eyes were full of disbelief, but he quickly pulled his son Fan Chao to bow 90 degrees to Lin Chen. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you bowing to such a person? Don't scream, bow down and apologize. Watch out or I'll slap you. Following Fan Chao's demonstration, the father and son actually bowed 90 degrees to Lin Chen. General Lin, please spare me. It is I, Fan, who was blind and did not know that it was General Lin who came to inspect. I failed to welcome him. Fan Chao's change in attitude is jaw-dropping. Several security guards also wanted to sneak away. If Mr. Lin was angry, it would only take a few minutes to fire them. Ha, I won't bother with you too. Just take me and my fiancée to pick out a high-end ring, and that will be your way of atonement. Lin Chen put his arm around Zhao Yuro's slender waist and walked towards the Kelly's counter. Yes, Fan, will definitely introduce the most precious necklace in the store to Mrs. Lin. Fan Chao was like a pug, nodding and bowing, afraid that he could not take care of Lin Chen. Today, Zhao Yuro was wearing a black long dress, and her elegance and nobility are vividly remembered. The Kelly's counter is indeed worthy of its reputation, and the decoration is like a European palace. Fan Chao took Lin Chen straight to the super high-end area of Kelly's, which was full of storefronts. Especially in recent days, Kelly's used special technology to create a sapphire necklace named Heart of the Ocean. It was the collaboration of foreign master Romain Rolland and China's top artist, and it took 10 years to finally shape it. It is carved from a huge sapphire 5,000 meters deep in the North Atlantic Ocean. Its inherent value and collection value make it extraordinary. This Heart of the Ocean is priceless, conservatively estimated at 1 billion yuan. Many wealthy young men from Kyoto and Shanghai have come to see this Heart of the Ocean. Although they all wanted to buy it, they were discouraged by the sky-high price of 1 billion. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the high-end area, he was attracted by a blue gem necklace placed in front of him. The deep blue light beam was dazzling. Zhao Yuro's gaze was fixed on this sapphire. This. How much is it? Boss Lin has a really good eye. This sapphire is called the Heart of the Ocean. It is the treasure of our Kelly's store. It is indeed beautiful, but what? Stop wasting time and tell me. But it's very valuable, most people. Lin Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Besides Jiang Cheng's pile of properties worth tens of billions, he also had LV's shares worth 60 billion, and the shares of Wuling Motors that he already owned, totaling more than 100 billion. Yet he couldn't afford a necklace. Besides, this necklace is bought for my beloved Yuro, so I am willing to pay any price. If the system hadn't given him Zhao Yuro first, he might still be a loser now. How much? Lin Chen couldn't stand Fan Chao's hesitation. 1 billion, this value can buy a lot of companies. Fan Chao finally said the number after being hesitant. Lin Chen sneered. He thought it was 10 billion, but it was only 1 billion. Zhao Yuro frowned subconsciously after hearing the number. She didn't expect that a necklace could be sold at such a sky-high price. Hubby, forget it, this necklace is too expensive. Even though Zhao Yuro was the vice president of the Zhao Group and the future heir to the Zhao Group, she cannot afford such a sky-high luxury item worth 10 billion. Moreover, in her opinion, although Lin Chen was rich, there was still a huge gap between him and the Zhao Group, and she could not afford it. In fact, Lin Chen's assets of hundreds of billions now far exceed the Zhao family's combined assets, and are even not inferior to the 4 major families in Jiangbei. At this moment, another man and woman also came towards the Heart of the Ocean. Please pack it for me directly, I can pay for it in full now. The man directly handed over a dozen bank cards from various banks to General Manager Fan Chao. Fan Chao was also in a difficult situation. After all, he was still accompanying President Lin to watch the Heart of the Ocean. If he packed up the necklace at this time, he would definitely offend Lin Chen. But if I don't pack up quickly, I will offend a big customer. More importantly, if Fan Chao sells the Heart of the Ocean worth 1 billion, he will receive a commission of more than 100,000 yuan from the company, which is also a huge sum for a working-class white-collar worker. Fan Chao was a little shaken, and was eager to take down the Heart of the Ocean and pack it up. These dozen bank cards have a total of 1 billion yuan. Please settle the accounts. I want to give China's most precious necklace to my beloved honey. The man turned around and looked lovingly at his girlfriend behind him. The woman was very cooperative and even took the initiative to stick out her tongue in front of so many people. They are rich young men from Kyoto, and they came all the way here just for the Heart of the Ocean. One has to admire the generosity of the rich young men in Beijing. They are willing to spend a lot of money to please their women. Hey, wait a minute, I was the one who set my eyes on this necklace first. It's not good for you to butt in on my business like this, isn't it? Lin Chen looked at the man and woman who were entangled in a kiss. The rich young man seemed a little angry. He pulled out his girlfriend's tongue that was tightly bitten, and gave Lin Chen a contemptuous look. Tell me first come first served? Do you know how much this necklace costs? You are such a naive person. The inherent sense of superiority of the young master of Beijing made him feel that people in a small place like Jiangbei were all younger brothers compared to him. Chapter 80. Who will get the necklace? A mere 10 billion, is that still money? Some people, on the other hand, divide a small billion into more than a dozen bank cards. Isn't that shameful? Lin Chen looked at the dozen or so bank cards and even wanted to laugh. Fan Chao and several waiters at the counter were also frightened by the conversation between Lin Chen and the rich boy. 1 billion is a small amount of money? Is our CEO Lin just bragging? He must be bragging. How can he easily come up with 1 billion when he's only 20 years old? It's impossible. Several shop assistants did not believe Lin Chen and chose to support the rich boy. If the rich young man successfully pays for the order, they can also get tens of thousands of yuan. Fan Chao also thought that Lin Chen was bragging and that all the company's senior executives had this bad habit. Only Zhao Yuro knew that as long as Lin Chen set his eyes on something, no one else could take it away from him. You are so arrogant. Isn't it normal to divide 1 billion into more than a dozen bank accounts? I am afraid you don't even have 100 million. Why are you showing off in front of me? The rich young man put his arm around his sister's waist, wanting only to ridicule Lin Chen endlessly and embarrass him. I feel so sorry for you. You spent $1 billion on a bad girl who hangs out in nightclubs all the time. I'm afraid you'll be cheated on in the future. Lin Chen looked at the woman in the rich boy's arms and saw that she had an ace of spades tattoo on her ankle. Usually only girls in nightclubs had such a tattoo. Moreover, with her heavy and glamorous makeup, it is obvious that she is not a serious girl, but a typical gold digger. You are the bad girl, your whole family is bad girls, I am your brother's sweet and caring little cotton padded jacket. The girl took the initiative to stick close to the rich boy, looking aggrieved. As a woman, Zhao Yuro could certainly see through the true nature of women. He knew that Lin Chen was right, that girl was obviously a bad girl. The pitiful and petite look now is all pretended. As long as the rich boy doesn't meet one of her demands, his true colors will be revealed. Don't talk nonsense. Our little E is the best girl in the world. I love her and she loves me too. I want to give her the most precious necklace in the world. The rich young man is cutely silly and has been bewitched by this bad girl. Since you are like this, there is nothing I can do. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Lin Chen shrugged, what an infatuated man. Don't say these useless things. Do you have 1 billion yuan? I have money. I want to take the heart of the ocean away. The rich boy is very determined and he can do anything for the woman in his arms. Forget it, 10 billion for a necklace is not worth it, just give it to them. Zhao Yuro didn't want Lin Chen to spend so much money. Even if he had so much money, he might as well provide funds for the company to expand reproduction. Not worth it? I don't think you have it? A poor couple, are you worthy of staring at the heart of the ocean? Shame on you. The rich young man was full of disdain, and the charming woman was even grinning sinisterly, as if his goal was about to be achieved. Lin Chen can tolerate others scolding him, but Zhao Yuro is his last bottom line, and no one can disrespect him in any way. Since you said so, I, Lin Chen, must have this heart of the ocean today. Lin Chen took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. I'll pay 1.1 billion, I want this necklace. Lin Chen said in a cold voice. Don't be so hypocritical. There are 11 yuan in this card, which is normal. How can there be 1.1 billion? The rich boy didn't believe it. Even if he had 1 billion, he would have to split it up among more than a dozen bank cards. How could a local from Jiangbei pay it all with just one card? Just swipe and you'll know. The waiter slid Lin Chen's bank card from the POS machine, and sure enough, there was 1.1 billion yuan. The rich young man frowned. He never expected that Lin Chen was so capable. Zhao Yuro also admired Lin Chen for having so much liquid cash. It would be difficult for him to take out 10 billion in cash now. Since Mr. Lin offered 1.1 billion, the necklace should go to the person who bid the highest. Fan Chao is very cunning. Lin Chen is a company executive and has money, so he has to curry favor with him. Go away. 1 billion yuan is not enough for this necklace. Subconsciously, he stood on Lin Chen's side and spoke for Lin Chen. What if I add another 100 million? Major General Fu took out the last bank card on him and slapped it on the table. This. The waiter in Fan Chao had been running the luxury store for a long time, but had never seen such a situation. They looked at each other, not knowing how to deal with it. Then I'll add another 100 million. For Lin Chen, this amount of money is just a small amount and is not worth mentioning at all. You want to add money too? Then why don't you take it out? The rich young man looked at Lin Chen and said sarcastically, "Hey, Lin Chen, you're going to add money. The money is in the bank card I just used. Just transfer it as you like." The waiter did as Lin Chen said and really deducted another 200 million yuan. Now the price of this necklace has been raised to 1.3 billion. The rich boy was completely panicked. He brought his girl here from far away to buy the heart of the ocean. It would be too embarrassing to go back empty-handed. He had to fight Lin Chen to the end no matter what. But the rich boy felt his trouser pockets and found that all his bank cards had been used up. There were only a few hundred yuan left on WeChat and Alipay, which was only enough for the two of them to buy tickets back to Kyoto. The rich boy had no choice but to borrow money from a few of his good friends, and sent a message to all his friends on WeChat to borrow money. A few minutes later, the rich young man received a total of 200 million yuan in red envelopes, which he transferred all to the waiter. "I'll add another 100 million, so the total is 1.4 billion. I'm asking you if I can take the heart of the ocean away with me." The rich young man was very confident. The girl behind him was already massaging his back and shoulders. He conquered this charming woman with money. "Brother is so handsome, use your money to kill these country bastards." The woman would also make a few sarcastic remarks from time to time. "No point. I'll show my cards and tell this rich young man from Beijing the balance of this bank card. I'll make him give up." Lin Chen didn't want to waste time with this person and wanted to put the heart of the ocean on Euro himself. The waiter did as Lin Chen said, swiped the bank card through the POS machine, and then clicked to check the balance, and then he just stood there. "Ah," I laughed. "How much is your balance? Let me see the world." The rich boy firmly believed that 1.3 billion was Lin Chen's limit. Fan Chao came to the POS machine and counted the zeros behind it one by one with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. 10 zeros, 10 billion? Fan Chao was also shocked. He couldn't believe it. His eyes were full of surprise. Who could have such a huge amount of money as 10 billion in his bank account? For ordinary people like them, the interest generated by 10 billion alone is enough for them to have a comfortable life and enjoy endless family happiness. Chapter 81 Chapter 81, Mr. Lin is really arrogant. 10 billion? The rich young man didn't believe it and rushed forward to see it for himself. Until he saw 10 billion on the screen. Zhao Euro couldn't believe it. The Zhao family's total assets were not even several hundred billion. Why did Lin Chen carry 10 billion in liquid funds? What kind of person is your fiancé? The rich boy has already spent all his savings, which is humiliating compared to Lin Chen's 10 billion. Forget it. Forget it. The heart of the ocean is just this good. I don't want it anymore. Give me back my 1.4 billion. The rich boy took back his 1.4 billion, which means he has no chance of getting the heart of the ocean. The charming girlfriend in his arms suddenly became unhappy and immediately put on a sour face. Can you do this? You can't even fix a necklace? You're useless. The woman's temper is completely different from her previous image. My dear, I will buy you other treasures, and this heart of the ocean will be a bargain for them. Despite the rich boy's best efforts to comfort her, his girlfriend still refused to accept it. You're useless, you're really useless. I might as well go back to the bar and look for other rich men. I'll ask them to buy me the heart of the ocean instead of following a loser like you. The seductive girl pushed the rich young man away and rushed out alone. What did I say? This kind of woman is not serious at first glance. Even if she doesn't leave you today, she will definitely cheat on you in the future. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. The rich young man was very mad, watching his girlfriend leave him but being unable to do anything. A person is stuck in the same place, dying or living. You really don't look like a rich person at all. To rich people, women are like clothes, they can change them whenever they want. How can you be like this? Lin Chen's words made the rich boy more open-minded and he left reluctantly. What do you mean? Are you implying that I look like clothes? Yu Rou pouted. The lovely Yu Rou at this moment was completely inconsistent with his appearance and aura. This kind of cuteness and coquettishness is Zhao Yurou's exclusive behavior towards Lin Chen. This woman can't do this in front of other people. Only in front of Lin Chen, she just wants to be a little woman. Silly girl, how can you be compared with those women? You are like the heart of the ocean, brilliant and unique. After saying that, Lin Chen carefully put the heart of the ocean around Yu Rou's neck. The huge blue gemstone and the silver chainring carved from pure silver make you row even more beautiful, just like a lotus emerging from water. Too beautiful. The four great beauties of ancient times were no more beautiful than this. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh for his fiancée. Zhao Yuro was very excited and carefully admired the heavenly carved gem on her neck. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. The heart of the ocean can only shine with all its charm on a woman like this. If it was worn by that bad woman just now, it would be such a waste of a gift from heaven. Yes, this lady is so beautiful. The heart of the ocean is tailor-made for her. The two waiters looked at the beautiful Zhao Yuro, then looked down at themselves and felt unprecedented inferiority. We are both women, why is there such a big difference? Fan Xiao also came forward and licked it, and kept praising it with his little mouth. Lin Chen hugged his beloved woman and continued to shop at Kelly's, but there was basically no other jewelry that he liked. Although Kelly's is the #1 luxury store in Jianbei, it still has some gaps compared to internationally renowned brands. The other jewelry is quite ordinary. Lin Chen looked around, but there was nothing that caught his eye. I am already very satisfied with having the heart of the ocean. Let's go for a walk in the street. Zhao Yuro was very satisfied at this moment. Well, let's go to Jianzhong District Pedestrian Street, the largest in Jianbei. I heard there are a lot of delicious food and fun things there. It's the second largest pedestrian street in North China. Aha! The two hit it off immediately and walked out of Kelly's jewelry store. At the door, Lin Chen saw a group of people, among them was the familiar figure Feng Jinggao. Kelly's luxury group is one of the Feng family's businesses. As the son of the Feng family, Feng Jinggao would come back from time to hang out or hold meetings. Of course, most of the time I bring all kinds of girls in to pick out jewelry and capture their hearts. Hey, isn't this the 5th largest shareholder of our Kellys? Is he really coming here to inspect with the feathers of a chicken as a token of authority? Feng Jinggao did not hide his sarcasm at all. In his opinion, even if Lin Chen was the 5th largest shareholder, it was only temporary. He has told everything to his father, Feng Delong, the president of Feng Enterprises. Stephen Feng severely criticized his disappointing son, but the most urgent task, of course, was to get the shares back. The father and son have already planned a shareholders meeting, and are ready to set up a scheme at the meeting to make Lin Chen pack up and get out, and leave Kylie's completely. Isn't this what should be done? I came to see if the employees have the motivation and initiative. Oh, by the way, Kaylee's is pretty good. I am very satisfied with the heart of the ocean on my fiancé's neck. Lin Chen was not at all nervous when facing the Feng family executives standing in front of him. Zhao Yuro was more accustomed to such scenes. Her aura overwhelmed everyone. Even the middle-aged Feng Delong looked like a bodyguard wearing sunglasses next to Yuro. What? Heart of the ocean? You took away the treasure of our store, the heart of the ocean? Feng Delong trembled. He spent a lot of effort and money to commission world-class craftsmen to build this heart of the ocean, the purpose of which was to help the Kelly's group's business continue to flourish. A fortune teller told Stephen Feng that if the heart of the ocean was no longer on display, something bad would happen to Kelly. The original cost was only 700 million yuan, but he deliberately raised the price to 1 billion yuan to prevent anyone from buying it. Unexpectedly, it was a mistake. What do you mean by taken away? It's obviously bought. Be careful with your wording. Lin Chen explained Mr. Feng as small mistake. You kid, we're going to kill you. Feng Jinggao was furious. In Xiaoming Mountain, Lin Chen had his own brothers, so he couldn't do anything. In Jiangbei City, especially Kelly's, it was his own territory. I am our shareholder. What good will it do you if you kill me? Stop it. Lin Chen didn't buy into Feng Jinggao's tricks at all. He had a smile on his face, but he was actually pissing off his mother inwardly. Forget it, let's go first. Feng Delong entered Kelly's first, and Feng Jinggao followed him in. They have already discussed the specific details of sidelining Lin Chen. Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen didn't care about the Feng family at all and headed towards the pedestrian street. The Jianzhong District Pedestrian Street is truly extraordinary. At dusk, the street is crowded with people, filled with the atmosphere of fireworks. Chapter 82 Villain Robbery. The handsome man and beautiful woman walked on the street, becoming the focus of everyone's attention and attracting a lot of attention. Especially the heart of the ocean on Zhao Yuro's neck. The deep blue diamond reflects the afterglow of the sunset, which is very eye-catching. Wow, this couple is a perfect match, so pleasing to the eyes, I'm so envious. What brand is the necklace on this girl's neck? So cool. Passers-by were talking about it and secretly observing with their peripheral vision. Some even pointed at the two of them quietly with their hands. There are also some people who muster up the courage to ask for their contact information even if they see them with another person of the opposite sex. I want that little bear doll. Zhao Yuro is full of girlish heart. The Zhao family is the largest family in Jiangchun. When Zhao Yuro was young, Zhao Donglai was at the peak of his career and showed very little care for his daughter. Although this cultivated Yuro's independent and self-reliant character, it also made her feel very empty inside. Being with Lin Shan, she regained her girlish charm. What a silly woman, she still likes this kind of doll even though she's so old. Lin Shan looked disgusted, but still took Yuro's hand and walked to the front of the store. This little bear is so cute and looks so silly. Yuro touched the bear's nose and then its ears. Then let's buy one and you just hold it in your arms. Aha! Lin Shan picked out a laughing little bear about 1 meter tall and gave it to Yuro. Zhao Yuro held the little bear in her arms and kissed it from time to time. Not far away, a group of Jiangcheng thugs set their eyes on the necklace around Zhao Yuro's neck. Hurry, look at that deep blue gem. It must be very valuable. It's sparkling. The leader of the villains, Go Seer, pointed a telescope at Yuro, and from time to time he looked up and down at Yuro's perfect figure. Brother Go, we don't know what kind of precious gem this is. We brothers are not very worldly wise. One of the younger brothers answered honestly. You idiot, you can't see it with your naked eyes, can't you ask Baidu? Yes, brother Go is right. I quickly took out my cell phone camera, locked onto the name of the ocean heart and started searching on Baidu. Oh my god, the market value of the heart of the ocean is 1 billion. I was stunned when I saw Baidu's introduction. 10 billion yuan is enough for him to spend in 10 lifetimes. Go Seer's eyes were full of evil. It's hunting time, brothers, get ready and be prepared to act at any time. Go Seer and several of his villain brothers were eager to try. As long as they completed this mission, they could eat and drink delicious food. Zhao Yuro and Lin Shan had no idea that danger was approaching. I also want to eat octopus balls. I love octopus balls the most. I feel like I was an octopus in my previous life. When Zhao Yuro saw the snack, she couldn't move and walked over following the aroma. Boss, give me 2 servings of octopus balls, with more seaweed. Just as Lin Shan was about to pay, several big men rushed out, blindfolded him, covered his mouth and carried him away. Who? Lin Shan's eyes went dark and he struggled to break free. He is very worried about Zhao Yuro. Where is Yuro now? Yuro? Are you okay? Although Lin Shan's mouth was blocked, he could still shout out these words clearly. I'm here, I'm fine. Zhao Yuro was very relieved to hear Lin Shan's concern. She was not afraid at all. As long as she was with Lin Shan, she was not afraid of anything. After a while, Go Seer brought his younger brothers and carried Lin Shan and Yuro to an empty alley. Plop. Lin Shan was thrown into the corner by the big man. When he opened his eyes, Zhao Yuro was beside him, and both were controlled by the gang of thugs in front of them. Of course, there is also the teddy bear that I just bought. Who are you? What do you want to do? Lin Shan was very annoyed. It seemed that he had to hire some private bodyguards, otherwise there would always be villains who wanted to do something bad. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that I like this necklace very much. Go Seer approached Zhao Yuro and pulled the heart of the ocean towards him. Holding the heavy gem in his hand, Go Seer was very satisfied. Great. With him, we brothers can go to clubs every day and no longer have to go to those low-end red light districts. Go Seer looked around at the heart of the ocean. Okay, I'll give you that thing as a gift. Let us go first. Lin Shan chose to compromise temporarily. Hard fighting was not a solution. He was too weak and had no chance of winning against these villains. In addition, the stunningly beautiful Zhao Yuro was still under control and could not come. You are a sensible kid, but you don't seem to be very smart. How can I let you go so easily? With a sly smile, Go Seer admired Zhao Yuro's beautiful face from a close distance. Zhao Yuro was not moved at all and even wanted to laugh. Not only do I want to touch your necklace, I also want to touch your little face. Go Seer had already slowly moved his big hand forward. Fuck you, don't touch my woman. Although Lin Chen's upper body was controlled, his feet were still able to move freely, and he kicked Go Seer hard. "You bastard, you don't know what's good for you, you don't know how to be ashamed." Go Seer threw a backhanded punch towards Lin Chen's stomach, and it was only an inch away from touching his stomach. These thugs roam the streets every day, and they are all very strong. If Lin Chen is hit hard by this punch, he will at least suffer internal bleeding. "No, no, no." Zhao Yuro shouted and looked at Lin Chen worriedly. In an instant, a baton fell from the sky and hit Go Seer's wrist, making his entire hand unable to move. Then, dozens of batons came one after another and knocked down all the other villains without any hesitation. However, Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen lived in peace. "Oh my god, who is that? Hurry up and stand up. Don't play dirty tricks on me." The howling Go Seer refused to accept the result and wanted to confront the master behind the scenes head on. What awaited him was another cold stick, which hit his shoulder. Lin Chen and Yuro were also very curious and wanted to find out who came to the rescue. At this time, Ali jumped out with a dozen brothers and looked at the useless villains lying on the ground. A few stubborn ones refused to accept the defeat and stood up to resist, but were slapped to the ground by Ali again. A gangster is just a gangster, but Ali used to be a gangster and a desperado. Although he has turned over a new leaf now, that domineering attitude is still there. A few hooligans are nothing compared to Ali. "Ali? Why are you here? How did you know I was here?" Lin Chen was confused. "Brother, we brothers have received tens of thousands of yuan in salary from you every month, so we should protect you all the time. Since you left Xiuming Mountain, we have been quietly keeping a distance of about 200 meters from you. This way, we won't let you go, but we can also protect your safety to the greatest extent." Ali told him everything, and he protected her very well this time. Chapter 83, Kelly's Shareholders Meeting. "Good brother, you did a great job, thank you so much brothers, you have worked hard." If Ali hadn't appeared, Lin Chen would have suffered skin pain. "Let's not talk about gratitude. This is what we should do. Don't worry, the brothers will definitely protect you from behind. Big brother and big sister-in-law will be fine." As Ali spoke, he had already untied Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen. How to deal with these hooligans? Looking at these thugs groaning in pain on the ground, Ali felt a little embarrassed. They are all after money, so there is no need to embarrass them. Let them clean the entire Jianzhong district pedestrian street. There are a lot of people here, and there are a lot of losers, so we need manpower to clean it. Lin Chen picked up the heart of the ocean and put it back around Yuro's neck, then signaled the villains to clean the streets. Sweeping the streets? When have we ever done something like sweeping the streets? Isn't this embarrassing for us brothers? We are well known and respected. Before Go Seer could finish his words, Ali kicked him hard again, almost dislocating his jaw. "Why are you talking so much? Just clean up when I tell you to. What a problem." Ali scolded these thugs who dared to have different opinions. These people had no choice but to nod and bow as they swept the streets, although they were reluctant. They have become a unique landscape. Aren't these Go Seer and his gang? They usually bully others, so why are they taking the initiative to clean the streets today? The sun is rising from the west, right? Have these thugs found their conscience? The merchants on both sides of the road couldn't believe that the thugs who usually showed off their power were now doing good deeds. "That's right, you can leave after cleaning here for a month. If I find out that you dare not clean or clean less, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Chen pointed at Go Seer's nose and gave him a harsh lesson. I was wrong, let's clean up." Go Seer had no choice but to obey. Zhao Yuro still hadn't forgotten the 2 servings of octopus balls she had just bought, and now they were finally in her hands while still hot. Ali and his group also disappeared in the crowd and continued to protect Lin Chen secretly. "It smells so good and tastes so good." Zhao Yuro didn't care about what happened just now at all. She had seen a lot of storms and waves, so this little thing was not enough to scare her. Just as Lin Chen was about to open his mouth to taste one, a phone call came in. It turned out to be the Kelly's Luxury Group. "Is this Mr. Lin? I am the office director of the Carless Group. We are holding an important meeting now. Please come here as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Chen had a bad feeling that it must be the Hongmen banquet hosted by the Feng family father and son. "You have to go to this shareholders meeting whether you want to or not." Zhao Yuro was not worried at all. If the villains of the Feng family wanted to frame her, they would not succeed. Let's go meet them. Lin Chen brought Yu Ro back to Kylie's. When Lin Chen returned to Kelly's door, he heard several domineering Lincoln Extended Edition luxury cars outside the door. When these business cars appeared, it usually meant that a big shot had arrived. Lin Chen was not scared at all. What could a luxury goods company do to him? Boss Lin, please come this way. Other shareholders and the CEO of Givenchy China have been waiting in the office for a long time. When Fan Chao saw Lin Chen coming, he went up to greet him immediately. The CEO of Givenchy? Could it be that these Lincolns belonged to him? Exactly. Then, Fan Chao took Lin Chen and Yu Ro to the conference room. Everyone in the conference room looked at the two of them, especially the Feng family father and son, who had already made plans and were waiting for Lin Chen to get out of Carlos. Let me introduce to you all, this young talent is the 5th largest shareholder of our Carlos Group. Welcome everyone. Feng Delong's hypocritical introduction made Lin Chen want to slap him in the face. Feng Jinggao ignored Lin Chen and looked up and down at the capable Zhao Yuro, unable to stop drooling. Lin Chen took the position of the 5th largest shareholder. I heard that a shareholder of our Kelly's has embezzled assets recently. A certain shareholder sold the jewelry purchased at a high price at a low price without telling other shareholders. I hope this shareholder will stand up and admit his mistake, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Stephen Feng sat upright, and everyone present was frightened. Givenchy CEO was also listening quietly, because he was also a shareholder of Carrie's, and the 2nd largest shareholder with a 25% stake. What? There is such a person? Find him out right away. We, Kylie's, are a well-known luxury brand in Jiangbei. We can't let a piece of rotten meat spoil the whole pot of soup. A shareholder stood up to speak. This person is Feng Delong's younger brother Feng Tao. In fact, Feng Tao was the culprit of the asset embezzlement, who used his qualifications to open up channels at the lower levels of the company. The jewelry that was made at high prices and ready to be put on the shelves was sold at a low price to other companies in order to obtain personal benefits. Feng Delong was furious when he found out that Feng Tao had done such a selfish thing at the expense of others, but he had to let Feng Tao off because of their brotherhood. The most important thing is to find a scapegoat to take Feng Tao's place and bear the blame for this crime, so as to give an explanation to all shareholders at the shareholders' meeting. Lin Chen's appearance made Feng Delong's eyes light up. He was the best scapegoat. The Feng family thought it would not be easy to deal with a 20-year-old boy. I have thoroughly investigated this person. It is our president Lin Chen. He made huge profits by doing this kind of shameful business. The heart of the ocean on his girlfriend's neck is the best proof. It was bought with this stolen money. Feng Jinggao was very proud and excited at the thought that he could get rid of Lin Chen immediately. The heart of the ocean? Is it really our Carlos's heart of the ocean? It's worth $1 billion. How can a 20-year-old afford it? Could it be that he really embezzled the company's assets? It's so abominable. Now that Kelly's is on the rise, there are always rotten meat like this. We have to weed him out. The other shareholders responded one after another, staring at Lin Chen fiercely. Zhao Yuro was speechless. These people just followed the crowd and had no opinions of their own. It was rare to find shareholders who were so easily led astray. Lin Chen was calm and collected. He drank the brewed Longjing tea on the table leisurely. Since everyone is so angry, let's vote together and remove Lin Chen from the board of directors. Feng Delong finally spoke out his true thoughts, and Lin Chen also knew his true intentions. The shareholders' meeting must have the consent of more than 2/3 of shareholders to kick someone out. In the eyes of Feng and his son, there is no suspense in this vote. Voting begins now, raise your hands. I'll go first. After Feng Delong finished speaking, he raised his hand, followed by Feng Tao and Feng Jinggao. When other shareholders, big and small, saw the 3 giants of the Feng family raise their hands, they could not hesitate and raised their hands to show their agreement. Chapter 84, LV Major Shareholder? The total number of shares in favor has now reached 65%, which is only 1% away from exceeding 2/3 of the shares. The only shareholder who is still hesitating is Mr. Chris, the general manager of Givenchy China. Chris thought that such a resolution was too hasty. Even if the assets were really embezzled, evidence would be needed to arrest the person. It was unreasonable to vote directly. Mr. Chris, you don't have to worry about it anymore. He can't possibly afford the heart of the ocean. He must have occupied the company's assets. Just vote with confidence. With your 25% stake in favor, this guy is out. Feng Delong kept trying to deceive Mr. Chris, and it seemed that Mr. Chris was about to waver. Chen, the president of Givenchy is our only hope now. Only by convincing him can you stay. Zhao Yuro leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and reminded him. Lin Chen also knew the current situation and was thinking about how to deal with it. Chris's arm was about to be raised. I heard that Givenchy's global business has not been doing well recently. It has been attacked by brands such as Bulgari, Gucci, and Yang Shulin. Its business in China, especially in Jiangbei, is also average. I have a good way to make Givenchy rise, that is to cooperate with Louis Vuitton to jointly create co-branded custom-made brand styles, which will definitely attract a large number of consumers. Lin Chen heard every word spoken by everyone at the shareholders' meeting. Stop yelling, kid. Do you think you can point fingers at a big brand like Givenchy? Besides, it's not that easy to cooperate with LV. LV is now the world's largest market player and doesn't even look down on Givenchy, a company that is smaller than itself. How could they work together? Feng Jinggao denied Lin Chen with a look of contempt. Yeah, you don't even have common sense. How can you survive in the luxury goods industry? Get out of here right now and don't bring shame to Kelly's. Feng Tao also followed up. He wanted this scapegoat to leave the company quickly so that he could protect himself. Lin Chen completely ignored the ridicule from other shareholders at the meeting. My dear brother, customizing the co-branded items is indeed a good way for us to recover, but we are competitors with LV, they will not agree. Chris's answer was very pertinent, as he knew the difference between Givenchy and LV. Mr. Chris, please wait for me. Lin Chen took the initiative to pick up the phone and made an international long-distance call. Inside the highest-level president's office at Louis Vuitton headquarters in France. Hello, I'm Robertson, the president of LV. Which shareholder are you? Robertson answered the phone marked as a secret line for the company's internal executives. Only the company's shareholders knew about his call, so his tone was very calm. I am Huaxia Lin Chen, I think Mr. Robertson should know me. After all, Lin Chen is an undergraduate student who barely passed the level 4 exam, so he can still communicate with foreigners in his poor English, although it is a bit difficult. Robertson certainly knew that there had been some strange personnel changes within the company some time ago, and 6% of the shares had been acquired by a mysterious Chinese man, and he still had no idea of the situation. It was not until he gathered all the information on Lin Chen that he had a very detailed understanding. What Robertson didn't expect was that Lin Chen actually took the initiative to contact him at this time. Oh, is it Mr. Lin Chen Lin? On behalf of all Louis Vuitton shareholders and employees, I would like to express my condolences to you. Robertson has a very good attitude. He attaches great importance to the relationship and atmosphere among the company's senior management. A company can be invincible only if its management is united. The conversation on the phone was transmitted to Kelly's conference room. Is this acting? They hired a foreign actor to pretend to be the president of Louis Vuitton? I am dying of laughter. If that's the case, I can find an actor tomorrow to talk to the president of France. The whole conference room burst into laughter. The fact that Lin Chen was able to talk on the phone with the LV CEO was simply the funniest news in Jiangbei. Zhao Yuro was also confused. She knew her fiancé was powerful, but how could he be connected to the CEO of a global super company with the highest market value in the world? Stop struggling, this is not a place where the clown Huazhong is unpopular. Feng Delong couldn't help but want to laugh. Could it be that Lin Chen knew that he was out of the game and was driven crazy? Chris had met the LV president in Europe and had a close conversation with him. He knew the voice. It was definitely Robertson. Robertson's accent was very strong and obvious. He would not have heard it wrong. It's Robertson, the president of LV. Chris stood up with a frown. He was very curious about Lin Chen's background and how he could have a direct call and face-to-face conversation with Robertson. The LV president is very busy, so even if the top president of Givenchy headquarters wants to contact Robertson, he can only contact his assistant first, and it will take a long time to get a reply from Robertson. There is only one possibility for Lin Chen to be able to get through to the president in the first place, that is, Lin Chen is a shareholder of LV. Chris pondered, staring at Lin Chen with his eyes fixed, full of curiosity. What? Is he really the LV CEO? How is it possible? Mr. Chris, did you hear wrong? Feng Jinggao was in a trance. He absolutely did not believe that Lin Chen had such ability. Zhao Yuro looked at Lin Chen, who was talking slowly with Robertson, and she didn't know whether it was true or not. Mr. Robertson is so polite. I called you today because I hope our company can have long-term cooperation with Givenchy. How can we achieve a mutually beneficial and win-win situation? On the one hand, the sales, market value and profits of both parties will increase. On the other hand, Givenchy, as the party with more profits, will definitely take the initiative to give us more LV. This is a very profitable deal. Lin Chen's suggestions were pertinent and his description was clear. Chris on the side was so excited and grateful. Although he was very touched that Lin Chen could speak for Givenchy, it was basically impossible for an international oligarch group like LV to listen to Lin Chen's opinion. The Fong family had already burst into laughter and couldn't help but praise Lin Chen's acting skills. Givenchy? Why Givenchy? Are you friends with Givenchy? This is what Robertson is most curious about. Let's put it this way, the CEO of Givenchy China is right next to me, and he needs our help. Since Chapter 85, becoming the largest shareholder of Kelly's. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude immediately. I'll have someone contact Givenchy right now, don't worry. Robertson is very efficient and will not delay anything he has promised. After hanging up the phone, Chris held Lin Chen's hands tightly, his eyes full of awe. Little brother, if this really works, I will transfer all of Kelly's 25% shares to you, and then hire you as our Givenchy China region vice president and special consultant with an annual salary of $2 billion. Chris' voice was trembling, he felt like it was all a dream. That's an exaggeration. This kid is full of nonsense. If this happens, I will take his last name. Fong Tao never believed that a 20-year-old could have such a relationship. Fong Jinggao didn't believe it at all. Although Zhao Yuro was a little confused at first, she now stood firmly on the side of her fiancé. Lin Chen was not the kind of person who pretended to be so just to save face, so this must be true. Ding ding ding. Chris' computer screen lit up, revealing a letter from the president of Givenchy headquarters to all employees around the world. Givenchy and Louis Vuitton Group have reached a comprehensive long-term partnership, stopped all behaviors and plans to compete with LV, jointly created joint products, and achieved mutual benefit and win-win results. Such a communication brought tears to Chris' eyes. The Givenchy Group, which is in decline, will surely thrive with the support of LV. All the credit goes to Lin Chen. Chris also received a private call from the president of headquarters. Chris? Quickly contact Lin Chen, a LV shareholder in Huaxia, and offer him the most generous compensation. Robertson and I have talked about this gentleman many times. If it weren't for him, this cooperation would not have happened. The president of Givenchy was also very grateful to Lin Chen, and asked Chris, who was already in China, to thank him on his behalf. Don't worry, boss. This gentleman is right beside me. I will repay him on behalf of the company. After hanging up the phone, the whole place was silent. In Kelly's conference room, no one dared to speak, but Lin Chen continued to drink tea as if it was a normal thing to become a shareholder of one of the world's leading companies. Zhao Yuro estimated that the seventh largest shareholder of LV, which has a market value of more than 1 trillion yuan, also has more than 5% of the shares, so Lin Chen owns at least 50 billion yuan. In fact, Lin Chen actually gained more than that. Zhao Yuro was filled with admiration. Combined with Lin Chen's other businesses, it was clear that he had surpassed the Zhao Group by a level. Lin Chen, is he really a major shareholder of LV? Is he really? Fong Delong felt a chill on his back. Little brother, Chris, keep my word. I will give you all my 25% shares in Kelly's, and then I will hire you as the vice president and consultant of Givenchy China at a high salary. Lin Chen naturally accepted it with pleasure and had no reason to refuse. Everyone at the shareholders' meeting knew that now that Chris was on Lin Chen's side, not only would it be impossible for them to kick Lin Chen out, but after acquiring 25% of the shares, Lin Chen now held 35% of the shares, surpassing Fong Delong's shares and becoming the largest shareholder. You, move aside, are you worthy of sitting there? Facing Fong Delong, who slandered him, Lin Chen did not have the face to ask him to give up the first seat in the front row of the conference room. You. Fong Delong was reluctant, knowing that he was powerless to save the situation, and could only give up his position as president of the Jiangbei luxury giant that he had personally founded. From today on, Lin Chen, will be the largest shareholder of Kylie's. Be careful with what you say and do, and don't make me unhappy. Also, find me the shareholder who actually embezzled the assets within 1 day, or I will hold you accountable. Lin Chen's majesty was fully displayed, and this aura made everyone afraid. It was already late, so he took Yuro out of the meeting room. Zhao Yuro looked at her fiancé with admiration. Lin Chen's every word and action refreshed her cognition. Hubby, you're so handsome. You don't even know how panicked the Feng family is. It's so funny. That's right, don't you see whose husband I am? Lin Chen held Yuro in his arms and prepared to find a place to live. There are many star-rated hotels in Jiangbei province. Lin Chen opened Meituan and prepared to search for one with a good environment. At this time, Chris followed out. Little brother, as the vice president of Givenchy China, any expenses on food, clothing, housing and transportation can be reimbursed by the head office. Is it so cool? It's worthy of Givenchy. Lin Chen and Yuro walked out of Kelly's, and across the street was a 6-star luxury hotel. Excuse me, what kind of room would you like to book? The most expensive one, the presidential suite. Anyway, the company will reimburse you, so the presidential suite is not too much. Okay, both of you, this way please. Yuro and Lin Chen were sent by 6 waiters to an extremely luxurious super presidential room that looked like a palace and was fully equipped with all kinds of daily necessities. After a busy day, the two of them simply washed up and fell asleep. The joint products of LV and Givenchy were created overnight by world-class masters and craftsmen. This product is a bracelet made of rare diamonds and precious platinum from the Arctic snow mountains. It is called Starlight and is priced at 60 million yuan. Because it has an extremely cool and beautiful appearance, it also has extremely important collection value, and most importantly, it is jointly created by LV and Givenchy, and it may be sold out at any time. Tens of thousands of people from all over the world placed orders overnight, wanting to get this bracelet as soon as possible. What LV President Robertson did not expect was that the profits brought by the co-branded products were far higher than his own overdue payments, all thanks to Lin Chen's suggestion. On the other hand, Givenchy made a fortune overnight. By relying on LV's vast customer base and market, they reversed the previous decline caused by the joint sanctions and became the darling of the luxury goods market after LV overnight, with their market value soaring again and again. Inside Givenchy's European headquarters office, President Hibbert stared at the rising shareholding and market value with great excitement. This upward momentum looks like it will continue for a long time. The first person Hibbert thought of was the company's benefactor Lin Chen. So a phone call reached China. Chris, have you given Lin Chen our gift? President, I have given him 25% of the shares of a luxury goods company in Jiangbei, and hired him as the vice president and consultant of the Huaxia region. Chris told the president everything. What? That's it? Chris, you've been smart all your life, but you've become foolish for a moment. You sent away the benefactor of Givenchy's life and death with the shares of a third-rate group? Hibbert looked angry. Chapter 86, Visiting Weed Island. In this way, all Givenchy shares and markets in the Huaxia region will be handed over to Lin Chen to handle. From today on, you will assist Lin Chen in handling all matters. Although Chris on the other end of the phone was reluctant to give up power, he had no other choice. In the huge Chinese market, Givenchy's shares account for 10% of the group, with a market value of approximately 30 billion yuan. In other words, Lin Chen is now a dual shareholder of 2 large international luxury companies, namely LV and Givenchy. While Lin Chen was still asleep, his net worth increased by another 30 billion. President, rest assured. I know Mr. Lin's ability. He will definitely manage the Huaxia region well and will definitely be competent for the position of Huaxia CEO. Chris assured Hibbert. By the way, I will order the craftsman to create a pair of exclusive co-branded commemorative diamond rings for Lin Chen overnight, and then send them to China by special plane. You must do a good job of docking so that the rings can reach Mr. Lin accurately. Hibbert has rewarded Lin Chen, his benefactor, to the greatest extent possible. Early the next morning, Lin Chen woke up and opened his phone to check Douyin when he was attracted by a text message. You have become the president of Givenchy China and have obtained all the shares of the China region, accounting for about 10% of the total group, with a value of 30 billion renminbi. Lin Chen was confused and couldn't believe the authenticity, so he called Chris immediately. Chris told Lin Chen about the latest appointment last night. He couldn't believe that his net worth had increased by another 30 billion. Oh, little brother. No, I should call you Mr. Lin now. The custom co-branded necklace that President Hibbert sent by air has arrived. I'll send it to you right away. Chris took the pair of rings from the private plane and came to the hotel where Lin Chen was. When he opened it from the exquisite packaging, a pair of hollow gems emitting brilliant beams of light were extremely eye-catching. It is said that this is an extremely rare ruby in the world. There are less than 10 people. After Lin Chen sent Chris away, he drove a Lamborghini and took Yuro to Wheat Island. Wheat Island is an artificial island developed by the Shui family in Jiangcheng. It has been overcrowded since the day it officially opened to guests, and has also spawned a series of other industries. They are both talented and beautiful, and their turning heads rate exceeds 80%. Everyone wants to take a few more glances at these two eye-catching protagonists. They boarded the island via a narrow, long pier. It was obvious that the island was divided into ordinary areas and rich areas. The ordinary area is full of ordinary tourists, and the sounds of them playing are endless. The wealthy area on the other side is not only less populated, but also larger in area. You can see yachts neatly parked in the harbor. This was also Zhao Yuro's first time on Xiaomai Island. Seeing the boys and girls partying on the edge of the beach, she wanted to go over and have some fun too. Lin Chen took Yuro to the beach. The white dress seemed out of place because the girls around her were all wearing bikinis. How about you change into a bikini too? Lin Chen gave Yuro some advice. Alright then. But if that happens, I'm afraid everyone on the beach will look at you, and I'll be jealous. Lin Chen knew that Yuro had a high rate of turning heads now. If she changed into a bikini, wouldn't she be the focus of the beach? Then I'll change into something less revealing. Zhao Yuro came to a shop by the beach and picked out a white bikini. The upper body only exposed the shoulders and sides of the waist, and the back was also somewhat covered. The lower body was of normal length, and overall it did not look too revealing. Hey, look at that girl, my god, she's such a fairy. That girl in the white jumpsuit is so damn capable, isn't she? Oh my god, I've never seen a goddess like her. Everyone had already started talking, and their eyes couldn't help but glance at Yuro. The heart of the ocean on the neck is even more eye-catching. Zhao Yuro lay quietly on the beach. She was too lazy to pay attention to the gossip. But the discussions were endless, and word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Many people came to where Yuro was, pointing and talking, wanting to see her beautiful face. Haven't these people seen a beautiful woman? I'm convinced. Lin Chen certainly didn't want his wife to be looked at by other men. Let's go to the upscale area. There are too many people here and it's not comfortable at all. Okay. Lin Chen took Yuro to the toll gate of the high-end area. Although the general area is free, the rich area charges 5,000 yuan, so the ticket is not cheap. Walking into the wealthy area, all the young men turned their heads and looked at Zhao Yuro. A few contemptuous whistles were heard. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to these uncultured rich young masters. He just wanted to find a quiet beach for Yuro to rest. But this group of young masters didn't think so and kept pursuing Yuro. On an extremely luxurious yacht in the harbor, 3 young men were hugging 7 or 8 hot girls and playing on the boat, looking very carefree. The one in the middle is Wu Zun, the eldest son of the Wu family in Jiangbei. The 2 next to him are his cousin, Wu Qian and Wu Shang. The huge Wu Group enterprise will basically be inherited by the Wu family in the future, but these 3 men are well-known playboys. Every weekend they will go on a yacht with a few girls to play together. Lin Chen? Wu Zun did not expect that Lin Chen, the thorn in his side, would come to him on his own turf. What is even more infuriating is that he is with Zhao Yuro, who crushes the woman in his arms, and whose angelic temperament makes him very jealous. Fuck, this loser actually dared to show up in front of me? Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with him later. Wu Zun was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he pushed the hot girl in his arms away. Do you know this guy? Wu Qian asked. He's the guy who defeated me with a Wuling in Jiangcheng before, and he also took over my supercar club. I want him to pay back everything with interest. Wu Zun's vicious eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, especially on Zhao Yuro, who had an extremely perfect figure. Chapter 87, Wu Zun's provocation. Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen had just found a beach that was perfectly out of everyone's sight. They had just laid down and were about to rest their eyes when the roar of a yacht disrupted the peace. What's wrong with you? Who's sailing a yacht so close to the coast? Lin Chen opened his eyes and saw Wu Zun in front of him. You are the defeated opponent? Why don't you practice your driving skills after losing to me? Do you still have the mood to play? Lin Chen did not give Wu Zun any face, even though he was one of the most important figures in Jiangbei. Are you tired of living? Do you know where this is? This is Jiangbei. I can kill you with just one finger. Don't you understand? Wu Zun warned Lin Chen with an extremely disdainful tone. Oh? Then I'm so scared. I'm just lying here, so what can you do to me? Lin Chen wanted to see what Wu Zun was capable of. Security, give this person to the high-end area. Who is he to be here? Isn't this polluting the air? How can we continue to have fun? Wu Zun shouted, alerting a large number of security guards who gathered around. In addition to Wu Zun, other wealthy people in yachts in the high-end area also crowded over after hearing the quarrel. Who is this guy? Send him away immediately. If you don't send him away, we will never come to your Xiaomai Island to spend money again. Yeah, let him go. I wouldn't mind if only the girl stayed. In order to curry favor with the Wu family, other rich kids all expressed their support for Wu Zun, acting like licking dogs. The security guard was also in a difficult situation. Logically speaking, all the visitors were guests, but he couldn't offend the other young masters. For the sake of his own interests, he had to let Lin Chen leave. Well, why don't you go to the normal area? You'll have to take care of it. The young security guard also felt aggrieved. After a while, a security chief came out. He was well known for his power and stood up to defend Wu Zun. Get out of here now, don't dirty our master Wu's eyes. The security chief was aggressive, which made Lin Chen very dissatisfied. Zhao Yuro was also furious. As the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, how could she tolerate being treated like this? A bunch of slaves, remember your faces now, don't cry too ugly later. Zhao Yuro was completely furious. She took off her sunglasses, took out her cell phone and called Xue Xinxin. Come to Xiaomai Island. Your security captain said he doesn't want to do this job anymore. Come and help him. Also, the three young masters of the Wu family insisted that the high-end area is not suitable for them, so you can come here and help them. The sharpness in Zhao Yuro's words made everyone in front of her unable to believe that they came from the mouth of a beautiful fairy. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Xue Xinxin has been secretly in love with Yu Rou for a long time. When his goddess contacted him, he rushed to Xiaomai Island. Boss Xue, Boss Xue? The chief security officer couldn't believe it. This woman could actually call the son of the Xue family in such a commanding tone? Although Wu Zun did not appear to be afraid of the Xue family, he was still a little panicked inside. The Xue family's power was growing day by day, and the Wu family had to be wary of them. Moreover, Xiaomai Island is also a tourist area developed by the Xue family, and they cannot call the shots on other people's territory. Xue Xinxin rushed over in a private helicopter. The roar of the huge propeller mixed with the wind and waves. When the helicopter was still 2 or 3 meters from the ground, he couldn't wait to jump down. Zhao Yuro? What happened? Are you okay? Xue Xinxin looked very anxious. Lin Chen naturally knew what was going on. This Master Xue was most likely secretly in love with Zhao Yuro, otherwise there would be no need to be so excited. What happened? Ask your security captain. Zhao Yuro stared coldly at the fat and big-eared security guard. Although Yu Rou was wearing a bikini at the moment, her aura was intimidating. What happened? Tell me quickly. Xue Xinxin turned around and looked at the timid security captain. That was a misunderstanding, it was really a misunderstanding. The security captain wanted to explain but couldn't find any excuse. Stop stuttering, I don't want to see you from now on, get out of here. The security captain was somewhat reluctant to leave his job on Weed Island when he thought about not being able to continue to receive a high salary and live a worry-free life. Why are you so angry at a little security guard? Come to me, Wu Zun, and I'll find you a better job. Wu Zun was full of confidence, he just wanted to test Xue Xinxin's bottom line. The security guard ran to the bed of the third young master of the Wu family happily, and the two girls quickly got into the arms of the security guard. He himself had never thought that one day he would have a yacht and beauties together. It was so cool. Oh? Wu Zun. You are in my place today, are you trying to cause trouble? Xue Xinxin was very dissatisfied with everyone present because Yu Rou was very angry. Brother Xue, you wouldn't destroy the relationship between us because of 2 outsiders, would you? Wu Zun said this with disdain. In his eyes, no one had the courage to break up with him. 2 outsiders? Zhao Yuro is the vice president of the Zhao group in Jiangcheng and the richest woman in Jiangcheng. How dare you mess with her? Xue Xinxin questioned Wu Zun word by word. Jiangcheng Zhao group? But this is Jiangbei, can I give in to her? Besides, my main target today is this kid Lin Chen, I don't intend to do anything to the eldest lady of the Zhao family. Xue Xinxian was briefly conflicted. Although it would be easy to drive away all the rich young masters on the opposite yacht, it would undoubtedly destroy the future development of Xue's enterprise in Jiangbei. Especially the Wu family, whose status is comparable to that of the Xue family, and they are both members of the four major families in Jiangbei. If any two of the four major families fight each other, the other two families will just sit back and watch the fire and reap the benefits. This is a situation that no one wants to see. Ha ha ha, what a fantasy. Do you think Brother Xue will hurt the relationship between our Xue and Wu families because of a beautiful woman? Wu Zun hugged the woman beside him and caressed her playfully and frivolously. Lin Chen slowly stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. Don't worry, just tell them to get out of here. I think a small force like the Wu family is of no use to the Xue family at all. Lin Chen's remarks surprised everyone present. I laughed. My Wu family is a small force? Then ask Xue Xinxian if he dares to let me get out. Wu Zun is as confident as ever. Although Xue Xinxian wanted to protect Yu Rou as much as he could, for the future of the Xue family, he fell into a brief contemplation. I, Lin Chen, promised the Xue family that we will start comprehensive cooperation from today. I guarantee that the profits will be 5 times the profits from the cooperation with the Wu family. Is that true? Xue Xinxian felt more confident after hearing Lin Chen's words. Chapter 88, Helping the Xue Family. You are just listening to him bragging. Do you believe everything a young man like him says? Yeah, he's just a poor handsome bastard. What benefit can he bring to the Xue family? It's just a fantasy. The three brothers of the Wu family were talking to each other. Zhao Yuro strongly supports Lin Chen. Her fiancé is already a major shareholder of Louis Vuitton. Is there anything she can't do? As long as you sever your relationship with the Wu family today, I will let large cross-regional companies such as LV, Wuling Hongguang, Givenchy, and regional companies such as the Kelly's Group cooperate with the Xue family. From now on, the Xue family will not have any shortage of funds. Lin Chen's words shocked Xue Xinxian. He didn't expect that the fiancé Zhao Yuro mentioned was so outstanding. This made him feel inferior in front of a man for the first time. After all, no one would not be jealous of a man like Lin Chen who is so handsome, has assets and a beautiful wife. Ha, this is so ridiculous. A poor guy like you still wants LV and Givenchy? You're more like having diarrhea. The young master on the yacht and the group of gold diggers burst into laughter. The other rich young men on the yachts also didn't believe it at all and thought Lin Chen was talking too much. Xue Xinxian also thought it was unrealistic. If Lin Chen really had connections with these large multinational companies, his net worth must be very high. Why would he stay in Jiangbei? He should quickly choose to develop in Shanghai or Kyoto. Every word he said was true. Don't worry, just tell them to go away. Zhao Yuro's words made Xue Xinxian make up his mind. Someone, come and clear the sea for me, and make these people disappear from Wheat Island forever. Dozens of security guards rushed forward, and Wu Zun and other speedboats had no choice but to retreat and leave the sea area. Xue Xinxian, just wait for me. I will let the Wu group impose sanctions on you now. Our Zhang family is also irreconcilable with the Xue family. The Yu family has absolutely no connection with the Xue family. Count my Kong family in as one more. In an instant, Xue Xinxian's action offended about half of the major clans in Jiangbei. Xue Xinxian was only in his 20s and had never experienced such a scene. He was very worried that the Xue family would face joint resistance in the future. Beep, beep, beep. Within a few minutes, Xue Yaoting, the president of Xue Group, called. What the hell did you do to me, you little brat? Why did half of the large clan groups in Jiangbei stop cooperating with the Xue family at the same time, and clearly stated that they are irreconcilable with us? Xue Yaoting was very angry. In his opinion, what Xue Xinxian did was tantamount to pushing the Xue family into the fire pit. Xue Xinxian didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. You better give me a perfect explanation, or I'll hold you responsible. Xue Yaoting hung up the phone angrily. Xue Xinxian felt very guilty. In order to help Yu Rou, he offended a group of people in Jiangbei who he should not offend. Leave it to me. Lin Chen picked up the phone and made several calls slowly. After a while, Xue Yaoting called his son Xue Xinxian. Son, my God, do you know that LV, Givenchy, Wuling, and Kylie's have all clearly expressed their intention to cooperate with us at the same time? Do you know what's going on? Xue Yaoting was very excited on the other end of the phone. He knew that the opportunity for the Xue family to take off in Jiangbei had arrived. I know a little bit, a friend of mine helped me with this. Who is this friend of yours? You must thank him her. I will visit him her in person later. Shui Yaoting rarely has this kind of impulsive passion anymore. After Shui Xinxin hung up the phone, she still couldn't believe that Lin Chen, who was the same age as her, could actually give orders to so many world-class groups. Afterwards, the three of them enjoyed sunbathing together on Wheat Island. No one disturbed them. It was very quiet. Around the world, due to the popularity of the co-branded rings by LV and Givenchy, the market value of both companies has continued to rise, and the increase can be said to be rare in a decade. The LV president and a group of European executives in the conference room were watching the stock price rising on the screen with great excitement. This time, thanks to Lin Chen, the president of our Huaxia division, it was he who suggested that we start cooperation with Givenchy. I didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. Robertson's words were full of praise. Then why don't we continue to increase Mr. Lin's shares and weight? China is a big market for LV, and it is a blessing for our company to be able to retain such talents. Another executive offered this advice. Other shareholders expressed their support, saying that they valued the company's future development prospects more than their own shareholdings. They are all willing to give up part of their shares to Lin Chen to promote LV's prosperity. Okay, since you all agree, then I will increase Lin Chen's shares to 15% as a reward to encourage him to work better for the company's development. After this decision made by the LV headquarters, Lin Chen's assets in Louis Vuitton have reached an astonishing 130 billion, making him the third largest shareholder of LV. With a net worth of more than 100 billion, he can completely crush any big shot in Jiangbei. Even if the four major families unite to fight against Lin Chen, they have no chance of winning. Adding in Jiangqing's large and small assets, real estate, and car properties, Lin Chen is truly the richest man in Jiangbei, and the gap between him and the second place is huge. Shui Xinxin didn't know at this moment that the love rival lying next to her was actually the richest man in Jiangbei. After the three of them had fun on Wheat Island, Lin Chen and Yu Rou prepared to leave. Shui Xinxin personally saw him off. Yu Rou was his goddess and Lin Chen was his benefactor, so he didn't dare to neglect them at all. The two had not walked far when a very familiar young man ran towards Lin Chen. My benefactor, do you still remember me? Hua Chunfeng? Is it really you? Are you completely fine now? Hua Chunfeng is of course the Mustang owner on Xiaoming Mountain whom Lin Chen would rather interrupt the race to save. He is the son of Jiangbei Airlines and has a distinguished family background. In order to repay his gratitude, he asked around for news about Lin Chen and was finally knocked down by him at the gate of Xiaomai Island. Don't yell like that, it's so embarrassing. Lin Chen was a little confused by the three words, great benefactor. Come with me, my father knows that you saved me, and he wants to see you. Please accept our Hua family's cordial invitation. Hua Chunfeng was extremely sincere. He wanted to thank Lin Chen from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Lin Chen, he might have lost his life long ago. It was still early, and Lin Chen had no reason to refuse, so he agreed. When you come to Jiangbei International Airport in the east of Jiangbei, there is a Motien building not far away. This is the Jiangbei Aviation Office building. It is said that the airport staff are all handsome men and beautiful women, and it really lives up to their reputation. Pick any girl and they will have both good looks and good figure. Chapter 89 Jiangbei Airlines. Lin Chen was actually stunned by all the dazzling girls. Hey, what are you looking at? Zhao Yuro was a little jealous. Lin Shandong's looking around made her feel sour. My neck suddenly felt a little sore. I was just stretching my muscles. Lin Chen's excuse was corny and not true at all. Brother Lin and his wife are so loving, I'm just a light bulb. Hua Chunfeng was very envious of such sweet love. Following a winding and luxurious corridor, you will arrive at the office of the president of Jiangbei Airlines. When I opened the door, I was greeted by four top-notch secretaries in black stockings and work clothes. Each of them was about 1.8 meters tall. The 1.80 meter tall girl is about the same height as Lin Chen, and her long legs are so attractive that one can't take their eyes away. Behind the four beauties is Hua Chunfeng's father, Hua Xiangwei, a well-known figure in the aviation industry. Jiangbei Airlines is famous for its service and safety. It is known as the safest flight in China. The stewardesses are also the most beautiful, all of them are top-notch female college students. Hua Xiangwei has been praised as a talent in the aviation industry many times. His company is even more popular than Magic City Airlines, second only to the two largest airlines, Kyoto Airlines and China Express Airlines. Our Hua family's great benefactor, please accept my greeting. As the president, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Chen. Lin Chen naturally couldn't bear such an arrival. It was not appropriate for a senior to bow to a junior. I can't say I'm a great benefactor. I just did what every racing driver would do. No one would stand by and watch someone die. Lin Chen's words made Hua Xiangwei look at him with new eyes. There are not many young people in China who are as conscious as you. You are truly a role model for the next generation. Hua Xiangwei was generous in his praise. Dad, didn't you say you had a big gift for your benefactor? Hua Chunfeng reminded. Look at my memory. Hua Xiangwei quickly took out the vice president's seal from the drawer and gave it to Lin Chen. It had 4 big characters Lin Chen's seal written on it. What kind of seal is this? Why is my name on it? Lin Chen was confused. This is what I prepared for you. From today on, you are the vice president of Jiangbei Airlines and the president of Jiangcheng Airlines branch. In addition, you will own 20% of the shares, becoming one of our major shareholders. Hua Xiangwei really spent a lot of money to repay Lin Chen. Brother Lin, don't look down on only 20%. It is worth 9 billion renminbi, enough for your whole family to have a comfortable life. Hua Chunfeng added. Lin Chen never expected that he would receive such an award just because he saved a driver he didn't know. It was really unexpected. This is not very nice. Lin Chen acted cold on purpose, but in fact he was very happy to accept it in his heart. My benefactor, do you think this is too little? We can add more. No, that's all. Lin Chen was secretly happy. He didn't expect that this trip to Jiangbei was not in vain. It made his net worth increase by who knows how many times. Zhao Euro was also shocked. With just one short trip, Lin Chen had made his net worth surpass that of his own Zhao group. It was terrifying. By the way, these 4 beauties are the most beautiful, best-looking, and most capable secretaries to the president of Jiangbei Airlines. Take them all with you. They will be helpful to your work. Hua Chunfeng understood men very well, so he asked his father to pack up these 4 beautiful secretaries and send them to his benefactor. However, the father and son did not expect that when Lin Chen came, he was accompanied by a beautiful lady, Zhao Euro. No matter how beautiful these 4 secretaries were, there was still a certain gap between them and Euro. They were worried that Lin Chen would look down on them. This is not needed, right? It's 2, you guys should keep it. Lin Chen was helpless. How could the Hua family father and son send beautiful women to him in front of his wife? This was definitely unacceptable and would make Euro sad. Little brother, this is our gift. Do you think they are not pretty enough? They are all former flight attendants, each of them is elegant and generous. You will find their good points in the future. Hua Xiangwei kept chattering and insisted on giving these 4 beauties to Lin Chen. His enthusiasm made Lin Chen feel embarrassed to refuse. Yes, brother Lin, just accept it. With the support of these 4 beauties, your work will be smoother and simpler. They also know more about the business of airlines, which will save you a lot of trouble. Hua Chunfeng also agreed. This really can't be done. Lin Chen was in dire straits. Why are you hesitating? Just accept it if you want to. Are you afraid that I will be unhappy? Not at all. Zhao Euro believes in her own charm, so no matter how many flowers and plants are around Lin Chen, she will not be jealous or worried. Then I will choose one. One is enough, and the other one will be left to you and your son. Lin Chen's decision was wise. That's the one, choose carefully, little brother. Lin Chen walked back and forth in front of the 4 beauties and finally chose Lily, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall yet gentle and delicate. She would definitely be helpful in his work in the future. She's the one. Lily, right? Brother Lin, you are really good at choosing. This secretary is the most capable secretary in the company and is also my father's favorite secretary. She is not only steady and careful in her work, but also very impressive when she is taken to banquets and parties. Hua Chunfeng admired Lin Chen's vision. Lily followed Lin Chen. After all, it was her first time meeting such a young, promising, and handsome president, so it was inevitable that her heart was beating fast. You should run Jiangcheng Airlines well in the future. I believe you can do it. I won't make a mistake in your decision. Hua Xiangwei likes Lin Chen very much. Okay, then we'll leave first and see you later if we have a chance. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro left Jiangbei Airlines, and thousands of flight attendants from the company lined up to see Lin Chen off. Wow, this is too grand. Zhao Yuro was frightened. The tall and beautiful stewardesses were lined up in an orderly manner, and he and Lin Chen were in the middle as if they were walking on the red carpet. After leaving, when he had some free time, Lin Chen received internal emails from Wuling Group and LV Group, and learned that his net worth had increased again. The two drove a customized Wuling Hongguang back to Jiangcheng. They had stayed in Jiangbei for too many days and had to go back to deliver the goods. Then he gave the Danu to Lily to drive, and she followed Lin Chen's Wuling along the highway back to Jiangcheng. The reason why he was in a hurry to return was because the best way was to quickly summon the sign-in system as much as possible. Only in this way could Lin Chen get out of Jiangbei and compete with the big guys in Kyoto, Modu, and even China, and even have a chance to compete with the world tycoons. Chapter 90, Encountering the Ugly Duckling. He knew very well that although he was now worth more than 200 billion, he was still no match for those big guys outside Jiangbei. Besides, he is just a shareholder of those international big companies and cannot exercise dictatorship over the companies. After returning to Jiangcheng, Zhao Yuro returned to the company. She hadn't dealt with any affairs for many days, and a lot of things had piled up. Lin Chen also came to the Apian furniture store to prepare for delivery. He carried a printer to the trunk, ready to deliver the goods to the office building. Since the printer is small, he doesn't need a Wuling, so he drives a more comfortable Lamborghini Hermes. Tsinghua Holdings Entrepreneurship Park is where many university and master's degree graduates gather to work. It is full of the atmosphere of youth. One can only feel comfortable when staying where there are many young people. Lin Chen is almost fed up with the intrigues with those old businessmen every day. Wow, this handsome guy driving a luxury car, my girlish heart is overflowing. If I can run away with such a handsome guy, do I still need to work day and night in an office building? So handsome, so cool, I want to have it. The female college student who just graduated, seeing the rich and handsome Lin Chen, actually lost interest in work and only thought about the shortcut to life of hooking up with a rich man. Lin Chen has seen too many capable girls. Although these college students are pretty, their temperament and aura are not as good as those women he has met, so he ignored them. So cool, I like it. A beautiful woman could no longer hold back her inner restlessness, so she walked towards Lin Chen with a cup of milk tea in her hand, pretended to fall, and poured the milk tea in her hand onto her chest. The professional white work shirt was soaked with milk tea, and the black lace inside was faintly visible. Her name is Wang Yu, and as her name suggests, her desires are very strong. Ouch, that's annoying, hurry up and help me up, boo-hoo. This beauty looked like a veteran, performing a series of actions smoothly in one go. If it were an ordinary rich second generation, she would have fallen for it long ago, but Lin Chen didn't think so. Do you like to water yourself so much? If I were you, I would go home and take a milk tea bath. That would probably be a better effect. Lin Chen glanced coldly at the wet girl and said helplessly. Oh my god, I'm already wet, how can you just ignore me, you naughty girl? Help me wipe my body. Wang Yu knew that his conspiracy had been seen through, but he still did not give up. He believed that no man had self-control, and if there was one, there must be something wrong. Plus, she has absolute confidence in her figure. She reached out and handed Lin Chen a piece of toilet paper that was smaller than his ID card. How could he wipe his body with it? This woman is too shameless. She has no moral integrity and no bottom line in order to hook up with rich men. Handsome guys, please don't fall for it. Scheming girl. Green tea girl. Too sinister. The girls around were all very jealous, fearing that Lin Chen would fall into their trap. That would be too good for this woman. She was well known for her love of hooking up with rich men. I'm sorry, I don't have time to clean it for you. I saw the uncle who cleans the house downstairs is free. You can ask him to help you clean it. I think he won't refuse you. Lin Chen leaned over and took a look at the wet area on the girl's chest without any desire. Although it's not completely smooth, there's nothing special about it. It's far behind the perfect figures of Xiaowan, Ai Weiwei, and Guo Qinshui. Even Lu Tingting, who has a flat chest but has an extremely outstanding appearance and figure, is hundreds of levels better than her. Lin Chen, who has seen too many stunning beauties, has become completely immune to this kind of low-level flirting. You, what's so great about driving a junkie car? I don't even care about it. I'm going back to work. It's boring. Wang Yu saw that there was no hope, so he tactfully returned to the office. The other onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who gets hooked up with such a rich man, others will be jealous. If I could ever meet a man like this, I would die with no regrets. Wu Rong in the crowd looked at Lin Chen infatuatedly and couldn't help talking to herself. You? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? I haven't even washed yet, so forget about it, you bespectacled girl. On his way back, Wang did not forget to criticize Wu Rong. Yes, even if anyone here can get close to such a rich man, you, Wu Rong, definitely can't. Everyone attacked Wu Rong, and she felt very lost. She looked at her plain figure, featureless face, and listless state, and knew that no one would be interested in her. Although Wu Rong has a good foundation, she doesn't know how to dress herself up. The clothes she buys make her look like a junior high school student. She wears glasses and braces, and is a well-known ugly duckling in the office. Go away, the rich won't be interested in any of us. I don't know who in the crowd said this, but everyone started to disperse and prepared to do their own work. Daydreaming is unrealistic. Who is Miss Wu Rong? Lin Chen looked at the order name on his phone and shouted. Everyone turned around and looked at Wu Rong, surprise and shock in their eyes. Wan Yu also looked at Wu Rong with a ferocious look, and even couldn't believe his ears. Oh my god, you bitch, why would such a handsome guy call you? It must be because you, the shameless one, sold out your looks and body. Wang Yu didn't hold back at all. She was already embarrassed by being rejected just now, and now she was intercepted by an ugly duckling, which made her very angry. That's absolutely true. Otherwise, why would such a handsome guy choose someone as ugly as you? The other women in the office were filled with jealousy and began to belittle Wu Rong. Don't scold me. I don't know why he called my name. Wu Rong felt so wrong that she was about to cry under such embarrassing questioning from everyone. She took off her glasses to wipe her tears, and her mouth with braces trembled slightly. Lin Chen couldn't stand women being bullied, especially by men. Now women were bullying their own female compatriots. In order to make these ruthless women around him realize their mistakes, Lin Chen thought of a script in his mind. Wu Rong, didn't you ask me to pick you up after get off work today so we can go out for dinner and watch a movie together? Today is our first date, so I came here early. Lin Chen's tone was very gentle and soft, showing his gentlemanly demeanor to the fullest. Oh my god, the world has changed. Wu Rong, the ugly duckling, actually hooked up with the Prince Charming. Wan Yu held his head with an exaggerated expression, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Chapter 91, Metamorphosis. Others were also envious and jealous, wondering how Wu Rong could attract such a rich and handsome guy with her looks. Ha? What? Us? Wu Rong was also confused. How could she know that Lin Chen and she were dating? She had never had a boyfriend and didn't even know what a date was. How could she have a date? Why are you pretending? Are you still pretending to be shy? The handsome guy has already spoken, and you are still pretending. Several hateful women kept attacking Wu Rong. It's only a few minutes before get off work ends, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave now. I can't bear to spend time alone with you. If I can't see you for a second, I'll feel empty and uncomfortable. Lin Chen didn't expect that he had so many love words in his mind, and he told them all to Wu Rong in front of everyone. When people around heard Lin Chen's sweet words, they wanted to tear Wu Rong to pieces. It was too jealous. What's going on? Wei. Wu Rong still didn't understand what was going on and hesitated to know the truth. Okay, stop being shy. Every time you're with me, you're too shy to speak. Let's go now. Lin Chen stepped forward and hugged Wu Rong in his arms, then took out several thousand yuan in red bills from his pocket and gave one to everyone present. This is a red envelope for everyone. I hope you will treat her well in the future. I would like to thank you all here. After saying that, Lin Chen lovingly hugged Wu Rong's shoulders and walked out. The backs of the two of them made people even more jealous. The world is going haywire. What's going on? I don't know either. I'm confused. Can you explain what's going on? Everyone looked at the red $100 bills in their hands and Wu Rong and Lin Chen, who were getting farther and farther away, filled with disbelief. Wang wanted to tear the $100 bill into pieces on the spot and stamped his feet in anger. Most people accepted the money with peace of mind. Since they had accepted the red envelope from someone's boyfriend, they would more or less change their opinion of Wu Rong in the future. After walking out of the office building, Lin Chen slowly let go of Wu Rong's shoulders. You are here to help me fight for justice, right? Thank you. No matter what, You are the first boy in my life who stood up for me. Also, you're the first boy to put his arm around my shoulders. Although Wu Rong was ordinary, she was very smart. She was very satisfied at the moment, being able to talk to such a handsome man. You're welcome. I just can't stand the faces of those women. You don't deserve to be treated like that. No, I'm used to it. I'll just get used to it. Wu Rong was still too embarrassed to look up at Lin Chen, because he was so handsome. This is a printer, please sign for it. Wu Rong only realized now that Lin Chen called her name because he wanted to send her a printer, which had left her confused before. After signing, Wu Rong smiled to express her gratitude, then turned around and prepared to go back. She knew what was going to greet her when she returned to the office, but there was nothing better to do. Hey, you still want to go back? I just said I want to date you in front of so many people, won't it be embarrassing for you to go back? Lin Chen called out to Wu Rong. You'll get used to it. Wu Rong was unusually calm. In an office filled with beautiful women, he was just an ordinary person who could not be more ordinary and would never be the center of attention. Today it was Lin Chen who made her the focus of everyone's attention. She was already very satisfied with this one occasion. No, you can't go back, I'll take you somewhere. Lin Chen walked up to Wu Rong, grabbed her and took her to his car. Going, where are you going? It was Wu Rong's first time to ride in a sports car, and there was a handsome guy sitting next to her. She was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. Lin Chen didn't reply. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. The roar of the huge sports car engine made the girls in the office building look out the window one after another, wishing they could smash the computers in front of them. They realized that they can't look down on others at will, and anyone can potentially become the protagonist. Hey, Lily, come to the Starbucks near Tsinghua Holdings Entrepreneurship Park and bring all your makeup supplies. Lin Chen called his beautiful secretary. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be there right away. Lily drove the big bull that Lin Chen gave her, packed up her things and set off without wasting a single minute. Lin Chen casually ordered 2 cups of coffee, and Wu Rong sat down with a confused look on her face, thinking that this handsome guy really just wanted to have coffee with her. Where are we? Wu Rong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, but Lin Chen still didn't give a direct response. Give me half a day, and by tomorrow, you will be the most beautiful girl in the Tsinghua Holdings office building. Lin Chen's words made Wu Rong even more confused. She knew very well that she was the ugliest girl and had nothing to do with being pretty. After a while, a big Neo stopped outside Starbucks and a beautiful lady with elegant long legs got out. There were 2 Lamborghinis parked outside Starbucks, one was an Hermes and the other a Lamborghini, and people stopped to take pictures and admire them. Lily walked towards Lin Chen with elegant and quick steps. Boss Lin, what do you want to talk to me about? I'll give you half an hour to give this girl a makeup look that best suits her and makes her the most stunning one in the crowd. Can you do it? After Lin Chen said this, Wu Rong finally understood his intention. It turned out that he wanted to make herself more beautiful. Wu Rong's heart was filled with gratitude. Lin Chen really helped her time and time again. Lily touched Wu Rong's face and facial features, and measured them with her hands. It's very simple. This girl has good facial features and a good body shape, and she has a golden ratio. With just a little bit of makeup, she will definitely be a beauty. Lily was a flight attendant and had learned the most professional makeup techniques, so this was not a difficult task at all. Really? Am I really that good? Wu Rong was so happy that she started talking. She still couldn't believe what he said and kept confirming it again and again. That's right, leave it to me, I will transform you. Lily took out her makeup bag and applied the makeup on Wu Rong's face little by little. Lin Chen was not idle either, he contacted Lu Tingting with a phone call. Hey, I have a girl here who doesn't know how to dress. How about you pick out some suitable clothes for her and send them over? Lin Chen gave Lu Tingting a brief description of Wu Rong's appearance, figure, and measurements. Lu Tingting is a well-known anchor in Jiangcheng. She basically changes her outfit every night in the live broadcast room and has good taste in choosing clothes. It is most appropriate for her to be assigned this task. Chapter 92, The Ugly Duckling Becomes a Swan. 165 centimeters tall, 93 kilograms? An AC cup? This figure is perfect for clothes. It's easy to match clothes with. Wait for me to pick out a few pieces and I'll send them to you right away. Although Lu Tingting was going to start broadcasting in half an hour, she would not refuse when Lin Chen asked her for help, even if it meant standing up some fans and postponing the live broadcast. Lu Tingting searched the huge wardrobe for a few long dresses that were charming but not ostentatious, and could attract attention without appearing glamorous. Half an hour later, Wu Rong's face had been transformed by Lily. The girl who was extremely inconspicuous in the crowd just now became a presence in Starbucks no less than Lily. Wow, the appearance of that table is too high, a handsome man and two beautiful women. Those two beauties have very different styles, but they are both beautiful in their own way. They are so pleasing to the eyes. The comments from other guests at the adjacent tables are the best proof. Wu Rong couldn't wait to turn on the front camera of her phone and looked at herself on the screen, totally unable to believe it. Is this me? This is exactly what I look like in my dream. Wu Rong looked at herself, laughing and crying at the same time. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this makeup. The blushes on her pure look were particularly charming. Boss Lin, this lady is just missing some clothes. Her outfit doesn't match her at all. Lily gave this advice that anyone with a discerning eye could see. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Sure enough, Lu Tingting had walked in from Starbucks. That kind of temperament is so unique that even Lily cannot compare to her. Here are some of the dresses I carefully selected. Try them on. Lu Tingting put the bags on the table. Wu Rong found a secluded place, took off her tacky short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants, and put on a one-shoulder-long skirt that she had never tried before. Wu Rong walked out, obviously a little shy, her whole face flushed red. I've never worn a skirt or high heels before, so I'm not used to it yet. Wu Rong stuttered, and it was obvious that she was extremely shy. It's so beautiful. It's a world of difference compared to just now. Lily couldn't help but marvel at the prospect, and Lin Chen couldn't believe that this was the ugly duckling that everyone in the office building disliked. Her biggest problem now is that she can't let go. It will be fine once she gets used to it. She must be a goddess with a group of followers behind her. Lu Tingting couldn't help but give Wu Rong a thumbs up. Other people in Starbucks also kept glancing over here. Come on, I'll treat the three of you to dinner. Lin Chen brought three beautiful women to a nearby high-end hotel. These four people always attracted a lot of attention. It was already late, so Lin Chen sent them back to their homes. Ding, connecting with the host. Congratulations to the host for the opportunity to sign in Leslie Chung's acting skills. Would you like to sign in? After Wu Rong signed for the printer, the system now reacted. Sign. As long as it is given by the system, of course I will sign in without hesitation, but why is it my brother's acting this time? Lin Chen thought that he must have pretended to be Wu Rong's boyfriend when he delivered the printer during the day, which triggered the system's reward mechanism. I have to say that this system is becoming more and more intelligent. Leslie Chung is a shining flower in the history of Chinese cinema, representing the highest acting skills. His performance, which can be both gentle and masculine, has conquered tens of millions of Chinese people and even people around the world. His works are still talked about today. Lin Chen was of course very happy to be able to sign his brother's acting skills, because his brother is his idol. Early the next morning, Wu Rong continued to go to work at Tsinghua Holdings Entrepreneurship Park on time. What was different this time was that she became the focus of discussion before she even reached the gate. Oh my god, who is this? Is this Wu Rong? Someone please save my eyes. Could this pretty girl really be the old-fashioned Wu Rong? Has she transformed? No one could believe it, and Wang Yu, who was watching from the side, was even more stunned. She usually walks around the office building with her outstanding looks, but she is no match for Wu Rong now. She feels like she is being outdone. This shameless woman must have seduced the rich man, and then the rich man transformed her. She is a vixen. Wang Yu refused to admit the fact that she had lost the title of the most beautiful woman in the office, and like a shrew, she started cursing in the morning. Wu Rong had long been accustomed to all this and walked forward without caring. She was ready to accept the bad words from others. You're almost there. It's a good thing that the ugly duckling has made a comeback. Now it's not too much for the beautiful Wu Rong to find a rich second-generation man. Don't be jealous. Yes, in this entire office building, I think you, Wang Yu, are the only one who is a green tea. You have no right to talk about others. Just mind your own business. The rest of them all pointed their weapons at Wang Yu and opened fire, as they had been harboring grudges against him for a long time. What? You guys actually ganged up to attack me? I'm going to go find the boss and complain about you, you. Wang Yu ran to the boss's office angrily. Wu Rong's eyes widened. She didn't know why everyone was so strange today. Why would they help her speak up? In fact, it was Lin Chen's red envelope yesterday that worked. Wu Rong was very happy. She knew that from now on, she would no longer be the most inconspicuous one in the office, and she would become outstanding little by little. Returning to her desk, she opened makeup tutorials and dressing videos, and studied and learned confidently whether they were European, American, or Chinese styles. She is becoming better little by little, and it is the appearance of Lin Chen that has changed her. Lin Chen was still sleeping in at home at this time, while Zhao Yuro was already dressed and ready to go to work. What a lazy pig, sleeping late every day. Before leaving, Yuro pinched Lin Chen's nose with her slender hands in disgust, trying to teach him a lesson. Puff. Are you going to murder your husband? Lin Chen was awakened by Yuro in this way, with some innocence in his eyes. I've prepared breakfast, don't sleep in, lazy pig. After that, Zhao Yuro drove out in her Ferrari. All the projects of the Zhao Group in Liqing Gaoxing Development Zone have entered the final stage and will start construction today. After Lin Chen woke up, he remembered what he had promised his third uncle Zhu Jianbin. He had to find a suitable and decent job for his cousin Zhu Yali as soon as possible. When we drove to the SCC Supercar Club, Han Han was already busy here. Since the launch of the supercar rental business, many people in Jiangcheng come here to rent sports cars, some to show off to pick up girls, and some to experience the fun of supercars. Brother Lin, it's too busy here. We have to hire some more supervisors, otherwise we won't be able to handle it. Han Han was sweating profusely. He came here at 6 in the morning and was already out of breath after working until 9. Chapter 93, Arrange Work. Small problem, I'll find someone right away. Lin Chen called his third uncle. Hey, third uncle, let Yali come to work at the SCC Supercar Club in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng. I'll give her a management position that matches her expertise. I'm sure she'll be able to adapt. Thank you so much, Lin Chen. You are really the pride of our family. I will let Zhu Yali go over now. After Zhu Jianbin hung up the phone, he urged his daughter to go to work. Zhu Yali has been staying at home since graduation, and Zhu Jianbin has been dissatisfied for a long time. After simply dressing up, Zhu Yali came to the supercar club. Lin Chen briefly introduced some business operations, and Zhu Yali got started easily. These management positions were easy for her, a professional student. Lin Chen also gave Zhu Yali a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, which is an astronomical figure and unimaginable for ordinary people. After Zhu Jianbin learned the news, he happily expressed his gratitude to Zhu Ping in the family group. Message in the loving family group. Zhu Jianbin, Zhu Ping, your son is so ambitious. He let Yali work in a club with hundreds of supercars and offered her a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan. I couldn't even dream of that. Zhu Ping, this is what we should do. We are a family, and as a family we should help each other. Zhu Jianbin, you and Ling Yi will definitely enjoy family happiness with Lin Chen. Lin Chen has a promising future and will definitely achieve great things in the future. Zhu Ping, I wish you good luck. After seeing the messages in the group, Zhu Jianxiang and Zhu Jie were very annoyed and helpless. The father and son, who had lost any source of income, lived in a small apartment. The father and son, who had once been glorious, were unwilling to go out to work. They would rather starve to death in the room than make a comeback. Now the only supercar club that Zhu Jie could rely on has been taken away by Lin Chen, and he is left with nothing. I'll go talk to Zhu Ping and ask Lin Chen to give us both a job, otherwise we'll starve to death sooner or later. Although Zhu Jianxiang was not willing to work for Lin Chen, it was the only way out at the moment. Will he accept us? We harmed him like that before. Zhu Jie didn't have any hope at all. He felt that Lin Chen must hate them father and son to the core. How do you know if you don't try? Zhu Jianxiang licked his face and talked to Zhu Ping in the family group. Zhu Jianxiang, sister, Lin Chen is really becoming more and more capable now, but my father and I can't even afford to eat. Please let your son find us a job for the sake of our blood connection. Zhu Jie, auntie, please help us. We could starve to death at any time. Can you bear to see this? Zhu Ping, when you two were mocking us and looking down on us, why didn't you think of today? Zhu Jianyuan, Jianxiang and his family are also very kind. We are all family, so we will help whenever we can. Zhu Jianbin, yes, a family should support and help each other. Zhu Ping, okay then, I'll go talk to my son. Zhu Ping was also speechless. He was very reluctant, But there was nothing he could do because his eldest and third brothers were also speaking for his second brother. As a family connected by blood, it would be unjustifiable to watch him die without helping. She had no idea that the Zhu father and son were secretly harming Lin Chen. She only knew about the ridicule at the dinner party, so she didn't care much. Lin Chen was still busy when he saw his mother calling. "What's up, Mom? Find a job for your second uncle and cousin as well. They are jealous of the job you gave to Zhu Yali." "What? The two of them? I wish they would die right now." Lin Chen hated them to the core, a hatred that could not be forgiven. "My son, be obedient and give your eldest uncle and third uncle some face. After all, we are all family. If we don't help each other, people will talk about us." Xu Ping tried her best to persuade her son. Lin Chen hated it most when Xu Ping used those ethical and moral issues to pressure him, but he had no choice but to reluctantly recruit Zhu Jianxiang and his son. It just so happens that Zhu Jie understands these supercars, which can be of some use. It can alleviate the shortage of manpower and also serve as an explanation to his family. After Zhu Jianxiang and Zhu Jie knew that Lin Chen was willing to accept them, they were still a little surprised. They didn't expect Lin Chen to be so magnanimous and forgiving. They immediately rushed to the club. "You two will follow Yali to carry out the sports car rental and sales business. Yali will be your direct supervisor from now on. You must listen to her in everything. Do you understand?" Lin Chen got angry when he saw the faces of these two people and deliberately shifted his gaze to the other side. "Good nephew, uncle understands. My cousin also understands, don't worry. The Xu family father and son are also very flexible." Now they are so humble in front of Lin Chen, which is in stark contrast to their arrogant attitude at the previous family gathering. Lin Chen didn't want to talk to the two men anymore and just gave them a cold back. "The supercar club is now in your hands. Keep a close eye on the Zhu family father and son. They are not easy to deal with and will not work hard for you. I may not be able to take care of things here recently, I'm relying on you too." Before leaving, Lin Chen entrusted it to Han Han and Zhu Yali. "Don't worry, just leave it to us." Han Han responded. After leaving here, Lin Chen prepared to go to Orange Media to inspect the work. He had too many industries under his name and needed to treat them equally. "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." As soon as he arrived at the door, the security guard and the receptionist greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen really liked the feeling of being surrounded by stars. "Everyone keep working hard, and I'll give you a raise next month." Lin Chen knows that the most effective way to encourage employees is to increase their salary. When Lin Chen arrived at the door of Xinfang's office, he felt there was some noise inside, like the corner of the table squeaking. He put his head to the door, and there were some special female gasps. "Oh my god, Xinfang, I'm the vice president of the company for her, but she's having an office romance with me?" Lin Chen pushed open the vice president's office, and the male protagonist inside turned out to be Wang Hao. "Good job, you two. I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. Can't you hold back in the office?" When the door was opened, Xinfang sat down on the desk, Wang Hao was standing, and the two were kissing passionately. "No. Sorry, Mr. Lin, we didn't control ourselves, but we didn't do anything out of line, we just kissed." Wang Hao hurried to explain, but Xinfang was already so shy that she wanted to bury her head in the ground. "How can this be allowed? Then I'll fine you both half a month's salary as a warning to others." Lin Chen wanted to fine his employees just to give them an explanation. He couldn't bear to severely punish Xinfang and Wang Hao, his two capable right-hand men. "I understand, Mr. Lin. We will behave ourselves in the future and only do these embarrassing things at home," Wang Hao assured Lin Chen. Chapter 94, Heroine Louis Fei. "Ha, when you two first met, each of you was shyer than the other, but now you are really open." Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. At this time, an assistant walked in. "Boss Lin, the big star Louis Fei wants to see you." "Louis Fei? What does she want to talk to me about? Although I saved her, we don't have any contact normally." Lin Chen was very curious and went to the hall with Xinfang and Wang Hao. As a big star in China, Louis Fei is indeed elegant. Although she is over 30 years old, she still looks as innocent as an 18-year-old girl at first glance. The white long dress makes her heart beat faster. But Louis Fei's face did not look happy, and there was a gleam in her eyes. "Louis Fei? Lin Chen, I'm in some trouble. Of all the people I can think of, you seem to be the only one who can help me." Louis Fei couldn't help but shed tears. When she saw Lin Chen, she seemed to see hope. Don't be anxious, take your time and tell me what happened. Lin Chen invited Ifei to sit on the chair. My company, Muggle Media, has a drama called The Condor Heroes. I had already passed the audition and was waiting for the filming to start, but the director team informed me at the last minute that I was rejected. The reason was that I didn't agree to the producer's request for an affair with me at the banquet, so the leading actress was replaced by another girl. The more Louis Fei spoke, the more she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. This is too much. In today's film industry, there are unspoken rules everywhere. Especially for a beautiful girl like you, those greasy producers want you. How can I help you? Lin Chen was also concerned, but Orange Media was a media company that focused on music, and film and television only accounted for a small part of the company's business. I hope you can come forward and help me win this heroine back. I will be very grateful to you. Louis Fei's eyes were full of hope. Don't worry, Lin Chen, can't stand these people. I'll help you get the heroine back. Louis Fei was extremely grateful. This was the second time Lin Chen had helped her. After leaving Orange Media, Lin Chen brought Yu Ro to the Muggle Film and Television Media Building, which was also located in the center of Jiangqing City. The famous producer tycoon Tan Rui was discussing the final startup matters with Kang Jiabin, the director of the Return of the Condor Heroes crew. And the person sitting in Tan Rui's arms is none other than Lin Yuyu, the heroine who replaced Louis Fei. Louis Fei saw at a glance that Lin Yuyu had used irregular means to get to the top, and she wanted to slap her in the face. This kind of woman has no acting skills and no popularity. Isn't this ruining such a good script of the Condor Heroes? Director Kang Jiabin had no choice but to let Lin Yuyu play the female lead because Tan Rui's influence was too great. He is the producer who invested 20 million yuan, and no one dares to disobey him. Oh, this is our producer Tan? You are so arrogant that you actually chased away Louis Fei, who was most suitable to play the role of Little Dragon Girl. In Lin Chen's opinion, anyone in Jiangcheng is a nobody in his eyes, and there is no need to even look at them. Who the hell are you? I, Tan Rui, can make whoever I want the heroine to be the heroine. I can make whoever I want famous, and I can make whoever I want famous tomorrow, and she won't be famous until the day after tomorrow. Do you understand? Tan Rui was so confident that he would pinch Lin Yuyu's big butt in his arms from time to time. You're annoying. I'm sensitive there. Lin Yuyu's coquettish voice was very insightful. No wonder Tan Rui valued her so much. Lin Chen came to the well-known director Kang Jiabin, who has made many good movies over the years and is deeply loved by netizens. This kind of producer will ruin your reputation. From now on, I will ask you to use Louis Fei as the heroine again. Is there any difficulty? This is difficult for me to handle. Making a movie requires money, and we can't offend producer Tan. Kang Jiabin muttered to Lin Chen in a low voice. Call your CEO now. Director Kang didn't know what Lin Chen wanted to do, so he could only do as he was told. Hello, is this the president of Muggle Film and Media? We at Orange Media want to spend 3 times more than the market price to acquire Muggle Film and Media. Are you willing? Lin Chen went straight to the point and said that money was not a problem for him. Who are you? Our Muggle Media is growing rapidly, and recently. 5 times then. The Muggle president was interrupted before he could finish his words. The market value of this film and television company. 7 times. Lin Chen didn't want to listen to so much nonsense and suggested to bring Muggle Media under his control, so that Louis Fei would be the only choice for the heroine. Deal, I'll sign the transfer agreement with you now. The Muggle president knew when to quit. He knew that even if the film and television industry was growing rapidly, it would take 30 years to make back the 7 times higher price. This young man may not look very old, but he has quite a background. He was able to spend 7 times the price to directly acquire Muggle films. It's incredible. If this is true, Tan Rui won't be able to be proud for long. The other people in the crew were talking about it. They all hoped that Louis Fei could return to the crew. Lin Yuyu was just a decoration. After the Muggle president drafted the document, he went downstairs and in no time, both parties signed the contract. Tan Rui couldn't believe it, and Lin Yuyu in his arms suddenly lost her scent. Lin Chen came to Tan Rui coldly. What are you still proud of now? Is the 30 million yuan production fee worth showing off? Take your money and take your green tea heroine and get out. Lin Chen's cold tone made Tan Rui dare not stay any longer. There are very few people in China who can spend billions of yuan to acquire an entire company without blinking an eye. Liu Fei, welcome back. We all hope that you can stay in our team forever. Yang Mi, who plays Guo Xiang, dances with joy. She believes that in the whole of China, only Yifei can perform the essence of Xiaolongnu. Then let's do another audition without delay. If confirmed, we can officially start filming tomorrow. Kang Jiabin was also very satisfied with Liu Yifei, who fits the pure character of Little Dragon Girl very well. But director, our leading actor Huang Xiaoming didn't come today. How can we audition without him? The assistant director told everyone the news, and everyone was very depressed. Did the start of filming have to be postponed for another day? I see that this brother Lin Chen has a fair complexion and a bit of dignity. Letting him temporarily replace Huang Jiao to play Yang Guo should have a good effect. Yes, his appearance is more in line with the setting of Yang Guo in the script than Huang Xiaoming, but I don't know if his acting skills will be much worse. Others in the crew suggested that Lin Chen have a temporary audition. Chapter 95, Lin Chen's audition. Me, can I do it? Lin Chen knew that he had just signed Leslie Chung's acting skills, but he had not yet tried the actual effect of his acting skills. If he performed poorly, wouldn't he be embarrassed in front of so many people? I think he can do it, let's give him this opportunity. Liu Yifei was also very excited. Compared to a strange actor like Huang Xiaoming, she wanted to act with the familiar Lin Chen more. Okay, let's try it first. All departments should get ready. With the lighting, photography, scene arrangement and makeup team ready, Kang Jiabin shouted action and the performance officially began. The first episode is about Li Macho, who turns love into hatred and hunts down Lu Men, and Yang Gui uses his wits to rescue the two women. Every expression of Lin Chen, every subtle body movement, every line, and every look were just right, not only exceeding the deadline, but also more perfect than the textbook. This Yang Gui is so amazing. Is he the reincarnation of Yang Gua? It's so similar, so similar. This performance is powerful but not contrived. It's wonderful. Everyone praised Lin Chen's acting skills. Liu Yifei has been an actor for many years, and she feels inferior to Lin Chen's acting skills. Brother, is this really your first time filming? Kang Jiabin hesitated. He had seen countless actors, both international superstars and Chinese superstars, but there was only one who could control his performance as freely as Lin Chen. Click. As the director signaled the end, the audition came to an end and the scene was filled with silence. Everyone's eyes fell squarely on Lin Chen. Lin Chen himself did not expect that the Leslie Chung's acting skills signed in by the system would be so powerful. It was simply like his brother was possessed. You should stay and be our leading actor. The show The Condor Heroes will definitely become a big hit because of you. Then you can become famous overnight and become a hot star in China. Yang Mi, who plays Guo Xiang, admires Lin Chen very much and her love for him can't be hidden in her eyes. I don't have time. I have work to do, and I have to stay on set for a long time. Lin Chen still prefers filming, but the actual situation does not allow him to do so. Besides, what about the previous male lead Huang Xiaoming? Should we just pass him over? That would be too unfriendly. Lin Chen's remarks made everyone feel disappointed. Just stay here. I want you to stay. I'll feel safe with you around. I'll also feel better when I act. Liu Yifei looked at Lin Chen infatuatedly. Her heart was already filled with affection for Lin Chen. She didn't know if this was love, but she would become jealous whenever she saw Lin Chen. Stay here. Huang Xiaoming himself doesn't want to act in this role. If you are suitable, he will definitely withdraw on his own initiative. Stay. Just stay, don't hesitate. Everyone in the crew tried to persuade him to stay. Even if Lin Chen was the richest man in Zhangbei and had a lot of face, he would be embarrassed to refuse so many invitations. Then I promise you. Lin Chen was also speechless. He originally came to Muggle Media to help Yifei, but he didn't expect to become the male lead of an upcoming hit drama. After the show, Liu Yifei invited Lin Chen to dinner, and Yang Mi followed him happily. She wanted to take a few more glances at the handsome Lin Chen. As soon as we arrived at the door of a hotel, the crowd around us started to gather. Liu Yifei and Yang Mi? They are both famous stars in China. It is a lifetime honor to meet these two beauties at the same time. Celebrities are just celebrities, but they are so beautiful. Ordinary people can never learn this kind of temperament even if they study for a lifetime. Everyone present picked up their cameras and flashes lit up in an orderly manner at the hotel entrance. As a superstar, Louis Fei is used to this and has no expression on her face. Yang Mi is still shy and covers her face with her hands. Lin Chen was usually annoyed by these paparazzi who prevented celebrities from having any private lives, so he put his arms around the shoulders of the two and walked into the hotel room. His main purpose was to prevent them from being photographed. Who is this man? How can he hug our goddess? Brothers, quickly find him and let him experience the power of cyberbullying. He is Lin Chen, who was a little popular for his singing a while ago, but now he is out of fashion. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. The unscrupulous media and self-media have already come up with a headline, which is, "The outdated singer is dating two Chinese women at the same time." Before the dishes ordered by Lin Chen and his two companions were served, the news had spread throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. Even at the Zhao Group's office meeting, Zhao Yuro saw this news. She didn't care at all, she believed in Lin Chen's determination. But just because she doesn't care doesn't mean her aunts and uncles don't care. Especially Zhao Ling, after seeing this message on the internet, she was furious and sent various messages to complain about Lin Chen, who was unfaithful to her husband. In the Zhao family group. Zhao Ling, I've known for a long time that Lin Chen is unreliable. It's a great blessing for him to be engaged to our Yuro, but now he's going one step further and hooking up with other women. What a jerk. Yan Kaifeng, ever since we parted in the hospital, I thought he was a nice guy. I didn't expect him to be so fickle and get together with a celebrity. It was really inappropriate for a married man to put his arm around someone else's shoulders in public. Zhao Ling, yes, this is outrageous, it is simply a disgrace to our Zhao family. Zhao Yuyan, you guys should stop talking about it. What if my brother-in-law did this for some other reason? If he really cheated, he wouldn't show it in front of the media. Zhao Ling, I ask you, as a little sister, don't you wish your sister well? Do you really hope that she will be cuckolded by that stinky boy? Zhao Yuyan, okay, I can't argue with you. Zhao Donlai and Zhao Yuro were helpless when they saw these conversations in the office and could only pretend not to see them. In the hotel, Lin Chen, Yang Mi and Ifei were just about to start eating when a group of men carrying briefcases and wearing secret uniforms rushed in. Among them was Tan Rui, who was kicked out after Lin Chen acquired Muggle media. Oh? What are you doing here? Are you unwilling to give in and calling your brothers to take revenge on me? Lin Chen simply didn't bother to look at them, and spoke coldly while eating. You are really ignorant of the current situation. The person next to me is Mr. Lu Xiaoxuan, the most authoritative producer in Jiangbei and the director of Jiangcheng TV station. He has invested 100 million to take over this drama. You can do whatever you want. Of course you can choose to refuse. At that time, even if you finish filming, you will not appear on TV. Don't regret that I didn't remind you to beg us like a dog. Now that Tan Rui has someone to back him up, he speaks with a different tone and becomes more arrogant. Chapter 96, Director of the TV station? Boss Tan, please don't go too far. Louis Fei was so angry that her teeth were itching. She didn't expect that Tan Rui was really lingering around and came back again after she was driven away. Too much bullying? You're such a dirty thing. I gave you the face to serve me, but you refused. In the future, even if you lick your face and ask me to touch you, I won't touch you. You are no longer destined to be the heroine, ha ha ha. Tan Rui's arrogance could be felt throughout the private room. If you know what's best for you, give up your role as producer of the Condor Heroes right away. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but the entire crew will suffer as well. Lu Xiaoxuan also put pressure on Lin Chen, saying that as long as it was a script that he liked, he would get it. Most importantly, he is a die-hard fan of Yang Mi, and wants to take advantage of this drama to have a close contact with Yang Mi. Lu Xiaoxuan's eyes kept on Yang Mi's lower body. He drooled at the sight of this figure. Where are you looking at him? You rascal! Shy Yang Mi felt that she was being violated, and quickly blocked the 2 balls of cotton in front of her. Ha, pretending to be reserved? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson tonight. Being reserved is not a good thing for an actress. You will lose a lot of opportunities. But you will slowly understand this in the future. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoxuan walked in front of Yang Mi and moved his fingers up and down on her fair skin. Don't touch me, I don't understand and I don't want to understand. I can fight on my own and don't need to rely on others. Yang Mi suddenly dived into Lin Chen's arms. Brother Lin Chen, protect me. She actually said such a sentence subconsciously. Oh my god, you dare to let the girl I like in your arms? If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. In a fit of rage, Lu Xiaoxuan threw 100 million yuan in cash into the private room, and the red banknotes fell like rain. Have you seen money? If you haven't seen it, go pick it up quickly. I only want the script of the Return of the Condor Heroes in Yangmi. Lu Xiaoxuan issued a final ultimatum to Lin Chen. You can show off 100 million? It's not even enough to fill my teeth. Lin Chen is now worth hundreds of billions, and 100 million is basically like waste paper in his eyes. This. When Tan Rui saw so much money, he subconsciously stuffed it into his pocket. Although Yang Mi and Louis Fei are also big stars, such a large sum of money was piled up in a small box to a thickness of centimeters. So generous, you are worthy of being the director of our Jiangqing TV station, idiot? If I were Lin Chen, I would definitely agree without hesitation. The journalists holding cameras outside the box saw the scattered banknotes and wanted to rush in to pick up a few. Lin Chen was not moved at all. He took out a piece of burning wax from under the dry pot bullfrog and threw it directly to the ground. The fire started up and hundreds of dollar bills were burned. Are you crazy? If you don't want it, give it to me. Tan Rui lay down, patting the sparks with his clothes, and everyone else squatted down to put out the fire. What's wrong with Lin Chen? Why is he so upset about money? Everyone was puzzled by Lin Chen's behavior. Lu Xiaoxuan admired Lin Chen. He had never met a man who was not interested in money. If you're brave, wait for me. I will contact all the TV station directors in China and have them ban your drama. I want the number of broadcasts of your drama to be 0. Lu Xiaoxuan laughed loudly towards the sky, showing mysterious confidence. Oh? You said you are the director of Jiangqing TV station? I don't agree. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. You don't agree? Who do you think you are? What's the point of your disagreement? Tan Rui smiled ghostly. He felt that Lin Chen had gone crazy. Lin Chen knew that the Jiangqing TV station building was built with the help of Zhao Group and Yiwu, so Zhao Group held most of the shares of the TV station. He silently called Zhao Yuro. Wife, do you know Lu Xiaoxuan from Jiangqing TV station? He said he's not feeling well lately and wants to leave the TV station for a while. Can you help me with this? Every word Lin Chen said was heard by everyone. Don't worry, hubby, we can do it now. After hanging up the phone, Yuro quickly contacted the senior management of Jiangqing TV station and asked them to reselect a director. Ms. Zhao, who do you think is the right candidate for the station director? Lin Chen. The TV station executives asked Zhao Yuro, and Zhao Yuro said the word Lin Chen without hesitation. For a time, the news of the replacement of the director of Jiangqing TV station had spread among all media workers. What? How could this be? You are so shameless that you can actually make the Zhao family obey you? Lu Xiaoxuan was the first to receive the dismissal text message from the top management, and he couldn't believe it for a moment. Not only was Tan Rui kicked out of Mughal Media by Lin Chen, he also had to watch his backers being kicked out of Jiangqing TV station step by step by Lin Chen. How powerful a background does one have to achieve this? Louis Fei and Yang Mi also don't know what other abilities Lin Chen has. The current Lin Chen is already difficult for them to figure out. In Louis Fei's mind, Lin Chen's image has reached a higher level. Get out of here now. If you don't leave, I will make sure you have nothing left. Lin Chen yelled, and Lu Xiaoxuan and Tan Rui picked up the half-burned cash on the ground and quickly ran away. They did not dare to have any doubt about Lin Chen's background and strength. And you guys, are you waiting to be fired by me too? I am your station manager now. I need a private life. If I find out someone is secretly filming you again, you will pack up and leave. Lin Chen pointed at the reporter who was frantically taking photos through the crack in the door and spoke coldly. The media quickly evacuated the hotel. All of them were terrified. Lin Chen's every move was seen by the two beautiful stars around him, and both of them were full of admiration for Lin Chen. After dinner, Lin Chen returned home. He had to start filming early the next morning, so he needed to recuperate in advance. Zhao Yuro got off work early today. When she returned home, Lin Chen was already cleaning the house and helping her with the chores. Why is my husband so diligent today? Zhao Yuro didn't even have time to change her clothes. Seeing Lin Chen like this, she hugged him from behind like a little bird. Honey, I have to go to the crew to film tomorrow, so I may not be home for long. So I have to help you with some housework today. Lin Chen turned around and gently stroked Yuro's face with his hand. What? My husband can sing, race cars, and do business, but he can also act? Zhao Yuro couldn't believe what kind of divine fiancé she had found. Yuro was so excited that she rubbed her hands together, wishing she could see the scene filmed by Lin Chen right now. Lin Chen thought Yuro would be a little disappointed, but he didn't expect this silly girl to be so happy. Chapter 97, If being handsome is also a mistake. What play is my husband in? Who is he in it with? The name of the play is The Condor Heroes, the director is the famous Kang Jiabin, and the leading actress is Louis Fei. Wow, Louis Fei is also my idol. My husband is acting with my idol. Can I visit the crew? Of course you can. Not only can you visit the set, but if you want to act, I can also arrange a role for you. It's a piece of cake. I'm the producer. Lin Chen hooked Yuro's nose in a very ambiguous way. Really? That would be great, just let me play the role of my husband's little fangirl, and I'll be satisfied. Zhao Yuro has already imagined various scenes of herself filming in her mind. The two even imagined the direction of the plot together. Early the next morning, Yuro went to work, and Lin Chen followed her to the crew. The filming location is in Ruicheng County, Jiangcheng, where there is a famous film and television shooting base Shudyan. It can be said to be the largest filming base in North China, and is known as the cradle of Chinese film and television together with Hengdian in South China. When Lin Chen drove his Lamborghini Hermes to the Ruicheng store, the actors were already in place. Lin Chen's exclusive makeup artist was also ready, waiting to do Lin Chen's makeup. Lin Chen sat quietly in front of the dressing table. The makeup girl was actually panting and a little nervous, and broke out in cold sweat from time to time. Hey, little sister, are you feeling weak? Why are you shaking all the time? Lin Chen noticed that the little girl was a little strange and asked her with concern. Everyone in the crew turned their eyes over, worried that something might have happened to the crew members. Director Kang Jiabin also walked over to the makeup girl. Where are the medical staff? Come and check the situation. Yang Mi shouted. The makeup girl was shaking even more violently, and she couldn't even hold the makeup brush in her hand tightly. No, I'm just a little nervous. The makeup girl stammered and said some incoherent words. Why are you so nervous? Even though you just graduated from college, you've been working with the crew for 2 months, and I've never seen you so nervous in those 2 months. Yi Qian, the logistics supervisor, was very curious and subconsciously put her hand on the makeup girl's forehead, worried that she would get heatstroke in this hot weather. Lin Chen saw the little girl's dodging and wandering gaze, and seemed to have understood something. He couldn't help laughing while sitting on the chair. Hey, what are you laughing at? We don't even know what's wrong with the little girl, how can you laugh? Seeing Lin Chen's abnormal behavior, Yang Mi couldn't help but remind him a few words in the morning. The most important thing in the crew is to handle interpersonal relationships. Lin Chen would easily be excluded if he did this. I'm going to tell you something, don't tell anyone else. Lin Chen put his mouth close to Yang Mi's ear and whispered softly, making the sensitive Yang Mi feel numb all over. You tell me, this makes my ears itchy. The reason why this girl kept shaking was because I was too handsome and he was shy when he saw me. It's all my damn charm that I can't find anywhere to put it, ha. Lin Chen started laughing as he spoke. You are such a narcissist. Although you're indeed quite handsome, you can't be so narcissistic. How could a girl tremble all over just because you are handsome? Yang Mi looked at the boasting Lin Chen with disdain, and even many people around heard their conversation. Shoo, keep your voice down. If others hear it, the makeup girl will be even more embarrassed. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, he saw the makeup girl shaking even more violently, with a few drops of blood flowing from her nose. Quick, come and see what's wrong with this little girl. Kang Jiabin signaled the medical staff to come quickly. The rest of the crew prayed. The medical staff rushed to the little sister's side and slid the diagnostic device over her internal organs, while another doctor confirmed her pulse rate. The medical staff had frowned brows and looked very serious. That's not right. After measuring the little sister's blood pressure, blood sugar and other indicators, the captain of the medical team was still frowning. It doesn't make sense. This little girl doesn't have any symptoms except her heartbeat, which is 3 times faster than an average person's. But you're not panting, you're not sweating, and your heartbeat isn't speeding up. The medical team leader discussed with other team members but still could not find the final cause. Only this little girl herself knew that all this was because she was in close contact with the fair and handsome Lin Chen, and she couldn't control her heart rate, and her shy heartbeat accelerated. Could it be really because of that? Yang Mi looked at Lin Chen curiously. Is it really as you said, because you are too handsome? Yang Mi was incredulous. She didn't expect that this man was so attractive to other young girls. Kang Jiabin and Yi Qian were obviously a little angry. The professional medical staff who were hired at high salaries accompanied the crew in filming, but they were unable to diagnose the health problems of the crew members. If you still can't find the cause of the disease, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Yi Qian was furious. A young girl among the medical staff also found some clues. She herself had seen that kind of stunningly handsome guy and also experienced accelerated heartbeat and body shaking. Although it was not as exaggerated as a nosebleed, the experience was unforgettable for her. The medical lady walked around the crew until she locked eyes with Lin Chen for 0.5 seconds, and she felt as excited as if she had ascended to heaven. A warm feeling quickly surged up the medical lady's face. Her entire face turned red. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. She obviously felt a little short of breath. It's over, that's how it feels. It took the medical lady several minutes to calm her heart rate. At this time, the medical team was still unable to make a professional judgment and was preparing to call an ambulance to take the patient to the nearest hospital for diagnosis by a doctor. On the contrary, the makeup girl kept refusing. Although her body showed a series of abnormal physiological reactions, her brain was still clear. If so many people knew that her heartbeat accelerated and her nose bleeds when she looked at handsome guys, it would be extremely embarrassing. I really don't want to go. I don't want to go to the hospital. I just want to rest. The makeup girl was very stubborn. Absolutely not. I'm the logistics supervisor and I'm responsible for all logistical matters of the crew. You must go to the hospital for treatment today. Yi Qian said firmly and had already started calling the 120 emergency center to send an ambulance to the shooting site in Shudian. In order to prevent the makeup girl's condition from getting worse, Lin Chen had to leave the dressing table and go outside. Maybe this would have some effect. Chapter 98, Crew Opening Ceremony. What Yang Mi never expected was that within less than a minute after Lin Chen left the house, the makeup girl's pulse rate dropped significantly, almost the same as that of an ordinary person. The involuntary shaking of the body has also improved significantly. Oh my god, is Lin Chen really a female college student killer? Do girls nowadays have no resistance to this kind of fair-skinned little milk dog? Yang Mi was alone in her thoughts. I know the reason. The medical lady who found the root cause stood up. It's because this makeup girl saw a handsome guy, and her adrenaline was secreted violently, and her heartbeat and pulse increased. In fact, it's not a big problem, just take it easy. The medical lady's words made the team leader suddenly realize. No wonder this girl didn't have any unusual health problems, but her heartbeat was so fast, it turned out that she was falling in love. Oh my god. I thought only men would be unable to walk and have nosebleeds when seeing beautiful women, but I didn't expect girls would also have similar symptoms when seeing handsome men. Kang Jiabin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the chief director, he would not be able to escape responsibility if any problems occurred with the crew members. At this moment, the makeup girl covered her face with her hands, wishing she could crawl into the ground. Then, which handsome guy did she see to become like this? As a middle-aged woman in her late 40s, Yi Qian was also very interested in the topics that these young girls were concerned about. Could it be our hero, Lin Chen? Louis Fei quickly reviewed the male actors in the crew in her mind. Only Lin Chen's appearance could make girls react abnormally. Lin Chen? Where is Lin Chen? Yi Qian quickly looked for her target, wanting to catch a glimpse of Lin Chen's handsome face. He was very foresight and has already gone out. He is worried that the makeup girl's symptoms will worsen. Only if he goes out can the girl feel better. Yang Mi's words made everyone silent. So, Lin Chen knows that it's because he's too handsome that my little sister is abnormal? Louis Fei couldn't help but want to laugh. This plot is really too ridiculous. The most embarrassing people in the crew, besides the makeup girl, are the other male supporting actors. Lin Chen, who has the aura of the protagonist, not only crushes them in the play, but also outdoes them outside the play. If everything is fine, then we will leave first. Once this little girl gets used to it, her symptoms will get better. Try to arrange for them to stay together as much as possible, so that she won't be nervous and shy in the future. After learning the truth, the captain of the medical team took his people away. Only the makeup girl was left, and her neck turned red with shyness. After a long time, things finally got better. Everyone hurry up, the opening ceremony is about to start, and the time of our rental venue is limited. Kang Jabin urged the crew members. Lin Chen returned to the dressing table, and the little sister came up again, took a deep breath, and then put on makeup for Lin Chen. She took the eyebrow pencil and drew it between Lin Chen's thick eyebrows, and looked away deliberately, worried that she would continue to speed up her heartbeat, which would affect the boot time. The most important thing about the opening ceremony is the time. If you miss the best time, the ratings and attention will be affected. Although this is a bit superstitious, you can't completely disbelieve it. Lin Chen looked at his little sister, who was less than 5 centimeters away from him, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. When I saw such a handsome and hearty smile, I could feel my adrenaline surge again. The last male star she had such a strong reaction to was Yang Yang. Okay, I'm serious and won't distract you anymore. Lin Chen felt that his younger sister's reaction was not good, so he quickly behaved himself. After everyone had finished putting on their makeup, the staff carried incense burners, red silk, fresh fruits, and roasted suckling pigs to the gate of the Shudian film and television base to prepare for the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony is a must for a film crew to begin filming, and it can express the good wishes of preventing crew members from getting injured, films and videos from being lost, etc. As soon as the crew of the Condor Heroes walked out of the room, it started to drizzle. It's a good sign. Our show The Condor Heroes will definitely go smoothly, because rain means water brings good luck. Kang Jabin applauded. He had directed many TV dramas before. Whenever it rained during the shooting, the ratings would definitely go through the roof. Everyone came to the open space at the gate of Shudian Film and Television Base in an orderly manner, and found that the venue pre-rented by the crew had been occupied by another crew. What does this mean? What does it mean? Our Condor Heroes crew has already booked the venue, why would the Forbidden Kingdom crew interfere? That's too much. Are we from the Condor Heroes easy to bully? The crew members were talking to each other, but no one dared to step forward to argue. The crew members on the opposite side are all genuine kung fu masters. They have mastered the golden bell cover and iron shirt to perfection, and ordinary people can't resist them at all. If you go up to argue, this group of simple-minded but strong-limbed people will probably start a fight. More importantly, the other party's producer is Hao Jiang, a famous film and television tycoon in North China. His Hao Media Company has complex and complicated relationships with a number of TV stations and film and television companies in China. There are countless bigwigs behind him. To offend him is equivalent to offending half of the film and television industry. Kang Jabin was already fed up with Hao Jiang. He was cheated by this producer in the last drama, and he didn't expect to meet him so domineering here. You son of a bitch, I have to teach you a lesson today. Kang Jabin walked forward and prepared to meet the Forbidden Kingdom crew. Director Kong, think twice before you act. The opponent must have a good background in good kung fu. Theory is useless. Yi Qian promptly stopped Kang Jabin, who was in a state of panic. Although she also disliked his behavior, she could only tolerate it at this point. There was no better way. Fuck you. No matter how angry Kang Jabin was, he had to think about the entire crew. If he lost his cool and the conflict escalated, it might lead to physical conflict and injuries to his crew members were inevitable. What's more important is that Hao Jiang has a complicated background, and it will also cause the stars and the crew to be banned. It's not worth it. Seeing that the auspicious time of 8 o'clock in the morning, which was most suitable for starting filming, was about to pass and the rain was slowly stopping, the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom still did not end their opening ceremony. Director, these people are deliberately slowing down the pace of the opening ceremony. They have been dawdling for a long time and have not yet cut the ribbon. They just don't want us to catch this good moment. Although Yangmi is carefree, she has seen through the other party's tricks. Chapter 99, Conflict in the Crew. Everyone in the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes was furious, but Lin Chen was leisurely listening to music with headphones on. He just wanted to film the movie well and didn't want to care about anything else. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? Can you hurry up? Yangmi couldn't control her temper anymore and shouted at the Forbidden Kingdom crew. Hey! This girl is pretty, but she's too impatient. Women shouldn't be impatient. Wait a minute, can't you see we haven't finished yet? The crew members of the Forbidden Kingdom responded to Yangmi one after another. They were originally in the wrong, but they blamed Yangmi for rushing them. Kang Jabin clenched his fists, veins bulging on his hands. Are you crazy? This is the place we rented. It's fine if you occupy it, but now you have this attitude. Do you think you can open the Shujian Film and Television City? Yi Qian could no longer bear it. She had just been calm, but now she took the initiative to argue with the other party. Then you are too naive. I will tell you right now that I own Shujian Film Studios. Our Hao Media company holds 40% of the shares and is the largest shareholder here. We can do whatever we want. Do you have any objections? Hao Jiang was extremely arrogant, and every word he said was like a knife, stabbing Yi Qian in pain. You. But in the face of absolute status and background, Yi Qian was powerless. Even if the Shujian Film and Television City is really owned by your family, you can't break the rules here. Don't you understand the principle of first come first served? Yang Mi wanted to jump up and hit Hao Jiang on the head. Rules? I made the rules. If you don't accept them, you can just get out. What are you shouting about? Hao Jiang is simply unreasonable and constantly challenges the patience limit of the Return of the Condor Heroes crew. It's not working anymore, right? If you're not working anymore, stop yelling. Be careful that our boss Hao will ban you. The crew is so dumbfounded, it's better to stop filming as soon as possible. It will be embarrassing if you film it again. What can you say? With this bunch of scumbags, the movie will flop sooner or later. The Forbidden Kingdom crew kept provoking each other and showing off their muscles from time to time. Damn it, I'll do it. Kang Jiabin could no longer sit still. He stepped forward with the incense burner he was going to use to start the machine and smashed it towards Hao Jiang's head. Brothers, fight them. Yi Qian didn't care about so many things. Although she was a woman, she rushed forward recklessly, grabbing the red silk. She was simply a female version of Neza, waving the Han Tian Ling in her hand. Yang Mi also ran over holding a bunch of smoking incense. The other members of the crew also rushed forward. A bunch of ants. The crew of the Forbidden Kingdom didn't even tremble when they saw a group of minions seeking death. Director Kong, be careful. Kang Jiabin took the lead in the charge, but his opponents were all highly skilled in martial arts, and he was about to be kicked away. If Kang Jiabin, who was already quite old, were to be hit by this kick, his body would probably fall apart. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen accelerated as fast as he could and pulled Director Kong into his arms. The opponent had no intention of retracting the kick and was about to hit Lin Chen. It will take a long time for the frail Lin Chen to recover from this kick. Be careful, Lin Chen, behind you. Lu Yifei shouted. At this time, she lost her composure and shouted angrily to remind Lin Chen. Only then did she realize that she must have fallen in love with this fair-skinned boy. Lu Yifei, who has always been a young lady, has never been so nervous about other men, but only Lin Chen made her feel this way. Just now, the makeup girl saw Lin Chen's heartbeat quicken and nosebleed, and she actually felt jealous. Be careful, be careful. Lu Yifei closed her eyes in despair. She wished she could help Lin Chen take the kick. Lin Chen looked back and saw that he was about to be hit. Call out. Dozens of batons fell from the sky. One of them aimed directly at Lin Chen and kicked him from behind. Crack! The bone of his foot was broken directly, and after a crisp sound, his wailing followed. Ah, my foot, who is it? Who? The big man stood on one foot, holding the other foot with both hands and wailing in pain, looking at the dozens of big men in black clothes rushing towards him in despair. These people? Where did they come from? Hao Jiang had no idea and could only retreat subconsciously to avoid being accidentally hit by the sticks. Unexpectedly, one of the sticks hit his back. Everyone in the Return of the Condor Heroes crew became even braver when they saw the unknown rescuers coming to help. Lin Chen smiled contemptuously, he knew that his reinforcements had arrived. Ali brought dozens of his brothers with him. When they saw that their eldest brother Lin Chen was in danger, they rushed to the scene at the speed of light within 300 meters to save him. Although all the crew members of the Forbidden Kingdom have well-developed muscles and good kung fu skills, Ali is a well-known desperado in Jiangbei. Facing such absolute cruelty and weapons, he has no chance of winning with his bare hands. Brother, are you okay? I'll leave these ignorant guys to you guys to deal with. Be careful. Ali checked Lin Chen's whole body to see if he was injured, fearing that he would not be able to arrive in time and something would happen to his brother. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just want you to teach these people a lesson. Lin Chen looked fiercely at the Forbidden Kingdom crew, especially Hao Jiang. Brother, leave it to me. Ali carries the baton on his shoulder, ready to go. Brothers, we can't bring shame to Shaolin. Let's fight them head on and let them see the power of Shaolin Kung Fu. A Kung Fu boy seemed very unconvinced and raised his fist, ready for a fight. Go! I don't know who shouted this, and the two sides started fighting. The fight ended in less than a few minutes. There were hundreds of people, but only dozens were standing, and the rest were lying on the ground, struggling in pain. Among them, Hao Jiang is a typical one. His back, waist and arms were bruised and in great pain. The other members of the Forbidden Kingdom crew also had grim expressions on their faces. Ali and his brothers did not feel any pressure facing these people. A bunch of verbs who don't know their own limits. My elder brother, Lin Chen, is a god you can't afford to offend. If I see you doing anything bad to my elder brother again, I will cut off your lives one by one. Although there were a few scratches and blood marks on Ali's face, it could not stop his cold-blooded aura from being revealed. No one in the Forbidden Kingdom crew dared to speak. They just looked on in fear, just like the cats. Hao Jiang didn't even dare to open his eyes. Rich people are more afraid of death. He hasn't lived enough. Wow, that's so cool. Brother Chen is not only handsome and good at acting, but he also has friends in the underworld to help him? Yang Ni's eyes were full of admiration. Louis Fei had only seen scenes of gangster fights in TV dramas and movies, but she didn't expect that they would appear next to her today, and Lin Chen was actually the gangster boss? Chapter 100 Official Shooting. Her sense of security instantly filled up. Having someone like Lin Chen by her side meant that she didn't have to worry about any problems in the future. He would always protect her. Louis Fei's heart was also beating fast. As a pure and innocent girl, she thought she would never be interested in men in her life, but Lin Chen made her fall in love with him time and time again. Every move of Lin Chen made her heart surge. Brother, I have already dealt with these people for you. I don't think they dare to attack again. Don't worry, if there is any problem, I will bring my brothers to the scene as soon as possible. After saying that, Ali and his brothers picked up sticks and disappeared into the open space in front of Shudian Film and Television City. Lin Chen was just calmly tidying up the corners of his clothes and his trouser legs that were covered in dust. This kind of calmness is something that ordinary people can never have. Kang Jiabin and Yi Qian have been in the film and television industry for decades, but this is the first time they have seen an actor like Lin Chen who has a background in the underworld. You guys just wait. I will give you the venue for today's opening ceremony, but your good days are over. I will make sure that the show The Condor Heroes will never be broadcast on any TV station in China. Hao Jiang was trembling, but the anger in his heart was so full that it seemed to overflow. Oh. Just use whatever tricks you have. I, Lin Chen, have nothing to fear. Brothers, retreat. Hao Jiang and his injured crew members crawled away from the scene, leaving behind only the obvious fighting scene and a few faint bloodstains on the ground. Seeing the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom leaving in defeat, the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes were all smiling. Everyone has to thank Lin Chen. If it weren't for him, the Condor Heroes crew would have fallen to the ground and left in embarrassment today. Little brother, on behalf of the entire crew of the Condor Heroes, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, everyone in the crew would have to pay for my impulsiveness just now. Kang Jiabin's words were full of gratitude. Don't thank me. I'm probably harming everyone. If we offend Hao Jiang, he might resort to some despicable tricks. Lin Chen also felt a little apologetic. Don't worry. He'll provoke us even if we don't provoke him. We just need to make the scene well. What Kang Jiabin said makes a lot of sense. Then let's not delay any further and start the opening ceremony. Yi Qian called on everyone to act quickly. It's drizzling right now, and there are still 3 minutes until 8 o'clock. Everyone arranged the incense burners, tributes and silks, and the crew members successfully cut the ribbon at the last second before 8 o'clock, as recorded by the camera. I wish us a great start and long-lasting ratings. Kang Jiabin shouted, and everyone couldn't contain their joy. In a room in Shudian Film and Television City, Hao Jiang was already furious and hurriedly contacted various backstage parties. Hello, is this Jiangnan TV? I'm Hao Jiang from Jiangbei Hao Media. You are forbidden to broadcast a TV series called The Condor Heroes to me. Do you understand? Hao Jiang's attitude is very tough. Although the other party was Mao Feng, the director of Jiangnan TV station, who held a high position, he was also a close friend of Hao Jiang's father, so he had to give face to Hao Hai, the former president of Huaxia Media. Hao Hai was the top figure in China's media industry 10 years ago. Although he has retired now, his dignity and prestige remain. How Jiang is unscrupulously wasting the face his father left him. Hello, is this the director of West China Television? I am Hao Hai's son, Hao Jiang. Please do not allow the Condor Heroes to be broadcast on your television station. Okay, since Master Hao has spoken, I will listen. I will not judge for the sake of favor. Master Hao helped me so much back then. Master Hao's little thing is nothing to worry about. After hanging up the phone, Hao Zhang's evil smile was already overflowing. Hello, is this the Magic City TV station? Please don't let the Condor Heroes air. Hello, is this Jianbei TV? Don't let the Condor Heroes air. Hao Jiang made more than a dozen phone calls. Except for the most prestigious Kyoto TV station and Lin Shan's Jiangqing TV station, he made arrangements for all other local and provincial TV stations. Because of Hao Zhang's phone call, TV stations across the country have united to boycott this drama, although they don't know why the crew offended such a tough guy, Mr. Hao. The crew of The Return of the Condor Heroes didn't care about all that, they just focused on filming. After the opening ceremony, all departments were ready and began formal filming. The acting between Lin Chen as Yang Guo and Meng Mei as Li Macho brought the drama to a climax right from the start. Especially Lin Chen, his every move fully demonstrated the wit and resourcefulness of the young Yang Guo, and of course some subtle fear. It's so wonderful, the acting is so great. The last person in the Chinese film and television industry who shocked me so much was brother Leslie Cheung. Lin Chen's acting is simply a perfect inheritance of his brother's legacy, the perfect fusion of yin and yang. As a director, Kang Jiabin gave Lin Chen a very high evaluation. Meng Mei, who plays Li Macho, sees Lin Chen's amazing acting skills. When she acts with him, she also tries to remind herself to concentrate and perform at her best. In just one morning, the 2 episodes were shot, and Kang Jiabin didn't yell cut once. It went so smoothly that it was unimaginable. It's the first time I've seen filming be so easy. As a star in the film and television industry, Yang Mi has filmed many dramas, but this is certainly the first time she has seen a crew without a cut for the entire morning. Louis Fei was also amazed at Lin Chen's acting skills. She was worried that her role as Little Dragon Girl would be obviously inferior to Lin Chen's Yang Guo, so she went over her lines silently in her mind to avoid being lame. The most exaggerated thing is that after shooting for 3 hours in a row, Lin Chen did not feel tired at all, and he did not need to memorize the script at all. All he had to do was go over all the lines with his eyes, and they would be internalized into fragmented small dramas in his mind. This makes subsequent performances easier. Currently, in China, only Lin Chen can achieve this kind of ability. The last person who could reach this level was his brother Leslie Cheung. The system is really powerful, amazing. Lin Chen didn't admire himself at all. He knew that it was the system that helped him do all this and he had to thank the system. After the crew's editing staff worked hard for a whole afternoon, by the afternoon the first 2 episodes of The Return of the Condor Heroes were ready to be broadcast on major TV stations for the Chinese people to watch. Chapter 101 Chapter 101, Hot broadcast on Jiangqing TV station. They did not choose to release all 40 episodes at once after filming, but released them separately, which is more in line with the current trend of film and television dramas. Lin Chen took the lead in scheduling the first 2 episodes of The Return of the Condor Heroes in the prime time of Jiangqing TV station in the evening. As the station director, it was easy for Lin Chen to do this. Kang Jiabin also actively contacted other large and small TV stations in China, but all of them gave the same response: rejection. Why? Why can't our The Condor Heroes be shown on your TV station? Why are we treated differently when we pay the same amount of money? Kang Jiabin asked in confusion. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended, Hao Jiang, the young master of Hao Hai, the former president of Huaxia Media. The other party just left this sentence and hung up the phone decisively. The crew of The Return of the Condor Heroes fell into dead silence, and everyone had a dazed expression. What's the point of us actors performing well? If the audience can't see it, it's all in vain. That's right, or we can just break up right here. All the crew members felt desperate. It was a TV series that was destined to have low ratings. It was useless to shoot it with so much money and effort. Don't be discouraged, let's wait a little longer. Our crew can't disband yet. Maybe a miracle will happen. Yi Qian didn't think so in her heart, but she still had to say words of encouragement to everyone. Yang Mi and Louis Fei leaned on Lin Chen in disappointment, not knowing how to face this situation. Lin Chen disagreed. In his opinion, as long as he was in the crew for one more day, The Return of the Condor Heroes would definitely become a masterpiece that would shock the whole of China. At 8 o'clock in the afternoon, after the news broadcast, Zhongqing TV's primetime theater started as scheduled. The cast including Lui Fei and Yang Mi is attractive enough, and there is also the handsome Lin Chen, who although not very famous, has held concerts and released albums in Jiangcheng, which makes a group of boys and girls full of expectations. Zhao Yuro, like everyone else, sat on a small stool at home to watch TV series. This male lead played Yang Guo vividly, so brilliantly. He's handsome, can sing, and can act. Lin Chen is truly an all-round artist from our Jiangcheng. The audience in front of the TV station were all amazed. Lin Chen's parents in Liqing's hometown were so excited that they cried when they saw their son's TV series. They recommended the drama The Return of the Condor Heroes to all their neighbors in the county. Hurry, 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 go to Jiangqing TV station to watch the Condor Heroes. It's played by my son, Xu Ping's son. Xu Ping was shouting with a loudspeaker in the street, and the neighbors all turned on their TVs to see if Xu Ping was bragging. As a result, they were all conquered by Lin Chan's acting skills. The popularity of the drama The Condor Heroes has completely spread throughout Jiangqing City. I heard that Jiangqing TV has a popular costume drama? But unfortunately we can't watch it. The TV stations in our province don't have the rights to watch Jiangqing TV. It's such a pity that I can't watch what the drama starring superstar Lui Fei is like. Audiences in other places are helpless. Their own TV stations have explicitly banned the broadcast. There is nothing they can do. In just one night, the ratings of Jiangqing satellite TV were even several percentage points higher than that of Kyoto satellite TV, which has always been at the top of the list, creating a miracle in the ratings history of Jiangqing TV stations. At Kyoto TV headquarters. What happened last night? Why did the ratings of a small Jiangqing TV station surpass ours? Kyoto TV station director Guo Jingdong was very curious and asked his supervisor. Director Guo? Last night, the ratings of the primetime TV series The Condor Heroes broadcast on Jiangqing TV reached sky-high levels, and there was nothing we could do. The supervisor was also helpless as they had not expected the emergence of such a magical drama. The Condor Heroes? I've heard of it. What kind of magical drama is it that makes everyone who has watched it applaud and makes those who haven't watched it regret it? Gui Jingdong was puzzled. Currently, only the first 2 episodes of The Return of the Condor Heroes have been aired. If all 40 episodes are aired at the rate of 2 episodes per day, it means that Jiangqing TV's ratings will surpass Kyoto TV in nearly a month. Kyoto TV is the face of China. If it is crushed by a local channel for such a long time, how can it keep its dignity? No, we need to contact the Return of the Condor Heroes crew immediately. We will spend a huge sum of money to obtain their broadcasting rights. I think they will agree. Guo Jingdong is very experienced and will not miss any program that can boost the ratings. The headquarters of other Chinese TV stations were all depressed. Mao Feng from Jiangnan TV was even more regretful. Among the television stations in China's 3 provinces, Jiangbei, Jiangnan, and Huaxi, as well as the 2 municipalities, Kyoto and Moto, Jiangnan TV is always at the bottom of the list. Now he has missed the opportunity to make a comeback with the drama The Return of the Condor Heroes. Hao Jiang has really given me a difficult problem. If it weren't for Hao Hai's sake, I would never agree to ban the broadcast of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Mao Feng and his men complained, but the current situation could not be reversed. In the Condor Heroes crew at Shudian Film and Television City, Kang Jiabin was preparing for the start of filming when he received a call from an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Hello? Is this Kang Jiabin, the director of the Condor Heroes? It's me, who are you? I'm the program director of Kyoto TV. Our station director Guo Jingdong wants me to contact you about the copyright of this drama. We want to broadcast it in the prime time of Kyoto TV in the evening. Are you serious? You are really Kyoto TV? You are not lying to me, right? Kang Jiabin couldn't believe it. He thought Hao Jiang had blocked all communication between TV stations and the Condor Heroes, but now Kyoto TV actually took the initiative to contact him. Of course it's true. How could we at Kyoto TV lie to you? Well, of course we welcome your station to broadcast The Return of the Condor Heroes. As for the copyright fees, we'll talk about it later. These are secondary. Kang Jiabin was excited. In his opinion, the most urgent thing is to get more people to pay attention to the Condor Heroes. It won't be too late to pay later. If you can increase the attention and follow-up rate, money will come sooner or later. After hanging up the phone, Kang Jiabin's joy was beyond words. Our drama will be broadcast on the most prestigious Kyoto TV? This is really good news. I thought it would be a flop. Yang Mi was so excited that she almost jumped up. Louis Fei couldn't help but get excited and hugged Lin Chen tightly. Lin Chen was a little confused. He had never experienced this feeling before as he was hugged by the national goddess. His face quickly turned red and he looked a little flustered. What? Are you shy? The more mature Louis Fei appears pure on the surface, but actually understands men very well. She can make men fall in love with her with just one word or one expression. Chapter 102 Record-breaking ratings. I'm just a little hot. Lin Chen was a little dazed. He inhaled the faint fragrance from Louis Fei and the woman's breath. Everyone, get moving. Today is our second day of production. We must not neglect it. We will be on Kyoto TV tonight. We cannot embarrass ourselves in front of the Chinese people. Yi Qian encouraged the troops' morale and everyone got ready. Today, Lin Chen's makeup girl was obviously much better. She was able to look Lin Chen in the eye from time to time, and her body's hormones were not secreted too quickly, causing her heartbeat to accelerate. Today, Lin Chen will act with Louis Fei, who plays Xia Longnu. Louis Fei is wearing fairy-like light makeup and a long dress, and she looks like a goddess both in and out of the play. Yi Fei is so beautiful. There is no reason not to like such a heroine. Even Yang Mi couldn't help but sigh. Following the order from director Kang Jiabin, the next day's filming officially began. Today's plot is that Yang Guo, played by Lin Chen, is being hunted by Hao Datong. Xia Longnu descends from the sky to rescue Yang Guo and brings him back to the cave of the ancient tomb sect. Lin Chen used his Leslie Chung acting skills and ran away staggeringly while screaming at the top of his lungs. This shocking acting skill shocked everyone at the scene. The climax of the play arrives when Xia Longnu, in a long dress, descends from the sky and stands with her hands behind her back. Although Louis Fei is slender, the moment she waved her sleeves, she seemed to have integrated into the role of Xia Longnu. Stop, let him go. Let go? I want you, a woman, to point fingers at me? Hao Datong looked down on women in the play. Unexpectedly, the graceful figure of Xia Longnu, played by Louis Fei, knocked him to the ground in an instant, and then took Lin Chen back to the ancient tomb. There are only 4 coffins in the ancient tomb, and Lin Chen, who plays Yang Guo, expresses this fear vividly. Xiao Longnu gestured to him to sleep with her, and Lin Chen portrayed the image of a lustful but restrained man vividly. Your jade bed is so cold, Guo wants to sleep with his aunt in his arms. Lin Chen said in a naughty voice. You are such a bad guy, go to sleep quickly. If you do anything naughty, don't blame me for being rude. Xia Longnu criticized Yang Guo but did not show too much disgust, and Yang Guo endured the cold and fell asleep. Click. With Kang Jiabin's shout, everyone finally relaxed and the lights, props, etc. were all removed. It's so wonderful. You two played Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu so vividly. This kind of love-hate relationship is exactly what we want. Kang Jiabin applauded. He did not expect the filming to go so smoothly. During the second day, there was still no cut in the middle. All the actors were very awesome. Great. If our drama doesn't become popular, Yi Qian will become a nun. She is certain that with the outstanding performances of these actors, especially the male and female protagonists, the show will surely be loved by people all over the country during its broadcast on Kyoto TV. After the filming was completed, the editing staff worked overtime and completed the video by the early afternoon. Immediately, the Condor Heroes crew sent the video to Jiangxing TV and Kyoto TV, the only 2 satellite TV stations in China that can broadcast this drama. After receiving the video, Kyoto TV station director Gui Jingdong was also very excited. He wondered what kind of response this wonderful drama would get after it was broadcast on China's largest TV station. Kyoto TV is different from Jiangxing TV in that it is just a local station. Although people in other areas cannot watch the programs broadcast by Jiangxing TV, any program broadcast by Kyoto TV can be shown on any TV in the country. Inside the building of Jiangbei House Film and Television Media Company, Hao Jiang was furious. What's going on? I blocked all the TV stations in China, except for Kyoto TV. How did the Condor Heroes crew just happen to take advantage of this loophole? Indignant, Hao Jiang smashed everything on his desk. He couldn't get over the anger he felt when he thought about how he was beaten up by the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Gui Jingdong from Kyoto TV is very unfamiliar with him, and Gui Jingdong's status is too big, so the other party will not listen to what he says. He still has this self-awareness. The only person who could convince Guo Jingdong to ban the Condor Heroes was Hao Jiang's father Hao Hai. When Hao Jiang was about to call his father, the clock struck 8 in the afternoon and the prime-time drama of Kyoto TV officially began. I heard that Kyoto TV will also broadcast the return of the Condor Heroes starting today? We must not miss it. Lu Yifei is a well-known and powerful actress. The drama with her must be good. I heard from netizens in Jiangcheng that the unknown male lead is a dark horse, and his acting skills are no less than that of Leslie Chung back then. We must see him tonight. In front of the TV, people were already talking about it. The return of the Condor Heroes was officially broadcast on Kyoto TV amid the anticipation of the entire Chinese people. Lin Chen and Lu Yifei's acting skills were so impressive that the audience in front of the TV were convinced. The rhythm of the plot and the direction of the story development were also handled exquisitely, thanks to Kang Jiabin's strong directing ability. Great drama, very addictive. I swear I will definitely continue to watch this drama. Although Lin Chen is not a big star, his acting skills are indeed no less than Lu Yifei's. The two complement each other and are a match made in heaven. Netizens were talking about it one after another, and even the hot searches on Weibo were all about the popularity of the return of the Condor Heroes. The Condor Heroes TV series breaks China's 50-year viewership record. This title has been trending on the internet for a long time, and its popularity has been rising. The cumulative number of comments and likes has exceeded nearly 100 million. Lin Chen and the crew members also felt the Chinese people's love for this new drama, which gave them more motivation to continue filming. Brother Lin Chen, you are going to be famous. The comments are all praising you and saying that you and Sister Yifei are a match made in heaven. Although Yang Mi said this, he was actually full of jealousy in his heart. He also wanted netizens to match him up with Lin Chen. Even if he is just a rumored boyfriend on screen, Yang Mi is willing. What nonsense! Yifei is a national goddess, and I'm just an unknown actress. How can we be a match made in heaven? Lin Chen said this to ease the embarrassment. Don't underestimate yourself. What the netizens said actually makes sense. Lu Yifei interrupted Lin Chen, muttered these words, and then her whole face above the cheeks turned red instantly, and she shyly ran to her room. Yang Mi also realized that Yifei really liked the man she liked, Chen. Although she was a little unhappy, she could only hide this emotion in her heart. Chapter 103, Breach of Contract. If there is competition, she is not Yifei's opponent at all. Lu Yifei has good looks, temperament, traffic, and tens of millions of fans. She can't compare at all. Lin Chen could only shrug awkwardly, pretending not to understand Lu Yifei's hint. It turns out that handsome people also have troubles. In the Hao Film and Television Company building, Hao Jiang saw that the return of the Condor Heroes had received rave reviews and quickly called his father. Son, what do you want to talk to me about? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to call me on your own initiative. Hao Hai loves his son very much, but Hao Jiang is unruly. Tell me in Guo Jingdong of Kyoto TV to ban the broadcast of the Condor Heroes from tomorrow. Don't delay it for even a day. Hao Jiang's words were extremely fierce, which was also the tone he usually used when talking to Hao Hai. What? The Condor Heroes is a good drama. I was just discussing with your mom that the actors in this drama really acted well. Why should it be banned? Hao Hai had no idea what his son was up to. Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. If you can't even handle this little thing, don't acknowledge me as your son. Hao Jiang decisively hung up the phone. Hao Hai, who was in his 60s, was speechless and could only do as he was told. Nothing was more important than his son. Hello, Jingdong? I'm Hao Hai, your former dean of teaching at Huaxia Communication University. Do you remember me? After a mental struggle, Hao Haisi finally made the call. Teacher Hao? Of course I remember you. If it weren't for you, how would I, Guo Jingdong, have the chance to become the director of Kyoto TV? Guo Jingdong has great respect for Hao Hai. I came to you today to ask you to do me a favor. Teacher, you can say whatever you want. Can the popular drama The Condor Heroes be banned from broadcasting on Kyoto TV? Hao Hai said this out of embarrassment. He knew that such a request was indeed difficult to make, even if the other party was his former student. The Condor Heroes is a good drama. Our Kyoto TV's ratings tonight increased by 40 percentage points because of this drama, setting a record in more than a decade. Why should it be banned? Wei Jingdong couldn't understand what was going on in the minds of the Guo family father and son. Why couldn't they see the Condor Hero doing well? Don't ask so many questions. If you still regard me as your teacher, just do as I say. How Hai immediately hung up the phone. For the sake of his son, he had to do this. Wei Jingdong was confused and anxious. Should he broadcast the drama for the sake of TV ratings? Or should he ban it for the sake of his mentor? After a long struggle, he had to ban the broadcast of the Condor Heroes on Kyoto TV for the sake of his mentor Hao Hai. Yi Qian, Yang Mi and others who were originally celebrating the huge ratings in the crew were thrown into confusion by a phone call. Kang Jiabin received a call from Kyoto again, but this time it was no longer good news. Director Kong, I'm Gui Jingdong, the director of Kyoto TV. Due to pressure, we have to breach the contract and stop broadcasting the return of the Condor Heroes. I personally apologize to you. I'm really sorry. Gui Jingdong was filled with guilt. He always believed that he was a role model in the film and television industry, and that he had nothing to fear from his own shadow. He never expected that today, for the sake of personal feelings, he would damage the ratings of Kyoto and the entire innocent crew of the return of the Condor Heroes. Kang Jiabin appeared very calm, because with the influence of the Hao family in the Chinese film and television industry, it was easy to persuade Gui Jingdong. In addition, Hao Hai is a veteran in the film and television industry, and his prestige is there, so few people dare to disobey him. Forget it. Kang Jiabin's 4 words contained too much helplessness, and he didn't even know how to restore Gui Jingdong. We will offer double the penalty for breach of contract to compensate the crew for their losses. Gui Jingdong offered a relatively generous apology amount. Even if the penalty is 10 times higher, what you are doing is equivalent to cutting off the retreat of the Condor Heroes. Without an audience, are we just performing for ourselves? Kang Jiabin was speechless and ready to hang up the phone. He was filled with despair about everything. He felt very sorry for the boys and girls in the crew who followed him in the filming but did not get what they deserved. Wait a minute, my best brother is the president of iQIYI Video. Maybe you can change the way you broadcast the TV series and release it on the online video platform. It will have an unexpected effect. Gui Jingdong gave a very good suggestion. Broadcast on an online platform? Yes, I will give you the contact information of Fang Shua, the CEO of iQIYI, and you can contact him to discuss it yourself. After hanging up the phone, Gui Jingdong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to give the crew of the return of the Condor Heroes a chance to survive. At least he did not go against his original intention of not doing bad things. Otherwise, he would feel remorse and guilt for the rest of his life. The crew members who heard the content of the phone call looked at each other, wondering what the effect would be if the broadcast was changed to an online platform. Online platforms are dominated by young people, but the middle-aged and elderly are also a huge market. Are we going to give up on them? Of course, some people in the crew were full of doubts about this broadcast format. I think it's possible. The internet is already quite mature now. The recent hit drama The Bad Kids was broadcast as a web series. We can do the same. Lin Chen was determined, as he saw hope for the future of the Condor Heroes. Although Yi Qian was also hesitant, she decisively supported Lin Chen after seeing his reaction. Not to mention Yang Mi and Louis Fei, 2 of Lin Chen's little fans, who naturally stood on Lin Chen's side. Well, since most people agree to broadcast it as a web series, I will contact the boss of iQIYI now. Kang Jiabin was very decisive. He turned around and picked up the phone. Inside iQIYI's Jiangbei headquarters office. Hello, I'm Fang Shua, who are you? I am Kang Jiabin, the director of the Condor Heroes crew. We would like to discuss licensing with you and want our drama to be serialized and broadcast on your platform. So you're the director of the Condor Heroes? I really admire you. I only watched 2 episodes and I fell in love with it. I didn't expect that TV crews would keep asking me to broadcast them online. Fang Shua praised and sighed to himself at the same time. They keep contacting you? Besides us, have other TV crews also talked to you? Kang Jiabin was very curious. Of course, the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom has already signed the contract with us, and it will appear on the TV series section of the iQIYI online video platform tomorrow. What? The Forbidden Kingdom? Kang Jiabin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Hao Jiang was such a cunning guy and had already planned to use the large channel of the online platform. Chapter 104 Love is Strange and Popular. Damn it, if we go head-to-head with them, whichever show has the lowest number of viewers will be embarrassed. Don't be intimidated by those bastards from the Forbidden Kingdom production crew. Let them know how powerful we are. We must crush them in terms of viewing volume and popularity. Everyone in the Return of the Condor Heroes crew shared a common hatred for a common enemy, the Forbidden Kingdom crew. Lin Chan's eyes also lit up. He wanted to make the self-righteous Hao Jiang lose completely. If you also want to enter the TV drama section of iQIYI video to serialize the Condor Heroes, the main problem now is that we only have one spot for the front page headline. The front page means that customers can enter the recommended homepage, and they can see the poster of the Condor Heroes without searching. This will greatly increase the number of views. Fang Shua explained the specific situation. Then we have to be on the front page of the recommendation section. Kang Jiabin said firmly. Being able to gain popularity is the most important thing now. The problem is that the Forbidden Kingdom production team has already reserved this front page recommendation section. Of course, if your bid is higher than theirs, we will leave this recommendation section to you. I am a businessman. I only care about profits and not about relationships. The one who bids the highest can get the recommendation section. The other party's offer is 5 million. Fang Shua is very frank. Unlike other businessmen who try to get money in a roundabout way, his directness at least makes people feel happy. The crew of the Condor Heroes fell into contemplation. In fact, the crew's funds were not very abundant. If they spent more than 5 million to bid for the iQIYI recommendation section, the crew's funds would be sharply reduced, which would greatly affect the subsequent filming effects and the enthusiasm of the actors. Kang Jiabin and Yi Qian have been managing film crews for decades. They know very well that the quality of a TV series shooting results is largely related to funding. A film crew with tight funding often does not produce very good TV series. Otherwise, let's not enter the recommendation section. We rely on the audience's praise to build the reputation of the TV series, so we don't have to worry about not watching it. Yi Qian gave her own advice. More than 5 million is an astronomical figure. Lu Weifei and Yang Mi also agreed. Meng Mei, who played Guo Xiang, was a little reluctant, but had no choice but to agree. Kang Jiabin listened to everyone's suggestions and was about to respond to Fang Shua's decision over the phone. Lin Chen stood up decisively and snatched the phone from Director Kang. We'll pay 10 million, and this recommendation section can only be ours. Lin Chen's tone was very firm, and not only the crew members, but even Fang Shua on the other end of the phone were shocked. 10 million? Are you sure? Do you think I'm kidding you? Okay, I understand. I'll arrange for my staff to recommend it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, everyone sighed. Brother Chen, how can our crew have so much money? If we spend 10 million, we can't even afford to hire props and extras. Although Yang Mi admired Lin Chen, she thought his decision was not wise. Yi Qian also kept her own opinion to herself and sat there sullenly. I never said I would embezzle the crew's funds. I am the producer of the Condor Heroes. I have every reason to do this in order to make the TV series a hit. What? You paid 10 million out of your own pocket? That's not a small amount of money. Others raised this question. Kang Jiabin knew that the person who could acquire Mughal media at 7 times the price was not an ordinary person, even though he looked like a 20-year-old young man. When Hao Jiang, who was in the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom, learned that the Return of the Condor Heroes would also be stationed on iQIYI video, he was furious. What? They want to join in the fun too? I'll do it. Hao Jian wanted to take his brothers to destroy the recording studio of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Moreover, the Condor Heroes crew bid 10 million and won a spot in the recommended section. Do you still want to continue to increase your bid? Fang Shua asked Hao Jiang. Damn it, I'll offer 50 million. How can I miss something that I, Hao Jiang, have set my eyes on? The big guys from the Forbidden Kingdom crew shouted, Brother Jiang is mighty, Brother Jiang is mighty. Fang Shua called Kang Jiabin again and told him that Kung Fu King was willing to offer 50 million. Lin Chen's cold 100 million shocked Fang Shua. What kind of crew can be so popular? Lu Weifei was stunned. As a big star in China with an annual income of tens of millions, she couldn't easily come up with 100 million yuan. How could a freshly graduated college student do that? The crew of the Forbidden Kingdom was even more panicked. They offer 100 million? Then we offer 200 million, will we lose? Hao Zhang's entire face was blood red, and even the blood on his forehead was clearly visible. Brother Jiang, you must not act on impulse. Where do we get so much money? Yes, Brother Jiang, or let's just forget it. The assistants and actors below all tried to dissuade Hao Jiang. Although Hao Jiang owns a Hao media company, he is unable to come up with so much cash in a short period of time. So we're just going to compromise like this? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Let them wait, I will definitely get back at them. Hao Jiang smashed the table angrily, with only anger in his eyes. Thanks to Lin Chen's efforts, the crew of The Return of the Condor Heroes finally secured the qualification to be included in the first recommendation section of iQIYI video. Users who have just opened iQIYI can immediately see a very cool poster, on which Lui Fei, Yang Mi, Meng Mei and other women are arranged one by one, and of course the fair and handsome Lin Chen. Just based on this cover, many viewers are full of expectations. As soon as midnight passed, iQIYI released 2 TV series as promised. One is The Condor Heroes and the other is The Forbidden Kingdom. Not only did the actors have exaggerated plastic surgeries, but the popularity and discussion of The Return of the Condor Heroes soared after 2 nights of its trial broadcast on TV. The ratings broke through 6 figures within a few minutes, and more people are staying up late to watch the show on iQIYI. It's a big hit, our drama is going to be a big hit. It seems that the traffic on online video platforms is even greater than that on TV. You still say that the comments below are going crazy, everyone is praising our actors, each one is more beautiful than the other. Everyone in the crew was very excited. In contrast, the ratings of The Forbidden Kingdom, which was released at the same time, did not exceed 3 digits in half an hour. Among the less than 100 people, dozens of them were free agents who clicked on the page and stayed there just to increase the data. There is no harm without comparison. Hao Jiang was so angry that his teeth were itching. Why? Why can the Condor Heroes have millions of people watching them in a short time, but we don't even have a few hundred? Hao Jiang grabbed the director of The Forbidden Kingdom by the collar and held him accountable. Mr. Hao, I don't know either. Maybe the audience doesn't like martial arts movies, but prefers costume dramas. The director also started to pass the buck. Chapter 105, Zhao Yuro visits the set. Useless trash, all of them are trash. Hao Jiang slapped everyone hard on the face, but he still didn't calm down. The Forbidden Kingdom is basically dead. If the trend continues, their crew will lose tens of millions. Hao Hai, who was guarding in front of iQIYI, saw that the data of the TV series The Forbidden Kingdom, directed by Hao Jiang as a producer, was dismal, so he secretly asked someone to go and help. Hello, is this Wu Jingjing? I know you are the best kung fu director in China. Bring your team to help my son's Forbidden Kingdom crew. I want to see Forbidden Kingdom surpass The Return of the Condor Heroes in ratings within 3 days. Hao Hai's words were blunt. Don't worry, Wu Jingjing, have no confidence in anything else, as long as it's related to martial arts films, there's no problem. Confident Wu Jingjing led her team to Shudian Film and Television City. He has the capital to be proud. The movie Wolf Warrior, directed by him, set the box office champion in China, so it is not a problem for the Kung Fu King to make a comeback. After Wu Jingjing and Hao Jiang met, they immediately modified some of the scripts and replaced some of the actors. Wu Jingjing himself also took on the role of the male lead. As a tough guy on the screen, the audience will buy into his role whenever he appears on the screen. The Iron Man character he has created is unmatched in China. Kang Jiabin didn't know at this time that his opponent was already ready to attack and could defeat him at any time. Lin Chen had a good sleep in the crew, and the 3rd day of filming is about to begin. Today's plot is that Lin Chen becomes Lui Fei's apprentice, who plays Xiaolong Nu, and learns the highest martial arts of the ancient tomb school Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Xiaolong Nu also teaches Yang Gui the heavenly net style, and the two grow up in the practice. After Lin Chen triggered Leslie Chung's acting skills, today's filming was still smooth. Lui Fei, as a big star in China, also performed with ease. When the filming was halfway through, a graceful figure walked into the crew. She was cool and dignified. Her floral dress made this woman look gentle and ladylike in her coolness. Wow, who is this fairy sister? I didn't expect to see such a beautiful girl in my lifetime. We have seen most of the beauties in the entertainment industry, and this young lady completely crushes any other female star. Everyone in the crew turned their attention to her. The woman who caused a sensation was Zhao Yuro. She had promised Lin Chen that she would visit the crew. She hadn't seen him for 2 or 3 days. Yuro missed Lin Chen very much, so she drove from Jiangcheng to Shudian Film and Television City alone. When Yang Mi saw Yuro, she couldn't help but feel inferior. Even if she could cultivate this kind of aura, she would never be able to achieve it in her lifetime. Lin Chen was filming at this time. He was sitting cross-legged with his aunt Xiaolong Nu and practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Lin Chen glanced at Yuro and felt excited and agitated. Even the Leslie Chung acting skills that were immersed in him were forced to temporarily subside. Click. Seeing that Lin Chen was distracted, Kang Jiabin called out the first click in 3 days of filming. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so weak in concentration. You actually lost your temper when you saw a beautiful woman. Kang Jiabin never expected that Lin Chen, whose acting skills were comparable to Leslie Chung's, seemed to be hooked away the moment Yu Rou came in. Lui Fei also shifted her gaze to Yu Rou. She always felt that this fairy who was more stunning than herself must have some special relationship with Lin Chen. She became nervous. Lin Chen didn't explain anything to anyone. He rushed towards Zhao Yuro, hugged her slender waist, looked at her lovingly, and subconsciously stroked her hair with his hand. Could it be that they are boyfriend and girlfriend? Lui Fei was extremely disappointed. Lin Chen was the first boy who made her fall in love, but it was a pity that he already had someone in his heart. It's so dog-tortured, what a perfect match. Although Yang Mi was a little jealous, she was very happy for Lin Chen when she saw this beautiful scene. Everyone in the crew was watching the two of them showing off their love in public. Honey, why are you here? It's so hot, I'm worried you might get a heat stroke. Lin Chen whispered to Yu Rou with concern. I can't help but miss you, so I came to see you. Yu Rou also threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. The cold and elegant goddess just now instantly became a well-behaved kitten belonging to Lin Chen. Lin Chen held his most beloved woman tightly in his arms, wishing he and Yu Rou could be connected forever so that they could be inseparable. What? Wife? What? Lin Chen calls her his wife? The other people in the crew caught this message and looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen was oblivious to the people around him, immersed in the gentle love with Yu Rou. Okay, I feel embarrassed with so many people watching. Yu Rou said shyly. Lin Chen was very considerate of his wife's feelings and gently separated her from his arms. I specially prepared some seafood for everyone. You must not have eaten well on the set, so we can improve it today. Zhao Yuro's gentle and generous voice spread throughout the crew. Thank you, fairy sister. Yang Ni was not polite at all. She was the first to jump out, and she couldn't wait to have a good meal. Eating boxed lunches every day is really unbearable. How can this be so embarrassing? I am so embarrassed. Yi Qian was polite on the surface, but her mind was full of abalone and seafood. It's okay, just consider it a reward for everyone. Zhao Yuro smiled slightly, then returned to the Ferrari and took out a dozen portions of seafood from the seat. Then we won't be polite. Kang Jiabin is a well-known foodie. After seeing all these, he ate so much that he couldn't even walk. Everyone in the crew gathered around the seafood and devoured it voraciously. Lui Fei found it hard to swallow. She couldn't accept the fact that Lin Chen already had a wife. By the way, Director Kong, can you find a supporting role for my wife to play? Lin Chen asked at the dinner table. Of course you can. With your wife's image, it wouldn't be too much for her to be the heroine. Ha ha ha. Kang Jiabin made a joke and everyone laughed. Only Lui Fei felt doubly lost. Lui Fei, who has always been a goddess obsessed by everyone, lost her previous confidence in front of Lin Chen and Yu Rou. At the dinner table, everyone offered their blessings to the talented and beautiful couple Lin Chen and Yu Rou. I also wish you happiness forever. Lui Fei stammered but still said this sentence. She also hoped from the bottom of her heart that Lin Chen could live a happy life, even though the woman who would accompany him for the rest of his life was not her. Chapter 106, Embarrassing Scene. After eating the seafood, Kang Jiabin signaled everyone to continue working and finish filming the last part of the scene. If Lin Chen hadn't been distracted by Yu Rou's arrival, it would probably be over by now. The crew came to Shudian Film and Television City to shoot under a century-old tree. All departments are in place and the lights are ready. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuro also followed out from the crew camp in person. She wanted to see with her own eyes how her husband was filming. Everyone looked at Zhao Yuro at the same time, showing some anxiety to varying degrees. Lin Chen was even more embarrassed, causing the Leslie Chung acting system that had already possessed him to be forced to go offline again. Kang Jiabin felt indescribable embarrassment when he saw Zhao Yuro appear on the shooting scene. Everyone, continue. Just treat me as a passerby visiting. Zhao Yuro herself didn't understand why everyone's eyes would be dazed when she appeared. That. Kang Jiabin stuttered. Well, the scene we are going to shoot next has some big scenes, maybe you won't be able to adapt to it. Director Kong told Yu Ro the truth, he didn't want to hide it. What's so explicit? Is it a sex scene? Zhao Yuro said it generously. That's not the case. What we're going to shoot next is Yangguo and Xiaolong Nu practicing together to a new stage of the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. In this stage, the two of them must take off their clothes and face each other with bare arms. Kang Jiabin was really embarrassed to say this to Lin Chen's fiancée, but this was necessary for the plot. If this scene was deleted because of Yu Ro's presence, it would affect the completeness of the show. Oh, what was I thinking? Even if it was my husband doing a sex scene, I would accept it. We are all actors just acting out the occasion. I won't be jealous. After Zhao Yuro heard the truth about everyone's abnormal behavior, she readily agreed to the filming. In her opinion, Li Chen's loyalty to her was evident to all, and it was no big deal to look at a girl's body, even if she was one of China's most famous female stars. Sister-in-law is so magnanimous. You are my role model. I hope I can be like you in the future. Yang Ni now not only admires Lin Chen, but also his wife. After hearing Zhao Yuro's ready response, Lin Chen naturally became calmer. Zhao Yuro quietly watched her husband gradually get into the role. Her angular facial features made her very moved. Although they got engaged directly without any dating process, it did not affect their love after marriage at all. Louis Fei slowly took off her coat and underwear along her smooth skin. Her flawless white skin was irresistible. Lin Chen closed his eyes, told himself to stay calm, and took off his shirt in front of Louis Fei. Action! Kang Jiabin signaled the start of filming. Even though Lin Chen was embarrassed to look at Louis Fei's body in front of Yu Ro, he gradually opened his eyes and raised his arm due to the plot. Louis Fei, who played the role of Little Dragon Girl, also raised her petite and slender arms, and her palms touched Lin Chen's. Lin Chen swallowed subconsciously. No matter how loyal he was to Yu Ro, when faced with the naked beauty Louis Fei, the male hormones in his body could not help but be secreted. He could clearly feel the feminine energy in Louis Fei being transmitted into his own body through the other person's palm. Zhao Yuro looked at Lin Chen's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. Louis Fei was very calm. She was not afraid of the man opposite her looking at her body. She was willing to give herself to the man she loved. Hey, look at Lin Chen's enjoying expression. I also want to be Yangguo and be so shy with Xiaolong Nu. It's so exciting, just watching it is exciting. The other men in the crew are now envious and jealous of Lin Chen. He has a goddess like Zhao Yuro who has a celebrity-like temperament as his wife, and he can also look at the naked body of the big star Louis Fei. This is probably in line with the saying, eating what's in the bowl while thinking about what's in the pot. Click. Director Kang Jiabin shouted, and the third day of filming came to a successful conclusion. Everyone has worked hard. Ifei, put on your clothes quickly. We can't let this kid peek at us again. Director Kong encouraged everyone and made jokes at the same time. After Lin Chen put on his clothes, he quickly ran to Zhao Yuro's side. Wife, you're not jealous, are you? I don't want to see her body either, but... Alright, I'm not jealous. I, Zhao Yuro, am not such a petty woman. Look at you, you're so silly. My wife is the most generous. It's getting late. You should go back home. Lin Chen sent Yu Ro to the gate of Shudian Film and Television City. Yu Ro had to drive back to Jiangcheng by herself. If she didn't leave now, it would be dark soon. After sending Yu Ro away, the editing work of The Return of the Condor Heroes was completed and sent to Aichi immediately. At the same time as receiving the series of The Return of the Condor Heroes, Aichi also received the film from the crew of The Forbidden Kingdom. Yesterday our ratings crushed The Forbidden Kingdom. Today we are going to further widen the gap. I want to make Hao Zheng taste the bitterness of life. Kang Jiabin is very confident and has no good feelings towards Hao Zheng, a man who will do anything to achieve his goals. Don't worry, Director Kong, the number of viewers of our drama will exceed 70 million today. Yi Qian came up with this data after a series of calculations. I hope so. Kang Jiabin waited for the clock to strike 12. Under the guidance and filming of Wu Jingjing, the crew of The Forbidden Kingdom produced a very brilliant film on that day. He personally took on the role of the male lead, and his sharp movements and punches made him look extremely majestic in front of the camera. The post-production work was also very exquisite. The post-production team of The Forbidden Kingdom was specially invited by Bollywood, and they are all composed of a group of foreigners from India. The post-production team of The Return of the Condor Heroes was just a group of ordinary college graduates, which formed a sharp contrast between the two sides. Even mediocre martial arts scenes, after being processed by this Hollywood post-production team, are as if a god has descended upon Earth, and they can perfectly portray Wu Jingjing's role as the savior. In recent years, Chinese audiences have become more and more fond of watching this kind of invincible protagonist drama. The stronger the male protagonist is, the more they like it. The tough guy portrayed by Wu Jingjing perfectly fits this trend. The clock has struck 12, and the competition between iQIYI's two new dramas has begun. The Return of the Condor Heroes undoubtedly took the lead from the very beginning. With the strong audience base accumulated in the past few days, it will certainly be more impactful today. The number of viewers has exceeded 30 million. It's over 40 million. Huh? Why is it stuck at 50 million? I clearly estimated that our audience today could exceed 70 million, but it's impossible. Yi Qian held her tablet and kept staring at the number of people in the lower right corner of the iQIYI client, but it never reached her expectations. Chapter 107, Louis Fei quits the crew. Is it possible that your data is not accurate? Kang Jiabin asked doubtfully. That's impossible. I'm a professional at estimating data and I've never failed. What happened today? Yi Qian was very curious, so he opened the Forbidden Kingdom interface at the same time to see how popular his competitors were. What? How come their drama had almost 0 ratings yesterday but has almost 20 million today? This is unscientific. Yi Qian asked curiously, staring at director Kang. Who is this? Wu Jingjing, the king of martial arts? Did they change the lead actor? And the post-production effects are so cool, even better than the Bollywood blockbusters. Kang Jiabin noticed these details. Wu Jingjing in Bollywood's professional post-production, these two powerful weapons are enough to make the Forbidden Kingdom come from behind and surpass it. What should we do? If this trend continues, Kung Fu King will be a dark horse. Yi Qian was frowning, as she originally thought that the king of Kung Fu was about to be defeated, but now he seemed to be making a comeback. Wu Jingjing? Is that awesome? Bollywood post-production team? Is that awesome? Lin Shen said calmly, he didn't care about these at all. Everyone in the crew turned their attention to Lin Shen again. Lin Shen dialed the phone in his hand to call his personal assistant Lily. Boss Lin, what can I do for you? Please help me contact the Hollywood post-production team and spend a lot of money to have them fly to Huaxia Shudian Film and Television City overnight. Flying there overnight? That must be a huge price. Money is not an issue. Lily understood what Lin Chen meant, and after hanging up the phone, she quickly used multiple channels to contact Migo Hollywood. Migo Hollywood is better than India's Bollywood and is known as the world's largest film and television base. Of course, this also means that they are very difficult to hire. Lily spent 50 million and finally contacted a professional post-production team. It is said that this team was the post-production team of the box office king of that year, Avatar. They were rushing to the Shudian Film and Television Base in Ruiqing, China overnight. Everyone in the crew was shocked to hear that Lin Chen wanted to hire a professional Hollywood post-production team. They all knew that the price of Hollywood post-production was an astronomical figure. In Lin Chen's eyes, 50 million is not as valuable as 5 tons of water. There is no difference in editing now. As for the leading actor, I don't believe that Wu Jingjing can surpass our Louis Fei and Lin Shen alone. Kang Jiabin was overjoyed at this time. He knew that Lin Shen, who had great acting skills, had huge room for improvement. Not only was he handsome, but his delicacy and skills in acting were absolutely world-class. After returning to the lounge, Lin Shen washed up, turned off the lights and prepared to rest, when he felt some footsteps outside the door. Through the moonlight, he saw a beautiful figure hesitating in place, her graceful curves were extremely attractive. Finally, Louis Fei outside the door mustered up the courage to enter Lin Shen's room. Shen, I can't sleep alone and I want to talk to you. Louis Fei was a little shy and lowered her head looking at her toes. Then come in. Li Chen was very gentlemanly. He treated Yi Fei as his fairy sister and had no bad intentions. Well, I saw today that you and Miss Zhao are very affectionate. I sincerely wish you both the best. Louis Fei was mumbling to herself, as if she had something in her mouth, and even her words were a little unclear. Thank you so much, thank you for your blessing, we will love each other forever. Lin Shen smiled brightly, and when he mentioned Zhao Yuro, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. Since you already have someone in your heart, I can't become a stumbling block between you two. Louis Fei spoke word by word, and Lin Chen didn't even understand what this national goddess was trying to express. A stumbling block? What stumbling block? I want to quit the crew. I don't want you and I to be in a relationship together. Anyone would be jealous if their man is with other women every day. Even though Miss Zhao doesn't say it, she must be upset in her heart. I want you two to be happy forever, and I don't want you to become distant because of my appearance. Louis Fei blurted out everything that was in her heart, and she felt much better. Her love for Lin Chen has reached a certain level, and she believes that the best love is to let go. What? Wait, your logic is totally wrong. First of all, you Ro and I won't have any estrangement because you are my screen partner. Secondly, there is no need for you to leave the crew because of me. Lin Chen was a little dumbfounded. He never expected that such a famous star in China would say such words. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. I will tell you my decision first, and then I will inform Director Kong to quit the crew early tomorrow morning. One can see some nostalgia in Louis Fei's eyes. What she couldn't let go of was not the huge pay, but the man in front of her who made her dream. Don't be silly anymore. If you leave, who will play the role of Little Dragon Girl? Your pure and cold personality makes you the most suitable actress for the role of Little Dragon Girl. You want the entire crew to shut down because of your departure? The Forbidden Kingdom crew is already eyeing us to surpass us on Aichi, don't you know? Lin Chen was extremely anxious and wanted to convince the woman in front of him. I am selfish. The only person I care about now is you, Lin Chen. I can't and don't want to care about other things. As long as you can be happy forever, I will be satisfied. Louis Fei said this and left the room. Lin Chen was left alone and couldn't calm down for a long time. Oh my god, am I that good? Why are you so persistent in thinking about me? Lin Chen really couldn't understand what women were thinking. Early the next morning, all the crew members had arrived. Yi Qian was full of fighting spirit. She wanted to further widen the ratings gap with the Forbidden Kingdom. Comrades, hurry up and prepare, today's scene cannot afford to fail. She shouted while arranging the scene in an orderly manner. I'm going to quit the crew. Louis Fei prepared herself mentally for a long time and finally said it out loud. What? Ife, are you crazy? Why are you quitting? Our crew is now in its heyday and has the highest ratings in China. How can you say such nonsense? Yes, Ife, you must have a fever, go see a doctor quickly, don't delay your treatment. Everyone gathered around Ife. Kang Jiabin frowned, feeling that things were becoming complicated. Yi Qian was even more confused. She had seen many actors quit the crew midway, but it was rare for the leading actress to quit at the last minute. Chapter 108, The Condor Hero is discontinued. Lin Chen was very calm and quietly let the makeup girl fix his hair. Something serious happened at home, and I have to rush back to my hometown in Shanghai overnight, so I'm sorry I can't continue to be the heroine of the Condor Heroes. You should find another actress. Louis Fei found a reason that the crew members could not doubt. Home. Is there something wrong with your family? Ife, you have to hold on. What's happening at home is of course more important than filming on the set. So just go back. Although Yi Qian was reluctant, she had no choice but to let Ife go. Anyone who has something wrong at home will have no concentration on work. Go without worry, our crew will get through this, and I don't want the penalty. Kang Jiabin was already in despair, but he had to appear calm on the surface. Other people in the crew also comforted Ife and encouraged her to be strong. Only Lin Chen knew the real reason behind her leaving. Louis Fei walked out the door carrying her suitcase. Her agent had been waiting for her at the entrance of Shudian Film and Television City for a long time. The crew specially saw Ife off. You guys go back and don't see me off. I'm the sinner of the crew and I'm not worthy of you seeing me off. Louis Fei felt full of guilt. She didn't know what difficulties the crew would face after she selfishly left. She only knew that Lin Chen would be better off because of her departure. Don't say that. The crew is your second home. Come back whenever you want. Yi Qian shed tears. Louis Fei just turned around and glanced at Lin Chen indifferently, then got in the car and left Jianbei. Everyone fell silent and no one spoke for a long time. Not far away, the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom was filming a wonderful martial arts scene, in which Wu Jingjing, holding nunchakus, fought 50 hooligans alone. Both the main actors and the extras worked very hard and the effect was quite realistic. Kang Jabin was immediately chilled when he saw this scene. Now that Louis Fei, the most famous actress in The Return of the Condor Heroes crew, has withdrawn midway, it means that the ratings will plummet, the gap with the King of Kung Fu will gradually narrow, and then be left far behind by the opponent. What should we do next? Without the heroine, we can't shoot the show. Yang Mi pouted. She didn't want this TV series to fail halfway just when it was gaining momentum. I don't know what to do either. I'll stop working for a day and let me calm down. As a director, it was also the first time that Kang Jabin encountered such an unexpected situation as the heroine suddenly leaving. Stop production? Then won't we be broadcasting Aichi tonight? When the audience sees that the TV series they follow is stopped, they will all turn to the movie The Forbidden Kingdom. Yang Mi asked curiously. What can I do? I'll contact other Chinese female stars to see who is willing to replace Ifei and join the crew. Kang Jabin went into the house alone and didn't come out for the whole morning. A dozen meters away, Lily had already arrived at Shudian Film and Television Studios with 7 or 8 senior post-production teams from Hollywood teams. Boss Lin, I've brought the people here. I don't think they will let you down. Lily was a little excited to see her boss whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Lin Chen, however, couldn't be happy. He felt confused when looking at those foreigners in the post-production stage of Hollywood. Take them to the lounge to rest first. The leading actress is temporarily not acting anymore, so the post-production team won't be needed for the time being. Lin Chen could only give this hasty explanation. Following Lin Chen's instructions, Lily sent the foreign team that was hired at a high price to the lounge. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed, and the Condor Heroes crew has done nothing and didn't even upload today's video to Aichi. Aichi officials called Kang Jabin 5 times but failed to get the film. Your Condor Heroes is a TV series recommended by Aichi. If you cannot provide the video to be broadcast tonight, we will temporarily let the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom use the recommended section tonight. The CEO of Aichi told Kang Jabin all the consequences. Director Kang knew that after tonight, the popularity advantage accumulated in the past few days would disappear, and the drama The Forbidden Kingdom would soar overnight and become the hottest TV series. As expected, after midnight, netizens who followed the Condor Heroes could not find any updated content on the page. Some even contacted Aichi's backstage staff to confirm whether the update was delayed due to network problems. What's going on? You were acting well, why didn't you act today? Are you so unstable? What a bummer. I was planning to watch The Return of the Condor Heroes on Aichi, but now I can only watch The Forbidden Kingdom. Everyone clicked on the poster of The Forbidden Kingdom on the first recommended page. Wu Jingjing's cool posters and muscles attracted them. Wow, Expectations is also a good drama, especially the main character Wu Jingjing is still as handsome as ever. The action effects in Kung Fu King are also unmatched, comparable to blockbuster movies. Those who have seen it have given rave reviews for The Forbidden Kingdom. The number of viewers instantly jumped from 20 million yesterday to 60 million, which is more than the number of viewers of the Condor Heroes yesterday. When Yi Qian saw this data, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The entire crew could only stare at the ceiling in grief. After a tough night, everyone was listless. Kang Jabin contacted most of the female celebrities in the entertainment industry in one night, but some of them were unable to perform due to schedule conflicts. Some people don't want to replace Louis Fei in the filming because Louis Fei's acting skills and fame are too high, and if anyone else comes, there is a high probability that they will be slandered by public opinion. There are also some female stars who think that the male lead Lin Chen is a newcomer in the entertainment industry and do not want to act with him. Everyone in the crew has lost their previous enthusiasm and each one is more decadent than the other. Lin Chen was the only one there, and he got up early to ask the makeup girl to do his makeup. When the little girl sees Lin Chen now, she is no longer as shy as before. What's the big deal? I have the right person. Lin Chen thought about it carefully for a whole night and felt that this person was capable of doing the job. Who? My fiancé, Zhao Yuro. Lin Chen believes in his wife's abilities. Ms. Zhao? She is indeed outstanding in appearance, but we are still not sure if she can match her acting skills. Yi Qian couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Yuro was just a vase. I can't care about that anymore. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. Kang Jabin was desperate and tried all kinds of methods. Now he didn't have much time to be picky. He had to finish the film before 12 o'clock, otherwise Kung Fu King would have established a large audience base. Lin Chen called you Ro. Will you be busy at work in the next half month? It's okay. The leaching development zone has already started construction. I just need to keep a close eye on these workers and suppliers. As the second in command of the Zhao Group, Zhao Yuro is fully responsible for these matters. Chapter 109, Zhao Yuro joins the crew. I need your help with something. Whatever it is, just tell me. The leading actress of our crew has quit, and we want you to play the role of Little Dragon Girl. Are you willing? After Lin Chen finished speaking, there was no sound from the other end of the phone for half a minute. What? I play the role of Little Dragon Girl? How can I play that role? I'm just an ordinary businessman. Zhao Yuro couldn't believe that Lin Chen actually let her play such an important role. I'm not kidding. The crew is in an emergency right now and needs to find a suitable heroine quickly, otherwise the crew will be hit hard. After Lin Chen's explanation, Zhao Yuro didn't say anything to evade the request. Then I'll just go ahead and act. If my performance isn't satisfactory, just fire me. Of course Zhao Yuro would do her best to agree to Lin Chen's request. She handed over the follow-up work to her assistant and drove to Shudian Film and Television Center alone. After arriving at the crew, Zhao Yuro, relying on her ability to read contracts at a glance, went through the script and gained a preliminary understanding of the role and positioning of Zai Longnu. In fact, Xiao Longnu and Zhao Yuro have many similarities in their personalities, such as being cold and glamorous. After quickly changing her clothes, she followed the director crew to a peach orchard in Shudian. We need to shoot an outdoor scene here today. The plot is that Li Macho is chasing Yang Guai and Zai Longnu. After a game of bargaining between the two sides, Yang Guai and Zai Longnu successfully escape. Action. After the official start, Lin Chen quickly got into the role, holding his aunt Zai Longnu's hand and running, avoiding the pursuit of Li Macho behind him. You're hurting your aunt, let go. Zhao Yuro seems to be in great shape acting with her husband, and her voice, intonation and body movements of her lines are just right. Especially her graceful figure, which is more attractive than Louis Fei. Aunt, follow Guier. We'll hide in the cave and everything will be fine. Lin Chen was deeply immersed in the role. He tried his best to run away with the person he loved most, and for a moment he could not tell whether it was the real world or the virtual world. Zhao Yuro looked at Lin Chen affectionately and excitedly, and the complex emotions in her eyes were all captured by the camera. Click. Kang Jabin called for a timeout. Great, I never thought that the two of you would work together so perfectly. Miss Zhao not only perfectly replaced Louis Fei, but her performance was even as good as hers. The natural emotions between you two are just right for the plot, and the audience will definitely buy into it. Kang Jabin turned a disaster into a blessing. The fact that Zhao Yuro could join his team was simply a blessing from heaven. It was a great performance. Miss Zhao is a natural actress. She portrayed Little Dragon Girl vividly. Ms. Zhao is awesome. I'll give you a call. Everyone in the crew couldn't help but marvel at Yuro's acting skills and her ability to perform on the spot. Yi Qian also saw hope again. Then let's continue. Kang Jabin signaled for the camera to be in position. Next was a scene where Zai Longnu used the Jade Girl Heart Sutra to confront Li Macho head-on. The crew chose to shoot in a reed field. Coincidentally, the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom also filmed here, and Hao Jian was among them. Oh? I heard that even the actresses in your Condor Heroes crew ran away? What's the point of acting? Just disband right here, it's shameful. Hao Jiang openly criticized Kang Jabin. Be more careful with your words, it's still unclear who will win. Kang Jabin tried his best to help the crew save face. What do you have to fight us? Naive. Hao Jiang was extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone in the Condor Heroes crew with contempt. It was not until his eyes fell on Zhao Yuro that he became stunned. She's so beautiful, she's my type. Hao Jiang looked at Yuro and was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. But I really like being friends with this beautiful lady. You should be able to take advantage of her and ask her to beg me to go easy on you. While speaking provocatively, Hao Jiang slowly moved towards Yuro. Zhao Yuro didn't even bother to look at this kind of person. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you are like? Hao Jiang seemed a little irritated and looked at Yuro viciously. Girl, that's interesting. I really like you today. As long as you obey me, I can make the death of the Condor Heroes crew less ugly. Hao Jiang walked towards Yuro with an evil look. Bang! Lin Chen instantly swung the wooden stick in his hand towards his lower body. Hao Jiang curled up with his hands covering his thing, his face looking as hideous as if he was wearing a mask of pain. Be polite to our new heroine of the Condor Heroes. Today I will let you see her clearly. She will be the most popular actress in China after Louis Fei in the future. Lin Shen stood in front of Yu Rou and would not allow any man to be disrespectful to her. It's you again, you kid, just wait for me, I'm going to make your Condor Heroes crew withdraw from the iQIYI web series within 3 days. Hao Jiang only dared to speak out because he knew the consequence of taking action against Lin Shen, which would be a group of desperate criminals falling from the sky. After both sides divided the venue, they filmed their own scenes. Before leaving, Hao Jiang looked down on the entire Condor Heroes crew and said to Kong Jiabin coldly, "Wait till we beat you in the ratings of Condor Heroes tonight." "I'm waiting, just don't hit me in the face." Kong Jiabin brought the members back to the camp. The post-production team that Lily hired from Hollywood came in handy. They made the TV series look like a theater movie, especially the fight between Xia Longnu played by Zhao Yuro and Li Macho, which was better than the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon of that year. In no time, several foreigners had sent the edited video to Kong Jiabin. As expected of a professional, he is extraordinary. This is amazing. The post-production team, which represents the highest level in the world, is worthy of its reputation. Let us look forward to the screening effect tonight. Yang Mi and the crew were very satisfied with the finished product. In addition to the outstanding and cool post-rendering, the acting between the two protagonists, Lin Shen and Yu Rou, was also exciting enough. The crews of the Forbidden Kingdom and the Return of the Condor Heroes uploaded the video to iQIYI's Backstage at the same time, and both sides are waiting for tonight's data and results. Kong Jiabin had to worry. Although the cast was strengthened in the later period, after Louis Fei, a well-known star, left, would people not accept Yu Rou's replacement? Even though Zhao Yuro and Lin Shen have a tacit understanding and cooperation with each other, their status is not high enough after all. After putting all this aside, everyone waited for the clock to strike 12. Chapter 110 Hollywood Team? Here it comes, iQIYI Theater has finally updated. I still haven't had enough of yesterday's The Forbidden Kingdom. Due to Wu Jingjing's influence and the late Bollywood period, plus the fact that The Return of the Condor Heroes was discontinued the day before, The Forbidden Kingdom has become more popular, and audiences' expectations for it are apparently higher than those for The Return of the Condor Heroes. In addition, the news that the heroine of The Return of the Condor Heroes Louis Fei had withdrawn from the crew is spread, and many fans have turned against her. In the first 10 minutes, the ratings of The Forbidden Kingdom were several times that of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Yi Qian was somewhat disappointed and discouraged. Everyone looked at the growing gap and returned to their respective rooms to calm down. Only Yu Rou, Lin Shen, Director Kong and Yi Qian are waiting for a miracle to happen. The Condor Heroes was a good card that was played badly. Not only did it stop updating, but the heroine was also replaced. I don't know what they were thinking. What are you talking about? The male and female leads are both unknown actors. I have no desire to pursue them at all. Some old fans were just about to change their gathering when they were attracted by the cool Hollywood special effects of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Every sword swing, every attack, and even every movement in the play has a 3D effect. Such a large-scale production and post-production left the audience stunned. Then the heroine Zhao Yuro, who replaced Louis Fei, appeared on the scene. Her graceful temperament and even cooler image than Louis Fei made people see an actress who was closer to Xia Longnu. Yu Rou and Lin Shen cooperated in the play just like a textbook. Those who wanted to change the show forgot about it and were immersed in the play. Wow, the two protagonists of The Return of the Condor Heroes are such a perfect match. Although the actors who played Xia Longnu and Yang Guo are not very famous, they really acted well. The quality of the later part of the Condor Hero is also very high, even higher than the later part of The Forbidden Kingdom. The audience rationally evaluated the two great dramas that are competing on iQIYI. When viewers of The Forbidden Kingdom heard on the internet that The Return of the Condor Heroes had become more appealing after the change of its protagonist, they switched pages to verify the news. From the background data, the number of viewers of The Forbidden Kingdom decreased little by little, while the number of viewers of The Return of the Condor Heroes increased little by little, and had surpassed the previous one within an hour. Hao Jiang and his crew members were incredible. They didn't expect the new heroine and post-production level of The Return of the Condor Heroes to be so outstanding. Inside the Forbidden Kingdom camp, Hao Jiang came to the Bollywood post-production team specially hired by Gao Xian with a threatening look on his face. What are you guys doing here? I paid you to come here, do you think I want to embarrass you? Hao Jiang did not show any mercy to these people. Boss Hao, we have already used up all our strength. This is not our fault. Several Indians also tried their best to defend themselves, saying that they already represented the highest standards of Bollywood. Then why is the later stage of Condor Heroes more sophisticated than ours? Hao Jiang questioned the group of people. As far as we know, they spent 50 million yuan to hire a top-notch post-production team from Hollywood. It's only natural that we are not as good as them. Several Indians felt very aggrieved. They didn't expect that even though they tried their best to edit the film, they were still scolded by the producer. What? Hollywood post-production? How is that possible? How can a small crew afford such a big name team? Wu Jingjing was also very puzzled. Hao Jiang contacted his father Hao Hai immediately. Find me the best Hollywood post-production team in the world to join my production as soon as possible. Hao Jiang's commanding tone left Hao Hai helpless. This little ancestor, the post-production team in Hollywood is very expensive, this is forcing me to use my capital. Although Hao Hai was unwilling, he was his own son after all, so he had to follow his wishes. He used many connections and finally contacted a professional manager in Hollywood. John, please help me get the strongest post-production team in Hollywood to come to China, regardless of the cost or compensation. Because of his son's affairs, Hao Hai has owed favors to everyone and even spent his retirement money. I'm sorry, our best post-production team is already working in China, so we can only arrange for you to work with a slightly inferior post-production team. Of course, they are also a very good team, crushing all other teams in China. John is confident about the level of Hollywood. What? The best ones are already in China? Which crew are they in? The crew of the Condor Heroes. It is said that this drama has a great influence in China, don't you know? Hao Hai was a little shocked. His son had asked him to use his connections to ban the show before, and now the best post-production in the world is actually in this show. Unable to figure it out, Hao Hai conveyed the message to Hao Jiang. Hao Jiang was so angry that he took it out on everyone. Damn it! They have the best post-production facilities in Hollywood. No wonder the editing is so flawless. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Hao Jiang, unwilling to be defeated, could only make trouble behind the scenes. But Hao Hai did not sit idly by. If his son wanted to win something, he would help him without hesitation. He contacted John again. Since the best post-production team from Hollywood can't come, let's get the best photography, props, and action guidance teams to come. I don't believe this. Hao Hai is very determined and is willing to give everything for his son. But the commissions of these top teams have accumulated to nearly 200 million. Have you really thought about it? John had to remind his boss Hao Hai of the most critical factor: salary. 200 million? Hearing this astronomical sum, Hao Hai had to calm down and think carefully. Fuck it, isn't that all my retirement savings? Hao Hai took out several bank cards from a combination lock at home and quickly transferred all the money to John's account. Mr. Hao is indeed extraordinary. Tomorrow morning, these 3 first-class Hollywood teams will arrive in China at the same time. Please look forward to it. After saying that, John arranged for the top team to set off. Hao Jiang couldn't wait to see how exaggerated the famous Hollywood was. Sure enough, early the next morning, these 3 elite Hollywood photography, props and action teams arrived at Shudian Film and Television Studios at full speed and came to work here according to their employer's instructions. The leader of this team is a bearded American named Jerry, who is also an outstanding graduate of Migo Film and Television University and a photography talent who will be the backbone of Hollywood in the future. Jerry asked passers-by where the camp of the Forbidden Kingdom crew was, but unexpectedly he found out that it was Lin Chen's place. Lin Chen just stretched and went to the toilet, and on the way he met this group of Nigwa people who were carrying large filming equipment and props. Chapter 111, Crisis of the Forbidden Kingdom crew. Who are you? Although Lin Chen's English is poor, simple communication in English is still no problem for him. Although he was a poor student, what he was most proud of during his university years was that he passed the English Level 4 exam. Excuse me, where is the Forbidden Kingdom crew? We are a professional team from Migo Hollywood. Jerry asked Lin Chen on behalf of the team. Lin Chen suddenly woke up, and all his previous sleepiness disappeared. Lin Chen was unbelievable. He didn't expect that Hao Jiang would invite so many Hollywood professionals at once in order to defeat the return of the Condor Heroes. This seemed like a sign of a counterattack. He certainly couldn't let Hao Jiang's conspiracy succeed. If this group of people helped the Forbidden Kingdom, then the show The Return of the Condor Heroes would really have no chance. Foreign friends, you must not go to the crew of The Forbidden Kingdom. It is the most famous rip-off crew in China. The producer will make you work overtime like crazy and abuse you. What's worse is that he will restrict your personal freedom and make you a tool for him to make money. Lin Chen deliberately exaggerated the matter. The professional team led by Jerry was a little confused. Then what should we do? Our boss has already signed a contract with this crew. It's too late to change his mind now. Jerry frowned and anxiously asked Lin Chen for a solution. There is a solution. Our crew of the Condor Heroes is the best and most outstanding crew in Shudian. We are willing to pay double the price to hire you and help you pay the penalty. The Condor Heroes crew is your home. You can work however and whenever you want. How about that? Lin Chen didn't expect that his ability to deceive people had improved by several levels. Jerry was overjoyed and held Lin Chen's hand tightly. Really? That's great. I'll give you the contact information of our boss John. Please talk to him. Jerry gave John's phone number to Lin Chen, and Lin Chen called it immediately. John is a well-known profit-seeking man in Hollywood. He doesn't care about his friendship with How High at all and only cares about money. Hearing that Lin Chen was willing to pay double the salary to intercept him halfway, he naturally would not refuse. John has secretly changed the contract, and the Hollywood professional team represented by Jerry has become a member of the Return of the Condor Heroes crew. When everyone got up, packed up, and prepared to put on makeup, Lin Chen brought in several fully armed Nigua people. Who are they? Yi Qian asked curiously. Everyone else also looked at Lin Chen. These guys are the strongest shooting, props, and action director team in Hollywood. They have agreed to join our Condor Heroes. Today's shooting will allow them to show their skills. Lin Chen told his friends everything. Brother Chen, you are so capable. You brought in such professional talents without anyone noticing. Isn't our drama going to take off? Yang Mi couldn't believe it, her little face was full of admiration for Lin Chen. Kang Jiabin certainly knew these people. This group of teenagers were often featured in global film and television magazines. Jerry, who was especially good at photography, was a favorite of these magazines. Only Zhao Yuro seemed relatively calm. She understood Lin Chen's abilities, and it was reasonable for him to do anything unbelievable. But in the camp of the Forbidden Kingdom crew, these people were nowhere to be seen. It's time to shoot, these Americans are too unreliable. Hao Jiang called Hao Hai and asked him to urge them. After Hao Hai contacted John, he found out that the person he hired at a high price was intercepted halfway, and the competitor was the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes. This Condor Heroes again? Who exactly are they? Hao Hai shuddered when he heard these three words. He decided to go to Shudian Film and Television City in person to find out what was going on. When Hao Jiang learned that their professional team was snatched away by the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes, he wanted to use his camera as a machine gun and shoot them all. Furious, Hao Jiang had no personal solution and could only start filming in anger. Today, as the protagonist, Wu Jingjing needs to roll down from the outside of an ancient building that is tens of meters high. The only safety prop is a very thin cable. Although Wu Jingjing repeatedly asked for a thicker rope, Hao Jiang didn't take it seriously at all. In his opinion, these actors were just his employees and had no right to make demands. Wu Jingjing had no choice but to climb up to the top of the ancient building. As soon as he stepped on it, tiles began to fall one after another. He trembled as he looked at his feet. Wu Jingjing gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and rolled downwards, ready to complete the shot in one go. After risking his life and performing a brilliant free-fall roll with professional action stunts, the other crew members applauded. As expected of China's most powerful martial arts star, his moves are so cool. Our Wu Ge is indeed the best in kung fu movies. This video is flawless. Others praised Wu Jingjing's strength, but Hao Jiang didn't think so. No, there's a flaw, try again. With just one sentence, Hao Jiang negated all of Wu Jingjing's efforts. Why not? I think it's pretty good. Wu Jingjing didn't quite understand. I'm the producer. If I say no, it's no. There's no reason. Hurry up and reshoot this scene for me. Hao Jiang hates being questioned the most because he is the authority. As a first-line kung fu superstar and part-time kung fu director, Wu Jingjing was treated like this by Hao Jiang. He was of course furious, but he had to obey orders under his protection. He mustered up his courage again and climbed up to the top of the ancient building, which was dozens of meters high. Just as he was about to lift his legs to start performing the movements, the place where he was standing began to collapse because no one had repaired it for many years. He was not mentally prepared for the moment and rolled down from the tall roof. Wu Jingjing shouted because he knew the outcome was not good. "Brother Jing, be careful, Brother Jing. Brother Jing, are you okay? Medical team, please come." The other people in the crew were all worried about Wu Jingjing's condition and looked anxious. "Woohoo, wonderful! The movements are much more realistic this time. This is like a real martial arts scene. No one else, please don't go up there. I want to record this scene in its entirety." Not only was Hao Jiang not worried, but he applauded and even allowed the medical team that was ready to go up and stand by for rescue. The desperate Wu Jingjing fell down little by little, and could only hold on tightly to the only life-saving straw, which was the safety rope tied around his waist. With a few crisp sounds, cracks began to appear on the safety rope, and within a few seconds, the cracks spread throughout the entire rope. Chapter 112 Chapter 112, The Crew of the Forbidden Kingdom disbands. "Save me, save me, save me." Wu Jingjing fully felt that death was approaching him. The medical team was about to move forward but were stopped by Hao Jiang. "If you rush forward without thinking and appear in the camera like this, the video will be ruined. Wait until he falls completely before you go up." Hao Jiang stared at the images in the video recorder. They were very real and he was very satisfied. But if that happens, Wu Jingjing will be in trouble, the medical staff had to remind. He's a kung fu superstar, his physique is very strong, let alone dozens of meters. Even if he falls from hundreds of meters he will be unscathed, don't worry. Hao Jiang watched as the quilt was torn apart and Wu Jingjing fell to the ground in pain, his bones making a series of cracking sounds. "Brother Jing, are you okay? Brother Jing." The crew members rushed forward, and the medical team also went up with some makeshift equipment to provide rescue. Wu Jingjing could no longer stand up at this time. Because his arm hit the ground, he suffered a certain degree of fracture and even a slight concussion. If it weren't for his superior physique, he would have died on the spot. However, Hao Jiang didn't care about the life or death of the actors at all. He still lay in front of the camera and watched the real video of a human body rolling freely over and over again, nodding with satisfaction as he watched. Wu Jingjing and everyone else looked at Hao Jiang and were all very disappointed, especially Wu Jingjing. He didn't want to stay in this inhumane crew for even a second. "Help me up, I want to quit the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom." Although Wu Jingjing was suffering from severe pain in his body, his consciousness was still clear and he was able to take responsibility for every word he said. "What? You want to quit? Do you think you can come and go as you please here? Do you know that if you quit without permission, you will have to pay a huge penalty?" Hao Jiang simply didn't care, because he knew that anyone would give in to him when faced with the word penalty for breach of contract. Wu Jingjing didn't care about these at all, because he had filmed and starred in many big movies with box office revenue of nearly 10 billion yuan. Although he didn't have much money on hand, it was just enough to pay the penalty. Having made up his mind, he prepared to leave the Kung Fu King camp with the help of medical staff. "Are you really leaving? Are you kidding me? How can we shoot if you leave? Don't. Hao Jiang was really panicked now, watching Wu Jingjing moving away from him step by step in disbelief. The other crew members had no sympathy for Hao Jiang at all, because the presence of such a producer would only make the team even less cohesive. As we reached the camp gate, a classy old man in his 60s appeared. "Senior Hao, I really can't stay in this crew any longer. Anyone who wants to stay can stay. I can't serve your son any longer." When Wu Jingjing saw Hao Hai, she left after saying this. Hao Hai was confused. He was planning to come to the crew in person to see what was going on, but he didn't expect to encounter this incident as soon as he entered the door. Damn it, this bastard actually dared to pick up the pieces in the middle of the show. He's the only main character in this show. What am I going to do after he leaves? Hao Jiang smashed all the props in the camp. "You are such a useless bastard. How could I have given birth to a useless person like you?" Hao Hai looked at his son who was useless and only knew how to lose his temper, and he really wanted to slap him in the face. "Dad, what should I do now?" The confused Hao Jiang couldn't handle such a complicated situation at all. "What should we do? What do you think we should do? Quickly disband the crew and let everyone go home. Stop wasting money. You can't compete with the Condor Heroes crew with your skills. Hao Hai can only describe his son in 2 words: helpless. Disband? Absolutely impossible. I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose. Hao Jiang was unwilling to admit this fait accompli. You've already lost. Stop struggling. Let me help you get revenge from now on. Just watch. Of course, Hao Hai couldn't just sit there and watch his son being bullied, so he was already planning how to take revenge on the crew of the Condor Heroes. In his mind, if the Forbidden Kingdom could not be performed, then the return of the Condor Heroes would not be able to continue to be broadcast. Just like that, Hao Jiang reluctantly announced the disbandment of the crew, and Kung Fu King was removed from the iQIYI video platform. He also paid iQIYI a huge amount of liquidated damages. Wu Jingjing, who was helped away, needed timely treatment, but the Forbidden Kingdom crew did not have a suitable treatment environment on site. Hao Jiang only cared about profit and hired a few non-professional doctors just to get the job done. They were unable to provide any substantial help in alleviating Wu Jingjing's condition. Currently, in the entire Shudian film and television studios, only the medical environment of the Legend of Condor Heroes crew is sufficient to temporarily stabilize his injuries. But we were in competition with the Condor Heroes crew before, so they will definitely not agree to my rescue. You should just send me to the nearest hospital in Jiangqing for treatment. Wu Jingjing was also helpless, because if he was a member of the Return of the Condor Heroes crew, he would not let his former opponent receive treatment. But your illness cannot be delayed. Although our medical skills are not perfect, we still know these basic medical attempts. The medical team supporting Wu Jingjing knew that if they spent a lot of time going to Jiangqing for medical treatment, her condition would become irreversible. Although Wu Jingjing is a tough guy both in real life and on the screen, he is still fragile when it comes to life and death. He began to despair. The pain from his wounds became more and more intense. He fainted in a daze. Brother Jing, are you okay, Brother Jing? Brother Jing, wake up? The medical staff's desperate cries were heard by the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes. What happened? Lin Chen saw Wu Jingjing who was dying. He fell from a height of dozens of meters and suffered great trauma to his body. Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry and bring him in for treatment. Lin Chen quickly made way and contacted the medical team for treatment as soon as possible. You don't care about us? There was a big man grumbling. He had previously fought with Lin Chen's crew, but he didn't expect that the other party would now donate generously. These are all minor issues. I, Lin Chen, am not a narrow-minded person. Human life is at stake. Save people first. Lin Chen didn't care about these at all, because these people all took orders from Hao Jiang, and Hao Jiang was the culprit. After a brief bandage, Wu Jingjing's condition was under control and he regained consciousness. His strong physical condition helped him get through it. It was you who saved me? Wu Jingjing couldn't believe that the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes was so kind and generous. I'm glad you're okay. Hao Jiang is such a bastard. He actually watched you die without saving you. He's simply a scumbag. Yang Mi smacked her lips and kept muttering about Hao Jiang's heinous crimes. Chapter 113, Frame Up. I heard that you have already quit the crew, so what are you going to do next, pay the huge penalty? Lin Chen asked. This is the only way for now. If I have to pay the 10,000 yuan penalty, all my savings will be used up. My wife Xian Nan Nan and son will have to suffer with me in the future. Wu Jingjing, feeling sorry for his wife and children, couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. This tough guy had never cried in front of others. This was the first time. If you don't mind, you can join our Condor Heroes crew. There has never been a suitable candidate for the role of Ouyang Feng. I think you are a good fit. As a producer, Lin Chen invited Wu Jingjing, the Chinese kung fu superstar, to join. Really, is it really possible? Wu Jingjing was of course happy to agree, so that after paying the penalty for breach of contract, she would have extra money for family expenses. What about the big guys? Are you willing to join us? Lin Chen looked at the other warriors in the Forbidden Kingdom crew. Please forgive us for beating you up before. We have no reason to refuse. We are willing to join, even if it's only half the salary. These kung fu boys all joined the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes, making the crew even more powerful. After settling down, Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen were ready to start acting at any time. Today's scene is about Xia Longnu and Yang Gui practicing the 9 scriptures, and then Ouyang Feng teaching Yang Gui the martial arts secrets. The whole process is high energy. The performances of these three actors were also quite smooth, and they fully demonstrated their acting skills. Hollywood photographers, props, action directors, and post-production editors had clear division of labor and quickly sent today's flawless video to iQIYI's backstage staff. In contrast, the disbanded The Forbidden Kingdom crew formed a sharp contrast. At midnight, the popularity of the drama The Return of the Condor Heroes exceeded 100 million. Regardless of gender, age, or whether in the city or the countryside, this drama was the most discussed topic. Louis Fei, who dropped out midway, had mixed feelings. She was pleased to see Yu Rou and Lin Chen acting together and achieving such good results, but of course she was also a little jealous. Even the hot searches on major self-media platforms are all about the drama The Return of the Condor Heroes. When Hao Jiang saw the news, he was furious. "Don't worry, son. I won't avenge you." Experienced Hao Hai has been in the film and television industry for many years. He knows the key to a drama. As long as he can grasp the key, he can make the drama completely unpopular in an instant. The father and son have been carefully planning a revenge plan, waiting for the right time to act. That night, Kang Jiabin held a celebratory banquet to celebrate the fact that the drama The Return of the Condor Heroes no longer had any rivals. The two protagonists, Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen, took the center position. "Come on, let's raise our glasses to celebrate. It's not easy for the Condor Heroes to reach 100 million viewers." Kang Jiabin was the first to raise his glass, and other crew members responded. After Lin Chen drank it all in one gulp, he also drank the wine in Yu Rou's glass in one breath. Zhao Yuro fed Lin Chen vegetables affectionately. The relationship between the two is getting better and better. After the happy banquet, everyone went back to their respective rooms to sleep. The next day, everyone was still drunk. After the filming was completed, the highly paid Hollywood post-production team prepared to upload the video to iQIYI's backstage staff as usual, but at this time a strange figure suddenly appeared. Hao Hai disguised himself as a staff member of the Condor Heroes crew and came to the side of the Migwa post-production guy. "Director Kang asked me to check the video before sending it to avoid any editing or subtitle errors." Hao Hai was still experienced and cunning. He had the idea of recording a video and was ready to act on it. "Then you check it yourself. You drank too much yesterday and you're still a little dizzy. Remember to send it to iQIYI backstage after the check. Don't worry, leave it to me." After saying that, the American guy returned to his lounge. After finishing the filming, the other actors also went to rest, and there were few people in the camp hall at the moment. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro were snuggling up to each other and reading a popular e-novel I Signed a Rich Woman at the beginning. Lin Chen saw the dream experience of the male protagonist in the novel, which was surprisingly similar to his own. Kang Jiabin also went with Yi Qian to buy fruits for the actors, worried that they would get too hot. Everyone relaxed their vigilance towards the unfamiliar face of Hao Hai. Hao Jiang also disguised himself and sneaked in to unplug all the surveillance power supplies in the hall to avoid being exposed. Hao Hai acted quickly. After exporting the video from the USB drive, he immediately put it into the video editing software, and then randomly inserted another unfamiliar video into it. This video is a wonderful clip from the Japanese love action movie that Hao Jiang likes to watch the most. The father and son know that as long as they put this taboo plot in it, the entire network will definitely ban The Return of the Condor Heroes, and their purpose of revenge will naturally be achieved. Hao Hai did not waste a single minute and completed this series of operations within 3 minutes, and then successfully transmitted it to the iQIYI backend. After the father and son slipped out, they smiled at each other, clapped their hands, and then left in a charming manner. As always, the cast of The Return of the Condor Heroes wanted to get together, eat some fruit and see if the ratings would continue to rise tonight. In less than 5 minutes, 40 million people poured in, almost causing the backend of iQIYI to collapse. Maybe today the number of viewers will exceed 200 million. Let's look forward to it. Yi Qian rubbed his hands excitedly. His biggest dream in the film and television industry is that one day a TV series he knows can have over 200 million views. Today is the day most likely to make his dream come true. Watching the number of people increase little by little, there are about 3,000 people who will break through the 200 million mark. It's almost time, the time to create Chinese TV drama history is coming. Everyone in the Condor Heroes crew held their breath, waiting for this moment. Swoosh. Then the picture on the big screen was suddenly interrupted, and there was a brief black screen. What's going on? Kang Jiabin and all the viewers in front of the network thought it was just a network problem and they just had to wait. But what followed was the scene that the majority of male compatriots like to watch the most, that is, the love action clips of the island country, without even any mosaics, and it was played in front of all Chinese netizens. Oh my god, what the hell is this? A Japanese movie? Kang Jabin couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Chen was also shocked, his eyes widened, thinking he was hallucinating. Ah! Yang Ni was still an innocent girl. She had never done such shameful things before and she screamed shyly. Chapter 114, Finale. All the netizens on the internet were shocked. Mom, are the scales of TV dramas so large now? Are they really doing everything they can to benefit male compatriots? It's too shameless. I thought the Condor Heroes was a good show, but to gain attention, they broadcast these shameless scenes. It's too much. Everyone is talking about this unspeakable scene in the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. After receiving the report, iQIYI immediately banned the TV series The Condor Heroes. Great, that's exactly what we want. Can you get away with offending us? The Hao family's father and son laughed loudly while lying on the sofa in their home. In the Condor Heroes crew camp. Teacher Hatano? This is Hao Zhang's favorite Japanese actor. Is it just a simple coincidence? Wu Jingjing had been in contact with Hao Zhang for a long time in the crew of The Forbidden Kingdom. He knew that Hao Zhang's biggest hobby was Japanese movies all the time, and among the Japanese actresses, his favorite was teacher Hatano. It's definitely not a coincidence, it's this bastard's fault. Lin Chen dared to assert that Hao Zhang would definitely do such a dirty thing. Who sent the video to iQIYI backstage this afternoon? I. Nigwa Hollywood post-production guy raised his hand cautiously. Did you upload the video yourself? No, not really. There was a guy who said he was going to check the video for errors and then he uploaded it last. Is that a fat, big-eared young man in his 20s? Lin Chen asked anxiously. No. Nigwa's answer puzzled everyone. Only Hao Zhang had the motive to commit the crime. Who else could it be but Hao Zhang? Everyone was confused. Now only surveillance can tell the truth. Zhao Yuro is always so calm, and this suggestion is like timely help. Yi Qian personally checked out the surveillance footage from the afternoon, but when she fast-forwarded to about this time, the surveillance footage stopped working. This was obviously carefully planned by someone. We are doomed now. There is not even a clue. Is our crew being framed? Is all the hard work we put in before going to waste? Yang Ni burst into tears in frustration. The others also became depressed. Yes, that man is an old man who is almost 70 years old. He looks quite elegant and easygoing. I didn't expect him to be a treacherous man. Later on, Nigwa's brother gave this key clue. What? Almost 70 years old? Elegant and easygoing? Isn't this Hao Hai? As a senior director, Kang Jabin had met Hao Hai many times. He didn't expect that he would help his son commit crimes. But there is no evidence to prove that the Hao family father and son teamed up to frame the Condor Heroes crew. At this moment, Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen looked at each other. Someone could witness all this, and that was Ali, who was secretly protecting them. The tacit understanding between the two is getting deeper and deeper. Call out. A swift figure flashed on the roof, and Ali fell from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. I saw two people sneaking into the hall and out again this afternoon. I even recorded a video. Since they didn't hurt my eldest brother and sister-in-law, I didn't catch them. After that, Ali put the video in front of everyone. The two people in the video are obviously Hao Zhang and Hao Hai. They didn't expect that there would always be a loophole in the perfect plan, and someone was secretly observing their every move. Lin Chen showed no mercy and sent the video out through his own Orange Media, Mughal Film and Television Media, Zhangqing TV station and other online means. Oh my god, it turns out we misunderstood the Condor Heroes crew. They were framed. These two guys are really filthy. Aren't they the father and son of the Hao family? I didn't expect that the Hao family, who have a prominent position in the film and television industry, would do such a thing as framing others. It's unbelievable. People on the internet all stood on the side of justice, and Hao Zhang and Hao Hai became the targets of everyone's criticism. After iQIYI platform intervened and deleted the footage of the island country, it relisted the hit drama The Return of the Condor Heroes and naturally placed it in the recommendation section. Our secret was exposed? This is impossible. We did it perfectly. Hao Hai recalled that every detail was carefully designed by him, so there was no possibility of any loopholes. You old man, don't you want me to live a good life? What should I do now? The police will definitely hold us accountable. How Jiang hated his father so much and he didn't want to go to jail. Bang bang bang. The Jiangbei police station has sent people to arrest the Hao father and son who framed others, and their apartment has also been sealed. The Hao family, once famous in the film and television industry, fell into complete decline. Immediately afterwards, Kyoto TV, Jiangnan TV, West China TV, Shanghai TV, and various local TV stations contacted the crew of The Return of the Condor Heroes and asked to renegotiate the purchase of the TV series copyright. Kang Jiabin certainly welcomes these TV stations to broadcast The Return of the Condor Heroes. Previously, the two sides failed to reach an agreement because of Hao Hai. Now that Hao Hai has fallen, his influence no longer exists, and there are no constraints on the cooperation between the two sides. The influence of The Return of the Condor Heroes is about to grow stronger and faster. In less than 5 days, the number of viewers exceeded 300 million. By the 10th day, the number of viewers had exceeded 500 million. By the day the series ended, the number of viewers exceeded a staggering 800 million. That is to say, 2 out of every 3 Chinese people are watching the drama. Finally, after half a month of hard work, The Return of the Condor Heroes was completed. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro have become household names in China and have been voted the most popular screen couple of the year by netizens. In particular, Zhao Yuro, with her fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, has become the standard for countless men to choose a spouse. Lin Chen has also become the most handsome male star in the eyes of female college students. After saying goodbye to Yang Mi, Kang Jiabin, Yi Qian, Wu Jingjing and other crew members at Shudian Film and Television Studio, Yuro and Lin Chen finally drove back to Jiangcheng. Filming is so tiring, even more tiring than going to school, damn legs. Lin Chen complained, but he cherished this unforgettable experience. Zhao Yuro was sitting in the passenger seat counting the two people's pay, as well as Lin Chen's total income as a producer. 1.9 billion? The two of us made 1.9 billion from the show The Return of the Condor Heroes. This is indeed an astronomical figure. Yuro had never thought that she would earn so much before she agreed to join the crew. Lin Chen was not very surprised, all this was within his expectations. He knew that the Chinese audience base was very large and it was normal to have such income. Chapter 115, Sign in for the Fergana horse. After returning to Jiangcheng, Lin Chen sent Yuro to Zhao Group and went back to the Apian furniture store as soon as possible. After not having the summoning system for half a month, Lin Chen felt like he had missed out on hundreds of millions. He carried an assembled computer onto his Wuling and went to an upscale residential area in Jiangcheng, second only to Xinghuan and Century Garden. When I opened the door, I found that the owner was a 15-year-old boy who was addicted to the internet. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't play games for a second. Because my computer crashed half an hour ago, I quickly ordered a high-end top-of-the-line computer online. This is the child of a rich family, so willful. Brother, hurry up, I haven't played games for half an hour, I feel like I'm about to collapse. The little boy looked like a dandy boy, and hurriedly urged Lin Chen to install it quickly. Little brother, you are really addicted to the internet. Children should focus on their studies. You will have no future if you play games like this. Lin Chen spoke earnestly. He himself didn't like playing games back then, which led to him having to work in a furniture store selling furniture after graduation. If he hadn't signed into the system, he might still be a worker with a monthly salary of less than 3,000 yuan. I don't need to be successful. My dad is successful enough. I just need to play games and not cause trouble for him. What the kid said seemed to make sense, and Lin Chen was actually convinced by his outlook on life for a moment. His name is Xiao Rui, and his father's name is Xiao Fu. They are the largest auto repair shop in Jiangbei. Since they are from Jiangcheng, they set up their headquarters in Jiangcheng. Basically, any damaged sports car in North China will be repaired at their Xiao's auto repair shop, which represents the most advanced and delicate auto repair technology. After Lin Chen slowly installed the computer for Xiao Rui, he skillfully took out the USB drive, opened the League of Legends installation package, completed the installation in the shortest time, and entered the page by entering his account and password. Lin Chen just wants to laugh now, because any League of Legends player is a younger brother in his eyes. He came into contact with this game when he was in the second grade of junior high school, and then he made it to the top 10 in both the Korean and Chinese servers. However, he finally hid his achievements and fame in order to prepare for the college entrance examination, and now he has become a cloud player. However, as long as he touches the mouse and keyboard, his muscle memory will still allow him to show off. The young man confidently chose his best hero, Lee Sin, in the hero ban and selection interface. His Lee Sin skin is very cool. Lin Chen had also dreamed of having the dragon blind skin back then, but as a poor loser he couldn't get it. After many years, Lin Chen was so close to the League of Legends again that he forgot to leave and stood beside him watching him play. Xiao Rui's operation was indeed very sharp, and the gank rhythm was almost unstoppable, but his teammates were too good at giving away their chances, so the situation was at a stalemate, and he was even at a slight disadvantage. Can you do it? If you want to break the deadlock, you must hit the opponent's vital points. The opponent's core is Aphelios, so you must hit him first when you start a team fight. Lin Chen was so anxious that he wanted to operate it himself. Although he didn't know the skills of Aphelios, the new AD hero, it would be difficult to break the deadlock without kicking him back. You up, no can no BB. Xiao Rui looked down on Lin Chen because he was just good at talking nonsense. He felt that his operation and rhythm were perfect, but his teammates were not good enough, so it was not his fault. You say I can't do it? I only need one team fight to wipe out the whole team and then kill the other side in one wave. Do you believe it? Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth. He was simply a piece of cake when it came to this kind of diamond game. Even though he hadn't played this game for 3 or 4 years, he was still quite capable. Don't lie to me. I'll give you my mouse and keyboard. I want to see if you're lying. Xiao Rui believed that he was already a famous figure within a 10-mile radius, and it was impossible for a furniture delivery boy to look down on him. Lin Chen rubbed his hands and took care of Li Qing. The 10 people on both sides are ready to go, and a team battle is about to break out. Lin Chen turned on the scan and squatted at F6. The opponent's positions were very consistent, and Aphelios was protected by many people and could not be approached at all. Why don't you start with Aphelios? Didn't you just say that it sounded nice? But you still can't start him yourself, right? Xiao Rui became impatient when he saw Lin Chen squatting in the bushes. Lin Chen disagreed. Then don't blink. Lin Chen's Tianyin wave kicked the wild monster first. Ha, that's it? Come down quickly and let me take over. Don't let me lose the game. When Xiao Rui saw that Lin Chen actually kicked the wild monster, he taunted him madly. Lin Chen's eyes were determined. He used his eyes to penetrate the thick wall of F6, then used R to flash and kicked Aphelios in the crowd into the arms of his teammate, killing him instantly. Lin Chen released the second part of his Q Echo Strike and returned to F6, which also allowed him to maintain a safe level of health and avoid being targeted. What is this operation? Xiao Rui was dumbfounded. He had seen this scene in the game highlights of IG Ning Wang. He didn't expect that a furniture delivery man could be so shabby. Then Lin Chen used his displacement and flexible body movements to move in and out 7 times, killing the 5 opponents one by one and winning the game naturally. Too scary, please be my master. Xiao Rui even stuttered a little, and was full of admiration for Lin Chen. He thought he was invincible in Jiangcheng until he saw Lin Chen's operation. There is one condition for becoming my master, and that is that you must study hard and improve your grades. Then I will naturally accept you as my apprentice. Lin Chen was just joking, but he didn't expect Xiao Rui to take it seriously. After signing for the order, Lin Chen and Xiao Rui added each other on WeChat and left. In the days that followed, Xiao Rui went crazy and asked his father to hire a tutor and a private school to give him extra lessons. Xiao Fu was also very puzzled. Why did his son, who hated studying, undergo such a big change overnight? Xiao Rui then mentioned Lin Chen to his father. He said that he must recognize Lin Chen as his master, so he had to study hard. Lin Chen? Is he the male lead in the recent hit TV series The Condor Heroes? Xiao Fu found the name very familiar, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was a very popular star at the moment. It's him. Xiao Fu memorized the name Lin Chen in his mind, and thought that one day he must visit him in person, because his playboy son had changed because of Lin Chen. After leaving the high-end residential area, the system was activated again. Ding, the system is connecting with the host. Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to sign in for the Fergana horse. Please sign in on time to receive it. A sweaty horse? Lin Chen was very curious. He drove when he went out, so what did it mean that the system gave him a horse? Chapter 116 Accident at the Supercar Club. Even if it is really a Fergana horse that can travel 1,000 miles a day, it is not very useful in real life. Lin Chen thought that this horse would be the most useless reward the system gave him, and he felt a little disgusted deep down. Since it is detected that the host is dissatisfied with the rewards distributed by the system's penalty mechanism is now activated. These words echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Punishment mechanism? No, I like horses, I like Fergana horses, I feel like I was a horse in my previous life, please don't punish me. Lin Chen felt a little regretful. He didn't expect that the system actually had a punishment mechanism. But the system is already in effect. While Lin Chen was still thinking about how the system would punish him, there was a burst of screams in front of him, and he even felt the ground shaking like an earthquake. What happened? Lin Chen raised his head and looked forward. He saw a beige horse over 2 meters tall, with long limbs, a thin head and a high neck, thin skin and fine hair, light steps, great strength, fast speed, and great endurance, running wildly on the road in Jiangchen without restraint. As if it was frightened, it would occasionally raise its front hooves into the air and neigh. Pedestrians on the road subconsciously avoided it, but a thin little girl still became the target of the horse. Ah, look! This crazy horse has carried the little girl on its back. Danger! Someone save this little girl. If she accidentally falls off the horse and is trampled by the horse's hooves, the consequences will be disastrous. The crowd dispersed while anxiously observing the little girl who might be in danger at any time. Lin Chen also saw this scene, and he knew that this horse was the Fergana horse signed to him by the system. The horse was galloping towards him, and in fact, the Fergana horse's final target was himself. It has nothing to do with this little girl. What punishment is coming to me? Lin Chen couldn't let anyone else get hurt because of him, so he walked straight forward and saw that the horse was about to kick him. Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, someone will die. Young man, we know you want to save people, so don't be reckless. Everyone else was worried about Lin Chen. The horse was full of energy. When he saw that the target of punishment was less than 1 meter away, he instantly took off into the air, and the front ladder was raised to the sky, and he was gathering strength to step down again. The target of the re-entry was Lin Chen. The little girl lost her balance and slid down because the horse's front feet were in the air. Lin Chen rushed forward and hugged the little girl. He was very glad that the little girl did not have any skin injuries, but the horse's hooves were already moving downwards quickly. Ah! The Arabian horse stepped on Lin Chen's back, and he felt an unprecedented pain. After its success, the Arabian horse finally calmed down and hesitated in the same place, as if waiting for its owner to claim it, but it didn't know that it had hurt its owner. After everyone came forward to confirm that the little girl was okay, they prepared to call an ambulance for Lin Chen. I'm fine, I can do it myself. Lin Chen staggered to his feet. He could clearly feel that more than half of the force was removed when the horse's hoof stepped down, so he only suffered simple external injuries, and his internal organs were basically not hurt. Lin Chen complained helplessly about the system, which actually punished its host. Lin Chen has a love-hate relationship with this tall and mighty Arabian horse. He touched the horse's forehead and prepared to take it away. But the Arabian horse didn't listen to Lin Chen's commands at all. It took 1 step forward and 3 steps back, making it very difficult to deal with. Lin Chen stroked the Hummers as hard as he could before he calmed down a little. Brother Lin, something terrible has happened. Hundreds of people from the SCC club are blocking the door and demanding to know who's going to send them. Han Han had been managing the supercar club during the time that Lin Chen was filming, but now something big finally happened. What happened? Tell me slowly. Lin Chen had a very bad feeling. Zhu Jinxiang and his son Zhu Jie secretly replaced the internal components of the supercars they sold with substandard parts in order to make personal profits. Many of them broke down not long after they were driven out. Now they are causing trouble at our doorstep. Han Han felt very guilty, as he thought that his supervision was not strong enough. My cousin Zhu Yali was frantically dealing with a team of hundreds of people, and she was in a panic. At this time, Zhu Jinxiang and his son were already planning how to take the money and run away after the matter was exposed. I knew these two bastards were still up to no good. If my mom hadn't begged me, I would never have given them the chance to work in the club. Lin Chen bit his lips, wishing he could send his second uncle and the other two to prison right now. Brother Lin, Han Han, am really sorry for you. I failed your request to keep an eye on these two people before I left. Han Han's guilt can be heard from his words. Don't blame you, I'll be there soon, just keep the crowd calm. Lin Chen handed the horse over to a nearby professional programmer for training and care, and drove his Wuling quickly to the SCC Supercar Club headquarters in the wealthy area in the northeast corner of Jiangcheng. When Lin Chen was still dozens of meters away, he could feel the huge momentum of the noisy crowd. Many of them had their wounds bandaged and were arguing with each other, trying to demand an explanation. As the administrative director, Zhu Yali is trying her best to debate with the crowd. The boss of SCC is here, surround him quickly and don't let him get away. When everyone saw Lin Chen coming from behind, they immediately surrounded him. We all had these problems after renting or buying your sports cars at high prices. You used low-quality parts that did not meet the standards. What should we do? Everyone asked for an explanation. Lin Chen's eyes were determined. In his eyes, the customer is God. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get back what you lost. I will find the most professional doctors to treat you and then replace all of your cars with new ones. Lin Chen most likely met most of the needs of these victim users. Are you serious? If you don't keep your word, we'll gather here every day to see who can outlast the other. Yes, if you dare to fool us, we will fight to the death. After complaining, these people finally dispersed, and there was a brief peace at the entrance of the club. Zhu Yali was exhausted from dealing with these people. Cousin, how do we deal with this? Zhu Yali didn't dare to think about it. If she really followed the compensation plan that Lin Chen promised everyone, it would cost a huge amount of money. We can only satisfy everyone's demands. We were the ones who made the mistake first. No, it's not our fault, it's my second uncle and his son. I didn't expect that these two scumbags would come out of our family. Zhu Yali was so angry that her face turned red. Don't worry, they won't get away with it. I'll make them regret it. Lin Chen's tone made it impossible to deny his determination, and he called the deputy chief of the police station, Chang Jigua. Chapter 117 Remedies. Officer Chang immediately set up checkpoints at every exit of Jiangcheng. Don't let these two people named Zhu Jianxiang and Zhu Jia escape. They have committed fraud. I understand, Brother Lin. Just leave this matter to me. Chang Jigua immediately formed a commando team and personally served as the team leader to search for the whereabouts of Zhu Jianxiang and his son. At this time, the Shu father and son had disguised themselves as beggars and quietly sneaked along a dirt road in Jiangcheng to Lin County. This is the poorest county in Jiangcheng, with very weak population and economy. It should be the safest place once they get there. When did I, Zhu Jia, fall to the point of disguising myself as a beggar and living in a small county town? I want fine wine and beautiful women, I don't want to go to that shabby county town. Zhu Jia's son has a bad temper. He walks with a cane and complains at the same time. Don't be angry, son. Now all the exits of Jiangcheng have been blocked. We can only hide in a small county town to avoid the limelight for a while. When the situation is not so tense for a while, we will go to Migua. Dad has already transferred all the hundreds of millions of dollars that the SCC club has raised to Migua. We will settle there when the time comes. Zhu Jianxiang didn't want to go into exile like this, but since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to do this. I have to admire the excellent makeup skills of these two people. They encountered many searching policemen along the way, but none of them recognized their true identities. A whole day passed, and there was still no news from the Zhu father and son. Chang Jigua personally visited Lin Chen at the SCC club. Brother Lin, this is really strange. We immediately blocked Jiangcheng. It was impossible for the father and son to escape. But no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find any trace of them. Chang Jigua was a criminal policeman, so these small cases were easy for him to handle, but the Zhu family father and son gave him a headache. Then they must still be somewhere in Jiangcheng. As long as they stay in a hotel or make a phone call, we can track them down. I want to see what tricks these two can come up with. Lin Chen was not worried at all that the two of them would escape. It was only a matter of time before he caught them and brought them to justice. Then I'll go ahead and have my men expand the search area. After Chang Jigua left, Lin Chen had to properly deal with the club's mess. Otherwise, the car rental and sales business here will be difficult in the future. Hello, is this Niu Jing? I'm Lin Chen, who was cut on the back when the glass broke while delivering goods last time. Do you remember me? In Lin Chen's mind, Niu Jing is one of the best surgeons in Jiangcheng. No one in Jiangcheng can compare with him in terms of his treatment and techniques for trauma. In other words, she was as great in surgery as Dr. Jackson was in internal medicine. Of course I remember, you are my lifesaver. If it weren't for you, I and the baby in my belly might have been in trouble. Niu Jing has always been grateful to Lin Chen. I want to ask you a favor. If you have any problem, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will do my best to help. Even if I can't help, I will find a way to help. Thank you very much. I have some traumatized patients here. Can you heal them? Then you have found the right person. In this huge Jiangchang or even Jiangbei, there is no one more suitable than me. Niu Jing was very confident in her medical skills. After asking for the address, she immediately brought her medical team to the SCC Supercar Club. Lin Chen has asked Han Han to prepare hundreds of simple medical beds and a large number of advanced medical facilities. Niu Jing was shocked when she saw the scene in front of her for the first time. You are the most responsible boss I have ever met. You actually take the injured so seriously. Niu Jing admires Lin Chen from the bottom of her heart. It was my mismanagement that caused my customers to get hurt. I must do my best to heal them. The guilt in Lin Chen's eyes was felt by the customers lying on the hospital beds. We don't blame you. It was Zhu Jianxian who messed with the sports car parts. He should be held responsible. Boss Lin is such a good man. I will definitely greet the Zhu family father and son after we catch them. Patients expressed their support for Lin Chen. Niu Jing and her team rushed to the rescue, and with their professionalism, the patient's condition quickly improved. On the other hand, Lin Chen also promised to replace all faulty sports cars purchased or leased by customers. Brother Lin, if we replace them all with new ones, our club will lose a lot of money. Do we really want to do this? Han Han was a little reluctant to give up all the money he had earned with great difficulty. Yes, cousin, we don't need to replace it with a new one, we just need to repair it. Zhu Yali also agreed with Han Han's opinion. The most important thing for us is to be able to stabilize our customers and maintain the reputation of our club. If this matter is handled well, more people will come to us to buy cars without worries in the future. They both admired Lin Chen's careful consideration. Then what should we do with these broken down cars? Zhu Yali became angry when she saw the pile of sports cars that had been replaced with inferior parts. A child quickly flashed through Lin Chen's mind. That was Xiao Rui, whom he met while delivering the goods. They also exchanged WeChat accounts. Are you there? Your father is the president of Zhao's Auto Repair Group. Can I ask him to do me a little favor? Lin Chen didn't hold out much hope, because he was just a child after all, and his father was unlikely to listen to him. I'll send him your WeChat ID and you can just keep in touch. Xiao Rui pushed Lin Chen's WeChat business card to his father and left a message saying that this was the prospective master who was particularly good at League of Legends that he had mentioned before. Xiao Fu knew that this was the benefactor who had changed his spoiled son, so his attitude and tone were extremely humble, which was something he would never show in the business field. Lin Chen really didn't expect that Xiao Fu, the boss of a big company, would add him as a friend in seconds and even make a voice call to him. Is it brother Lin Chen? Thanks to you, if it weren't for you, my son would still be that bad boy who does nothing but play games all day. Now he studies from morning till night, waiting for you to teach him how to play League of Legends. Xiao Fu's words were full of gratitude, because he was usually busy with work and had no time to educate his children, which made Xiao Rui look like he hated studying today. If it weren't for Lin Chen, Xiao Rui would have become a complete parasite after graduating from high school. Don't say that. I can't bear it. Xiao Rui is a good kid, but he lacks love and care. Yes, I am a very unqualified father. I will take good care of him in the future. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Fu moved on to the main topic. Chapter 118, The Club is Reborn. I want you to come to the SCC Supercar Club in the wealthy area in the northeast corner of Jiangcheng to help me repair hundreds of sports cars, okay? Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed to speak up. After all, he had never even met Xiao Fu, and yet he was asking him to do him such a big favor. This is simply a trivial matter. Zhao's auto repair is second to none in the entire North China region. I will immediately send a professional team to repair it. You help my son turn over a new leaf, and I'll help you fix your car, and we both get what we need. Xiao Fu readily agreed, helping Lin Chen save the sky-high repair costs. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the Xiao repair team was ready and continued working on these Ferraris, Porsches, and Aston Martins that were on the verge of being scrapped. Oh my god, Zhao's auto repair? Brother Lin, how did you hire such a professional team? In recent years, they have only served car companies in big cities like Jiangbei and Kyoto. Han Han was very surprised. How capable is Lin Chen? Zhu Yali was very excited to see the smooth repairs by these professional teams. The club's crisis was finally resolved. Otherwise, Zhu Yali would always feel guilty because it was her fault for not keeping an eye on the Zhu family father and son, which led to this incident. Within 2 days, the car owners who had gotten into accidents due to purchasing or renting faulty cars had recovered after continuous high-intensity treatment by Niu Jing and her team. Moreover, the faulty vehicle was almost repaired by the people Xiao Fu brought over. After replacing the internal parts, its performance was almost the same as when it left the factory. Mr. Lin is a conscientious entrepreneur. We will buy cars here in the future. It's so reliable. There are not many car companies that can provide such after-sales service now. I am sure that SCC will be able to make great success. The victim drove away happily in his new car, praising the SCC club from time to time. During this period, Lin Chen also signed a clause with Xiao Fu, that is, car owners who bought or rented cars at the SCC club could have their cars repaired free of charge at Zhao's Auto Repair, and the cost would be borne entirely by Lin Chen himself. Car owners will have no more worries when buying a car. For a time, the SCC Supercar Club became famous. Not only Jiangcheng City, but also Jiangbei Province and even Kyoto City in North China came to the SCC Club to buy cars. Because the high-quality service provided here is reliable, and with the lessons learned from this accident, everyone believes that SCC is a conscientious car company. Where can I buy a car? Of course it's SCC in Jiangcheng. They say they can provide free repairs and strong after-sales protection. You won't get cheated or taken advantage of, and the price-performance ratio is very high. Then go to SCC. Young people in North China who want to buy a car have already regarded SCC as their first choice, and even people from Jiangnan and West China come from far away to drive here to look at cars. In addition to super sports cars, this place is also a professional sales agency for Wuling Hongguang and Mercedes-Benz, providing choices for consumers of different levels. Han Han, Zhu Yali, and Xiaoyan, the assistants sent by Lin Chen's Wuling headquarters, are all very busy. There are customers coming to see cars every minute and every second, and orders are being placed every minute and every second. SCC was also directly registered as a company from a club. The company's market value continued to soar, and profits increased dozens of times. As the CEO of SCC, Lin Chen also made billions in profits. From a newly graduated college student, Zhu Yali has become a bona fide wealthy woman with a monthly income of tens of millions in a short period of time following Lin Chen. Wuling President Hao Yaoshuan also sent a congratulatory message to Lin Chen. SCC, the Wuling sales outlet located in Jiangcheng, is far ahead in terms of transaction volume among many sales outlets. Mercedes-Benz European headquarters encouraged Lin Chen immediately, which made Mercedes-Benz's transaction volume in China remain at the top of the list, crushing its two biggest competitors, BMW and Audi. SCC turned a disaster into a blessing because of the mischief played by Zhu's father and son, and has now completely walked out of the shadow of the past. What's even more exaggerated is that SCC's current market share have topped the list of all 4S stores in Jiangbei, and its car sales are more than 10 times theirs. It is the well-deserved leader. Now, I have time to play with you too. You want to play hide and seek with me? Then I'll play with you till the end. Lin Chen only thought about one thing from beginning to end, and that was to send his second uncle and cousin to prison personally and spend the rest of their lives behind bars. In a dilapidated temple in Lin County, Jiangcheng, there are cobwebs everywhere, no windows or doors, and from time to time there is the sound of howling wind. A giant Buddha with missing arms and legs stands in the temple. We live worse than dogs. I want to take a bath and eat meat. Xu Jie, whose clothes were in disarray, was eating a meat bun that he had just snatched from the store with big mouthfuls. Xu Jinxiang on the opposite side was still hungry. As long as his son was not starving to death, he would be fine. Son, hold on for a few more days, and we'll leave the city and exchange some of our rice dollars for RMB from the bank. That way, we can dress decently and fly abroad. By then, a luxurious life will be waiting for us, father and son. Zhu Jianxian was not so pessimistic. He kept imagining the moment when he would get on the plane. Since they are now in Lin County, the largest bank here does not have the service of exchanging foreign currency, so they can only go to a big city to pay back the money using their bank cards. Now they have less than 100 renminbi to spend, so they have to think carefully before spending a penny. Dad, I can't stand this kind of life even for a second. What's the difference between us and beggars now? I want to go abroad now, I want to leave here now, even if I get caught, I will accept it. I don't want to stay here for a second, not a second. Zhu Jie bit his lips and howled in anger, even the dust in the temple fell from the eaves. Son, calm down, you have to calm down. We have persisted for so long, we can hold on for a few more days. Xu Jianxiang tried his best to comfort Zhu Jie, but it was of no use. He knew that his son had a very bad temper, and Zhu Jie, who had never suffered any hardship, could not hold on any longer. But leaving Lin County now would be tantamount to seeking death. The Jiangcheng police must have set up a tight net for them to fall into. The conflicted Zhu Jianxiang felt very distressed when he saw his son suffering a fate worse than death. Well, let's stay at a hotel tonight, take a good shower and rest, and leave Jiangcheng early tomorrow morning and go to the United States. Zhu Jianxiang finally made up his mind to take his son and leave this shabby place as soon as possible. Chapter 119: Zhu's father and son escape. Okay, that's great, Dad. We can finally leave this damn place. I'm going to take a yacht to the sea in the United States for vacation, and then call a few big-breasted girls from the United States. It must be very cool. Zhu Jie's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously thought of the fairy tale life he would have after going abroad. By the way, I heard that the girls in the United States are hotter than the other. I'll find some girls for you to have fun with. Zhu Jie no longer had the pessimistic and struggling look he had before, and he looked much more energetic. In this way, the father and son, wearing worn-out clothes and carrying luggage, came to a nearby small hotel. The environment here is very poor, the bed sheets and quilt covers are changed every 3 days, the bathroom environment is also very poor, and even the area of the house is pitifully small. It is difficult for people to walk around. But for this father and son who have been wandering for many days, this environment is like a 5-star hotel. Big sister, how much is the cheapest double room? Zhu Jianxiang walked into the hotel and asked the girl at the front desk. Sir, the cheapest double room is 59 yuan. Would you like to book one? The girl at the front desk looked at the shabby dressed couple and subconsciously covered her nose because the sour smell had filled the entire room on the first floor. Okay, 59 yuan, open one. This price is already more than half of their current total assets, but when they think that the painful days can end tomorrow, 59 yuan is not too expensive. Please show me your ID card. What? The small hotel still needs an ID? Zhu Jianxiang was stunned. He was now a wanted criminal by the police. He had even thrown away his SIM card to avoid being discovered. If he used his ID card to check into a hotel, wouldn't that be like handing himself over to the police? He was a little dazed and overwhelmed. Dad, it's okay. This small hotel only requires a simple registration with an ID card. It shouldn't be disclosed to the police. Besides, we're only staying for one night. Even if the police come to our rescue tomorrow, we've already left. Zhu Jie leaned over and whispered in Zhu Jianxiang's ear. All he could think about now was the hot shower and the bed in the hotel. He has lived in the dilapidated temple for a long time and his only wish now is to have a good sleep comfortably in bed, so he tried his best to persuade his father to get a room and not to think too much. That makes sense, so let's give her the ID card. Zhu Jianxiang, who has always been cautious and careful, was persuaded by his son, and the two of them handed their ID cards to the girl at the front desk. The little sister felt that the reactions of the two people in front of her were a little strange, but she didn't think much about it and registered her ID information. Room 306, the toiletries are in the room, you can go up. The younger sister gave the key to Zhu Jie, and Zhu Jie ran upstairs like crazy. Son, slow down. Zhu Jianxiang was also eager to feel the pleasure of being away from the wind and rain. When they opened the door, they were more excited about this shabby room than the 7-star presidential suite they had seen before. Bed, quilt, air conditioner, shower. These are like life-saving straws in their eyes. Zhu Jie quickly took off his dirty clothes, turned on the shower, hummed a little tune and started taking a shower. After Zhu Jianxiang washed the clothes of the father and his son, he lay down comfortably on the bed. The two of them turned on the TV and the air conditioner, crossed their legs on the bed, and fell asleep unknowingly. Zhu Jianxiang, Zhu Jie. Zhu Jianxiang, Zhu Jie. Zhu Jianxiang? Zhu Jie? The girl at the front desk looked at the two names that had just been registered and felt that they sounded familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before. It was not until I opened the wanted posters sent by the police to all hotels in Jiangcheng that I found these two names on it. Recently, a 50-year-old middle-aged man and a 20-year-old boy are on the run in Jiangcheng City. Their names are Zhu Jianxiang and Zhu Jie. If the front desk staff of major hotels find any traces of these two people, please contact the Jiangcheng Police Department as soon as possible. The girl at the front desk read the wanted poster over and over again 10 times. These two people are actually fugitives? No wonder they look weird. They hesitated when I asked them for their ID cards just now. The younger sister recalled what had just happened and finally understood the reason. Hello, is this the Jiangcheng police station? This is the Linxian Convenience Hotel. Zhu Jianxiang and Zhu Jia are staying here now. Please come over quickly. The smart receptionist called the police immediately. Wait for us, don't alarm these two people, we will be there soon. Cheng Jigua, who was on duty late at night, immediately woke up after hearing the report call and immediately deployed police forces to go to Lin County to arrest Zhu's father and son. But the girl at the front desk didn't know that Zhu Jianxiang, who was standing in the shadow at the corner of the corridor, had heard her call the police with his own ears. He happened to be going to the bathroom and ended up witnessing it all. What the hell? Although Zhu Jianxiang was briefly panicked, he immediately calmed down, ran back to the room and told his son to run away quickly. If they waited until the police arrived, everything would be over. River City. Brother Lin Chen, there is news about Zhu Jianxiang and Zhu Jia. They are at the Linxian Dianmin Hotel. I will go and catch them now. Cheng Jigua notified Lin Chen immediately. Of course Lin Chen wanted to witness this long-awaited famous scene, so just as he was about to take a rest, he put on his clothes again and prepared to go to Lin County to chase the murderer. Honey, what are you going to do so late at night? Zhao Yuro asked with concern. Wife, the police have found my second uncle and his son. I want to see them handcuffed with my own eyes. The resentment in Lin Chan's eyes was clearly visible. Drive slowly and be careful when driving at night. Don't worry, wife. After Lin Chen left, he drove the G-Class from Jiangcheng. There are many mountain roads in the county town ahead, which makes it inconvenient to drive a sports car. The G-Class is the best choice. Lin Xian happened to pass through Licheng, and also happened to pass by his home. When Lin Chen passed by Licheng, he got off the car and called his mother Zhu Ping, as well as his eldest uncle Zhu Jianyuan and third uncle Zhu Jianbin who lived not far away. Today is finally coming to an end. My second brother should be tried. Zhu Jianbin was helpless. Although his brother did something wrong, he was still his brother after all. Xu Ping felt mixed emotions and didn't know how to face what was about to happen. This Jianxian lived a happy life in the first half of his life, but he didn't expect to spend the second half in prison. Zhu Jianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Lin Chen said nothing and soon arrived in Lin County. He followed the Beidou navigation to the convenience hotel. Coincidentally, Zhu Jianxian's police team also arrived just in time. While the police were gathering, the Xu father and son had already broken out of the window and escaped. Not to mention that they lived on the 3rd floor, even if they lived on the 30th floor, they would not have been afraid in such an emergency. Chapter 120, Arrest Scene. In just half an hour, the two of them had crawled to the foot of Yushan Mountain. Yushan is the highest peak in Lin County and also a famous scenic spot. The most outrageous thing is that the two of them were only wearing pajamas because they fled in such a hurry. Damn it, it's all the fault of that son of a bitch Lin Chen. If it weren't for him, our Dynasty Hotel wouldn't have closed down, and I wouldn't be in this miserable state today. Zhu Jia ran breathlessly, cursing the culprit Lin Chen. Zhu Jianxian's old bones are no longer capable of strenuous exercise. Now his entire lower body is in sore pain that he can hardly move. Son, let's take a break. I can't run any longer. Otherwise, I'll be dead before the police catch me. Zhu Jianxiang was so tired that he collapsed to the ground. I can't rest. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison at such a young age. I still want to go to Migua Fenglu. Zhu Jia got goosebumps when he thought of the prison without seeing the sun. But I'm really dying, so why don't you carry me up the mountain? There are so many ravines and gullies on the mountain, the police will never find us. Zhu Jianxiang looked at his son pleadingly. What? I can't even protect myself and I have to carry you along with me? Zhu Jia looked at the dying father in front of him with disgust. Son, just stay with me for a few minutes. When I'm done resting, I'll come down and walk on my own, okay? Although Zhu Jianxiang is over 50 years old, he has not lived enough and does not want to be caught by the police so soon. That's not good. If I run away by myself, I can escape to the ends of the earth, to a place where no one can find me. But if I carry you on my back, I will be found by the police in no time. Zhu Jia didn't hesitate at all and directly rejected Zhu Jianxiang. You are such a rebellious son. Without me, you won't be able to withdraw money from Migua's account, and you won't be able to go abroad. Zhu Jianxiang never expected that the situation with his own biological son would have come to this point. Zhu Jia regretted it very much. In a hurry, he actually forgot the password of his bank card account and only his father knew it. That won't do. You have to escape with me, together. Zhu Jie then carried Zhu Jianxiang on his back. The two began to climb Yushan Mountain with difficulty. At the entrance of the convenience hotel. After Lin Chen and Officer Cheng's team met up, they walked into the front hall cautiously. You guys are finally here. I've been watching at the door, and now they are still in the room. The girl at the front desk waited anxiously, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the police arrive. In which room? Cheng Zhigua asked. 306, go up the stairs and turn right and it's the second room. The little sister answered in detail. Everyone follow me closely. Cheng Zhigua was the first to quietly go up the stairs along the edge, not daring to make a loud noise and alert the enemy. Other police officers followed closely, and Lin Chen, Zhu Ping, Zhu Jianyuan and Zhu Jianbin also followed them upstairs. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Cheng Zhigua knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside 306. He looked at the girl at the front desk with a confused look. The girl at the front desk was convinced that the two of them must be in the room, so she went up and knocked on the door herself. Hello, we are here to bring you some snacks, please open the door. The younger sister pretended to be calm and spoke in a deliberately sweet voice. But the room was still dead silent, without any movement. Hello, please open the door. The younger sister spoke again, but there was still no response. Cheng Zhigua felt something was wrong. Even if he was sleeping soundly, he could not have failed to hear such rapid knocking on the door. Hello? Please open. Just as the younger sister was about to scream for the third time, Cheng Zhigua interrupted her and kicked the door open. Police officers rushed forward one after another and entered the room as soon as possible to control them. But the room was empty, with only the wide-open windows and curtains fluttering in the wind. The guardrail was also broken open by the father and son, leaving a huge gap. At this time, the water on the bedside table in the room is still warm. These two bastards actually escaped? How could they be so stupid? Can't they just turn themselves in? Yes, if he surrenders himself, he will be treated leniently. This will only make his sentence more severe. Zhu Jianxiang and Zhu Jianbin couldn't help but sigh when they saw that their brother had escaped through the window. They didn't get far. Follow me and chase them. Cheng Zhigua had already expected that the two men had escaped, so he was not surprised to find that there was no one there. In addition, Cheng Zhigua also specifically observed footprints downstairs, and that direction could only lead to one place, which is Lin County S3, a level scenic spot, Yushan Scenic Area. Attention everyone, destination is Yushan, set off. At Cheng Zhigua's command, all police officers got on the bus and set off. This time they did not act stealthily. Instead, they turned on all the lights and sirens on the police cars, and drove a large number of police cars side by side, creating a huge momentum. Lin Chen's G-Class also followed closely. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy when he thought about seeing the miserable father and son. Halfway up Yushan Mountain, Zhu Jie had already walked nearly 1,500 meters carrying Zhu Jianxiang, and his energy was already exhausted. I really can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. Zhu Jie threw Zhu Jianxiang off his back, spread out his limbs, and lay down on the hillside. Zhu Jianxiang also felt that he had been running for half a day and it was not excessive to take a break, but the dozens of strong flashlights and roaring police cars at the foot of the mountain made him tremble. So fast, they're already here. Zhu Jianxiang was so scared that he quickly stood up. What? How did the police find out that we ran to Yushan Mountain? Even though Zhu Jie was extremely frightened, he no longer had the energy to move his body. The police who were searching the entire mountain were about to find them. Son, there is a cave ahead. I'll take you inside first. Zhu Jianxiang dragged the exhausted man who fell to the ground, and slowly pulled him towards the cave, which was more than 10 meters away. Search carefully and don't miss any corner. Cheng Zhigua urged his men not to let their guard down. They conducted a carpet search and were about to reach the cave where the Zhu father and son were hiding. Searching, if we continue searching like this, we won't be able to find anyone tomorrow morning. The reconnaissance team leader reported the difficulty of the mission to Cheng Zhigua. Then we all stay where we are. As long as we block all the ways for these two people to go down the mountain, they will automatically come out and surrender to us before tomorrow night without any food or water. Cheng Zhigua also took the police officer's feelings into consideration. It was indeed quite difficult for more than a dozen people to search such a huge mountain. Yes, sir, we will stay here and wait. The reconnaissance captain immediately notified everyone to stop moving forward. Chapter 121, Returning to Licheng Hometown. Mom, Uncle, there is a cave ahead, why don't you go in and take a rest first? You must be very tired after running around all night. Lin Chen persuaded with concern. In particular, Zhu Ping has some cervical spondylosis and cannot stand for a long time. Okay, let's go in and take a break. The three siblings of the Lin Chen and Zhu family walked into the cave little by little. Zhu Jie and Zhu Jianxiang trembled when they heard the approaching footsteps. They can find us hiding here? Zhu Jie didn't believe it, but he and Zhu Jianxiang now had to hide under a pile of old thatch. I really hope that my second brother can take the initiative to come down the mountain and surrender himself. That way, he may see the light of day again in his lifetime. Otherwise, he will have to stay in Lao Fong for the rest of his life. I hope so, but you know your second brother's temper. He would rather die than live a hard life. Zhu Jianyuan and Zhu Jianbin discussed together. Hiding under the thatch and through the tiny gap, Zhu Jianxiang saw his three brothers and sisters gradually approaching. Zhu Jianxiang could no longer care about so much and suddenly crawled out from under the thatch, scaring everyone present. Second brother? Why are you hiding here? Xu Ping saw a man crawling out from under the thatch, and his body was shaking. Save me. Save me in Zhu Jie. We are brothers. You must speak good words for us in front of the police. Zhu Jianxiang begged while pulling Xu Ping's trouser leg. Of course not. You two have caused heavy losses to my SCC club. How can I feel good if I don't arrest you? Lin Chen simply disdained to pay attention to the second uncle who was raping people excessively. Especially Zhu Jie, who was pretending to be pitiful behind him, made Lin Chen feel disgusted. Nephew, my uncle's good nephew, please forgive me this time. As long as you don't pursue me and say a few good words for me, the police won't arrest me. Zhu Jianxiang crawled to Lin Chen's feet, wishing he could lick Lin Chen's shoes. Zhu Jie's desire to survive was overflowing. He was cursing Lin Chen just now, but now when he saw Lin Chen and his father, he lay down and licked them. Ha, this is a pair of dog father and son. Like father, like son. I hope you can still be father and son in your next life. Lin Chen ignored the words and actions of the two people under his feet, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. Don't dream big, you two. Last time, I persuaded my son to give you two a job out of consideration for our relationship, but you turned around and bit me. This time, you will only feel at ease when you are in prison. Xu Ping also stood up for her son. She was always straightforward in what she said and did, so of course she would not let these two bastards off again. Zhu Jianyuan and Zhu Jianbin didn't want to pay any attention to these two people. Don't. Zhu Jie felt desperate when he saw himself being despised. Lin Chen called all the police officers outside the cave entrance, and the Zhu father and son were handcuffed and put into the police car. Lin Chen, you will not die well. You will get your retribution. If it weren't for you, my father and I would never have fallen to this point today. Zhu Jianxiang pointed at Lin Chen's nose and shouted angrily through the iron window of the police car. Lin Chen didn't take it seriously until the scolding faded away and everything finally calmed down. Lin Chen sent his uncle and Zhu Ping back to Licheng. Xu Ping was very reluctant to leave when they parted. Stay for a few days. It's been a long time since you had a good meal at home. Xu Ping feels sorry for her son who was busy traveling. Yes, let's stay for one night. Lin Yi also agreed. I'm busy these 2 days, I will definitely come back after a while. Lin Chen rejected his parents again and drove away. Back to Galaxy Bay, it was almost 1 in the morning. Zhao Yuro hadn't slept yet, waiting for Lin Chen to come back. Silly wife, what are you waiting for me for? Go to sleep first. Lin Chen hugged Yuro's slender waist tightly, sucking in the fragrance of her body. I can't sleep alone without you. With Lin Chen holding her from behind, Yuro felt an indescribable sense of security. Just like that, the two of them slowly closed their eyes. After thinking it over, Lin Chen still felt a little guilty for rejecting his parents just now. How about we go to Licheng to meet my parents tomorrow, and stay for a few days? Since we got engaged, the old couple haven't even met their future daughter-in-law yet. Lin Chen asked cautiously, worried that Yuro would feel embarrassed. I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. I've wanted to see my uncle and aunt for a long time. Let's set off early tomorrow morning. It just so happens that my work focus in recent times has been on the development zone project in Licheng. I can meet parents and work at the same time. Zhao Yuro started talking happily, even a little excited. In his little head, he was already thinking about what to say when he met Lin Chen's parents the next day. Lin Chen held Yuro tighter and soon fell asleep. Before dawn the next day, Yuro woke Lin Chen up with the bang of a bell. She was putting on exquisite makeup, and she took it more seriously when she thought that this was the first time she was meeting her uncle and aunt. But she didn't dare to put on too much makeup for fear of being unable to introduce herself to her uncle and aunt. After spending an hour putting on makeup, I started picking clothes in the closet. When meeting her parents, she needs to wear something that is both decent and elegant, as well as smart and beautiful, which is a difficult task for Yuro. Finally, a light yellow floral miniskirt was seen in the corner of the closet, which fully displayed her temperament and generosity. Wearing a pair of white sneakers will give you a hint of pure girlishness. With her slightly curly long hair draped over her shoulders, she is simply the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Lin Chen opened his eyes dazedly and found a charming beauty in front of him. "You, what are you doing? You're seducing me so early in the morning." Lin Chen woke up instantly and looked at Yuro's body with lustful eyes. This was exactly what Zhao Yuro wanted. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, she knew that her goal had been achieved and her work all morning was not in vain. Of course you have to take it seriously when meeting your parents. Then you don't have to get up at 6 o'clock to clean up. That's too exaggerated. Lin Chen was speechless. What a silly wife he had. After a simple breakfast, Lin Chen drove his Lamborghini Hermes with Yuro from Xingyuan to his hometown in Licheng. Lin Chen was in a good mood today. He drove a convertible and listened to the exciting and explosive DJ dance music. There were sparks and lightning all the way, which was extremely cool. Cool, beautiful cars, beautiful women, and music? So hot. The déjà vu of rich people, we will never have such a life in our lifetime. When pedestrians on the road saw the super cool and stunning supercar and the stunning Yuro, they stared at them without moving their eyes. Look at what car they are driving. Your crappy Volkswagen makes me so angry just thinking about it. Don't you even look at what you look like? Can you be as ethereal as the girl in the passenger seat? In a car passing by Lin Chen, a group of men and women were arguing endlessly, their faces red. There was a traffic chaos on Jiangcheng Avenue because of Lin Chen driving at high speed. Chapter 122 First Meeting with Uncle and Aunt. Not long after, a roaring Lamborghini Hermes drove past on the small road in Licheng, and the two had arrived at their hometown. The residents on both sides of the road were just about to go out to see what monster was making such a loud noise, but when they went out, there were only a few leaves drifting in the wind, and Hermes was nowhere to be seen. After Lin Chen arrived home, he parked his car in the narrow courtyard, fearing that parking outside the yard would cause a sensation in this small county town. "Son, is my son back?" Xu Ping saw her son driving a supercar from the second floor and rushed downstairs to greet him. Lin Yi also quickly put on his clothes to receive his son. This beauty, could it be? After Xu Ping went downstairs, her attention was not attracted by the cool sports car, but by the stunning and generous Zhao Yuro. She once suspected that this fairy-like girl was Lin Chen's fiancée, but she knew her son's abilities, so how could he find such a beautiful wife with such a stunning appearance? Yes, she is my fiancée, her name is Zhao Yuro, and she is the second daughter of Zhao Donlai, the president of the Zhao Group in Jiangcheng. Now she is the vice president of the Zhao Group and the only heir to the Zhao Group in the future. Lin Chen gave Yuro a brief introduction. Xu Ping felt a little bit unbelievable while listening. My son has made great progress. He found a wife who is not only beautiful but also capable. You are so lucky. Xu Ping was extremely excited and looked at the tall and slender Zhao Yuro with tears in her eyes. She used to worry that her family was too poor to buy her son a car, a house, or a wife, but now her son has solved his lifelong problem by himself and found the most perfect woman in Jiangcheng. Zhao Yuro smiled knowingly and said, "Hello, Auntie. Lin Chen and I are here to see you too." The sweet voice reached Xu Ping's ears, and she was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. Lin Yi could tell from Yuro's eyes that this was a good girl, her manners and words were very well mannered, and he was very satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. Come upstairs quickly and let your mother make you something delicious. Lin Yi signaled everyone to go upstairs. Although it was not yet noon, the yard was already hot enough to make people sweat. After Xu Ping went upstairs, she was busy in the kitchen, and Lin Yi chatted with the young couple. Being the vice president of the Zhao Group must be very tiring, right? You should take care of your body and get more rest. Get married as soon as possible and bring back a big fat boy as soon as possible. Lin Yi's biggest wish is to be able to watch his grandson jumping around the yard with him chasing after him. Just thinking about this scene makes people feel heartwarming. Don't worry, Dad. The big fat boy will get it. Lin Chen is very confident in himself. When Zhao Yuro heard this topic, she blushed shyly. It's not too tiring. The employees work very hard, so I don't have to worry too much. As for having a baby, we will try to have it as early as possible. Also, that supercar below must be very expensive, right? Did Yuro buy it for you? Daddy tells you that a man should be independent and can't let a woman give you these things. You must work hard on your own. The first time Lin Yi saw the supercar, he determined that it was a gift from the woman. It was impossible for his son to have such an expensive car with his financial resources. Lin Chen knew that his father hated wimpy men the most, and he didn't want to be a wimp himself. His explanation was not quite right. Just as Zhao Yuro was about to speak for Lin Chen and prove that the car was his, Zhu Ping came up with the food. Come on, let's eat first and stop chatting. I've prepared my most famous cola chicken wings, potato chicken nuggets, fish-flavored pork shreds and the best braised fish in the box. Come and try them. Xu Ping placed the food on the table, and Lin Chen quickly picked up the chopsticks to taste his mother's familiar cooking. It's delicious and smells so good. Lin Chen picked up some food for Yuro while eating. Aunt's cooking is so delicious. When can I reach such a level? Zhao Yuro's taste buds have been stimulated and are very comfortable. Yan Saifeng's cooking skills are far inferior to Xu Ping's. After a few people finished their meal together, they all collapsed on the sofa and disappeared. You too should go and pay respects to your relatives. This is the most basic etiquette. It just so happens that your uncle and your cousin are both at home during the summer vacation. You can catch up with them. It's been so many years since we last saw each other. Lin Yi said. Lin Chen became worried whenever he thought about visiting relatives, especially his two cousins, who made him even more angry. Lin Jian, the son of eldest uncle Lin Yukai, and Lin Longlong, the son of second uncle Lin Anliang, have bullied him since they were young. In recent years, they have made some money from business and have become more superior. Lin Chen hates to see these people's faces. Or maybe I can visit my uncles later. I don't want to see my cousin. Lin Chen was helpless. That won't work. You'll be gone again after a while. You should hurry up and go while you're back. Although your two cousins look domineering, they have good hearts. Brothers should get along with each other more. Lin Yi reminded again and again. All right. Lin Chen had no choice but to agree. After going downstairs, Lin Chen was just about to leave when Zhu Ping and Lin Yi followed him downstairs. By the way, take us to the county market to buy some vegetables and fruits. We have run out of stock at home. Sports cars are two-seaters, so we can only drive that Wuling Hongguang. The last time Lin Chen went home to meet Wuling President Hao Yaoshuan, he drove his old Wuling delivery vehicle back home and has been parking it in the yard ever since. Lin Chen sent his parents to the market and then came to his uncle Lin Youcai's house. My uncle's house is a typical self-built small villa. Lin Jian has made a lot of money from his cousin Lin Longlong's business in the past few years. He not only spent money to build a villa for his family, but also saved a lot of money. As soon as Lin Chen and Yuro got off the Wuling, they ran into Lin Jian, who had just returned from shopping, and his big-breasted girlfriend Hu Yuqian. Lin Jian walked unruly, with his hands shamelessly poking inside Hu Yuqian's ultra-short shorts, and he looked very enjoyable. Hu Yuqian is also famous for her wavering figure within a 10-mile radius. Her upper body is only covered with a piece of transparent cloth, which only blocks a part of her body, while the rest of her body is basically exposed. Lin Jian liked this type very much. He was completely bewitched by Hu Yuqian and was particularly willing to spend money on this woman. When Lin Jian saw Lin Chen coming back, his first reaction was to show off and mock Lin Chen. Hey, what wind brought my cousin back? Isn't this our college student Lin Chen? Is he back after completing his studies? The phrase Lin Jian hates to hear the most is those who lead specialized students with a specialized spirit, and those who lead specialized students are all superior people. He feels that this phrase is belittling specialized students. As a junior college student, he naturally looked down on undergraduate students, because out of 100 college students, 99 of them were not as successful as he was. In his eyes, Lin Chen, a college student, is no exception. Chapter 123, Visiting Relatives. How dare I? I just couldn't make it in Jiangqing anymore, so I came to Liqing to live off my parents for a few days. How can I compare with a rich man like my cousin? Lin Jian knew that his cousin was just trying to fool him, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Did you hear that? I, Lin Jian, am excellent. Excellence is everything. While talking, he would pinch Hu Yuqian's pair of big cotton balls from time to time, which was very indecent in public. At this time, Lin Jian saw the beautiful Zhao Yuro behind Lin Chen. Her temperament and aura were so suffocating that Lin Jian even had difficulty breathing after seeing her. In front of Yuro, Hu Yuqian was like a clown who only knew how to sell meat. She is. Lin Jian asked, stuttering. This is my fiancée. She and I are here to greet uncle. Lin Chen was still polite. He didn't want to anger this nervous guy, otherwise it would only make things awkward. But Lin Jian didn't think so and stopped Lin Chen, who was about to enter the gate. How can a poor boy like you who drives a Wuling Hongguan have such a capable fiancé? Did you drug the girl and then make some shameful videos to force her to marry you? Lin Jian looked at Yuro unscrupulously. Zhao Yuro felt very uncomfortable. This consultant was no different from a gangster. Lin Chen can allow others to provoke him, but if anyone does something unclean to Yuro or even says some dirty words to her, then no matter who they are, it will not end well. Even if I have no money, I still have more than enough compared to you, my younger brother. Lin Jian thinks he is rich, so Lin Chen will attack him from the point where he is most confident. What? Comparing money with me? Did you see that? The diamond ring, bracelet, watch, and necklace on my girlfriend are all from Kelly. Can you afford such luxury goods? The conceited Lin Jian hugged Hu Yuqian from behind, touching her body while showing off to Lin Chen the brand name clothes he bought for her. That's it? Although Kelly's is a luxury item, it's not a high-end product. This set can't be worth much, right? Lin Chen looked disdainful. This time, Lin Jian, who had a strong desire to conquer, was completely angry. You said Kelly's isn't high-end? Well, I also customized a limited edition bag for my girlfriend from Givenchy's European headquarters. It will arrive next month and is worth 20 million. Are you jealous? Lin Jian looked at Lin Chen with sarcasm, feeling that Lin Chen was simply incomparable to him. Oh? You said you ordered a custom Givenchy bag? That's just empty talk. I have no evidence? Lin Jian took out an order from his pocket and threw it into Lin Chen's hand. Hu Yuqian saw that her boyfriend was at his maximum level of manliness. She squirmed in his arms like a fox and occasionally took the initiative to make some ambiguous and provocative movements. Lin Jian couldn't stand Hu Yuqian's behavior and almost collapsed on the spot. What a shame, sister, you were deceived by him. This check is obviously fake. Lin Chen could tell at a glance that Lin Jian was pretending, because as the president of Givenchy China, all orders coming to China from Europe required his assistant to stamp his president's seal. However, the seal on this order was still the seal of Chris, the former president of Givenchy China. This is obviously a fake order. Bullshit, don't think that just because you are my cousin you can slander me, this is a genuine order invoice. Lin Jian was sweating profusely. Although he felt guilty inside, he still appeared confident on the surface. That's right, don't talk nonsense, how could my brother Jian lie to me? My brother Jian loves me the most. Hu Yuqian, who had a strong green tea flavor, spoke up for her boyfriend, and Lin Chen almost vomited at the tone of her voice. Zhao Yuro couldn't help but want to laugh. Lin Chen's form and his girlfriend both looked a bit childish and cute. Although she thought the two were pretending to be superior, she found the scene hilarious. Oh? Then I'll call the president of Givenchy and see if it's me or your brother Jian who's lying. Lin Chen sneered and dialed the dedicated line of Givenchy's European headquarters, President Hibbert. Hello, is this President Hibbert? I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen's tone was very generous and confident. Mr. Lin? Is that really you? Hibbert has always been very grateful to Lin Chen, the president of the Huaxia region. If it weren't for Lin Chen's matchmaking between Givenchy and LV and the release of a co-branded necklace, Givenchy's market value wouldn't have skyrocketed. Is it fake? How can you pretend better than me, Lin Jian? Damn it! It's really intoxicating. Are you teaching me how to pretend online? When Lin Jian saw Lin Chen connecting with Givenchy's president, he naturally didn't believe it. He actually envied Lin Chen's skill in handling equipment, which was more proficient than his own. Where did you find this assassin? Will we believe him easily? Hu Yuqian leaned tightly against Lin Jian, and the two of them watched Lin Chen's performance quietly. Of course Xiao Yuro knew that the ones who were slapped in the face in the end were Lin Chen's cousin and cousin-in-law. Mr. Hibbert, I'm here to check on an order from China. Have you received a Givenchy bag that was customized by a man named Lin Jian? Wait a moment, I'll check. Hibbert asked his assistant to check it quickly. Mr. Lin Chen, our European headquarters has not received Lin Jian's order. It is very likely that he purchased a high-end imitation package from some Chinese cost-effective manufacturer. I see. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen quietly watched how Lin Jian tried to smooth things over. After a brief panic, Lin Jian calmed down again. If you say it's fake, does it mean it's fake? If you say he's the president of Givenchy, does it mean he's the president of Givenchy? Ridiculous. Lin Jian was stubborn and refused to give up even though he knew that what he bought was a high-end imitation bag worth less than 30,000 yuan, he still refused to admit it. Hu Yuqian naturally stood on Lin Jian's side. Okay, then I'll let you die clearly, so that you'll know the consequences of speaking disrespectfully to Yuro. Lin Chen said this harsh word and then contacted Chris, the vice president of Givenchy China. Do you know the Givenchy counterfeit manufacturers in China? Are you in touch with them? Of course there is a connection. They have seriously infringed on my rights. I am working with the person in charge of Givenchy's largest pirate in China, asking him to rectify his business and pay us huge compensation. Very good, help me check Lin Jian's order. Lin Chen looked up at Lin Jian, his legs were already shaking. Lin Jian, who likes to pretend and show off, is most afraid of being exposed by others, especially when his girlfriend Hu Yuqian is around. He is even more afraid. Boss Lin, I found out that Lin Jian's order number is 1606120006. He bought a pirated Givenchy bag worth 30,000 yuan. The original price of the genuine bag is 30 million yuan. Chris reported everything to Lin Chen. Lin Chen deliberately turned the speakerphone to maximum so that the two people in front of him could hear it. Chapter 124, Gambling with My Cousin. Could it be true? How did he know my order number? Lin Jian unconsciously took a few steps back and used his peripheral vision to observe the expression of Hu Yuqian in his arms. What? Is the bag really a 30,000 yuan replica? Why did you lie to me that it was a 30 million yuan Givenchy? I want you to give me an explanation, otherwise this matter will never end. Hu Yuqian angrily pushed away Lin Jian, who was touching her, which was in stark contrast to the scene where she was completely obedient just now. Qian, please listen to my explanation. I didn't know this bag was a replica. I will order you a genuine Givenchy bag now. Lin Jian hurriedly tried to please the other person, fearing that his beauty would leave him. Is that what you said? Yes, I did. Lin Jian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Hu Yuqian calm down from her excitement. Give me 30 million and I will buy it for you. It's definitely authentic Givenchy. I'll compensate you tenfold if it's fake. Lin Chen watched the couple arguing and wanted to get involved. What happens between us has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Lin Jian was extremely angry that Lin Chen had exposed him. No, just let your cousin buy it. You transfer 30 million to him now. I want the authentic Givenchy now. Hu Yuqian frowned and threatened Lin Jian. Lin Jian was also very helpless and could only transfer the money to Lin Chen's account. 30 million is not a small sum for it, and the expense needs to be considered carefully. He could have saved the money, but Lin Chen forced him to spend it. As soon as Lin Chen made a phone call, Givenchy's European headquarters accepted the order and sent the most formal electronic invoice to Lin Jian's mobile phone. Hu Yuqian was overjoyed when she saw the authentic invoice, but Lin Jian's heart was bleeding. 30 million was spent in an instant, and he was very unhappy. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, I'll take you in to see your uncle. Hu Yuqian's attitude changed 180 degrees, and she welcomed Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro very warmly. Zhao Yuro also walked into the luxurious villa built by Zhou Wujin. Lin Yukai was feeding dozens of small goldfish of various kinds that he raised. Uncle, Yuro, and I are here to see you. We haven't seen you since we got engaged. Lin Chen has great respect for his uncle. Lin Chen? I haven't seen you for such a long time. You are really tall and handsome. Your fiancé is also a real beauty. As Lin Yukai spoke, he brought his pu'er tea to Lin Chen. In addition, he also gave Lin Chen several bottles of precious century-old mutai. Lin Jian, hurry up and take your cousin to Liqing for a good stroll. Didn't Lin Longlong just open a horse racing track? You can go there for a stroll. Since Lin Chen has come to Licheng after a long absence, you should fulfill your duties as a host. He is still relatively unfamiliar with this place and needs your care. Lin Yukai urged his son to take Lin Chen out to play. The racecourse is the territory of the second uncle's son, Lin Longlong. Although Lin Jian likes to pretend and show off, he doesn't have any bad intentions. You can even say he is a bit stupid. Lin Longlong is completely different. He is ruthless and cunning. In his eyes, everyone is just a tool to be used. He will kick you away as long as he achieves his goal. It is this kind of character that makes Lin Longlong one of the most outstanding young talents in Licheng. In the huge city of Licheng, there were countless young girls in their 20s who wanted to get close to this rich man. However, Lin Longlong ignored them. In Lin Longlong's eyes, any girl is just a plaything. Okay, I'll take Lin Chen to the racecourse to have some fun. Lin Jian agreed readily. He knew that he couldn't subdue Lin Chen, but Lin Longlong could definitely do it. Although Lin Chen was reluctant to go, since his uncle had spoken, he had to go and take a look. Are you really going? Lin Longlong is not a good person. Hu Yuqian leaned close to Zhao Yuro and Lin Chen's ears and whispered. She had met Lin Longlong before, and this man was not someone to be trifled with, and sometimes he was even rude to her, his sister-in-law. It's okay, we have our own way to deal with it. Zhao Yuro shrugged her slender shoulders. She was not worried at all. Instead, she liked her sister-in-law more and more. When he arrived at the gate, Lin Jian did not miss any opportunity to show off. Unfortunately, my Maserati can only seat 2 people, so you 2 can only ride in that broken Wuling. Lin Jian proudly stepped on the accelerator, and the roar reached the sky. My waist is not good, so I can't drive a sports car. Wuling is good enough. Lin Chen didn't care at all, and Yuro just smiled and said nothing. Just like that, Lin Jian and Hu Yuqian sat in the Maserati and prepared to set off, while Lin Chen and Yuro followed behind in the Wuling Hongguang, heading to the largest racecourse in Licheng. In the Licheng area, close to the Gaoxing Development Zone, a racecourse covering nearly 1,000 square meters occupies almost the entire foot of a mountain. The racecourse is bustling with people, and the dust kicked up by the clanging of horses' hooves is 3 feet high. I didn't expect that there is such a high-end racecourse in Licheng. It is no less than other large racecourses in Jianbei province or even China. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, although this was his first time in such a place. Of course, this is Lin Longlong's place, so it's naturally high class. You 2 are both my cousins, why is there such a big difference? He is the owner of the horse farm, and you can only drive around in a Wuling Hongguang. Lin Jian is still upset about Lin Chen causing him to lose 30 million, so he tries to diss him at every opportunity. Lin Chen had long been accustomed to this, and even now he felt a little uncomfortable when no one said something sarcastic to him. It seems that our Lin family's success depends on our second cousin. Lin Chen agreed. After entering the horse farm, several burly men with bare upper bodies stopped the 4 people. These big men look like butchers, just like Zhang Fei in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, with a tiger head and a brain. The horse farm is full of guests today, please come back tomorrow. The big man stopped Lin Chen and his group who were about to enter. My dear, you have misunderstood me. I am the cousin of our forest owner. Lin Jian greeted him with a smile and took out a golden VIP card and handed it over. One membership card can only allow 2 people to enter, so you 2 go in first, the other 2 can't enter. The big man stopped Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro outside. Lin Chen just didn't want to go in, so this time he could leave with a clear conscience. On the one hand, he could explain to his uncle that he had been to the horse farm, and on the other hand, he didn't have to see Lin Longlong's face. He had already anticipated that if he met Lin Longlong, it would be another big show of pretense. Zhao Yuro didn't want to go into the horse farm either. The sound of thousands of people shouting was so deafening that it made her ears ring. Chapter 125, Racecourse. Big man, please be flexible. Considering that I'm your boss's cousin, just let them in. Lin Jian begged desperately. The biggest purpose of his trip was to let Lin Longlong personally mock Lin Chen. If Lin Chen didn't go in, what was the point of this trip? No means no. Seeing that Lin Jian was so difficult to deal with, several big men raised their fists. Lin Jian immediately backed off and quickly took his Qianqian and ran away. What happened? Is it my cousin? Why are you here? A strong and hoarse voice came over. A man with dark skin but sharp features and a handsome appearance walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. He is the boss here, Lin Jian's cousin Lin Longlong. Hello, Brother Long. Several big men who looked like butchers immediately nodded and bowed respectfully, asking questions to Lin Long Long. I wanted to bring my cousin Lin Chen and sister-in-law in with me, but they said that a VIP card only allows 2 people to enter. I just said a few more words to them, and they were ready to beat me up. Lin Long Long complained to his cousin Lin Long Long just like a primary school student. Lin Long Long looked up leisurely and saw Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro preparing to leave not far away. Fuck you, all of you, slap each other 50 times until your faces are swollen. Lin Long Long shouted in a sonorous and powerful voice, and these super strong men weighing almost 200 pounds had to listen. They were reluctant but still started to slap each other. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of the applause was crisp and rhythmic. Oh my god, are you serious? Are you serious? Damn it, you're so cruel? Then don't blame me for being rude. None of the big men wanted to suffer a loss, so they used more and more force. If you didn't know better, you would think it was a fight. Lin Long Long stepped forward and called out to Lin Chen. My cousin has come to Liqing, to my Lin Long Long's territory. How can I let you leave like this? Come in quickly. Lin Long Long did a good job on the surface. Zhao Yuro, an outsider, actually thought that they had a deep brotherly love. In fact, Lin Long Long was just pretending. Lin Long Long has loved to tease Lin Chen since he was a child, and of course he couldn't get rid of this good habit even when he grew up. My second cousin is really enthusiastic. I will obey your orders and go to your horse farm to find out what's going on. Lin Chen knew it was difficult to refuse, so he had to go in. That's right, my sister-in-law is really beautiful and elegant, my cousin is so lucky. Lin Long Long said nice things on the surface, but in his heart he was jealous that Lin Chen had found such a fairy-like fiancé, and wanted to quickly embarrass Lin Chen in front of Zhao Yuro. Especially since Yuro took the initiative to wrap herself around Lin Chen's arm, it made Lin Long Long even more angry. Forget it, don't fight anymore. Just remember this lesson and recognize these faces. From now on, when they appear at the racecourse, it will be exactly the same as when I, Lin Long Long, appear at the racecourse. Do you understand? If these big guys are not stopped, someone might really die. Thank you, Brother Long. We have engraved the appearances of these 4 people into our bones. We will never forget them even if you kill us. The big men bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Open the way for us, take my relatives and friends to the racecourse, let them experience the fun of horse racing. Lin Long Long came to his home court and was very confident. This way please. A few big men cleared the way, and the crowded crowd immediately tore open a wide gap. We came to the stands on the innermost side of the racetrack. A horse race was going on. The 2 teams competing were the favorite horses of the son of the deputy mayor of Liqing and the son of the director of the Liqing Education Bureau. Stop, stop, stop. This race is over. Our brother Long is going to race the horses himself. Please clean up the track. Several big men shouted, and the staff on the track immediately forced the ongoing race to end. Isn't this too overbearing? Even Brother Long can't be so unreasonable. That's unreasonable. I bet that Brother Long will lose this game. Even if you are the boss, you can't act so arrogantly. The audience who had spent money wanted to make a fortune from the game just now, but they didn't expect it to be terminated alive and ended in vain. Although the son of Liqing's deputy mayor and the son of the director of the Education Bureau complained in their hearts, they could do nothing. In Liqing, Lin Long Long was the one who had the final say and no one could do anything about it. Lin Long Long's aura was extremely powerful. He ordered his men in a hoarse voice to bring his beloved horse, Little White Dragon, over. When Lin Long Long was traveling in Southeast Asia, he personally bought Little White Dragon from a Chinese foreigner for a huge sum of 100 million yuan. So far, he has never lost in Liqing. As long as he brings out the Little White Dragon, there will be no problem as long as the audience bets on Lin Long Long to win. Some viewers expect a miracle to happen so that they can make a fortune, and there are also a few people who bet money on the opposite side of Xiaobeilong. These people who are hoping for the best have never succeeded to this day. The Little White Dragon is so strong that he has no rivals. The staff gently led the Little White Dragon out from a luxurious stable. His glowing white body and proud figure made other horse racing enthusiasts jealous. That kind of handsome posture is unattainable by anything else. Brother Lin Chen, you can pick any racehorse in the stable. Let's have a competition between the 2 of us brothers. Although Lin Long Long let Lin Chen pick whatever he wanted on the surface, he knew that no horse was qualified to stand in front of Xiaobeilong, as the difference was more than 10 levels. Even the Black Whirlwind, the magical horse of the son of the mayor of Li City, was defeated by Xiao Beilong. Zhao Yuro was very angry, frowning and looking at Lin Longlong sideways. This was clearly bullying. Not to mention that Lin Chen had no knowledge of horse racing. Even if he was proficient in horse racing, he could not beat his little white dragon. Hu Yuqian already knew this must be the situation before she came. Lin Longlong just liked to ridicule others, especially those who were closest to him. Lin Jianzi felt secretly happy. The 30 million just now made him hate Lin Chen. He couldn't wait to see Lin Longlong wipe out Lin Chen's dignity. Then I'll choose that one. Lin Chen selected an old, lame, short-legged, and dying horse from among hundreds of horses. What? This horse is going to be eliminated tomorrow. It's an old, weak, and disabled horse that has no racing ability. Are you kidding me? Lin Longlong was very curious. The thousands of spectators present were also puzzled by Lin Chen's decision. There are very few people who still firmly support Lin Chen and choose to bet on Lin Chen to win. In that case, it is possible to multiply the bet thousands of times by miracle. But when Lin Chen chose this old horse that had no chance of winning, they all changed sides, and no one supported Lin Chen to win. Chapter 126, Big Gamble. Are you out of your mind? No normal person would choose this useless horse. Lin Jian couldn't help laughing out loud, lying on Qianqian's body and burping. As the staff led two horses onto the track at the same time, a race without suspense was about to begin. After a whistle, the two horses, which were whipped hard, crowed at the same time and rushed forward. The audience was surprisingly silent. Normally, the climax should have come when the whistle blew, but they didn't want to pay attention to this match at all. Sure enough, Xiao Beilong is tall and strong, and one step of his is equivalent to 3 steps of an old horse. Moreover, his stride and speed are gradually increasing. His bangs are blown back in the wind, looking extremely handsome. On the other hand, Lama, as a meritorious horse that has competed in the arena for decades, even though he tried his best, he fell behind by more than 10 meters in less than 5 seconds after the start. The gap was obvious. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Why would you choose the most useless old horse? There's no need to watch the ending of this game, it's boring. There were boos from the audience, and some people even stood up. Lin Longlong smiled evilly, but he knew that even if his little white dragon defeated the old horse, there was nothing to brag about. Then I'll make the lead even bigger. Lin Longlong put his index finger to his mouth, and a whistle that resounded through the sky was heard by everyone, including the ears of his beloved horse, Xiao Beilong. They have gone through careful training and coordination, and the little white dragon knows the meaning of any secret code from its master. The little white dragon looked back at Lin Longlong, then leaned forward slightly and coiled its tail together. Brother Long's horse is too human-like. Is it going to speed up? As expected of the famous little white dragon, the one who can defeat it has not yet been born. The crowd was talking about it, and Xiao Beilong was also very competitive. After preparing for the move, he swung his front hooves hard, and his hind hooves quickly followed. The speed of the whole horse was no less than that of $1 million sports car. At such a speed, Xiao Beilong reached the finishing line in an instant, surpassing Lin Chen's old horse by more than half a lap. Such a huge advantage had never happened in the entire racecourse. Lin Longlong adjusted his sunglasses, accepted everyone's cheers in a very pretentious manner, and then subconsciously stepped forward to touch the mane of his beloved horse. Lin Chen completely ignored this pretentious cousin, because since he had chosen this old horse, he had no intention of winning, and he didn't care about winning or losing. Even if he won, it would not be of any benefit to him. There's nothing I can do. Brother, my little white dragon is the god of this track. It's normal for you to lose. What's even more outrageous is that Lin Longlong even came close to Lin Chen to show off. My second cousin's little white dragon is so powerful, just as powerful as you. Then I will retreat first. Lin Chen flattered him perfunctorily and prepared to leave with Yu Rou. Brother, don't leave. We haven't had enough fun in the game yet. If you leave now, I won't let you go unless you admit that you are not as good as me. Lin Longlong's words and actions have made Lin Chen extremely disgusted. Not only did he compare a 5-star horse with himself, but he also kept shouting after winning. Lin Chen would only tolerate but never admit defeat. I'm not as good as you? I'm just too lazy to compare with you because you're not qualified enough. Lin Chen's cold words left everyone present dumbfounded. Every word was like a knife piercing into Lin Longlong's heart, and his heart was even bleeding. You, what did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? Lin Longlong, who had always been superior in leeching, could not let go when he heard words that disobeyed him, even if he was his cousin. Because even the mayor of Liqing wouldn't dare to disrespect him. Lin Jian and Hu Yuqian were shocked and stammered, wanting to say something but unable to speak. Zhao Yuro was actually shocked by her husband's majesty. She knew that Lin Chen had two bottom lines, one was himself, and the other was never admitting defeat. Seeing Lin Chen's disrespectful words to Brother Long, several big men were eager to raise their fists. I'm not exaggerating, all the horses here are garbage. All of them. Lin Chen looked around at all the horses in the stables at the racecourse, and his contemptuous tone was unbelievable. In particular, Lin Chen also looked at Lin Longlong's beloved horse, Xiaobeilong, with disdain. What did you say? Boy, don't be so arrogant. Don't think that just because you are my brother, I will let you go if you brag in my place. Lin Longlong originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that Lin Chen was more pretentious than him. He couldn't even say such big words. Then let's make a bet. If I beat you in the horse race, the racetrack will belong to me. If I lose, I'll give you 600 million. Lin Chen took the initiative and waited for Lin Longlong to respond. 600 million is twice the market value of the racecourse. Lin Longlong is certainly not stupid. This is equivalent to giving money to himself. Is this kid crazy? 600 million? Spending 600 million to bet on a game that has no chance of winning? Xiao Bailong is the god of the racetrack. Oh my god, this is so exciting, this traffic jam is so big. Everyone in the stands was expecting Lin Longlong to accept the challenge. Even though they all thought that Xiaobeilong had a sure win, they still wanted to join in the fun. I laughed. I, Lin Longlong, am betting against you. But if you dare to fool me and don't pay me after losing the game, the fists of the strong men next to me will not be tolerated. Lin Longlong glanced at Lin Chen, then looked at the big men. The big man looked at Lin Chen viciously. Zhao Yuro naturally stood on Lin Chen's side, but no matter how powerful Lin Chen was, without a decent horse, how could he fight against the little white dragon? Hu Yuqian shook her head helplessly. Lin Longlong was going to succeed in pretending again this time. No one could stop him from pretending. Lin Chen smiled calmly, turned his back, and called the old man whom he had asked to look after his Arabian horse. When the old man received the call from the owner of the Fergana horse, he of course opened the door of the stable immediately and prepared to lead this rare and unique horse to the Liqing racecourse. As soon as the old man opened the stable door, the Arabian horse started neighing as if it was frightened, and then ran forward recklessly. The old man, who had been a professional horse breeder for 50 years, was unable to control the powerful Arabian horse. It seemed like the horse was eager to feel the thrill of freedom after being kept in captivity for so long. Hey, don't run, don't run. The old man saw the Fergana horse disappear from his sight in an instant, and hurriedly dragged his hunched body to chase after it, but he did not see any trace of the horse at all. What should I do? How can I explain this to the horse's owner? I can't afford to pay for a horse like this even if I lose all my money. The old man felt very guilty and squatted there blaming himself. After a great psychological struggle, he finally called the horse's owner Lin Chen. Chapter 127 Chapter 127, The Arrival of the Fergana Horse. The horse ran away. I can't find him. The old man's voice was trembling and shaking uncontrollably. Before Lin Chen could react, the Arabian horse had already galloped from Jiangcheng to the outskirts of Liqing racecourse in more than 10 minutes. It was looking for its owner by smell. It's okay, I saw him, he's already here next to me. Lin Chen comforted the worried old man on the phone. What? What the hell? After hanging up the phone, the old man couldn't calm down for a long time. It stands to reason that a horse can only reach such a state after living with its owner for 30 years. The horse's owner, Lin Chen, is in his 20s. Why would the Fergana horse run thousands of miles to the past without any instructions? This is all thanks to the system. The system has connected the physiological hormones and emotional communication functions between the Fergana horse and Lin Chen. As long as one party thinks something, the other party will guess it almost exactly. Although the system could trigger the punishment system before, causing the Fergana horse to lose control and trample Lin Chen again, now that the punishment system is turned off, the Fergana horse is currently the most humane spiritual horse in China. Lin Chen also didn't expect that the Fergana horse, who had only met him once, would find him in Liqing from Jiangcheng. The Arabian horse was blocked outside by the tall fence of the racecourse. It wanted to come to its owner as soon as possible, but it couldn't do it, so it cried loudly. The eyes and attention of everyone in the racecourse, including Lin Longlong, were attracted by the tall and mighty Arabian horse. This beige horse is 2 meters tall, with extremely prominent body contours and muscle lines. In front of it, Xiao Beilong can only be regarded as a little brother. Oh my god, this horse looks so cool. I have never seen a horse of this size before. I don't know who owns this horse, but if it participates in our horse race, it will definitely win the championship. Everyone was drooling as they looked at this tall horse. Lin Longlong felt the crisis. He thought that Xiao Beilong had reached the ceiling in size among all horses, but he didn't expect that there was someone who was even more outstanding than Xiao Beilong. Lin Chen saw his beloved horse trapped outside the fence, and looked around to see if there was any entrance so that he could let it in quickly. Because of Lin Chen's anxious thoughts, the system settings were triggered. The Arabian horse felt the call of its master and raised its front hooves into the air. At this time, its height could reach 4 meters. The 3-meter-high fence was no match for the Arabian horse. It retreated with force, leaped forward, and jumped into the racecourse. This set of smooth and flowing movements moved everyone to tears. There is no doubt that this horse can fight against the little white dragon. Everyone's eyes followed the charging Arabian horse. It stopped only when it reached Lin Chen, then lay obediently on the ground. From time to time, he would rub his head against Lin Chen's thigh, as if he really wanted to be favored by his master. Everyone present was amazed by this scene. Lin Longlong was startled by this awakening that happened so close to him, and stood there in a daze. Although Lin Jian didn't want to admit it, the owner of this Arabian horse was Lin Chen. Only then did Hu Yuqian understand why Lin Chen took the initiative to make a bet with Lin Longlong. It turned out that there was a powerful weapon behind him. This competition is going to be exciting. It's hard to say who will win or lose between the little white dragon and the big horse. Li Qing finally has a horse that can compete with little white dragon in size, but I don't know what the horse's internal performance is like. The spectators have already made their own comments about the two horses, and now the race is about to begin, so they need to make a quick decision on which side to stand on. Lin Chen stroked the Arabian horse with his hand. After the Arabian horse felt the warmth from its master, its physical strength, endurance, and body hormones increased exponentially. Don't think your horse is big enough to win. Little White Dragon has never lost on this track and it won't lose in the future. Just be prepared to pay 600 million yuan. Lin Longlong became confident again. He believed that his little white dragon was invincible. That's the best. I'm also reminding you to sort out all the things at the racecourse first, otherwise it will be a waste of time to sort them out after you lose. Lin Chen was not afraid at all, and the two of them were at loggerheads. The first time Lin Longlong was looked down upon was by his cousin Lin Chen. Then wait and see. Lin Longlong took the lead in leading the little white dragon to the starting point. Lin Chen didn't even need to lead the horse himself. He just pointed to the white line at the starting point and the horse understood. As a professional track horse, Xiao Beilong was ready at the starting point, staring straight ahead with cold eyes, ready to sprint at any time. Lin Chen's beige Arabian horse was a little lazy. At the starting point, it used its hooves to kick its body, shook its mane, and its tail was wagging. At this time, the most important thing is to stand in line. The people in the audience unanimously chose to support Xiao Beilong to win, and invested huge amounts of money on Lin Longlong's side. There are so few people who support Lin Chen that they can even be counted on fingers. It's true that this new horse looks big, but it's not familiar with the track and hasn't received any professional training. The chances of it beating Little White Dragon are 0. From the performance at the starting point, it can be seen that Xiao Beilong is the final winner. Those who supported Xiao Beilong were shouting and couldn't wait for the game to start. Those who support Lin Chen are all poor boys who lost a lot of money in horse racing and want to make a comeback with this miracle. Isn't this bullshit? How can Xiao Beilong lose? Lin Chen, how can you win? Lin Jian pointed at the side, just wanting to see Lin Chen lose completely as soon as possible. Lin Longlong was sitting leisurely in the reclining chair, crossing his legs, waiting to see the show. With the whistle of the staff, the scene was boiling. The huge racecourse was filled with people, cheers and screams came one after another. When Little White Dragon heard the whistle, its white iron hooves rushed forward like crazy, its entire body pressed down to the bottom, and it rushed forward in a streamlined shape. It was like a flash of white lightning, and its acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour was no less than that of any million-level luxury sports car. But the Arabian horse next to it just stood there in a daze, looking around in confusion. Is this horse a joke? Doesn't it understand that the whistle means the race is about to start? How stupid. It seems like there is no suspense in this match. Brother Long's little white dragon is the undisputed winner. The audience booed the tall and strong-looking Arabian horse. Lin Longlong wanted to stand up right now and ask Lin Chen for the 600 million yuan in gambling money. Chapter 128, Horse Game. Oh my god, I was distracted and forgot to tell the horse to gallop forward. When the whistle sounded, Lin Chen's mind was still in a daze and he didn't focus on the track at all, causing the Arabian horse to follow Lin Chen and stand there in a daze. Overtake that white horse and cross the finish line first. You can do it. Lin Chen encouraged the Arabian horse in his heart. Through the system's connection, the signals in Lin Chen's brain were transmitted to the hormones of the Arabian horse. The eyes of the Arabian horse became determined, and it instantly showed its tall and mighty appearance from its previous careless appearance, and its four hooves flew forward at the same time. But at this time, Xiao Bailong was already more than 10 meters ahead. The gap was not small. It's too late, Xiao Bailong, go all out to end the game. Lin Longlong was not worried at all that Lin Chen's stupid horse could pose any threat to his little white dragon. Lin Chen stared at the key line intently. The Arabian horse, like its master, mobilized every muscle and nerve in its body to catch its prey within the key line. The four thick yet slender legs took big strides forward, and the gap between them and the little white dragon was getting smaller and smaller. After running at such an excessive speed, a few drops of blood were left behind. What happened? Is it injured? Why is it bleeding? It's too weak. It can't stand even the slightest bit of strenuous exercise? Lin Jian did not hesitate to express his ridicule, pointing at Lin Chen's horse and laughing unscrupulously. Lin Longlong couldn't stand it any longer. Seeing the gap getting smaller and smaller, blood was flowing from Lin Chen's horse. Could it be? Could it be? Could this be the legendary priceless and rare Fergana horse? I heard that the sweat from the Fergana horse is actually blood. Lin Longlong was very shocked, but the Arabian horse is a rare breed from Central Asia, and ordinary people have no way to obtain it. How did Lin Chen do it? Brother Long, what kind of Fergana horse is this? It's clearly a useless horse that is about to die suddenly from intense exercise. The big man felt that his boss was overthinking. It was impossible for a small figure like Lin Chen to have a Fergana horse. The audience became more and more restless, and began to sway as they watched the two horses gradually move forward in lockstep. Especially those brothers who were betting on Lin Chen to win, they wanted to stand on the seats and do striptease for everyone to cheer them up. The Fergana horse ran faster and faster, becoming more and more tired, sweating more and more, and thus bleeding more and more, spilling onto the track. Oh my god, this isn't a Fergana horse? The more blood it bleeds, the faster it runs. It's a Fergana horse. I've seen it on TV. Their blood is sweat. It can't be fake. Two people in the stands noticed the clue and shouted it out immediately. It was a pity that they did not bet on Lin Chen to win. They regretted it now. Zhao Yuro was shocked. Her fiancé was with her every day. Where did he get a Fergana horse? It was really amazing. Hu Yuqian was very excited. She could finally see someone slap Lin Longlong in the face. This was really rare. Lin Longlong looked embarrassed. It seems like you are forcing my little white dragon to use his ultimate move? He focused his eyes on little white dragon's hind legs, because little white dragon had been trained thousands of times, and when any opponent was about to overtake, the horse would reflexively kick backwards with all its strength, causing the opponent to be hit hard at high speed and unable to continue the race. Seeing that the Fergana horse was about to overtake, Xiao Beilong had trained for this situation countless times, and was looking for an opportunity. In a flash, when the Fergana horse was trying its best to complete the last step to catch up, Xiao Bailong kicked the Fergana horse's front thigh with his powerful hoof. The Arabian horse was trying to exert its strength when it was kicked hard by the sudden kick. The whole horse began to whine, and there were even tears in its eyes. However, it still moved forward despite such a heavy blow. It did not want to disappoint its owner Lin Chen, who allowed it to reach the finish line first. The spirit of the Fergana horse infected everyone present. Damn, they're playing dirty? This little white dragon is too dishonest. Seeing that the opponent is about to catch up, he kicks? If the game goes on normally, little white dragon might not win. Come on, blood horse. Most people stood on Lin Chen's side, even though they bet on Lin Longlong's little white dragon. Lin Longlong was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Why could the Arabian horse still run? and it seemed that it didn't cause any serious harm to it. Lin Chen naturally couldn't tolerate Xiao Bailong's dirty tricks. Fire it back and make it roll over the runway. The Arabian horse received the order from its master, threw its whole body to the right, and then used its 4 legs to tightly restrain the little white dragon. Xiao Bailong didn't have any chance to react. His limbs were hooked and he couldn't move. However, due to inertia, his body still moved forward at an extremely fast speed, causing the horse's entire body to be thrown out of the track and hit the railing heavily. What is even more exaggerated is that when Lin Longlong designed the racetrack, he advocated that the winner shall be the king and the loser shall be the bandit. All the railings are installed with 10-centimeter long iron spikes so that the weak horses will receive the punishment they deserve. Unexpectedly, Lin Longlong's beloved little white dragon was pierced all over the back by the iron spikes, and was wailing and gradually dying. The traces of blood were horrifying to see. Fuck, Xiao Bailong? Xiao Bailong, are you okay? When Lin Longlong saw that his beloved horse had hit the iron spikes, he returned to the track regardless of everything and went to check it out as soon as possible. Several big men also followed their brother Long. This group of people is located right in the middle of the runway, which is also the only way for the Fergana horses to break through the key line. The Arabian horse did not receive Lin Chen's signal to slow down and avoid, and continued to accelerate forward. Bang! Several big men were kicked to pieces by the hooves of the Arabian horse and fell to the ground. Although Lin Longlong did not suffer a serious blow, his blood pressure rose sharply due to the shock. The Arabian horse finally broke through the finishing line amid cheers and became the ultimate winner of the horse race. The back of the Arabian horse was already covered in blood. It had used up all its strength in this race. It had to be said that the little white dragon was a strong opponent. The Fergana horse is indeed worthy of its reputation. It crushed the little white dragon that had been rampant in leeching for such a long time. It's so satisfying. This game is so exciting, isn't it? Even if I lose money, I still enjoy watching it. Seeing that a horse finally defeated Lin Longlong and hundreds of little white dragons, the horse racing enthusiasts in leeching felt indescribable joy. Especially those who took the risk to bet on Lin Chen to win, now they are jumping around excitedly. Zhao Euro couldn't believe it all. Lin Chen won the bet again, and this time he would get the ownership of the racecourse. Chapter 129, Strong Pesticide. Someone come and save my little white dragon. Lin Longlong threw himself into the arms of his beloved horse, filled with grief. After the veterinarian arrived at the scene, he quickly performed professional bandaging, but because the injuries were too severe, the animal had to be taken to a professional animal hospital for treatment. Brother Long, even if the little white dragon recovers, its athletic ability will be greatly reduced. It will never be able to ride a horse like it did today again. The veterinarian told Lin Longlong this cruel reality. Lin Longlong couldn't believe it. He held his head and shook it wildly, blaming everything on Lin Chen and his Arabian horse. I won't let you get away with it, even if you're my cousin. Lin Longlong looked coldly at Lin Chen, who was celebrating his championship. After sending the little white dragon away, it took Lin Longlong a long time to calm down. Brother Long, how are we going to deal with your cousin? The big man said coldly. Go prepare a bowl of 100% concentrated pesticide. I want to kill his Arabian horse first, and then I can play with him slowly. The ruthless Lin Longlong only wanted to avenge his little white dragon, but he didn't know that it was the little white dragon who started it first. Understood. The big man turned around and brought a bowl of black potion with a very pungent smell. Lin Longlong walked towards Lin Chen calmly, without any intention of accusing him. This is where Lin Longlong, who is good at disguise, is superior to Lin Jian. Congratulations to my little brother on your victory. I am so happy for you. Your horse is truly a great horse. I admire you so much. Lin Longlong praised him on the surface while taking the pesticide from the big man. This bowl of health water I prepared specially for the champion. After drinking this bowl, your Arabian horse will become even more powerful. Before Lin Chen could react, Lin Longlong had already stuffed the bowl into the horse's mouth. Lin Chen didn't take it seriously. He didn't know that the bowl of soup actually contained pesticides, and he thought his cousin wouldn't be so vicious. The Fergana horse is a spiritual beast blessed by the system. It has sensed the crisis and retreated unconsciously. Be good, drink it, you will grow taller if you drink it. Seeing that the Arabian horse was reluctant to drink, Lin Longlong fed it patiently. What? This isn't a health supplement. The Arabian horse that was struggling to resist became nervous, and he transmitted this sense of crisis to Lin Chen's brain through the system. Lin Chen's attention was also attracted by the sudden sense of urgency. He understood from the signal sent by the Fergana horse that this bowl of medicine was not a health product. Seeing that Lin Longlong was about to pour the entire bowl of medicine into his mouth. Wait a minute. My Fergana horse doesn't need healthcare, but your little white dragon is weak after being taken care of by you. It's the best choice for him. You can go and feed him. Lin Chen was ready to reach out to stop Lin Longlong. When Lin Longlong found out that his plan was exposed, he completely ignored Lin Chen. With a trembling wrist, half a bowl of extremely high concentration pesticide had entered the stomach of the Arabian horse. Lin Chen was quick to snatch the bowl of pesticide from Lin Longlong's hand. The Fergana horse's eyes had begun to look drowsy, and the bright eyes just now had shrunk slightly. Lin Chen looked at the Arabian horse with heartache, clenching his fists and trying to suppress his anger. He didn't want to fight with his cousin over a horse, because his parents would definitely scold him, but he had to vent his anger. If you don't want to drink, then don't get so excited. Lin Longlong's mouth curled up. Although he didn't drink at all, he felt very happy after drinking half a bowl. Now, should we fulfill our bet? Lin Chen said in a low voice. Well, it's getting late today, should we? Lin Longlong wanted to change the subject. Are you trying to break the contract? You are a great man like Long, but you dare not take responsibility for what you did, and you won't admit your defeat? That's ridiculous. You don't acknowledge the bet after losing the game? The pressure from public opinion forced Lin Longlong to think twice before acting. Hey, it's just a shabby racetrack. I'll give it all to you. Lin Longlong signed the transfer agreement, and Lin Chen became the new owner of the racecourse. The days of Lin Longlong's management and operation were over. Very good, that's pretty satisfying. From now on, all of you will have to obey me. Lin Chen looked at the big men. Now, I order you to feed the remaining bowl of health water to Little White Dragon with your own hands. If you dare to disobey my instructions, you will pack up and get out. Lin Chen handed over the pesticide in his hand. The big man trembled. They knew that this was just a bowl of highly lethal pesticides, not health water at all. If it was fed into the Little White Dragon's stomach, he would most likely not survive as he was already seriously injured. The big man was shaking and glancing at Lin Longlong beside him, as if asking for instructions. Good, you're fired. What about you? Can you do it? Lin Chen gestured to the big man standing in the front to get out of here quickly, and then asked the second big man. Lin Longlong knew that Lin Chen was going to harm his Little White Dragon, so he stood up. Little White Dragon doesn't need healthcare, so there's no need for me to feed it the remaining half bowl. No, it really needs it. My Fergana horse has already taken it and it worked very well. So your Little White Dragon must also take it today. There is no room for negotiation. Lin Chen's tone was frightening, just like the boss here, giving people an unshakable sense of oppression. Lin Longlong was speechless. The racecourse no longer belonged to him, and no matter how much he spoke, it would be of no use. The second man didn't want to be fired, as he was counting on the salary from this job to take care of his mother's medical treatment. These big men look domineering, but they are actually children from poor families in Licheng. It is not easy for them to make a living, and they don't want to give up the jobs they have finally found. The big man took the pesticide, stopped the Little White Dragon who was about to go to the animal hospital, and fed it to the animal hospital himself. Under such a high dose of strong pesticides, Xiao Beilong's eyes turned white, his limbs twitched, and his whole body became stiff. Lin Longlong was furious, but he couldn't do anything out of the ordinary in front of thousands of spectators. Seeing the Little White Dragon lying on the ground unconscious and dying, the audience realized that this bowl of medicine was not a health product at all. Brother Long is too mean. He actually gave poison to the champion Arabian horse? Now let its Little White Dragon have a taste of it. If anything happens to Little White Dragon, it will be its master's fault. This is really too much. The people in the stands cheered for Lin Chen. They admired his way of seeking revenge. Then, Lin Longlong personally brought the fainted Xiao Beilong to the largest veterinary hospital in Licheng, and Lin Chen and his party followed closely with the Arabian horse. Chapter 130, Visiting Second Uncle's House. Although the Arabian horse did not faint on the road, its pace slowed down significantly, its limbs were weak, its eye bags were dragging, and its eyes seemed like they could close at any time. You have to hold on, we'll be at the hospital soon. Lin Chen was afraid that the horse would close its eyes, which would be too dangerous. Let's give it a nice name, Zhao Yuro suggested from the side. Then let's go with Little Yellow. How about that? It just happens to be beige in color. Lin Chen looked at the Arabian horse and thought of this name. Xiao Huang? It's so big, so let's call it De Huang. After Yuro said this name, she felt something was wrong. De Huang was obviously the name of a dog. Okay, then I'll call you De Huang. De Huang, you have to hold on, we are almost at the hospital. Lin Chen said this again and again, and the Arabian horse seemed to be a little disgusted with this name. Every time Lin Chen called it, it rolled its eyes. Finally, they arrived at the veterinary hospital. Xiao Beilong and Da Huan began to receive the most professional treatment at the same time. The doctor used professional tools to clean Da Huan's stomach and intestines. Da Huan instantly became energetic and started to jump around. He would curl up around Lin Chen from time to time, wanting to be comforted by his master. On the other hand, Xiao Beilong's condition was very critical. It was an hour later that the doctor came out of the treatment room. This white horse can save its life, but it will not be able to do any strenuous exercise in the future. It is even weaker than an ordinary horse. It will be in danger if you are not careful. Lin Longlong felt desperate when he heard the doctor's words. The horse that had been with him for many years had become a real useless horse. He tried to suppress his anger, but he was actually fuming inside. Especially when Lin Chen staggered out of the hospital gate with the Fergana horse, he could only leave alone, and Xiao Bailong had to receive long-term hospitalization. Lin Chen is his biggest enemy at present. By the way, you've returned to your hometown in Liqing, but you haven't met my parents yet, right? Shouldn't you take your fiancé to see your second uncle and second aunt after you get engaged? Lin Longlong wanted to bring Lin Chen home and then humiliate him slowly. Even if Lin Chen doesn't go now, he will have to visit in 2 days. This is the task given to him by Lin Yi and he must complete it. Well, Yuro and I will go and pay our respects to second uncle. Lin Chen was fearless and drove Wuling and followed Lin Longlong's Ferrari LaFerrari to the Liqing Villa area. Da Huang is following closely behind Wuling, and its speed is not slower than Wuling. Lin Jian and Hu Yuqian did not follow, they returned to their home. After arriving at the villa area, this magnificent feeling forms a sharp contrast with other places in Liqing. It is fully equipped with hardware and software facilities such as small gardens, small swimming pools, and small gyms. This place is indeed a paradise for the rich in Liqing. Various business tycoons and some high-ranking officials have settled here. Even because of the fresh air here, the bigwigs in Jiangcheng also like to buy houses here. Entering the villa, there were 7 or 8 sports cars parked neatly in the right garage, which was enough to show that Lin Longlong's strength was extraordinary. By the pool, 6 or 7 hot socialites were having a party in bikinis. These women raised their glasses of red wine and clinked them with shrill laughter from time to time. Long, who's coming? The most powerful woman in the swimming pool asked. Sister, it's my cousin, Uncle San's son Lin Chen. He brought his girlfriend to visit our house. Lin Longlong answered his sister. Lin Xinxin is not a simple person. She is the director of the Liqing Education Bureau, Taxation Bureau, Water Bureau, and Agriculture Bureau. She has a great say in Liqing politics. Even the mayor does not have as much say as her. In addition, she is the general manager of several large companies. She is rich, powerful, and influential, and is an absolute strongwoman in Liqing. Many men have a crush on this thorny rose in her 30s, but none of them can conquer her. Lin Xinxin's biggest hobby is to invite a few sisters to the villa to have a party, and she enjoys this kind of life very much. Oh? It's my second cousin? I haven't seen him for a long time. I didn't expect him to become more and more handsome. Lin Xinxin put on her glasses after getting out of the swimming pool and was able to see clearly her handsome cousin Lin Chen. When the other socialites and ladies heard that there was a handsome guy, they all focused their attention on Lin Chen. Woohoo, pretty boy. I like this kind of little white dragon, white, tender and clean. You slut, can't you see that he has a girlfriend? You're still thinking about eating young grass. The young women by the swimming pool were speaking dirty words, hinting and teasing Lin Chen. They didn't quiet down until they saw Zhao Yuro. This woman is so charming and beautiful. They were astonished by Zhao Yuro's coolness and stunningness. This unique feminine temperament that radiated from the inside out made these confident young women feel inferior. The dignified Yuro just gently supported Lin Chen's arm, very elegantly. Hey, my brother can't even afford a car or a house, right? How did he find such a tender and smooth girl as his fiancée? Lin Xinshin was very jealous of Yuro, who had fairer skin, prettier looks and longer legs than herself, and couldn't help but want to sow discord between them. I don't have much money, but Yuro is willing to be with me, and she said she can't marry me unless I do, so I have no choice. Lin Chen shrugged. You're annoying. Yuro felt a little shy when she heard Lin Chen say this, and subconsciously made some ambiguous expressions, which made Lin Xinshin even more angry. She is an old virgin in her 30s, and she definitely cannot accept seeing a couple in their early 20s showing affection in front of her. Sister, I am older than you and have more experience than you. Before we officially get married, you should think carefully. Are you willing to suffer with me, your poor cousin, in the future? You will be starving by then and won't even be able to afford decent cosmetics or jewelry. You will regret it. Lin Xinshin seemed to be speaking with great sincerity, but in fact she just wanted to break them up. Lin Chen has been bullied by his cousins since he was a child, and even after he grew up he still couldn't escape their clutches. Lin Xinshin has been saying these sarcastic words to Lin Chen for 20 years, and she uses the same disdainful tone every time they meet. Of course Xiao Yuro would not be happy to hear someone talking about her fiancé like this. She silently pulled down the collar of her light yellow hip-hugging dress. Not only does it reveal her clear clavicle and smooth white skin, but it also features a dazzling blue gemstone necklace, the heart of the ocean. The luster of the heart of the ocean was incomparable. It refracted through the surface of the swimming pool and almost blinded the eyes of Lin Xinshin and the group of young women. Lin Longlong was shocked when he saw such a high-end necklace. I don't really like wearing jewelry, but these should be enough. Zhao Yuro did not give up and deliberately took out a red agate diamond ring from her bag, a custom-made joint product of LV and Givenchy, which is limited to one piece in the world. Chapter 131, Slap Lin Xinshin in the face. One red and one blue, they left those rich ladies dumbfounded. This. Lin Xinshin was stunned for a moment. So, that's it? That's it? She also took out a glittering gold bracelet from the LV bag next to her and put it on her hand to show off. This is a gift personally given to me by the president of LV when I was studying in Europe. He even took a picture with me in his arms. I am now his best Chinese friend, and he even promised to invite me to dinner next time he comes to China. Lin Xinshin told the little story proudly. No way, Xinshin? You didn't tell us about this. You and the LV president are having an affair? It's too enviable. Yes. When will we sisters be introduced to President LV? We will serve him together, and we will definitely have a steady flow of money. The young woman next to him cast a jealous look. Lin Chen could tell from Lin Xinshin's subtle expressions and body movements that she was lying. Oh? So President LV must be very familiar with you? He even wants to treat you to dinner. Lin Chen pretended to admire her. Of course, President Robertson also said that I am beautiful and the most beautiful Oriental person she has ever seen. Lin Xinshin even deliberately held up the cotton in front of her, fearing that others wouldn't see it. I happen to have a good relationship with the president of LV. I'll make a video call right now. What kind of fate is it that allows the three of us to know each other? Lin Chen immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the LV executive's internal barrier-free hotline. The girls in the swimming pool across the street laughed frivolously. Stop talking nonsense. Don't think we don't know that the car you drove through your door was a Wuling Hongguang, and you look so poor. Don't think we really think you are a big shot just because your fiancée is wearing a fake gem around her neck. Yes, it's like a pig with a green onion in its nose pretending to be an elephant. You won't die if you don't pretend. How can someone like you know the president of LV? I'm kidding. The hot girls at the pool have no limit to their taunts. Lin Longlong was also watching the show from the side. He wanted to see how Lin Chen would smooth things over. On the other side of the video call, a white elite man in his 40s appeared on the screen. Mr. Robertson, how are you? I am fine, thank you, and you? I'm fine too, ha ha ha. Lin Chen and Robertson asked each other about each other's well-being. They had never met each other, but they had a good impression of each other. You're pretending. I don't know what your background is, but people would probably take it seriously. Lin Xinshin walked over from the swimming pool with her long legs. Her tight thighs without any extra fat were very captivating. Just let me see if he is the president of LV. Do you think I don't know him? Lin Xinshin glanced at him without caring at all, but she didn't expect that it was actually Robertson. She subconsciously left the site of the video and avoided his gaze, fearing that the LV president in the video would see her. The other hotties didn't understand. Knowing Robertson was something worth boasting about, so why did Lin Xinshin leave in such a hurry? Is there some hidden secret? Do you know this woman? She said she is your best friend in China, and she is waiting for you to treat her to a meal. Lin Chen was also very curious. Oh, no. I do know her, but she only worked part-time as a cleaner in my office for 2 days, and then I fired her. She is not my Chinese friend at all, and I am not familiar with her at all. Robertson remembered Lin Xinshin's appearance very clearly, because there were not many Asians in his company's headquarters, and each of them left a deep impression on him, even though he only glanced at her in the video just now. Expelled? Why expelled? Lin Chen got to the bottom of the matter. Lin Xinshin was stuffed into the swimming pool with a blushing face. She, who was always confident, became humble. Everyone listened attentively to Robertson's answer. She was cleaning my office, and she exposed herself to seduce me 5 times to get promoted. After I rejected her, she tried to seduce other executives in the company. She still failed to get him, and I finally found her having sex with another white male security guard in the company's underground parking lot. Then I fired her and the blonde white male security guard, and also made a public announcement to the entire company. Robertson told Lin Chen everything. Lin Chen didn't expect that his cousin had such a romantic past. Second uncle spent so much money to send her to study in Europe, but she didn't think about working hard, and only thought about how to get to the top in the shortest time. Lin Longlong and other socialites all looked at Lin Xinshin. Lin Xinshin held her head and didn't dare to look at anyone. Is this all true? Was everything you told us before false? Your blonde white ex-boyfriend is not an LV executive, but a LV security guard? You guys were having an affair in an underground parking lot? That's really exciting. White people really know how to have fun. These young women had always been despised by Lin Xinshin, but now that they had found an opportunity, they all fought back. Could it be your platinum bracelet? Lin Chen was very curious. What was going on with this bracelet that was indeed engraved with LV's internal precision texture craftsmanship? Bracelet? Was my bracelet stolen by her? That was the birthday present I was going to give to my wife. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Robertson then realized that Lin Xinshin had stolen it while cleaning the office. No, it's not like that. Lin Xinshin rushed into the room, not wanting to hear a single word. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Lin Xinshin's frightened back with satisfaction. This is too shocking. I didn't expect Lin Xinshin to be this kind of person. She would steal things from someone else's office? You can't judge a person by his appearance. We thought Lin Xinshin was a good person, but we never expected her to be so. Let's leave now. We can't play with women like this anymore. These high-ranking officials and young ladies from the boss's families quickly changed their clothes and left the Lin family's high-end villa one after another. Lin Longlong didn't know that his sister actually had such unbearable past. Lin Chen then chatted briefly with Robertson and then hung up the video call. Who is this kid? Why can he talk to the LV CEO so easily? Is Lin Chen the LV CEO's illegitimate son in China? Lin Longlong was puzzled, and he never expected that Lin Chen was the third largest shareholder of LV with 15% of the shares, and this 15% of the shares was worth 130 billion yuan, which was equivalent to dozens of his own net worth. Chapter 132, Lin Xinshin is the manager? Let's go in and pay our respects to Uncle Air. I haven't seen him for a long time. Lin Chen took you row in. Lin Anliang was playing landlord with 2 good friends, and the game was very intense, but he didn't seem very happy, as he was losing all the money he had bit by bit. Lin Anliang is old, so he loses more than he wins when playing cards recently. Every time Lin Longlong saw him playing cards, he would go up and curse at him. Why are you playing cards again? You're making the house full of smoke. Sure enough, when Lin Longlong saw his father playing landlord again, he started yelling when they disagreed. This is your father's only hobby, how can you not support it? Lin Anliang replied while glancing at the door. Who is this? Is this Lin Chen? Is that your fiancée? I heard your dad tell me about her, but I didn't expect she's so beautiful. After Lin Anliang touched the cards, he did not rush to sort them out. Instead, he walked over to Lin Chen and looked him up and down. Lin Chen has been smart since he was a child, and his second uncle Lin Anliang likes him very much. Uncle, we are here to visit you. Both Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro are very well behaved and respectful to their elders. Quick, quick, Long Long, pour some water for your brother and sister-in-law. Lin Anliang gestured. Let me pour water for them? I won't pour it. Whoever wants to pour it can do it. After saying that, Lin Longlong returned to his bedroom. This brat has all these bad habits that I spoiled him. I'll give it to you too. Lin Anliang personally handed 2 cups of hot water to Lin Chen, then sat back on the chair and continued playing landlord. I'm very familiar with playing landlord. How about I help you, second uncle? Lin Chen volunteered. When he was in college, he was unlearned and spent his days idling around. Playing landlord was one of the important activities in the dormitory. He has a special skill, which is that he can remember every card at a glance and can guess any card in the opponent's hand. Okay, it just so happens that your second uncle has lost a lot and has lost confidence in playing. Lin Anliang handed all the cards to Lin Chen. I didn't expect you could play landlord? Zhao Yuro also wanted to know how good Lin Chen's card skills were. Lin Chen was full of confidence, even though his cards were not very good. After he touched the landlord, he seemed to have the ability to read minds and see through things, and he was able to see what cards the 2 peasants were holding and what cards they were going to play next. Lin Chen used the cards in his hand flexibly to the extreme, and his opponent was always 1 step behind. Within 20 minutes, Lin Chen won back all the money his second uncle lost. After playing for an hour, he had made a huge profit. Little brother, we two dare not fight with you anymore, otherwise I will lose all my money and my wife will punish me by making me kneel on the washboard when she gets home. The 2 men quickly got up and left, feeling heartbroken as they watched the money in their pockets dwindle. Lin Chen, you are so amazing, please stay for dinner. No, you Ro and I have to go back. It's getting late. We'll visit you another day. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro left the villa. Lin Xinxin and Lin Longlong were both in their respective rooms looking at the 2 men's departing backs, and both regarded Lin Chen as a thorn in their eyes. They won't feel at ease until they give Lin Chen a good beating. When they returned to the store, the sky had turned gloomy. Xu Ping had prepared a sumptuous dinner for the 2 of them. Zhao Yuro ate so much that the fat on her belly bulged out. Lin Chen couldn't help but caress Yu Ro's little fat. A woman's belly is so magical. Why is it that she is usually as thin as a bamboo pole, but becomes as big as a pig after eating? While touching, Lin Chen rubbed his face against it. You idiot, what's so fun about your stomach? Zhao Yuro looked at Lin Chen with disdain and shyness. Xu Ping saw the affection between the 2. That's enough, you two. Do you think we adults are nothing? Mom, you're not jealous, are you? I'm not forbidding you and my dad to do this. Lin Chen laughed and retorted. We are an old married couple, why are we still flirting? It's just the daily necessities of life. Xu Ping spread her hands, but her face was still filled with happiness. Early the next morning, Zhao Yuro received a call from the Deputy General Manager of Licheng Development Zone. Mr. Zhao, there are a lot of names here that need your signature. Please come over here. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhao Yuro, who was already in Licheng, could go to the development zone to handle official business very quickly. She could get there in just a few minutes by car. After a simple wash and light makeup, Yuro drove Lin Chen's Lamborghini Hermes to the branch building of Zhao Group in Licheng Development Zone. This place is responsible for all the development work in Licheng, big and small, and various entertainment facilities, shopping malls, corporate headquarters, etc. have been built to a certain scale in just 1 month. It won't be long before this place becomes the most prosperous commercial center in Licheng. Yuro walked all the way from the door to the president's office in high heels, her temperament making others envious. Vice President Luo Shang handed a thick stack of documents to Zhao Yuro. Zhao Yuro believed in Luo Shang's business ability and quickly signed her name on each document. Boss Zhao, we still need a stamp. Luo Shang reminded. However, Zhao Yuro was in such a hurry to leave that she forgot to bring the company's exclusive seal. It is the company's policy that no document will be effective without the seal. Yuro called Lin Chen, who was still sleeping. When Lin Chen heard his wife asking him to deliver the seal, he drove his Wuling happily and arrived downstairs of Yuro's company in a blink of an eye. Just as Lin Chen, with sleepy eyes, was about to walk into the hall, a familiar and capable figure flashed by. The shape of his legs and body were surprisingly familiar. Cousin, Lin Xinxin? Lin Chen was very curious, why did Lin Xinxin appear at the door of Yuro Zhao Group's branch? Lin Xinxin looked very cool in a suit and tie, and the male elites and white-collar workers passing by couldn't help but look at her. Lin Xinxin exudes the aura of a mature woman to the fullest. When she saw Lin Chen, she quickly retracted the female courtship signal she was continuously emitting and walked towards him coldly. Little cousin? Why are you driving around in this broken Wuling? You can go anywhere else in Liqing, but can't you see that this is a development zone? This is a high-end business district and office building. You should stay away from such high-end places. Lin Xinxin had a strong sense of superiority. She was wearing 8-centimeter high heels and even looked down at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt very disappointed. He got up early and happily gave the company seal to his wife, but he encountered a vote that came out of nowhere. Get out of the way, I want to go in, I have something to do. Lin Chen knew that he had offended Lin Xinxin yesterday, and today Lin Xinxin wanted to make things difficult for him deliberately. Who are you to enter? You must show your work badge to enter. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Lin Xinxin shouted loudly and arrogantly, and soon a group of people from the company gathered around. Chapter 133, as expected of the CEO. Zhao Yuro. She was the person who was recently hired by Luo Shang with an annual salary of 1 million as the operations manager of the Zhao Group's Liqing branch. Because the Zhao Group is a large real estate company, if they want to take root in a place smoothly, they must find someone who is influential, has management skills, has a say, and is capable to serve as a manager, so that the company can adapt to and integrate into the local area as quickly as possible and avoid some unnecessary cultural and economic conflicts. Lin Xinxin holds a prominent position in Liqing, and she is indeed the best candidate. Luo Shang also has good vision, and she is very suitable for Zhao's Liqing branch. Not long after arriving at the company, Lin Xinxin established her own prestige and frequently helped the Zhao Group negotiate important business. I can't let anyone in? Then I won't be like some people who steal both the person and the bracelet, right? Lin Chen kept hinting at Lin Xinxin, and Lin Xinxin was worried that Lin Chen would tell her embarrassing stories, so she became a little flustered. Shut up, who would believe you? A cornered dog will do something desperate. Lin Xinxin hated Lin Chen to the core. After those people learned about her glorious deeds when she was studying in Europe yesterday, they gradually began to spread the news from one person to another. She would never allow Lin Chen to continue spreading the news at her workplace. Don't make false accusations. Our manager Lin is well known in Liqing. Don't make up stories that are not true. Yes, Mr. Lin is rich and powerful in Liqing, and he is also the honorary manager of many companies. How could he let you say such nonsense? The passers-by around only saw the surface and pointed their guns at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and didn't want to talk. Zhao Yuro sat in the office and took this opportunity to briefly look through the documents in her hands that required seals. One of the names caught Zhao Yuro's attention. Lin Xinxin? Executive Manager? Such a familiar name. Zhao Yuro's delicate eyes narrowed slightly, she always felt that this name was not right. This is Liqing's female tycoon Lin Xinxin. She is not only a high-ranking official, but also a specially hired manager for many big-name companies. She is the best candidate for the position of executive manager of our company. Vice President Luo introduced slowly and calmly. Zhao Yuro was still thinking about something when she heard the noisy sound of a crowd gathering downstairs. She came to the French window and saw that her husband was arguing with someone else. Come with me and take a look. Yuro took the elevator in small steps and came to the company gate with Vice President Luo. Lin Xinxin in front of her was pointing fingers at Lin Chen like a nagging woman. Lin Chen just watched the crazy woman screaming silently and watched her wonderful performance. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. When the onlookers saw Zhao Yuro appear, they subconsciously dispersed, because the company had regulations that it was absolutely forbidden to gather and cause trouble during working hours, otherwise half a month's salary would be deducted. Boss Zhao? Boss Zhao is here? Lin Xinxin turned her head, thinking that it was the company's CEO Zhao who came and asked her to speak for him. Outsiders were not qualified to enter the building. She had never met President Zhao. During the interview, she only met Vice President Luo Shang. She only knew that the president was a female elite named Zhao, the second daughter of the Zhengcheng Zhao Group, and had outstanding abilities. But when Lin Xinxin turned around, she didn't see the real Mr. Zhao, but only saw Lin Chen's girlfriend whom she had just met yesterday. Zhao Yuro, who has an extraordinary temperament, stands tall and gracefully, her beautiful hair swaying in the gentle breeze. She, a female elite, feels inferior to her in this capable feeling. The Mr. Zhao they are talking about can't be you? You two dogs are really outrageous. Each of you is more pretentious than the other. How can you be Mr. Zhao? Ha ha ha. Lin Xinxin laughed so hard that her waist hurt. The disdain in her words made the old employees around her very embarrassed. In Lin Xinxin's mind, Lin Chen's fiancé must be as useless as he is. The new CEO Lin doesn't know CEO Zhao. He's so rude. It looks like she's going to be embarrassed. Boss Zhao is not someone you can easily mess with. Don't be fooled by her pretty appearance. She is very decisive and never drags her feet. It's as easy to fire her as it is to fire anyone else. Everyone around was whispering and watching the show with great anticipation. Zhao Yuro did not retort immediately, but just stood there, staring at her motionlessly. Lin Xinxin felt a little guilty when being looked at like this, and she seemed to realize something. Zhao. Zhao Yuro? President Zhao? You are not the president of this company, are you? Are you the second daughter of the Zhao group? After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Xinxin felt more and more puzzled. It's fine that you disrespected me, but you also disrespected my husband. Tell me what kind of punishment you want to receive. Zhao Yuro's cold voice made Lin Xinxin shudder. No one could match her aura. Lin Chen felt very happy when he saw his wife protecting him. Her current appearance was in stark contrast to how petite and lovely she usually was when they were alone. I. Lin Xinxin didn't know how to deal with it. She didn't want to lose her position as executive manager with an annual salary of tens of millions at Zhao's company. Don't be shy in front of me. I, Zhao Yuro, hate shy people the most. Get out of my sight right now. From now on, the Zhao group will no longer have you as its manager. Zhao Yuro glanced at this ungrateful cousin, without any trace of pity at all. In such a tense atmosphere, the surrounding employees did not dare to stay any longer and went into the building to work. Lin Chen walked into the company leisurely and swaggeringly. It's so easy for a random person like me to get in. Lin Chen raised his middle finger at Lin Xinxin with a sneer. Then he and Zhao Yuro entered the building together. Lin Xinxin was left feeling restless for a long time. She never expected that Lin Chen's fiancée was the second daughter of the Zhao group. This news was shocking enough. After entering the building, Yuro quickly stamped all the documents, then tore up Lin Xinxin's appointment document and threw it into the trash can. Honey, you are so cool. I was just looking at you with eyes full of admiration. There were only two of them in the office, and Lin Chen couldn't help but get close to Yuro's face. Don't be so nagging, it's annoying. Zhao Yuro's appearance in front of Lin Chen was completely different from before. It was almost 12 o'clock when Lin Chen and Yuro walked out of the office. Today, Cheng Bao's Dragon Tiger KTV officially opened. It is said that the whole venue is free, and thousands of square meters of land in the Liqing development zone will be given away. Yeah, we have to go and join in the fun. There must be many long-legged ladies in there. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Several employees passing by were eager to try it out, all thinking of clocking in and going to KTV after get off work. After hearing that thousands of square meters of land were given away in Liqing development zone, Zhao Yuro became curious. Cheng Bao? Dragon Tiger KTV? Zhao Yuro stepped forward and asked the two employees. Chapter 134, KTV Dance Competition. Boss Zhao, yes. Cheng Bao is the richest man in Liqing, and the Cheng family is the largest family in Liqing. They are having a grand opening today, so they have a lot of gifts to give away. That piece of land in particular is very attractive and close to the development zone, so it has huge potential for appreciation in the future. After patiently explaining, the two employees couldn't wait to leave. Wife, are you interested in that piece of land? Lin Chen understood very well. Yes, the most important thing for Zhao's development in Liqing is that the land is small. If we can expand it by thousands of square meters, the profit and output value will double. Zhao Yuro was full of expectations for this piece of land. Then let's go to this Longhu KTV and maybe we'll become the lucky audience and get it as a gift. Lin Chen took Yuro's hand and came to this luxurious KTV. There were already countless luxury cars in the parking lot at the entrance, and Lin Chen's Wuling Hongguan looked out of place after parking there. Although it was noon, the lights in the KTV were dim, making people think it was midnight. The loud music, hot dancers, and the noise of explosions mixed together. Some of the rich young men in Liqing came here to support Cheng Bao, and there were countless beautiful girls on the dance floor. Many beautiful women are dressed provocatively, hoping to hook up with a rich husband at this occasion so that they can have endless money. Chang Bao was sitting in the front row of the stage, smoking a cigar. He was surrounded by 3 or 4 sexy dancers serving him. He was enjoying himself very much. In a short while, the KTV was packed with people and reached full capacity, and the opening ceremony officially began. Surrounded by the girls, Chang Bao stood up and spoke. Everyone is welcome to come to Chang Bao's KTV. We have only one goal today, and that is to have fun. Chang Bao is a heavyweight tycoon weighing nearly 250 pounds. The 80-pound girl next to him looks like a doll, so thin that she has to lean on him. Brother Leopard is mighty, Brother Leopard is mighty. After the speech, the whole audience was boiling. Laser lights and music set the scene on fire again. The KTV seemed to have turned into a disco scene, and people were dancing to their heart's content. In order to make the business more prosperous, I, Chang Bao, will use thousands of square meters of land in the development zone as a bargaining chip. If any girl can conquer me with her dance, I will give her this valuable land. After Chang Bao finished speaking, a land deed with all the necessary formalities was placed in front of everyone. I want to jump. I want to jump too. If I can get this piece of land, I will be rich. Many developers are eyeing this piece of land. It can be sold for hundreds of millions of yuan. The girls at the scene screamed, showing off their bodies in a big way, and were eager to go on stage to dance. First, there was the previous dance queen of Liqing, Sisai. Her jazz dancing skills amazed the audience, and the passion between her sexiness was obvious to all. It's a pity that she lacks some charm. Chang Bao only likes feminine women, and he still looks down on girls like this. On one side of the stage, brother and sister Lin Xinxin and Lin Longlong were eyeing the land in the development zone. Lin Xinxin was already eager to try it out and changed into an extremely sexy hip skirt to prepare to go on stage. Lin Xinxin did not work properly when she was studying in Europe. Bars and discos were the places she went to most often. She often worked as a dancer and lead dancer in such places. Her pole dancing skills were so good that even foreigners applauded. Even foreign women with S-shaped bodies who have natural advantages can only admit defeat in comparison to her dancing moves. Is this my cousin? Why is she here too? Judging from her behavior, is she going to dance to fight for the land deed? In the crowd, Lin Chen saw the charming and dissolute Lin Xinxin at a glance. He didn't expect that his cousin would be such an indecent woman. Lin Longlong, who was next to Lin Xinxin, was also very gloomy. He had already planned to enter the real estate industry after getting the land deed and enhance his influence in Liqing. But I can't dance. Does that mean we have no chance of getting this land deed? Zhao Yuro shook her head helplessly. Although she had an extraordinary temperament, she had never practiced dancing. She learned business from her father since she was a child and did not develop any other interests or hobbies. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Chen thought of 2 people in his mind, Lu Tingting and Ai Weiwei. Lu Tingting is a famous anchor in Jiangcheng, proficient in dancing and singing. Ai Weiwei is China's #1 car model. No matter how good her dancing skills are, as long as she stands on the stage, she will be the focus. With these 2 around, how could Ichio not get the final title of Dance King? 2 calls were made to the 2 women respectively, and Ai Weiwei and Lu Tingting rushed to Liqing Longhu KTV one after another. At this time, Lin Xinxin had already walked onto the stage with a seductive step. The men at the scene stared at her long legs with their eyes fixed, and their souls were almost drawn away by her. You are such an expert. You really know what us men like. I can't stand this heavy makeup. Is this girl performing pole dancing? Woohoo, wait and see. The audience was very much looking forward to Lin Xinxin, and her lustful and indulgent expression made Chang Bao enjoy watching it. As Lin Xinxin placed her slender arm on the steel pipe in the center of the stage, and then bent and stretched her other leg, rubbing it up and down on the steel pipe, the scene was enough to make people's blood boil. Under such dim lighting, any man would want to take such a charming woman away. Even the women in the audience marveled at Lin Xinxin's femininity when they saw her. Lin Xinxin went a step further, hugging the pole tightly with her whole body and sliding up and down. Her body stretched inadvertently, and then her limbs suddenly curled up. This pole dance was portrayed by her beautifully. She even flirted with Chang Bao. No one could have imagined that this important figure from Liqing, who was already in his 30s, could be so relaxed on the dance floor. Lin Xinxin knew that although her power was second to none in Liqing, she was a little inferior in terms of economy. She could not miss any opportunity to make money, and the land deed blinded her. As the music ended, her performance ended with screams, and Chang Bao nodded with satisfaction. Then 7 or 8 dancers came on stage to perform, but none of them was as stunning as Lin Xinxin. Chang Bao thought that the title deed must belong to Lin Xinxin, the female director of the Education Bureau, Taxation Bureau, and Water Bureau. There is no suspense at all. Director Lin's pole dancing crushes everything. Director Lin is such an amazing woman. She can work hard in the office and have fun in KTV. Everyone praised Lin Xinxin's performance. Lin Longlong smiled evilly. If the two siblings could get the land deed, they would surely be very successful. Lin Xinxin is even more confident. She has never met an opponent in pole dancing, neither in Europe before nor in the future. Chapter 135 Chapter 135 Investing in Dragon Tiger KTV? Then, are there any other female contestants who want to participate? If not, we will announce the final results of the competition, and the winner will get the land deed in my hand. After Chang Bao shouted, no woman responded, because the people present knew that even if they performed, they could not compare to Lin Xinxin's pole dancing. Then I declare. Chang Bao glanced at Lin Xinxin, who was sitting in the center of the stage, and opened his mouth. Wait, there are still us. Lu Tingting and Ai Weiwei, panting heavily, finally arrived. They walked in gracefully wearing Latin skirts and white sneakers. Lu Tingting is well known to everyone. Anyone who has watched her live broadcast knows that this versatile girl who can be salty or sweet has 1,000 ways to tempt you to give gifts, and her personal charm is at its peak. Not to mention Ivy, her Kardashian figure is enough to make people's nose bleed just by standing here. Wow, is this the top-notch one? Chang Bao saw that Ivy was so excited that she couldn't breathe, and the girl in his arms was no longer comparable. The whole audience became excited, and with the help of music, rhythm and lights, a Latin duet dance that amazed everyone was presented. The sweet sweat drops from Ivy Wei slid down into the ravine, and Chang Bao wanted to kneel down and lick it. The charming beauty exuded by Lu Tingting also made the men present infatuated. The powerful combination of these two people caused the whole audience to roar. Everyone has long forgotten Lin Xinxin's sexy pole dance. Lin Chen again? It's your cousin again, damn it, I just want to kill him. He's such a jinx. We can't expect to have a good life wherever he's around. Lin Xinxin and Lin Longlong, a brother and sister, felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Ivy Wei and Lu Tingting brought by Lin Chen. No matter how seductive her sexy dance was, one person could not resist two people. Ivy came to Lin Chen, proudly raised 2 big balls of cotton, waiting for praise. Lu Tingting also walked with vigorous steps and came to Lin Chen's side. How was it? Did we not embarrass you? Of course not, you guys are the best. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the performance of these two people. Chang Bao has already decided on the winning dancer in his mind. Now I declare that the best dancers for the opening ceremony of Longhu KTV are Miss Ai Weiwei and Miss Lu Tingting. Please come on stage to receive the deed to the Liqing Development Zone. Chang Bao was very generous. Unlike other bosses, he did not hesitate or go back on his word. He handed the land deed to Ivy Wei very happily. Ai Weiwei then gave the land deed to her boss Lin Chen. Wife, what did I say? I will definitely help you get this land deed. Lin Chen carefully handed it to Yu Rou again. At this time, the whole audience burst into applause to congratulate the new owner of the land deed. Wait, don't be so careless. Lin Longlong walked up to Chang Bao. He is also an investor in Longhu KTV and owns 30% of the seats in this club. Brother Lin? Since I, Chang Bao, have already promised to give the title deed to the winner, I cannot go back on my word. Oh? So you just won't do what we want? Then I will make it difficult for your business to operate in Liqing. Lin Xinxin also came up and threatened Chang Bao. As a senior executive in many fields in Liqing, Lin Xinxin has a lot of resources and connections, so it is easy for her to restrict a company, even if the other party is Brother Bao, who has the strongest economic power in Liqing. Just you two siblings, you want to mess with me, Chang Bao? Then come on, I'm not afraid at all. Chang Bao is indeed a man of temperament. Lin Chen actually admires this fat and big-eared Brother Bao. You want to go against us siblings? Then don't blame us for being rude. Lin Longlong decisively withdrew his investment from Longhu KTV, and Lin Xinxin also made a phone call and used her personal connections to ask all other investors of Longhu KTV to withdraw their investment. Chang Bao didn't expect that the Lin siblings would be so ruthless and embarrass him on the first day of opening. Brother Bao, this is bad. All our investors have withdrawn their capital. Our cash cannot fill this huge gap. What should we do? Chang Bao's assistant anxiously reported the situation to him. The atmosphere in the venue became tense, forming a contrast to the extremely exciting moment just now. As long as you give the land deed to us, we will reconsider investing. Otherwise, forget about opening your KTV. Lin Longlong knew that Chang Bao had invested all of his available funds, and he did not have any extra money to make up for the funding gap of the KTV, so he spoke very toughly. The ruthless Lin Longlong doesn't give others any chance. Zhao Yuro wanted to laugh and walked forward with an elegant and graceful step. Brother Bao, you don't need investors like them. On behalf of the Zhao Group, I will invest in Longhu KTV at 3 times the price. Not only will you not be short of funds, but you will also have a constant supply. As soon as Zhao Yuro opened her mouth, the whole audience was shocked. This goddess with a beautiful appearance like a fairy could actually represent the Zhao Group? She is Zhao Yuro, the daughter of the Zhao Group. She is the second in command of the Zhao Group and can be described as a heroine. I've heard that Miss Zhao is smart, capable, and pretty. Today I see that she is indeed as good as her reputation. I admire her so much. For other men, a strong woman like Yu Ro is something they desire but cannot reach. Women all admire Yu Ro when they see her. When Ai Weiwei and Lu Tingting saw Zhao Yuro, they both felt a little inferior. Ms. Zhao is so generous. I feel relieved after hearing your words. Chang Bao thanked Zhao Yuro respectfully, then turned around and stared at the Lin siblings with a menacing look. Lin Longlong never expected that Lin Chen's fiancé would be the vice president of a large company like Zhao's. The funny thing is that he had such a high sense of superiority before. Lin Xinxin had complaints in her heart, but she could only swallow them. In the face of absolute suppression, they had no ability to shake the Zhao Group. You just wait for me. Lin Longlong pointed at Lin Chen, speaking excitedly. Get out! Get out! At a command from Chang Bao, the security guards kicked the Lin siblings out of the KTV. The two of them walked in dejected manner on the streets of Liqing at noon. They couldn't swallow this breath, but Zhao Yuro's identity made them unable to move, and Lin Chen's identity, who could easily video chat with the LV boss, was even more mysterious. In the KTV, Chang Bao treated Lin Chen and Yu Ro as his friends and personally sang a song for them, livening up the atmosphere again. After the opening ceremony, Lin Chen and his party left. He brought Ai Weiwei and Lu Tingting back home, and Xu Ping prepared a delicious meal for the girls. Chapter 136 Bath Center. However, Xu Ping called Lin Chen to the kitchen with a serious tone. Son, you can't do this. Yuro is a good girl. You have to treat her wholeheartedly and not flirt with other girls. As a mother, I always have to give comprehensive instructions. What? I'm not a playboy. I've always loved Yuro very much. Lin Chen defended himself. Nonsense, why did you bring 2 girls back to our house? Especially the one with the curvaceous figure. My God, I have never seen a girl like her in my life. Xu Ping was worried that if Lin Chen brought other girls home, Yuro would be jealous, especially if she had an S-curve figure like Ai Weiwei. Mom, you think too much. I won't do this again. Lin Chen felt helpless and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in embarrassment. After dinner, Lin Chen said goodbye to his parents, and the trip to Liqing came to an end. Then he took Yuro back to Jiangcheng. The first thing to do when returning to Jiangcheng is, of course, to deliver goods. Lin Chen staggered as he lifted the heavy water heater into the Wuling trunk and nearly fell to the ground due to lack of strength. Lin Chen has always been thin and weak, and he doesn't have enough strength. He is even weaker than his peers in their 20s. Lin Chen had no choice but to accept this fact and drove to a bathing and massage center in Jiangcheng, where a water heater had broken down and needed to be replaced in time. When Lin Chen walked to the door, he felt something was a little strange because the store sign at the door was very hidden. He asked many passers-by before he found the entrance. Lin Chen finally arrived at the bathing center after passing through the narrow and dark double-layer staircase. Many middle-aged greasy men came in one after another, and many disheveled men left one after another. Oh my God, is this the legendary irregular bathing and massage center? Just as this thought came to Lin Chen's mind, an extremely charming woman in her 50s put her hands around Lin Chen's neck. Little brother, are you happy? We have student girls between the ages of 18 and 24 here. They are very popular. Are you interested? Lin Chen subconsciously struggled to break free and stepped back. Madam, I think you misunderstood. I'm here to deliver a water heater. Please sign for it here. Lin Chen didn't want to stay in such a place. He just wanted the other party to sign and leave. Young man, don't leave in a hurry. You are so resistant because you haven't tried our service level yet. If you try it once, I promise you will come to my place every other day. Besides, you are handsome. I believe there are many girls here who are willing to serve you. The old lady tried to persuade Lin Chen, but Lin Chen refused. You are such a stubborn boy. The old lady had never met such a determined man, so she directly pulled out Yuhua from the bath center. As long as she massaged and served the customers, none of them would fail to become repeat customers. A girl with long legs, a blushing face, a well-proportioned figure, a distinctive appearance and a curvy figure came out. She looked to be only in her 20s. It seemed that she didn't really like this job and she walked with her head down. Gao Yu? Is it really you? Gao Yu? When Lin Chen saw his college classmates, he was of course very enthusiastic. When they were in college, Gao Yu and Lin Chen had a pretty good relationship. They were both poor kids in the class, so they had a lot in common. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that Gao Yu actually worked in such an irregular bathing center. I'm not Gao Yu. You got the wrong person. Gao Yu glanced at the boy who called her, turned around quickly, and denied that she was Gao Yu. It's you! Oh my god, why are you in a place like this? Lin Chen ran up and grabbed Gao Yu's tender arm. I'm short of money, I can make money quickly here. Gao Yu's self-esteem was shattered. What she feared most when working here was that someone she knew would show up. She didn't expect that Lin Chen was the first acquaintance she met. You can't do these jobs if you don't have enough money. Don't you know what the men who come here are thinking? Aren't you afraid? Lin Chen shook Gao Yu's body. He knew that Gao Yu was a quiet girl in college. She didn't even dress up and wore loose clothes to and from school every day. Now, with her flaming red lips, revealing clothes, and curvy figure, Lin Chen is a little unfamiliar with her. I'm still here for the first time. They usually just touch my body, and I refuse all those excessive requests. You have to believe me. Gao Yu tried her best to defend herself, and her eyes became moist. You two know each other? That's great. You, take this handsome boy to get a massage, quickly. The old maid ordered Gao Yu to serve Lin Chen in an imperative tone. Of course Lin Chen would not agree. How could he let his former female classmate give him a massage? Lin Chen quickly stepped back. Come on, my massage technique is very good now, feel it. Gao Yu didn't dare to disobey her mother's orders, otherwise she would have her salary deducted or even be fired. She didn't want to lose this high-paying job. Before Lin Chen could react, Gao Yu forcibly dragged Lin Chen into box 04 and closed the door. Lin Chen still resisted and prepared to leave, but Gao Yu had already taken off his shoes. Lin Chen had no choice but to lie down on the bed, thinking that he would give Gao Yu a little extra tip after she gave him a massage to relieve her life pressure. Gao Yu professionally massaged Lin Chen's back and body, and the technique of each joint and acupoint was very accurate. Lin Chen closed his eyes and was indeed enjoying it. He didn't expect that such a thin girl could be so strong. It even felt a little sore when he was pressed. At this moment, a rapid and harsh sound came from the private room next door. This sound is the sound of a woman saying him while exhaling. Anyone who understands will understand. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. Gao Yu was in front of him, but there were these damn noises next door. You'll get used to it. Gao Yu said to Lin Chen indifferently. I can earn more like them, but I don't want to do this. If my mother hadn't been seriously ill, I wouldn't work in such a dirty place. Gao Yu had a lot of grievances, and she poured them out to her old classmate Lin Chen. She has always been introverted and could only keep these words to herself. Even her parents didn't know that she worked in such an indecent place. Lin Chen didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, and just listened to her silently. Your life must be difficult, right? It must be hard for you to deliver goods, right? Children from poor families like us are destined to experience this. Gao Yu turned the topic to Lin Chen. Chapter 137, Helping Old Classmates. I'm fine. I really like this delivery job, huh? Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. Delivering goods allowed him to activate the system, so he naturally liked this job. You should actually change your job. But I don't earn as much as I do here, so why wouldn't I want to leave? I can help you. Didn't you always dream of becoming a flight attendant when you were in high school? I remember that your specialty in the college entrance examination was also flight attendant, but it was a pity that you almost failed the cultural subjects, so you came to our class. I know the CEO of an airline company. I can introduce you to a job there. Lin Chen owns so many companies that he almost forgot that he is the president of Jiangcheng Airlines. This company was a thank you gift from Hua Chenfeng's father to him. Gaoyu raised her head and looked at Lin Chen blankly, her eyes full of expectation and of course some half-belief and half-doubt. I'm afraid not. I haven't received professional flight attendant training for a long time. They won't hire me. Gaoyu is very self-aware and does not want to make these meaningless and fruitless attempts. But Lin Chen himself knew that he was the chairman of Jiangcheng Airlines, and arranging a flight attendant was an easy matter. Don't worry, you can definitely do it. The CEO of this airline and I have a very strong relationship. Don't worry. Lin Chen gave Gaoyu a shot of cardiac stimulant, which gave her hope. Not only is the job of a flight attendant respectable, but she can also easily earn tens of thousands of yuan a month, so my mother's illness can be cured. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Gaoyu, who was usually depressed, finally showed a long-lost smile. She is like Lin Daiyu, looking listless, but also has an indescribable charm. Leave your mother's illness to me. I know the attending doctor at Elizabeth Hospital and can treat her for free. Lin Chen is a good person and he believes that after solving the two problems of Gaoyu's work and her mother's injury, she will quickly get out of the haze of life. Really? Can you really help me? But you're just a furniture delivery employee, how can you have so many connections? Gaoyu suddenly stood up, very excited but also a little curious. Don't worry about this. Your old classmates won't cheat you. Lin Chen gave Gaoyu a guarantee. Gaoyu was full of gratitude to Lin Chen. She just wanted to repay Lin Chen, but she had nothing. She didn't even have enough money to treat Lin Chen to a meal. She had spent all her salary on buying medicine for her mother, and she only had a dozen yuan left. She slowly peeled off her shoulder straps along her fair body, and the white suspenders fell to her waist, revealing her black lace underwear. Lin Chen quickly closed his eyes and turned his back. What are you going to do? We are classmates. Lin Chen refused subconsciously. I have nothing but my body to repay you. If you don't mind me, come on. Gaoyu closed her eyes and was about to undress. No. Lin Chen quickly stopped her. The reason she helped Gaoyu was not for her health, but because she sincerely wanted to help her out of the predicament. Gaoyu seemed to ignore Lin Chen and rubbed Lin Chen's hand against her skin. Lin Chen could truly feel the softness of the woman's skin, and his throat became hoarse. Don't worry, no one will come in. Gaoyu further pulled Lin Chen's hand and moved it on her body. Boom! Lin Chen pushed Gaoyu against the wall. I'm not that kind of person. We are just friends and I don't want to complicate our relationship. If you want to repay me, then when you make money in the future, just treat me to a meal. Lin Chen said breathlessly, frightened by Gaoyu's initiative. This fierce offensive was in no way inferior to the one launched by Lu Tingting in Shaowan before the rain. Gaoyu knew that she had lost her composure, so she quickly adjusted her half-exposed underwear and then hung the suspenders back on her shoulders. I'm sorry. I thought you were just like other men. It's my fault. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Gaoyu apologized 5 times and felt very guilty. Lin Chen got off the massage bed, grabbed Gaoyu and went to the front desk of the bath center. Madam, I'm taking this girl away. She won't work for you anymore. What? How can this be possible? I'm short-staffed right now. How can you just leave without telling me in advance? The old nanny's eyes were wide open with anger. Having been in this circle for many years, she didn't buy into Lin Chen's tricks at all. Then tell me, how can we take her away? If you really want to take this little sister away, it's not impossible. The penalty is 50,000 yuan. I'll let her go once the money is paid. The old woman put her hands on her hips, looking disdainful. How could you do this? My salary is only 7,000 yuan, why is the penalty 50,000 yuan? Gaoyu was on the verge of tears. She weakly argued with the old woman, her voice visibly trembling. 50,000 yuan is not a small sum. She can't even come up with 500 yuan, let alone 50,000 yuan. Lin Chen, who was beside her, had already promised to find her a job and pay for her mother's medical treatment. Gaoyu was too embarrassed to ask Lin Chen for help again. Besides, in her mind, Lin Chen was just a delivery man, and 50,000 yuan was very important to him, so she couldn't just take it casually. Lin Chen didn't think too much and directly slapped a bank card on the old lady's face. "There's 50,000 in here, spend it." Lin Chen was very decisive. 50,000 was just a drop in the ocean for him. The old lady was beaming with joy. She had never expected that after she had extorted money so openly, there would actually be a fool enough to take the bait. "It seems that you really love her? Are you willing to spend 50,000 to redeem her? Great, you can take her away." The old lady took the bank card happily and was about to swipe it on the POS machine. "No. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue the massage here." Gao Yu took Lin Chen's bank card back from her mother and then handed it back to Lin Chen. "This is your hard-earned money. I won't take it. I don't need your favor. I don't deserve your sympathy. I am a dirty, vile, shameless woman. Stay away from me, or I will get you into trouble." In order to prevent Lin Chen from paying so much for her, Gao Yu, who was sensible, took the initiative to belittle herself with a bunch of vicious words, just to prevent Lin Chen from being tainted by her. She felt that working in a bath center was a lifelong stain on her, and even if she went to work somewhere else, she would never forget every little thing about this place. Especially every scene where those disgusting greasy men touched her. Chapter 138, Sign in to the Special Physique. "Gao Yu? Are you crazy? Why do you think like this? Just think of this money as a loan from me, okay? Just pay me back when you make money, there's no need to be so excited." Lin Chen tried his best to calm her down. "No, there is no need for that. Just let me fall here, I don't deserve your help." After saying that, Gao Yu ran to her dormitory alone in pain. Lin Chen looked at Gao Yu's fragile back, feeling mixed emotions. The life of the poor is really dark, especially for children who have just graduated from college and have such great pressure in life. It is really a nightmare. What a slut. Someone redeemed her, but she still turned a sour face. What a bad character. The old maid started scolding Gao Yu as usual. Even Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen decided to buy the store directly, so that Gao Yu would feel better. "I am willing to pay 3 times the price for this bathing and massage center. Please transfer it to me." This is the only method Lin Chen can think of. Three times? Did I hear you right? This is the first time in my life that I've seen a young man as carefree as you. Of course I'd be willing to pay 3 times the price, but how can a poor delivery man like you have so much money? You'd have to give me 6 million plus the rent. The old lady didn't quite believe that a young boy could have the ability to buy the bath center she had run for more than 10 years at 3 times the price. Bang! A bank card with 6 million yuan in it appeared on the table. The skeptical old woman swiped it through the POS machine and found that there were really 6 million yuan in it. "Oh my god, I'm going to be rich, 6 million. The old lady only has money in her eyes and she can't help herself holding the POS machine. "I will go and handle the transfer agreement now. From now on, you will be the owner of this bath center. Don't blame the old lady for not reminding you." Except for Gao Yu, who is a bit of a blockhead, all the other female students here are very proactive. "I don't know if your body can handle it. Young man, please exercise some restraint." The old woman looked at Lin Chen with a sly smile, wondering in her mind how to spend so much money. "Don't worry, I will exercise moderation. One more thing, you can stay in the bathing center for the time being." Lin Chen made this request. "What? I'm no longer the boss lady, why do I still want to stay here?" "You have to continue pretending to be the boss lady here, and from now on you can't scold Gao Yu at all, and you have to love her like your own daughter." Lin Chen's roundabout way of saving the country was aimed at making Gao Yu happier and not making her life so pessimistic. "I didn't expect you to be so infatuated with that sickly Gao Yu. I will treat her well." After taking Lin Chen's 6 million, this request should not be too simple. One more thing. From now on, this bath center must operate in a formal manner. Customers are absolutely not allowed to touch the massage girls during massage. A camera must be installed in every private room. Lin Chen hated those men who took advantage of their wealth to make advances on young girls who were 20 or 30 years younger than him. "Since you are the boss, I will do as you say. But this way the bath center's profit will be halved." The old lady had to tell Lin Chen this reality. The gray industry is not glorious, but it does make money quickly. Even if we are losing money, we must operate legally. Lin Chen angrily slammed the table, and the old lady had no choice but to do as she was told. Afterwards, Lin Chen came to Gao Yu's dormitory. I won't spend 50,000 to redeem you. Just finish the remaining 10 days of this month and quit. I'll also convince the nanny to give you 2 days off. Lin Chen came to Gao Yu and told her the good news. 2 days off? Gao Yu's eyes lit up. She hadn't had a day off for several months and was exhausted both physically and mentally. Yes, let's go. I'll take you to Jiangbei Airlines for a tour. Since I said I would help you find a job, I will definitely keep my word. Yeah. I'll go with you. Gao Yu asked Lin Chen to go out first, and she wanted to change her work clothes into her usual casual clothes. Remember to remove your heavy makeup, it doesn't suit you. After giving the instructions, Lin Chen asked the old lady to sign the water heater order and then got into the car first. The system is connecting to the host. Congratulations to the host for getting an extra 1000% physique and endurance by signing in. Please sign in time. Sign. Lin Chen chose to sign in without hesitation. He now had money and beauties, but he was too weak. When he encountered robbers and bad guys, he had to rely on others to protect him. This was too low. Each of the protagonists in the novel has his own unique set of martial arts skills and can fight against 100 people alone, but he is the only one who is weak and easy to be knocked down. This is too unacceptable. Immediately, Lin Chen felt that he had endless energy all over his body. His body became dozens of times stronger and the outline of his abdominal muscles began to appear. Oh. Master System, can I now fight against 100 people alone? Lin Chen asked excitedly. Of course not. The system's answer made Lin Chen feel very disappointed. Why is that? Haven't I already gained 1000% endurance and physique? This only means that you can withstand 1,000 people beating you up at the same time, but you can't beat 1,000 people at the same time. Please don't confuse the host. What the hell? So deceptive? Wouldn't it be better if your system just made me invincible? Why are you still taking so long? Lin Chen questioned the system with disgust. Host's tone is not good, system punishment is taking effect. No, I was wrong. Lin Chen quickly apologized, but a large amount of bird droppings fell from the sky through the open car door and landed on Lin Chen's hair. Fuck, this is too disgusting. Lin Chen was helpless. He picked up a tissue and was about to wipe it when Gao Yu walked over from the door. Gao Yu, who was wearing heavy makeup and a curvy figure just now put on light makeup as a student outfit and a fresh Japanese-style jumpsuit, full of youthful colors. Lin Chen was distracted by the charming Gao Yu. Lin Chen? Are you okay? What's on your head? Is it bird poop? Gao Yu had already come to the co-pilot seat, and her continuous questioning brought Lin Chen back to his senses. This is not bird shit. Then he quickly wiped his hair in front of the rearview mirror. Gao Yu covered her mouth and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. This was the first time she laughed from the bottom of her heart in the dark bathing center. In the past, those greasy men had always forced her to laugh. Let me help you. Gao Yu pressed her body tightly against Lin Chen's, and a fragrance surged over her. Chapter 139, Going to the Airline. The careful Gao Yu wiped all the white bird droppings clean bit by bit. Gao Yu sat obediently in the passenger seat of the Wuling, her body straight and even a little reserved. Lily, I'm going to go to Jiangcheng Airlines later, please help me arrange it. Lin Chen called his personal secretary Lily to remind her, and the capable Lily immediately prepared a welcome ceremony for the new president. She wanted to hold an unprecedented welcome banquet, and even asked Zhang Cheng to cancel several flights directly, leaving enough flight attendants to welcome President Lin's arrival. After hanging up, Lin Chen called Zhou Zhang at Elizabeth Hospital. One of my classmates' mother is seriously ill. Please help me contact Dr. Jackson and arrange for surgery as soon as possible. Lin Chen's tone was urgent, and Zhou Zhang certainly would not neglect Lin Chen's request. Zhou Zhang immediately went to Jackson's office to discuss this matter. Jackson originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard the name of his benefactor Lin Chen, his heart was quickly shocked. Elizabeth is working with Jackson to arrange a complete surgery. Gao Yu, the co-pilot, was somewhat shocked. How could Lin Chen, who only had good looks at school and nothing else, secure a job as a flight attendant for an airline company and arrange surgery for her mother? She stared at Lin Chen blankly, holding back her questions and not speaking them out loud. Lin Chen, the professional Wuling car king, arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng Airlines in the suburbs in the blink of an eye. When Gao Yu saw the word aviation, the passion that had been sealed in her heart for a long time arose spontaneously. This was her dream when she was young, and she had worked hard for this dream. Gao Yu, who has innate advantages, is absolutely outstanding in height, temperament, and manners. She stood at the gate of Jiangcheng Airlines, which made her feel emotional for a long time. Don't just stand there, let's go in. Although Lin Shen didn't have the heart to interrupt Gao Yu's memories, he still took her in. As soon as he took a step inside, Lin Shen was shocked by the scene in front of him. Banners reading "Welcome General Lin to inspect" were hung everywhere, from top to bottom, from left to right, from east to west, and from west to north. The electronic LED screens also scrolled welcome subtitles one after another. 2 rows of elegant, dignified, and generous stewardesses were lined up in an orderly manner in the airline's compound that was several hundred meters long. This is not necessary. Faced with so many flight attendants, Lin Chen was a little overwhelmed. Seeing so many beauties with pretty faces and long legs made her feel a little confused. Of course it is necessary. This is the first time that Mr. Lin has come to Jiangcheng Airlines. As employees, it is only natural for us to hold such a welcome ceremony. Lily, the personal secretary who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, walked towards Lin Chen slowly, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand and handed it to Lin Chen. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Hundreds of beautiful stewardesses shouted in unison, their sweet voices reaching the sky. The person who was most surprised at this moment was certainly not Lin Chen, but Gao Yu, who was trembling beside him. General Lin? Who is General Lin? Could it be that you are the General Lin they are talking about? Gao Yu's young face was full of disbelief. How did the poor boy who couldn't even afford to date girls in the class suddenly become the CEO of a top company like Jiangcheng Airlines? I'm sorry, I did hide it from you. I am the CEO here. If I told you the truth just now, you would definitely think I was a liar. Lin Chen explained to Gao Yu awkwardly. Gao Yu looked at the elegant and tall stewardesses in front of her, and she really wanted to join their ranks. Come in quickly, our stewardess has prepared a song and dance performance for you, Mr. Lin. You will definitely like it. Lily took Lin Chen and Gao Yu into the building amidst the line of flight attendants who were welcoming them. The magnificent hall is shocking enough. It is worthy of being one of the top 50 companies in Jiangcheng. It is so high-end. The flight attendants presented Lin Chen with songs and dances that they had carefully prepared with sweet smiles. I didn't expect our new president to be such a handsome guy. Oh my God, my girlish heart is melting. You haven't seen how charming the president is when he smiles. He's fair and clean, exactly my type. How can I catch such a top-notch, rich son-in-law? The flight attendants who were preparing for the performance backstage were talking a lot, secretly watching Lin Chen's every move through the gaps, and even thinking about the scene of Lin Chen holding himself in his arms. Lily served tea, fruit plates, and snacks to Lin Chen and Gao Yu. Gao Yu had never enjoyed such service before. In the bath center, she was always the one serving tea and water to others. By the way, Lily, I have another thing I need your help with today. Lin Chen found a suitable time to speak. General Lin, just give your orders. The girl next to you is my high school classmate. She is very passionate about the job of flight attendant and she has a good foundation. You can train her and then recruit her to work in our company. Lin Chen introduced Gao Yu to Lily. Of course, when this lady walked in, I felt that she was extraordinary and she is definitely suitable to be a flight attendant. Lily also likes Gao Yu very much, and she has no resistance to beautiful girls. The capable Lily did not hesitate at all and directly took out the airline contract for Gao Yu to sign. Gao Yu was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She thought she would have to spend the rest of her life in a dirty bathing center, but she didn't expect to be lucky enough to work as a flight attendant for an airline company. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks to her collarbone, and her delicate and touching appearance made people feel pity for her. Sign it now, you should be happy. Gao Yu wiped her red eyes with her sleeve and prepared to sign. But the internship date on the contract is tomorrow. That won't work. I can't come tomorrow. I have to go back to the bath center. I can't resign until the end of the month. Otherwise, I have to pay a penalty of 50,000. Gao Yu suddenly remembered this. Lin Chen didn't expect Gao Yu to be so persistent and always reluctant to part with the 50,000 yuan. Our airline welcomes you anytime, next month is not too late. Lily replied. After leaving the airline, Lin Chen did not waste a minute and went directly to Gao Yu's home. This is Damanu Village, the largest urban village in Jiangcheng. Although the people here live in the city, their lives are very hard due to their low family income, which forms a sharp contrast with the wealthy area across the street. Gao Yu's home is in a courtyard, which is damp and cold. Living in such an environment all year round, it would be strange if she didn't get sick. Lin Chen pushed open the door and saw Gao Yu's mother lying on the bed, dying. She suffered from leukemia and also had rheumatoid arthritis, periarthritis of the shoulder, cervical spondylitis, and other diseases. She was pale and had no strength at all. Chapter 140, Gao Yu's mother's treatment. Daughter, you are back. Who is this boy? Gao Yu's mother asked her daughter weakly. Gao Yu felt heartbroken every time she saw her mother in this state, but she also hated herself for being useless. She had no money to treat her mother's illness and could only rely on medication to maintain her mother's life. This is my classmate. We are taking you to see a doctor now. It is not a good idea to continue to treat your illness like this. Gao Yu has already provided her mother with clothes and daily necessities for hospitalization. No, my disease cannot be cured. It will only add burden to you, my child. I won't go to the doctor. Gao's mother is very stubborn and she doesn't want to see Gao Yu too tired. You can't say that. I'm a shareholder of a hospital in Zhengcheng. I can take you to any hospital for treatment without spending a dime. Don't worry. Lin Chen walked forward and whispered softly in Gao's mother's ear. Young man, you are already a shareholder of the hospital at such a young age? That's amazing. Do you have a partner? Are you or is still single? She is sensible and kind, a good girl. What Gao's mother was most worried about was her daughter's lifelong affairs, because the family was too poor and no one was willing to date Gao Yu. Mom, what are you talking about? Gao Yu's face turned red. She certainly felt that she was not worthy of Lin Chen and did not dare to have such feelings. Lin Chen just smiled faintly, then carried Gao's mother into the car and sent her to Elizabeth Hospital. Are you really a shareholder of Eliza? On the way, Gao Yu asked Lin Chen again and again, but Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing. After getting off the car, Zhou Zhang, Dr. Jackson, and a group of nurses were ready to go. They quickly ran over and took Gao's mother to the stretcher. Dr. Jackson, thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen was still very friendly when he saw Jackson again. My benefactor, don't worry, I will treat her like my own mother. Jackson's eyes were full of determination, and he put his utmost effort into this operation. After the medical staff carried Gao's mother to the emergency room, Zhou Zhang specially prepared the most upscale single room in the entire hospital for Lin Chen, which could be called a private apartment. Gao Yu and Lin Chen were brought in. In addition to high-end precision medical equipment, there were also a full range of household equipment. Gao Yu couldn't believe it. This was a huge contrast to her own cold and leaky bungalow. 2 hours later, Gao's mother was finally carried out. A tired Jackson came to Lin Chen to report the good news. That's great. Send this old man to the ward for recuperation. He will recover soon. Zhou Zhang arranged for the nurse to carefully transfer Gao's mother to the bed in this high-end ward. Gao Yu was taking care of him by the bed. Lin Chen, you are my Gao Yu's benefactor, I will definitely repay you. She looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of gratitude. It's just a small favor. You have to work harder this month, running back and forth between the hospital and the bath center. When Auntie's condition improves next month, you can concentrate on your work at the airline company. Lin Chen reminded her that his little effort changed Gao Yu's life trajectory, moving her from the bottom of society to the middle class. Lin Chen left the ward alone. Just as he got into the car, his childhood sweetheart Guo Qinxue called him. Brother Chen, I'm going to start graduate school tomorrow. You said you would send me a gift, so you can't go back on your word. Guo Qinxue's voice is still so sweet, and her coquettish voice makes people feel numb. Guo Qinxue is Lin Chen's best friend of the opposite sex, no doubt about it. Of course I won't regret it. Brother Chen will send you to school tomorrow. It's a deal then. I'll wait for you at 6 tomorrow morning. 6 o'clock in the morning? Isn't this going to kill me? Lin Chen is a veteran person who has trouble waking up. When he heard that he had to pick her up at 6 o'clock, he became very upset. Of course I have to leave early. Once I get to school, I have to report, get a dormitory, and get various documents. It will be very time-consuming. Guo Qinxue gave a long explanation. Well, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, in order to be able to send Guo Qinxue to school with full energy, Lin Chen deliberately went home to rest early. She also bought you Rose's favorite fried chestnuts and hawthorn strips. Lin Chen peeled the chestnut shells one by one and placed the chestnut kernels neatly on the plate. After Zhao Yuro got home from get off work, she saw the chestnuts and started eating them one by one without even taking off her shoes. I love chestnuts so much. I feel like I was a chestnut in my previous life. She snuggled in Lin Chen's arms contentedly and took the initiative to feed Lin Chen with her mouth. Oh, by the way, honey, tomorrow I'm sending my good friend to Jiangbei to report for school, but it's a female classmate. Lin Chen was worried that Yuro would be jealous. Go ahead, it's no big deal. Zhao Yuro has great confidence in Lin Chen. Lin Chen hugged his fiancée tightly, breathing in her fragrance. The next day, at dawn, Lin Chen was already ready and set off in his Lamborghini Hermes. Nowadays, parents of students attach great importance to their children's studies. For occasions like the start of school, Lin Chen also wants Guo Qinxue to have a good appearance. It would be cool to drive a sports car. Lin Chen tried his best to rush to Guo Qinxue's house, but he was still delayed for a while. Look at you, I knew you would be late. Guo Qinxue looked at Lin Chen, who came in a hurry with disdain. She is still wearing her favorite JK uniform today. The small suit and small tie on the upper body make her look energetic, and the short skirt and white stockings on the lower body can arouse others' desire to protect her. Guo Qinxue, with her sweet style, is still as charming as ever today. I have tried my best. I was only late for 20 minutes. It's not a big deal. Lin Chen shrugged, then put Chen Shue's small luggage into the only storage space in the front of the sports car. With sparks and lightning all the way, the two have arrived at the gate of Jiangbei University. Jiangbei University is the second largest university in North China. It is a double first-class university. Every day, many people are scrambling to study here. As it is a comprehensive university, the male-to-female ratio is 3:7. Most of them are capable girls, and they are all dressed up on the first day of school. Oh my god, even though I applied for the college entrance examination, the temperament of graduate students is really different from that of undergraduates. They are so good at dressing up. Lin Chen was already overwhelmed by the dazzling girls in the car, including not only lowly, but also mature women, punks, forest girls, etc. Hey, look at the road. You look so beautiful that someone who doesn't know you would think you're reporting here. Guo Qinxue looked at the lustful Lin Chen, feeling somewhat helpless. She had never expected that the boy she had known since childhood would be an LS. After Lin Chen's sports car entered the campus, it moved slowly and gradually advanced among the crowd. Oh my god, what kind of sports car is this? It's so cool. The key is that the owner is also handsome. Is she also one of our freshmen? What major and class is she in? I must add her on WeChat in the future. When the girls saw Lin Chen driving a supercar, they glanced at him secretly. Chapter 141 New Student Report. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed being stared at by so many girls, so he closed the convertible and slowly moved through the crowd towards the School of Economics and Management building where Guo Qinxue was. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. In the crowd, there was also a Lamborghini speeding, but the owner was quite uncultured, honking the horn frantically in the crowd, and there was a can of Red Bull on the roof of the car. Brother Chen, why is there a can of drink on the roof of that car? Aren't you afraid that someone will take it away? Guo Qinxue was a little curious. The city's tricks were too complicated and she didn't quite understand them. He just wants someone to take it away. Whichever girl takes the can of drink means that girl is willing to do that with him. Lin Chen tried his best to explain, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Do that? How come people still don't understand you when you're only halfway through your sentence? Guo Qinxue looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen scratched his head frantically but still found it difficult to speak. Fuck, the rich kid just likes to show off. Why is he honking his horn in a crowded place with so many people? Does he think driving a sports car is so great? Yeah, he's so uncultured. He even put a Red Bull on the roof of his car. Which girl would be interested in him? A few boys particularly disliked the pretentious guy driving a Lambo and were talking about him. The person sitting in the car was none other than Yang Baisheng, the second son of the Jiangbei Yang family. Although most people are unfamiliar with Yang Baisheng, his Yang group in the Dongfeng heavy machinery factory to which he belongs are well known. He is also the younger brother of Yang Wanli, the eldest son of the Yang family. Yang Baixing's academic performance was at the bottom of the school, but his second uncle Yang Weiguo was the president of Jiangbei University, so it was easy for him to get him in by using this relationship. Of course, his mind was not on studying. He just wanted to harm one female college student after another. This was his only pursuit. Yang Baixing held a cigarette in one hand and controlled the steering wheel with the other. His arrogant look made everyone on the road remember his face. At this time, a girl wearing revealing clothes and super tight leather pants confidently picked up the Red Bull on the roof of the Lambo, opened the bottle cap and drank it all. When Yang Baixing saw such a hot girl picking up his Red Bull, he knew what this meant, and the girl was already conquered by him. "Girl, get in the car." Yang Baixing threw a wink at the girl, then got out of the car and opened the passenger door of the sports car for her. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that rich men were always followed by gold-digging girls wherever they went. Everyone was envious. Isn't this Li Mengyue? When I was in college, she was known for being a promiscuous womanizer and had a very bad reputation at school. I didn't expect that she would get into another man's car on the first day of graduate school. Lin Chen was defeated by the values of today's girls. Can't they just work hard with their own hands? Why do they have to take shortcuts in life? Oh, I see, she took her Red Bull and got in his car, which means they are going to do that tonight. Guo Qinshui, who was slow to realize it, finally figured it out and sat in the passenger seat laughing foolishly. Girls nowadays are all like this. Guo Qinshui doesn't like to be with rich men, she just wants to study here seriously. Lin Chen brought Chen Shui to the downstairs of the School of Economics and Management, and then began to queue up to verify their identities and receive their admission documents. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and the late summer sun was still very hot. Looking at the endless team, Guo Qinshui's cheeks were sweating. After waiting in line for half an hour, Guo Qinshui was already exhausted and her feet were sore. That's not the case, is it? Why am I neither hot nor tired? Lin Chen said it casually, and Guo Qinshui thought he was bragging. In fact, it was the special physique rewarded by the system that took effect. Lin Chen gained endurance and physique 1000% higher than ordinary people, so the sun and standing for a long time were not too easy for him. Not to mention standing for half an hour, even if he stood still for 10 hours, Lin Chen would not feel anything at all. After waiting in line for more than 40 minutes, there were 3 students in front of them and it was about to be Guo Qinshui and Lin Chen's turn. Seeing hope, Guo Qinshui wiped the sweat off her face while thinking about taking her turn soon. Get out of the way, get out of the way. An extremely domineering man pulled an extremely sexy girl to cut in line, and he went straight from the back to the front of the line. This man is Yang Baixing, who was in the sports car just now, and this girl is Li Mengyue. Yang Baixing looked like the principal, and he didn't care about any students present. The Yang family is second only to the 4 major families in Jiangbei, so he has the confidence to be so rampant. Li Mengyue also had a feeling of being in power, and she was very arrogant when being hugged by Yang Baixing. Those long legs would rub against Yang Baixing from time to time, which was very charming. Hey, don't you know first come first served? Don't you know how to queue? We have worked hard to queue for an hour, why can you just cut in line just like that? The first boy in the team was very dissatisfied and he questioned Yang Baixing. Oh? First come first served? Did you know that the principal is my uncle? You and I will be first come first served? The corner of Yang Baixing's mouth twitched. He just wanted to walk sideways in this campus. Whoever dared to go against him would pay the price. Even if you are a relative and a graduate student, can you please have some manners and queue up when you need to? This boy still couldn't stand Yang Baixing and didn't back down. Damn it, you won't cry until you see the coffin. What's your name? Yang Baixing snatched the personal information from the boy's hand. He Dong, right? Okay, you don't have to queue up, because your student status will be removed from the academic affairs office from now on. Yang Baixing raised the corner of his mouth, then picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to someone. Who are you trying to fool? Even if you are a relative of the principal, you cannot just mess around with my student status. The young man who insisted on not letting Yang Baixing cut in line came to the window for handling the procedures for starting school. This boy is so handsome. We should not indulge this kind of dandy boy's bad habits. Well done. You are a graduate student and you still cut in line. How uneducated. The students behind applauded. Guo Qinshui felt relieved when she saw Yang Baixing was refused to cut in line. Lin Chen was very calm. He had seen many such pretentious men. If he liked to pretend, then let him pretend for a while. It was no big deal. Ho Tong? Please show me your admission letter and ID card. The teacher who was processing the admission procedures at the window took He Dong's ID and searched the school system. After searching 10 times, he still couldn't find his information. Chapter 142 Relatives of the Principal? I'm sorry, there is no He Dong among the freshmen of Jiangbei University. If you have any questions, you can go to the Academic Affairs office to ask in person. He Dong looked at the teacher at the window in confusion, and had to pack up his documents and leave the queue. Goodbye, I won't see you off. You don't have to go to the Academic Affairs office because your student status has been cancelled. Yang, never lie to anyone. Yang Baisheng showed an unbridled smirk, and his expression of being a bastard made people want to slap him. Is it really you who did this? I worked so hard to get into graduate school, why can you leave me with nothing with just one sentence? He Dong struggled and couldn't believe this reality. Because you are ignorant and have offended me, you should be punished. Yang Baisheng hugged Li Mengyue and came to the front of the queue. The lonely He Dong left trembling, feeling so sad that he could not even cry. My man is so handsome, Yaya loves him so much. Li Mengyue has no shame in flirting in front of everyone, which makes people feel sick. Damn it, this is too shameless, so infuriating. Guo Qinxue gritted her teeth. She was heartbroken to see this scene, but as a weak woman she could do nothing about it. The female classmate who was supposed to be at the front of the line to handle the procedures saw Yang Baisheng cutting in line, and even though she resisted in her heart, she did not dare to make any comments. The story of Ho Tong mentioned above is a bloody lesson. Yang Baisheng and Li Mengyue are both students of the School of Economics and Management. After completing the admission procedures, they went to the assigned dormitory building hugging each other. The atmosphere eased slightly only after the scumbag left the team. That slutty woman is also from the School of Economics and Management. Could she be assigned to the same dormitory as me? Guo Qinxue muttered to herself as she went to the dormitory building after completing the formalities. Lin Chen went with him to dormitory 202 as written in the document. As soon as they arrived at the door, an intoxicating smell of perfume hit them in the face. When I walked in, I saw Li Mengyue making the bed, and Yang Baisheng was helping the girl he just hooked up make the bed. Guo Qinxue was naturally disappointed to see these two people, but she did not dare to show her dissatisfaction. What if her student status was also revoked? She would lose the big picture for the small. Lin Chen didn't feel anything when he saw Yang Baisheng. As long as he didn't provoke him, Lin Chen didn't care. Which bunk do you want to stay in? Then let's take bunk number 2. It's closer to the balcony. Lin Chen put Guo Qinxue's luggage on bed number 2. But Yang Baisheng suddenly threw a pillow from Li Mengyue's bed number 1 to bed number 2, breaking Guo Qinxue's lotion and causing liquid to flow out of it. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, licked his dry lips with his tongue, turned around and looked at Yang Baisheng indifferently. I'm really upset by your ignoring me. When you see me, young Master Yang, shouldn't you take the initiative to say hello? Yang Baisheng took the initiative to cause trouble, and his nonchalant expression really deserved a beating. Guo Qinxue didn't want to cause trouble and was about to say hello, Mr. Yang, but was stopped by Lin Chen. Lin Chen still ignored the young man and continued to make Guo Qinxue's bed. Hey, you want to cause trouble? Yang Baisheng walked behind Lin Chen. I've already used my pillow to occupy this bed. Don't you have eyes? His desire to conquer was aroused, and Lin Chen's disregard made him uncomfortable. While questioning Lin Chen behind him, Yang Baisheng had already stretched out his arm, ready to push Lin Chen away from in front of shop number 2. Bang! Yang Baisheng aimed at Lin Chen's shoulder and slapped him with his palm. Lin Chen stood still without any movement, and his body did not tilt at all. However, because he did not adjust his center of gravity well, he was bounced to the ground by the reverse force. Don't you understand that forces act on each other? Lin Chen couldn't help but want to look at this young man who was asking for trouble. Then Lin Chen poured the 2 broken bottles of lotion on Yang Baisheng's head. Brother Chen, don't. Guo Qinxue saw that Lin Chen's counterattack made young Master Yang very embarrassed. She was worried that this powerful young master would do something bad to them, and she hinted anxiously in a low voice. You are so brave. You actually poured water on Master Yang. Yang Baisheng pointed at Lin Chen with his eyes wide open. Before he could finish his words, Lin Chen threw the pillow at his head again. This time, Yang Baisheng was completely ready to carry Lin Chen away. He stood up suddenly and swung his fist to hit Lin Chen's chest. Brother Chen, be careful. Guo Qinxue closed her eyes in fear. Bang! After the punch, Lin Chen didn't feel anything, just like being tickled. Instead, Yang Baixing's entire fist began to swell and turn red. Are you okay? Yeah, we'll help you massage. Li Mengyue immediately stuck to Yang Baixing and blew on his blue fist with her mouth. Go away! Yang Baixing burst into anger, staring at Lin Chen with a murderous look. However, Lin Chen was extremely calm. He continued to help Guo Qinxue make the bed at a leisurely pace. Guo Qinxue was shivering behind Lin Chen. As a little girl, she had never seen such a scene when she woke up, so she curled up subconsciously. Passers-by outside the dormitory gate heard unusual noises coming from dormitory 202, and saw that the dormitory was already surrounded by people in 3 layers inside and outside. There were also female students who originally belonged to this dormitory and had already completed the admission procedures. When they saw the 2 of them in this scene, they also retreated and dared not go in. The guy lying on the ground, isn't he the young man who cut in line just now and claimed to be the principal's relative? I didn't expect that he would end up like this. I think he deserves it. He thinks he can just walk around the school like a bully. There will always be someone to punish him. Seeing the disheveled Yang Baixing, passers-by at the door smiled happily. What's your name? Tell me your name right now. I'll make you regret it. Yang Baixing sat on the ground and roared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen. These 2 words came out of Lin Chen's mouth lightly. He was not afraid of any threat this country boy could pose to him. Just wait for me, I'll do it. Yang Baixing directly called his second uncle Yang Weigua, who is also the president of Zhongbei University. Uncle, Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Who is Lin Chen? What happened? Yang Weigua had no idea what his nephew wanted to express. I want you to expel this person from Zhongbei University. He is not worthy of being my alumnus. Yang Baixing looked smug and looked at Lin Chen frivolously. My dear nephew, even though your uncle is the principal, he cannot abuse his power. I will help you this time, but it won't happen again. Yang Weigua was also speechless. Getting such an unmotivated nephew into his school would be a disaster and would only bring trouble to himself. Chapter 143, Lin Chen is angered. Yang Weigua logged into the school's student registration system on his office computer, and there was no name called Lin Chen. Baixing, Lin Chen is not a new student in our school. Are you mistaken? Yang Weigua asked curiously. It shouldn't be like that. Yang Baixing stood up dazedly, then he realized that Lin Chen must have sent this JK girl there. He was not a freshman at all. He leaped forward and snatched Guo Qinshue's ID card from her hand. Your name is Guo Qinxue? It's a nice name, but it's a pity that the ignorant man next to you hurt you. When you were unable to go to school, you should have known that it was Lin Chen who hurt you. Yang Baixing looked at Guo Qinxue with evil eyes. He was a little attracted to this girl in white stockings and JK skirt. Second uncle, Guo Qinxue, you are right this time, expel this person from school. After hanging up the phone, Yang Weigua had already deleted all of Guo Qinshue's student information and file records from the school system. Guo Qinshue's eyes were already moist. She worked so hard for a year to get into graduate school, but she was unwilling to see it disappear like that. The students gathered at the door were all scared. Fortunately, this incident did not happen to them. It would have made people collapse. You can't mess with my man. The man likes his domineering. Li Mengyue was shaking around in the dormitory with her but sticking out. Yang Baixing couldn't wait to spend the night with this hot girl. They originally planned to clean up the dormitory and go straight to the hotel to do business, but they didn't expect Lin Chen to show up halfway. Yang Baixing has VIPs in every hotel in Zhongbei. He just booked a high-end couple-themed suite on Meituan and specifically asked the front desk to prepare a small safety umbrella for him in the room. Lin Chen's appearance spoiled the fun, but it wasn't a big problem. Get out of here right now, why are you still packing up? You are no longer students of this school, you need to understand the reality. Yang Baixing was very proud. Guo Qinxue took out the clothes from the suitcase and stuffed them back in one by one with a wronged look on her face. How could Lin Chen allow the girl next to him to suffer such injustice? I think your path is narrow. Lin Chen's cold words made the atmosphere stagnant. Immediately, Lin Chen sent a voice call to Zhao Yuro via WeChat. The Yang family is no longer of any use. Let Xian Xiaodong take action now. I want to make the Yang family disappear completely in Jiangbei. Zhao Yuro didn't know why the Yang family suddenly offended her husband, but since Lin Chen said so, she had to support him with all her strength. She quickly contacted Qian Xiaodong, the current rotating president of Dongfeng Heavy Industry Airport. Qian Xiaodong had long wanted to completely wipe out the Yang family's influence. Dongfeng Heavy Industry Airport is one of the most important enterprises of the Yang family, accounting for 60% of the assets of the Yang family. It was because of the intervention of the Shui family that Qian Xiaodong became the rotating president of this company. Qian Xiaodong immediately convened a shareholders' meeting. He had already contacted other external shareholders in advance and was ready to eliminate the largest shareholder of Dongfeng Heavy Machinery at the meeting, that is, Yang Baixing's uncle Yang Baogui. Yang Baogui is a veteran of this company. His status is well known, but he has a very poor vision for development and is extremely conservative. Qian Xiaodong conquered all shareholders except Yang Baogui and several Yang family shareholders through his ability, waiting for the day when he can become the president here completely. This day finally arrived. At the meeting, except for Yang Baogui and two small shareholders of the Yang family, everyone raised their hands to vote in favor of Yang Baogui leaving Dongfeng Heavy Machinery. Why? 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 At the shareholders' meeting, he asked questions continuously and it was unclear why he was kicked out. Originally I didn't want to be so anxious, but your nephew Yang Baixing offended Lin Chen, so I had to advance my plan. If you punish your nephew severely, maybe I will leave you some money for your retirement. I will also leave you assets such as villas and luxury cars. Otherwise, Qian Xiaodong's tone was merciless. The Zhao family is his benefactor, and Lin Chen is the son-in-law of the Zhao family, so of course he has to stand on Lin Chen's side. Mr. Qian, don't worry, I will definitely teach this ignorant nephew a lesson. At the conference, Yang Baogui called everyone directly to find out the whole story. Weigua, you need to get that girl's enrollment back, and then expel Baisheng and a girl named Li Mengyue. Do you hear me? Yang Baogui's tone was urgent. Expel our nephew? This. Yang Weigua felt a little embarrassed to take action. Why are you hesitating? If you hesitate any longer, Qian Xiaodong will kick me out. Yang Baogui lowered his voice, and one could imagine his anxiety. Yang Weigua had no choice but to do as he was told. After restoring Guo Qinshua's student status, he expelled his own nephew Yang Baisheng himself. In dormitory 202, Yang Baisheng personally called the dormitory manager and asked him to drive Lin Chen and Guo Qinshue, two outsiders, out. Auntie, these two people are not from our school. They don't have any student status. Please get them out of here. I don't want to see them. Yang Baisheng pointed at Lin Chen's nose and made some provocative gestures. Is this really the case? I will use my mobile phone to log into the school system and take a look. If they are really outsiders, I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities. The dormitory manager lowered his head and logged into the school website to verify. Ha, I just like to see you being unconvinced and unable to defeat me. Yang Baisheng shook his body, wishing he could provoke a tango here. Oh? Then I'd like to see who will have the last laugh. Lin Chen didn't care at all about Master Yang's ridicule and even wanted to laugh. Guo Qinshue? He is indeed a student of our school, and he was assigned to dormitory 202, that's right. After the dormitory manager verified it, Guo Qinshue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her student status was still there. What? How is this possible? I clearly asked my second uncle. Yang Baisheng didn't believe it. He thought there must be something wrong with the school's broken system. Auntie, please search the names Li Mengyue and Yang Baisheng again. Is he a student of this school? Lin Chen said to the dormitory manager. The dormitory manager searched 3 times but couldn't find these 2 names. The classmates in Guo Qinshue standing outside the door were all shocked. Yang Baisheng himself did not admit this fact. He then recalled that Lin Chen had just called someone for help. Could it be that his backers were more powerful than his? Hurry up and leave. All irrelevant people outside the school should leave immediately. Yes, you are not welcome here. You are such a lowly couple. Everyone cheered and let the 2 men leave. Under pressure, Yang Baisheng had to take Li Mengyue away. Chapter 144, Business War. Yang Baisheng, with his crooked mouth and eyes, naturally couldn't swallow this, but in this situation he had to get away quickly. His favorite thing in life was to show off, but he suffered a Waterloo in front of Lin Chen and failed in his first attempt. Before leaving, he glared at Lin Chen viciously. Lin Chen just sneered. Facing such a young man, he didn't want to show him any mercy. Lin Chen and Guo Chenxue instantly became the stars in the corridor, with everyone screaming and cheering. This is so shameless. This is what this kind of person deserves. It's so cool. The classmates came in excitedly to help Guo Chenxue clean up, and the scene was full of joy. My name is Yen Xiaoyu, just call me Xiaoyu. My name is Kong Weiman, you can call me Xiaoman, we will be roommates from now on. The students in dormitory 202 completed their reports one after another and introduced themselves to Guo Chenxue. At the bottom of the dormitory stairs, Yang Baisheng called his second uncle to inquire about the situation. Uncle, can you be more reliable? Didn't I ask you to delete the student name Guo Chenxue from the school? How come you deleted my student name? The puzzled Yang Baisheng insisted on getting an explanation. Nephew, do you know that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended? That Lin Chen knows Qian Xiaodong, and they threatened your uncle to remove him from the shareholders' meeting of Dongfang Heavy Industry Airport. Yang Weigui told all this to his nephew who was ignorant of the world. Damn it, I asked my dad to back me up. I really don't believe this. When has anyone in our Yang family ever been threatened by someone else? Yang Baisheng hung up the phone in anger and called his father Yang Jiangwo. Dad, an uncle named Lin Chen threatened me and asked my second uncle to expel me from Jiangbei University. You have to make the decision for me. Don't worry, son. Dad will make the decision for you. Yang Jiangwo only found out about all this 5 minutes ago. He was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. As the CEO of the Yang Group, he only admired the 4 major families. In his eyes, no one else was qualified to be superior to him. In the office, Yang Jiangwo's son Yang Wanli was standing nearby, plotting how to take revenge on Lin Chen and Qian Xiaodong. Father, we can only be invincible if we join forces with the Wu family. Yang Wanli vowed that this time, he would completely drive Qian Xiaodong out of the company. The scene of being kicked out of the Dongfang Heavy Machinery shareholders meeting is still vivid in my mind. Indeed, the Wu family, as a strong backer, can help us. Yang Wanli contacted Wu Zun specifically. Lin Chen again? I'm going to beat him to death this time. Wu Zun listened to Yang Wanli's story and was furious every time he heard the name Lin Chen. So what should we do? Yang Wanli asked. Since Lin Chen is helping Qian Xiaodong of Dongfang Heavy Industry Airport, let's start with Qian Xiaodong and make him disappear from Jiangbei forever. Wu Zun is so confident that his self-confidence is immeasurable. He has gathered more than half of the enterprises in Jiangbei to force Qian Xiaodong to step down, otherwise Dongfang Heavy Machinery Group will soon fall into a financial crisis. Qian Xiaodong was in the office and was shocked to learn that the Yang and Wu families were planning to attack him together. What? The Wu family? They specifically asked me to step down, or they would take action against our company? Qian Xiaodong never expected that he had no virtue or ability to deserve the Wu family, the most prestigious of the 4 major families, to target him. Mr. Qian, what should we do now? The assistant had been in the business world for so many years and was still at a loss. He had rarely seen a big family go to such great lengths to fight against a company. This series of actions also caught Qian Xiaodong off guard. In fact, it was the presence of Lin Chen behind the scenes that ignited Wu Zun's anger. Otherwise, the young master of the Wu family would not be willing to take action against Dongfang Heavy Machinery Group simply because of a kid like Yang Wanli. Qian Xiaodong thought for a long time at his desk. He looked in the background and saw that his company had not received any orders for several hours, and various businesses were forcibly intercepted by other friendly companies. The outbreak of such unethical business practices only means one thing: the business war has officially begun. With the Wu family's influence in Jiangbei, Dongfang Heavy Machinery Group will not be able to last long. Do I really have to voluntarily leave the shareholders' meeting before they will stop? Qian Xiaodong was reluctant to leave, but had to do so in order to save the company. Qian Xiaodong did not give up the last bit of hope and called Lin Chen. The Wu family, the Yang family and a group of Jiangbei companies have joined forces to force me to leave the management team. I can only give in. Qian Xiaodong's tone was full of helplessness. You're just giving in now? Leave it to me, I promise that the entire Yang group will belong to you, Qian Xiaodong. Lin Chen smiled calmly. Brother Lin? Are you kidding? How can this be possible? Let us wait and see. When Lin Chen learned that Wu Zun, the nosy waste, had intervened, it aroused his fighting spirit. In just 1 hour, Lin Chen had mobilized all his companies, including Jiangqing Airlines, Kelly's, Triumph Hotel, Orange Media, Mughal Media, Wuling Company, SCC, as well as international big-name groups such as LV and Givenchy, to impose counter-sanctions on companies involved in curbing Dongfeng heavy machinery. In addition, Lin Chen also contacted well-known companies such as the Zhao Group, the Shui family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangbei, and Jiangbei International Airlines to participate. After Wu Zun's allies learned that they were jointly sanctioned by so many large companies, they had to withdraw immediately and remain neutral in order to minimize the company's losses. The combined deterrent power of this series of groups is much greater than their influence. Mr. Wu, we at Zheng Group will take our leave first. We can't afford to fight this business war. Mr. Wu, our Duan family can't afford to waste any more time. My capital is about to be used up. Within 2 days, the companies that Wu Zun had assembled to force the Dongfeng Heavy Machinery Group to abdicate were attacked from all sides, especially by big companies like the Shui family, the Zhao Group, LV, and Givenchy, making it difficult for them to breathe. Wu Zun observed the current situation in disbelief. What the hell, no matter how powerful Lin Chen and Xian Xiaodong are, how could they link up so many companies to attack us in such a short time? Xian Xiaodong is just an unknown person, could it be that? Wu Zun frowned for a long time without calming down. Could it be that these companies have some relationship with Lin Chen? Wu Zun thought about it carefully, and this was the only explanation that made sense. Chapter 145 Saving People. Wu Zun's father Wu Guang rushed into Wu Zun's office with a ferocious look and questioned him. You prodigal son, our Wu family is about to be wiped out. Do you know how big a mess you have made? Nearly 10 powerful groups have jointly sanctioned us. Our Wu family is now the target of public criticism. No one is willing to stand up and help us at this time. All we can do now is wait for death. Wu Guang pointed at his son's nose and wanted to slap him. Ah? So serious? Wu Zun wanted to regret it at this time, but it was too late. Since Lin Chen wants to take action, no one can stop him. When the Wu family was in dire straits, the slightly weaker Yang family had officially announced its withdrawal from the Jiangbei business community. Xian Xiaodong took advantage of the situation and became the successor of one of the Yang family's enterprises, while Lin Chen became the largest shareholder with 65% of the shares. Although Xian Xiaodong became the CEO of the Yang family, Lin Chen, who holds a larger stake, is the real controller. All the luxury cars, villas, and luxury goods under the names of Yang Jiangwo and his sons Yang Wanli and Yang Baishang were confiscated. The 3 men in their family can only live a life worse than that of ordinary people. Get lost, stop bothering me. Why don't you look in the mirror? Are you worthy? You are a poor bastard with nothing. Li Mengyue pushed away Yang Baishang, who continued to pester her. She knew that the Yang family was already in decline and there was no point in continuing to fool around with Yang Baishang. So you are this kind of woman, you bitch. Give me back everything I bought for you. Yang Baishang had been spoiled since he was a child. No woman had ever dared to talk to him like this. He felt very uncomfortable the first time he experienced such a feeling. You incompetent bastard, I lost my postgraduate status at Jiangbei University because of you. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you're scolding me? I deserve the Maserati, suburban apartment, Gucci bag, and Chanel necklace you bought me these days. After saying that, Li Mengyue walked away with her but raised high, leaving Yang Baishang alone in the wind. Yang Wanli also wandered the streets. What he regretted most was offending a man named Lin Chen. Yang Jiangwo was even more speechless. He had worked hard to run his business, but in the end, all his efforts were in vain. Lin Chen, who became the largest shareholder of the Yang family group, saw his net worth rise by another 35 billion. Guo Qinxue, who was with Lin Chen, listened to Lin Chen making phone calls one after another, contacting one famous group after another. Only then did she know that her friend who grew up with her was actually the richest man in Jiangbei without a doubt. So you really are, really the richest man in Jiangbei? Based on what Lin Chen said on the phone, Guo Qinxue estimated that Lin Chen's net worth was hundreds of billions, enough to crush any current big boss in Jiangbei. Especially since she studied finance and management, she is even more sensitive to these things. That's not so accurate. The combined power of these prominent bosses in Jiangbei is not as good as me, so there is no comparison between me and them. Invisible pretense is the most deadly, and Lin Chen's simple words made Guo Qinxue dumbfounded. She only thought that Lin Chen was a small local tycoon who got rich after graduation, but now she knows that he is actually a tycoon who can shake up a region. After Guo Qinxue reported and was assigned a dormitory, the school did not start classes immediately. Instead, there was a 3-day break during this period to allow students to adapt to the living environment. Guo Qinxue came to the provincial capital. As a girl, she naturally wanted to go shopping, as she had not yet bought all her seasonal clothes. Lin Chen brought Chen Shui to the luxury goods street in Jiangbei, where world-famous brands gathered. This is incredible, I never thought I would stand in a luxury store to choose clothes. Guo Qinxue blushed as she looked at the clothes worth tens of thousands of yuan and stamped her feet in excitement. Just buy whatever you like. You were the only one who didn't despise me when I was broke. Now consider it as my repayment to you. Then I won't be polite. Guo Qinxue jumped around among the clothes racks like a cat, carefully selecting 2 cute Lolita jumpsuits. After putting on the clothes, Guo Qinxue has a unique charm. Fortunately, Lin Chen is not a Lolita complex, otherwise he would have fallen for her. After buying clothes, the two walked leisurely forward. The pedestrian street was crowded and very lively. At this moment, the LED advertising screen hanging on the second floor of the mall began to loosen, and below it was a young woman who was standing there making a phone call. Swish! The last screw holding up the huge billboard of dozens of square meters slipped quietly, and the huge object fell down with a loud bang. Get out of the way, there's danger. The billboard is falling down, run for your life. After a few screams, passers-by dodged immediately, but the young woman was wearing headphones and making a phone call, and seemed to have no awareness of all this. If she didn't get out of the way, someone might have died. Guo Qinxue tightly grasped Lin Chen's arm. She couldn't bear to see this tragic scene in front of her. The girl was well dressed, had an outstanding appearance, and a free and easy temperament. She was obviously the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. It would be such a pity if such an unexpected disaster were to strike us. Little girl, leave now, leave now. No, no. Passers-by shouted desperately at the girl who was right below the LED screen, but to no avail. The billboard had already fallen down and was about to cover her body. Everyone present held their breath. The girl sensed the danger and looked upwards with her clear eyes, then fear emerged in her eyes. But the danger has come. No, oh my God. Don't. The people around blocked their eyes, and Guo Qinxue was no exception. Only Lin Chen started accelerating and came to the girl like lightning. This speed is 100 times faster than that of ordinary people. Even the world-famous sprinter Bolt is nothing compared to him. Lin Chen buried the girl's body in his arms without any hesitation. What followed, of course, was the LED screen hitting Lin Chen's back hard. The loud noise made everyone open their eyes immediately. What happened? This can't be real? Passers-by couldn't believe their eyes. You looked at me, I looked at you, and I didn't know what happened in the short 2 seconds when they closed their eyes. You just saw a man helping the girl to withstand the fatal blow. The huge billboard hit Lin Chen. Even though he had a physique 1000% superior to that of an ordinary person, he still felt a heavy blow, causing his back to ache. Chapter 146, Jiangbei Jade Shop. The girl in Lin Chen's arms was so frightened that she slowly opened her eyes and didn't feel any pain at all. Is this heaven? Are you an angel? The girl opened her eyes dazedly and looked at the fair and clean Lin Chen hugging her tightly. She thought she had died and was now in another world. Of course not, if you want to hug me, just hug me, but can you please stop grabbing my butt? Lin Chen felt a pain behind his anus. It turned out that the girl was pinching it. Ah! The girl looked around and noticed the crowds of people rushing towards her. Then she realized that he was not in heaven. It was the man in front of her who helped her bear the weight of the billboard. Are you all right? You are such a good man, young man. The man who stood up for justice is so handsome. The people nearby came up to check on the injury. Are you injured? I'll take you to the hospital. The girl was so moved that she couldn't express it in words, and she spoke to Lin Chen hesitantly. Her name is Xiao Wanyu. She is a famous beauty in Jiangbei and also the daughter of the largest jade shop in Jiangbei. I'm fine, this weight isn't even enough to tickle me. Lin Chen just stretched lazily, then scratched his back sleepily. Guo Qinxue also hurried to Lin Chen's side and looked him up and down, but this man was alive and well, as if nothing had happened. You have a great physique, young man. You are in great shape. I have never seen a man with such a good physique as you in all these years. An old man couldn't help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Chen, Chen Shui, and an apologetic Xiao Wanyu. Handsome guy, how do you want me to repay you? You saved my life, and I, Xiao Wanyu, am not the kind of girl who doesn't repay a favor. Xiao Wanyu looked at Lin Chen obediently. No, I just can't bear to see a beautiful girl like you lying in the hospital for the rest of your life because of an unexpected accident. After saying that, Lin Chen prepared to leave with Gui Qinxue. My benefactor, please don't leave. Today is the annual anniversary of our Zhongbei Jade shop. There are many jade exhibits and auctions. You can try your luck. Xiao Wanyu wanted to bring Lin Chen to her home and let his father Xia Cheng thank Lin Chen properly. Lin Chen has been interested in jade since he was a child. He likes the delicate and translucent feeling, but because his family has no money, he does not have more opportunities to come into contact with jade. Xiao Wanyu's words aroused Lin Chan's long-dormant interest. Zhongbei Jade auction? Then I'd like to go with you to see what it's all about. It was just shopping anyway, so Gui Qinxue didn't mind going to the jade shop at all. The three of them came to the largest jade shop in Zhongbei together. There were already crowds of people at the entrance, and many noblemen were dressed in their best clothes. They were here to buy some rare gems. What these rich young masters love most is collecting, and Zhongbei Jade Shop has many treasures, so it is worth a visit on this anniversary day. Hey, isn't this our beautiful Wanyu? She is really beautiful today. Can I invite you to dance with me later? The one who took the initiative to chat was Ji Fan, the young master of the Ji family, one of the four major families in Zhongbei. Ji Fan could be described as a graceful beast in human clothing. On the surface, he looked like a decent human being, but in fact, he was doing some inhuman things. Ji Fan has been pursuing Xiao Wanyu for a long time, but Wanyu knows his character and knows that they are not suitable for each other. Ji Fan kept pestering her, which made Xiao Wanyu very annoyed. I'm not feeling well today, so I may not be able to dance with you. Please find another partner. Xiao Wanyu politely declined, as he didn't want to offend the Ji family. The Ji family is a heavyweight family among the four major families. They basically monopolize all large and small industrial manufacturers in Zhongbei. That won't do, Miss Xia, you really won't give me Ji Fan this little favor? If you serve me well, I will take the lead in driving up the price of the jade at the auction, so that your Zhongbei Jade shop can make a lot of money. Ji Fan put his hands on his hips, looking very conceited. Unnecessary. Xiao Wanyu didn't want to pay any attention to this arrogant guy. No man who relied on his family's wealth was a good person. Then don't regret it later, my little beauty. Ji Fan walked in with swagger. Today's jade event was about to begin. Xiao Wanyu also formally invited Lin Chen into the hall. Among the crowd stood an elegant middle-aged man, Xiao Wanyu's father, Xia Donghai. He was a well-known figure in the antique world. When it came to antiques, there were few items that Xia Donghai didn't know. Daddy, I almost injured my hand today, and a handsome boy saved me. Please help me repay him. Xiao Wanyu was like a little princess, holding Xia Donghai's hand and acting coquettishly. Oh? Is my baby girl okay? Xia Donghai eagerly observed whether his daughter had any injuries. You're the one who saved my daughter? Thank you so much. I'll give you a seat in our VIP section. You can watch our show first, and then you can join the auction with everyone else. If you're lucky, you can get a treasure worth hundreds of millions with just a few dollars. Xia Donghai arranged Lin Chen and Gui Qinxue to sit together with the bigwigs and celebrities of Zhongbei, and had them sit in the first row of the guest seats. After Lin Chen took his seat, there was a lot of criticism from all around him. Young man, don't overestimate your abilities. This is the VIP seat, and all the people sitting here are Zhongbei big shots. Why are you, a 20-year-old brat, joining in the fun? Lu Mingfei, the CEO of Lu Group, looked at Lin Chen ferociously. That's right. You don't even look in the mirror when you sit in this position. Don't you know you are not qualified? The Wang family also followed suit and criticized Lin Chen. Ji Fan witnessed all this and of course felt familiar with Lin Chen. Just now, Xiao Wanyu ignored me because there was this tender and delicate guy standing next to her. Security, kick that yellow-haired boy out. He has no right to be on equal footing with me. When Master Ji Fan gives an order, the security guards must of course obey. Brother, please leave here. No one is allowed to approach the VIP seats now. The security guard was also in a difficult situation and said to Lin Chen. Oh? What if I have a VIP invitation? Lin Chen took out the VIP card that Xia Donghai handed to him personally. The security guard naturally had nothing to say after seeing it and could only treat everyone equally. Lin Chen shrugged. These people around him seemed to be tycoons, but in fact they were a group of short-sighted guys. Ji Fan was somewhat dissatisfied, and he was determined to make Lin Chen look bad. As Xia Donghai announced the start of Jiangbei Jade Shop's anniversary celebration, the dancers' graceful dancing ignited the whole audience, and many big Chinese singers were invited to cheer. Chapter 147 Anniversary Event. Hu Yanbing, Lin Xiajie and others were very familiar with Lin Chen. They came to him and asked about his well-being right after the performance. Who is this guy? Why is he talking to a famous star? Isn't he just an ordinary brat? He does look familiar to me. He must be the male lead in the recent hit TV series The Condor Heroes. The big guys around looked around at Lin Chen. This further aroused Ji Fan's desire to conquer. Even if Lin Chen was a TV star, he would not show mercy. After the special program, the next part was a beautiful and romantic dance session, where people at the scene could freely form teams of men and women to dance on the stage. Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue were not very good at this kind of social dance, so they could only watch these old ladies and young masters hugging each other in the audience. Ji Fan couldn't sit still either. He was looking for a target among the shameless ones. Since Xiao Wanyu didn't agree to dance with him, he couldn't just hang himself on a tree. As soon as Ji Fan left, Xiao Wanyu appeared beside Lin Chen. May I invite my great benefactor to dance with me? She specially changed into a white floor-length dress that matched the dim light and soft music, and the pair of white lace gloves made the girl look more mature. Not to mention Lin Chen, even Guo Qinxue standing next to him couldn't resist such a beauty. Sorry, you should find someone else, I'm not very good at dancing. Lin Chen quickly refused, because Xiao Wanyu's long skirt had no clothes covering the back and waist. If he danced with Miss Xia, where would he put his hands? Xiao Wanyu is a person of temperament. She doesn't care about all that. Even if Lin Chen refuses, she won't give up. She pulled Lin Chen up from the chair with one hand, then put Lin Chen's left hand on her jade white shoulder, and put the other hand on her waist. This softness and feminine aspect made Lin Chen a little confused. It doesn't matter if you can't dance, I can teach you. I've been dancing since I was 6 years old, and there's no student I can't teach. Xiao Wanyu smiled sweetly, then took the initiative to set the rhythm and let Lin Chen sway with her body. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva and decided to go all out and finish the dance quickly. When Guo Qinxue saw Lin Chen dancing with another girl, she would be lying if she said she didn't feel anything, as a hint of jealousy already welled up in her heart. Ji Fan finally found a hot girl in revealing clothes in the crowd. The girl was also very understanding and rushed directly into Ji Fan's arms. The two of them danced and embraced each other in an ambiguous manner. Accompanied by music and dance steps, Ji Fan unexpectedly met Xiao Wanyu. Didn't you say you were not feeling well and didn't want to dance? Ji Fan was furious when he saw his beloved sister dancing with Lin Chen, and it was such an intimate ballroom dance. I was not feeling well just now, but I feel much better now. Xiao Wanyu replied disdainfully. The girl in Ji Fan's arms suddenly lost its appeal, and he only had Xiao Wanyu in his eyes. Ji Fan only has Lin Chen as his thorn in his side. Then I'll have some fun with you. If you dare to flirt with the girl I like, you'll have to wait for me. Ji Fan appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he was already humiliating Lin Chen in 1,000 ways, just like in a short movie. Xiao Wanyu was very gentle. She tried her best to take care of Lin Chen's dance steps, actively adapted to Lin Chen's rhythm, and then corrected him bit by bit. Under the guidance of this good teacher, Lin Chen quickly mastered the essence of ballroom dancing. Then, it was Lin Chen's showtime. After understanding the essentials of the dance, he performed the dance with just the right amount of rigidity and flexibility in his body. Even in front of Lin Chen, Xiao Wanyu, a professional dance expert, sighed. You are so talented. Your physique is born for dancing. You said you have never danced before. This is incredible. Even the world's top dance experts today were not even 1/100th as good as you when they first started dancing. Xiao Wanyu felt very ashamed when she saw that the degree of stretch and the range of movement could be described as beautiful. After practicing dance for more than 10 years, she began to feel the gap between people. I've never danced before, but my physique is better than most people, so I can learn faster. I was able to hold up the billboard for you just now because of my extraordinary physique. Lin Chen scratched his head. He didn't expect that his physical system was so awesome. Xiao Wanyu looked at Lin Chen in amazement, and then groped Lin Chen's muscles up and down with her slender fingers. Although Lin Chen is thin, with the support and help of the system, the muscles in his thin body have become quite developed and strong, with a density about 100 times higher than that of ordinary people. Even professional basketball, football, and rugby players can hardly match this exaggeration. No, this is not good. You are the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Lin Chen quickly moved Xiao Wanyu's hand away from his body. Xiao Wanyu laughed secretly. Lin Chen's damn charm made her unable to control herself. After the dance session ended, the climax of the Jade Store's anniversary celebration had just begun. Now I declare that the Jiangbei Jade Shop's anniversary jade auction has officially begun. Please move to the exhibition center in Area C. With Xia Donghai's call, the most exciting auction session of the Jade Shop officially began. The nobles were overjoyed. Their goal was to take the treasures home and collect them. They didn't care about the price at all. Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue walked slowly until they saw Area C, which made their eyes light up. The endless exhibition stands were filled with all kinds of precious jades. In addition to the exquisitely carved and flawlessly crafted finished products, there were also many newly excavated jades. Jade comes from magma tens of kilometers underground, erupts through cracks in the ground, and then forms through crystallization. Although these jades look rough, there must be some rare and precious pieces among them. There is little point in auctioning the finished products, only these jades are the top priority. Some jades are auctioned for hundreds of millions, but after processing, they may only be sold for tens of thousands. Some jades are auctioned for a dozen yuan, but they may be sold for hundreds of millions or even billions. If you are not an expert in jade, it is easy to make mistakes. This is so beautiful. I've never seen so many beautiful jades at the same time. Guo Qinshue's girlish heart was overflowing. Looking at the various kinds of dazzling jades, her heart was surging. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh that the largest jade shop in Jiangbei was indeed extraordinary. As the bell rang, the jade auction officially began, starting from booth number 1 in Area C, and the auction was carried out piece by piece. The lion head jade starts auction at 3 million. 4 million. 4.5 million. 5 million. The host ignited the scene, and the young masters were not to be outdone. Each one was more arrogant than the other and made bids without blinking an eye. Chapter 148, Summoning System Jianyu. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times, deal. The number 1 unpolished jade lion head was bought by a Mr. Li Xing from Jiangbei at a high price of 5 million. The auction of item number 2 is now underway. There were screams one after another, and they were all amazed at the young men's thoughtless increase in price. Lin Chen also had some knowledge about jade, but he was not very interested in the jade pieces in front of him. Although they were expensive, they were not expensive enough to attract Lin Chen. He came to the jade exhibition area, and he thought he could make a fortune with these broken stones. Brother Chen, can you identify jade? Guo Qinxue asked curiously. Not really. Then why are we looking at these stones? Let's try our luck. What if I get lucky? Lin Chen smiled indifferently, then dragged Chen Shui to booth number 9, which had the lowest quality. All the jade stones on display here have been preliminarily identified as waste rocks with a 99% chance of being waste stones. The possibility of actually containing jade is only 1%, let alone rare and high-quality jade. Xiaohu's documents are protected from piracy. Choose Xiaohu from the book search robot. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Those big shots would basically stop at booth 8 and wouldn't even look at booth 9. Only a few poor people who sneaked in would take a few more glances, but they would leave immediately. These waste stones sparked Lin Chen's interest. He had a strong feeling that there was something mysterious hidden in these so-called wastes. Ha, isn't this the pretty boy who just danced with Wanyu? Don't you know that booth 9 is full of waste stones? But it's understandable, waste stones admiring waste stones, it can also be considered mutual appreciation. Ji Fan swaggered around and, along with his assistant, mocked Lin Chen unscrupulously. Guo Qinxue subconsciously hid behind Lin Chen, feeling a little scared. Don't look down on these broken stones, you are still too young. Lin Chen didn't want to pay attention to Ji Fan, because no one could show off in front of him. Young man, don't waste your time. The probability of these stones containing good jade is 1 in 10,000. Do you think this good luck will befall you? Ji Fan's assistant also complained, and then the two turned and left. This assistant is over 60 years old. He is Miao Si, the most authoritative treasure appraiser in Jiangbei. He is also very knowledgeable about jade. This time, Ji Fan called him here just to bid for a stunning piece of jade. Miao Si and the eldest young master of the Ji family quickly flashed through the various booths and soon captured an ordinary piece of jade at booth number 6. This piece of jade is a little yellowish. As expected, it is the famous Hetian yellow croaker. This kind of jade is produced in West China province. It is extremely rare and has a very high collection value. Many people present came for this piece of Hetian yellow jade, but they didn't even know that this piece of jade was hidden in the stone. That's it. I, Miao Si, guarantee it with my lifelong reputation. It's the Hotan yellow croaker. Even if we spend tens of millions of yuan to buy it, we will definitely make a profit because it will be worth nearly 100 million after carving. Miao Si is very confident. As an expert in this field, he believes in his own vision. Very good, I hope you won't let me down. Ji Fan nodded with satisfaction. The first piece of jade in booth number 6 made him eager to try it out. When the host focused everyone's attention on this ordinary jade artifact, Ji Fan directly offered 20 million. Woohoo, this is unbelievable. Mr. Ji Fan asked for 20 million for this stone. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? The host was also confused. Ji Fan sat in the audience, legs crossed, determined to get the Hetian yellow croaker. This stone is definitely not simple. Miao Si, who is beside Ji Fan, is a well-known figure in the antique world. He will definitely not make a mistake. Let's try together and see if we can take this stone home. Yes, Ji Fan can't enjoy this bargain all by himself. The other young masters were also talking about it and were ready to fight with Ji Fan. 24 million. 26 million. 30 million. The sounds of price increases continued, and many people joined in. Compete with me? Are you qualified? Ji Fan frowned, straightened his body, and prepared to confront this group of ignorant people. 50 million. Ji Fan raised the price by nearly double in an instant, and the scene fell into complete silence. As expected of Master Ji, he is really rich. He actually bid 50 million for a piece of stone. The only one who can be so generous is Ji Fan. When the guests in the audience heard such a sky-high price, they all backed off. I'll give you 70 million. At the auction, a young man from Kyoto wanted to compete and raised the price a lot. Ji Fan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that there was such a stubborn person. He was ready to continue raising the price. Young master, please think twice. This piece of Hetian yellow croaker is only worth a little over 100 million after it is excavated. It doesn't make much sense to buy it for 90 million now. Miao Si persuaded earnestly. But Ji Fan didn't listen at all and directly took the stone back at a high price of 90 million. It also achieved the largest transaction volume of Jiangbei Jade Shop so far today. Master Ji is mighty and magnanimous. When Xia Donghai heard the news, he quickly asked his beautiful assistant to send fruit plates and gifts. I just want Xiao Wanyu to come and rub my shoulders, I don't want anything else. Ji Fan is very purposeful. Although Xia Donghai loves his daughter very much, he has to agree to the request of Ji Fan, a wealthy man who offered 90 million yuan. Xiao Wanyu was also very reluctant, but still appeared behind Ji Fan and massaged his shoulders. It's so comfortable, so comfortable. Ji Fan was so immersed in the enjoyment that he closed his eyes. At this time, Lin Chen was at booth number 9, still groping around. Lin Chen had no clue and could only call the system in his body. Master System, please come out quickly, I have something important to ask you. System connection in progress, what can I do for you, host? Among all these broken stones, is there any precious one? Lin Chen communicated with the system cautiously, not daring to make too much noise for fear that Guo Qinxue next to him would hear it. The last piece is white jade, priceless. The system contains all the world's big data and condensed information databases, so it knows everything about common sense and nature. Really? Sheep. Sheep fat white jade? Lin Chen had heard of this most precious jade in the world a long time ago. It is one level higher than the Hetian yellow croaker. It is said that the emperor's jade seals in ancient times were made of this mutton fat jade. People who own mutton fat jade can be said to have a luxurious life. Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. Don't question the system, beware of punishment. No, goodbye, Master System, goodbye. After Lin Chen comforted the system to sleep, he quickly signaled to the host that he wanted to take a picture of the broken stone. Chapter 149, White Jade? But the host ignored Lin Chen because the broken stones at booth number 9 were not good enough, and even if they were sold, the jade shop would not make any profit. Fortunately, Xia Donghai knew that Lin Chen was his daughter's savior, so he asked the host to move to booth number 9. Ah, someone actually bought the broken stone from Channel 9. This is so funny. What's the point of taking this broken stone home? You are such an idiot. All the young men present laughed at Lin Chen, including Ji-fan. Lin Chen didn't care about the shouting of these unknown people at all, while Guo Chenxue stood up for her brother Chen, saying that these people were really going too far. Miao Si, who was beside Ji-fan, always felt something was not right, so he went to booth number 9. Although the last piece of jade was inferior to ordinary jade and had no potential to be a gem, he had never seen its texture in veins before, and its light beige color seemed very rare. The auction is now officially open. The starting price is 15 yuan. The host shouted out the price, and the whole room burst into laughter. In such an occasion, a dozen yuan seemed to be just a show of grandstanding. I'll give you 20 yuan. Lin Chen was the only one in the room who was bidding, and everyone else was just watching the joke. 20 yuan for one time. 20 yuan for 2 times. The host wanted to quickly end this awkward auction. It was hard to understand why a piece of broken stone was worth buying. Miao Si came to Ji-fan panting. Master Ji, I think you should grab this broken stone. Maybe a miracle will happen. There was an unprecedented seriousness in Miao Si's eyes. You want me to compete with a stupid boy for a 15 yuan stone? Do you want me, Ji-fan, to make a fool of myself in front of so many people in Jiangbei? Ji-fan pointed at Miao Si's nose and cursed. Master Ji, that's not the case. I just think this stone is very unusual. Miao Si continued to persuade. Get out of here, you old loser. Ji-fan was annoyed by what he heard and drove Miao Si out. Master Ji, my premonition is getting stronger and stronger. That stone is really unusual. You must think twice before you act. Miao Si left the venue while shouting at Ji-fan at the top of his lungs. Not only Ji-fan, all the young masters present did not believe that the plain-looking stone could become a rare treasure, and they simply ignored it. Xiao Wanyu, who was watching silently at the scene, was also very confused. Why did her benefactor have a special liking for a broken stone worth more than 10 yuan? Xia Donghai seemed to be thinking about something. When he was bringing in this cart of jade into the quarry, an old miner who was nearly 100 years old told him that there were some rare treasures among the goods, some of which were rare gems in China in the past 300 years, so he should pay more attention to them. Of course, Xia Donghai didn't care much about it and just said a few words to deal with it. Now he felt some clues. Could it be? This is the stone? Xia Donghai was hesitant. On the one hand, he didn't want this treasure to fall into the hands of others, even if that person had saved his daughter. But on the other hand, he was worried that he would become a laughingstock in the whole audience if he competed with a young man in his early 20s for this broken stone. $20 for 3 times, deal. With the host's final decision, the broken stone fell into Lin Chen's hands for 20 yuan. Xia Donghai missed the best time while hesitating, and now it is too late. He can only hope that this is just a worthless piece of rotten stone and not a treasure. There was even more booing, and all the criticism and attacks were directed at Lin Chen. What's the big deal about taking a picture of a broken stone? Do you want to take it home as a tribute? How many of the items in booth number 9 are good? Do you really think a miracle will happen to you? Passers-by were talking to each other, just wanting to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself as soon as possible. Lin Chen ignored these voices. He just wanted to touch his treasure as soon as possible. He believed that the system's choice would not be wrong. Hey, slow down, don't break it. Seeing that the staff was so rude to the treasure he had carefully selected, Lin Chen couldn't help but go up and complain. Just be content. It's good enough that we didn't chop it up. Why do you still ask for so much? One of the fat guys among the staff had an even worse attitude. Normally, he would only be careful and cautious with good quality products worth over $1 million, and he didn't care at all about this defective product. Bang! With a crisp sound, the pitch-black jade was dropped to the ground by Xiao Pang due to his mistake. The black shell of the jade began to spin, and a few faint white lights were reflected from it. Now everyone noticed this dazzling and clear light, and their eyes shifted at the same time. Damn it, useless thing. Lin Chen was very angry. He drove Xiao Pang away from the jade and picked it up carefully himself. As it was lifted upwards, the outer debris continued to fall off, and the fragments fell to the ground one after another, revealing more white jade. What is this? There is actually jade inside the broken stone? Is white jade our jade? Why have I never seen it before? The host also came over and talked to himself in front of the microphone. Many experts who knew about jade were also confused and quickly left their seats and gathered around Lin Chen. Oh my god, a white unpolished jade, could it be, could it be? Xia Donghai's whole body was limp, and he slumped in the chair, mumbling something weakly, which even he himself could not hear clearly. Father, what's wrong with you? Xia Wanyu came to look after her father, worried that something might happen. That piece of jade, that piece of jade, that piece of jade is... Xia Donghai's eyes widened. This feeling of tension had never been so strong before. What is it? Xia Wanyu was very anxious, but she couldn't hear anything clearly from her father's mouth. What kind of jade is this? What kind of jade is this? I've had green, yellow, and black jade on my nails, but I really don't know what this thick off-white jade is. The onlookers were talking about it, but still had no idea. Lin Chen slowly and carefully cleared away the broken stones around the jade, until he peeled off the last piece of debris from the jade. Only then was the true appearance of the jade that he had won in a 20 yuan auction revealed to the public. This piece of jade is clear yet thick, solid yet spiritual, and the whole piece of jade exudes a sense of majesty and solemnity. I know, this is mutton fat white jade, the most precious jade in the history. A sharp voice rang out from the crowd. It turned out that Miao Si was not willing to give up after being driven out, so he sneaked in through the door again just to see what was going on. The first time he saw the jade, Miao Si knew that it was a rare treasure that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chapter 150 Chapter 150, Grabbing the Jade. What? White jade? Are you kidding? Mutton fat white jade? Everyone thought that this person was joking, but when they turned around, they saw that it was Miao Si, who represented the authority in the antique world, and they were all shocked. Fuck, a piece of broken stone I bought for 20 yuan turned out to be mutton fat white jade? Ji Fan still refused to admit it and he stood up to criticize. I'm sure this is mutton fat white jade. My master saw a piece of mutton fat jade in the past. He also told me its characteristics orally. It is exactly the same as the jade in this brother's hand. Miao Si shouted at the top of his lungs, and he himself did not dare to admit that as a professional antique lover, he would die without regrets to have seen such a treasure in his lifetime. You old man, you're talking nonsense. Throw him out. Ji Fan didn't want to listen anymore, so he ordered his followers to carry him and throw him out to the main road outside the jade shop. The atmosphere became stagnant. No one dared to speak. They just stared at the jade in a daze. This piece of mutton fat jade is as big as a palm and is worth at least 3 billion yuan. Xia Donghai, who took a long time to recover, walked from the crowd to the front row and spoke in a low voice. 3 billion? I bid 3 billion worth of jade for 20 yuan? This. What a piece of shit luck. This kid is going to become a phoenix. Although the young masters came from wealthy families, most of their total assets were less than 3 billion. Lin Chen became a wealthy man with a piece of jade. The whole audience was shouting like crazy, regretting why they didn't try to bid with Lin Chen just now. The one who regretted the most was Xia Donghai. He had already noticed that there was something wrong with the stone, but he missed the opportunity because of hesitation. Stop chattering, it's annoying. Help me pack up the treasure. Lin Chen hates people who are full of jealousy the most. Xiaopeng's eyes were blank, and he quickly took out the highest standard jade packaging box and bag, wrapped it carefully, and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen handed it to Guo Qinshui calmly, without showing any sign of being reluctant to let it go. No rich man in the whole Jiangbei could be so elegant and calm. After Guo Qinshui took the packaging bag, she hugged it tightly in her arms, worried that her stumbling would cause the 3 billion to go to waste. From time to time, she would secretly peek at the true appearance of the mutton fat jade through the gap in the packaging bag, and it was truly amazing. Why are you pretending to be such a jerk? You spent 20 to buy a 3 billion treasure, and you are so calm? You are such a jerk. Yeah, why are you pretending to be so reserved in front of us? Are you showing off to us? The young masters were blinded by jealousy, and the corners of their mouths kept twitching. Haha, let alone 3 billion, even if it's 30 billion, I don't feel anything. If it's 300 billion, I might be excited. Lin Chen left this remark with disdain, and then left with Guo Qinshui. This kind of aloofness made Xia Wanyu's heart beat fast. She knew that she had been charmed by her benefactor. This kind of feeling had never appeared to anyone else before. Xia Wanyu also followed him out quietly. He hadn't asked for Lin Chen's contact information or added his WeChat ID yet. How could he just disappear in the crowd? At the auction, they still couldn't get over the aftershocks of Lin Chen's trick. Ji-fan was the first to come out of the aftershocks. He transformed his jealousy into anger, and then into hatred. You guys, take this jade back for me. How can he deserve something that our Ji-fan can't get? Beneath Ji-fan's gloomy face was an evil smile. Master Ji, rest assured. We can easily subdue that pretty boy. The white jade will definitely be yours. Several younger brothers rushed out of Jiangbei Jade shop. Their target was Lin Chen, who had just left. Xiao Wanyu, who was about to follow Lin Chen at the door, heard this conversation and was instantly filled with fear. No, you absolutely cannot hurt my benefactor. Xiao Wanyu also ran at the same speed as she did in the 800-meter physical test at school and caught up with him, wanting to tell Lin Chen the unfavorable news in advance. On the way, Guo Qinxue held the bag of mutton fat jade tightly in her hand. Her hands were full of sweat, but she didn't dare to wipe them, for fear that something might go wrong during the process. Hey, big sister, why are you so nervous? It's just an object, right? There's no need to be so nervous, right? Lin Chen laughed at his good friend, who was so serious that his brows were even a little furrowed. 3 billion? If I can sell it for 3 million, I can buy 1,000 of me. I certainly can't take it lightly. It would be terrible if it broke. Guo Qinxue tried hard to do mental arithmetic, but such a large number was indeed difficult for her. What? You are worth 3 million. No one wants you even at 300 yuan. Lin Chen smiled evilly. You're so annoying, how can you say that to me? Guo Qinxue raised her leg and kicked Lin Chen, her JK skirt fluttering in the wind, her long legs making people drool. The two who were playing and fighting were about to have a meal to satisfy their hunger, but unexpectedly they heard a burst of urgent shouting from behind them. Get out of the way. The piercing sound came from a girl behind him. Just as Lin Chen was about to look back, a 2-meter-long wooden stick appeared above his head. Bang! With a loud bang, the wooden stick hit Lin Chen's head, and cracks appeared on the stick. Brother Chen? Are you okay? Guo Qinxue had no time to care about the white jade in her arms. After putting it on the ground, she immediately looked after Lin Chen. Xiao Wanyu also trotted all the way and came to Lin Chen. The big man holding the stick was very proud, and he fixed his eyes on the piece of mutton fat white jade. Brothers, the mutton fat jade that young Master Ji has set his eyes on must be returned to him. The group of people ignored Lin Chen and rushed towards the box containing the treasure. Everyone held this treasure tightly in their hands as if it were the moon. Brothers, let's retreat. We will send this treasure back, but we have already set up a job. Master Ji will definitely reward us. The younger brothers all smiled happily and ran away. Hey, that's our mutton fat jade, you are robbing it. Guo Qinxue shouted loudly, but it was of no use. The bandits ran away without even looking back. Lin Chen was basically unaffected after being hit. After scratching his head, the corners of his mouth raised evilly. You're still laughing. Even if you have the iron head skill, you can be fine with a blow from a stick, but the mutton fat jade worth 3 billion was snatched away just like that. How can you still laugh? Xiao Wanyu had no idea what Lin Chen was thinking. The real jade is with me. Lin Chen took out a shiny mutton fat jade from his trouser pocket. The heavy jade made people excited. Chapter 151, Class Meeting. Brother Chen is so smart, what do they have in their hands? Guo Qinxue asked curiously. The box contains sulfuric acid spray. The first person to open the box will be burned by the liquefied sulfuric acid gas. Although they will not go blind, their vision will be greatly reduced, and their skin will be burned over a large area. Lin Chen didn't want to be so cruel, but since Ji-fan dared to set his sights on him, he must be punished. Sulfuric acid spray, will it disfigure your face? Guo Qinxue pondered. In that case, I want to see what this young master of the Ji family can do to pick up girls. No woman would be willing to pay attention to him just because he has money. Lin Chen smiled contemptuously and walked forward. Tonight is Jiangbei University's opening ceremony. It will be very grand. I am looking forward to it. After 2 days of traveling in Jiangbei, school finally officially opened. Guo Qinxue couldn't hide her inner restlessness, and she followed Lin Chen like a little rabbit. I also want to watch the opening ceremony. Can you take me with you? Xiao Wanyu didn't want to leave Lin Chen and wanted to follow him all the time. It's already late after the ceremony. Aren't you worried as a girl? Be careful or I'll sell you out. Lin Chen wanted Xiao Wanyu to give up. Sell it if you want. It would be the best if I sell it to you. Xiao Wanyu twisted her body and looked a little mischievous. Lin Chen had no choice but to take the two beauties to Jiangbei University. Passers-by saw Lin Chen holding Xiao Wanyu in his left hand and Guo Qinshui in his right hand, and they all glanced at him with envy and jealousy. At the entrance of Jiangbei Jade Shop, Jifan, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw his younger brother. What's going on? Did you get it? Jifan asked anxiously. Master Ji, don't worry about us doing the job. The younger brother handed the box to Jifan, who smiled and opened the box without any hesitation. He had already made up his mind and couldn't wait to see the true appearance of the white jade. Fighting with me, Jifan? You're asking for trouble. He opened it triumphantly, but the pungent smell that came out suffocated him. A sour and smelly mist drifted in the wind and blew into Jifan's skin and eyes. What is this? Jifan's hands suddenly became weak and he subconsciously dropped the box to the ground, holding his face in agony. He could feel his skin and eyes being burned and hurt bit by bit. The severe pain made him lie on the ground crying for his parents. Master, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Several younger brothers came forward to check the situation. They forcibly pulled Jifan's hands away from his face. Everyone was dumbfounded. Master, your face, what happened to your face? The younger brothers hesitated when they saw red spots and acne pits like ant holes all over Jifan's face. Even his eyeballs were bloodshot, which frightened them so much that they quickly looked away. After a few minutes, Jifan's pain eased a little. He turned on the front camera of his mobile phone, and his eyes were blank when he saw his face. Through his stinging eyes, he vaguely saw the hideous face, which was disfigured. He simply could not accept it. Asshole, Lin Chen framed me, he wanted to kill me. Jifan howled like a ghost and threw his cell phone to the ground, then kicked the few brothers in front of him hard. You useless bastards, idiots! Jifan waved his fists like crazy. Master, we didn't know that the white jade had been tampered with. It turned out to contain highly corrosive sulfuric acid. The younger brothers quickly explained and apologized. My elegant Jifan is now disfigured. How can I flirt with girls in the future? How can I meet people? After saying that, he ran to his sports car, not wanting anyone to see his embarrassing appearance. After a phone call from Jifan, Ji Chang, the president of G Group, has already regarded Lin Chen, the murderer of his son, as the #1 enemy of the family. At this time, Lin Chen, with two capable girls, entered the gate of Jiangbei University, attracting countless people's attention. That boy is so handsome, he's my type with fair complexion. I want his WeChat ID. He is handsome, but he is definitely a scumbag for hooking up with two beauties at the same time. Lin Chen, who has long been accustomed to becoming a hot topic, ignores these voices. Since the opening ceremony will be held in the evening, this time is the class meeting time, and it is also the first time that the whole class formally sits in the classroom and meets. Lin Chen and Xiao Wanyu accompanied Guo Qinshui to the classroom. As a comprehensive university, the male-to-female ratio is 3:7. At a glance, there are all kinds of beauties, attracting people's attention. There were some girls with different pungent perfumes on them, and when mixed together in the classroom, it was actually quite choking. Then, the counselor came in. He would be Guo Qinshui's homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. He was none other than the principal, Yang Weiguo. Although the Yang family collapsed, Yang Weiguo was still the president of Jiangbei University, and his academic achievements were unquestionable. Yang Weiguo briefly introduced himself, and then began to select class committee members. There was an extremely active boy in the first row, the eldest son of the Qi group, who was determined to get the position of class monitor. Yang Weiguo certainly knew that the Qi family's status in Jiangbei was on par with that of the Yang family at its peak. Now that the Yang family had fallen to Songshan, of course they had to curry favor with Qi Feng, the eldest son of the Qi family. This was the last hope for the Yang family to make a comeback. Qi Feng was sitting in the first row with his legs crossed, extremely confident. He thought that the position of squad leader was a sure thing. Being the class monitor, although it is a bit troublesome at ordinary times, he can get more opportunities to communicate and talk with female classmates. There are so many capable female classmates in the class, and he has been eager to get their personal information. Only the class monitor will get everyone's file bag at the first time and can carefully select the girl he likes. After Qi Feng and Yang Weiguo looked at each other for a second, Yang Weiguo nodded in response. Girl, do you believe that the teacher will choose me as the class monitor? Chi Feng couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative to talk to the girl next to him who was wearing white ultra-short shorts and showing off her long and well-proportioned legs. She is Wang Lu, the sexiest and most charming girl in the class. Many boys have been eyeing her for a long time, and Chi Feng is no exception. I don't believe it. The teacher will randomly choose you from so many people. The probability of choosing you is 1 in 100. The girl just thought Chi Feng was a boastful person. Let's make a bet. If I'm the class monitor, you'll have dinner with me tonight. I promise that after school starts, all your scholarships and grants will be first class. Chi Feng swore that these were easy for him. Chapter 152, Class Monitor. Okay, if you become the class monitor, I will have dinner with you tonight, but if you are not, you will not talk to me for the next 3 years of graduate school. Wang Lu coveted the first-class scholarship, which added up to nearly 20,000 yuan, a huge sum for a student. Every freshman wants to have a good relationship with the class monitor just to get these benefits. Ha ha ha, just think about what to eat tonight, hot pot or stir fry? Or pizza? Chi Feng approached Wang Lu in a very ambiguous manner, taking the opportunity to inhale the faint feminine scent. Wang Lu was still skeptical and didn't think Chi Feng was definitely the class monitor, so she didn't want to respond to the ambiguous signals he sent. Okay, as the counselor, I will select our monitor first. The class cannot be without a leader for a day. When I'm not here, everything must be done according to the monitor's instructions. Yang Weigua, sitting on the podium, pretended to look at every student from top to bottom and from left to right, trying to choose one who was most suitable for the position of class monitor, but in fact he had already decided on his candidate. Then, she will be the squad leader for the time being. Just as Yang Weigua was about to call out Chi Feng's name, he saw Lin Chen in the back row of the classroom. As the man who defeated the Yang family, Yang Jiangwo had sent him photos of Lin Chen many times. At that time, he was still wondering how a man in his 20s, with a pale, thin and scholarly appearance, could mobilize several Jiangbei and even international oligarch companies to launch sanctions on his own. He mentioned that he was deeply impressed by Lin Chen's face, with his high nose bridge, handsome oval face and charming single eyelids, which made him easily spotted in the crowd. Lin Chen noticed that Principal Yang was staring at him, but he was not panicked. He looked straight ahead and met Yang Weigua's gaze. The staring lasted for a full minute, making the atmosphere in the class feel a little off. What's going on? Why is the counselor staring at that handsome guy? Does our teacher like men too? What happened? Is there something about this boy that attracts the teacher? Or do they know each other? The students were whispering under the table, speculating on the reasons behind it. Guo Qinxue and Xiao Wanyu didn't know why this happened. Their eyes moved between Yang Weigua and Lin Chen, carefully watching their every move. What are you wasting time on? Announce it quickly, what's there to see? Chi Feng was a little impatient, and spoke to Yang Weigua in front of the podium in a bored tone. Only then did Yang Weigua come back to his senses. Lin Chen will be the squad leader temporarily. From now on, when Lin Chen is here, I, Yang Weigua, will be here. Everyone must obey him absolutely. If I find out that anyone dares to disobey him in the slightest, I will expel him directly. Every word Yang Weigua said shocked the whole class, especially Chi Feng, who looked at Yang Weigua crazily and asked a question. I knew you were just daydreaming. Don't say a word to me for the next 3 years. I don't want to have anything to do with a boaster. Wang Lu, who was next to Chi Feng, turned her long white legs to the other side in disgust, and tried to keep her whole body as far away from him and his teammates as possible. Chi Feng was very upset that the girl who was likely to be his girlfriend after dinner was gone. But Lin Chen is not in our class, his name is not on the class roster. A very active female student stood up and said this to the teacher. She was Lu Xiaoyan, who wanted to be the secretary of the youth league branch. Before the class meeting, she took the initiative to distribute new books to every student and clean the classroom. Yang Weigua also handed her the class member list and asked her to be responsible for the sign-in work for the class meeting. Oh? Really? From now on, Lin Chen is a classmate of ours. I will contact his alma mater to transfer his academic record in files. Yang Weigua's attitude was very determined, as if he had to lick Lin Chen comfortably this time. Lin Chen himself did not expect that he, a poor student in elementary school, could become a graduate student of the School of Economics and Management of the prestigious Jiangbei University. This is too incredible. Brother Chen, you and I will be classmates from now on, this is great. Guo Qinxue stomped her legs happily under the desk. She certainly hoped that there would be someone she knew around to help each other, otherwise it would be difficult to adapt to an unfamiliar environment. The whole class was surprised why Principal Yang cared so much about an unrelated student and even used his personal connections to get him a student in this class. Why? Old man Yang, are you looking for death? Your Yang family has no place to stand in Jiangbei now, and you still dare to offend me, Shifeng? Lin Chen stood up from his seat and pointed his finger directly at Yang Weiguo's nose. Yang Weiguo was certainly able to weigh the pros and cons. Between the two forces, the Qi family and Lin Chen's power was certainly stronger. Only by choosing to side with Lin Chen could he at least hold on to his position as the principal. Otherwise, his fate would be the same as Yang Zhangwo, wandering the streets. What kind of shit is your Qi family? And who are you, Shifeng? What qualifications do you have to talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I will fire you right now? Yang Weiguo was not afraid at all. He had been engaged in the education industry for decades and had the confidence to make any undisciplined young man pack up and leave. You. Shifeng naturally became timid when he saw the tough Yang Weiguo and did not dare to confront him. The whole class was silent, but they were filled with endless fear. Okay, next I announce that the league secretary is Lu Xiaoyan, the life committee is Chun Mingjie, the study committee is He Ying, the propaganda committee is Zhao Jichao, the organization committee is Sun Ru, and the sports committee is Zhao Penghui. Do you have any objections? Yang Weiguo distributed all the names of other class committee members at once. No problem. The students present, including Shifeng, could only agree and did not dare to have any different opinions. Now please invite the monitor to come to the stage and say a few words to us. Yang Weiguo invited Lin Chen to come on stage and speak. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. He used to be a slacker in college, staying in the dormitory all day long. Now he has become the class monitor and he is not quite used to this new role. Lin Chen, who was a little hesitant at first, stood up resolutely and walked up to the podium amid the applause of the whole class. Since I have been favored by Teacher Yang to be the monitor of our School of Economics and Management's Financial Management Class 1, I will definitely take on this responsibility. Please rest assured, every student, I will not let any of you be bullied. After Lin Chen finished his speech, there was continuous applause. Chapter 153, Opening Ceremony. The monitor is so handsome. I am so lucky to have such a handsome guy as my monitor. Yes, I hope I can become Mrs. Ban, that would be wonderful. Several students in their seats had already started fantasizing and were impressed by Lin Chen's appearance. Wang Lu also had her sights set on Lin Chen. She believed that with her beauty, it would not be a big problem for her to win over Lin Chen. By then, she would have a chance to win over all kinds of scholarships, grants, and other places in the class. After the class meeting, Lin Chen saw Yang Weiguo leave the classroom first and took the initiative to chase after him. At the corner of the stairs, Lin Chen actually found Yang Weiguo waiting for him. Before Lin Chen walked over, Yang Weiguo looked around to make sure there was no one around, and actually knelt down in front of Lin Chen. Brother Lin, please forgive me, my old bones. I promise that from now on you will be the god of this school. Please don't kill my Yang family. I still need this position of principal to support my family. The humble Yang Weiguo looked at Lin Chen pleadingly, his eyes filled with fear and terror. What came to his mind was the situation where the Yang family went bankrupt and had nothing, and the powerful Wu family, one of the four major families, was also gradually approaching the abyss. No one could be Lin Chen's opponent. Lin Chen quickly signaled Yang Weiguo to stand up, not out of respect, but because he felt that if the elders kneel down to the younger ones it would shorten their lifespan. Forget it, since you are honest, I will forgive you this time. From now on, if you make me feel uncomfortable, I can make you, the principal, disappear forever at any time. Lin Chen's words were sharp, without any hint of joking in them. Yang Weiguo also believed in Lin Chen's ability. He nodded and bowed quickly, being very respectful to Lin Chen. Suddenly, a few students walked by the stairs in twos and threes. He pretended to be cool and calm again. After these students left one after another, he immediately became humble again. Okay, go ahead. Lin Chen asked Yang Weiguo to leave. After all, having such a mysterious conversation with the principal would inevitably arouse suspicion. At this time, Guo Qinxue and Xiao Wanyu also walked out of the classroom. After having a simple afternoon tea, the group walked towards the concert hall of Jiangbei University. The senior students who were in their second and third year of graduate school have been preparing for this opening ceremony for a long time, rehearsing the wonderful and sexy dances again and again, just to make sure that nothing goes wrong in this grand ceremony. After Lin Chan walked into the venue, he came to the specific area designated by the school for the class. Other students in the class had already arrived, and all the freshmen in the venue were basically seated in an orderly manner. The young ladies who will be performing the day after tomorrow are all wearing heavy makeup and seductive clothes and are ready to go on stage. Lin Chan sat in the front row, surrounded by two beauties on both sides, which made people jealous. Behind Lin Chan was Wang Lu, the most promiscuous woman in the class. In order to make a move on Lin Chan, the class monitor, she specially chose a seat behind him and sprayed her body with 3 times more perfume than usual, trying to attract Lin Chan's attention. Lin Chan twitched his nose a few times. He didn't know where the strange smell came from. It was indeed a bit pungent, but it was still acceptable. Wang Lu was a little unhappy. Lin Chan didn't even look back at her? She deliberately changed into a tube top and paired it with white ultra-short shorts. She was the most charming girl in the venue. Whenever a man saw her for the first time, he would subconsciously take a second and third look at her. Wang Lu was unhappy. She didn't believe that she couldn't get the man she wanted. She moved her feet in Valentino high heels under the seat in front of her. The amplitude and rhythm were just right. It must be said that Wang Lu knew how to excite men. Lin Chan felt a bulge under the seat until he looked down and saw a pair of sexy, white feet underneath him, wearing Valentino's high heels that made men irresistible, teasing him. Lin Chan finally turned around and saw this beautiful woman with both good looks and temperament. Although she was a little bit wild, she was still attractive enough. Are all girls like this nowadays? Lin Chan shook his head helplessly, looking at the woman's feet twisting and turning below, speechless. Xiao Wanyu also secretly noticed that the uncle's sister at the back was interested in Lin Chan, and she felt a little jealous. Sure enough, handsome guys are popular wherever they go. As the eldest daughter, Xiao Wanyu certainly couldn't stand this kind of humiliation, so she leaned towards Lin Chan, with her slender shoulders tightly pressed against Lin Chan. Fuck, are you competing with me for your favor? Of course Wang Lu couldn't stand it, so she leaned forward, rested her head on the seat in front of her, and blew gently towards Lin Chan's ears, giving Lin Chan goosebumps all over his body. Lin Chan wanted to deliberately break free from these two crazy women, but Wang Lu and Xiao Wanyu attacked at the same time, pulling Lin Chan back when he was about to sit up, making his body lean tightly against the back of the seat. Chi Feng, who was in the back row, saw the girl he liked actively expressing her love to Lin Chan. He was so angry that he stomped his feet, but he didn't dare to do anything to Lin Chan in front of so many people. At this moment, Lin Chan was being attacked from both sides by two beauties. He could only try his best to keep himself calm, otherwise he would not be able to withstand it. Humph, pretending to be reserved? I wonder how long you can endure this. Wang Lu smiled wickedly, then began to move her hands left and right across Lin Chen's neck, the attack continuing. Lin Chen tried his best to control himself, breathing in and out continuously. Finally, the opening ceremony officially began. Dear students, it's the start of the new semester again. I am very pleased to see you, the new faces. In order to welcome you, the school has specially prepared a grand event for you. Enjoy it. When Yang Weigua spoke as the principal, the audience burst into applause. After the dinner, dozens of senior schoolgirls dressed in leather pants and vests emerged from the backstage, and their passionate breakdance set the whole audience on fire. Not only the boys, but also the girls cheered continuously. In addition to breakdancing, there were also street dance, Latin dance, tango dance, and so on. The successive performances kept the atmosphere on the scene high. The most exciting performance was the street dance performed by Zhang Zimo, the school's recognized beauty. She wore a work suit and a cool headband on her head. Her thin and slender body was under the loose clothes, and her perfect figure was revealed in every cool dance step. Woohoo, it's indeed the school beauty Zhang Zimo, so pretty, and her street dance is so cool, love it. The school beauty is worthy of being the school beauty. Her performance is undoubtedly the best in the audience. The boys in the audience could no longer contain themselves. This sophomore girl Zhang Zimo was the center of attention wherever she went. Not only was she a good student and pretty, she was also multi-talented. Chapter 154, The Popular School Idol. She is so perfect that she is still single today, because no one is worthy of such a perfect girl. Lin Chen was also excited by Zhang Zimo, and she displayed the charm of shuffle dance to the fullest. It took 2 hours for all the performances at Jiangbei University's freshman opening ceremony to be completed, and Yang Weigua took the stage again to give a summary speech. I hope that the academic level of Jiangbei University can be raised to a higher level. Next, Lin Chen, a representative of the freshman class of financial management, will speak. Please welcome him with applause. Yang Weiguo walked towards Lin Chen and slowly handed the microphone to him. What? I'm a freshman representative? I have to go on stage to speak? I vomited. Lin Chen was a little confused. Before she could react, the applause in the venue was so loud that he didn't have time to think. Lin Chen took the microphone reluctantly and walked onto the stage while thinking about what he should say in the shortest possible time. As a freshman, I am very happy to speak on behalf of all freshmen. I hope that in the days to come. After saying a lot of clichés, the students in the audience didn't seem to buy it. Put on a show. Sing a song, sing a song. I don't know which classmate started the booing first, but all the freshmen hoped that Lin Chen, who had an amazing appearance, could show off his talent. Lin Chen was speechless at these people who were making trouble and had to step down from the microphone. Lin Chen woke up the net depression cloud system in his mind, and then searched for the most appropriate campus song. My deskmate. Will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday tomorrow? Will you still miss you tomorrow, the one who cried the most yesterday? As soon as Lin Chen picked up the microphone and started speaking, he was like an old wolf possessed, awakening the students' nostalgia for youth. Especially Lin Chen's very textured voice and singing, which made it even more difficult to extricate himself. So cool, this song is really amazing, it's so beautiful. I didn't expect that there is such a treasure boy in our school. He is fully qualified to be our school hunk. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and the title of school prince had already been tacitly awarded to the brilliant Lin Chen. School beauty Zhang Zimo in the backstage saw Lin Chen's face and performance through the gap and gave him a thumbs up. As Lin Chen bowed, the performance ended and the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. I didn't expect that you can sing so well. I admire you so much. Xiao Wanyu looked at Lin Chen infatuatedly, her girlish heart overflowing. Guo Qinxue had participated in the Zhangcheng concert with Lin Chen before, and had long been aware of Lin Chen's singing skills, so she was not as surprised as others. After the graduation ceremony, Lin Chen was surrounded by a crowd of people, most of whom were girls. Handsome guy, give me your WeChat. I promise not to harass you. I just want to be one of your thousands of fans. Add me on WeChat. I am willing to give you everything I have. Add me. The girls were so crazy that Lin Chen couldn't handle it at all. He had no choice but to open his QR code and let dozens of female classmates add him at the same time. Lin Chen finally managed to get out of the venue. She sent Guo Qinxue back to the dormitory, and then sent the troublesome Xiao Wanyu out of the school gate. She finally had some free time. He came to the single dormitory specially prepared for him by Yang Weiguo. It was simply a small mini apartment, fully equipped with air conditioning, water heater, and refrigerator. It was the highest-end dormitory in the whole school and even in North China. This dormitory was originally prepared for international students, but Lin Chen's status was obviously higher than that of international students. Lin Chen is very satisfied with his dormitory, and there is no dormitory inspection by the dormitory manager. It is worth mentioning that due to the epidemic, international students cannot return to Jiangbei University to report, so Lin Chen is the only one living in the whole building. It is simply a paradise on earth in the university. Lin Chen was just about to lie down and rest for a while when he heard a series of knocking and noise outside the window. Handsome guy, we brought you some food, please take it. Little brother, these are the basketball shoes I bought especially for you. You will definitely like them. Lin Chen didn't expect that this group of girls would chase him relentlessly and even chase him to the dormitory. Lin Chen opened the window and accepted the gifts from the girls. If it weren't for the guardrail, they would have climbed in. It was really scary. Goodbye, big school hunk, remember to have a sweet dream with me in it. Goodbye, school hunk. I'll miss your sweetie, Muma. These girls are crazier than each other and have no resistance to Lin Chen's looks. Finally, 10 minutes before the dormitory building closed, the group of people gradually dispersed, and Lin Chen had a rare moment of peace and quiet. Lin Chen, feeling very sleepy, fell asleep immediately. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a call from Guo Qinxue. Brother Chen, my period has come and my stomach hurts so much that I can't get out of bed. Can you help me pick up a package from Sanyao Station? It's a clothes drying rack. Guo Qinxue curled up weakly and said to Lin Chen. Don't worry, leave it to me. You should drink more hot water. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, washed up, and came to the Sanyao Station in the north area of the school. I have to say that Jiangbei University is really big. It took me almost 20 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the place where I picked up the express delivery. Lin Chen had just picked up a package from the shelf and was about to turn around to leave when he bumped into a tall and slender girl. This girl is extremely outstanding in terms of body curves, facial features, temperament, and aura. If she were to be scored, she would get 95 points, which is comparable to Zhao Yuro. Lin Chen had seen countless beauties, such as Lu Tingting, Ai Weiwei, Xiaowan, Guo Qinxue, etc., but they were all slightly different from his fiancée Zhao Yuro. It was not until she saw the girl bumped into from behind that she believed that there were actually girls in this world as incomparable as Yuro. She is none other than the school beauty Zhang Zimo, the one who danced hip-hop at the opening ceremony yesterday. Today, she is wearing the work clothes of Sanyao Station, but her personal charm cannot be hidden. After she was bumped into by Lin Chen, the dozen or so express parcels in her arms all fell to the ground, and she bent down anxiously to pick them up. Lin Chen naturally felt guilty, and he immediately squatted down to help. What he didn't expect was that such a beautiful girl actually came to work part-time at Sanyao Station. If other women had such external conditions, they would definitely choose to catch a rich husband first, so that they would have inexhaustible money. "I'm so sorry, I didn't see you behind me." Lin Chen scratched his head, obviously embarrassed. "It's okay, just pick it up. I know you, are you the freshman representative who sang my deskmate with you yesterday? My name is Zhang Zimo, I'm your senior, nice to meet you." Zhang Zimo showed a sweet smile, the pure feeling was a little hard to resist. Chapter 155, Job Hunting at Sanyao Station. "My name is Lin Chen, your street dance yesterday was also great." Lin Chen replied politely and then left the Sanyao Station. He didn't want the school beauty to think he was not serious. Men should be lustful and have good taste. It is instinctive to take a look at a beautiful girl. It is a responsibility to restrain oneself from taking a second look. Lin Chen delivered the express to the downstairs of Guo Qinshue's dormitory. She dragged her dying body downstairs to take the express, and then climbed upstairs weakly. After Guo Qinshu signed for it, Lin Chen's system was accidentally activated. The system is connecting with the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward for signing in for fighting skills. Lin Chen was overjoyed and didn't react for a while to what was going on. What? I didn't deliver the furniture, why did the system trigger? Could it be? Could it be because I delivered a package? It seems that it's not just furniture delivery, no matter what you deliver, as long as it is signed for, the system mechanism will be triggered. Lin Chen unlocked the secret of the system and danced with excitement. This would be so easy. He could summon the system even at school. There was no need to go back to the Apian furniture store in Jiangqing to deliver the goods. Lin Chen, who was waving his hands and feet unintentionally, felt that he had endless power, and he even subconsciously used professional moves such as left hook and right hook. Combined with his temperament and endurance that were 1000% of that of an ordinary person, I'm afraid no one would dare to touch Lin Chen anymore. Damn it, I got beaten up before and Ali had to come out to help me finish it. I want to see who dares to show off in front of me next time. Lin Chen's eyes were firm. With a net worth of hundreds of billions, he had no shortage of money. He had always been too weak. Now, Lin Chen could be said to be gradually moving towards perfection. The most urgent thing for him now is to return to the Sanyao Station immediately and become a part-time student of Sanyao. In this way, he can summon the system continuously, and becoming the richest man in China is just around the corner. Lin Chen returned to the express store. It was already around 9 o'clock in the morning. The door was already surrounded by people in 3 circles inside and outside, and 90% of them were boys. Lin Chen was very curious about what had happened. "Brother, what's going on? Are they all here to pick up packages? Why are they all gathered here?" Lin Chen asked a buddy next to him in confusion. "You don't know this? You are such a low class. Our school beauty works part-time in the Sanyao Station. These guys are here for this beauty, just to see her beauty." The guy next to him explained while peeking at Zhang Zimo through the gap in the crowd. "Are you so perverted? Even if you look at her for a few more seconds, this beautiful lady will not become your girlfriend. Do you think it's interesting?" Lin Chen was speechless. He finally rushed into the Sanyao Station from the crowded crowd. "Store owner. I'm here to apply for a part-time job. I want to work at Sanyao Express. It doesn't matter how much money you make. I just want to experience life there." Lin Chen felt that his boss would definitely agree with what he said. For the sake of the summoning system, he would be satisfied even if he was paid 100 yuan a month. "Ha, you guys are all the same. You're already the 30th person to sign up today. There are still 300 people ahead of you. Just wait. The shop owner, Afong, shook her head. She knew that these people all came for Zhang Zimo, and were trying their best to work here in order to work with Zimo. Some young men even gave her 50,000 yuan a month just to have the opportunity to live in the same room with Zimo. Zhang Zimo was speechless about these people. She was just doing her job of sorting express parcels, but she didn't expect to attract so many people to watch. In this group of people, in addition to those in their second and third years of graduate school, there are also many freshmen in their first year of graduate school. When Lin Chen learned that 300 people were interested in working here, he was very surprised. Zhang Zimo also looked back at Lin Chen and shook his head regretfully. She thought Lin Chen was a schoolmate with a unique personality, but she didn't expect that he would pay like other male classmates. Lin Chen was speechless at this moment. He had clearly asked to work here just for the summoning system, not because he wanted to be in the same room with Zhang Zimo. Go back and wait for notification, but you'd better not hold your hopes too high. I will only choose one person from among so many people to stay and work. Sister Afon hastily sent Lin Chen and other applicants away. Those who stayed were all famous young men from Jiangbei, and they were bidding for this position. A young man actually offered a whopping price of 200,000 a month to stay and work here. Lin Chen looked at the young masters of wealthy families, sneered, and then walked out of Sanyao Station. Hey, Principal Yang, I need your help. Lin Shenba called Yang Weigua. Brother Lin, if you have anything to say, just ask. I, Yang Weigua, am your slave. I will satisfy all your requests as long as you let me continue to be the principal. Yang Weigua was humble online, and his tone on the phone was extremely gentle and humble. I want to work at the Sanyao Station in the North District of Jiangbei University, but there are too many people applying at the same time. I need your help. Lin Chen expressed this demand. What? You are a big shot who controls dozens of large groups. How can you work part-time in a place like that? You absolutely cannot do that. You are embarrassing me. After hearing Lin Chen's request, Yang Weigua was a little panicked. How could he let a big shot like Lin Chen go to that kind of place? Don't waste time, just do as you are told. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Chen was a little annoyed. He wanted Yang Weigua to obey his orders promptly. Understood, Brother Lin, don't worry, I will contact this rookie post station on behalf of the school. After Yang Weigua hung up the phone, he immediately called Afong's wife. At this time in the Sanyao Station, a young man of Ji family finally offered 200,000 yuan to get the opportunity to work part-time here. Sister Afong was greedy and talked about the 100 yuan bills on the table. Other applicants could not afford so much money and had to leave in disgrace. Master Ji is a typical scumbag who looks like a sea king. He saw the campus beauty Zhang Zimo squatting and sorting packages. He wanted to grab her from behind and press his body on her. Just when Mr. Ji was still daydreaming about how to take the school beauty for himself step by step, Sister Fong received a call from the principal himself. Right now, hire a classmate named Lin Chen to work as a courier for your company at a high salary. You have to pay him 20,000 yuan a month, and I'll pay the extra money. Yang Weigua spoke in a firm tone, and Afong's pupils contracted violently. Chapter 156, School Beauty and School Prince. Principal, are you serious? Why are you? Sister Fong was very confused and distressed. She could have made a net profit of 200,000 yuan, but now not only did she lose the 200,000 yuan, she even had to pay out money. Why so many whys? Don't you want to wait for me on campus at Jiangbei University? Yang Weigua did not give Afong's wife any chance to refuse. Got it. I'll contact the guy named Lin Chen and have him come to work right now. Unable to express her grievances in words, Sister Afong had no choice but to reluctantly give up the money and hand the 200,000 yuan in cash back to Master Ji. Fuck, are you kidding me? Just wait, I'm going to make you pay, you old woman. This sexy girl left the Sanyao Station cursing. Lin Chen? Isn't that the handsome guy who registered last? Only then did Mrs. Afong react. She ran out at a trot and then respectfully brought Lin Chen back to the store. Little brother, I was too reckless just now. I didn't know the relationship between you and the principal. From now on, I will take good care of you. I also hope you can say a few good words for me in front of the principal. While saying some polite words, Sister Afong took out a blue work uniform with the words Sanyao Station printed on it and put it on Lin Chen. Lin Chen is tall and thin, so he is like a walking clothes rack, and nothing looks wrong when he puts on his clothes. I can be responsible for the delivery of express delivery in the future. Some students are too lazy to come to the Sanya station to pick up express delivery in the dormitory. I can deliver the express delivery to their door. In this way, the beautiful lady will be responsible for sorting and I will be responsible for delivery. We will each do our own job. Lin Chen volunteered to deliver the goods. Ah. Little brother, are you really willing to deliver the goods? It's very tiring to go through wind and rain. And isn't your original intention of coming here to spend more time with Zimo? If you go to deliver the goods, the time you spend together will be greatly reduced. Sister Afong seemed to understand very well and whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Don't worry, I just want to deliver the goods, not flirt with girls. Lin Chen was very determined and did not waver at all. He wanted to quickly summon the system multiple times to help himself become stronger. Young man, you are still being stubborn. Then you can go out and deliver the goods for the time being. Don't worry, there is no one that I, Sister Fong, can't match you up with. Just wait and see. In order to get Lin Chen to say good things about herself in front of Yang Weigua, Sister Afong had to coax Lin Chen. In her opinion, if she could match a beauty like Zhang Zimo to be his girlfriend, Lin Chen would definitely do his best to be grateful to her. After becoming a formal employee, Afong's wife specifically asked the old employee Zhang Zimo to introduce every detail and precaution here to Lin Chen, which also indirectly created opportunities for their communication. But Lin Chen had no bad intentions at all. Having Yuro as a woman was enough for him, and he had no interest in other girls, even the school belle Zhang Zimo. Zimo was very capable. She gave Lin Chen a thorough overview of all the key points in the shortest time possible, and Lin Chen also had a general idea of it. Sister Afong was feeling a little suffocated watching from behind. What a fool! He can't even pick up girls. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of taking the initiative, Sister Fong wanted to go up to him and teach him how to pick up girls. Since school has just started, there are no delivery tasks at Sanyao Station these days. All you need to do is tidy up and clean. In just one afternoon, Lin Chen and Zhang Zimo cleaned the store spotlessly. But the noisy noise outside the store made Lin Chen very uncomfortable. What's going on outside? Why are there so many people? Lin Chen looked out the window in confusion and found that there were not only boys but also many girls, shouting Lin Chen's name. It's no wonder that the campus beauties and campus hunks of Jiangbei University gathered at the small Sanyao station to work at the same time, which would definitely attract more people to stop and watch. Jimei, have you heard that the handsome guy at the opening ceremony is working part-time at Sanyao station? Do you know what to do? Hey, let's go to the Sanyao station to see the beauties, do you want to go? The whole school seemed to have made stealing glances at Lin Chen and Zhang Zimo an activity, with thousands of people taking turns to come to the door of the express delivery point to admire and worship the faces of the school beauties and hunks. I have to say that under the strong sunlight, through the gaps in the crowd, Lin Chen and Zhang Zimo's profiles are simply impeccable, even making people feel that they are a perfect match. The handsome man was attracted by the beautiful girl, and the students watching were ashamed. They knew that they were not worthy of these two people. Of course, Ji Wushuang, whose surname is Ji, doesn't think so at all. He only wants to get the campus beauty Zhang Zimo, and he wants to bring this woman into his arms no matter what means he uses. Ji Wushuang spent a lot of money to find Song Runho, the leader of the Tiger List, the largest gang in Jiangbei University. Song Runho is an old senior who has graduated for many years, but he has stayed in school since graduation. On the surface, he opened a few small supermarkets to make money, but in fact, he formed a famous tiger gang with several of his brothers, and then took money from people to help them get rid of disasters. Yang Weigua has always wanted to eradicate the tiger gang and other evil forces on campus, but Song Runho is not jealous. He has come to Yang Weigua's office 5 times to directly threaten him, and he also has leverage over almost all the school leaders. For example, photos of male leaders looking for mistresses, videos of female leaders cheating on their spouses, office affairs between male and female teachers, directors accepting bribes, etc. Over time, Song Runho's influence in Jiangbei University became deeply rooted, and he had more and more brothers under him, becoming a well-known figure in Jiangbei University. Ji Wushuang spent 200,000 yuan and asked Song Runho and his brothers to beat Lin Chen into submission. Master Ji, leave this little thing to us. We will make him lie at your feet like a dog and call you daddy. Then you can do whatever you want with this kid. But I have to tell you first, don't kill anyone. Song Runho smiled evilly, accepted the huge sum of 200,000 yuan, and sent his younger brother to find out Lin Chen's background. Brother Hu, don't worry. Since he is a pretty boy, I will completely disfigure his face and make him lose the capital to fight me. Ji Wuxuan had already planned the script in his mind. When he thought about Zhang Zimo and Lin Chen being in the same room, and the two of them being the school beauties and school hunks in the eyes of alumni, his self-esteem seemed to be trampled on, and his inner desire to conquer became stronger and stronger. After Song Runho got Lin Chen's photo in a dark room, he couldn't help but sigh that he was indeed handsome. Tiger brother tiger hee hee. Song Runho's younger brother Guweiba was panicked. Song Runho was very dissatisfied with the incoherence in his words. Why are you so excited? Be careful or I'll beat you up. What brother who can't stand most is that his brothers are not as calm as himself. Chapter 157, Tiger Gang. Brother Tiger. I used the Tiger Gang's connections inside and outside the school, and also contacted my brothers in the tax bureau, and found out that this Lin Chen. There was fear in Dogtail's eyes. He is the most capable general under Song Runho. Although he is only 160 centimeters tall, he is decisive and quick-witted. No one has ever seen such performance from a dog's tail. Come on, tell me, what happened to Lin Chen? Brother Hu was a little impatient, but also nervous. He had already sensed that Lin Chen's background was not ordinary. Lin Chen. Lin Chen has nearly 300 billion in assets. He is a major shareholder of famous companies such as Carlyle Group, Wuling Group, LV, Givenchy, and Zhongbei Airlines. The network of relationships behind him is unfathomable. If we take action against him, I'm afraid. Guweiba has always been ruthless and never hesitates before taking action. However, this time he met Lin Chen, which made him confused. Song Runho also felt a chill on his back, took a breath of cold air, and his pupils dilated and then contracted violently. I didn't expect that our Jiangbei University actually has hidden talents and such a great figure. Brother Hu stood there, thinking. That's perfect. Since he's a wealthy man, we have to take him down. Then we can extort tens of billions from him and make a fortune. Song Runho couldn't help laughing out loud. When he saw the thin Lin Chen in the photo, he felt that tens of billions were about to come to him. Brother Hu, are you really going to do it? I have a bad feeling. Guweiba's right eyelid kept twitching. You are afraid of nothing. We Tiger Gang members cannot be cowardly. Just do it. Song Runho had done too many kidnappings before, so he decided to lead his brothers to do it after dark. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when Lin Chen and Zhang Zimo were ready to leave Cainiao Station. In fact, they could have gotten off work at 6 o'clock, but in order to create a romantic opportunity for the two of them, Sister Fong made them work overtime for 2 hours. It's a dark and windy night. You, a grown man, must send the girl to the dormitory building. Otherwise, such a beautiful girl might get into an accident. Sister Afong gave so many instructions and warnings just to bring this couple together. All right. As a gentleman, Lin Chen agreed calmly. The tall Zhang Zimo and Lin Chen walked under the dim streetlights. Zimo's dormitory was in the sparsely populated East District, so there was basically no one on this road. Along the way, Lin Chen did not take the initiative to find topics, and Zhang Zimo did not take the initiative to speak. The two of them just walked forward on their own. Suddenly, a whistle sounded, and then dozens of strong men wearing masks and holding weapons intercepted them halfway. Dogtail and Tiger Brother walked out of the crowd and looked Lin Chen and Zhang Zimo up and down. Oh, I really don't have the heart to break you up, but someone paid me to do you a favor, so I really can't do anything about it. Song Runho took a fruit knife, slowly approached Lin Chen, and then hit Lin Chen's face with the back of the knife. Who are you? This is a school. Zhang Zimo was a little flustered. As a girl, she was of course uneasy when encountering such a thing. She subconsciously clung tightly to Lin Chen, and sweat poured down her palms. Lin Chen was very calm. In his opinion, these dozens of people were like soft persimmons delivered to his door and could not withstand a single blow. Pick me up? Who wants to pick on me? I'm just a freshman in graduate school, do you think you should take special care of me like this? Lin Chen said with a sneer. The employer doesn't like you being with this school beauty. Since you disturbed his beloved woman, we brothers can only vent our anger on his behalf. Song Runho's tone was cunning, but in fact, all he had in mind was kidnapping Lin Chen and then defrauding him of his money. I'm not saying this, everyone here is a loser. Lin Chen walked around the lake and ignored the big men who surrounded him and Zhang Zimo. Then you are really looking for death today. Song Runho instantly pointed the tip of his knife towards Lin Chen and then smashed it down hard. Lin Chen quickly grabbed Song Runho's wrist. Song Runho was usually as strong as an ox, but he was completely unable to exert any strength in front of Lin Chen. The fruit knife in his hand was also shaky and he couldn't hold it tightly. "What are you still standing there for? Come on!" Song Runho shouted loudly, and the brothers of the Tiger Gang rushed forward, each with their fangs and claws bared. How could Zhang Zimo, a little girl, not be frightened by such a scene? She hid behind Lin Chen and held on to the corner of Lin Chen's clothes tightly. Ah, what a mob! Lin Chen was not afraid at all. He maximized the physical and fighting potential given to him by the system. With a flick of his finger, he dislocated Song Runho's wrist, and he fell to the ground in pain. "You dared to hurt our eldest brother, you are seeking death." Guweba was very agile. After jumping high, he was kicked by Lin Chen and fell outside the guardrail beside the road. His internal organs were severely damaged and he could not move. The remaining dozens of unknown people were no better than minnows in Lin Chan's eyes. He just punched and retracted his fists, kicked and retracted his legs quickly, while parrying the siege of dozens of people. It was as if he had eyes behind his head, and any potential dangers were resolved one by Lin Chen. Ah! Zhang Zimo was so frightened by the flashing swords and sabers that he closed his eyes and lost all consciousness. It was not until several minutes later, when the sound of fighting gradually weakened and then disappeared completely, that Zhang Zimo slowly opened his eyes. She found Lin Chen casually adjusting his collar, and then brushing off the dust on his body as if nothing had happened. Those strong men who were shouting just now have all fallen to the ground, with pain all over their faces. These people, were all defeated by you? Zhang Zimo glanced at the big man lying on the ground, then looked at Lin Chen, and asked cautiously. "Then you were the one who knocked him down?" Lin Chen answered calmly. Then, Lin Chen came to Song Runho, whose wrist was dislocated, and stepped on his face with his foot. "Who sent you?" Lin Chen asked coldly. Ji Wushuang." Song Runho didn't dare to tell a lie and answered all the questions truthfully. Lin Chen moved his gaze downwards, sliding to Song Runho's lower body. "Do you believe that I can pick these two little mothballs out of you and feed them to the dogs right now?" I believe it, little brother, please have mercy on me, I don't want to become a eunuch." Song Runho cried for his parents and was about to wet his pants. "You are such a coward, and you still want to be the boss of the Tiger Gang? What a joke! You don't have to be a eunuch, but from now on I am the boss of the Tiger Gang, and you, Song Runho, and everyone in the Tiger Gang must obey me." When Lin Chen spoke, no one dared to disobey. Chapter 158, Taking Charge of the Tiger Gang. "Brother Chen, you will be our Brother Chen from now on. In Jianbei University's territory, no force can compete with us. We are always at your disposal." Song Runho was servile and looked like a slave. "Very good. Bring Ji Wushuang here to me within 10 minutes, otherwise," Lin Chen said as he glanced at his watch. Song Runho and his brothers from the Tiger Gang retreated and ran away, trying to capture Ji Wushuang as soon as possible. Sure enough, in a hotel outside the school gate, Song Runho tied up the naked Ji Wushuang from the bed and controlled the naked woman in his arms so that she could not move. "Song Runho? I paid you to do something for me, but you're looking for trouble with me?" Ji Wushuang couldn't believe it. "Master Ji, I'm also very sorry. I have wronged you." Song Runho casually put a piece of clothing on him and carried him directly in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen? You asked them to attack me? Do you know who I am? You are looking for death." Ji Wushuang grinned hoarsely, raised his head angrily and shouted at Lin Chen. "Oh? I only know that you are in my hands now. As long as you lie on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will make you lose face in front of all the teachers and students in the school." Lin Chen kicked his head with his foot, but Ji Wushuang seemed very stubborn and had no intention of barking like a dog. "How can I, the eldest young master of the Ji family, bark like a dog?" Ji Wushuang held his head high and chest out, looking unafraid to admit defeat. "You are so stupid. There is no one here. No one will hear you barking like a dog 3 times, and you won't suffer any harm. Otherwise, I will make you bark like a dog in front of the whole school." Lin Chen pressed Ji Wushuang's proud chest down hard, and the whole person half prostrated on the ground. Ji Wushuang saw Zhang Zimo standing behind Lin Chen. What he cared most about was his face, and it was a joke, so he couldn't even bark like a dog. Snap! Snap! Lin Chen signaled the Tiger Gang's second-in-command, Guiba, to record Ji Wuxuan's embarrassing moments, and the next day, during the school's flag-raising ceremony, he played the clip on a large LED screen in front of all the teachers and students. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Ji Wuxuan would never allow the whole school to see him like this, otherwise how would he be able to flirt with girls in the future? Although the school belle Zhang Zimo saw it, it was better than the whole school seeing it together. Great! Don't let me see you in this school again, or else. Lin Chen shouted sharply, and Ji Wuxuan hurriedly got up from the ground and left. From now on, your duty is to protect the school beauty Zhang Zimo. No one is allowed to touch her. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will hold you two accountable. Lin Chen spoke seriously to the Tiger Gang leader and the second-in-command. Don't worry, brother. Leave it to us. Song Runhu didn't dare to be careless at all. Lin Chen's strength made him dare not be disrespectful in the slightest. There is 1 million in this card. Consider it my welcome gift to all the brothers in the Tiger Gang. Let's share it with everyone. Lin Chen stuffed a bank card into Song Runhu's hand, and he left with Zhang Zimo. Although the light is dim, Zhang Zimo is not afraid at all. Why are you so good at fighting? Why can you come up with 1 million in one go? Then why do you still work part-time at Sino Station? Zhang Zimo has 100,000 questions and wants Lin Chen to answer them for her. Lin Chen did not answer a word, but silently sent the school beauty to the dormitory building. He even did not say goodbye to her when he left. What a strange man. Zhang Zimo has met no less than 100 men who pursued her. They gave her a strong sense of purpose, but Zhang Zimo could not feel this sense of purpose in Lin Chen. The school beauty couldn't understand why Lin Chen asked the Tiger Gang to protect her since he wasn't pursuing her. Why did he send her back to the dormitory? In fact, Lin Chen didn't know either. He was just a little fickle like all men. As the saying goes, it's a man's nature. When he saw a beautiful girl, he wanted to take a few more glances. But in his heart, the one who always lived there was his fiancée Zhao Yuro. The other girls were just passing strangers and casual acquaintances. Lin Chen returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed to reflect for a while, but soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, after a short flag-raising ceremony, Lin Chen walked slowly towards the teaching building. However, at the door of his financial management class 1, Wang Lu was being teased by a few thugs. LSP, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before? Wang Lu saw two little bullies leaning against the window in the corridor, humming a little tune and smoking cigarettes, their eyes staring at her big white legs, which made Wang Lu very uncomfortable. Wang Lu, who has a strong personality, naturally would not let the other party take advantage of her like this. Little sister, you are wearing such revealing clothes, isn't it for the brothers to see? But the brothers want to see you from a closer distance, do you agree? After saying that, the two gangsters threw their eyes away and walked towards Wang Lu arrogantly. You, what are you going to do? This is a school, you can't do whatever you want. Wang Lu's pupils were filled with fear, and she was forced into a corner by these two tough guys. We're not doing anything to you, we just want to make friends. The two men said this, but the adrenaline in their bodies could no longer control them, and their big hands went towards Wang Lu's slender and tender thighs. You hooligan! You are a hooligan! Wang Lu shouted loudly, and classmates in the class ran out of the door and saw the scene. Damn it, you dare to touch the girl I like? When Shi Feng saw that Wang Lu was about to be bullied, he rushed forward like a man. Bang! With a loud bang, Shi Feng, who jumped high up and was ready to perform a heroic rescue scene, was kicked to the ground. The students in the corridor, especially those in the class, felt a chill down their spines when they saw this scene. The opponent is strong and has tattoos all over his neck and arms. No matter how many people he faces, he cannot be subdued. You, which class are you from? I'm going to complain to your counselor. Chi Feng's mouth was bleeding as he asked tremblingly. We two brothers are from the Tiger Gang. Everything in this school is decided by us, the Tiger Gang. The person who spoke was Fatty, a well-known big guy in the Tiger Gang, but also a troublemaker. What? Tiger Gang? Shi Feng, who fell to the ground, stepped back subconsciously. Wang Lu, who was forced into a corner, became even more frightened. However, there was a cold wall behind her and two bad guys in front of her. She had nowhere to escape. Don't mess with the Tiger Gang. No one in this school can control them. Yes, we can't join in the fun, it will bring trouble to us. The students in the corridor hurried back to the classroom, fearing that the fire would spread to the entire camp. Chapter 159, Lin Chen is the boss? Let go of that girl. We'll go together, and you can't touch the girls in the financial management class 1. Zhao Penghui, the sports committee member of the 2nd grade, led the propaganda committee member Zhao Jiqiao and a group of boys in the class, and rushed towards the 2 members of the Tiger Gang one after another. As a result, they were all knocked to the ground in no time. Zhao Penghui is a student with sports expertise. What he is most confident about is his strong and muscular body. However, in the face of absolute strength, muscles are completely useless and he will still be knocked down. Ah, don't try to be a hero. Little beauty, what's your WeChat? I want to add you. The fat boy stared straight at the big cotton ball in front of Wang Lu, and his body hormones continued to be secreted. The frightened internet user opened the WeChat QR code without a second thought, fearing that if she didn't comply, even worse consequences would occur. Fatty was so satisfied that he added Wang Lu on WeChat. After seeing the photos in Wang Lu's circle of friends, he was even more delighted. My little beauty, why do you like to go to bars so much? I own a bar. How about we go drink together tonight? The fat boy smiled wickedly. He didn't expect that this woman who pretended to be reserved had such a decadent daily life. I don't want to. Wang Lu quickly refused. You don't want it? You have to take it even if you want it. You have to take it even if you don't want it. The fat boy would not allow a woman to refuse him, so he grabbed Wang Lu's slender waist and prepared to take her away. No one in the corridor dared to make a sound and could only watch Wang Lu being taken away by the Tiger Gang. Even though Wang Lu was a bit unruly at ordinary times, she had good intentions, and they all didn't want to see this scene. Shi Feng was even more desperate because he couldn't even protect the woman he wanted to pursue. Until Lin Chen appeared. Stop. Let her go. Every word Lin Chen said spread throughout the entire corridor. Who is looking for death again? After hearing this, Fatty cursed and looked back impatiently, wanting to see who was unwilling to get what he wanted. When he saw Lin Chen, his nerves twitched subconsciously and the corners of his eyes suddenly shrank. The fat boy quickly let go of his hands that were tightly around Wang Lu's waist, and then his entire fat body quickly fell to the ground. The brothers of the Tiger Gang next to Fatty also had deathly expressions on their faces, stealing glances at Lin Chen, and were filled with fear. Lin Chen approached the 2 men little by little. The 2 men subconsciously crawled on the ground and retreated little by little, as if they were worried about something. After Wang Lu was released, he ran into the crowd at high strides, trying to stay away from the 2 Tiger Gang thugs. Why do these 2 Tiger Gang members behave like this when the squad leader shows up? What's wrong with the 2 of them? Weren't they very arrogant just now? Is it because of Lin Chen's sudden appearance? No one could understand what was going on. Guo Qinshui, who was in the crowd, looked at Lin Chen infatuatedly. At this moment, he seemed like a savior. Big brother. Fatty uttered these 2 words in a trembling voice. Because last night, Song Runhu had sent the photo of Lin Chen, the new boss, to every member of the Tiger Gang, and this face has been engraved in the memory of everyone in the Tiger Gang. As a member of a gang, the most important thing is the level difference. No one dares to disrespect the big brother. When the fat boy offended Lin Chen with his rash words, he knew that his death was not far away. We know we are wrong, please bypass us. Another little brother also stammered nervously. Lin Chen said nothing, just leaned over and calmly took off the pendants from the 2 men's necks. This pendant is not ordinary. It has the words Tiger Gang printed on it. Only official members of the Tiger Gang are worthy of owning it. If the pendant is removed, it means that they are no longer a member of the Tiger Gang from now on. Brother, please don't do this, please don't do this. We don't want to quit the gang. Fatty came to Lin Chen pleadingly, hoping that Lin Chen would show leniency. Oh my god, Lin Chen is the boss of the Tiger Gang? Isn't the boss of the Tiger Gang Song Runhu? What's going on? I see. Yesterday, my friends in the Tiger Gang said that there had been a huge change in the gang. The big brother was replaced by a student named Lin Xing. He is the monitor of Class 1, Lin Chen? The students who were discussing the matter could not believe that a freshman could actually take over such a powerful Tiger Gang. Shi Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. He thought he was powerful, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to quietly become the leader of the Tiger Gang. Wang Lu felt relieved when she saw the scene. The 2 big men were lying in front of Lin Chen and begging for mercy happily. In their minds, they regarded Lin Chen as their benefactor, and their good impression of him was even stronger than before. From now on, if any member of the Tiger Gang bullies others as you did today, they will be expelled from the Tiger Gang. Lin Chen ignored the fat boy and turned around and went back into the classroom. Only the two brothers who were expelled from the gang were left in the corridor, and they refused to admit this fact. Brothers, now that these two have lost the Tiger Gang as their strong backer, we must vent all our previous anger. Yeah, we have strength in numbers, let's beat him up. The male students in the corridor are usually bullied by the fat boy, and now the fat boy is alone and weak. It is the best time to fight back. As expected, in front of dozens of people, Fatty and another Tiger Gang brother were beaten so hard that they peed and slid down the stairs, covered in wounds. The fat boy finally dragged his aching body away. After Lin Chen returned to the classroom, he was very calm, as if what had just happened had never happened. Brother Chen, you don't know how handsome you are. Just now, those people in the corridor looked at you with eyes full of admiration. How come you are the big brother of the Tiger Gang? Guo Qinxue jumped around Lin Chen as lively as a rabbit, wanting to hear Lin Chen tell her a story. Fool, I, your brother Chen, am very secretive. There are still many things you cannot figure out. Lin Chen flicked Guo Qinxue's head lightly, causing her head to explode. A hazy figure flashed before Lin Chen, and a pair of flawless, white, and plump long legs appeared before Lin Chen. Thank you for what you did today. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? It turned out that Wang Lu came over to express her gratitude to Lin Chen. No need, we are all classmates. I am your class monitor, and it is my duty to help you out. Faced with such an alluring body, Lin Chen subconsciously looked up, but his gaze quickly shifted away. But if you don't agree to my request, I will be sad. Wang Lu's heartbreaking trick has been perfected to the extreme, and 2 tears welled up in her eyes in an instant. The whole soft body wilted instantly. Squad leader, you are too stupid. A beauty like this is inviting you to dinner. Isn't this a great opportunity to win her over? It seems that the monitor is straight. If he doesn't want to go, I'm willing to go for him. I remember that all the male students in the class were about to jump up. Any man would understand such an obvious hint. Chapter 160, Sales Competition. Lin Chen, however, pretended to be ignorant even though she knew the truth. She was not very interested in any woman other than Yu Rou. How about Brother Feng accompany you? Chi Feng walked in, holding his stomach. Forget about it, but do you feel good about being beaten to a pulp? Arrogant Wang Lu ignored Chi Feng and returned to her seat. Chi Feng was in deep pain at this moment. He was injured because of this girl, but he didn't get the care he deserved. As substitute teacher Wang Xiaohong walked in, Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue's first class of their first year of graduate school officially began. Jiangbei University is one of the leading comprehensive universities in the country, and finances the school's trump card, so their teaching methods are also very unusual. Wang Xiaohong also invited Yao Xingming, Jiangbei general manager of BYD, a large listed company, to the podium. Classmates, as the future best financial elites in Jiangbei and even China, we must first start with the most basic sales. From now on, I will divide you into several groups to be responsible for selling BYD cars. The top seller will receive provincial awards. Wang Xiaohong gave a brief introduction to all the students. What? I have to do sales on the first day of school? Is it so painful? Selling a car? I've never sold one before. What should I do? My classmates were miserable. It turns out that studying for a master's degree is not that easy. Now I announce that Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue are in one group, He Ying and Zhao Jiqiao are in one group, Chi Feng and Wang Lu are in one group, and Zhao Penghui and Lu Xiaoyan are in one group. Wang Xiaohong quickly divided the group list. The happiest person was Chi Feng. She had long forgotten her previous pain because she was able to be assigned to the same group with Wang Lu, a busty girl. As a new energy vehicle today, BYD fits in well with the current lifestyle, so more and more families are willing to buy an energy vehicle, and BYD is the leader of domestic new energy vehicles. The biggest purpose of BYD's cooperation with major universities is of course to bring BYD's sales to a higher level. Lin Chen didn't care about the sales champion of the group and the provincial awards. He only cared about delivering express deliveries to unlock new rewards in the system. Brother Chen, we are assigned to the same group. That's great, great. Guo Qinxue was very excited. It was worth celebrating to be in the same group with Lin Chen in this unfamiliar environment. Nice, perfect. I love this teacher Wang. Shi Feng was so excited that he wanted to wave his flag and cheer. The thought of being in the same group with Wang Lu made him unable to contain himself. I'm so unlucky to be in the same group with you. I guess my sales will be at the bottom. However, Wang Lu still looked down on Shi Feng as always. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and wanted to prove himself in front of the girl. You can use your spare time and holidays to go out and do business, and attract more customers to buy cars. In addition to commissions, there are also provincial rewards. You must go all out. Wang Xiaohong praised her students one after another. My classmates took the brochure and recited in detail the basic information about BYD company, as well as some vehicle models, performance, etc. If you want to sell the car, you must lay a solid foundation. Guo Qinxue opened her eyes as wide as she could, wishing she could bury herself in the book, for fear of missing any tiny details. Shi Feng also devoted himself to it. This rich young man seldom did anything so seriously, but when it came to picking up girls, he would try his best. Only Lin Chen was there, lazily wearing headphones and listening to the most popular song recently. I always carry 5 bottles of potion with me when I go out. The cards in my hand keep switching into place. Don't act like a spoiled child with me or call me baby. I won't retreat even if I'm alone. Lin Chen really likes Brother Yaoshui's personality. Although he looks a little silly, he is actually very wise. Hey, are you trying to hold our team back? We have to strive to become the sales champion team. Guo Qinxue muttered softly, pulling Lin Chen out of the musical dream. I don't even look down on this sales champion. You guys better work harder. After sleeping, Lin Chen fell asleep immediately. Brother Yaoshui's songs were hypnotic and made people fall into a trance after listening to them. This time, Lin Chen actually slept after school. When Lin Chen woke up from his drunken stupor, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. He hurried to Cangyao Station to send a courier to activate the system. Just as he was about to leave in a hurry, he was grabbed by Guo Qinxue. You can't go anywhere. You have to come with me to do business. We want to be the top seller. Guo Qinxue's aggressive look forms a sharp contrast with her cute girl in JK uniform. I don't want it, I don't want it. No matter how Lin Chen refused, it was useless. Guo Qinxue's small body pulled him to the cafe opposite the school. Sir, are you interested in buying a car? Would you like to consider our BYD new energy vehicle? Stop, I don't lack cars, I just lack women, and the kind that is willing to be my mistress. Do you want to come? An elite man dressed in a suit, tie, and carrying a briefcase actually said such disgusting words to a little girl like Guo Qinxue. Guo Qinxue's face turned red with embarrassment, and she could only suffer in silence. Sir, are you interested in buying a car? Our BYD. Stop, no need, go away. Guo Qinxue walked up to the second man and was interrupted before he could finish his words. Guo Qinxue came to Lin Chen with a pouty face, looking unhappy, like a bully child. The group that Shi Feng and Wang Lu were in also started to act immediately after school. They came to a bar next to the school. In order to show his ability in front of the girl, Shi Feng took the lead and introduced BYD cars to the man dressed in luxury brands. He thought that the other party must have enough money to buy a car. What the hell? Look at my status. I have a Ferrari in my left hand and a Porsche in my right hand. How dare you introduce a mere BYD to me? The boss was very angry. Although Shi Feng was a rich young man, he didn't dare to quarrel with the other party easily in such a mixed bar. In case the other party was more powerful, it would be a loss. But BYD is a new energy vehicle. League Secretary Liu Xiaoyan added. If I want to buy new energy vehicles, I will definitely choose Tesla. What is BYD? The big guy smiled at the students with contempt, and then continued to dance with the little girl in his arms. 857. Under the deafening music and dazzling lights of the bar, Wang Lu twisted her body unconsciously. She had long forgotten that the purpose of her visit was to make sales, not to have fun. Chapter 161, Lin Chen's team is at the bottom. With the exciting atmosphere on the scene, Wang Lu swayed closer to me, throwing her white shawl to the ground, revealing her black camisole, and she became the focus of the entire audience under the lights. This girl is so good at twisting her body, even the Atmosphere Group's assistants can't twist as well as her. Don't even mention the Atmosphere Group. Even the sows in my hometown can't twist like her. It seems that she is a very young student girl this morning. It's worth buying. The big names from all walks of life in the bar have secretly turned their attention to Wang Lu. Shi Feng almost lost his soul when he saw how charming Wang Lu was when she let herself go. Almost at the same time, several middle-aged men who looked very stylish approached Wang Lu. Little sister, you are so beautiful, do you mind buying you a glass of wine? I was here first, so if you want to drink, you should drink with me first. Several bigwigs even had some disputes over Wang Lu. Wang Lu was no longer surprised by the men who approached her, and she calmly took out a few pre-sale orders. It's okay if you want me to drink with you. Just book a BYD for each of you now, and I'll drink with you until the sun goes down. How about that? Wang Lu was very good at understanding men's personalities. Under such lighting and music, no rich man could control the hormones in his body. Wang Lu looks so arrogant, and although her face is a little childish, her sophisticated aura makes it hard to tell that she is a student. Little sister, do you think I am being looked down upon by a BYD? I will order 3 right now. 3 are less than 1 million, it's no big deal. A drunken boss put his arm around Wang Lu's shoulders, signed 3 orders at the same time, and paid a deposit of 150,000 yuan with his bank card. Give me 2 too. I want 2 too. In a short moment, Wang Lu had won 11 BYD orders, undoubtedly setting a record. This sales speed is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Shi Feng was dumbfounded watching on the side. Having just been turned down, he now watched Wang Lu get 11 orders in one go. Rampant. Shi Feng was full of praise for such a capable girl. To celebrate our upcoming new car, I'd like to offer a toast to all the CEOs. Everyone should get drunk today. Wang Lu is also very good at handling things and she can make these bosses feel comfortable. On the surface, she was drinking, but in fact, most of the wine was thrown under the table, and some of the wine that entered her stomach was spit into the trash can when she had the chance. Having been hanging around in bars for so long is the reason why Wang Lu was able to make a living. In less than half an hour, more than 300 bottles of beer had been opened on the table, and the bosses were lying on the ground in all directions. Wang Lu picked up the order and her shawl, then swaggered out of the bar. Shi Feng seemed to have become Wang Lu's little brother, following behind happily. So cool. I didn't expect that beautiful Wang Lu is not only beautiful, but also so good at playing tricks. Shi Feng looked at Wang Lu with admiration. Bah, isn't it because you men are more lustful than each other? Otherwise, I wouldn't be so successful. In Wang Lu's eyes, a man's true nature is that he will only be obedient when he lies in the coffin. Lu Xian's team also relied on the eloquence of this female team's secretary to win 3 orders in just a few hours. Other groups also made some gains to varying degrees. Except for the group of Guo Qinxue and Lin Chen, Qinxue walked around the cafe more than 10 times, but no one was interested in BYD. Take a break. Even if you're not tired, I feel tired just looking at you. The leisurely Lin Chen was drinking afternoon tea and listening to music in a quiet and peaceful place like a cafe, feeling very comfortable. He was unlike Guo Qinxue, who was overwhelmed by the orders. You are so free and easy. You let a little girl do all the tasks. You are so annoying. Guo Qinxue raised her mouth aggressively. Lin Chen couldn't stand girls like this and quickly came to Guo Qinxue. Don't worry, Brother Chen is here. We will start the action on the last day. During this period, just eat well and sleep well. I don't know where Lin Chen got his confidence from. He actually thinks that such a small matter is not worth mentioning at all. Guo Qinxue was skeptical at first, but since Lin Chen had given him many surprises, he chose to believe it. The first day's sales results were already out. As a substitute teacher, Wang Xiaohong sent the positions of each group to the class group. First place, Shi Feng and Wang Lu team 11 singles. Second place, Lu Xian and Zhao Penghui 3 singles. Third place, He Ying and Zhao Jichao team 1 single. Last place, Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue 0 singles. Guo Qinxue, who was at the bottom of the list, felt very uncomfortable when she saw this list, but Lin Chen slept very soundly as he didn't care about it at all. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, Lin Chen's mind was full of Yu Ro's figure, so he made a video call. On the other side of the phone, Yu Ro was preparing to remove her makeup and go to bed. My wife is so beautiful. There is no difference between before and after makeup. She is simply the reincarnation of Shi Shi. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. TSK, you must have a lot of pretty girls in school. Have you forgotten me a long time ago? There was a hint of jealousy in Zhao Yuro's tone. How is that possible? Don't worry, honey. I'll be home with you in a few days. The principal and I are very familiar with each other, so it won't affect your diploma or degree certificate. When Lin Shen saw Yu Rou, he wished he could go to her right now. After hanging out for a while, it was already late. When Lin Shen woke up, he was late for school. When he walked leisurely to the classroom door, he was faced with Shi Weihua, the devil teacher in the department. She is a well-known department head and also a notorious female devil. Students who have worked under her have suffered terribly. It is said that no one has been late for her class for 4 years. If you are late, you will fail the course. Lin Shen believes that graduate students should have freedom, and the classroom should be even freer. Stop, who told you to go in? Shi Weihua was aggressive and his stern eyes showed a kind of majesty that could not be challenged. Forget it, you don't need to come in. You don't need to come to class this semester either, because you've already failed. Shi Weihua doesn't tolerate any fools, and in the first class of the new semester, she also wants to make an example of someone. Boss Shi is so awesome. I didn't expect that a student would fail in the first class. I can't afford to offend Boss Shi. I won't dare skip her classes again. The students below were talking about it, and Guo Qinxue was also playing around. She didn't expect that Lin Shen would actually fail the course. Chapter 162, Sign in at North China Heavy Machinery. Lin Shen didn't care. He just wanted to deliver a package to unlock a new system reward. Otherwise, after class, Guo Qinxue would drag him to do sales again. Don't care? I'm afraid you're just pretending to be indifferent. Shi Weihua. Lin Shen walked away in a cool manner and came to the Cainiao station. Zhang Zimo had classes today, so only Sister Afong was in the store. Hey, there's a package for you to deliver to the boys' dormitory in Building 8. Lin Shen took the package and came to the downstairs of Building 8 while enjoying the beautiful scenery and beauties of the campus. Hello, you have a new express delivery, please come downstairs to sign for it. Lin Shen kindly called the phone number on the package. Damn it, so slow? You're delaying my important business. Wait for me to come downstairs. An irritable male voice came from the phone, and then he hung up after shouting angrily. What's the rush for the delivery? Lin Shen looked down and saw that half a corner of the packaging box of the Dudu brand umbrella had been exposed. Is there a woman in this boy's dormitory? While Lin Shen was lost in thought, a boy in flowery shorts rushed down from downstairs at a speed of 100 km per hour, startling Lin Shen. The most outrageous thing is that this guy didn't even confirm the order. Lin Shen's scanner was just about to scan the barcode of the package when it was snatched away. Oh my god, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Shen naturally would not let the opportunity of the summoning system reward slip away in vain, and quickly caught up. The boy ran up the stairs while tearing the plastic bag and throwing it on the ground. His impatience was unimaginable. Lin Shen had no choice but to pick up the packaging bag and scan it to confirm receipt. The most outrageous thing is that after this boy rushed into the dormitory, he didn't even lock the door. Then, a woman's rapid breathing was heard. Baby, have you been waiting for a long time? Come on. The man pounced on him without thinking. Lin Shen looked through the crack in the door and saw a naked woman inside. Dormitory managers, students from all dormitories, come and have a look. Someone is filming a love action movie in the dormitory. Lin Shen shouted in the corridor, and then it was instantly crowded with people. The dormitory manager rushed in first, where a woman was curled up in the quilt and a man was awkwardly covering his sensitive parts with a pillowcase. You actually openly violated the school rules and regulations in the dormitory. This is really a disgrace to the reputation of Jiangbei University. I will announce your deeds to all teachers and students in the school. Just wait for your punishment. The dormitory manager yelled at the two cheating couple, and they turned pale with fear. Especially that girl, who covered her face tightly with the quilt. If she were photographed by others, she would have no place to stay in the campus from then on. Everyone, stop filming and stop watching. Just let them accept the punishment according to school rules. Lin Shen took the initiative to consider the victim. Until she hid in the corner, put on her clothes, and then put on a hat and mask, it was difficult for anyone to recognize her. Lin Shen snorted coldly and watched the couple who openly did such a shameful thing in the student dormitory accept their punishment, then he walked away alone with a swagger. As soon as he left the dormitory building, the system connected with Lin Shen. System link in progress. Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to sign in as the largest shareholder of North China Heavy Machinery Company, Limited. Please confirm whether to sign in. Lin Chen was stunned on the spot. North China heavy machinery was a word that frequently appeared in the news recently. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the most authoritative heavy machinery manufacturer in North China, including various machine tools and commercial equipment. It monopolized the lifeline of all workshops. Without these machine tools and the production of machines, there is no doubt that all major industrial bases will come to a standstill. Sign in. Lin Chen chose to sign in without hesitation. This large heavy machinery group has a market value of about 100 billion. As the largest shareholder, although Lin Chen only holds 30% of the shares, his net worth is guaranteed to be around 30 billion. The system is becoming more and more reliable, and this reward is quite something. Lin Chen leisurely returned to Cainiao Station and waited for the next order. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen fell asleep in the store while using the air conditioner. Sister Afan could only treat Lin Chen with great care. For fear of offending this little celebrity around the principal, she deliberately covered him with a blanket. Unexpectedly, his snoring became louder and louder. It wasn't until the phone rang that Lin Chen woke up. Brother Chen, I'm done with get out of class. Let's continue to run our business. We must make up for what we missed yesterday today. Guo Qinxue was in a hurry and called Lin Chen right after class. My dear miss, please forgive me. Lin Chen's face was full of reluctance, but he had to leave. The two met at a high-end hotel in the center of Jianbei City, ready to test the waters. The two met at the entrance of the hotel. Guo Qinxue was very passionate. She was holding a thick stack of BYD company's brochures in her hand, carrying a crossbody bag, and wearing smart sports casual clothes. Then she happily pulled Lin Chen into the hotel lobby. Although Guo Qinxue did not wear a JK short skirt today, her perfect figure and tall figure were still highlighted to the fullest, and her beautiful eyes were full of magic. This girl has some good looks. Although she is almost without makeup, she will definitely be stunning when she dresses up. Yes, if this girl was my bedmate, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Several guests in the hotel lobby lounge were discussing Guo Qinxue's figure and face in groups of 3 or 4, and their mouths were almost drooling. If there wasn't a man like Lin Chen around, I'm afraid this group of young men would have come up and asked for their WeChat. In order to achieve good results, Guo Qinxue took the initiative to approach the men who were pointing fingers at her, even though they had ill intentions. Handsome guys, are you interested in BYD's new energy vehicles? This is the mainstream of the future automobile market. The price is only 200,000 yuan. If you buy it, you will make a profit. Guo Qinxue introduced this with great interest, but was abruptly interrupted. 200,000 is negotiable, but we are not only interested in this car, but also in you as a person. What do you think we should do? A rich young master raised his lips in a ghostly arc, and the other young masters laughed and looked at Guo Qinxue's frightened expression like wolves and tigers. Rat. Lin Chen took the initiative to hold Chen Shui in his arms and looked at the group of self-righteous young masters in front of him with disdain. Who are you? Are you tired of living? No one in Jiangbei dares to speak to us like this. A young man namely stood up and pushed Lin Chen. Chapter 163, Encountering the Enemy. Lin Chen's entire body was completely motionless, with no reaction at all. Ha! The young master of the Li family pushed out with all his strength again, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to remain indifferent. Do you think you are made of iron? Everyone attacked Lin Chen at the same time, but Lin Chen not only stood still with his feet, but his upper body shook violently, and the ignorant little people in front of him all fell into the lobby of the hotel. You, are you a human or a ghost? Why are you so strong? The young men lying on the ground were all surprised. Facing the seemingly thin Lin Chen who was so invulnerable, they were immersed in confusion. You little bastards, please don't mess with me, okay? Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave with Guo Qinxue in style, two imposing figures walked in. Both of them were in their 20s, followed by dozens of burly bodyguards, each one looking more ruthless than the other. The arms of these bodyguards are as thick as 10 of Guo Qinxue's thighs, and the muscles on their shoulders and chests are so thick that one can clearly feel the suffocation. The two big shots in front, one was wearing sunglasses, and the other was wearing a black mask, covering their entire faces, leaving only their eyes, nose and mouth, like robbers who were afraid to see people. Master Ji, come and help us. This kid has insulted all of us. You have to help us. Young Master Li, who was lying on the ground in the rest area, saw the important man coming to the door and felt as if he had seen a savior. There is no doubt that one of these two people is Wu Zun, the the young master of the Wu family, and the other is Ji-fan, the young master of the Ji family. Because his entire face was corroded and disfigured by Lin Chen's sulfuric acid spray, he could only go out with this mask. Now he doesn't dare to flirt with girls when he sees them, and can only feel inferior behind the mask. All of this was caused by Lin Chen. He was constantly thinking about how to make Lin Chen lose miserably and kneel down in front of him to sing conquer. Wu Zun is even more so. He has been trampled under the feet of Lin Chen since the Zhangchang rally. Now the Wu Group is attacked by Lin Chen's business alliance. The capital chain, partners, and supply chain are all in crisis. Although it has not gone bankrupt like the Yang family, it can only be said that it is old and struggling to hold on. Wu Zun approached Ji-fan, and the two big families hit it off and started full cooperation. The combination of the Wu family, which focuses on the entertainment industry, and the Ji family, which focuses on the industry, can obviously shake the entire Jiangbei. The purpose of the two meeting in this hotel this time was to discuss how to break the shackles of these business alliances and then counter-sanction Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, they met their enemy here. In the lobby, Ji-fan stared at Lin Chen through the cold mask. Although Lin Chen didn't know it was Ji-fan at first glance, through the pair of murderous eyes, he could tell that this person was him. Wu Zun, wearing sunglasses, also wanted to eat Lin Chen's bones and sleep on Lin Chen's skin. What should we do? I'm scared. Guo Qinshui hid behind Lin Chen, looked at the group of big men opposite with horror, and shrank behind Lin Chen consciously. It's you? You actually came to my door on your own initiative, so don't blame me, Wu Zun, for being rude. Wu Zun made a gesture, and the burly men behind him attacked in full force. The bodyguards tore their suits and shirts into pieces like the Hulk, threw away their ties, exposing their muscular bodies, and then rushed forward. Ah, that's right, that's it, beat him to death. Beat him, does he really think he is made of iron? Die. The few young masters who had just been bullied clapped their hands and cheered, already feeling relieved in advance of the upcoming scene. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen did not dodge at all, but closed his eyes to welcome every punch and kick. The burly bodyguards punched and kicked Lin Chen one after another, but Lin Chen did not feel any pain or shock at all. Instead, these big men held their fists and cried out in pain. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, then quickly stepped forward and punched each bodyguard. After dozens of seconds, these big men fell to the ground dying, unable to utter a word. Lin Chen remained unmoved by all this, and just calmly patted his dirty sleeves. How did you do that, kid? Are you a martial artist? Wu Zun frowned and stared at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen. We are really enemies that have a narrow road to cross. But your good days are about to end. Then we will settle all the old and new grudges together. Ji-fan's low voice spread throughout the hall. He seemed calm because he knew that Lin Chen was not an ordinary person. New grudges and old scores? Fine, I'll wait for you. The four great families? In my eyes, they are nothing more than four great slaves. Lin Chen said this and left with Chen Shui. Ji-fan recalled these words countless times in his mind, and felt a chill on his back. Ji-fan and Wu Zun made preliminary negotiations on behalf of the two groups, and then handed over the cooperation matters to the CEOs of the two families, Ji Chang and Wu Peng. These two men are the fathers of Ji-fan and Wu Zun. They are both very interested in Lin Chen, this tough nut to crack. As long as they join forces to bite it off, both sides will share all the property under Lin Chen equally. Unconsciously, the plans of the two families are gradually being implemented. Although Guo Qinshui admired Lin Chen's abilities when she walked out of the hotel, she also felt disappointed and lowered her head in depression. Our BYD sales competition will end tomorrow with 3 days left. We still have 0 sales so far, so the provincial award has nothing to do with us. Guo Qinshui said dejectedly. I promise you, our group will definitely be number 1, and our sales will be 1,000 times higher than the second place. Lin Chen gave Guo Qinshui a promise, and the two went to the cafeteria to eat. On the other side, Wang Lu and Qi Feng went to the bar again. Wang Lu used the same trick again, but the group of men knew Wang Lu's intention. However, this woman's personal charm was too great. Every time she twisted her waist to the rhythm, hundreds of eyes would focus on her. A few rich second generations who couldn't resist would go up and chat with her, and as long as Wang Lu took out the pre-sale order, these young men would agree without hesitation. All Wang Lu had to do was accompany the guests drinking, and all Qi Feng had to do was count the money. Wang Lu is an experienced bartender, and getting this group of men drunk is as easy as playing for her. In a few hours, Wang Lu received more than 20 orders again, and now the group has received 35 orders. Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Pinghui's team also came to the door of the 4S store and staked out, directly intercepting customers who were about to enter the store to buy cars, and took the lead in introducing their BYD cars. At the same time, they also received several orders. Other groups also made gains on the day. Chapter 164, Results Revealed. After sending Guo Qinshui off, Lin Chen returned to the dormitory humming a little tune for a nap, and then silently called Han Han. "Brother Lin, what do you want to talk to me about in the middle of the day? You vigorously promote BYD cars in the SCC club and launch several preferential packages bundled with our sports cars. In short, I want BYD cars to achieve a sales miracle in Jiangcheng and even Jiangbei within 3 days. Do you understand what I mean?" Lin Chen entrusted this task to his most trusted brother. "Brother Lin, I'll take care of this little thing." As a professional car salesperson, Han Han can handle such small things with ease. At the same time, Lin Chen, as the second largest shareholder of Wuling Hongguan Group, issued orders to the company. Starting immediately, within 3 days, customers who purchase Wuling Hongguan can use their purchase receipt to get a 20% discount coupon for BYD cars. Sales code 1002. At the same time, as the authorized dealer of Mercedes-Benz in China, Lin Chen also bundled the internationally famous brand Mercedes-Benz with BYD cars for sale. The sales code is also 1002. Code 1002 is the group code of Lin Chen and Guo Qinshui. In the end, BYD North China headquarters will announce the final sales competition champion based on the number of transactions coded. In just 2 hours, before Lin Chen woke up from his nap, the changes in the automobile market alarmed BYD's top management. The boss of BYD's Kyoto headquarters was dumbfounded at the skyrocketing sales and transaction volume, and quickly called the CFO and all shareholders to the conference room for an emergency meeting. The CFO of BYD headquarters was not quite sure what had happened. He only knew that throughout China, famous car companies such as Mercedes-Benz and Wuling had proactively launched a series of preferential measures to help sell BYD cars without BYD ever expressing any intention of cooperation. There is also a large supercar club in Jiangcheng, the second largest city in Jiangbei province, which has also launched a large-scale BYD promotion. What do you do for a living? Such a huge change has happened, and your CFO doesn't know what's going on? Do you want to quit? BYD President Wang Chuanfu scolded the chief financial officer. Although the financial officer was confused, he was somewhat familiar with the 1002 code behind each new order. These codes were handed over by him to Yao Xingming, general manager of BYD Jiangbei branch. "Boss Wang, if you want to know the whole story, you must ask Yao Xingming. It seems that he held a sales competition at Jiangbei University," the CFO said as he thought about it. "What? A group of college students can promote such a large transaction volume? Are you kidding me? Are college students nowadays all gods? Yeah, that's too unscientific. It must have nothing to do with these college students. Our professional sales team can't do it, so how can a bunch of young guys do it?" Other executives in the meeting room shook their heads and refused to admit it. "I want to confirm it myself. Wang Chuanfu doesn't think so. He believes in the power of students." Yao Xingming had gone crazy in his office at Jiangbei University early in the morning. He was sorting out the skyrocketing sales data and preparing to report it to the headquarters to take credit. "Hello, is this manager Yao Xingming? I'm Wang Chuanfu. Mr. Wang, I was just about to call you. A pair of freshmen from Jiangbei University have managed to secure tens of thousands of BYD sales orders in just a few hours. It's incredible." One can imagine the excitement in Yao Xingming's tone. Originally, Wang Lu's team's more than 30 orders created a miracle, and tens of thousands of orders were even more astonishing. And the number of transactions is still increasing rapidly, and it is likely to exceed millions by the deadline. How could such a thing happen? I will go to Jiangbei University in person to meet these two talented young men, and I will issue them job invitations on the spot. If they are willing, they can directly join BYD's senior management. Wang Chuanfu laughed out loud. He saw the future of BYD. In less than a few days, BYD's sales doubled, thanks to the boost from the two leading automakers Wuling and Mercedes-Benz in China, as well as the influence of Jiangcheng SCC supercar on the entire Jiangbei and even North China, setting a sales record since the company was founded. Wang Chuanfu and the entire BYD company have been staying in front of the big screen in the conference room, watching the company's market value and trading volume break through the sky step by step, and they can't contain their joy. In contrast, there was a sigh in the conference room at Tesla's headquarters. Faced with the skyrocketing sales of BYD's new energy vehicles, its new energy vehicles encountered a sales bottleneck. What? 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 Can anyone explain to me what happened in the Huaxia region? Why did our Tesla sales hit a record low in a single week? And will this trend continue indefinitely? Musk, the president of Tesla, slammed the conference table and questioned all the employees below. Boss, you don't know that our biggest rival in China, BYD, has seen its performance soar like crazy recently, making it difficult for us to sell our products. James, general manager of the Huaxia region, reported to the president with regret. Why? BYD and Tesla are far apart in terms of technology and user stickiness. Why did such a gap appear in such a short period of time? Musk will certainly get to the bottom of this and make up for the company's recent losses. Our insider at BYD sent us a message saying that they are two students from Huaxia Zhangbei University. They used some unknown means to win over other car companies to bundle sales together. Although James didn't believe that these two students could have caused such a situation, that was the fact and he could only report it truthfully. Is that so? We at Tesla cannot let go of such talents. Come with me to Zhangbei, China now. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of students they are. Musk loves talented people, and after learning about the situation, he immediately flew from Migwa to China. At Zhangbei University, major sales teams are making their final sprint. What should I do? What should I do? We still don't have a single order. It will be so embarrassing. I will definitely be the most popular girl in my class. Guo Qinxue was so anxious that she was restless. She didn't know that Lin Chen had secretly helped this group win hundreds of thousands of orders. She has never been at the bottom of the list since she was a child. She has always been among the best in any examination, activity, and test. This time, she is about to be ranked last, and she has an indescribable feeling. Oh, my dear sister, you are so cute. Believe me, there will be a way out when you reach the mountain, and there will be a miracle when you reach the bridge. Lin Chen sat at the table in the cafe, sipping his cappuccino as if nothing had happened, while Guo Qinxue ran around but to no avail. Chapter 165, Award Ceremony. Miracle, you big-headed ghost, you only know how to make sarcastic remarks. You are such a lazy bum, you don't contribute even a little bit to our team. Guo Qinxue pouted her lips, and her red face had a unique charm. Lin Chen looked at his adorable childhood friend and actually felt like laughing. At this time, Wang Lu and Qi Feng were traveling around various bars and karaoke halls in Zhangbei. With Wang Lu's tricks, hundreds of men had fallen for her and were tricked by her into signing orders in the neon lights. Lu Xiaoyan also won dozens of orders with her eloquent speech. Even the team of Zhao Jiqiao and He Ying, whose performance was average, won more than a dozen orders. The other groups in the class all achieved good results. After Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue had lunch at the school gate, the final results of BYD's sales order were about to be announced. Students from all majors came to the award ceremony, and teacher Wang Xiaohong and BYD Zhangbei regional manager Yao Xingming also appeared here. Wang Lu came to the scene walking in a cat-like step. She was dressed more revealingly today, with a one-shoulder bare wrapped vest and super short semi-transparent shorts. She exuded an aura of being the best. It seemed as if she was ready to win this provincial sales award. Behind him, Qi Feng followed Wang Lu in a wretched manner. Following closely behind were Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Penghui, as well as other students from the entire major who participated in the sales competition. Hey, look at that Wang Lu, she's really amazing, she's holding her head high, as if she's afraid no one knows she has the most orders. That's right. Everyone knows that she got the orders by selling her body to deceive those men. How shameless. What is there to be proud of? The students in the seats saw the arrogant Wang Lu and started talking about her. Guo Qinxue was ready to drag Lin Chen to sit in the last row of the venue because she felt that with 0 orders, it would be a bit conspicuous to sit in the front row. No, we have to sit in the most conspicuous position in the first row, where the light is good. Lin Chen was absolutely unwilling to sit in the back because he didn't want to wait until he went on stage to receive the award and then have to walk more than 10 meters to the podium. Guo Qinxue couldn't persuade the stubborn Lin Chen, so she could only sit down at the front and buried her head in her arms. Hey, squad leader, you're sitting in the front row too? I heard you guys have 0 orders, how can you have the nerve to sit in the front row? Qi Feng finally found a good opportunity to criticize Lin Chen, and sat down next to Lin Chen in the first row. I should be the one most qualified to sit here, but you guys should step back a little. Lin Chen responded with disdain. You're going to be embarrassed later. Qi Feng ignored Lin Chen and just wanted to make fun of him as soon as possible. Classmates, our several-day BYD sales competition has finally come to an end, and the final list has come to my hands. Now, BYD Jiangbei General Manager Yao Xingming will announce the final list. Teacher Wang Xiaohan handed the microphone to Manager Yao. Now let me announce it. The final order of He Ying and Zhao Jichao's team is 20, the order of Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Pinghui's team is 58, and the order of Wang Lu and Qi Feng's team is 456. Finally, the team that won our BYD sales championship is. Yao Xingming deliberately slowed down his voice, trying to create some atmosphere. But Qi Feng and Wang Lu could no longer wait. They stood up in front of the crowd and raised their hands with smiles on their faces, ready to receive the applause and honor. Qi Feng, in particular, has already taken a step forward to take the stage. Wang Lu also pulled up her one-shoulder vest to avoid exposing herself when she went on stage. It's the team of Lin Chan and Guo Qinxue. Let's applaud and welcome these two students to the stage to receive the award. Yao Xingming called out the names of the two students who eventually won the championship, and the audience was silent for a few seconds. Especially Qi Feng and Wang Lu, the smiles on their faces faded instantly. The whole class stared with dull eyes at Lin Chan and Guo Qinxue, who had become the focus of everyone's attention. What the hell is this? What does this have to do with? Didn't Lin Chan's team have 0 orders? How did they become the sales champion in the end? What does that mean? Are you kidding me? Did the organizing committee make a mistake in the statistics? Other students expressed confusion. Even Guo Qinxue looked at Manager Yao and then at Lin Chen next to her. She was kept in the dark and was completely dumbfounded. Lin Chen sneered as a matter of course. He liked the feeling of surprise from everyone. Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue signed BYD car orders worth 320,000 in just a few days. Applause to welcome the two of you to the stage to receive the award. Yao Xingming raised his arms and shouted, he had to admire such a sales genius. Wang Lu sat down quickly in embarrassment, her face drooping and her face red with anger. Qi Feng firmly believed that these useless leaders must have made a mistake. He and Wang Lu were far ahead and had been standing with no intention of sitting down. Qi Feng stood there, waiting to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself. Lin Chen calmly pulled Guo Qinxue, who was still in a daze, up to the podium. Please invite BYD Group President Wang Chuanfu to personally present the award to the champion team. Yao Xingming gave a sonorous and powerful introduction, introducing this important figure to everyone present. Is it really the president of BYD? He actually came to our school in person to present the award? It's so impressive to have the boss of a big company personally present the award. I'm so envious. Everyone looked at him with admiration. Amidst the applause, Wang Chuanfu personally presented the provincial sales crown to Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue, and also gave out a cash prize of 100 million yuan. Lin Chen handed the cash to Guo Qinxue, because the 100 million was nothing to him, but for Guo Qinxue, it would allow her to live a life without worries about food and clothing. Wang Lu was known for being greedy for money. He felt terrible when he saw that the 100 million yuan did not fall into his pocket. The class is full of students and has never seen such a large amount of money. Even some of the rich second generations have never seen 100 million yuan in cash at one time. I wonder what's wrong with you guys. We are the champions, and our 456 orders are the highest. How can there be hundreds of thousands of orders? It's totally unrealistic. Qi Feng gritted his teeth and yelled at the leader on the stage. Wang Chuanfu smiled, because he knew that there was an unfathomable force behind Lin Chen that ordinary students could not even imagine. Student, please calm down. Lin Chen contacted Wuling Group, Mercedes-Benz Group, and the Sports Car Club to bundle BYD sales. So the hundreds of thousands of orders are not a statistical error on our part, but are real. After Wang Chuanfu, the president, said this, Qi Feng finally calmed down. Chapter 166 Chapter 166, Tesla's president arrives. Who is the squad leader? How can he contact Mercedes-Benz and Wuling? What is his identity? I remember now, he was the spokesperson for Wuling before, and he is the Chinese ambassador of Wuling Group. Several students thought they had finally solved the puzzle, but in fact, it was not just that. Lin Chen was the second largest shareholder of Wuling, with 10 billion shares. Guo Qinxue also looked at her childhood friend next to her with admiration, and Lin Chen refreshed her understanding step by step. Lin Chen's calmness and Guo Qinxue's confusion on the stage formed a sharp contrast. In addition, Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue will become our company's exceptionally hired general manager and deputy general manager of the North China region, respectively. They will become BYD's youngest managers, with annual salaries of 70 million and 40 million, respectively. Even Yao Xingming was surprised by Wang Chuanfu's statement. It was so strange that a graduate student would become his superior. Guo Qinxue was almost unable to breathe. The series of heavy news left the girl with no time to digest it all. There was an uproar in the audience. Wang Lu couldn't wait to become Lin Chen's girlfriend, so that she could openly hang out with a rich man. Qi Feng sat at the table with lifeless eyes. Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue had just received the seal of the general manager of the North China region when a crowd of people began to gather outside the venue. Principal Yang Weiguo pushed open the door and walked in aggressively with a group of arrogant Americans. The person who came was none other than Musk, the CEO of Tesla, who is currently the third richest person in the world. After he built commercial rockets, his net worth increased exponentially, but his main business is still cars. Musk only has eyes for one person, and that is Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue, two talented teenagers. Yang Weiguo personally led the way, which shows that the status of this big shot is several levels higher than that of Wang Chuanfu. Wang Chuanfu is certainly familiar with Musk. They are competitors in the same field and have formed a situation of two-legged race and mutual checks and balances in China's new energy vehicle market. They have also participated in international new energy conferences together many times. Now meeting in such an occasion, the two big names were actually a little overwhelmed. Which one is Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue? Musk asked in not very fluent Chinese at the podium. Everyone off the field turned their eyes to this American man whose origins were unknown but who was unfathomable. Teacher Wang Xiaohong was not used to such a big scene, and pointed at Lin Chen beside her at a loss. Musk felt his heart pounding when he saw Lin Chen. "Brother, I intend to let you two be my Tesla China region vice presidents. James will guide your work and give you 5% of the shares respectively. If the performance improves significantly, the share quota will increase indefinitely." Tesla held Lin Chen's hand tightly and conveyed his appointment decision to Lin Chen. Although it is only 5% of the shares, Tesla is a world-class industry, and these shares are worth tens of billions. Lin Chen didn't expect that the Tesla CEO would come to Jiangbei University in person to issue this appointment, which surprised him a little. Guo Qinxue was shocked one after another, her face turned pale. She supported Lin Chen and felt her whole body was light, as if she was dreaming. There was even more booing from the audience. Yesterday, Lin Chen was his classmate, but today, in the blink of an eye, he has become a billionaire and the vice president of Huaxia, a world-leading auto company. Seeing this scene, Yang Weiguo didn't think it was strange that Lin Chen could bring down the Yang family on his own. Wang Chuanfu naturally didn't like the competition I was doing under his nose. "Are you kidding? This is our internal awards ceremony at BYD. It's not appropriate for you to be so abrupt, right?" Wang Chuanfu and Musk spoke clearly. Musk believes that capital and interests are paramount in this society, and he responded with his head held high, "You can't say that. I gave them 5% of the shares and the position of vice president of Huaxia. Can you offer them more generous conditions than I did? In this case, from now on, Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue are the vice presidents of our BYD company, and each will receive 13% of the shares." Wang Chuanfu wants to fight with Musk to the end and does not want to miss this sales talent. Then let's let this little brother choose for himself and see which one he chooses. Musk felt that Wang Chuanfu was determined to fight him to the end, so he could only listen to Lin Chen's opinion. Lin Chen snorted coldly and said calmly, "I want them all." After these 4 words, the audience booed again. Isn't this too greedy? You work for 2 competing companies at the same time, are you kidding me? Yeah, without any common sense, how can you hold such an important position? Why don't we give it a try? The other jealous students started to make a fuss. Tesla and BYD, as new energy vehicles, should have a cooperative relationship. Your common enemy is fuel vehicles. If you join forces to defeat the fuel market, it will be a win-win situation. Lin Chen's words convinced Musk and Wang Chuanfu, and thus, Lin Chen and Guo Qinxue officially became the president of Tesla China region and the vice president of BYD Group. Lin Chen's net worth increased by hundreds of billions as a result, and Guo Qinxue became a billionaire woman in just 1 month. This news spread throughout the school in an instant. The news that Lin Chen was a local tyrant and Guo Qinxue was a wealthy woman was already known to everyone. Whenever they walked on the street, they became the focus of attention. Lin Chen is used to being pointed at by others, but Guo Qinxue is more shy. She is not used to being called a rich woman, and male classmates always chat her up. When 2 of them go to a restaurant to eat together, they always get a lot of attention. Just halfway through his meal, Lin Chen received several calls at the same time. Boss Lin, this is not good. The G family has proactively stopped supplying us with industrial raw materials. Our auto parts production cannot be delivered, which will have a huge impact on the company. Wuling Hongwan's assistant Xiaoyan anxiously reported to Lin Chen. In addition, the various sources of machinery and industrial products of Mercedes-Benz's China factory and Zhao real estate seemed to be strangled, and the company was in crisis. As a large industrial family in North China, the G family has absolute dominance in this field. Relying on their monopoly position, they force the purchase and sale of some industrial products. All companies are inseparable from them. In order to retaliate against Lin Chen, the G family killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of their own, and took the initiative to break with these big companies just to let Lin Chen be punished. Chapter 167 Chapter 167, Go to North China Heavy Machinery. Inside the G family headquarters building, Ji Fan and his father Ji Cheng were looking up to the sky and laughing, ready to see how Lin Chen would clean up the mess that would follow. Wu Zun, who was sitting nearby, was also waiting to see the joke. He wanted to restore the Wu group to its former glory with the help of the Ji family. This time it's absolutely foolproof. What our Ji family fears most is that the supply of large machine tools will be cut off. Although Lin Chen has a Dongfeng heavy armor company, it will indeed have an impact on us, but it's not a big problem. We can only win this time and not lose. Ji Cheng was very confident. On the one hand, he hoped to avenge his son's disfigurement. On the other hand, if he took over so many companies under Lin Chen, he would become the richest man in Jiangbei, which was the highest honor. However, Lin Chen was not afraid at all and prepared to go to North China Heavy Machinery in person. Currently, only North China Heavy Machinery could have an impact on the G family's industrial power. It just so happened that this class was the most boring career guidance class, so Lin Chen simply chose to skip it. Would you like to go out with me? Lin Chen asked Guo Qinxue, who was sitting next to him and listening to the class attentively. I don't want to. I dare not skip class. Guo Qinxue shook her head worriedly. As a good student since childhood, she had never done such a thing. Lin Chen could only slip out through the back door and prepare to drive his own Lamborghini Hermes from the school's backyard parking lot. Wang Lu, who was late, bumped into Lin Chen. Seeing that Lin Chen had skipped class and didn't know where he was going, she followed him directly. Lin Chen became the president of Tesla China. Wang Lu was already very attracted to Lin Chen, a handsome and wealthy young tycoon. Now there are only two of them in the world, and as a green tea girl, Wang Lu would certainly not miss this opportunity. Lin Chen remotely unlocked the super sports car with the car key. Just after he opened the door and got in, the passenger door was also opened. A pair of white and well-proportioned long legs were lifted up and stepped onto the car first. The black color made people full of desire. Valentino always suits men's taste. Following closely was a slender waist and an upper body without a trace of excess fat sitting in the car. A one-shoulder vest and the alluring scent of perfume filled the entire car. It was not until she was fully seated in the car that Lin Chen realized it was Wang Lu. Wang Lu's makeup was more colorful today, but it was different from her usual makeup in class. Because she went to the bar after class, she dressed up carefully. Why is it you? What do you want to do? Lin Chen was speechless. Why are girls nowadays so proactive? Of course it's to seduce you. Wang Lu said this shyly, and Lin Chen was even more helpless. Please get out of the car quickly. I have no interest in you. Lin Chen clearly rejected this wanton woman and took his eyes off her sexy figure. Men's mouths are lies. They say no, but their bodies are honest. Wang Lu said as she fastened her seatbelt, just in time to separate the two lumps of cotton. You. Lin Chen was helpless with such a proactive woman and could only step forward to unbuckle her seatbelt and let her get out of the car. But Wang Lu didn't buy it. When Lin Chen just came closer, she took the initiative to hook her slender arms around his neck, and kept shouting, "Molest, molest." Since the car door was not closed, such a sharp sound would inevitably be misunderstood by people outside, so Lin Chen subconsciously used the electronic switch to close the car door to prevent unnecessary things from happening. Okay, let's go. I'm happy to take you anywhere. Wang Lu closed her eyes, thinking that Lin Chen's next destination must be the hotel. Lin Chen was helpless with such people, thinking that it would not be bad to bring this woman to do things, at most she would just be a burden. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the North China Heavy Machinery Group located in Jiangbei, near the border of Kyoto. So cool, so handsome, so pretty. I love this feeling, sitting in a convertible sports car and breathing in the breeze. Wang Lu closed her eyes in enjoyment, with the corners of her mouth raised. Lin Chen simply ignored this kind of woman. Even though Wang Lu, who was sitting on the passenger seat next to him, made some low, suggestive moans, Lin Chen didn't even look at her. Wang Lu looked at Lin Chen's profile as he focused on driving. His exquisite and perfect jawline made the woman a little intoxicated. Oh my god, why is there such a handsome guy like you in the world? I love him so much. After saying that, Wang Lu leaned towards Lin Chen. She kept breathing loudly and tentatively in Lin Chen's ears. Although Lin Chen had already developed a strong willpower and kept reminding himself to stay calm, his thoughts were inevitably in a state of confusion. This regular at the nightclub bar is very good at understanding men's minds. Fortunately, the structure of the Lamborghini Hermes sports car is that the driver and the co-driver are completely separated, otherwise the woman might have directly climbed over the center console and sat in Lin Chen's arms. If you're like that? Lin Chen sneered, stepped hard on the accelerator, and adjusted the sports car mode to track mode. He could clearly feel the chassis of the sports car lowering and sticking tightly to the ground, and the rear wing behind the car body slowly rose up. Lin Chen still remembered the details of the Lamborghini Hermes racing that the system had uploaded to his brain before, and now he used them all. On the national highway, Lin Chen's car speed instantly reached nearly 350 miles per hour in 2 seconds. Ah! Wang Lu panicked and grabbed the seat tightly. Even with a windshield, the wind pressure at such a high speed made her hair completely messy. Because the car is going too fast, any small groove on the road will bring a huge feeling of weightlessness. Wang Lu screamed and shouted, slow down, it's too fast, I can't stand it, slow down, slow down. Lin Chen ignored him and continued to accelerate. Wang Lu's heart was about to burst out of control and she slumped in her seat with a frown on her brows. After calling all the way for more than half an hour, we finally arrived at the huge North China Heavy Industry Airport. It covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters, with neatly arranged factory buildings on both sides. The tallest and most imposing building in the middle is where the offices are located. As soon as Lin Chen's supercar arrived at the door of North China Heavy Machinery, 2 capable security guards came out immediately. Just as Lin Chen was about to get off the car, 2 security guards quickly came to the front of the car and opened the door for Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the sonorous and powerful greeting. Chapter 168, Counter-Sanctions. Since the moment Lin Chen signed up for North China Heavy Machinery, everyone in the company has received Lin Chen's photo on their computers. They will naturally be impressed by such a young and handsome CEO. Very good, I am very relieved that our group has security guards like you too. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, Wang Lu next to him felt like vomiting. I can't do it anymore. After driving at ultra-high speed for a long time, Wang Lu felt more and more carsick. The 2 security guards opened the car door in time, and fortunately Wang Lu did not vomit in the car. Hold me, I can't walk anymore. In fact, Wang Lu felt much better after vomiting, but she pretended to take the opportunity to get close to Lin Chen. She didn't believe that there was any man who was not interested in her body. Just as she was about to throw herself into Lin Chen's arms, Lin Chen pushed this unsatisfied woman into the arms of 2 security guards. I'll leave her to you too. Lin Chen took the lead and walked towards the office building with a swagger. Wang Lu had a ferocious face and she wished she could punch Lin Chen from behind. She never expected that even though she was trying to get close to him, she would still be rejected. The 2 young security guards were a little panicked when faced with such a revealing and charming woman, and their smiles looked a little unnatural. In this way, with the help of the security guard, the group arrived at the office building. When the vice president of North China Heavy Machinery learned that Lin Chen was coming to inspect, he interrupted the meeting and personally received him. As the vice president, Ma Chuang managed the North China Heavy Machinery Group in an orderly manner. He is also recognized as one of the strongest managers in the entire North China, and is very good at both innovation and operation. The capable Ma Chuang, dressed in a neat suit, hurried forward to greet Lin Chen. What he didn't expect was that President Lin Chen was actually a young man in his early 20s. Hello, Mr. Lin. The company changed a few days ago and got a new leader. I see you today and you are indeed a young talent. Our group will definitely get better and better. Ma Chuang praised Lin Chen enthusiastically. I can't say I'm a young talent. Vice President Ma, thank you for the compliment. I came to you this time for an important matter, which is to immediately terminate any cooperation and contact with the Ji family. I, Lin Chen, will bear all the losses. Lin Chen quickly got to the point, because every second of delay would result in greater losses for other industries under his control. What? The G family? The G family is an industrial family with a monopoly position in the entire Jiangbei area. They occupy 35% of the industrial production share in Jiangbei and even North China. All industrial finished products and processed products, big and small, on the market must be polished by them. Ma Chuang subconsciously explained the strength of the G family. What's even more exaggerated is that there is no company in Jiangbei that can replace the G family. If we don't cooperate with them, we will have nowhere to sell our heavy machine tools and heavy equipment. Ma Chuang felt a little scared. He couldn't even imagine the losses that would be caused by the interruption of cooperation. I know all this, but what I have to do now is to make the G family disappear forever from the territory of Jiangbei and become a thing of the past forever. I will bear any losses alone. Lin Chen's tone was quite firm. Ma Chuang knew very well that there was no need for him to stop him, so he could only quickly convene a group meeting again and pass on this order. Wang Lu never expected that the usually delicate and tender Lin Chen could have such a domineering side, his eyes full of admiration and worship. Lin Chen followed Ma Chuang to the meeting room, and Wang Lu shamelessly stepped forward and took his arm. Security? Where is the security? Where is the security? Lin Chen turned around and saw that the two security guards had quickly controlled Wang Lu again. You? Wang Lu was speechless. She didn't expect that Lin Chen really didn't like women. After arriving at the office, all shareholders negotiated together to come up with a plan with the least losses, and Lin Chen directly placed a bank card with 20 billion in front of the chief financial officer. This money will be used to make up for the company's temporary losses. After the G family officially goes bankrupt, I will acquire them and reorganize them. Our North China heavy machinery will surely reach a higher level. Lin Chen was so imposing and majestic that everyone present admired him. 30 billion? 30 billion. There are only a few people in Jiangbei who can come up with 30 billion in cash, and Ma Chuan was a little surprised that Lin Chen, an unknown graduate, could do it. After the North China Heavy Machinery Group officially implemented the new policy, the news quickly reached the ears of the G family. What the hell is going on? North China Heavy Machinery has terminated its cooperation with us? Why? The reason why our major factories can produce finished products is inseparable from heavy machine tools. In this case, Ji Chang felt very disappointed. He thought that only Dongfeng Heavy Machinery was on Lin Chen's side, but he didn't expect that the big boss of North China Heavy Machinery was also standing against him at this time. Could this also be Lin Chen's doing? Why is Lin Chen involved with North China Heavy Machinery? Find out the relationship between them right now. Ji Fan roared, and the assistant was so scared that he quickly took out his computer to search. Lin Chen is the CEO and largest shareholder of North China Heavy Machinery Group. North China Heavy Machinery belongs to Lin Chen. The assistant stammered and told the Ji father and son the truth. Ji Fan and Ji Chang looked at each other in silence. At this moment, no words could describe the despair of these two people. They knew that Lin Chen was powerful, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then what should we do now? Wu Zun carefully asked the Ji family father and son. Dead end. No miracle. Ji Chang shook his head silently. He knew that his defense line had been pierced, and no matter how much profit he made from production, it would not be able to make up for the supply gap. The decline of the Ji family was only a matter of time. Notify all employees of the company to immediately lift the ban on the shipment of any product. For companies related to Lin Chen, reduce prices by 30%. Ji Chang hoped that his proactive courtesy could earn Lin Chen's favor of not killing him. After returning to school, Lin Chen finally broke free from Wang Lu's entanglement, and was then informed of the news by Ma Chuang. The Ji family wants to show goodwill to me? Unless they agree to give up the control of the Ji family and let me become the top leader, otherwise there is no possibility. Lin Chen hung up the phone decisively without any hesitation. Ji Chang would certainly not be so cowardly as to hand over the Ji group, which he had worked so hard to run, to others. He is integrating internal resources and preparing for this protracted battle. After all, the Ji family is a large and powerful family. Even if North China Heavy Machinery is trying to contain them from behind, as long as the capital chain is not broken, it will not be a problem for them to hold out for 3 to 5 years. Chapter 169, Sign in at TSMC. Lin Chen didn't take the Ji family seriously at all. He felt that it was only a matter of time before the Ji family would succumb to him. After returning to the teaching building, Lin Chen found that the teacher was still teaching. It was not a good idea to push the door open in the middle of class, so he came to Sanyao Station to deliver the goods. There were crowds of people in front of the express store again. Lin Chen knew that it must be Zhang Zimo, otherwise it wouldn't be so popular. Zhang Zimo was wearing a loose sports outfit today. Her beautiful face under the delicate makeup made people think a lot. Lin Chen couldn't stand having such a beautiful girl around him and was easily distracted, so he quickly left the station with a parcel to deliver it. The express delivery today is to the girls' dormitory. Judging from the situation, it is probably a laptop computer. Lin Chen strolled to the girls' dormitory. A girl happily rushed downstairs to pick up a package. This girl was not dressed up like other girls in Zhongbei University. Her simplicity revealed the aura of a top student. Especially the full forehead in the middle, which is definitely full of knowledge. Lin Chen handed over the notebook, then used the scanner to scan the order number to confirm receipt. Just as he was about to leave, an electric bike speeding past not far away hit the girl in front of him directly, and the wheel ran over the notebook. Snap! The laptop shattered on the spot, and the damaged circuit board could be vaguely seen through the crushed packaging box. You keep my laptop. This is the computer I worked so hard to save up for half a year. The girl started sobbing, but the car owner did not stop the car and drove away because he did not want to take responsibility. Lin Chen had already handed the order to the other party and had signed for it, so he had no responsibility. However, faced with this situation, he couldn't just sit back and watch. The order is damaged. I will compensate you on behalf of the courier company. Here is 10,000 yuan. Take it. Lin Chen casually stuffed 10,000 yuan into the girl's pocket. But this is none of your business. Of course it's my business, anyway you just have to accept it, bye. 10,000 yuan is not enough for Lin Chen to fill his stomach, but for the girl next to him, it is the result of half a year's hard work. This girl is Wu Shuyu, a freshman who was admitted to Zhongbei University with the first place. She has an IQ of 210, is proficient in various majors, has a photographic memory and a developed brain. After Lin Chen left the girls' dormitory, the system awakened. Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to sign in at TSMC, please sign in. TSMC? TSMC is the hottest company in the news recently. It is the world's most advanced technology company in chip manufacturing technology. Its 5nm chips are the best in the world. Many high-tech companies place millions of orders here every year. This is also one of the few companies in China with extremely high net profits of the G family. However, 90% of the shares of this company are controlled by the Migwa people. Although its headquarters is in Jiangnan, China, it is actually run by foreigners. Sign in. Lin Chen did not hesitate and owned TSMC, which can be said to have secured a place in the high-tech field. At TSMC's headquarters in Jiangnan, this top personnel change caused quite a stir. What? A graduate student spent a lot of money to buy out TSMC? The actual control of TSMC is in the hands of Americans. How did he do it? Yes, even if they are rich, it is impossible to acquire TSMC in full without the consent of the Americans, unless these Americans are crazy? In TSMC's top conference room, various executives were discussing the matter. On the big screen was a photo of Lin Chen. They stared at the young man and shook their heads to express their incomprehension. Americans who owned TSMC shares could not believe that all their TSMC shares disappeared overnight. It all seemed like a dream. I have to sigh at how powerful Lin Chen's system is. Lin Chen was very happy walking on the road to Jiangbei University, because with the unfolding of the trade war, TSMC's market value has approached $400 billion. As the president, Lin Chen currently owns 10% of the shares, which is $40 billion, which makes Lin Chen even stronger. More importantly, China and Migwa are currently engaged in a fierce trade war, which has resulted in many of China's technology giants being unable to enjoy the most sophisticated chips. Now that Lin Chen has regained control of TSMC, it is also good news for many Chinese companies. The news that Lin Chen replaced Migwa to take charge of TSMC spread like wildfire and had already spread to Jiangnan, Zhongbei, Kyoto, and Modu. Major Chinese companies have contacted TSMC, hoping to purchase 5nm chips again. Previously, the Americans made trouble and banned the export of chips to these companies, but now the ban has finally been broken. Among them, one call was made directly to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin? Congratulations on becoming the president of TSMC. I am Wei Dashuan, and on behalf of the Wei Group, I would like to express my sincere blessings to you. Wei Dashuan? Wei Dashuan from Jianbei? Lin Chen never expected that the president of the Wei family, the most powerful of the four major families in Jianbei, would personally congratulate him. You should know that the Wei family is mainly engaged in the tertiary industry in Jianbei, and the Wei family is the only dominant one in the field of information technology. The Wei family's mobile phone and computer industries are both second to none, but in recent years they have been suppressed by other competitors and foreign brands, and their market value and profits have plummeted. Wei Dashuan was eager to get help from TSMC, but under the control of the Americans, he could not succeed at all. Now that Lin Chen has become the head of TSMC, he quickly made the call. It's me. I hope you can sell the 5nm chip to our Wei Group. From now on, your company will get a 20% commission for every product we sell. Wei Dashuan made the biggest concession because their current product chips are far behind the 7nm market. If they continue like this, they will go bankrupt sooner or later. It is urgent to obtain a supply of 5nm chips. It's a small matter. I will inform TSMC now. Your Wei Group is Lianxin Industry. I will help you. Lin Chen has also used mobile phones produced by the Wei family. They are indeed practical and very cost-effective. Domestic electronic products need further support from me. Thank you so much. From now on, if you have any questions, just tell me. I, Wei Dashuan, will make you my friend. At the headquarters of Wei Group, Wei Dahan's eyes were filled with tears. He saw hope for the group. I just have a request. If you immediately launch a commercial war against the Ji family, I will only take 10% of the profit from each of your products. Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. If he could defeat the Ji family with the help of the Wei family, it would be a win-win situation. Chapter 170, First Place in Monthly Exam. No problem, leave it to me. Wei Dahan has always been the largest investor behind the Ji family. If the Wei family withdraws its investment, the Ji family will be in chaos. After hanging up the phone, Wei Dahan quickly withdrew all investments from Ji's enterprise and cut off any technical support. The supply of various sophisticated electronic intelligent equipment and digital robots was also terminated. If the North China heavy machinery caused external injuries to the Ji family, then this action of the Wei family was tantamount to causing all the internal organs of the Ji family to be diseased. At the Ji family headquarters, Ji Cheng faced this fact powerlessly, his face pale and helpless. Ji Fan simply took off the mask that covered his disfigured skin. At this moment, he felt hopeless. Let's not struggle anymore. Only by giving in to Lin Chen can the nightmare end. Otherwise, Ji's enterprise will not even have a complete corpse left. It will be drained away bit by bit. Even though Ji Chang was reluctant, he still said this. So are we really going to let Lin Chen be the CEO? Will we, father and son, be subordinate to him? Ji Fan struggled with his face and clenched his fists. Is there any other way? Do it now, transfer the position of CEO to Lin Chen, and then we personally ask him to show mercy, and the Ji family will still have a shell left. Ji Fan shook his head and sighed. This was really the only solution. Lin Chen gladly accepted the transfer request from the Ji family's father and son, and he became the head of the Ji family in broad daylight. Wu Zun was also very sensible. He followed the example of the Ji family and gave the management rights of the Wu family to Lin Chen. At this point, Lin Chen has basically controlled the four major families. Even the Wei family and the Xue family cannot go against Lin Chen's wishes, otherwise they will also encounter unexpected endings. Lin Chen, whose wealth has skyrocketed to nearly 1 trillion yuan, remains calm. He still enjoys being a student. He walks into the classroom while humming a tune. He didn't expect that today is teacher Shi Weihua's class again. Shi Weihua is a well-known devil. He was late for the last career guidance class and Lin Chen failed. I didn't expect that Shi Weihua would be the substitute teacher for today's financial management class. Lin Chen planned to arrive at the classroom on time, but he was still a few minutes late. The decisive Shi Weihua stared at him with sharp eyes, and the other students in the class gasped. It's over. I'm afraid our class monitor will fail this course again. Even if he is the president of Tesla China now, he still has to listen to teacher Shi in class. The female devil is about to attack again, and our squad leader has run into a bullet hole again. The students watched carefully and felt that Lin Chen was still in danger this time. Wu Chenxue showed an anxious look. You are really not doing your job properly. As a student, you are late every day. What's the point of studying? You might as well go home and grow winter melons. Shi Weihua was extremely angry. She never allowed her students to be late, but Lin Chen actually violated her class rules one after another. Lin Chen completely ignored this irritable woman in menopause, and everything she said went in one ear and out the other. You look into my eyes. Are you paying attention to what I'm saying? Shi Weihua was even closer to going berserk. If she were the principal, she would probably expel Lin Chen in an instant. Lin Chen still looked nonchalant, because as long as he had Yang Weigua as his backer, he had no need to worry. Teacher Shi, do you really have to be so angry? Crow's feet and forehead wrinkles are appearing. Calm down a bit. Lin Chen sounded a little impatient. You actually talk to me like this? Do you believe that I will make you fail this course as well? Shi Weihua's eyes widened as if he wanted to eat someone. Forget it. Students like you are hopeless. The monthly exam is coming up soon. If you can't make it into the top 20 this time, I will deduct all your credits and you won't get your degree certificate. Shi Weihua's eyes widened with anger. What if I make it into the top 20? Lin Chen asked tentatively. Then I will just quit. Students like you only deserve to be at the bottom. Shi Weihua was certain that a poor student like Lin Chen would be at the bottom of the class. Lin Chen did not argue with her because he did not care about losing credits and Yang Weigua would not let him fail to graduate. What should I do? You have offended this witch. You will suffer for the next 3 years as a graduate student. After returning to her seat, Wu Qinxue was very worried about Lin Chen. It's okay, just sprinkle some water. Lin Chen didn't care at all. He opened his phone to watch the most popular Chinese new rap show recently. The performances of the two popular contestants, Yao Shuigu and Zhao Ge, attracted him more. 2 days passed like this, of sleeping in class and playing with phone, and the monthly exam was here. Lin Chen didn't expect that the monthly exam for Zhangbei University's graduate students would be so strict. They even had to empty the table? Is this still a university? It's obviously just an elementary school. Lin Chen was speechless. He just sat down in the examination room and looked at the test paper on the table. It was like a heavenly book. He was already in despair. Looking at the dark words made Lin Chen feel dazed and sleepy, just like a dizzy picture. Lin Chen originally wanted to struggle to finish a few questions, but sleepiness had already come over him, and he fell asleep. Ring, ring, ring. The bell in the classroom rang, and there were only 15 minutes left before the end of the exam. Lin Chen was awakened by the urgent sound. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and prepared to go back to sleep. Hey, classmate, copy quickly. Lin Chen vaguely heard someone hitting him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was the girl he met while delivering food, the girl who was in pain because her notebook was crushed. Lin Chen took a ball of paper from her hand, crumpled it and saw that it was filled with densely packed answers. At the top of the note was a small line of words, "Thank you last time." Lin Chen didn't expect that this girl would be grateful. Since he was just sitting there doing nothing, he simply copied all the answers on the test paper. However, what he didn't expect was that this classmate was Wu Shuyu, the top student in the school. During the second exam, Lin Chen simply started copying right away, and handed in the paper after copying in 10 minutes. After the exam, I went straight back to the dormitory and fell asleep. This is the comfortable campus life. The next day, Lin Chen walked slowly to the classroom as usual, but found that the corridor was crowded with people, staring at the wall. Lin Chen is so awesome. Is he a child prodigy? How can he get first place in the class even though he never attends classes? It's terrible. I always thought he was a poor student. It turns out we were just too ignorant. The classmates were talking to each other, full of admiration for Lin Chen. As soon as Lin Chen walked into the crowd, he saw his name ranked first on the monthly exam list. Chapter 171, Resign or Not? Woohoo, I didn't expect she was such a top student. I just copied a few words and got first place in the class. Lin Chen doesn't care about this first place at all. After all, he can't exchange it for money. After entering the classroom, Shi Weihua was a little dazed at the podium, especially after seeing Lin Chen walk into the classroom. His eyes wandered and he looked around in a daze. Oh? Do you remember our agreement? I am the top student in the class now. When are you going to quit this job? Lin Chen looked at the female stone Buddha in front of him and felt very unhappy because she was the one who had embarrassed him time and again in the office. Well, I just went to the principal's office to hand in my resignation, but the principal wasn't there. He's been on a business trip for a long time recently, so there's nothing I can do. Shi Weihua felt a little guilty and spoke hesitantly. She had never been in such an awkward state before. On a business trip? Why on a business trip at this critical time? Lin Chen was somewhat dissatisfied, so he called Yang Weihua. Principal Yang, I have something to do here. Please go back to school immediately. I'll be waiting for you in the classroom. Lin Chen's attitude was relatively mild. Brother, what's going on? I'm in a meeting at the Jiangbei Education Department right now. The meeting has just started. Wei. Yang Weihua was quite conflicted and explained the situation on the scene. Why are you dithering? I'm asking you, can you show up in front of me within half an hour? Lin Chen was obviously a little impatient. He didn't care whether there were any meetings or not. Yes. Yang Weihua did not dare to make any excuses and left the education department's annual highest-level meeting midway. My God, who is Lin Chen? Why can you make the principal willingly give up his work? It's incredible. Is there anything that Lin Chen can't do? Several students were whispering to each other under their seats, their facial expressions full of confusion and questions. Shi Weihua sat on the podium in a lifeless manner, holding in her hand Lin Chen's impeccable full-mark test paper. Every idea and step in answering the questions was almost the standard answer, and she felt a chill on her back. Only Guo Qinxue was not shocked, because her brother Chen had always been so omnipotent and had always refreshed her worldview. 5 minutes before half an hour, Yang Weihua rushed into the classroom from the Jiangbei Municipal Education Department 100 kilometers away. Sweat had already soaked his collar, but he didn't care at all. As long as Lin Chen is not angry, everything is worth it, otherwise the consequences will be even more serious. Little brother, what did you call me for? Yang Weihua, who was panting, looked at Lin Chen fearfully, because Lin Chen's tone on the phone made him a little timid. Nothing, it's just that our teacher sure said she doesn't want to continue teaching at the university, so she asked you to come and approve her resignation application. Lin Chen said this nonchalantly, then glanced at Shi Weihua frivolously. Shi Weihua didn't even dare to look up. She just realized now that Lin Chen had a special relationship with the principal. What awaited her was unemployment. Teacher Shi, you don't have to resign. I'm sorry to tell you that you're fired. Please pack up and leave Jiangbei University immediately. Yang Weihua looked straight at Shi Weihua. He would not allow anyone to offend Lin Chen on this university campus. Shi Weihua looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes, a few wet tears were clearly visible in her eyes, and then the look turned into fear. She never expected that Lin Chen was such a big shot that she could not shake. At this moment, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Even Yang Weihua had to admit defeat with his aura. Forget it, it's not easy for teacher Shi to support her family, so just find her a job in logistics. Lin Chen still softened his heart. Then you should report to the archives room tomorrow. They are in need of an administrator to organize student files. Yang Weihua did not dare to go against Lin Chen's wishes and found this job for Shi Weihua. Shi Weihua was almost moved to tears of gratitude, having finally seen the light from despair. At this moment, the bell for the end of get out of class rang, and the playground was filled with noise. The students seemed to be shouting something. Through the window, you can see groups of students gathered together. In the crowd is an extremely luxurious red Ferrari 488. The beauty of its lines highlights the expensiveness and status of this sports car. The sports car stopped in the middle of the school playground. As the door slowly rose up, a pair of extremely slender, white legs stretched out from the car. That kind of noble and elegant temperament could not be matched even by the female stars in TV dramas. Oh my God, where did this rich woman come from, and why did she appear in our school? This leg is enough for me to charge 10,000 times. It's too charming. The students on the playground opened their eyes wide with excitement, and couldn't wait to see the full appearance of this beauty. The students in Lin Chen's class also ran out of the corridor and looked outside through the windows. Hey, come and see, it's a beautiful girl. Sister Fairy is here, come and eat. The news spread quickly, and the corridor was full of students lying on the ground. Yang Weihua was also very curious and looked out the window. Lin Chen, however, was very disdainful. He had seen too many beauties. How beautiful could one be? Moreover, he did not have much interest in women now. He was watching TikTok alone in the classroom. After the woman on the playground stretched out her legs and stepped back, her waist and body emerged from the water. She was wearing a white jumpsuit, looking like an immortal. Every part of the body exudes a charming scent. Until she walked out, even with sunglasses on, it was still impossible to resist her stunning beauty. They are both girls, why is there such a big difference? It seems like I know, for a woman who looks like this, what troubles does she have in life? The female classmates around were all ashamed. Even though they were girls, they had no immunity to such hot Taiwanese girls, not to mention the boys around them, who could no longer suppress their inner restlessness. But what each of them showed more at this moment was inferiority, because the temperament and aura displayed by this woman were far beyond their control, and no one dared to even think about approaching her. The whole school was in an uproar at this time because of the appearance of this rich woman, and almost all the teachers and students in the school wanted to catch a glimpse of this beautiful face. Is it really that exaggerated? Although Lin Chen didn't have much interest, curiosity drove him to see what kind of person could resonate with the whole school. After finally finding a seat in the crowd, Lin Chen looked up at the playground. He always felt that this figure was very familiar, especially the temperament and elegance. Chapter 172 Chapter 172, The Focus of the School, Zhao Yuro. Is it possible? Lin Chen had already sensed something. It was not until she took off her sunglasses that Zhao Yuro's face was completely exposed to everyone. The delicate skin and impeccable facial features, coupled with the aura and luxury car, made everyone exclaim wow unconsciously. It's settled, do fairies really exist in this world? Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. It's you, what are you doing in our school? Lin Chen was muttering to himself through the window, and was actually heard by several boys from other classes nearby. You must be joking. You talk as if you know this beautiful lady. That's right, stop flattering yourself. Even though you are quite handsome, it's not possible for all the beautiful women to be related to you. Several people around pushed Lin Chen back and asked for it. Lin Chen was very calm. He just laughed and did not argue with these idiots. Zhao Yuro dragged her fairy spirit and walked towards the front of the crowd with gentle steps. At this time, 7 or 8 security guards hurriedly came over from the police office and stopped in front of Zhao Yuro. Because of Zhao Yuro, she caused a sensation in the whole school and even almost caused a stampede in the south campus of Jiangbei University. Everyone wanted to take a look at Zhao Yuro, so the security guards naturally had to regard Zhao Yuro as a safety hazard. Ma'am, I'm so sorry that your presence has caused some unnecessary trouble to our school. May I ask what you are doing in our school? If it's nothing important, please leave immediately. The security captain of Jiangbei University informed Zhao Yuro politely. I'm so sorry, I'm here to find my fiancé and take him back to get married. Zhao Yuro told the security guard about the incident. This sentence also reached the ears of the crowd, and everyone booed in surprise. A fairy is here to find a fiancé to marry? Is the fiancé in our school? Who is so lucky to be chosen by such a beautiful rich woman? Being able to marry such a beautiful and domineering female CEO must be a blessing that I have earned in 8 lifetimes. Everyone in the crowd looked at each other, wanting to see who this fiancé was. Because of Yuro's words, the situation at the scene became more difficult to control. The boiling crowd was pushing and shoving, and a stampede could occur at any time. My beautiful lady, may I ask who your fiancé is? We can help you bring him to you as soon as possible. The security captain knew that these students would not calm down until Zhao Yuro left Jiangbei University for a second. It's Lin Chen, a financial management major from the School of Economics and Management. When Zhao Yuro said this name, Lin Chen became the focus of the whole school. So everyone's attention shifted from Zhao Yuro to Lin Chen. Mom, do you really know this rich woman, and you are her fiancé? The boy who had just mocked and questioned Lin Chen was dumbfounded, looking at her blankly, with extremely complicated feelings in his heart. Everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts, with envy, jealousy, and hatred being the most common. Guo Chenxue was Lin Chen's childhood friend, but she didn't know that Lin Chen actually had such a beautiful fiancé. She looked at him with a tired look on her face. Wang Lu was even angrier, stomping her feet on the floor. She had never expected that the rich man she had been eyeing was already taken. She wished that Lin Chen's fiancé was herself. Shi Feng also felt resentful. He never expected that Lin Chen actually had such a beautiful wife. He was afraid that he would never meet a beauty of this level in this life, the next life, or the next life. As a major shareholder of the Yang family, Yang Weigua has attended various business meetings. He naturally knows that this woman is the daughter of Zhao Donglai, the president of the Zhao Group, and a well-known female elite in the business world. He didn't find it strange at all, because for a man of Lin Chen's status, it was only natural for his fiancée to be any important person. Amid the cheers, Lin Chen walked out of the grassland, and the crowd consciously made way for Lin Chen. He felt a little embarrassed being stared at by so many people. Why so sudden? Why do you want to get married so suddenly? Lin Chen came to Ro. He was a little curious about this. Because my father specially invited the best yin yang master in the province yesterday, and he calculated that tomorrow is the best day for us to get married. Only by getting married tomorrow can we love each other forever, and our marriage will also be blessed by God. So I couldn't wait and came to school to find you. Zhao Yuro looked at Lin Chen lovingly. Her petite figure formed a contrast with the aura she had just displayed when she got out of the sports car. Silly girl, let's go back to Jiangcheng and get married. Lin Chen touched Zhao Yuro's hair lovingly, and Yuro wanted to curl up in Lin Chen's arms in front of so many people. Isn't this too dog torturing? I'm so envious. When will this sweet love come to me? This dog food is just right, I envy Liao so much. The classmates watched Lin Chen get into Zhao Yuro's car and drive out of the school gate. Only traces of the sports car were left. Guo Qinxue felt bad as she watched Lin Chen leave. Although she didn't have any other thoughts about Lin Chen, she always felt something was wrong. Maybe because Lin Chen had been with her since childhood, and suddenly he married another woman, he felt a sense of gap. All the students in the school gradually dispersed, and each of them was recalling the scene just now in their minds. Lin Chen thus became a celebrity in the whole school. The headline "Rich woman picks up a first-year graduate student in a sports car and takes him home to get married" appeared in the school's newspapers, blackboards, and magazines. The scene of Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro looking at each other affectionately in front of the sports car was made into posters and posted in every corner of the school. Yuro's driving skills were not exaggerated. She drove with sparks and lightning all the way. In more than half an hour, she had returned to Jiangcheng and arrived at the Kaixin Hotel. Arches, red carpets, banners, balloons, honor guards, and singing and dancing troops were neatly arranged at the entrance of the Triumph Hotel. This kind of grand scene can only be seen in real movies. Zhao Donglai paid great attention to the arrangements for this wedding. He personally participated in and prepared various matters, and it can be said that he did his best. We also invited all the people we could to the scene, such as Zhao Dongsheng, Zhao Ping, and of course Zhao Yuqing and Zhao Yuyan. He also invited his in-laws, Lin Chen's parents Lin Yi and Zhu Ping, as well as Lin Chen's eldest uncle Zhu Jianyuan, third uncle Zhu Jianbin, eldest uncle Lin Yukai, and second uncle Lin Anliang to the scene. Bride and groom, go change your clothes quickly. Wang Hao and Shen Fang were the best man and bridesmaid. After seeing the two parties, they immediately took them to the dressing room. Chapter 173 Wedding Scene. Zhao Yuro's wedding dress was specially ordered by Zhao Donglai from Switzerland in Europe. It was made of the most precious diamonds and fabrics at the foot of the Alps and was custom made by a world-renowned stylist. It was a dress made exclusively for her. Wearing the pure white wedding dress, Yuro's unique temperament was highlighted. The long skirt dragged for a full 3 meters on the ground, stunning everyone. Lin Chen also put on a suit and tie. The two of them were simply made for each other. Boss Xiao, they are here. In the lobby of Triumph Hotel, Zhao Donglai's assistant whispered this sentence in his ear. Zhao Donglai immediately became nervous, then hurriedly tidied his clothes, stood up and trotted out of the hotel door. 4 high-end Maybachs drove in unison. In the 4 cars sat the leaders of the 4 major families in Jiangbei, Shui Yating and Shui Xinxin from the Shui family, Wu Sheng and Wu Zun, the presidents of the Wu family, Ji Chang and Ji Fan from the Ji family, and Wei Dashuan from the Wei family. Before the wedding, Zhao Donglai specially dispatched 4 luxury cars and arranged 4 of his most capable assistants to personally pick up the 4 Jiangbei bosses to attend his daughter's wedding. He also attached great importance to these 4 well-known bigwigs and ordered all hotel staff to treat them with respect. Congratulations, Boss Xiao. Your precious daughter is getting married. Congratulations. Shui Yaoting was the first to get out of the car and shook hands with his partner Zhao Donglai. Thank you, Mr. Shui. Please come in. You must eat and drink well today. Although Zhao Donglai can call the shots in Jiangcheng, he is at an absolute disadvantage in front of any of the 4 major families in Jiangbei. Therefore, Zhao Donglai wants to use this wedding banquet to curry favor with the 4 major families so that they can cooperate better in the future and help the Zhao family's strength increase further. Shui Yaoting was very satisfied with Zhao Donglai's hospitality and nodded in approval. Shui Xinxin followed closely behind. Zhao Yuro was his secret lover, and now she was about to become someone else's wife. He couldn't help feeling sad, but there was nothing he could do. The Wu family and the Ji family also walked slowly towards Zhao Donglai from the car. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Moreover, Wu Shang and Ji Chang, the two old foxes, are the best at showing off. Even though their two families are now badly damaged and are no longer the same as before, the aura they display is still the same as before. Mr. Wu and Mr. Ji, how are you? I, Zhao, am so honored to have you here. My daughter's wedding is so glorious. Zhao Donglai did not dare to be careless when facing these two tycoons. Wu Zun and Ji Fan followed behind their father. They heard that the daughters of the Zhao family were all stunningly beautiful. These two notoriously lustful men had been eager to catch a glimpse of the bride's beauty. The last person to arrive was Wei Dashuan, the most powerful president of the Wei family. His net worth could be said to be the sum of the other three families. Wei Dashuan originally had no time to attend the wedding, but Zhao Donglai sent out invitations 5 times, and he was too embarrassed to refuse. Hey, Mr. Wei, you are here. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please come in quickly. Zhao Donglai is extremely humble, especially in front of Wei Dashuan. You're welcome. Wei Dahan was also very stylish, and the oppressive feeling he exuded made the other CEOs a little afraid. Especially Ji Chang, he was subject to the threats from the Wei family, but he could not say anything. After these 4 big shots arrived at the hotel, other bosses and celebrities in Jiangcheng also took their places. Come in, please. Zhao Donglai invited the distinguished guests from the 4 major families into the hall. At this time, Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro had just finished dressing up and walked out of the locker room. Come on, Yuro, Lin Chen, come over here quickly, I'll introduce you to the 4 CEOs. Zhao Donglai shouted at Lin Chen from a distance. This is today's bride, my precious daughter Zhao Yuro, and this is my son-in-law Lin Chen. Lin Chen first introduced today's male and female protagonists to the distinguished guests from the 4 major families. Zhao Donglai was just about to walk up to these big names and introduce them one by one, but he found the atmosphere a bit weird, even suffocating. These big shots looked at Lin Chen with indescribable surprise, especially Ji Chang and Wu Shang, whose legs were shaking a little and their faces were pale without any redness at all. Their minds were filled with fear of being dominated by Lin Chen, and Lin Chen currently held shares in the Ji family and the Wu family with an absolute advantage. Logically speaking, they should call Lin Chen the boss. Wei Dashuan couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that the billionaire who owns TSMC would be the groom getting married today. It was also the first time that Shui Yaoting saw Lin Chen in person. Lin Chen helped the Shui family integrate the market and provided a steady stream of financial assistance. It is no exaggeration to say that without Lin Chen, the Shui family would not be what it is today. Ji Fan and Wu Zun retreated unconsciously. They had fought with Lin Chen many times but were defeated miserably every time. Now they even attended Lin Chen's wedding in a daze. You know each other? Zhao Donglai saw these Jiangbei financial tycoons staring at Lin Chen, confused, and he seemed to have noticed something strange. Mr. Lin, I wish you a happy wedding and a long and happy marriage with your bride. Boss Lin, we were too reckless. We didn't even know that you were getting married to the daughter of the Zhao family. We didn't even prepare any gifts. The 4 major families congratulated Lin Chen respectfully. What? What is going on? Why are the tycoons of the 4 major families so afraid of Lin Chen? Shen Fong had no idea that Lin Chen could actually suppress 4 powerful figures in Jiangbei. Although Wang Hao knew that Lin Chen was very capable, this scene did seem a bit fake. Zhao Donglai knew that his son-in-law was not an ordinary person, but how could he make the 4 major families bow down to him in such a short period of time? He originally thought that he would take advantage of this wedding to make Lin Chen familiar with these bigwigs so that they would be easy to talk to when they met in the business world in the future. However, he never expected that Lin Chen would be so capable. Ha, you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. Please take a seat. Lin Chen has the authority of a superior, and his words sound like he is talking to his subordinates. The people standing in front of him instantly lost their previous arrogance and became as docile as sheep, because they knew that Lin Chen was the ready-made trump card. In front of Lin Chen, no matter how they pretended, they would be like a jumping clown. Wow, look! People from the 4 major families in Jiangbei are also here to attend Lin Chen's wedding. This shows how important Zhao Donglai is. With the Zhao family as a backer, our son can bring honor to the family. Chapter 174 Wedding Ceremony. Xu Ping was very satisfied with the wedding and liked Zhao Yuro as her daughter-in-law. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Being able to see her son wearing a suit and standing at the wedding scene was her biggest wish in the first half of her life. Little did they know that Lin Chen's current strength had already far surpassed any forces of the Zhao family in Jiangbei, and his son had already reached a higher and stronger realm. When the guests saw the four major families sitting in the VIP seats, they all sighed and glanced at them secretly. These people pay more attention to these giant crocodiles than to the groom Lin Chen. Zhao Yuro was very thoughtful. He also specially invited a group of Lin Chen's friends, such as Han Han, Xiaoyan, Ai Weiwei, Lu Tingting, Xiaowan and others. They formed a group of relatives and friends and kept making noise. Especially Ivy, who volunteered to dance on the stage before the ceremony officially started. Her amazing figure and huge breasts made the whole audience excited again and again. Next, the wedding ceremony officially begins. Let's give a round of applause to the bride and groom to make their grand entrance. With the host's enthusiastic opening, the tall and graceful Zhao Yuro and the fair and handsome Lin Chen walked onto the stage arm in arm. At this moment, they were the focus of the entire Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangbei. Jiangcheng TV and Jiangbei Media are broadcasting this wedding banquet live. The influence of this wedding banquet is comparable to the visit of the chairman. Groom, will you treat this stunning bride in front of you well for the rest of your life and protect her without any worries for the rest of your life? The host asked Lin Chen a question. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Yuro affectionately. He had rehearsed this moment countless times in his dreams. This scene had flashed through Lin Chen's mind like a slideshow thousands of times, but when he really came to this occasion, he couldn't control his nervousness and excitement. I do. With a resounding answer, Lin Chen stared at Zhao Yuro intently. The determination in his eyes was unquestionable. So, bride, are you willing to stay with the groom for the rest of your life, to be his sweetheart and protector forever? I do. Although Zhao Yuro is usually a shrewd and capable female elite in the workplace and is not afraid of facing any heavyweight tycoon, she is also extremely excited when facing Lin Chen, and her bright eyes are already a little moist. Bang, bang, bang. There were cannon salutes throughout the venue, and there were also cannon salutes outside the hotel. This deafening sound lasted for about 5 minutes. In order to obtain approval for setting off fireworks, Zhao Donglai personally made arrangements with the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau in advance, and the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak. Now, please let the bride and groom kiss each other in front of all these notaries. The host and the guests were all looking forward to this moment of relief. For such a talented and beautiful couple, a kiss right away must be very romantic. Woohoo, kiss me quickly, it's so exciting. Yeah, do you think our boss would kiss with his eyes closed or open? Ivy Wei screamed excitedly and cheered with Han Han and his friends and family in the audience. Zhu Ping and Ling Yi were so excited that they shed tears. Their only son finally had a grand wedding ceremony at this moment. As parents, they no longer had any regrets. The two sisters, Zhao Yuqing and Zhao Yuyan, also wished Zhao Yuro well and were looking forward to the kiss intently from the audience, especially Zhao Yuyan, who was very optimistic about her brother-in-law Lin Chen. Zhao Yuro on the stage had already blushed with embarrassment, and like a kitten, she wished she could snuggle in Lin Chen's arms. In front of so many people, she was too embarrassed to do such a shameful action. Lin Chen was also a little embarrassed, but as a man he had to take the initiative. He slowly and gently lifted Yuro's tender chin, then caressed her waist with his other hand and gradually moved his whole body forward. Closer and closer, closer and closer. Wow, this is not suitable for children, this is so enviable. The guests in the audience were excited again when they saw Lin Chen's lips touch Yuro. Wu Zun and Ji Fan were furious. Their biggest enemy, Lin Chen, had already married a beautiful woman here, but they were now young masters whose families had fallen on hard times and could no longer be so romantic. In a corner of the Triumph Hotel, a mysterious figure wearing a baseball cap and a mask was silently staring at Lin Chen. He was carefully observing this young man in his 20s. This mysterious figure is Ma Huatang, the CEO of Tencent, a famous Chinese internet company. His net worth has always been among the top 3 in China. WeChat, QQ, and various games all come from Tencent's Goose Factory, a company with considerable strength. The reason why Ma Huatang targeted Lin Chen was, of course, because of TSMC. Ma Huatang had been eyeing TSMC, a world-class chip company, for a long time. He had been in close communication with TSMC and was preparing to acquire it a month later. However, Lin Chen intervened halfway and took TSMC away ahead of time, which made him very angry. Ma Huatang smoked one cigarette after another, thinking in his mind how to make Lin Chen pay the price and then hand over the control of TSMC. No one at the Triumph Hotel had expected that the small city of Jiang would allow Ma Huatang, one of the most powerful figures in China, to appear. After Lin Chan and Zhao Yuro finished kissing, Zhu Ping and Lin Yi also came on stage to offer their blessings to the newlyweds. Amidst thunderous applause, the delicious dishes were carefully placed on the table by the waiters. Lin Chan and Yu Ro toasted at each table. Lin Chan, you have made great progress. You must treat your wife well in the future and not owe her anything. Do you understand? Zhu Jianyuan instructed. Uncle, I understand. Don't worry, I will treat Yuro well. Lin Chan had to answer for sure, and then looked back at Yu Ro beside him lovingly. Come, I toast you, you are my dearest family. Lin Chan picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Although he usually got drunk after just one drink, after obtaining the physique bestowed by the system, he unexpectedly found that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. No matter what concentration of liquor it was like soda to him. After the toast, Lin Chan came to the table where the 4 major families gathered. The 4 major families were extremely respectful to Lin Chan, and they were also not careless towards Yu Ro, and they all drank with caution. But Ji Fan and Wu Zun were not willing to admit defeat in front of Lin Chan. Don't think you've married a charming woman. If you don't believe me, look at Wang Baoxiang. Especially Wu Zun, he actually started to provoke. Lin Chan didn't want to pay any attention to this jumping clown, but Wu Zun had no intention of stopping. Chapter 175, Toast. Even when his father Wu Shang whispered hum hum, Wu Zun turned a blind eye. We 2 brothers are old friends. Today, I will give you 3 more bowls. Wu Zun picked up the mutai liquor on the table, divided the bottle into 3 large bowls, and then drank it all in one gulp. Brother Wu, you have a great drinking capacity. I really admire you. Ji Fan applauded and cheered, with the purpose of embarrassing Lin Chan. Brother Wu has a good alcohol tolerance. Lin Chan didn't want to bother with this person anymore, so he just wanted to agree with him and then toast to the next table. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave, groom? I offered you 3 bowls of wine, so I have to give you 3 bowls in return. You can't break the rules. But Wu Zun was unreasonable and he thought he was the god of wine. He wanted Lin Chan to get drunk on his wedding day and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. In that case, let's play something big. I'll just drink 3 bottles of mutai, you can do whatever you want. Lin Chan opened 3 bottles of mutai at the same time, then put the bottle mouths to his mouth and drank all 3 bottles of wine at the same time. Everyone present was dumbfounded. My god, the groom is so arrogant. I've only seen beer being blown like this. Can mutai be blown like this? The problem is, who can drink 3 bottles of liquor at the same time without changing his expression or heartbeat? People who saw this scene were all shocked and couldn't believe it. Wu Zun was even more stunned. He considered himself the wine king of Jianbei, but he had never seen anyone drink like this before. Slow down and take care of yourself. Zhao Yuro whispered to the side, a little worried. But Lin Chan had finished all 3 bottles of white wine in no time. What do you mean now? Do you have to accompany me with 3 more bottles of white wine? Lin Chan just silently wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and then spoke calmly to Wu Zun. He didn't look like a drunkard at all. Apart from the smell of alcohol in his mouth, there was no sign of redness in his eye sockets, fat face, or neck. Drink if you want. Who am I, Wu Zun, afraid of? In order to prove his masculinity, Wu Zun also imitated Lin Chan and drank 3 bottles of white wine at the same time. At the beginning, Wu Zun was still very confident, but his upper body was red. But when he drank a moderate amount, because of the excessive amount of alcohol taken into the body at the same time, the whole person seemed to be unconscious and his eyes became blurry. Soon after, Wu Zun fainted on the ground, exhausted. Wu Sheng had no choice but to send his son to the ambulance to sober him up and clear out the contents of his stomach. Lin Chan just laughed and continued to toast the next table. When Lin Chan toasted to the last table and was about to complete the task, a figure stood up and walked to his side. This person is Ma Hua Tang. Don't be complacent for too long, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Ma Hua Tang's mouth twitched, and that sharpness and contempt made Lin Chan feel a sense of crisis. This murderous feeling is not possessed by any of the 4 major families in Jianbei. Lin Chan turned around and looked at Ma Hua Tang. Although he was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, one could feel the sharpness in his eyes. Who are you? Lin Chan asked in a low voice. It was impossible for him not to know who had challenged him. Jiannan Goose Factory Ma Hua Tang. Ma Hua Tang? Lin Chan is certainly not unfamiliar with this name. Every game he has played since childhood is inseparable from this name. Even his favorite League of Legends came from Tencent. Tencent is one of the most profitable companies in China, and not many people can compete with it. Lin Chen felt a chill on his back. He had never felt such a crisis before. Ma Huatang calmly and proactively toasted Lin Chen, then left with a dashing back. Lin Chen looked at the flashing images and had a bad feeling. This person must be someone special, right? You have to be more careful. Zhao Yuro has been in the business world for many years. Although she didn't know that this person was Ma Huatang, she also sensed a sharp aura. Don't worry, I'm not a coward at all. Lin Chen put his arm around Yuro's shoulders and continued to toast. At this time, a phone call also came from Jiangnan. I am Ma Yun from Alibaba Group. Our Alibaba Cloud urgently needs the assistance of TSMC. If you agree to provide us with chips, Alibaba is willing to invite you to invest. As a celebrity in the business world, Ma Yun often appears in the media and on television, and his voice is very familiar to every Chinese. Lin Chen didn't doubt the other party's identity at all, because Ma Huatang had already come to his door, so it was not strange for Ma Yun to call him. Mr. Ma, this is easy to discuss. TSMC is willing to cooperate with Alibaba. Lin Chen was humble because Tencent had already set its sights on him. If he had Alibaba's support, the result would have been different. Why is this kid pretending to be so high and mighty? Alibaba? Mr. Ma? This is bullshit, right? That's right, I didn't expect the groom to be such an unreliable person. When the guests at the venue heard Lin Chen's conversation on the phone, none of them believed it. Very good, I am willing to give up 4% of Alibaba's shares. From today on, you are a shareholder of Alibaba. I also hope that TSMC can provide assistance for our Alibaba Cloud algorithm. Ma Yun was very happy. He closed a deal with just one phone call and the electronic contract was quickly sent to Lin Chen's email. Lin Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that at a wedding, he would meet the two most outstanding talents in China's high-tech field at the same time. You know, the market value of Alibaba Group has been rising since it went public on Migwa, and has now reached $800 billion, approaching the 1 trillion mark. Although Lin Chen only got 4% of the shares, his net worth has increased by $32 billion, equivalent to 200 billion renminbi. Lin Chen's current total net worth is already enough to make him a leader in the entire China. After the wedding banquet, Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro were pushed into the bridal chamber at the instigation of a group of best men and bridesmaids. Although Lin Chen drank a lot of liquor at the banquet, he was very sober at this moment. Zhao Yuro took off her wedding dress, and she was only wearing a small red sling and ultra-short safety pants. Under the dim hotel lights, Zhao Yuro's graceful temperament and figure were further revealed. Yuro was not as sober as Lin Chen. She also drank a lot of wine and was a little drowsy at the moment, with a few blushes on her little face. My dear, you are so beautiful. Lin Chen quietly admired Zhao Yuro's beautiful face. He was very glad that he could have such a beauty as his wife. Yuro was a little shy. As she looked at Lin Chen, who was approaching her step by step, her breathing began to become heavier and her eyes were full of uncertainty. Lin Chen has been waiting for this day for a long time. He has lived with Yuro for several months, but he has never had any contact with this beauty. This is because he wants to keep the beauty of this moment on his wedding night. Chapter 176, Alibaba Esma Papa. You, I, we. Yuro was also a little excited and couldn't even speak clearly. Lin Chen directly put his middle finger in front of Yuro's tender red lips. Yuro also calmed down obediently and slowly closed her eyes. She could only feel a heat, which was the heat radiating from the man from the inside out, gradually enveloping her. Lin Chen put his mouth close to her and gently stroked Yuro's waist and back with his hands. Then, Lin Chen very gently peeled off the suspender, and Yuro's graceful figure appeared naked in front of him. Lin Chen's hormones grew rapidly, and he could no longer control himself, and he pounced on the one in a million beauty in front of him. Outside the hotel door, one could faintly hear a woman exhaling and saying Early the next morning, Zhao Yuro woke up in the morning sun. Lin Chen was still sleeping beside her pillow. When she was about to get dressed and get out of bed, she found that it was painful for her to walk. Yuro couldn't even take a step and had to go back to bed. The faint red on the white sheets was particularly eye-catching. Lin Chen has a physique 100 times stronger than an ordinary person, so his fighting power is also quite strong. It is normal that Zhao Yuro cannot get out of bed. You annoying bastard, you're such a pain in the ass. Zhao Yuro pushed Lin Chen in disgust. Lin Chen was awakened by Yuro's little punch, and then he hugged the beauty beside him into the bed again. You big bad guy, what are you going to do now? Zhao Yuro was knocked down again. Of course, I still feel unsatisfied. Early in the morning, the two began to show their love again. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. The two continued for several hours and finally calmed down. Finally, dragging their tired bodies out of the hotel, Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro found that the outside of the door was extremely crowded, and everyone in the crowd focused their eyes in one direction. In the crowd, a short man who was only 1.6 meters tall became the center of attention. He was wearing casual clothes and sneakers and looked like a very simple man. However, a group of important officials and wealthy businessmen from Jiangbei surrounded him and flattered him. Zhao Donglai was also able to please everyone and had great respect for this short man. Ma Yun? I heard that Alibaba CEO Ma Yun came to our Jiangcheng. Could it be him? It's impossible that Ma Yun is here? How could such a big shot appear here? Although Kaixin Hotel is the largest hotel in Jiangcheng, it is incompatible with Mr. Ma's status. Several waiters around were talking about it. Lin Chen recognized the man in the crowd at a glance, and it was indeed Ma Yun. That unique face was particularly easy to recognize. I didn't expect that he would come to see me in person. Lin Chen muttered quietly, but he didn't expect that he was heard by the villains around him. Boss Ma is looking for you? Don't think you are someone important just because you marry into the Zhao family. That's right. You are too arrogant. It would be better if you didn't marry into the Zhao family. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be qualified to appear in a high-end hotel like Kaixin. Several of the Zhao family's sworn enemies were madly dis-ing Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no intention of paying attention to the gossip. He hugged Yuro's graceful body and started cracking the melon seeds beside him. Boss Ma, may I ask what is the purpose of your visit? Are you going to cooperate with the Zhao family? Boss Ma, why do you have to come here in person? Can't you just let your subordinates handle ordinary business? The major leaders of Jiangcheng took the initiative to come forward and ask Ma Yun. But Jack Ma didn't want to pay any attention to these voices. All his attention was focused on one person. I came to Jiangcheng to find someone. Ma Yun looked around with a strong purpose. Mr. Ma, who is the person you are looking for? Lin Chen. As soon as the word Ma Yun was uttered, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't know what was going on. He just saw that everyone was looking at him. When Ma Yun saw Lin Chen, he enthusiastically trotted over to his side and took the initiative to shake his hand. What is the identity of this kid Lin Chen? Why is Hangzhou Ma so enthusiastic about him? Logically speaking, with so many big names present, how could this young boy not get his turn? Everyone stared in confusion. Especially those villains who just dissed Lin Chen, they couldn't believe it. Zhao Donglai watched Ma Yun approach Lin Chen step by step. If it was an accident that the four major families were so respectful to their son-in-law yesterday, then why did Hangzhou Ma treat Lin Chen like this? Lin Chen looked calm and thought that this was all natural. After all, he owns a world-class chip factory like TSMC, and any company in the high-tech field wants to get in touch with TSMC. Brother Lin, hearing about you is worse than meeting you in person. I didn't expect that China really has a young talent like you. Ma Yun kept praising Lin Chen, and the people around him were all speechless. Mr. Ma, thank you for the compliment. How can you come to Jiangcheng in person? Logically, I should go to Jiangnan to find you. Lin Chen was still very polite and had some respect for Ma Yun. Ma Yun can be said to be the businessman that Lin Chen admires most in China, no doubt about it. Because Mr. Ma not only contributed to China's tax revenue, he also created the ant forest and made contributions to China's air and border areas. Of course, I can't miss a young talent like you. I came here to invite you to visit Alibaba's headquarters in Jiangnan province and discuss further cooperation matters. Every word Ma Yun said was heard by everyone. What? Mr. Ma wants to discuss cooperation with this yellow-haired boy? What kind of cooperation can they discuss? They are not entrepreneurs of the same level at all. Yeah, has Mr. Ma become confused since he retired? How come he can cooperate with anyone? People in groups of 3 or 4 were speculating, none of them understood Ma Yun's move. Not to mention others, even Lin Chen's parents Xu Ping and Lin Yi couldn't believe why their son was connected with Alibaba Group. Even if their ancestors were to be connected, there was a natural gap between them and they were completely unrelated. Zhao Donglai seemed to be thinking about something, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand Lin Chen's true identity now. Zhao Yuro nestled in Lin Chen's arms like a little rabbit. The baptism of last night and this morning had made her feel sore and weak all over. After hearing these incredible words, she leaned weakly on her man. Since Mr. Ma has invited me so kindly, I, Lin Chen, must of course agree, but... Lin Chen was a little shocked. Chapter 177 Chapter 178, Boarding. Boss Lin, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? I can prepare a special private passage for you, so you don't have to queue up for security check. Lily quickly apologized to Lin Chen. Qin Xiaoran was somewhat at a loss. He originally thought that Lin Chen was just pretending to be a big shot, but he didn't expect the vice president to call him Mr. Lin. What is the identity of this young man? It turns out that what he said just now was not groundless. Yes, the attitude of these security guards is really bad. Someone should step up and teach them a lesson. The passengers waiting in line for security check were full of praise for Lin Chen. It's fine to queue up for security check, but it's a pity that a piece of rotten meat spoils the whole pot of soup. I don't want to see this Qin again. I want him to disappear from the airline forever from now on. I'm talking about all Chinese airlines, not just Jiangcheng Airlines. Do you understand? Every word Lin Chen said made people feel even colder. Boss Lin, don't worry, he will be on the blacklist of all Chinese airlines from today on. Lily glanced at Qin Xiaoran with sharp eyes, her eyes full of anger. No. I am the one who looked down on others. Please forgive me. Qin Xiaoran quickly lay on the ground and rubbed his way to Lin Chen and Lily, but Lin Chen didn't want to pay any attention to this unknown person and just stepped over him. Manager Qin's face was filled with despair, but he was powerless. After passing security check, Lin Chen took Yuro's hand and prepared to board the plane. Seeing that Mr. Lin was about to board the plane, Lily quickly contacted the plane's logistics personnel. Upgrade Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro's cabin from business class to deluxe presidential class. Do it now. Since Lily knew that her boss was on the plane, she naturally had the obligation to ensure that he enjoyed the most luxurious service. Also, let our airline's best stewardess go on this flight. He is our president, and we must let him enjoy the most high-end flight experience. Lily was very anxious, worried that Lin Chen's sailing experience would not be smooth. But Vice President, the best flight attendants are already on other flights and are about to take off. What should we do? The logistics staff said. What kind of nonsense is this? What flight can be more important than the one the CEO was on? Stop all other flights immediately and get their flight attendants to come here quickly. Yes, I understand. Jiangcheng Airlines A523 flight to West China immediately extended its takeoff time indefinitely, and the best flight attendants all came to the plane where Lin Chen was. Xiao Hu but document anti-piracy bookfinding robot, just choose it, it is stable and will not cause any mistakes. What happened? Why did the boss attach so much importance to the flight to Jiangnan? Is there a big boss with a special status? That should be the case, otherwise they wouldn't have mobilized so many troops to let us go there at such short notice. The flight attendant Xiao Mei and several other good girlfriends were guessing, but they did not dare to be careless at all, and they boarded the flight to Jiangnan as soon as possible. As soon as Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro stepped onto the plane, they were surrounded by several tall stewardesses who were nearly 1.8 meters tall, and then they were led to the luxurious presidential cabin. Each presidential cabin is more than 10 square meters in size and is equipped with beds, toilets, refrigerators, food, televisions, and internet. It is simply a scaled-down version of a high-end hotel. The interior is made of gold and diamonds, with a simple faucet and gold-plated exterior. However, each cabin can only accommodate one person, so Lin Chen and Zhao Yuro had to separate. Lin Chen lay down on the bed in the cabin and felt comfortable. The air conditioning and room temperature were also suitable, and he immediately felt sleepy. Dear passengers, flight A770 from Jiangcheng to Jiangnan is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts to avoid accidents. After the voice announcement by the flight attendant team leader, the flight has entered the gliding state and is about to take off. At this time, a stewardess gently pushed the door of Lin Chen's cabin and walked in, carrying specially made desserts and pastries to deliver to the customers in the presidential cabin. Lin Chen? Is that you? Gao Yu? Why are you here? Lin Chen never expected that he would meet his old classmate on the plane. I have to thank you for this. It was you who gave me the job as a flight attendant. After I resigned from the Bath Center, I came to work at Jiangcheng Airlines. Because of my outstanding performance, I was assigned to the best flight attendant team. I am so happy to meet you here. Gao Yu's face was extremely sweet. She used to be always melancholy and dull, but now she got her dream job and her personality became more cheerful. Coupled with her exquisite makeup, sexy stewardess uniform, flesh-colored stockings and high heels, she exudes an irresistible charm. Gao Yu placed the dessert on the bedside table beside Lin Chen's bed, but because the plane's taxiing speed suddenly increased, she lost weight and fell into Lin Chen's arms, and the soft ball of cotton hit Lin Chen's face squarely. Lin Chen felt like he was about to suffocate, and was suddenly hit in the face by these two soft balls. He couldn't recover for a while, and his blood pressure and heart rate soared immediately. He had never had this experience before. Ah! Gao Yu fell into Lin Chen's arms and screamed in embarrassment, but as the plane continued to accelerate and due to inertia, she was unable to stand up immediately, no matter how hard she tried. She simply stopped struggling and just laid her body in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face turned red and he was at a loss. Gao Yu had been thinking about how to repay Lin Chen when he helped her before, and now she felt it was a good opportunity. She deliberately unbuttoned a key button that was holding her two huge balls of cotton, and the two balls instantly burst out like wild horses and hit Lin Chen's face hard again. No way, I just want to be friends with you, why do you always want to sacrifice yourself? Lin Chen really had no choice but to button Gao Yu's shirt himself, even though he needed to move his hands in the process. But I want to repay you. This is the only way I can think of to repay you now. Gao Yu felt a little aggrieved. After being rejected by this man 5 times, she began to doubt herself. There are many ways to repay, and you chose the worst way. Lin Chen was speechless. Besides, he had just fought Zhao Yuro for 300 rounds last night and this morning, so he didn't have any extra energy to continue fighting. Gao Yu smiled sweetly and then walked out of Lin Chen's cabin. The time in the comfortable presidential cabin is always short. After entering the airspace of Jiangnan province, we soon arrived at Hangzhou Airport, which is the headquarters of Alibaba. Chapter 178 Chapter 179 Mahuatang's Plan. Yuro hooked her arm around Lin Chen's and walked off the plane. As expected, the temperature in southern cities was really high. It was already autumn, but the weather was still as hot as ever. The lush green leaves form a sharp contrast to the withered and desolate north. Isn't Hangzhou so beautiful? I love it here so much. Zhao Yuro raised the corners of her mouth, her beautiful eyes flashing. Lin Chen walked out holding Yuro's shoulders. Alibaba Group's vice president Joseph Tsai had been waiting for him for a long time. The Alibaba team, dressed in suits and ties, each standing straight, came forward to greet Lin Chen. This scene stunned passers-by at the airport. What extraordinary ability does this young man have that Alibaba Group personally welcomes him at the airport? Even the CEOs of foreign companies don't get this kind of courtesy. Could he be the second Ma Yun of China in the future? Everyone was talking at once, looking at the fair and capable Lin Chen, and speculating. You must be Brother Lin, right? I'm Alibaba's vice president, Joseph Tsai. I've received a request from CEO Ma to come and pick you up to visit Alibaba's headquarters. This way, please. Joseph Tsai is a gentle and polite man. As Alibaba's second in command, he manages the entire Alibaba in an orderly manner. Thank you, Mr. Kai. Lin Chen and Kai Chongqing walked side by side. Yuro was next to Lin Chen, and countless reporters, paparazzi, and passers-by took out their cameras to capture the scene, which was then spread across various platforms in China. Zhao Donlai from Jiangqing saw through the media that his son-in-law was picked up at the airport by such a high-ranking person, and he couldn't help but sigh at how powerful Lin Chen was. The Ji family and the Wu family of the 4 major families regretted their decision very much. They should not have taken on such a strong opponent like Lin Chen, otherwise their 2 families would not have been taken over by Lin Chen now. Xu Ping and Lin Yi felt very proud of their son and went around the neighborhood with the video, praising their baby son. And there was another person who was very dissatisfied, and that was Ma Huatang from Shenzhen. He glanced at Lin Chen from the corner of his eye, and was furious to see that Lin Chen was so close to his competitor, Alibaba Group. Bang! In a rage, Ma Huatang threw a set of tea sets worth millions to the ground. With the help of TSMC, Alibaba will surely develop unstoppably in the future. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Ma Huatang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the sharpness made his men panic. As one of the most important figures in China, Ma Huatang has never been so scared because of anyone, and Lin Chen is currently the first one. At the entrance of Alibaba Group, a long red carpet had been prepared for Lin Chen, and all Alibaba employees lined the road to welcome him. Most of these employees are recent graduates from prestigious universities, and many of them are single. Especially the female employees, their girlish hearts were overwhelmed when they saw Lin Chen's handsome face. Ma Wating brought Lin Chen directly to the Alibaba Cloud Lab amidst the crowd. Inside this huge factory, the roar of large screens and large machines is deafening. Countless programmers are working on research and development day and night, but unfortunately their throats are blocked due to chip problems. Alibaba urgently needs TSMC's new 5nm chips. Lin Chen got through to TSMC's acting Vice President Chang Peng in one call. Vice President Chang, please come to Alibaba headquarters and bring our contract with you. We have a big deal. When Chang Peng heard that it was the new president who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, even though he was extremely reluctant, he still agreed on the surface. He had hoped to take full control of TSMC, but he never knew why Lin Chen would eventually get the upper hand and become the ultimate owner of TSMC. Chang Peng had long wanted to exclude the newcomer Lin Chen and had been planning to do so. He didn't want to expose his plans so quickly, and of course he couldn't offend Lin Chen, so he took a special car to Alibaba's headquarters in Hangzhou as soon as possible. Mr. Lin, this is the contract you want. This was the first time Chang Peng met Lin Chen. He never expected that Lin Chen was just a young man in his early 20s, which made him relax his vigilance. The evil Chang Peng couldn't help thinking, a boy like this who has not experienced much in the world is qualified to compete with me for TSMC? Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to it, nor did he bother to pay attention to this ulterior motive of his subordinate. He handed the contract document to Ma Yun. Ma Yun signed the contract, and TSMC officially cooperated with Alibaba to provide chips with the latest technology. After visiting the Alibaba Group, Lin Chen and Yu Rou were arranged to stay at the Lihua Hotel, the top 7-star hotel in Hangzhou. Even the Triumph Hotel could not be compared with it. Just the large groups of young ladies at the front desk are enough to overwhelm you, not to mention that the cleaning ladies here are all college graduates in their 20s. Even the cleaners at Lihua Hotel earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a month. Here they are the face of the entire hotel, and some bigwigs often stuff their expenses into their underwear. As Alibaba's VIP, Lin Chen was naturally taken to the presidential suite, which is located at the top of the Lihua Hotel. There is also an open-air swimming pool and coffee bar, from which one can have a panoramic view of the entire city. Zhao Yuro changed into pajamas and lay by the swimming pool sunbathing, feeling very comfortable. Lin Chen jumped directly into the swimming pool, creating several ripples. You are still bad, you made me wet. Most of Yu Rou's pajamas were wet, highlighting her perfect figure. Lin Chen looked at Yu Rou with a wicked look, then grabbed her ankle and dragged her into the swimming pool. Ah, hate. Zhao Yuro wanted to cry but had no tears, but her heart still fluttered when Lin Chen held her in his arms. However, at this time in Wanwan City, Jiangnan Province, after Chang Peng returned to TSMC headquarters with resentment, a mysterious man wearing sunglasses, a big boss followed by a group of younger brothers, was looking directly at him. You're looking for me? Who are you? Chang Peng had a hunch that the other party was not looking for trouble, but was useful to him. As the tycoon facing him took off his sunglasses, the true appearance of China's famous Ma Huatang was revealed. Mr. Ma? Chang Peng was a little flattered. He never thought that one day this Chinese tycoon would come to see him in person. I came to you to discuss cooperation with you. I know you are very dissatisfied with Lin Chen taking away your TSMC, so I will lend you a helping hand today. As a shrewd figure in the business world, Ma Huatang can accurately grasp anyone's thoughts. Chang Peng's eyes lit up and he looked at the tall and majestic man opposite him with shining eyes. Mr. Ma, how do we cooperate? If you can really let me squeeze out Lin Chen and take control of TSMC again, I will agree to any of your conditions. Chang Peng said this happily, with a sinister look on his face. Chapter 179 Chapter 180 Lihua Hotel. I will send people to sneak into TSMC's chip or D and production center to tamper with it, so that all the chips sent to Alibaba will have problems. In this way, Lin Chen will not only lose Alibaba as a big customer, but also offend all the employees of TSMC. By then, it will be easy to coax Lin Chen, who is at the center of the storm, away, right? Ma Huatang spoke in a deep voice, which made Chang Peng's blood boil, but then he frowned. But TSMC's chip or D center has layers of security, and it's not easy for unauthorized people to get in. Even for me, I need to go through more than a dozen processes such as fingerprint authentication and facial authentication. Chang Peng's eager face began to look a little disappointed. With you as the vice president, is there anything that is off limits to TSMC? If it weren't for this, I would not have cooperated with you. If you want to gain benefits, you have to take certain risks. Mahua Tang did not give Chung Peng too much time to think, because what he hated most was other people's hesitation and indecision. And well, I'm going all out. I'll die if I don't succeed. I'm going to make Lin Chen get out of TSMC. Cheng Peng's eyes were filled with disdain, and his mind was now filled with scenes of himself showing off his power after taking charge of TSMC. Very good, I will send someone to meet you tomorrow, and you will be responsible for bringing them in. After saying that, Mahua Tang left in a hurry, and Cheng Peng walked into the TSMC building as if nothing had happened. Now that TSMC has received tens of thousands of chip orders from Alibaba, all employees from top to bottom are full of enthusiasm to manufacture chips, and no one dares to be careless. However, due to the heavy workload and too many people entering and leaving the chip factory, the security inspection process is somewhat redundant, which reduces the chip production efficiency. I propose that our chip factory cancel the facial recognition and fingerprint recognition systems, which will improve the efficiency and speed of our entry and exit of the production workshop, so that we can increase our production capacity. Only high production capacity can bring us high income and high wages. Cheng Peng took advantage of the situation to win people's hearts and facilitate subsequent actions. Vice President Chang is so reliable. This will provide a lot of convenience. Yes, it used to take 5 minutes to get in and out of the workshop, but now it can be shortened to 1 minute. The employees gave Cheng Peng thumbs up one by one, and Cheng Peng was thinking about how tomorrow's action would tamper with the chip. In the Lihua Hotel, Lin Chen and Yu Rou swam more than 10 laps in the swimming pool. Yu Rou was obviously overwhelmed. Her physical fitness had declined significantly in the past few days. After being tormented by Lin Chen before, some parts of his body still felt pain, and he was dragged to the swimming pool to swim again. No, I need to take a rest. I'm so tired. Zhao Yuro walked back into the room with her slender and smooth long legs, and Lin Chen followed her in. Lin Chen, who has always been cautious, was thinking inexplicably. She always felt that she needed to go to TSMC to settle down. After all, Alibaba Group was a big customer. If there was a problem with the order, she would not be able to explain to Ma Yun. Wife, I'm going to TSMC headquarters in Wanwan City to supervise the employees and give them some encouragement. Okay, then husband, please come back soon. I'll be waiting for you here. Mua. Lin Chen left the presidential suite and called Ali, asking him to stay here 24 hours a day to ensure Yu Rou's safety. Lin Chen, who was just about to get into the elevator to go downstairs, glanced into a business room and heard a few shrill screams. Oh, don't do that, don't. A rapid and crisp voice was heard, and the panic and helplessness in the tone could be clearly felt. Lin Chen walked forward and saw a middle-aged greasy guest who was teasing the cleaning staff of the Lihua Hotel. Because the cleaner had an extremely hot body and was wearing flesh-colored stockings on her lower body, the middle-aged Mediterranean man could not resist and simply pressed her under him. Hush, if you just give up your resistance today, I promise you will have delicious food and drinks, and no worries about food and clothing. You can choose any brand name bags, cosmetics, and clothes you want. The man teased the terrified girl. I don't want your money, so let her go if you know what's best for you. Lin Chen put his arms in his pockets, leaned against the doorframe, and spoke impatiently. Who are you? Who let you in? What right do you have to control me? I'm going to take care of this girl today, even if Jesus comes, it won't help. I say that. The man was very confident and subconsciously tidied his Mediterranean hairstyle. Then, don't blame me. Lin Chen kicked the man away. The beautiful cleaner ran away like crazy and came behind Lin Chen, curling up in fear. You're looking for death. The man was furious and called the general manager of Lihua Hotel. Hey, general manager, someone is looking for trouble with me here, please come over here quickly. The greasy man was confident. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to be presumptuous in front of his brother-in-law, the general manager of Lihua Hotel. Brother, please leave quickly. Don't worry about me. This will implicate you. The beautiful cleaner whispered pitifully. Her name is Xiaoya. She is a top graduate from Jiangnan University of Finance and Economics. With her outstanding looks and elegant temperament, she was finally hired as an employee of Lihua Hotel just for the monthly salary of more than 100,000 yuan. So normally if some customers touch them, they can just put up with it. But if they offend these big customers, not only will their wages be deducted, but in more serious cases they may be fired. 10 minutes ago, it was Tang San, the general manager of Lihua Hotel, who asked her to come to this business room to clean. She never expected that the manager did it on purpose so that his brother-in-law could take advantage of her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Chen simply disdains these noisy clowns. He knows the hotel manager. If I offend them, my job will be. Xiaoya felt a little aggrieved. Although she didn't want to be defiled, compared with losing her job, the former was nothing to worry about. Before Xiaoya could finish her words, manager Tang San came to the door aggressively to call for an explanation, and the first thing he saw was his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, who was so bold as to lay hands on you? Tang San stepped forward to support him, then turned around and looked at Lin Chen. It's him, meddling in other people's business. Let him apologize to me and get out of here. The greasy guy is different now that he has a backer. The burly guy keeps pointing at Lin Chen's forehead and shouting. But after seeing Lin Chen, Tang San didn't dare to say a word and was even a little frightened. Especially seeing Ali Jinka half exposed from Lin Chen's trouser pocket. Lihua Hotel is a 7-star hotel in which Alibaba Group has a stake, so they cannot afford to offend anyone who has an Alibaba Gold Card. Chapter 180 Chapter 181, Stuck Again. Tang San trembled and muttered something in his mouth, and his whole body began to tremble unconsciously. He had just said something rude to Lin Chen, the owner of the Ali Gold Card. Now he had goosebumps all over his body and was full of regret. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Get him out of here. The greasy man was a little annoyed. Sister, brother-in-law, I don't think the Lihua Hotel is suitable for you. Why don't you go to the hotel next door and stay for one night? Tang San said in a low and hoarse voice. Are you out of your mind, kid? I asked you to chase him away, but you asked me to leave? The greasy man's eyes widened with veins bulging. Sister. Brother-in-law. Tang San wanted to explain, but the shining gold card was like Sun Wukong's golden hoop that prevented him from even opening his mouth. To offend the gold card holder is equivalent to offending the entire Alibaba. As a powerful figure, Ma Yun will definitely not bypass a small hotel manager like him, and he may even lose his job in the end. Tang San's current annual salary is tens of millions. If he leaves the Lihua Hotel, he may not be able to earn such a high annual salary even if he works hard for his entire life. You coward, let me take him home. The greasy man suddenly stood up, accelerated 100 meters and rushed towards Lin Chen, his iron fist raised, and he transferred all his strength to his fist. I'm tired of living. The greasy man rushed out while shouting. Bang! Tang San was quick to help Lin Chen block the punch, and he fell to the ground in a daze. Are you stupid? Why are you betraying your own people? The greasy man looked at his brother-in-law lying on the ground and dying. He felt a little guilty and a little angry at the same time. He is the holder of Ali Gold Card, he must not be offended. Tang San said this with twitching mouth. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, unmoved, quietly watching his brother-in-law and brother-in-law acting crazily in front of him. Xiaoya also opened her innocent eyes and looked at Lin Chen. Gold card holder? Everyone in Hangzhou knows Ali Gold Card, because Alibaba Group and this city are inseparable, and owning an Ali Gold Card is a symbol of supreme status. Since Alibaba Group has basically invested in most of the stores, companies, enterprises, hotels and other places in Hangzhou, as long as you have this gold card, you can travel around Hangzhou unimpeded. Xiaoya had only heard of the existence of this card from others. Until she saw the shining golden card in Lin Chen's pocket, she felt extremely depressed. The greasy man was also a little frightened. He didn't believe that a boy in his early 20s had any qualifications to own an Ali Jean card. Are you Ma Yun's illegitimate son? The greasy man also felt the sharp chill, and his whole body formed a sharp contrast with his aggressive attitude just now. In Hangzhou, no one dares to go against Ali. I'll slap you 100 times. You will be responsible for your own words and actions. Lin Chen snorted. Yes, it's my dog eyes that don't recognize Mount Tai, it's my dog eyes that don't recognize Mount Tai. The greasy man apologized while slapping himself in the face. Xiaoya felt much better after seeing this. Get lost. Don't let me see you at the Lihua Hotel again. With just one word from Lin Chen, the greasy man crawled away. Only the trembling Tang San was left. Boss, then Tang San was completely limp and had no strength at all. You are not suitable for the position of Lihua manager. I think this beautiful lady is very charming. Let her try for the time being. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the beautiful cleaner Xiaoya who was hiding behind him. How can I do this? Xiaoya was a little overwhelmed. You are a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. You can manage a hotel like a duck in water. You can do it. And from now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Lin Chen's attitude was very firm. Although Xiaoya found it a little unbelievable, she was secretly delighted in her heart, because manager Li Hua could earn an annual salary of tens of millions, which was an astronomical figure for a female college student who had just graduated. Tang San was dismissed, but he did not dare to complain. If he rashly talked back or resisted, and the board of directors of Lihua Hotel and Alibaba's senior management knew about it, he would not be able to take a single step in Hangzhou, and finding another job in the future would be like a fantasy. Then I'll give it a try. Xiaoya took the manager armband given to her by Tang San, and a smile appeared on her fair face, which really gave people a feeling of being eager to make a move. Lin Chen turned around and prepared to leave. He had to rush to TSMC headquarters to inspect the work, and the chips they were working on with Alibaba could not have any mistakes. After he stepped into the elevator, he didn't expect Xiaoya to follow him happily. She stared at Lin Chen blankly, her cheeks still a little red. What's wrong? Anything else? You've helped me so much, I don't know how to repay you, so I'll be your temporary girlfriend for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can do anything between a boyfriend and a girlfriend with me. Xiaoya said this shyly with her head lowered. Lin Chen never expected that such an innocent girl would actually say the words temporary girlfriend, which surprised him a little. What? Temporary girlfriend? Are you kidding me? Lin Chen laughed loudly towards the sky. He was indeed amused by Xiaoya. I'm not kidding you, I'm serious. I don't care, I'll follow you wherever you go in the next 3 days. If you reject me, I'll feel bad. Xiaoya said this aggrievedly. There's really no need for this. I'm out of my mind and don't understand what a temporary girlfriend means. You should just be someone else's temporary girlfriend. After Lin Chen walked out of the elevator, he strode away from Lihua, but Xiaoya followed him at a trot. Lin Chen got into the exclusive luxury car of the presidential suite of Lihua Hotel, and Xiaoya also got in, and stuck close to Lin Chen, and put her wrist against Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen subconsciously pushed Xiaoya aside. Even though her skin was very girlish and elastic after touching it, he was a married man now and could not mess around with her casually. I didn't expect you to be so upright. I actually kind of like you. Xiaoya leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered. I'm telling you, don't do anything rash. Lin Chen deliberately kept a distance from Xiaoya. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Xiaoya looked a little naughty, completely different from the aggrieved girl who was tried to be bullied by the greasy boy. Lin Chen closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down, but Xiaoya still leaned on his shoulder stubbornly. This Volkswagen Phaeton dispatched by the Lihua Hotel drove to TSMC headquarters in Jiangnan Wanwan City, 100 kilometers away. Chapter 181 Chapter 182, Bringing the Wolf into the House. Lin Chen got off the car with great interest. He had always heard that TSMC was a chip company that was sought after by the whole world and that it played a vital role in the high-tech field. No technology oligarch could survive without TSMC. Today he wanted to see what exactly was so great about TSMC. As soon as I got off the car, I was greeted by a low-key feeling. The TSMC building is simple yet has a heavy feeling. Maybe this kind of technology company doesn't focus on appearance, but on the inside. Lin Chen walked forward, and Xiaoya followed him with small steps. The crisp sound of her high heels stepping on the ground was actually quite pleasant to the ear. Lin Chen had no good way to deal with this clingy girl and could only let her follow him. Unlike his previous inspections of other subsidiaries, no one from TSMC came out to greet him. At this time, Cheng Peng was drinking tea, coffee, and singing a little song in the president's office on the top floor of TSMC. Several men in black were sitting opposite him in his room, and the two sides were discussing some unknown things. Boss Chang, let's start the action later. I hope our cooperation can be successfully completed. A man in black stood up, bowed, and left. Cheng Peng, with a wicked smile on his face, looked out the window. He saw Lin Chen walking in from outside the building, but he had no intention of going down to greet him. Deep down in his heart, he looked down upon Lin Chen, a young rookie who had just come out of the blue. All he wanted was to replace him and make Lin Chen treat him with respect. Lin Chen also felt something strange. He entered the building and finally a few ladies from the front desk came forward to greet him. Mr. Lin, please. The receptionist took Lin Chen to the office on the top floor. At this time, Cheng Peng was sitting leisurely in his seat. Lin Chen looked Cheng Peng up and down before he came up to greet him hypocritically. "Hey, how dare you bother Mr. Lin to come in person? I can handle this little thing of the company by myself." Cheng Peng raised the corners of his mouth, as if he was the protagonist in this TSMC building, and anyone in front of him would automatically be inferior to him. "I'm worried that Vice President Chang might be overworked, so I came here to share the burden and take a look at the operating mechanism of our TSMC chip factory." Lin Chen observed every move and every subtle expression of the vice president in front of him, and always felt that there was something fishy. "Boss Lin is so thoughtful, but we should not go into the chip factory. The radiation inside is too strong and it's not good for your health." Chang Peng was suddenly shocked. He had already arranged everything. If Lin Chen suddenly broke into the chip research and development factory, it might destroy the careful plan he and the hackers under Ma Huateng had made in advance. Even though Lin Chen repeatedly emphasized that he wanted to inspect, Cheng Peng tried to stop him 5 times. "Since the vice president is concerned about my health and is afraid that I will be exposed to radiation from the chip, I won't go in. I'll go to our staff cafeteria and dormitory to take a look." Lin Chen turned around and left thoughtfully. Xiao Yake beside him could see some clues. Xiaoya's minor major in college is psychology, which is her second degree. She has an extraordinary understanding of people's every look and subtle movement. "There's something fishy about this person," Xiaoya whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen already had an idea in his mind, and when he heard Xiaoya's words, he became even more alert. Lin Chen prepared a roundabout tactic, under the guise of inspecting the employee dormitory, and then unexpectedly appeared at the chip factory. He left the office on the top floor and prepared to go to another staff dormitory. Cheng Peng saw from the window that Lin Chen, this damn plaster, did not ruin his good fortune, so he hurried to the door of the chip factory. The hackers sent by Tencent Ma Huateng have been eager to try. The viruses and malicious data in their hands are ready. As long as they are transmitted to the chip through the computer, even the most meticulous and sophisticated chip will lose its function, and it may even have a fatal blow to the hardware. Cheng Peng's mind was full of the scene where Lin Chen took the blame after the problematic chip appeared in the Alibaba Cloud data center and caused trouble. "Vice President Chang, we have been waiting for you for a long time, please take us in quickly." When the black-clad hackers saw Cheng Peng appear, all of them showed up. "Follow me, it's afternoon tea time now. You only have 15 minutes. Employees will come in one after another in 15 minutes. Cheng Peng reminded him again and again that he didn't want his act of letting a wolf into the house to be exposed, as that would be a waste of time. "Don't worry, Vice President Chang. We are Tencent's most elite hacker team. It won't take us 15 minutes. We can handle it in 10 minutes. The hackers are very confident. They have even hacked into the network of Migua technology giant, so hacking into domestic chip companies like TSMC is a piece of cake. Then I'll feel relieved, just follow me." Cheng Peng smiled with satisfaction, then used his fingerprint to unlock the door of the chip or D center, then entered the internal password and successfully led the group of hackers in. Because the facial recognition function was eliminated in order to save time and improve efficiency, this gave these foreign hackers an opportunity to take advantage of. After passing through layers of gates, they finally entered the Research and Development Center. These hackers had never seen so many sophisticated chips in front of them. This group of people were extremely professional. Without much hesitation, they gathered around a host computer and connected their computers to it. After a smooth operation, several big words appeared on the big screen. "The Trojan is being transmitted. Please do not interrupt this operation. The current progress is 1%. Currently entering 3%. Current progress is 10%. The Trojan horse is gradually being connected to the host computers of TSMC's chip or D center. This host controls the process flow and engraving order of subsequent chips in the entire chip factory. If errors occur in the program encoding of this host, all subsequent chips will show more or less bias. What is even more frightening is that after these Trojan viruses are implanted, they will multiply exponentially and cause the entire factory to become paralyzed." Cheng Peng had no idea that the purpose of these hackers hired by Ma Huateng was not just to help frame Lin Chen, but to bring down the entire TSMC and ultimately turn TSMC into a puppet company of Tencent. The naive Cheng Peng was still secretly delighted, but in fact his good days were about to end. Cheng Peng, who was kept in the dark, took the initiative to enter the surveillance system and deleted the surveillance video completely. The progress is currently 90% complete. 7 minutes later, the Trojan virus was about to be implanted, and Cheng Peng rubbed his hands excitedly. At this time, Lin Chen had already used a spare key exclusively for the president to enter the Chip Research and Development Center from the data room in the president's office through a secret passage. What a traitor you are, Changpeng, you are so bold. Lin Chen raised his cell phone camera and recorded all their actions. Chapter 182 Chapter 183, Rectifying the Portal. Changpeng suddenly raised his eyes forward and found that Lin Chen was standing in front of him, and his every move was recorded with a camera. His body was shaking a little, and he was in a daze. Fear emanated from his eyes, and his feet seemed to be unsteady. Currently, 94% of the Trojan horse has been implanted. The intelligent voice in front of the machine reminds you. Changpeng simply went all out and picked up his weapon, lifting a sharp iron rod in the chip factory. Among the group of hackers behind Changpeng, only one person stood in front of the host waiting for the virus to be implanted, and the others came forward and surrounded Lin Chen. Geely? What do you mean, how much money did Ma Huatang give you before you agreed to work for him? When Lin Chen saw the Tencent work badges in front of these hackers, he naturally thought of Changpeng's collusion with Tencent. Ha, so what? Anyway, you still have this video in your hand, and it can't be spread out, because you will be buried under this land forever by me. The corners of Changpeng's mouth were extremely evil. The torn corners of his mouth and the red corners of his eyes were staring at Lin Chen fiercely. The sharp iron rod in his hand was approaching Lin Chen step by step, only 3 centimeters away from Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen's posture remained upright. Facing the provocation from this unknown guy, he didn't care at all. However, Xiaoya behind Lin Chen was so scared that she started crying, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She could only stick close to Lin Chen's back, and all her tears were left on Lin Chen's clothes. Hey, you've got your snot and tears all over my clothes, you have to clean them up for me after you're done. Lin Chen was still joking leisurely in this urgent situation. At this time, you still have the mood to joke. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to wash you again. I haven't even started my new job at the Lihua Hotel yet. I don't want to die like this. Xiaoya finally couldn't help it and cried out heart-wrenchingly. Quiet. It's so noisy. If you make any more noise, I'll kill you first. Changpeng hates it most when people yell in front of him, it makes him impatient. Xiaoya quickly covered her mouth with her hands and curled up in fear. Changpeng pointed the sharp iron rod directly at Xiaoya, and used the front edge of the iron rod to tease her black suspenders frantically, and the suspenders were about to be picked off. But Xiaoya still kept her mouth tightly shut, not daring to move. Lin Chen snorted coldly, flicked his middle finger lightly, and threw Changpeng's iron rod several meters away. This. Changpeng thought it was his own illusion. How could Lin Chen have so much strength? He was obviously just a skinny pretty boy. Lin Chen's action also completely angered Changpeng. Brothers, let's get rid of this guy. We can't let him get out alive. Changpeng gave an order and stepped forward with the Tencent hacker. Lin Chen swung his body and shoulders lightly and flexibly avoided all the fatal injuries. At the same time, he also helped Xiaoya beside him to avoid the attacks of this group of people. I just don't believe this. Are you the reincarnation of a monkey? Changpeng was so angry that he threw the stick on the ground, walked forward, and punched Lin Chen in the chest. With a reverse force, Changpeng never expected that he would be thrown 10 meters away and fell heavily in front of a computer, with a huge bump on his head. The current completion progress is 97%. Please keep your computer running normally, otherwise the program will be terminated. These hackers smiled wickedly as this sentence came out from the host's intelligent voice. It only took them half a minute to complete the task assigned by Ma Huatang. As long as these viruses are implanted into the mainframe of TSMC's chip or D center, TSMC can be turned into a subsidiary of Tencent. The hackers swarmed up and launched a fierce attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen also sat up straight. He was no longer as nonchalant as before. After all, if these hackers sent by Tencent succeeded, TSMC would suffer an unprecedented fatal blow. This world-leading chip company will lose its reputation and even cause severe damage to subsequent chip production and data. Lin Chen swept his cold eyes across the circle of black-clad hackers who were rushing towards him and overestimated their own capabilities, then raised his fists, ready to fight. Wow, that's cool. Are you a martial artist? Xiaoya just watched Ip Man 4 in the cinema a few days ago. Lin Chen's current posture is surprisingly similar to Ip Man's Wing Chun. Lin Chen's solid horse stance and soft yet firm techniques are ready to go. Fake tricks, watch out. The black-clad hacker ignored Lin Chen and prepared to defeat him thoroughly with sticks, fists and kicks. Lin Chen punched out at the speed of light, first using the back of his palm to throw out a desperate blow, then he stepped forward with his right foot, shifted his body's center of gravity forward, and hooked his right elbow forward fiercely, hitting the chin of the bulging hacker viciously. "Ah, my chin, my chin." The man in black grabbed his jaw, which was dislocated and separated from his face, and cried out in pain. When the following hackers saw that Lin Chen actually had some fighting skills, no one dared to take another step forward. "Come on, you bunch of idiots. Catch him. Hurry up, you idiots." Chang Peng was shouting and directing them frantically from behind. These hackers are Tencent's most elite computer virus experts, and they have very high status, so in their minds, Chang Peng is just a flag. They simply won't allow someone who is lower than themselves to bark like a dog next to them. "You want us to go first? Are you worthy? Then I'll let you go first." Several hackers in black pushed Chang Peng out and right in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's hands were resting on Chang Peng's shoulders. You, what do you want to do to me? Don't think you can do anything to me just because you are the president of TSMC and my boss." Chang Peng felt extremely guilty and scared inside, but he still refused to give in and spoke to Lin Chen in a threatening tone. "You still know that I'm your boss? You still know that you're the vice president of TSMC? You can do such an immoral thing." Lin Chen didn't buy it at all. He stared at Chang Peng like a wolf. Then he used all 10 knuckles of both hands to exert force at the same time. You could vaguely hear the sound of bones cracking. You, what do you want to do?" Chang Peng felt the strength from Lin Chen's 10 fingers. His shoulders were being torn apart bit by bit as if they were carrying a jack. Moreover, the strength and pain were increasing little by little, making it impossible for him to breathe. Chapter 183 Chapter 184, TSMC escaped a disaster. Ugh, wah. Chang Peng could no longer express his pain normally. Lin Chen made him experience the limit of his physical endurance. The whole place seemed to be frozen. Except for Chang Peng's hoarse shouting, everyone else just stared with their pupils wide open and said nothing. They were all shocked by Lin Chen's power. None of the hackers on the opposite side wanted to be the unlucky first bird to stand out. If anyone didn't know what was good for them and stood up at this time, they would simply be asking for trouble. The current Trojan virus implantation progress is 98%. When the intelligent voice broadcast came from the TSMC chip host, Lin Chen's dead eyes flashed, and then he exerted force on his wrists, grabbed Chang Peng's shoulders, lifted him up alive, and then threw him into the large trash can next to him. The trash can was filled with leftover food and dishes from previous employees. There was an indescribable smell, but the dying Chang Peng didn't find the trash can disgusting at all. Compared to being tightly pinched by Lin Chen's 10 fingers, staying in the trash can is now a kind of enjoyment. Chang Peng was gasping for breath frantically. He had just been so frightened that his breathing paused for a moment, and now he had to breathe in with all his might. "You guys, what do you mean? Do you want to stay in the trash can too?" Lin Chen looked at the hackers and then walked towards the host computer step by step. They didn't dare to do anything to Lin Chen at all. Seeing Lin Chen approaching them, they could only retreat step by step, worried that Lin Chen would do something bad to them. These hackers can only pray that the progress of virus implantation into the host computer reaches 100% as soon as possible. If so, the matter will be settled, and no matter what Lin Chen does, he will not be able to reverse the situation. The virus progress is currently 99%, and the Trojan implantation is about to be completed. After the voice broadcast this sentence, Lin Chen strode to the host computer, aimed at the USB flash drive that was loading the virus, and prepared to terminate the transmission of the virus at the last moment. Lin Chen's mind is extremely sharp. He has already noticed the unscrupulous means used by these hackers in Tencent, so if the virus is allowed to be transmitted, it will cause unprecedented losses. By then, TSMC will completely lose its leading position in the chip industry. By then, the only ones who will benefit will be Qualcomm of China, Samsung of South Korea, and so on. China's influence in the high-tech field will also be greatly reduced. Stop him. We can't let him interrupt our virus, otherwise Mr. Ma won't let us off easily. A hacker pointed at Lin Chen and shouted. Although the other hackers were seriously injured and fell to the ground, they still rushed towards Lin Chen without hesitation. How dare you? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. In this case, he could only completely eliminate these people's ability to fight back. In an instant, Lin Chen twisted all of these people's arms and dislocated them. Watching them fall to the ground one by one and unable to get up, Lin Chen finally pulled out the virus USB drive, just 1 second before the virus was about to be loaded successfully. Xiaoya watched Lin Chen punching and kicking these villains in the corner, her eyes full of admiration and joy. So handsome, my contract boyfriend is so awesome. Xiaoya jumped with excitement, which was in stark contrast to her pale face due to excessive shock just now. Hey, you weren't like this just now. Have you forgotten what you did just now? You were hiding in the corner and shivering. Lin Chen teased. You're annoying, but I didn't. How could I be scared? Xiaoya pretended to be cool. After Lin Chen pulled out the USB drive, he continued to record the faces of those people lying on the ground on the camera. This includes Changpeng, who was in the trash can. When Changpeng saw Lin Chen waving the mobile phone camera in front of his face, he was very resistant in his heart, but he had lost any room to struggle and could only let Lin Chen humiliate him like this. Lin Chen was even more ruthless and clearly recorded his every move in the trash can, including every expression. After recording, he planned to send all the video clips to TSMC's employee intranet as soon as possible, so that everyone can see with their own eyes how the once dominant vice president fell to this point. Excellent, very wonderful. I wonder what our employees will think when they see you in this dog-like state. Lin Chen gently slid his fingertips and clicked the send button. The video has been uploaded to the mobile devices of all TSMC employees. Oh my god, isn't this our Vice President Chang? Why is he in the trash can? Why is he in this state? Wasn't he so impressive in his suit and tie just now? Wait a minute, this trash can looks so familiar, it's obviously the trash can in our Chip or D Center, let's go back and take a look. TSMC colleagues who were having afternoon tea were talking about it, and then one by one put down their tea and wanted to go to the scene to witness what was happening with their own eyes. With the sound of footsteps, employees arrived at the scene one after another. Changpeng buried his head in the trash can. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell his identity. He just didn't want anyone to see him like this. No way, is it really President Chang? What is President Chang doing lying in the trash can? What? He actually asked Tencent's hackers to deliver viruses to our chips? He deserves it. When some people were wondering why the popular Changpeng appeared in the trash can, several colleagues watched the video uploaded by Lin Chen in its entirety and then understood the truth. I see, they deserve it. This kind of person wants to completely wipe out the fruits of our labor. How despicable. He should be arrested and put in jail. This kind of collusion with other companies to seek profits is really abominable. None of TSMC's colleagues were willing to stand on Changpeng's side, and they all directed their angry eyes at him. Among many colleagues, a technical director in charge of core chip research and development took the initiative to ask for the secret virus of Tencent in Lin Chen's hands. This is so damn scary. This is not an ordinary Trojan horse. If they succeed, TSMC will be destroyed. All chip data and chip process systems will be destroyed in an instant. Our company's decades of hard work and the efforts of every one of our employees will all be in vain. After the technical director's words, everyone felt a chill and a little scared. Lin Chen never expected that Changpeng, a traitor, would be so thorough in his betrayal. He seemed to want to destroy TSMC. What? How is this possible? I just got involved in the chips that were produced in cooperation with Alibaba Group. I just wanted to frame Lin Chen. Changpeng, who was in the trash can, was also full of confusion. Tencent's methods were beyond his expectations. Chapter 184 Chapter 185, Counterattack. Changpeng fell into endless contemplation and trembling. You are really useless. You want to frame me? You almost ruined the entire TSMC. Lin Chen was even a little scared. He closed the lid of the trash can and signaled everyone to throw Changpeng and Laji out of the gate of TSMC headquarters. No. Don't, I am a contributor to TSMC. I am just taking back what originally belonged to me. Don't. Amidst waves of desperate roars, Changpeng was still thrown out like a loser. I could only vaguely hear the shrill shouting gradually fading away until it disappeared completely. After Changpeng was kicked out of TSMC, all that was left were this bunch of mediocre people sent by Tencent and Tencent. Tell me, how do you want to die? Do you want me to personally send you to prison and spend the rest of your life in a cell? Lin Chen glanced at the group of hackers in front of him with disdain. No. No. I dare not. Mr. Lin, we are blind to offend you. We still have wives and children. I hope you can show mercy. When Lin Chen heard these words coming out of these people's mouths, he almost wanted to vomit. I'll show mercy? Well, if you don't want to spend the rest of your life in jail, hack into Tencent and paralyze its internal database, and get Ma Huateng off the list of China's richest people. Lin Chen's attitude and tone were very firm, leaving no room for maneuver. But Mr. Ma has treated us well, and we are repaying kindness with hatred. A hacker worth tens of millions muttered quietly, seemingly not wanting to give up this job with a sky-high annual salary and still wanting to work for Ma Huateng. Nice, very good. If this is the case, come here, take this ignorant boy to the Jiangnan Provincial Police Station and let the police investigate his crimes. I want to see how he works for Ma Huateng in prison. At Lin Chen's command, several TSMC employees controlled the hacker, who was in unbearable pain all over his body, and dragged him away, preparing to go to the police station. No, amidst endless sorrow and anger, the hacker still did not change the outcome. What awaits him is only judgment and endless darkness. The other 6 hackers who stayed behind didn't dare to say a word. They just looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to speak out. Even the leader of the hackers, the guy with the big nose, is now squatting on the ground with his head in his hands. I'll ask you again, do you want to help me destroy Tencent, or do you want me to send you to jail and separate you from your wife and children forever? If you agree to work for me, I can give you an annual salary of 100 million yuan. Lin Chen's words made the people in front of him eyes light up. What shocked them the most, of course, was the annual salary of 100 million yuan. For office workers like them, hundreds of millions of yuan is a sky-high figure that they dare not even think about. Looking at this group of hesitant and stammering Tencent hackers, Lin Chen was obviously a little impatient. I'll count to 3 numbers and tell me your choice. 3, 2, 1. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone raised their hands, wanting to join Lin Chen and help him fight against Tencent. Especially the leader Big Nose, he had long been dissatisfied with Ma Huateng for exploiting him. Once he agrees to join Lin Chen, the others will certainly support him without hesitation. Very good, great. Pretend to tell Ma Huateng that you have succeeded so that he can let down his guard, and then get all the user data of all the apps under Tencent. Lin Chen is well aware that for an internet company, what users care most about is information security and privacy, especially for chat software such as WeChat and QQ. If the user information of these chat software is leaked, it will definitely cause an uproar among users, and the wave of uninstalls of WeChat and QQ will be difficult to stop. The uninstallation of the app by 1 or 2 people may not have much impact on Tencent. However, if the news spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and finally tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people jointly resist the information leakage of Tencent and choose to uninstall the app, Tencent will definitely be greatly shaken. At this time, Tencent's stock market will also experience a huge decline, and it is very likely that an astronomical amount of money will evaporate in an instant. Moreover, many of Tencent's games are closely related to WeChat and QQ. If users give up QQ and WeChat, it means giving up these games. Without the income from game recharges, Tencent's economic scale will be greatly reduced. Lin Chen had already anticipated the bleak situation that Tencent would face a month later. I don't want to do this either, but since you attacked me first, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen snorted. In his opinion, no one had the right to attack him, even if that person was the famous Ma Huateng in China, he would have to pay the price. After the hackers led by Big Nose were forgiven by Lin Chen, they boarded the car back to Shenzhen with the mentality of surviving a disaster. They have already figured out how to deceive Ma Huateng. When they arrived at Tencent's headquarters, Ma Huateng's office was wide open, waiting for good news from these people. How's it going? Don't let me hear anything I don't want to hear. Ma Huateng looked at the men in front of him with sharp eyes. Mr. Ma, are you still not confident in our work? The batch of chips that TSMC and Alibaba signed have all been full of loopholes, and we have already input all of TSMC's chip data with viruses. From now on, TSMC's chip production capacity will decline significantly. At that time, Tencent can legitimately control TSMC. Although Big Nose was talking nonsense, his tone was very calm. Even Ma Huateng, who had been in the business world for a long time, could not tell that his men were hiding something from him. Very good, I just want TSMC to become a subsidiary of our Tencent. And that ungrateful Lin Chen, I want to see him lose everything with my own eyes. He dared to go against our Tencent, I want him to disappear. The corners of Ma Huateng's mouth cracked, and this disdain was completely directed at Lin Chen. Ma Huateng walked to the president's office with her feet turned outward, an extremely charming and enchanting woman with fiery red lips and full of charm. One leg was leaning on the desk, and the other leg outlined a graceful arc. As soon as Ma Huatang pushed open the office door and was about to go in, he was completely unable to resist the woman in front of him, and his hormones and adrenaline were instantly filled to the brim. Chapter 185 Chapter 186, Lin Chen visits Tencent. Even though Ma Huatang is already a middle-aged man in his 50s, his desire for women is still the same as that of a young man in his 20s. Especially for such a nationally renowned business tycoon, changing women is as easy as changing clothes. There are plenty of women following him and wanting to become his women. But Ma Huatang is not interested in the women pursuing him. The only one he is not immune to is the extremely charming Wang Lu in front of him. Her willow-shaped eyebrows are just as charming as her name. He is also the only mistress of Ma Huatang besides his wife. My dear, I haven't seen you for 2 days. I miss you so much. Ma Huatang saw Wang Lu's blood boiling and he could no longer control himself physically and mentally. He untied his belt and rushed towards the beauty in front of him. Oh, damn, the curtains aren't drawn yet. Wang Lu pretended to be reserved. She was able to understand Ma Huatang's psychology very well. Why would you care about the curtains? I'm the CEO. Who dares to talk about it in front of me? I'll fire him. Every blood vessel in Ma Huatang's body had expanded to its limit, and he just wanted to release himself on this woman. You are so thirsty. I have my eyes on an RV recently. Buy it for me. I want to go on a picnic in it. Wang Lu always proposed these material conditions as compensation for his physical losses when Ma Huatang lost his mind. Okay, I'll give my little baby whatever he wants. Ma Huatang agreed without even thinking about it, because all she had in her mind was that pair of soft cotton in the depressed and hurried back garden. So impatient. Before Wang Lu finished speaking, he had already felt a current of heat approaching him, and then a hot current flowed along her body. After a period of silence, Ma Huatang finally stopped sweating profusely, and then gasped for breath. While Ma Huatang was still enjoying its sweet life, Tencent's most elite hackers, led by Big Nose, had already begun to take action. They broke into Tencent's top-secret data repository and successfully logged in using an internal secret key. In this Norda database, information of billions of Tencent software users is densely presented. From the user's name to gender, from phone number to ID number, from home address to registered residence, all other information is clearly arranged. What's even more exaggerated is that even whether the user is marital or not is clearly marked. Big Nose is the highest level hacker in Tencent, so of course they have the right to access the database. Boss, let's extract this data quickly and give it to Lin Chen. We have worked so hard in Tencent for so many years, but our salary has not increased much. However, Lin Chen can easily make us hundreds of millions of dollars a year. There is no reason for us not to choose a new boss. A hacker said. Big Nose also thought so he clicked the information extraction button and prepared to upload it to a high-end USB flash drive with tens of thousands of GB of precision storage, and then hand it over to Lin Chen, causing Tencent's information data to be leaked and lose the support of the public. When Big Nose pressed the extract information button, a dialog box popped up. It says, please enter the 24-digit password before proceeding to the next step. All the hackers were shocked when they saw this scene. What? A 24-digit password? If we try them one by one, we will never figure it out in our next life. I'm afraid only Mr. Ma knows this password. He even kept it secret from us. This cunning vixen, it turns out he never fully trusted us. We brothers must bring him down. The hackers were somewhat nervous, but also somewhat helpless, because they certainly could not ask Ma Huatang for the 24-digit password, and if they did not know the password, they would not be able to extract the information, nor would they be able to achieve the effect of bringing down Tencent. Hello, Mr. Lin, we have encountered a little difficulty. When extracting information, we need to enter a 24-digit password. Only Ma Huatang knows this password. What should we do next? Big Nose asked Lin Chen for instructions immediately. Leave it to me, let me do it, just wait for my instructions and stand by for now. Clear. After Lin Chen gave all the instructions, he prepared to go deep into Tencent's headquarters alone to see if he could get the 24-digit password. Where are you going? You can't leave me alone. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave TSMC and go to Tencent, Shaya caught up with him. You are so clingy. Why do you follow me wherever I go? Lin Chen was speechless. You are my contract boyfriend. You can't leave me for the next few days. I will follow you everywhere, even if you are annoying me. Xiaoya acted coquettishly. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and could only agree to let her follow him. After driving to TSMC's headquarters in Shenzhen, Lin Chen deliberately put on a baseball cap and a mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. He didn't want Ma Huateng to recognize him easily. He got out of the car and came to the magnificent gate of Tencent's headquarters. It has to be admitted that the office environment of Tencent's headquarters cannot even be compared with Alibaba, let alone the unpretentious TSMC. Tencent is located in Shenzhen, which is currently the third largest city in China, second only to Kyoto and Shanghai. It is also the city with the strongest economic power in Jiangnan province. There are rich people everywhere here, and the sports cars coming and going on the streets are dazzling. In addition, Shenzhen is basically located at the southernmost tip of China, so the weather and water resources are very suitable, so the environment is also very good. As a result, Tencent's headquarters looks even more stunning than Alibaba Group at first glance. Sir, stop. To enter, you must have an employee ID or an invitation letter from Mr. Ma. A security guard stopped Lin Chen politely. As security guards of large companies, they have all undergone special training, so they dare not be rude to any visitor. Do you want more of these? Lin Chen was about to turn around and think of another way, but inadvertently, a corner of the alajinka in his trouser pocket appeared. Sir, you may go in now. You are the Honorable Alakinka. We are so rude. We are sorry. When the security guard saw the Ali gold card on Lin Chen, he immediately realized his mistake. Although Tencent and Alibaba are two competing companies, on the surface both sides recognize and respect each other. As an Ali gold card owner, Lin Chen will also have a high status in Tencent. Lin Chen was a little surprised when he was suddenly called. He didn't expect that the gold card was so useful in Jiangnan. Chapter 186 Chapter 187, Sneaking into Ma Huateng's office. Lin Chen took Xiaoya and sneaked into Tencent. Lin Chen went straight to the Ma Huateng office on the top floor, ready to find some clues about the 24-digit password. Wait for me here now. The two of us will be too conspicuous. Lin Chen asked Xiaoya to wait in a rest area on the top floor, and he quietly entered Ma Huateng's office to look for clues. Okay, then hurry up, I don't want to wait too long. Xiaoya finally let go of Lin Chen's hand with a wronged look. Lin Chen finally got rid of this clingy girl and felt a little secretly happy. He confirmed again and again that Ma Huateng was in a meeting and there would be no one in his office now, so he pushed the door open and walked in. Arriving at Ma Huateng's office, one is greeted by an air of opulence. Whether it is the century-old mahogany desk or the priceless calligraphy in paintings and vases, the room gives one a bright feeling. Especially Ma Huateng's office desk, which has even been gold-plated and delicately carved, and there are also broken diamonds around the corners of the desk for embellishment. On the other side of the office, there is a high-end leather sofa from Norda, which is even larger than an ordinary person's bed. This LSP must often play office uniform temptation and mess around with the secretary. Lin Chen muttered to himself, then walked lightly to his desk. Looking at the densely packed and messy documents, Lin Chen began to flip through them aimlessly. Neither Ma Huateng's phone number, birthday, ID card, or other information is 24 digits, which gives him a headache. Suddenly, Lin Chen saw the 12 NBA jerseys hanging in the office. Among them were the game jerseys of top world-class basketball players such as Jordan, Kobe, James, Durant, etc., and the numbers on the back of these 12 jerseys added up to exactly 24. I am such a genius. There is no way out, but there is always a bright future ahead. Lin Chen was a little excited and took out his cell phone to take a picture to record it. But the moment he took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera and held it up, a charming woman in a red dress stood up in front of the sofa. The charm in that pair of peach blossom eyes was extremely exaggerated. Through the mobile phone screen, Lin Chen was frightened by the woman in red who suddenly jumped out from his blind spot. Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Chen put away his phone and looked at the woman. If I were a ghost, I would be the first to suck the blood of a pretty boy like you. Wang Lu looked at the delicate and fair Lin Chen with a faint smile. She looked up and down at the handsome Lin Chen, her heart beating fast. Although Wang Lu is Ma Huateng's mistress, in fact Wang Lu is about the same age as Lin Chen, so in her heart she prefers young boys in their 20s, and is not very fond of middle-aged greasy men. If Ma Huateng wasn't rich, Wang Liuli would have ignored him. Why are you here? Although Lin Chen was curious, he already understood something. Why am I here? I should be the one asking you this question. You were sneaking around in President Ma's office. If I call the security department over, you won't be able to get away with it, right? Wang Lu began to threaten Lin Chen and walked towards a bell connecting to the security office, but she didn't intend to do so in her heart. Lin Chen frowned. He would naturally not allow the woman in front of him to expose her whereabouts to Tencent, so he took a big step forward and quickly subdued Wang Lu. Wang Lu was suddenly touched by Lin Chen, and his heels were not stable and he fell to the ground. Wang Lu shouted subconsciously. If Wang Lu fell to the ground like this without any protective measures, the back of his head would definitely be hit, and in serious cases he might suffer a concussion. Lin Chen's heart softened and he leaned over to catch her body. Wang Lu also subconsciously grabbed Lin Chen's neck. Just like that, Lin Chen embraced Wang Lu's body, and this woman continued to exude her charm in her arms. Lin Chen never expected that the mistress that Ma Huatang cared about and loved the most was now in his arms. Wang Lu didn't feel any discomfort at all. She really liked the feeling of being ignorant and excited in Lin Chen's arms. Her face even began to turn red. After being stunned, Lin Chen was ready to put the woman down from his arms, but Wang Lu still had her arms tightly wrapped around Lin Chen's neck, with no intention of leaving his arms at all. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Chen looked at the woman in front of him. "We can make an exchange. I won't call the security department, but you have to hold me for another 5 minutes. I like this feeling very much. Promise me, okay?" Lin Chen never expected Wang Lu's exchange condition. She didn't seem to wait for Lin Chen's reply. She just closed her eyes and felt the taste of Lin Chen's male hormones. Lin Chen was helpless and tried hard to take her hands off his neck, but the woman was too strong. At this time, outside the door, Ma Huatang had finished the regular shareholders' meeting and was walking towards the office. If Ma Huatang discovered Lin Chen hugging his woman, he would definitely hate Lin Chen for cuckolding him. Ma Huatang was dressed in a suit and tie, including a pair of high-end custom-made leather shoes worth 100,000 yuan, and was about to push open the office door. Lin Chen and Wang Lu's affair is about to be exposed. My leg hurts. Xiaoya had already noticed Ma Huatang approaching gradually. She knew clearly that Lin Chen was still in his office looking for the password and had not come out for such a long time. If Ma Huatang went in at this time, he would definitely catch Lin Chen red-handed. So Xiaoya had an idea. She lifted up the short t-shirt from her waist and tied it into a knot. The white short-sleeved shirt was instantly transformed into a belly-exposing top. Then the hems of her trousers were rolled up to turn them into super short shorts. When Ma Huatang saw the pure, lovely and beautiful Xiaoya fall in front of him, his heart began to beat again. If Wang Lu is the seductive type, then she has not tried Xiaoya, the type of female college graduate. "Are you okay? What happened?" Ma Huatang asked with a beastly look on his face, pretending to be calm. "I sprained my ankle and can't walk." Xiaoya deliberately lowered her voice and spoke in a shy voice. "Oh, that's so careless, let me rub your feet for you." Ma Huatang was about to squat down to massage Xiaoya's feet. But just as he was about to help Xiaoya take off her slippers and socks, he could see the girl's figure clearly along her pair of long white legs, and his adrenaline secretion accelerated. "It's not a good idea to do this in the corridor, why don't we go to a place where there's no one?" Ma Huatang was worried that Wang Lu, the mistress in the office, would hear the noise and come out at any time to see him massaging another girl's feet, which could lead to an awkward situation. Chapter 187 Chapter 188, Still need fingerprint unlocking? Okay then. Xiaoya's goal was to get Ma Huatang into the office, so she would have achieved her goal. Ma Huatang picked up Princess Xiaoya with a lustful look, and while inhaling her perfume, he carried her to a small warehouse on the top floor. There was actually a bed in this warehouse. Xiaoya could not have imagined that Ma Huatang, the president of Tencent, was such a romantic man. There must have been many girls who were raped by him here. The clever Xiaoya knew that the most urgent task now was to deal with this man and not let him leave the warehouse in a short time, and of course not let him do anything to her. Before Xiaoya could say anything, Ma Huatang took the initiative to help her rub her sprained ankle. Although Xiaoya felt a little uncomfortable being touched by a strange man, it was worth it for Lin Chen. Ma Huatang's saliva was about to flow out. His two big hands rubbed Xiaoya's fair and tender feet. He was eager to feel the fleshy thighs of this girl. "Big sister, you are so beautiful. You should have graduated not long ago, right? Are you short of money recently? I have money, I can help you." As Ma Huatang spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes kept looking around. From the ankle to the calf and then to the thigh, Ma Huatang pressed forward step by step. Xiaoya also gritted his teeth and persisted. He wanted to buy enough time for Lin Chen. "I just graduated. It would be great if you could support me." Xiaoya deliberately kept Ma Huatang in suspense. In the office, Wang Lu was still clinging to Lin Chen's body, unwilling to let go. Lin Chen had been shocked by the woman's hunger. In a blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed, and Wang Lu actually stayed in Lin Chen's arms for 5 minutes. Lin Chen's face was grim. He had managed to hold on for so long with great difficulty. Although Wang Lu was reluctant to leave, she finally let go of Lin Chen, whom she was hugging tightly, and then straightened her wrinkled clothes. Lin Chen could smell the rich scent of this woman's perfume all over his body, and no matter how much he patted his clothes, the smell would not go away. These 12 jersey numbers are indeed a 24-digit password, and Mr. Ma uses this password very frequently. Although I don't know what you are going to use this password for, I promise not to disclose what you did today. Wang Lu is also a person of temperament. She has no real feelings for Ma Huateng. She is just playing around, so she has no reason to tell Ma Huateng all this secretly. Respect yourself. After saying this, Lin Chen prepared to leave the office. By the way, I like your body. Wang Lu said what she had always wanted to say the second before Lin Chen left the office. Her mind was filled with the masculine charm that Lin Chen had just brought to her. After hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned for a second, then he ran out. Xiaoya, who was in the small warehouse, noticed that Lin Chen had left the office, and then she pushed away Ma Huateng, who was about to put his hand on her waist. I have something urgent to do. I'm leaving now. Xiaoya stood up directly, without even putting on socks, and just stepped on her shoes lightly and walked out. Wait a minute. I can give you 100,000, please don't leave. Ma Huateng just got interested, but unexpectedly Xiaoya didn't give him the chance at all. Feeling disappointed, Ma Huateng had no choice but to leave the warehouse, and then went to the office to vent all his anger on Wang Lu. Wang Lu in the office was still thinking about Lin Chen when Ma Huateng rushed in and pushed him onto the sofa, then tore off his shirt. Wang Lu became his substitute after he failed to take action against Xiaoya. After seeing Ma Huateng go straight into the office, Xiaoya trotted after Lin Chen. How is it? Any results? Xiaoya asked blankly. Everything went well. Lin Chen made an okay gesture, then called the hacker Big Nose. The 24-digit password is 2324351214333. He strung together the jersey numbers that had just been hung on the wall of his office. Boss, got it. Big Nose followed Lin Chen's instructions and entered the 24-digit password one by one in Tencent's private data center. After clicking the Confirm Login button, the system indeed entered the next page. Wow, we're finally going to succeed. We can take credit for this in front of Boss Lin. As a result, Tencent, which suffered a data breach, will definitely lose a lot of loyal users, which will seriously damage their vitality. Several hackers were eager to try and were looking forward to the next scene. Please enter your fingerprint as a system administrator. The host's voice broadcast made everyone on the scene feel helpless. They didn't expect that Ma Huateng was hidden so deeply and had multiple layers of protection in the database. It is easy to steal passwords, but if you want to enter fingerprints, you have to invite Ma Huateng here in person. But Ma Huateng is not a fool. How could he let his Tencent database information leak out? Big Nose felt a little disappointed and could only call Lin Chen to convey the news. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to tell you that even if you enter the 24-digit password, it can only be unlocked with Ma Huateng's fingerprint. Big Nose reported the situation in detail. He felt that the plan had to fail because it was impossible to get Ma Huateng's fingerprints. Don't worry, I'll take care of this too. Lin Chen didn't think it would be difficult to get Ma Huateng's fingerprints, because it only required him to meet Wang Lu again. Ma Huateng walked out of the office weakly, holding his waist, as if he was going to the bathroom to take a shower. Wait here for a moment, I'll go in. Lin Chen arranged for Xiaoya to wait for him quietly, then he pushed the door and entered the president's office again. At this time, Wang Lu was disheveled, lying on the sofa with a flushed face and looking tired. After being tossed around for a while, Wang Lu clearly felt that his body had been drained, and he felt weak and powerless. Wang Lu, who was closing his eyes to empty his mind, suddenly opened his eyes and found that Lin Chen had actually walked in. He sat up abruptly. But she did not intend to cover up her large exposed body, because she did not care at all about being seen by the man in front of her. You are so brave. I am Ma Huateng's woman, and you dare to come in and tease me without permission? Aren't you afraid that Ma Huateng will punish you? There are few people in the whole of China who dare to offend him. Wang Lu kindly reminded Lin Chen. I don't take him seriously at all. Lin Chen didn't care at all. In his eyes, Ma Huateng was just a businessman pursuing fame and fortune. Chapter 188, Chapter 189, Women's Underwear. Then you are totally wrong. Ma Huateng has already used money to bribe all the elites in various fields and classes. In other words, in Jiangnan or even in China, it is harder than climbing to the sky to fight him, because you are not in the same league at all. In Wang Lu's mind, no matter how self-righteous Lin Chen is, he should not ignore Ma Huateng. Lin Chen ignored the woman. He had only one purpose for coming this time, which was to get the fingerprint. Lin Chen looked up and down at the extremely seductive and feminine Wang Lu in front of him, and found that her lower body was actually wearing a pair of black leather shorts with messy fingerprints arranged in all directions. Judging from the outline of the fingerprint, it must be Ma Huateng's, because Wang Lu's own fingerprint is not that big, and the only other person who could leave fingerprints on her most private leggings is Ma Huateng. Lin Chen kept staring at Wang Lu's lower body, which made Wang Lu feel a little uncomfortable. I thought you were an honest little boy just now, but I didn't expect you to keep staring at me. You are such a pervert. Wang Lu said these words in a charming and graceful manner, and subconsciously touched her long hair, as if hinting at something. Lin Chen hesitated, but still spoke. I like these black leather shorts you're wearing, can you give them to me? After Lin Chen said this, he would definitely be regarded as a pervert, but he actually did not have any obscene thoughts. He just wanted to use this leather base to crack fingerprints. Hate. Hate. You are so annoying. You actually wanted to see my private parts. I didn't expect you, a little puppy, to be so mean. What else do you want? Do you like this one? Do you want me to pack it all up for you? Wang Lu pulled at the small strap on her shoulders that was about to slip off. Lin Chen was speechless. Why could this woman be so unrestrained? If you don't mind, give them to me. Lin Chen gave up completely because no matter how much he explained, it was useless and he could only regard himself as a wretched man. Little rascal, I will satisfy your perverted demands. Wang Lu just turned her back and began to slide her suspenders and leggings down her fair and delicate skin. Even Lin Chen couldn't resist the beautiful back and legs. It was incredible that Ma Huateng could treat Wang Lu as his only mistress and unconditionally give her a luxury car and a villa. Wang Lu casually put on a coat, then picked up her own camisole and leather pants and threw them at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen was instantly overwhelmed by the female body fragrance that came towards him. This perfume was mixed with the scent of women and had a unique charm. After Lin Chen came to his senses, he immediately took the 2 pieces of clothing off his face. Then, having completed the task, he turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, you broke into Mr. Ma's office. You don't just want my underwear, do you? Are you interested in my body as well? Wang Lu said teasingly. Not interested. Lin Chen replied firmly and stormed out. Wang Lu was alone in the office laughing out loud. She had always been teased by other men, but this was the first time she teased a little boy. Lin Chen walked out with big strides, and Xiaoya followed him with small steps. How is it? How is it? Just as Xiaoya was about to ask, she saw Lin Chen holding 2 pieces of women's underwear in his hands, and there was a very strong smell of perfume. You? What do you mean? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, interested in this? Xiaoya was a little shocked. When she saw the suspenders and panties in Lin Chen's hand, she widened her eyes in disbelief. What are you thinking about? Am I, Lin Chen, that kind of dirty person? There are Ma Huateng's fingerprints on this pair of leather pants, which can help us crack the password of Tencent's database. Lin Chen explained with all his might. I don't believe it. What's the matter with this little sling of yours? Wang Lu continued to ask. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. It seemed that he really had no reason that could convince others. He couldn't say that Wang Lu took it off and gave it to him, right? The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Xiaoya gave him a strange look. Okay, I won't explain to you. I need to go to the data center. The only thing Lin Chen is thinking about now is to expose Tencent's data leak as soon as possible. Wait for me, slow down. Xiaoya also hurriedly chased after him. Under the guidance of Big Nose, Lin Chen passed through layers of mechanisms and finally entered the Tencent Cloud data center. Big Nose and his group have been waiting here for a long time. Boss, what's going on? Have you found Ma Huateng's fingerprints? What are you talking about? Is there anything I, Lin Chen, can't accomplish personally? Lin Chen snorted coldly, with an arrogant attitude. Big Nose had to admire Lin Chen, and then looked around in the lobby of the data center, but he couldn't find Ma Huateng. He thought Lin Chen used some special means to lift Ma Huatang over here. Boss, where are the people? Big Nose looked a little dazed. I don't have anyone, but I do have a pair of Ma Huatang Xiaosan's leather underwear. Lin Chen flicked his wrist and threw the leather leggings mixed with the strong smell of perfume and the unique body fragrance of women into the arms of Dabitu. This, smells so good. Big Nose was a little intoxicated, and several younger brothers around him also gathered over. When they learned that this was the underwear of Wan Lu, the seductive mistress of Ma Huatang, their eyes widened and they all wanted to touch it. Men are all pigs, it turns out you all like this. Xiaoya was speechless when she saw this scene. It turned out that a group of men were touching a woman's clothes behind her back. It was really speechless. Hey, let go of your pig trotters. What are you touching? Don't wipe off my fingerprints. Lin Chen shouted sharply, and these hackers trembled subconsciously. They quickly put the leather leggings on the table and lined up neatly. After Lin Chen used tape to extract the fingerprints from his leather pants, he walked to the host of the cloud data center. He firmly stamped Ma Huatang's fingerprint on it, and the system's security was officially lifted. The Tencent data extraction is loading, please wait patiently. Lin Chen saw that the percentage progress bar had started to move. About 3 minutes later, the detailed information of Tencent's 1 billion users in China and around the world would fall into his hands. Chapter 189 Chapter 190, Data Extraction. By that time, it would be easy to bring down Tencent. It is no exaggeration to say that Ma Huatang is quietly disappearing from the list of China's richest people, but he is completely unaware of this news. Seeing the progress bar loading little by little, Big Nose and others were also very excited. Brothers, you did a great job this time. I will give each of you a red envelope of 5 million. Lin Chen was indeed a big shot. He gave each employee 5 million at once. 5 million? Oh my god, we have worked in Tencent for so many years and have never encountered such a generous reward. It's a pity that we didn't meet you before. Big Nose and the others were so excited that they were speechless. They were delighted at the thought that the 5 million would soon be in their hands. The progress bar has reached 30%. Lin Chen hummed a little tune while waiting. He had already imagined what would happen next in his mind. But at this time, in every corner of the Tencent building, security alarms were ringing one after another. Attention, attention, attention. Attention, attention, attention. The cloud data center system is leaking, it's leaking. Of course, the voice playing on a loop in the corridor also reached Ma Huatang's ears. Every employee of Tencent felt a chill down their spine. No one would have thought that a high-tech company like Tencent, which attaches so much importance to user data protection, could have a leak? Data breach? Ma Huatang frowned. After hearing the news, he immediately summoned all the company executives and all the security personnel and went to the data center at the same time. He wanted to see who dared to break into the Tencent database and steal data. We have to admit that large companies like Tencent are indeed very disciplined. After such an emergency occurred, all departments did not panic. The security department and senior executives gathered at the first time and came to the data center. This old man is really cunning. He even activated the security alarm? Lin Chen, who was waiting for the data to load, felt something was wrong after hearing the alarm, and the footsteps outside the door were getting closer. Boss, what should we do? Let's run away. Big Nose was a little scared. He didn't want to have the life to make money but not the life to spend it. That would be too sad. You coward, the data will be acquired soon, you can't leave now. Lin Chen's words sounded like there was no room for negotiation. Xiaoya was also trembling a little, and her whole charming and slender body relaxedly lay on Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen was not panicked at all. He came to the door of the data center and just raised his arm calmly. Boss, this is too unrealistic. How can we, with our few men, stop those strong men from Tencent's security department? The hackers were shocked when they saw Lin Chen raising his arms to block the door. Silly geese, open your eyes and watch carefully. Lin Chen ignored these ignorant minions. Ma Huatang rode at full speed and finally led his men to the scene. Kick the door open. At Ma Huatang's command, the elite soldiers of the security department rushed forward aggressively, but there was no possibility that the door could be kicked open. Faced with more than a dozen strong men, Lin Chen did not try to stop them. The hacker and Xiaoya were both stunned. They couldn't believe Lin Chen's extraordinary physique. You useless pieces of shit. I paid a lot of money to hire a bunch of good-for-nothings like you, and you really think you are good-for-nothings? Call some more people over here. Can just a few people stop you? Ma Huateng was very angry. In just a dozen seconds, more than 50 strong men from the security department arrived one after another. They were all graduates of the National Defense University in their prime years, in their 20s. Their physical fitness and agility had all been professionally trained. More than 70 strong men attacked the door of the data center at the same time. Lin Chen frowned. Although he had a physique and endurance 100 times stronger than ordinary people, the simultaneous attack of these 70 strong men made it difficult for him to resist. Lin Chen bit his lip, gathered all his strength in his right arm, and single-handedly blocked the Tencent group outside the door. You pieces of trash, hurry up and kick them, you pieces of trash, hurry up. Ma Huateng was extremely anxious, as he knew very well the consequences of data leakage. In the United States, even Facebook, which is several times stronger than Tencent, has seen its market value shrink significantly after the data leak. If Tencent also suffers the same situation, the consequences will be unimaginable. In the worst case, Tencent will never recover from this setback. There are too many chatting and socializing software on the market, such as MeTalk, Tantan, Momo, etc. WeChat is not the only social option for users. If data protection is not in place, any loyal fan will instantly stop following. Is it almost there? Lin Chen asked, biting his lip. 98 have been completed. 99% completed. 100% completed. Data extraction complete. After seeing it was completed, Big Nose pulled out the USB flash drive storing the data and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen signaled Xiaoya beside him to connect the USB drive to his mobile network through the adapter. Only then did Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief, and then a graceful figure flashed out from the door. Bang! Ah! A group of strong men outside the door rushed forward at the same time with all their strength as usual, but Lin Chen did not stop them at this moment. Due to inertia, dozens of people fell to the ground of the data center in a mess. Ma Huateng hurriedly walked in and saw Lin Chen, his eyes full of anger. Behind Lin Chen are some of Ma Huateng's most trusted hackers. I didn't expect that you guys would betray me and team up with this guy to mess with me. Ma Huateng directed his lifeless gaze towards Big Nose and his group. Of course Big Nose was a little scared when he saw his old boss Ma Huateng, and he shrank into a ball. Several other hackers also lowered their heads, and did not dare to talk back when Ma Huateng scolded them so badly. After being scolded for 5 minutes, Ma Huateng finally turned his attention to Lin Chen. You are such a useless bastard, how dare you attack my Tencent? I think you don't know how powerful our Nanshan court is. I will make you spend the rest of your life in jail. I'm afraid you know the charge of infringing on the data security of an internet company. Ma Huateng leaned his hands behind his back, looked around Lin Chen and threatened him with words. However, Lin Chen was not at all panicked by Ma Huateng's threats, and even wanted to laugh. Nanshan court? Nanshan Pizza Hut? I'm going to make your Nanshan Pizza Hut lose this time. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. Chapter 190 Chapter 191, Threat. Pathetic and ignorant. Someone, come here, notify the police, the court, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to formally launch a wanted notice for Lin Chen. Ma Huateng became even more angry when he saw Lin Chen's disdainful expression. Oh? Really? Lin Chen placed the screen of his mobile phone in front of Ma Huateng and let him take a look. A line of words on it was particularly eye-catching. Are you sure you want to send this information to the network? Lin Chen's thumb was pointed at the confirm button. In other words, as long as Lin Chen presses his thumb, Tencent's data will spread to the streets and alleys like ants. This is a fatal blow to an internet company. Lin Chen looked frivolously at the anxious-looking middle-aged man in front of him. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not. We can discuss anything. Ma Huateng looked at Lin Chen in great fear, his eyes even a little lifeless. Lin Chen has already grasped his biggest handle, so no matter what conditions Lin Chen offers, he dare not have any room to talk back. In that case, I, Lin Chen, am not the kind of person who asks for too much. I only want Tencent, 20% of the shares, and the position of vice president. Lin Chen's words stunned everyone present. What? 10% of the shares? That's really too much. Our CEO Ma only owns 20% of the shares. Why does this guy want 25% right away? Yes, 20% of Tencent's shares is equivalent to 400 billion renminbi. Several senior officials behind Ma Huatang looked grim when they heard the conditions offered by Lin Chen. Xiaoya, who was beside Lin Chen, was totally confused when she heard the conditions offered by Lin Chen. Even the big-nosed guy behind him was completely stunned. Lin Chen didn't think he was talking about fantasy, because he understood Ma Huatang's character. This man was best at weighing the pros and cons. Instead of letting Tencent go bankrupt, it would be better to give up the position of the second-largest shareholder to Lin Chen. Everyone's eyes instantly shifted from Lin Chen to Ma Huatang, waiting for his reply. At this moment, Ma Huatang's whole body was twitching secretly, but he tried his best to control the amplitude of the shaking, not wanting to show his vulnerability in front of Lin Chen. He must try his best to maintain his kingly demeanor. 10% of the shares? Even if Ma Yun stood in front of me, he wouldn't dare to make such a request. You are such a coward. Ma Huatang had to admire Lin Chen's appetite. Don't waste your time on this useless talk. Just give me a definite answer. Why are you acting like a woman? Lin Chen directly interrupted Ma Huatang's speech. This decisive and resolute attitude shocked everyone. How can a pretty boy in his early 20s be so carefree and domineering? Lin Chen's thumb was about to press the confirm button, and the Tencent database would be transmitted to the internet in an instant. No, I promise you, I will process the share transfer agreement for you now. From now on, you are the vice president of our Tencent, and you have the right to handle any affairs of the company. Ma Huatang finally gave up. Even though he didn't want to admit the fact, he still signed his name on the contract tremblingly. Boss Ma, you have to think twice before you act. 400 billion is an astronomical sum, we can't let him manipulate us like this. A senior official was anxiously persuading Ma Huatang behind him. Get out of my way. He is now Vice President Lin of Tencent. Watch your mouth. Ma Huatang's attitude changed instantly, which made Lin Chen feel very comfortable. Ha, Mr. Ma is such a straightforward person. It's so nice to be friends with someone like you. Lin Chen clicked the cancel button, which also meant interrupting the plan to leak Tencent's data. I have shown my sincerity. Can you delete all the information in front of me? Ma Huatang is very experienced. He does things without leaving any traces, so naturally he will not let this information remain in Lin Chen's hands. That's right. I can't let Mr. Ma down. From today on, Tencent is also my company. We run it together. Of course, I won't spread this data. Ma Huatang opened his eyes wide and watched Lin Chen delete tens of thousands of GB of user data and information, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Randomly, he pressed a pen-shaped button on his chest, and suddenly there was a noise of footsteps outside the door. It turned out that the cunning Ma Huatang was not sincere in compromising with Lin Chen at all. He just wanted Lin Chen to delete all the information and then turn against him. At this time, all the judges of Nanshan Court and Zhang Xiefeng, director of the Jiangnan Police Department, were in place, ready to arrest Lin Chen. Tencent's revenue is one of the highest among private enterprises in China, and they are also the leading taxpayer in the Jiangnan region. Official institutions such as the courts and police departments will naturally subconsciously favor them. Moreover, the court president Wang Wenhao and the police chief Zhang Xiefeng often have private meals with Ma Huatang and they have a very good relationship. In their eyes, Lin Chen is just a piece of fish on the chopping board. In a short while, the auxiliary police from the police department had surrounded Lin Chen. The security guards from the security department who had just fallen to the ground also took advantage of their power and authority to boss Lin Chen around from behind. Xiaoya was a little scared. She covered her eyes with her sleeves and held tightly onto the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. Those hackers have already felt despair. In their opinion, they will spend the rest of their lives in prison. Ha 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 ha. Want to fight with me? Aren't you a little too young? I, Ma Huatang, have never been threatened by anyone. You are the first and the last. Ma Huatang laughed unscrupulously. As the final winner, he showed an exaggerated smile. The senior executives of Tencent also had smiles on their faces, and they admired Ma Huatang's sophisticated tactics in their hearts. You have been arrested. I don't need to elaborate on your business crimes. Come with us. Police Chief Zhang Xiefeng took out a pair of cold handcuffs and held them in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was calm and raised his hand calmly. Xiaoya saw this scene through the gap in her sleeves and started sobbing. Her aggrieved look was heartbreaking. She would also be imprisoned as an accomplice, so she couldn't control her discomfort. But Lin Chen took out his mobile phone and pressed the confirm button, and the information of thousands of users was made public on the internet. As 5G networks are now quite popular, the speed of transmission is astonishing. These ID numbers and phone numbers are directly used by some businesses and media, causing great suffering to the account owners. Chapter 191 Chapter 192, Tencent Information Leakage. Harassing text messages and phone calls came one after another, and all Tencent customers could no longer tolerate it. What the hell is this? Why was my information leaked? Tencent's WeChat is really a piece of shit. From now on, I will not be compatible with all Tencent software. Geely is such an unscrupulous company that it actually leaked our information online. Damn it! Hundreds of millions of users across China reported Tencent at the same time and began to uninstall the WeChat software at the same time. In just a few minutes, the number of uninstalls of Tencent app exceeded 1 million, and this momentum is still rising straight up. Tencent is suffering a huge change. Ma Huatang's mouth twitched. He never expected that Lin Chen's move just now was just a trick. He didn't really delete all the user information. You're playing dirty tricks on me, you. Ma Huatang didn't feel well at all, and pointed at Lin Chen's nose and shouted weakly. You are the only one allowed to play dirty? I am not allowed to play? Lin Chen responded with an indifferent look on his face. Now the evidence is irrefutable. You have publicly leaked Tencent's private information. Tie him up. Ma Huatang used his last bit of strength and commanded the Chief Justice and the police chief to take action. Zhang Xiefeng naturally understood what he meant and stepped forward to bring Lin Chen to justice. I just uploaded only 300 million user information. If you dare to touch me, I can't guarantee that I will not send out the remaining hundreds of millions. Lin Chen's words once again touched Ma Huatang's sore spot. You think you can scare us twice with one move? Zhang Xiefeng was about to take action but was stopped by Ma Huatang. Wait. Don't touch him. Little brother, I was wrong, don't leak the information again. Ma Huatang immediately gave in. He was worried that all Chinese users would stop following the app at the same time. At that time, Tencent would really fall into the abyss and would not be able to rise again. Lin Chen used this as a bargaining chip and left the data center with Xiaoya, Big Nose, and other hackers behind him. The calmness displayed by Lin Chen made people a little scared. Boss, are you just going to let this kid go like this? None of the senior executives at Tencent could swallow this humiliation. Ma Huatang has no other choice but to find a way to fix the loophole in Lin Chen's bucket. If Lin Chen is forced to leak all the information of other users, the loophole will become a bottomless pit and Tencent will never have a chance to turn things around. The news of Tencent's information leak spread throughout the streets of China in a short period of time. The victim users used various channels to protect their rights, but to no avail. They could only uninstall the software to express their anger. In a short period of time, Tencent's market value plummeted and its shares continued to fall, breaking the record for the largest decline since its listing. Lin Chen opened the Weibo on his mobile phone and saw the #1 trending search, Geely user information leaked. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaoya admired the man next to her more and more. He could even make Ma Huatang, one of the most famous celebrities in China, unable to do anything to him. After Lin Chen acquired 10% of Tencent's shares, his personal net worth approached 1 trillion yuan, making him one of the richest men in China. Especially in terms of age, he can be said to be the richest young man in the world age 2025. Lin Chen is not complacent about his current achievements. He just thinks that all this is as he deserves. He is not satisfied with what he has now and he wants to get more. After leaving Tencent building, he finally got rid of Xiaoya, the clingy witch, and sent her to Lihua Hotel. Of course, the first person he thought of was his wife Zhao Yuro. Yuro was still sleeping at this time. Without Lin Chen, she had no energy to do anything else by herself. Lin Chen gently pushed the door open with the door card and saw a beautiful figure lying gracefully on the huge bed. The curve of her body was moving. Lin Chen walked lightly to Yuro's side, then pressed his body tightly against her face. Husband. Zhao Yuro had already sensed Lin Chen's scent in her sleep, and then she opened her bright eyes in a trance. Wife. Lin Chen called her affectionately, then pinched Yuro's little face with both hands. Although Yuro has a slender and graceful figure overall, her face is still a little chubby, which makes her full of charm. I've been waiting for you so hard, please don't leave me alone anymore. Yuro looked at Lin Chen aggrievedly. I know. I will never leave my euro alone again. Lin Chen comforted the woman. At this time, the phone rang, and the other party was Joseph Tsai, the second in command of Alibaba Group. Brother Lin, Singles Day is coming soon. This is the most important annual shopping carnival for our Alibaba e-commerce company. We need to select a suitable image ambassador, and you are the most suitable candidate. Tsai Chongqing has no doubt about Lin Chen's image. Such a handsome man is no less popular than any popular male star. Moreover, because Lin Chen plays the role of the Condor hero, he has a great influence in China, which will definitely boost sales performance. Lin Chen was actually not very willing in his heart, but when he thought that he was also a shareholder of Alibaba Group, and the company's performance was good, his own net worth would also rise. Okay, I promise you, in order to repay Mr. Ma and Mr. Kai for their trust in me, I plan to bring my wife with me to serve as an image ambassador. Lin Chen turned around and looked at Zhao Yuro, who was clinging to him. That's great. With your help, Alibaba Group's sales performance for Double 11 this year will double again. Kai Chongqing was very excited and quickly sent a gold inlaid Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick up Lin Chen. Sure enough, after a while, a convoy of Rolls-Royces drove into the backyard of the Lihua Hotel. At the front of the convoy was the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a symbol of status and identity. After Yuro dressed up simply, she put her arm around Lin Chen's wrist, and the two of them got into the luxury car together. When they arrived at Alibaba Group, a professional photography team took a series of photos and posters for Lin Chen and Yuro, and sent them to the internet as soon as possible. Ali Tmall Double 11 Shopping Festival is in full swing. Lin Chen invites you to participate and enjoy huge discounts. This promotional slogan has spread to thousands of households. Lin Chen and Zhao Yurua's appearance and influence are enough to make users want to buy. The posters have appeared on the large LED screens in major shopping malls. Alibaba Group's Double 11 promotional advertisements will appear on the homepage of any app on the internet, and Lin Chen is among them. Chapter 192 Chapter 193, Huawei asks for help. In the pre-order system open to divert traffic to Double 11, the cumulative pre-order amount in advance has reached a staggering 30 billion yuan. If it officially starts, this number will be even more sky-high. Ma Yun is ready to welcome the good news of Double 11. Lin Chen and Yuro had just left the Alibaba Group building when a stylish old man in his 60s appeared in front of them wearing a mask. Although his face showed obvious signs of being worn down by time and his wrinkles were very obvious, the pride in his bones could be clearly conveyed to Lin Chen through his eyes. The man was seen walking towards Lin Chen gradually, his swift steps full of fighting spirit. When Lin Chen saw the man walking towards him, he stopped and couldn't help feeling curious. Yuro also opened her beautiful eyes wide, ready to see who this man was. Lin Chen, right? I am Ren Zhengfei, the president of Huawei. Huawei is now facing the greatest difficulty since its establishment. Only you can help us out of this predicament. As Ren Zhengfei spoke, he took off his mask, revealing the face of an old man who had appeared on TV and in the media hundreds of times. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but admire his determined look. He still had a long way to go before he could have the aura to defeat the enemy without fighting. Of course, Lin Chen knew about Huawei's current situation through the news. Huawei is currently one of the top domestic mobile phone brands in China. Its most powerful and dominant product is of course 5G communication equipment. Huawei's 5G is already leading the world, even surpassing powerful Western countries such as the United States and Japan. It is precisely because of this that Western countries have united to restrict Huawei and ban the supply of high-end chips. Huawei, without chips, is like a tiger without teeth and is led by the nose by the other side. The most important link that can save Huawei is a steady supply of chips, and TSMC under Lin Chen's name can help Huawei out of this predicament. Although Huawei is also independently developing Hongmeng chips, it still needs to rely on external chips to maintain production in the short term. Help! I must help you. Migua is using the power of a country to bully Huawei. I, Lin Chen, will certainly not sit idly by. I will do my best to help Huawei get through this difficult time. Lin Chen's attitude is very firm. As a Chinese, he will naturally not allow Chinese national enterprises to be suppressed by other countries. Huawei is one of the few top companies in China. It has shaken the interests of developed countries and must be protected. That's great. That's what I've been waiting for. I'm old now. If you can help Huawei survive this crisis, I will give you the position of CEO of Huawei. Ren Zhengfei held Lin Chen's hands tightly, as if he saw hope. Lin Chen was also very excited, and his blood boiled when he heard what Mr. Ren said. Zhao Yuro beside him was dumbfounded. Ren Zhengfei was a well-known figure in China, but he actually asked Lin Chen for help in person. What was even more outrageous was that he actually agreed to give Huawei Group to Lin Chen. She hasn't reacted yet to what's going on. Lin Chen immediately called TSMC's assistant. Now our factory has stopped all chip production and is quickly producing mobile phone chips for Huawei Group. Lin Chen's tone did not allow for any questioning. Even the assistant was a little surprised. But Mr. Lin, if this happens, we will have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages to other employers. That's a huge sum of money, possibly tens of billions of yuan. The assistant also told Lin Chen about these consequences. Don't even mention tens of billions, even if it's tens of billions, we have to make way for Huawei's chip production. We, TSMC, now have a community of interests with Huawei. We must fully support and help Huawei. Do you understand? I will bear any consequences. Lin Chen's reply gave the assistant the confidence to handle the next matters. After hanging up the phone, he immediately conveyed Lin Chen's orders and intentions to all TSMC employees. In less than half a day, Huawei chips began to be produced again at TSMC. Lin Chen's words shocked Ren Zhengfei. He didn't expect that a boy in his early 20s could be so sharp and willing to pay billions of compensation to help Huawei. Ren Zhengfei admired Lin Chen very much in his heart, and recognized this young man very much. Zhao Yuro looked at Lin Chen with confused eyes. Billions? Oh my god. She couldn't imagine that Lin Chen didn't care about billions. How powerful is Lin Chen now? After Huawei obtained chip supply from TSMC, all employees of the company seemed to see hope again. The lights at the group headquarters were on and employees worked overtime without sleep. They see this crisis as a battle and cannot be defeated by Migua's technological blockade. The hardware of Huawei P50 mobile phone is also being intensively produced in major foundries, and chips are also being produced at a rapid pace. This news reached the ears of the Migua Apple Group. Ku was very angry. Damn it, Huawei is alive again? Absolutely not. If we, Apple, want to completely occupy the Chinese market, we must completely eliminate Huawei. Cook was furious and his face turned red at Apple's highest-level board meeting. But Mr. Ku, it is now harder than climbing to the sky to defeat Huawei with one blow. Huawei is no longer what it used to be. They are too powerful. Apple's vice president was somewhat worried. Useless trash, then lower the price of our Apple in the Chinese market and compete openly with Huawei. We must give full play to our performance advantages. I don't think Huawei can survive in the face of our Apple's high performance and high cost performance. Kyuk is full of confidence. In his opinion, Apple is the most powerful mobile phone brand on the planet. This dominance will last forever, and any company that shows signs of threatening its dominance will be crushed. A commercial war without gunpowder is unfolding. Lin Chen also lay on the bed in the hotel and thought about it. He felt that Migua would definitely not give up. He had to ensure Huawei's leading position in 5G communications, so he had to start from the source. The world's most advanced lithography machine for chip production comes from ASML of the Netherlands. If Huawei can use ASML for its own purposes, then Huawei will have more confidence in this highest-end field. Through international connections and various channels, Lin Chen finally contacted Floyd, the president of ASML. Floyd can be said to be the most leisurely one among the presidents of major high-tech companies in the world. Chapter 193 Chapter 194, Investing in ASML of the Netherlands. Because ASML occupies 80% of the lithography machine market, it can be said to be the only dominant player. The combined market share of the photolithography production groups such as Nikon and Canon is less than 20%. Floyd can be said to be sitting on the Diaoyutai, and he doesn't worry at all about which company can shake his powerful position in the field of lithography machines. ASML, who was having fun in the club, picked up his mobile phone lazily. He saw that it was a call from overseas China, which made him curious. Hello? Who are you? Floyd asked. I am Lin Chen from TSMC China, and I want to know the conditions for acquiring ASML. Lin Chen didn't waste time but went straight to the point. What? You are so arrogant. You are just the president of TSMC, and you dare to think of acquiring ASML? I'm afraid you are just dreaming. Floyd wanted to laugh. In his opinion, TSMC's market value and status were far different from ASML. But Lin Chen's net worth is far more than TSMC, including Alibaba, Tencent, Louis Vuitton, etc. With Lin Chen's current strength, even if he cannot acquire ASML in full, he has the absolute strength to become one of the top 2 shareholders. I don't want to talk to you about other useless things. I am willing to buy your company's stocks at double the price. Lin Chen's attitude was firm. Double price? Floyd thought there was something wrong with his ears, so he asked again. Of course, but I have one condition, which is to establish a strategic partnership with TSMC and provide TSMC with the latest Cal-type 8th generation lithography machine. Lin Chen stated the biggest goal. For Floyd, a profit-seeking businessman, he doesn't care about technological blockades and technological walls. What he cares most about is how much money ends up in his wallet. There is no disadvantage for Cal to provide TSMC with the 8th generation lithography machine technology, and it can also get the opportunity to buy ASML shares at twice the high price of Lin Chen. Why not? Okay, it's settled. I'll give up 20% of ASML shares, worth 240 billion yuan. As long as you transfer the money to our company account, I will provide TSMC with the latest equipment as soon as possible. And I promise that no matter how external forces influence us, they will not be able to stop ASML from supplying lithography machines to TSMC. Freud is also a man of temperament. It turns out that those who can become the president are not ordinary people. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he transferred money to ASML. After a while, the electronic contract appeared on Lin Chen's mobile phone. TSMC has obtained technical support for lithography machines from ASML of the Netherlands, making chip manufacturing and the construction of the ecological chain smoother and more streamlined. Lin Chen is such a reliable guy. He not only provides us with chip supply, but also obtains exclusive support from ASML's most advanced lithography machines. In this way, the performance of our next Huawei model will be completely on par with Apple's mobile phone, and Apple's technological advantage will be gone. Ren Zhengfei was very excited and looked at the simulated performance data of the mobile phone with great enthusiasm. Yes, for more than a decade, Apple has occupied the leading position in the world's mobile phone market. This situation should end. For the next decade or so, let us, Huawei, lead the way. Huawei executives expressed their feelings. The name Lin Chen is already well known in the senior management office of Huawei. However, at this moment, Apple and Xiaomi headquarters did not know that Huawei was undergoing an all-round transformation and was completely different from the traditional Chinese mobile phones and their stereotypes. After working day and night, more than 1 million of the world's highest specification and most sophisticated Super Huawei exclusive chips have been mass-produced. The chip created by the powerful collaboration of Dutch lithography company ASML and TSMC is unmatched by any other chip. Ren Zhengfei was the first to get the first sample mobile phone at the House Inspection Center. Although there are no mass-produced mobile phones yet, as long as the first mobile phone comes out, other mobile phones can just be copied and there won't be any big problems. The latest Huawei P50 mobile phone uses a completely full-screen setting, integrating the camera into the screen, saying goodbye to the previous notch screen and waterdrop screen design, making the entire phone's appearance and texture maximized. Secondly, thanks to the support of chip technology, the running speed is also skyrocketing, without any lag or slight delay. With this phone, you can fully experience the convenience brought by the 5G era. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Let's temporarily set the price at 5,500 yuan. Ren Zhengfei nodded, his eyes full of confidence. It is not a fantasy to defeat Apple in the Chinese market or even the world market. Mr. Ren, 5,500 yuan? You are not serious, are you? At this price, our profits will be greatly reduced. Why should we do a business that is not profitable? One senior executive did not quite understand Mr. Ren's decision, and others also expressed confusion and puzzlement. Our main goal is not to make money, but to completely occupy the market. In recent years, the price of mobile phones has been getting lower and lower, gradually shifting to the mid-range mobile phone market. If we want to occupy the market, we must be cheaper than them in price. Ren Zhengfei explained earnestly, his eyes shining, and he tightly grasped the P50 mobile phone in his hand. This was his killer weapon to go beyond China and into the world. But, that's Apple. Can we defeat them? Moreover, Migua often uses the power of the state to sanction and restrict us. The people behind Mr. Run were a little depressed. They thought that Apple and Cook were invincible myths. Apple? Then I will let the apple slowly rot and stink, and let the majority of users give up on it and spit on it. Mr. Ren's words ignited the confidence of everyone present. At the Apple headquarters of Migua, the model of the iPhone 15 also appeared, and Kyuk priced it at 6,000 yuan. The price of 6,000 yuan is already very low for Apple, a luxury product in the mobile phone industry. There are still many Apple fans in China who have very high expectations for this phone. In Q's view, his Apple 15, with its low price and excellent performance, will create another miracle in the history of mobile phone sales. Invisibly, two of the world's leading mobile phone manufacturers are competing secretly. The Double 11 shopping festival is coming soon, and the two companies have already stepped up their efforts to increase production speed and strive to launch their products before the shopping festival. Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. As one of the shareholders of Alibaba Group, it would be easy for him to promote Huawei phones on the homepages of Taobao and Tmall. Chapter 194 and Chapter 195, Huawei's big sales on Double 11. In the midst of the game, accompanied by the sadness of autumn and the mountains and rivers, the Double 11 esports war has already begun. QQ of the United States has gone to great lengths to capture the Chinese market in one fell swoop. Double 11 will start in 5 minutes. Are you ready? Hurry up and hurry up. Don't miss this annual shopping carnival. The first 100,000 orders nationwide are free. Of course I won't miss it. I've already downloaded the add-in program to grab the goods. No one can grab the machine. I must get this iPhone 15 for free today. Similar conversations can be heard everywhere in the streets and alleys, as if Double 11 has become the only topic everyone is talking about at this moment. Ma Yun was also extremely nervous. Even after many Double 11 carnivals, he still worried whether the back end would crash. Would the growth rate of transaction volume shrink compared with previous years? Would customer shopping satisfaction decline? This series of problems is enough to make the entire Alibaba company nervous. In contrast, Lin Chen seemed a little calm and indifferent. In his opinion, it was not a big problem for Huawei to surpass Apple and become the best-selling smartphone. Let's count down to 5. 10, 9, 8. 3. 2. 1. As the clock struck midnight, everyone's eyes became more nervous. Their eyes are fixed on the buy button. Hurry up and grab it. Did you grab it? Oh. Damn it, what kind of hand speed do these people have? They can't even get this. Some are happy while others are sad. A small number of customers who grabbed the first 100,000 orders naturally got the chance to get a free meal. Lin Chen's college classmate Zhang Disheng looked him up and down, his eyes focused on the 4 eye-catching words "P" and "home" on Lin Chen's work clothes, and the shabby Wuling Hongguang behind him. In addition to clothes, the electronics field is also the most important link. The sales momentum of Apple mobile phones is even stronger. Relying on its previous reputation and price reduction measures, Apple 15 still severely suppressed Huawei. As an Alibaba tycoon, Lin Chen can of course see the back-end sales data, but he is not worried at all because customer feedback is also an important link. Alibaba's most relied upon logistics system ran overnight, and was extremely careful in delivering higher value electronic products, which were expedited to all parts of the country in the middle of the night. Customers who got Huawei phones couldn't put them down after experiencing the internal high-performance software jointly developed by ASML and TSMC. Apple fans didn't believe it and took their iPhone 15 to compete head-on with Huawei. They made a big data comparison, but they were defeated by Huawei in seconds. Even the software that Apple is famous for has no advantages. Coupled with Huawei's high-cost performance in terms of price, in the last few hours of Double 11, the hesitant customers all chose Huawei phones. Although Huawei's sales volume lagged far behind Apple in the first 10 hours of Double 11, it made a crazy turnaround in the last 2 hours and crushed Apple to become the sales champion of smartphones. Not only the Chinese market, but also foreign markets followed suit, and the Huawei wave swept across the world. Lin Chen became the hero of Huawei mobile phones, and Huawei mobile phones completely defeated Apple, which had dominated the mobile phone industry for more than 10 years. I now declare that Lin Chen is officially the CEO of Huawei. From now on, you must follow him and work hard. I am already old, and the next step is to enjoy my retirement. At the shareholders' meeting, Ren Zhengfei solemnly introduced this young and promising business legend to all shareholders. Even though there are a few troublemakers who are not satisfied, most shareholders still have to obey Mr. Ren's wishes. Lin Chen thus became the president of Huawei, and his fame spread throughout China, becoming one of the hottest names in China. His ambition was not satisfied, and he continued to reach out to super companies such as Huaxia Petroleum, Huaxia Bank, and Huaxia Tobacco. With the vigor of youth, he successfully brought them under his name one by one without missing a single one. In China, Lin Chen's worth is second to none, making him the top brother in China. Countless beautiful young models have offered him olive branches, but Lin Chen simply ignores them. He even disdains the most popular sister Bingbing. Wherever he goes, there is always a figure beside him, and that is Zhao Yuro. Yuroji still hasn't completely accepted all of this. She originally thought she was just marrying a poor boy, but she didn't expect that in just over half a year, she would become Mrs. Lin, the big sister of the Chinese socialite circle. Lin Chen has no intention of stopping yet. He is coveting the whole of Europe and North America.